I am the supreme god. But I was pressed to the ground and rubbed by a woman for 7 days and nights, causing 3 deaths. However, that woman put on her pants and refused to admit it, leaving behind 3 children and running away. I looked at the 3-3-year-old little ones in front of me and sighed. Even back then, slaughtering the 10 directions of the God Kings did not feel as helpless. At this time, 3 little ones had already run over and hugged my thigh, pleading in a childish voice, "Daddy, Daddy, we want to go play at the fairy lake." Originally, I didn't want to take them there. After all, there are many big monsters in the fairy lake, which is very dangerous. But those 3 pairs of big round eyes stared at me straight. Their eyes turned red, as if they were about to cry in the next moment. How could I bear this? So I immediately picked them up, kissed each of their faces, put one on my shoulder, and held one in each hand. "Hey, good girl, don't cry. Dad will take you to play now. As for those stinky fish and rotten shrimp in the demon lake, it's best not to provoke my daughter. Otherwise, don't blame me for letting you know how flowers turn red." Upon hearing my words, the 3 little ones immediately wiped away the tears that had not yet fallen, and turned around with smiles on their faces. As soon as I took a step, I arrived at the fairy lake in an instant, my momentum spreading all around. The monsters in the fairy lake all scattered, allowing me to finally set the 3 little ones down. "Go play, but don't stray too far from me." The 3 little ones happily played in the water together. The youngest son, Chonglu, made a funny face at me, while the eldest daughter, Baiji, angrily tapped Chonglu's head with her chubby little hand, puffing up her round face and saying, "Don't make that face at Daddy. Apologize to Daddy quickly." I watched as Chonglu, who was bowing under the tyranny of his eldest daughter, walked slowly towards me, then lowered his head and said apologetically, "Daddy, I'm sorry." Looking at the aggrieved little face of my youngest son in front of me, I smiled and waved my hand, letting him go play. Meanwhile, my second daughter Zissou was secretly laughing on the side. Looking at this warm scene, my emotions that have gradually been lost due to killing are also gradually changing. "Mom and Dad, when I resurrect you and see a scene like this, you must be very happy." Later, I thought of the woman who abandoned her children. Her eyes were somewhat cold. The children are already 3 years old. Can she really bear to abandon them? After coming back from Fairy Lake, Santuanzi was already tired from playing, so I tied my apron and started preparing the meal. After 3 years of being a mother and a father, the mighty God King has learned all the tricks of daily life. After eating, I left the cave and came to the front of my parents' tomb. The golden light burst, the Nye body array kept running, but within it, there was a deeply hidden black magic energy that was not easy to detect. This aura from the demon realm made me quite helpless. In the depths of the heavenly demon gorge of the heavenly demon sect, there is a purification herb that can be collected. Saying this, he returned to the cave, set up a prohibition formation in the cave, and after instructing the big black dog at the entrance, his figure disappeared on the spot. In the Tianma Canyon, he has countless immortal grasses in his hands, and the divine medicine is planted all over the large hillside in the small space. Angelica, Parilla, and Chinese wisteria. Suddenly, a familiar voice came, my eyes slightly changed, and my divine sense swept over. How could there be a woman with severe injuries all over her body? With a flash of her figure, she appeared in front of the woman lying on the ground. The woman was extremely weak all over, with a pale face devoid of color, disheveled hair, and blood-stained clothes in disarray. She lay on the hard ground littered with broken stones, her face contorted in pain as she let out mournful cries. It seemed like she was using the last ounce of strength in her body to call out for something. Looking at the woman in front of me who was in such a miserable state, a vertical eye opened in the center of my eyebrows, and my brows furrowed slightly. She is actually a natural supreme being, but unfortunately her supreme bones have been dug out by someone. All her meridians are destroyed, and her sea of chi is also shattered. I looked up at the woman in front of me and said, "How is this possible?" The woman in front of me actually bore some resemblance to the woman from 5 years ago. Maybe she would know about that woman. Without delay, I flicked a drop of the essence nurturing immortal dew with my hand, turning it into a mist that surrounded the woman. "Meeting me is your destiny." And at that moment, it seemed to hear a sound beside her. The woman's weakly closed eyes also struggled to open, revealing a pair of exquisite eyes that could evoke infinite tenderness with just one glance. However, at this moment, when she saw my handsome face, a sudden surge of ripples appeared in those exquisite eyes: surprise, doubt, urgency, hope, various emotions intertwined. Finally, they all turned into an impatient plea, almost struggling to use all her strength, hoarsely shouting out, "Child, where is my child? Where is my child?" Upon hearing this, my expression changed, and I suddenly had some speculations in my heart. Looking at the woman in front of me with white hair, with a flick of my finger, the woman who had fainted again floated in the air and disappeared with me in an instant. Fate is sometimes really indescribable. Early the next morning, the three clusters hadn't even woken up yet when Longshare started to get busy. It has become a habit to make breakfast early every morning. And today, there was one more item, going to the spiritual medicine garden to pick spiritual herbs and fairy herbs to make soup. When the three donuts woke up and looked at the delicious breakfast on the table, they were instantly happy. Daddy is so nice. Good food every day. Daddy got up early and worked hard. Daddy, what's that smell? It seems like soup? Suddenly, Zissa sniffed and asked, "Hey, little Zissa, you've got quite a nose." Longshare gave each of the three clusters a few kisses on the cheek before saying, "Daddy, today, is going to announce something very, very important." As soon as they saw Longshare talking like this, the three groups' eyes widened. "Daddy, what is it?" The three of them were looking at him with big, serious eyes, waiting very seriously for him to say something about this great event. "Children, do you know that children have parents?" Asking this question, Longshare actually couldn't help but have a sour nose. His children, who grew up without a mother. Dad and mom? I know. That big black dog had little babies, and it was his wife who gave birth to them. But Daddy, who gave birth to us? Where's your wife? We're not supposed to be born to Daddy, are we? Daddy's a male. Did Daddy find Mommy? These three groups of children's words, but in the end can guess the truth. Really smart. And Longshare nodded immediately. Right. Father announced something, although in these few years, because you guys were small, Father didn't tell you about your mother's things. But today, you guys can understand some things. And your mother, that heavenly demon sex patriarch that Father had told you about, she has finally returned. Mother's back? That's great. Where's Mommy? Father, why is Mother only coming now? I'm 3 years old and Mother hasn't visited us in the past 3 years. Is Mother in some kind of trouble? The childish words, instead of being half reproachful, were tinged with concern. As they spoke, the three groups' eyes glowed with longing, the longing and yearning for their mother. This little look made Longshare incomparably distressed, heartbroken, and pins and needles prickling. Chapter 5, Medications for Children and Adolescents. The good thing is, the days are going to get better soon, since the child's mother has returned. Then, in this life, he will not let the four of them, the mother, suffer half a bit more. Let's go find your mom after we eat, okay? Let's see who eats fast. Yes. Yay. Going to find Mommy. Great. We have a mother too. Daddy, what is our mother's name? Mu Qianyu. Yikes. Mu Qianyu. Our mother's name is Mu Qianyu. That's a nice name. Daddy, how did you know? Your mother's name. Of course Father knows it. When he said this, Longshare was a bit weak. Seriously, back then, even though the two of them had a fish and water experience, Longshare did not know what the name of the heavenly demon sex patriarch was. It was only once when there was a clan competition and a disciple threw down a notice from the air with the name of the patriarch printed on it that he realized that the woman, her name was Mu Qianyu. A meal was eaten faster than ever, and after eating, Longshare carried the boiled tonics and brought the 3 dumplings, and walked into the contained god tower. Walking into the tower and seeing Mu Qianyu, Longshare still couldn't help the outburst of pity in his heart. This woman's injuries, they're too severe. Of course, the other injuries were inconsequential. The most serious one was the irreparable trauma brought about after her supreme bone was dug up. Just how much pain did you endure to get here? The softness of his heart was hit hard, looking at that lying in the god-containing tower, god-containing formation. Because of the pain and frown, eyelashes slightly trembling but still in a coma state of Mu Qianyu, the mood is more and more complex. It's a miracle she made it this far alive. He wondered what had happened to her to make her so sore that she had discarded the flesh and blood of her closest relatives, searched for their real father, and brought her 3 children to herself. Now, not knowing how much danger he had encountered, it was only after anticipating that his life was about to come to an end that he once again became obsessed with his heart and appeared in the heavenly demon mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that both parents needed the demon-repelling spirit grass and walked out of the ceiling themselves, I'm afraid, in their lives, they would never meet again, right? Daddy, is she our mother? When they see Mu Qianyu, the 3 groups of people know how to tiptoe around, and after speaking in a low voice, they put their fingers up on their lips for fear of waking up the sleeping Mu Qianyu. Shoo, mother is sleeping. Let's be gentle. Mother is still sleeping. Mother, you must have good dreams. Mother, when you wake up, you'll be able to see us and Father. Mother, are you our mother? Can I kiss you? The 3 clusters were careful, circling around Mu Qianyu again and again, even occasionally lying down and giving her a soft kiss on the cheek and then another. Looking at them being so understanding and intimate, Longshare could not hide the excitement and emotion in his heart. This scene, great, so good that, As soon as he was a man he actually had the urge to weep. He looked at the sleeping Mu Qianyu with the same eyes like warm candles. Grabbing Mu Qianyu's delicate hand, he placed it on his lips and whispered, "Feather, from now on, you have me." A deep determination surfaced in Warm Candle's eyes. No matter what, this woman was his woman, the mother of his child. They were already family. There was no escaping that fact. As for her reputation as a demoness, he didn't care. What's more, the reason why she was known as a female devil with a fierce reputation was because she was so powerful that she had once swept away 8 evil cultivation sects in one night, killing the heavens and darkening the earth, and at one point, making the evil cultivators of the 9 regions and 10 lands extinct. For many years, as long as the heavenly demon sect patriarch was mentioned, countless people would still be scared to death. Regarding her deeds, Long Che naturally heard about it, but in his eyes, this female devil kills evil cultivators. It is for the purpose of supporting the righteous path and eliminating harm for the people, so how could it be a real devil? "Daddy, how can I drink medicine when my mother is sleeping?" Heavy Floor asked suspiciously. "It's good that Daddy's coming," Long Che said. "Carefully pick up Mu Qianyu. Although he means quite a lot, and even a mind can manipulate everything, but at this time, he just want to use the most primitive method, the most stupid method, one bite at a time, to their own women, feeding serving soup." He took the man into his arms and would have spoon-fed. Nay, Mu Qianyu's mouth just wouldn't open. He had no choice but to take a bite and stick it on. The childish approach made the 3 clusters look at their dad with wide eyes. "What's wrong with looking like a badass to your dad? Daddy, this is such a peculiar method of yours. Can I tell my mother when she wakes up?" In the face of such a sharp question from Chonlu, Long Che was frank and calm. "Of course, waifs, I'm your daddy and mommy, no matter what. It's not too much, got it?" The 3 groups shook their heads in unison. A strong medicinal scent spread out, and the herbs simmering on the stove gave off an aroma that made all the animals on the entire mountain cheer. It was a variety of super immortal herbs boiled down as a potion that Long Che had specially boiled down for Mu Qianyu. The entire barren mountain looked very desolate, but it hibernated countless divine beasts and immortal beasts raised by Long Che. These existences that reigned supreme in all the heavens and all the worlds. Yet they only wanted to follow Long Che around and quietly be a little lapdog. The master is also too magnificent, isn't he? For the sake of a woman, he even used the divine herb immortal dew that has been treasured for many years? As far as I know, this divine herb immortal dew is the highest grade treasure that the master has gotten in the Bijou realm. He has treasured it for many years, and I didn't expect that it would be given to Stu today. What exactly is that woman? Worthy of our Lord God Master's attention? Probably an old flame? But then again, did this woman give birth to those 3 children? Don't guess blindly. Be careful, the master hears you and chops off your dog's head. Anyway, no matter what, this woman is the master's friend. We have to take good care of her. Outside, a group of divine beasts were exchanging words, but after seeing Long Che walking out from the kitchen with a bowl of soup, he scattered. And after 3 days of convalescence within the embodied god tower, Mu Qianyu was placed by Long Che inside the cave with a large bed warmed by formations. At this moment, she woke up leisurely on the big soft bed, and that pair of beautiful eyes was instantly filled with shock when she saw everything around her. Where is this? She froze. A scene from before she passed out popped into her head, and Willow's eyebrows went up. Could it be that guy? Before she passed out, she seemed to finally see that man. She was certain that it wasn't a hallucination before she passed out. That man was the father of her 3 children. It was that handyman disciple with whom she had 7 nights of absurdity. It was quite hard to think about it, but one couldn't help but shake one's head in disbelief. That guy is also just a mountain guard servant disciple, and this could never be his cave. So, who did she get saved by? My body, should it be a flashback? The changes in her body brought about by the immortal Dan Divine Dew didn't bother her too much, and she even thought that it was a return of her own. How else could a sense of relief arise from her gruesome injuries? And how did all of his originally white hair turn into waterfalls of black silk? She got down from the bed with a blank look in her eyes and looked around, realizing that this cave she was in was actually a cave of a high person. Where is this place? How could there be such an immortal's cave in my heavenly demon sect's territory? With her emperor-level powerhouse's eyesight, she could naturally see that all the furnishings within this entire cave were all astounding. The table, chairs and benches were made of chi-dragon rushing vines. The cup for drinking water is 10,000 years of purple glaze. The chopper was an emperor-ranked battle weapon. The entire roof is inlaid with a large number of Xinlong Tianzhu. The bed and couch that he had just fallen asleep on was a rare treasure that had never even been seen in the Tianqian continent, with formations surrounding it on their own. Here, it was 100 times and 1,000 times stronger than one's own heavenly demon palace. How did I end up here? This must be the immortal residence. The late generation has no intention of disturbing. I hope that senior will atone for his sins. The empress who was not afraid of the sky and the earth. At this moment, her heart actually produced a sense of guilt of having blasphemed a supreme master. In the midst of his astonishment, the cave entrance boundary moved slightly, and Long Che walked in with the freshly boiled soup. Chapter 6. This man just isn't the right person to live his life. Seeing Mu Qianyu get out of bed, Long Che immediately walks over to support her. Wife, why are you up? Come, hurry up and lie down. You're weak now, don't get tired. Hearing Long Che call himself that, Mu Qianyu's willow brows tightened. Wife, who gave you permission to call me that? She was a female emperor and the head of the heavenly demon sect, to be called a wife by a mortal. I'm afraid she's the only one in the whole world who's called Mu Qianyu a wife. And it's infuriating to see this guy's attitude. Completely old-fashioned. And when she finally got a good look at Long Che's appearance, her entire body stiffened. You're that guy? Although she had already met Long Che before she passed out, she was almost in a coma at that time and was not impressed. At this time again encountered. But it is a completely different feeling. Some dreamlike unreal feeling. She herself fainted and died while desperately trying to find her child, only to see the man she was looking for as soon as she opened her eyes. God really knows how to play a joke. Where are the children? Where are my children? In this instant, Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes became alarmed. She couldn't wait to see her baby. In the beginning, she endured great heartache and risked great danger to send her children here. And there hasn't been a day in those 3 years that she hasn't missed her children. But, these 3 years, she couldn't help it. And the dark blockade of the heavenly prison of leaving illusions had worn out almost all of her light. And with 3 children, it's her only obsession to survive. Looking at this tense and incomparable color of Mu Qianyu's eyes, Long Che knew that he had to comfort her heart. He was not wanting to see this woman break down again for a second. He's heartbroken. Don't worry, the children are safe and sound. And, as they have all grown up healthy and well, they have been watching over you for days. The words are so pleasing to the ear. Directly, Mu Qianyu cried at the sound of it. 2 lines of clear tears slid down from those pouring beautiful eyes as she looked at Long Che, crying and laughing. Just a smile, but not a word. This uncultivated man. It seems, isn't that annoying? Mother, is Mother awake? I hear Mama talking. Come on, let's go see Mother. Ha, Mother did wake up. Just then, the 3 donuts heard the sound of talking inside the cave and hurriedly ran in from outside. As soon as he saw that Mu Qianyu had gotten out of bed, he immediately ran over and ran to Mu Qianyu's side. Then the 2 daughters directly hugged her thighs, and Shomlu stretched out his hand for Mu Qianyu to hug him. The scene. It's so nice. So heartbreaking. So much for making people happy. 3 years. Thousands of days and nights of thought. Thousands of days and nights of deadly torment. Finally, did she see, after all, this light in her life? Why does it seem so dreamy, so unreal? Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes shifted in luster, and the voice she made trembled. Bai Ji? She called softly to her daughter. Mother, I'm Bai Ji. She so? Mother, I'm Zissou. Heavy floor? Hey, Mother, here's the sun. At this moment, Mu Qianyu couldn't hold herself together any longer. With a wow, she tried her best to control the emotions that were churning inside of her, but she simply couldn't keep them down. She covered her mouth and cried like a child, trembling and convulsing uncontrollably. Long Che watched from the sidelines without saying anything, but his heart was equally rippling. He had never imagined that the Supreme Divine Lord would one day be able to savor this kind of earthly warmth, this kind of strong bloodline affection that caught him off guard. Mother, don't cry. Mother, we are going to be happy to see you. Mother, don't cry. Let me wipe your tears. I don't know how long had passed, but Mu Qianyu finally calmed down the surging emotions in her heart. She gave the 3 boys kiss after kiss on the cheeks, almost wanting to take the 3 boys in her mouth. Honey, better? Long Che watched from the sidelines the entire time. His heart mixed. It's a scene that I've never seen before, either. Wife, hearing Long Che call out to himself like this, Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes turned upside down as she opened her mouth to ask a rhetorical question. What's wrong? What's that? The soup can't get cold. Drink it while it's hot for good results. Come on, hubby feeds you. Mu Qianyu looked at the man in front of her and had too many doubts in her mind. All of these doubts, however, were at this point drowned out by the emotion of seeing his own flesh and blood. Even the emotions of calling this man his wife without permission were visibly washed away. I'll drink it myself. And looking at Long Che's hands holding the soup, a warm man's appearance, Mu Qianyu still nodded her head, just about to take the bowl over. But was Long Che's direct arm over? Suddenly his body was light, but was actually carried by Long Che, and then gently placed on the bed couch. You, how dare you slight this seat? Being suddenly picked up by a man. She was so disoriented that although she showed anger, She was more at a loss for words, although the children were all there. In all these years of life, she had not been so in touch with any man except him, Longshare. So even though she was an Empress-level powerhouse, she was very ignorant and could be described as inexperienced in matters between men and women. At those words, Longshare smiled faintly and patted her back up, helping her sit back down in her eyes with thinly veiled anger before saying, compared to the 7 days and nights of torture that Sovereign Lord inflicted on me 5 years ago, what is this lightness of mine? Hearing this, Mu Qianyu's pretty face swished red to the root of her ears. 5 years ago, no talking about 5 years ago, it's all because of that damnable old man Dain. If he hadn't caused himself to be inflicted with the strange poison of the formation, how could he be like this? Just feed your husband, you're weak now, you can't exercise strenuously yet. Mu Qianyu, huh? Since when is drinking a pill considered strenuous exercise? Mother, just let daddy feed you. If you don't cooperate again, daddy will have to feed you in a childish way again. Mu Qianyu's eyes widened. What the hell is that? Her beautiful eyes turned to Longshare, a questioning look surfacing at the man. What kind of excesses had he done behind his back? Nothing, just trying to find a way to feed you medicine. Look how well you're recovering now. So, well, quickly drink the medicine, Long Che said, and a spoonful of tonic was sent over. But Mu Qianyu inclined her head to avoid it. She didn't want to drink the medicine now. She had too many questions to ask, especially about their own children. So she asked, "You're the one who got the kids back 3 years ago?" Her voice was questioning. Long Che's aura was the same as it was 5 years ago, with no cultivation fluctuations. "Of course, my child. Who will I save if not me? My lady doesn't need to say anything more. Drink the medicine first." Longshare acted bashful. After all, having taken care of her for days now, he was almost familiar with the feeling. But Mu Qianyu had just woken up from her nap, and she was completely out of sorts. And why didn't she believe a word this man said? At first, when she sent the children over, but she saw that the formation energy here rushed to the sky. This place is like the immortal realm of the gods. She searched for Long Che, looking for 3 days and 3 nights, and finally chased by a strong enemy, before she had no choice but to swaddle the baby in the weakest part of that sealing prohibition, and then lured the strong enemy away. And after that, she was hunted down by countless experts, and was finally captured alive and imprisoned away from the illusory heavenly prison. And since then, she has never come here again. And the 3 swaddling clothes she put here in the first place have become her day-to-day thoughts, an obsession that she's been holding on to for her entire life, hurting until her liver is broken. And looking at the change in Mu Qianyu's face, Long Che knew that she was remembering once again. He didn't want to see his woman sad and upset, so he changed the subject. "Honey, it's better to take your pills and get better so you can go and do all the things you want to do." But when she heard Long Che's words, Mu Qianyu took a deep breath, and then, she clenched her silver teeth, as if she was making some kind of decision, and said with a straight face, "This seat has something to tell you, and it's important." Long Che put an arm around her shoulders, letting her lean against the bed, took a spoonful of the soup, put it to his mouth and gently blew on it, bringing it to her lips. "Nothing is as important as healing. The most important thing for you now is to get your body and bones in good shape. How can you teach your husband in this state? Here, be a good boy and drink it." Hearing Long Che's words, Mu Qianyu's willow brows knit up, feelings that the man couldn't understand his own words. However, as she watched this man being so attentive and taking care of himself in such a meticulous manner, a warm current inexplicably welled up inside her. He's weak, but he's got a good temper, so the kid shouldn't have suffered with him. "This seed is talking to you." "You?" Mu Qianyu was about to say something else, but Long Che fed her a mouthful in her moment of inattention. Gulp! A mouthful of medicine was forced down, and Mu Qianyu was ashamed and angry. A female emperor, being force-fed by a mere mortal. Shame on you. He was just about to have a fit when suddenly his face changed. As the soup entered her mouth, she clearly felt a majestic medicinal power rushing into her body. With just one bite, that medicinal power erupted with a rather strong restorative power, and the injuries in his body were actually repaired at a rapid pace under this medicinal power. "Ha! The medicine. What's wrong? Bitter? No, not bitter. It's good that it's not bitter. Here, open your mouth. I'll do it myself." "Do as you're told and let your husband do it." Longshare dodged her hand that was about to reach for the spoon, then blew on the boiling hot soup in one gulp, and the two of them were so close that their breaths were hitting their faces. Mu Qianyu wanted to avoid it, but she couldn't help that the tonic was quite mouth-watering for her, so she could only allow him to be attentive to her from a close distance. Heck, this guy he just does it on purpose, but she had to admit that the tonic was really good. As an emperor-level powerhouse she had never had such a good tonic. Her attention was soon fully focused on the tonic. What with the man feeding and her breath entwined all over her ears, she left it completely behind. After a bowl of the soup was consumed, she felt her entire body's Xian energy surging, and the wounds in her organs and bowels were almost all healed, and even her Xian veins, which had almost come to a standstill in their operation, were completely restored to their peak state. What the hell is going on here? What kind of tonic is this? The medicinal effects are miraculous. Mu Qianyu even sneakily licked the bowl a few times before she was willing to let Long Che collect it. Feeling the injuries in her body return intact, she couldn't contain the shock that filled her heart. The injuries she had suffered had almost drained her of oil, but one bowl of medicine and I recovered. It was dreamlike and unreal, coupled with the fact that she was now in an immortal's cave. This double shock made her think for a moment that it was all a hallucination. It turned out that one's injuries had healed, not because of what one thought was a return to the light, but solely because of, well, this man, who had fed him these tonics. Longshare walked over and smiled faintly. Wife, don't be so good at living in the future. We have a big family. It's not scary to waste a little. Mu Qianyu's old face blushed. Feelings that she was caught sneaking around licking the bowl. Long Che was flattered to see her blush. This woman was really beautiful and cute. Saying that, he flipped his hand and a pill that emitted a fine aura appeared in his hand. Here, chewing gum. It makes your mouth smell like you want to kiss it. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes glared, unbridled. Blinking at the gum, she suddenly furrowed her willow brows and stared at the gum as her insides rippled again. This elixir is definitely above the imperial grade, and you're treating it like chewing gum? Wasteful. This man just isn't the right kind of person to live a serious life. But a handful of them took over. She was about to ask something when she suddenly realized that she didn't even know the child's father's name. Chapter 7, Traveling to the Heavenly Demon Sect's base camp. At least know the child's father's name before you leave here yourself. So she asked, what's your name? Your husband's name is Longshare. Longshare laughed. Longshare? That's a dominating name. As a female emperor, she had naturally heard of the name of the supreme divine lord of the Tianxian continent. It was a pity that the man in front of him didn't have half a point of Xian Qi fluctuation all over his body, worthy of being a senior odd-job disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect, all of which pulled down the average score of the disciple's strength. But that's fine. At least the haters would never expect her children to be hiding in a place like this. Right now she had an even greater confusion within her, frowning her beautiful eyes at Long Che. Long Che, what exactly is this place? And, your tonics, where did they come from? She asked quite seriously and earnestly. After all, Long Che looked like his cultivation was not good, but he was able to save the waifs, so there must be someone high up to help him. Long Che, however, said blandly, this place? Isn't it just a cave? Wife, don't go. We are a happy family of 5. How nice. A child can't be without a mother. Really? Hearing this reply from Long Che, she was a bit angry, but looking at his bashful look, it seemed like she had wrongly blamed him again. It was normal for a mortal to not be able to see that this was an immortal's cave and not know that there were overwhelming treasures everywhere. But he made that soup, didn't he? Where did the tonic come from? I boiled it. Where did the herbs come from? I planted it. You, planted? If you're interested, I'll take you around the medicinal fields? Mu Qianyu's eyes twisted into twists. Bragging requires some common sense, not to mention emperor-level spirit medicine. Even king-level spirit medicine had to grow for at least 100 years to become medicine. A mere mountain guard servant could grow spiritual medicines above the emperor level? Cute little thing. Just believe it. A strong interest also rose within her, anxious to know the end. Turning his head to see the 3 little groups playing, he nodded to Longshare. Show this seat. Long Che smiled. Wife, you're weak. I'll carry you. Saying that, he bent down and waited for Mu Qianyu to ride up. Mu Qianyu froze and then bristled. Don't get close to this seat. Men and women don't get close. Watch what you say. Long Che was helpless and muttered. At this time you know that men and women are not related. Think about when. What are you muttering? I mean, my wife is so good looking. The #1 beauty in the 9 regions and 10 lands. Mu Qianyu's pretty face blushed, but inwardly she rejoiced. Don't be poor. Let's take the kids with us and hurry. Not that she wanted to be separated from her children for even a second because of the confusion in her mind. It had been so hard to reunite, and she was going to spend all of her time with them. Even if she had other things to do, she was going to bring her waifu with her. Okay. After walking out of the cave, Long Che moved his mind and a prohibition sealed the cave. Then with Mu Qianyu and the 3 dumplings, they walked a section of the one line of heaven mountain path. The back of the world opened up, as if they had entered a paradise beyond the world. The air swirled with Xian Qi like a tidal wave, and all over the place there were spiritual medicines of amazing grades. There's such a blessed cave hidden here? Mu Qianyu really couldn't imagine that this wild mountain at the southern foothill of the Heavenly Devil Mountain the most marginalized and almost forgotten place by the Heavenly Devil sect, had a different heaven. Moreover, she instantly understood the reason why Long Che was able to grow such spiritual medicine. No wonder he was able to grow super spiritual materials. The earth here, it's actually all Xianhuangho earth. This space has formed its own heaven and earth, and the Xianqi is so thick that it makes one's scalp numb. Much thicker than even the Xianqi of this seat's heavenly demon palace. Every blade of grass, every tree, every sand, every soil here is something that can only be found in the immortal realm. This place must be a secret realm of treasures left behind by the immortals, and there's no prohibition set up. Even a mere mortal can get in. This is unbelievable. With waves rippling inside her, she turned her eyes to look at Long Che, suddenly developing a strange feeling for him. Is it fate? Or is there something else going on? So the question was drunk testily. Since you kid can grow such a spiritual medicine, why don't you turn it in to the heavenly demon sect? Ahem, honey, isn't you boy a bit too casual a title? At those words, Mu Qianyu froze. Longshare saved her twice. More than that, he had raised his children with his own hands, so he was more or less grateful to him, right? But after all, she was old and had lived for nearly 100 years before achieving an emperor-level powerhouse, and Long Che was a brat in front of her. You're having an affair with a little kid? She was embarrassed. So, she pretended to be tough. Cut the crap. This seat is asking you. Seeing her feigned toughness, Long Che lifted his eyelids to look at her favorably and suddenly reached out his palm to touch her head. Really want to know? This doting gesture made Mu Qianyu whole won't. You, insolent! If it was in the past, Mu Qianyu would have angrily rebuked him for desecrating the majesty of the empress, and the district's miscellaneous disciples would be so bold. But at this point even she was surprised that she wasn't particularly angry. Longshare laughed. This is nothing compared to someone's rudeness. In one sentence Mu Qianyu rolled her eyes again. Can you not hold on to the past? A good man can't talk about the past. Longshare laughed and stopped joking. Since you want to know, why don't we each answer one question for the other? Fair enough? Seeing how serious he was, Mu Qianyu bristled. This seat promises you. Longshare immediately asked. What is happening to you? The Sagittarius wants to know everything about you. Mu Qianyu, however, immediately shook her head and categorically refused. You ask other questions, the seat will answer you. Only this matter. Do not mention it again. The less you know about me, the safer you are. This seat only wants you to raise your 3 children. And anything else, it's none of your business. Long Che heard her say it so firmly, and was somewhat helpless. If he could learn these things from Mu Qianyu, he could just go for a big kill. But Mu Qianyu directly rejected him. He knew that she was protecting herself, but since she didn't want to talk about it, he didn't pursue it any further. There was nothing on Tianxian continent that he, Long Che, couldn't handle. Since you won't talk about it, to be fair, I won't talk about it either. He laughed. Mu Qianyu, however, glared at him. Are you going to say it or not? Long Che had to give in. I said, wife, you don't know anything. Actually, let's just say that you probably won't believe it. I'm the heavenly realms Supreme God Lord. This said, there is no doubt that Mu Qianyu cast over a big blank stare. Long Che had to shrug his shoulders, sigh and continue. Ahem, that's what. Since I became a heavenly demon sex mountain guard disciple, I patrolled this mountain day in and day out, and finally unintentionally discovered this secret place, where a lot of spiritual medicines grow, and the soil is very suitable for planting these medicinal herbs. So year after year, I collected seeds, planted seeds, fertilized, and watered, and so there was this medicinal field you see now. Mu Qianyu frowned at her words. This was clearly not the answer she wanted. That's it? Longshare frowned as well. Otherwise? I am the supreme god master of the truth. Probably you do not believe. Oh yes. I also caught some animals to make a bred beast garden, dug a pond to raise fish, digging a pond when dug out a lot of weapons, buried a sword mound. You didn't lie to me? There's no need to lie to you about something like that. And what about that cave you live in? That cave, hasn't it always been there? Aren't those things inside all the benefits that the heavenly demon sect gives out to its disciples? This is a benefit that the sky demon sect cannot afford to give out. Mu Qianyu is said to be frozen. This guy doesn't know anything. He is a mortal, flesh-eyed mortal. Simply do not know every day and every night accompanied by him. Any one of the treasures out of the Tianxian continent can cause a bloody storm. Here, no one else comes, right? There is every 3 years there are sky demon sect disciples flying over. But they don't come down. They throw down an invitation to the disciples' conference in the air and leave. But I usually don't go. My strength. I'm really embarrassed to go and join in the fun. I'm afraid of wiping out their group. Long Che's words made Mu Qianyu completely die. He really doesn't know anything, and he's still bragging about it. However, She secretly rejoiced inwardly. There were so many treasures here. In the future, her children would be able to silently cultivate here when they grew up, and they might be able to become a party of greatness. Long Che, no one else should know about the fact that there is a medicinal field here, right? Who would come in these wild mountains, except you who have been here twice? That's good. Mu Qianyu said as she looked at Long Che, looking seriously into his eyes and said, this seed had to leave for something, and this time I came over to see the children again, to make sure they were well and alive. Long Che, what happened to the seed is not something you can imagine. The children are your own flesh and blood, and you are the only one this seed can trust. You have to hide the identity of the children. It is best not to let outsiders know of their existence, and raise them up silently. This matter concerns their lives. You must remember. As for when this seed will return. Saying that, Mu Qianyu lifted her eyes, and her rueful and bitter smile filled Long Che's eyes with pain. Perhaps, she will never come back. Wife, leave everything you have to do to my husband, and from now on, you can just teach your children. Long Che said with a serious face. As the supreme divine lord of the Tianxian continent, he could do anything with his hands. Being called wife with a sound, Mu Qianyu didn't seem to be so calculating. And once again, Launcher's words warmed her heart. She had never imagined that the only warmth within her heart, at her most difficult juncture, would be given by a journeyman disciple. She looked at Launcher's face and instead of answering him, she shook her head and said, since this seat's body is now healed, it will soon be necessary to leave. Also, thank you for saving me and the baby. Listening to these words, Long Che was complicated inside, but did not say anything, although Mu Qianyu just recovered to leave, but he also knows, this woman must have their own very important things to do. As for what to do, he did not know. She did not take the initiative to say, then he is not good to ask. However, within Launcher's mind, a plan was already bubbling up. In the middle of the medicinal garden, Mu Qianyu was shocked and jaw-dropped, and Long Che picked a lot of spirit medicine and spirit materials along the way. Watching Mu Qianyu was thrilling, because she saw that every time Long Che picked, it was a super spirit herb, and she couldn't even tell its grade. And the reason why Longshare picked these was that he said he was going back to cook with them. It's simply not human. Back to the cave. When Longshare made a table of food, the three clusters got excited at the smell. The moment of eating every day is the happiest time for them. And looking at the dishes Long Che made, even Mu Qianyu, who had been paving her way for a long time, was astonished. It was as if the meal from that tower had a great allure, hooking the craving bugs in her stomach all the time. Mother, look, a table full of delicious food. Daddy's cooking is the best. Mother, you have to eat more. It's so delicious. Mother, do you know how to cook? The three dumplings are giving Mu Qianyu food while praising Long Che for his good cooking, coaxing both father and mother to be that happy. Only, asking Mu Qianyu if she could cook said this, but directly froze Mu Qianyu. She wouldn't. It was normal for an Empress-level powerhouse to not be able to cook. After all, people didn't need to eat, but she was embarrassed to be asked that by the waifs. Of course your mother can cook. Why don't you let your mother show you how to do it later? Longshare laughed from the sidelines. Although these words were meant to be a relief for Mu Qianyu, she looked even more flustered. Show your hand? How can you show if you can't do it? So sulked and ate. But as she ate, she felt something was wrong. How could an inexplicable feeling of power arise within her body after just a few bites of food? It was like a charge of energy about to explode, and it caught her a little off guard. Could it be that I'm getting promoted? It was hard for her to imagine that she was about to promote her cultivation after she had just been seriously injured and hadn't even completely healed. Is the hard time a problem with the meal? After all, those ingredients Long Che used for cooking were all super spiritual materials that even the heavenly demon sect didn't have, so she was too scared to eat anymore. Eating is getting to be a bit of a horror show. Mother, I'm going to go night fishing tonight, and I'll give you fish soup stew in the morning. Yes, 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 Daddy, I love fish soup. Then, you'll follow your mother at home, and today, let your mother sleep with you in her arms, okay? It's so good. Yay! The twilight was over, and the sun was like blood. After dinner, Mu Qianyu wrapped her arms around the three dumplings on the bed and couch, just wrapping her arms around their little bodies, caressing the tiny, fleshy dumplings, and feeling this rare moment of happiness. And after Long Che went out of the cave, he turned around and laid down a ban, double blocking the rolling hills in a 30-mile radius. And only then did he nod his head in reassurance. And one of the fishing rods he was holding in his hand suddenly let out a buzzing sound, and in the blink of an eye he transformed into a sharp sword, and rushed away into the sky. The Heavenly Devil Sect? After being a mountain guard handyman for so long, this seed has never been to the Heavenly Demon Sect's main camp, and this time, he wants to find out what is going on. The heavenly demon mountain was like a giant dragon stretching across the eastern region of Tianxian continent, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, and was the sphere of influence of the heavenly demon sect, which was one of the three transcendent forces in the eastern region. Heavenly Devil Sect Base Camp is located in the highest peak surrounded by mountains on the Heavenly Devil Peak. Tall and magnificent palaces, buildings, temples, altars, squares, all over the place. The mountains are covered. Ancient trees in the sky. The Xuanqi rich cloud cover. Many disciples in the clouds and mist in the sword, just like the immortal. At this moment, the stars filled the sky and a blood moon hung high in the sky. Inside the Hall of Elders located on the side peak of the Heavenly Demon Peak, the lights were bright, heads were gathered, and the atmosphere was tense with swords. Humph, Gu Yan, with you, how dare you disobey this seat? Sitting in the upper first place was an old crone with shadowy eyes. Her face was full of wrinkles, her head was full of white hair, and her figure was stooped, making her look old. However, the Xian Qi fluctuations emanating from her body were quite astonishing, and in the entire Hall of Elders, there was no one with a more majestic aura than hers, and this person was none other than the demon sect leader, Green Demon. As in this day, on the opposite side, the heavenly demon sect's Grand Elder Guyan's face was heavy, but there was a touch of determination under his eyes. He stepped forward with a great deal of righteousness. Green Demon, you colluded with demons to harm my heavenly demon sect, and sent all those up and down my sect who were unwilling to submit to your lustful authority into the dark blood cave. You simply deserve to die. You and the others will never think of getting the heavenly demon's secret key from my hands. Elder Guyan's entire body was swirling with Xian Qi. At his side stood 5 other elders. Some of them were already injured, blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, staining their robes red, but they were not afraid of danger. Their eyes were resolute and determined. The Grand Elder is right. If we don't die, you and the others will never want to wreak havoc in my heavenly demon sect. Once Patriarch Mu returns, he will settle this heinous crime with you and the others. At those words, the Green Demon burst into a cackle. What? Still expecting that patriarch of yours to come back and save the day? You guys are really too naive. Once the master gets what she's holding, he'll send her down to meet the king of hell. Imprisoned away from the illusory heavenly prison for so long, she doesn't even know if she's alive or dead. Since you guys are refusing to do anything until you're forced to do something, then this seat will have to clean up the door. And as for the heavenly demon's secret key in your hand, this seat can use the soul-searching technique to find its whereabouts. Boom! The Green Devil's harsh words fell. The whole body Xian Qi shook out. In the hands of a scepter erupted a blinding crimson light. Between the red ons bursting out, the soul-consuming killing intent instantly pervaded Gu Yan's body. Go to hell! Gu Yan is the heavenly demon sect's Grand Elder. His status is honored and his cultivation is powerful. Exterminating him in front of the crowd would have the effect of killing the chicken as an example to the monkeys. But in the next second, a scene that left everyone present dumbfounded happened. Chapter 8 The God of Heaven descends. A silhouette appeared in front of Elder Gu Yan like lightning. Without doing anything, the Green Demon's furious scepter attack shattered as much as it could. The breeze brushed against his face, and that terrifying attack was gone in an instant. Everyone was taken aback. What's going on? It was like a ghost descending. It was especially shocking after seeing that the visitor was just a young man in his 20s. Who is this man? The strength of the Green Devil was the peak of the Ninth Order Xian Emperor. Only one step away from the Xian Emperor realm, and she was extremely strong. Even the Grand Elder Gu Yan, who was only at the early stage of the Ninth Order Xian Emperor, was not a match for her at all. However, this young man had lightly, in a flash of lightning, dissolved her attack that contained a terrifying killing chance. Even though the people present were all high-ranking figures of the heavenly demon sect, with wide-eyed and knowledgeable eyes, they were still shaken to the core by this scene. Who are you? Qing Demon was equally surprised. Just now under that strike, she had the heart of certain death. Even if Gu Yan put his best foot forward, he would certainly die. But this young man brushed away his attack so lightly. It was unbelievable. Her morose eyes surveyed Longshare, growing more and more alarmed. After all, he failed to detect half of the Xian Qi fluctuation from Longche's body. What does that mean? If this person was not a super strong person, then he must possess a heavy treasure that was unknown to the public. Other than that, there was no other reason. While the entire Hall of Elders was in shock, Longche but his eyes did not look at anyone and opened his mouth blandly. Who is in charge of the Sky Demon sect today? At those words, the Green Devil's eyes were cold. This seat is the Heavenly Demon sect Patriarch. Who is your excellency? What is the reason for coming to my Heavenly Demon sect? She only wanted to figure out what this young man who couldn't see the realm was really about. You're the one who isn't the sovereign. Our Heavenly Demon sect only has one patriarch, and that is Mu Qianyu, Patriarch Mu. Before Longche spoke, Gu Yan on the side said indignantly. Rather hysterical. He and the other 5 were originally in a state of desperation, righteousness and loyalty to the death. Even if the other party was strong, they did not want to live on. After he finished speaking, he looked at Long Che and respectfully cupped his fists. This little brother. Thank you for your righteousness just now. Dare I ask what is the name of the little brother? Long Che laughed at Gu Yan's words and said, I'm just a mountain guard servant of the Sky Demon sect. Elder doesn't need to know my name. Guard, mountain guard handyman? The words made the crowd freeze again. Are you kidding me? Since when are the odd job disciples so awesome? Trespassing in the Hall of Elders is not to mention. You also easily shattered the Green Demon's attack. I haven't heard of this character appearing in the Heavenly Demon sect. It doesn't matter who I am. I came over this time because I wanted to inquire about the matter of Mu Qianyu, sect Master Mu. Long Che said, his eyes looking towards the Green Demon. Tell me, why did the Patriarch change to you? Earlier, he had heard what the Green Devil had said, that what the leaving illusion heavenly prison. It should be the place where Mu Qianyu was suppressed. And looking at Long Che's slightly morose eyes, Qing Demon's face was complicated and his heart was mixed, secretly making a weighing. This young man who appeared out of nowhere was not weak, but he said that he was a mountain guard handyman disciple? It puzzled him. Before she could say anything, a burly, strong man stood out behind her, his face full of stubble, grasping a large black ghost head knife in his hand. Looking at Long Che, his rough voice coldly said, a mere mountain guard servant. How dare you speak to our Lord Sovereign in such a manner? How dare you quickly cripple your own cultivation to thank for your offense? At those words, Long Che frowned. Looks like a four-legged, simple-minded piece of. What? Can't you understand this elder's words? That burly man seemed to want to maintain the majesty of the Green Devil, and even those Heavenly Devil sect executives who stood on the side of the Green Devil. Each and every one of them looked at Long Che with cold eyes, and their attitudes towards him were extremely unfriendly, blaspheming the majesty of the Green Demon Patriarch. You're dead, kid. You have a treasure on you. Otherwise it would never be possible to easily defuse the Patriarch's attack. Hand it over. For the sake of you being a disciple of the Heavenly Demon sect, I might be able to spare your life. Lord Sovereign, we arrested tens of thousands of people from all the disobedient people in the inner and outer sects of the Heavenly Demon sect, but we didn't expect that such a disciple existed in the mountain guarding chores thousands of miles away. It's really an accident, but it's not bad to collect the treasures in his hands. The burly and strong man was also an elder of the Heavenly Demon sect, only now, he had already defected to the Green Demon Patriarch, and at this moment, he was speaking with a fawning look on his face, trying his best to please this new Patriarch. Qing Demon was still skeptical about Long Che's identity, but now that she saw that many elders had such an attitude, she nodded to that lanky elder with a cold face. Take him. As the words fell, the ghost-headed greatsword in the hands of that lanky elder instantly slashed horizontally, directly greeting Long Che. This surprised Longshare quite a bit. This person is really pig-brained. Didn't he see the tactics he just used? How dare he attack him? However, he did not dodge. His whole body diffused a Xian-Chi illusion into defense. The next second that big knife directly split on the defense. Immediately appeared a dense crack. Even Long Che's figure was lumbering back a few steps, and pretending to be very injured. Little brother, are you okay? Seeing this, Gu Yan and the other 6 elders immediately walked over to support him, their eyes filled with worry. That's kind of interesting. Originally, he wanted to directly strike out to destroy this group of people, but now it seemed that although the Heavenly Demon sect was being overrun by evil people, there was no lack of loyal people like Elder Gu Yan among them, and he might be able to see a clearer picture of the situation if he showed his weakness right now. Not for any other reason. This is Mu Qianyu's sect, and he has a responsibility to help her purify it. Humph, I thought you really had the means, but it turns out you're just a loser too. The lanky elder laughed out loud, while the worry in the heart of the Green Demon instantly dissipated. Turns out the kid was just a rash. Elder Wu Qi, you've gone too far. As an elder, how dare you make a move on a journeyman disciple? Elder Gu Yan looked at Elder Qi and gritted his teeth. Gu Yan, those who recognize the time are wise. I advise you to submit to the Green Demon Patriarch as soon as possible and hand over the Heavenly Demon's secret key, or else, you will die a miserable death, just like him. As the words fell, Elder Wu Qi's ghost head greatsword once again slashed at Long Che. Look out! Elder Gu Yan was originally bent on death, but at this time, he was even more enraged, as he pushed Long Che away and rushed towards Elder Wu Qi. Long Che frowned, and with a slight snap of his fingers, Wu Qi's charging figure instantly burst into pieces, exploding into a mist of blood. What? It's... Everyone shook inside. There was no time to see what had just happened. This Elder Wu Qi, whose cultivation was on par with the Grand Elders, just died without even a crumb left. Gu Yan stood in the middle of the field, still maintaining his stance of blasting out a fist, looking at the blood mist filling the air, his face full of confusion. When was he so powerful? He blew up Wu Qi, who was in the same realm, with one punch? Elder Gu Yan, your great son Divine Fist is truly powerful. The 5 elders who were in the same camp as Elder Gu Yan were shocked, but they all became ecstatic. The Green Devil's face was icy cold, and his voice was sharp and piercing. Gu Yan, is this the card you dare to defy this seat? But it's not enough. All of you, come on, kill them all. When the Green Devil spoke, everyone present took action, surrounding Long Che as well as the 6 Gu Yan people, intending to kill them all. Long Share sighed. He didn't want to nag. You guys, forget it, destroy. With that, he gently grasped his palm. Bang, 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 bang. A burst of explosions rang out all around them. The intense blood spread out instantly, and the entire hall of elders became a scarlet color. Ha! What's going on here? They're all dead, all bursting at the seams. Gu Yan's 6 people were shocked by the sight in front of them and their jaws dropped. Wouldn't dream of such a scene. It's him! After several people were shocked for a while, they finally turned their gazes to Long Che, who stood blandly. So, it turns out that little friend is a tall person. It's an absolute master. Thank you for the nobleman's righteousness. It's a life-saving favor. Please accept our obeisance. The 6 Gu Yan people were shocked, but they even directly kneeled down to Long Che. There was not only gratitude, but reverence for him, even. To be able to kill this group of Xian Emperor powerhouses in seconds with the move of a finger. This young man should be a heavenly god descending from the heavens. I'm really a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. I should do things for the sect. The elders don't have to be like this, Long Share said blandly, sitting down on a side seat. I just want to inquire about the matter of sect leader Mu Qianyu Mu. Upon hearing this, Gu Yan's few people immediately got up and walked forward, telling them everything. Senior, you must be a friend of Patriarch Mu, right? With a supreme powerhouse like you stepping in, my heavenly demon sect is saved. Your Excellency doesn't know. Our patriarchy has disappeared for too long. After she disappeared, a great old ancestor appeared in the heavenly demon sect. The green demon that was just destroyed by my lord is the disciple of the great old ancestor. They practiced evil techniques and cultivated their own forces in the heavenly demon sect. Many of the elders at the top level have been turned against them. A few days ago the demonic and evil forces suddenly acted, and all the unwilling to submit disciples and elders of the entire heavenly demon sect, inside and outside, all of them were knocked into the dark blood grotto, and a few of us preferred to die rather than to submit. And it is only because of the heavenly demon's secret key in my head, the heavenly demon's secret key in my hand. Only then did we persist until now. Now that the top echelons of the green demon forces have been destroyed by His Excellency, the heavenly demon sect is saved. We should quickly head to the dark blood cave and release those tens of thousands of disciples. They talk about it with great excitement, but Longshare frowned. You guys didn't understand my question? Ha, my lord. About our Mu Patriarch, we really don't know. We also only learned from the mouth of the Green Devil that Lord Patriarch was being hunted by the great old ancestor as well as the high-ranking person behind him. As for where exactly, we really don't know. Launcher's eyebrows twisted into twists. I should have known to let the Green Devil live a little longer. That old man Dein, where is he? In the beginning, when Mu Qianyu suddenly appeared on her own mountain with a lecherous poison in her body, it was thanks to this great old ancestor, and if she could find this person, things could be solved. Able to. My lord, the great elder ancestor hasn't appeared for a few years either. Well, just tell us what you know. My lord, we know nothing. Longshare was speechless, blankly glancing at Gu Yan's few people. He only blamed himself for moving too quickly and cutting off this clue of the Green Devil himself. My lord, now that the Green Devil has been killed, the great ancestor is likely to appear again, Gu Yan said. That reminded Longshare. He nodded. Well, Grand Elder, now that the Patriarch is away, maintaining a good heavenly demon sect depends on you. Go, it's best if you can clear all the forces infiltrated by demons and evils in the sect in the same night, and then welcome the Patriarch's return. Upon hearing this, the faces of the several elders were suddenly startled. There's something in those words. My lord, do you mean that our Patriarch Mushi will be returning soon? Probably. Good. We will quickly head to the dark blood cave and release the imprisoned disciples, then lead them to clear out the remnants of the demonic and evil forces within the sect in one fell swoop. Saying that, Gu Yan's few people quickly took action. Longshare sighed, then shook his head helplessly. With this clue of the Green Devil broken, he had to think of another way. The most powerful one in the eastern region of the Tianxian continent should be that Eastern Wasteland Emperor fellow, right? After a brief thought, Long Che's body transformed into a wisp of green smoke and disappeared in place. Eastern Domain. Eastern Wasteland Imperial City. A group of guards on duty on the high towers of the Imperial City were nevertheless excited. Have you guys heard? Lord Emperor Lord left the gate just 3 hours ago and successfully advanced to the realm of the 8th happening Xian Emperor. Lord Emperor is the most powerful existence in the eastern region of the Tianxian continent. Look at me. I would rather guard a city for Lord Emperor than start a sect in a poor countryside. That's how much I adore Lord Emperor. Should I say no? Although Lord Emperor Lord is powerful, he's still not as powerful as that Lord Supreme God Lord from hundreds of years ago. I've heard that Lord Emperor Lord was beaten the hell out of by Lord Supreme God Lord at that time and cried out to his parents. Say what? Beware of being known by Lord Imperial Lord. When the time comes, it won't be a matter of pissing your ass off. It'll be a matter of directly crushing your head. Ha! Someone has appeared over there. Check it out quickly. The group of people were quite alert and were spotted when Long Che appeared on the citadel. Of course, he showed up of his own accord. Otherwise, no one in the entire continent would have been able to track him down. Who are you? Breaking into the Imperial City at night? How dare you? One of the city guards shouted a rebuke. The moment Long Che raised his eyes, his body directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist that drifted away with the night wind. Speak properly. His voice was bland, but it scared the group of guards so much that they lost their color and immediately knelt down to kowtow. My lord, have mercy. We were only following orders. Long Che didn't bother with nonsense and opened the door. This is where that bastard son of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor lives, right? Go, call him over. Ha, it's... The guards were almost scared to death. What kind of person is the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? The most powerful existence above the entire Eastern region. That was a god beyond the reach of ordinary people like them. But in the eyes of this young man in front of me, it was so desecrated. But even so, a group of people didn't dare to resist. They knew deep down that they weren't the opponents. And once they resisted, they would be the ones to die. My lord, we are of humble status and are not qualified to see Lord Imperial Lord. Where is he? Take this seat there. When Long Che's words fell, a Xianqi transformed into a palm and directly picked up a guard and rose into the air, disappearing into the night. The remaining other guards were all heartbroken and trembling, but they didn't dare to climb up at all. My lord, that's Lord Imperial Lord's Imperial Palace there. The guard was scared less, and after flying some distance, he pointed his shaking hand towards a magnificent and tall palace. Longshare nodded and tossed him to the citadel several miles away. I'm not dead? I'm back again? This is the Jedi Master Na. The guard cried tears of joy. Tiger, come out to the seat. Long Che stood in the air. His voice was like a loud bell, and it spread out a long way in this silent night. In the darkness, a sleeping mottled tiger suddenly woke up, its eyes filled with panic. Is that the pervert back? Swish! The tiger transformed into human form in the blink of an eye and flew out of the palace in a fiery hurry, heading straight for the source of that sound. Chapter 9, He'll make a good daddy. Long Che's voice resounded through the dark heavens and earth, and for a moment, countless people awoke with a start and poked their heads out to peer at the truth. Who is that man? How dare he come to my imperial city to cause trouble and call Lord Imperial Lord by his gag name? He has such a thick voice. He must be a high-ranking person. Look guys, Lord Imperial Lord has appeared. Even Lord Imperial Lord is alarmed. This person is afraid he's tired of living. Between the countless people talking, all of them looked at the sky under the blood moon with the mentality of watching. Their Imperial Lord, this king of the eastern domain of the Tianxian continent, stood proudly in midair carrying a heavenly aura, his overwhelming majesty causing people to resist the urge to worship him. Just today, he had just been promoted to the 8th rank Xian Emperor realm, and his battle power was so terrifying that it was unimaginable. Who are you that you dare to come to this imperial city and clamor? The Eastern Wasteland Emperor's voice was like thunder, carrying a majesty that overpowered everything. I'll your old uncle. Long Che squinted at him, pretending in front of this seat? Shame on you. Ka Chao. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor's head suddenly a thunderbolt resounded through the sky and earth. The dark night sky suddenly flashed a road of thunderbolts. Lightning is like a tree root densely packed, and in an instant scared countless people into a shrunken head turtle. But before the Eastern Wasteland Emperor could react, a thunderous palm descended from the sky and slapped his entire body into the earth with a bang. The furious force was jaw-dropping. What's going on? What's wrong with Lord Emperor? Attacked? He was actually slapped into the ground by that young man. There's a man-sized deep pit over there. Countless people were shocked to the core, and for a while it felt like they were in a dream that was generally unreal. How could their high and mighty Emperor Lord with his world-class cultivation be in such a sorry state? That young man, who the hell is he? Between the shock of the crowd, their eyes all looked at Long Che. Long Che was standing with his arms folded at this moment, with an expression of blandness and ease, and could not be seen in the slightest as a supreme master who had just knocked a Super Xian Emperor powerhouse to the ground. This situation was also something that the people of Imperial City had never encountered before, and in the way of Long Che's powerful means, those experts of the Imperial City did not have the intention to make a move. It's too scary. Whoever makes a move in this situation will die. The faces of the crowd were quite ugly, and then their gazes went to the large pit. Their Imperial Lord, at this moment, was crawling out a little bit from inside the pit. This state indicates that he is not badly injured. However, he soon swallowed an elixir, and then his breath climbed by leaps and bounds. This injury seemed like it couldn't pose much of an effect on such a strong person, and as the people watched this scene, they began to speculate in their minds what would happen next. Daring to attack Lord Emperor Lord like that, between them, a shocking battle would surely erupt. However, what everyone didn't expect was that the scene that happened next directly shattered everyone's three views, only to see that, after this Lord Imperial Lord climbed up from the ground, that firelit face was actually filled with a fawning smile, looking at this silhouette in mid-air, and that majestic voice became quite difficult to timid. My lord, hey, I didn't see it coming. How did you come back in the dark? What a surprise. I'm so happy to see you back in Imperial City. Tiger is kowtowing to you. Ha ha ha. Aha. This scene left the entire common people of Imperial City all confused. What is it? Lord Emperor kowtowed to this young man? And he seemed so scornful that even his eyes were cautious lest he be angered? Who is this person? You little brat have learned to act like a big-tailed wolf? Even in front of this seat, it's not redundant to beat you up, right? Long Che squinted at him and blandly said, No redundancy, no redundancy. Your Excellency's lesson is correct. I don't know what Your Excellency has come here for. If you need me, I, Tiger Tianba, will do whatever you want. Long Share nodded. This seat won't beat around the bush. Go and inquire about someone for me and the forces behind him. My lord. Who? If that person has offended Your Excellency, I'll just destroy him directly. Tiger Tianba's words were open, but he was torn inside. The person who dared to offend Long Che was not someone he could resist. It is just that more than 200 years ago this Long Che beat the crap out of himself and only spared his life by begging bitterly, so he wouldn't dare to say half a word in front of him. A fellow called the Great Een Old Ancestor should be above the Tianxian East region. Great Een Elder Ancestor? That's really unheard of, but don't worry, my lord. As long as I'm on the eastern region's boundaries, I'll definitely be able to find him. Well, here is a transmitting note. Notify the seat as soon as you have news. What else is required? My lord? Find it as soon as you can, and don't make the seat wait too long. Yes, sir. Tiger Tianba bent his head and cupped his fists, but when he looked up again, he realized that Long Che had long disappeared. This old uncle, he almost didn't kill me with one slap. He was relieved when Long Share left. That palm down just now. The thunder power penetrated his entire body, causing him to experience death once again. Luckily, I have a strong resistance to blows. Otherwise I really couldn't carry it. Great Een Ancestor? You planted uncle. I have to get you first when I find you. Saying that, he swallowed another thunder relief dan, and the stirring Xian veins in his body completely calmed down, before raising his eyes to look at the four directions, still looking at a bird. Get your asses over here. He had just been attacked by Long Che, and none of the group had stepped in righteously. He was disappointed. Very disappointed. He then coldly shouted to a group of strong men who were whistling down. All listen to me. Within 3 days, find a thing called the Great Een Ancestor. And if you can't, I'll crush your heads. Upon hearing this, the crowd was shocked. What does he look like? What's his height, weight, and cultivation? How much is he? Asterisk 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 off. You ask me. Who do I ask? Boo. A slap went by and the man's mouth went straight askew. The others didn't dare to ask more questions and rushed up into the sky, quickly disappearing into the darkness of the night. It was still most of the night when Long Share returned to his residence. His speed couldn't be measured by common sense, and he went to the Sky Demon Sect's main headquarters as well as the Eastern Wasteland Great Emperor's Imperial City in a very short time. Before returning to his cave, he casually caught 2 fish in the fish pond and went back. I wanted to quietly go and check on the 3 groups, but I realized that Mu Qianyu was not sleeping, just sitting there on the edge of the bed, wide-eyed at the 3 children. Tears had long since wet her cheeks. Perhaps the sorrow of separation is too thick. Long Che came in and she didn't even notice, and even whispered to herself there. Bai Ji, Zisu, Chonglu, mother sent you to your father. Really can't help it. If mother can't come back this time, I hope you guys can grow up strong as well. I hope you're peaceful and happy. Your father doesn't have much cultivation, but mother believes he's a good man and he'll be a good father. Chapter 10, Heavy Floors Jackhammer. Mu Qianyu's words filled Long Che with happiness. The words spoken in this situation are undoubtedly from the heart. Of course, they're my children, Longshare said softly, but although his words were spoken softly, Mu Qianyu was startled. Seeing Long Che come back and even hearing her chanting, her pretty face suddenly blushed. You're back? Where's the fish you caught? Hurry up and change the subject to hide your inner panic. Here, look, 2 very big carp. I'll get up early tomorrow morning and make soup. Drink fish soup and the child will be smart, Longshare said, casually tossing the 2 carp into a nearby water basin. Mu Qianyu was clearly still immersed in the emotions she had just felt, but when she saw the 2 large carp, her eyes suddenly froze. This is the fish you caught? Inwardly shocked, his heart was in his throat. The moment the carp entered the water, the shadows of 2 green dragons emerged, and she instantly recognized them as Green Dragon Immortal Carp. This is a fairy carp that can transform into a dragon. You just hooked me up? And to make fish soup? Mu Qianyu felt like she was seeing things. When she rubbed her eyes and looked over again, she realized that the green dragon silhouette had disappeared. Longshare crouched down and served the fish. Better put it outside. Don't flop the water and put the kids to bed. Hey! Mu Qianyu was just about to say something, but remembered that she had no idea what she wanted to say. Perhaps it was really his own eyes that had just opened. What's wrong, ma'am? No, it's okay. So what? Where do you sleep? Longshare didn't even think about it. Of course I sleep with my baby in my arms. I've been snuggling my kids for years now, and I can't sleep without snuggling them because I feel like there's something missing. Oh, Mu Qianyu let out an oh, but didn't say anything, but moved inside. There were 3 clusters between them, so she didn't look so nervous about sleeping in the same bed as a man. Won't you join us? Longshare asked deliberately. Who wants to be with you? I'm over there. With that, she walked to the other side of the bed and lay down on her side. Although she had that 7-day and 7-night battle with Long Che, but that was under the condition of poisoning. Now that her mind was clear, she would not be that loose. Only, thinking that she would soon have to leave, and not wanting to leave her child behind, she lay down on the inside, leaving the outside part to Longshare. Longshare wanted to snuggle the baby, and how could she not? She all but wanted to stay with the wee ones until they grew up, but reality forces her to leave. As soon as she lay down, that exquisite curve, beautiful arc, immediately looked at Long Che a burst of heart. This woman was truly a top-notch beauty, more seductive and stirring than any of the fairies he had seen when he had traveled across the immortal world. What are you looking at? Seeing that Long Che was looking at herself, Mu Qianyu blushed in shame and said in a petulant manner, My mother is so beautiful, can't I even look at her for my husband? Mu Qianyu couldn't say anything about him, and with a red face, she looked at the 3 donuts and said softly, It's getting late, get some sleep, you go to sleep, and I'll check on my waifs, Longshare said, looking at the 3 clusters with fatherly, sleepless eyes. With his realm, he wouldn't be sleepy even if he didn't sleep for 3 years. He reached out and stroked the 3 milk balls, soft and sticky flesh that he loved. A moment to kiss his daughter, a moment to kiss his son, a good feeling of blood warmth. Not a moment later, suddenly Chonglu woke up calling. Long Che moved skillfully and directly got up to pick up Chonglu. Do you have to pee? Come on daddy put, boo-boo dash. Instead of falling asleep immediately after peeing, Chonglu crowed, Mother, my son is hungry, and you shouldn't have. The word milk Long Che didn't say it, but the gaze that looked at Mu Qianyu's chest made her immediately cover it. Of course not. Ha ha, it's okay, I've been fed cow's milk, goat's milk, and all sorts of divine beast's milk for the past few years. Don't worry, what the waifs eat and drink is all good. I will definitely not treat them poorly. When Mu Qianyu heard Long Che's words, it seemed untrue, but after seeing those high-grade herbs, she believed it. Longshare poured a bottle full of milk, and Chonglu took the nipple and winced a few times, then quieted down and fell asleep before long. Watching the child fall asleep, Mu Qianyu's heart grew heavy again. Longshare, you can take care of the baby, right? Longshare could hear the meaning of her words, but smiled and shook his head. There are some things I can do, but things like breastfeeding, I think, right, it's still up to you, ma'am, or don't go. Mu Qianyu raised her eyes to look at him. Chonglu should also be weaned. The 3 of them are the same age. The older sisters don't eat anymore. He's the only one who hasn't been weaned. Also, it's also time to wean. Longshare asked with a smile as he saw her wanting to speak. Mother, although I don't know what happened to you, but since you insisted on leaving, you can rest assured that the children will be fine. These years have come and gone, and they will only get better. But for you to suddenly leave again, I'm afraid the waifs won't be able to stand it. That doesn't help. Mu Qianyu didn't say anything more. She knew that nothing that could be said could make up for what she owed her child, and Long Che knew since. Anyway, The matter on the side of the heavenly demon sect had already been settled. There was no harm for her to go back and take a look. If there was any big commotion on the side of the great old ancestor, it was thought that it would also alert Tiger Tianba, whose forces were spread across the entire eastern continent, and at that time, he himself would be able to settle the matter behind him as soon as possible. Mu Qianyu sighed, her heart mixed with other flavors. However, she seemed to think of something, then said in a soft voice, Longshare, actually, I want to tell you that I'm sorry and thank you. Longshare didn't say anything, waiting for her to go on. Mu Qianyu still intends to say everything that comes to mind inside. If you're looking for a woman in the future, I hope you'll find one who'll be kind to your child. I know that I'm selfish in this matter, and I'm the one who's sorry. Inside of this nag is what I left for my children, and part of it is for you, to hopefully make up for some of the damage done to you. With that, she took the nano ring off her finger and sent it to Longche's pillow. Longshare didn't expect her to say that and laughed. Good, then I'll keep it, but I have a small request. My lady, give me a few more transmitting notes, after you leave, if anything happens, for my husband, I hope that the first time you can notify me. Mu Qianyu nodded slightly. Although Longche's words were nothing more than comforting words in her ears, they were heartwarming and she was very flattered by them. Go to sleep. It's late, ma'am. Good night. Good night. The next day, when the three dumplings wake up, Mu Qianyu has already left. She was very reluctant to leave, but she also knew that the more time she spent with the children, the more she could not leave, and the more the children could not leave her. So, after thinking about it all night, she still left early in the morning. The fish soup Longshare had simmered gave off such a tantalizing aroma that the three wards got up and went straight to the table. Daddy, fish, eat fish. Father, where is mother? Your mother is going to leave temporarily for a while. You follow daddy. Every day daddy will give you good food. Come, after you have eaten enough daddy will take you to go fishing. Okay? Yeah. So when is mother coming back? Be back soon. Don't worry. Aha! In order to prevent the children from looking for their mothers, Longche has been changing ways to take them to play. Fishing, walking the dog, picking flowers, catching butterflies. It's a lot of fun. Father, my brother has disappeared. I can't find him. He was playing hide and seek when suddenly Baiji and Zissou ran over, their little faces full of worry. Gone? Is it too hidden? Longche was asking. Suddenly not far away a fire-red Sun Haiming sparrow rushed up to the sky. Above the sharp claws also grasped a child. Heavy floor? He was alarmed and careless, although the demonic beasts here were weak, so weak that he didn't care in the slightest. It was because of this that he had neglected this problem. Longche's figure disappeared in place, appearing in the void in front of the Sun Haiming sparrow in the next second. But what he didn't expect was that under a milky hiss from Chonlu, that Sun Haiming sparrow fell headlong, and the heavy floor shouts. The Jackhammer. Chapter 11, The Nine Great Demon Kings, The Milky Roar, as well as the sudden descent of the heavy floor and Sun Haiming sparrow, made Longche look surprised. My good doll. Surprised, he moved his mind and a Xianqi transformed into a giant palm, catching heavy floor steadily before he hit the ground. That Sun Haiming sparrow, however, still grasps the small body of the heavy building, without the slightest intention of loosening its claws. I'll bite you to death. Chonlu's small hand grabbed the Sun Haiming sparrow's thigh and bit it. That dark pupil of the eyes actually did not have the meaning of half a bit of fear. The mouth is hard, biting bare teeth, milk strength are made out. Sigh, that Sun Haiming sparrow was torn in this way, and the intense pain caused it to flutter its wings hastily, tumbling and stumbling as it took off. But the heavy building's jackknife ability made that Sun Haiming sparrow no longer able to fly, no matter how much it fluttered. Although Longche was surprised at this time, he was also worried that Chonlu would be injured. After all, he was only 4 years old. He was not a match for a Xian-ranked demonic beast at all. A Xianqi was then sent out, directly knocking that Sun Haiming sparrow out. Hoo-hoo! Feeling that Sun Haiming sparrow's claws release him, Chonlu huffed and climbed up, then kicked at that Sun Haiming sparrow's head. Actually kicked it in the head. There was a bang, and Longshare was a little incredulous. What a strong talent! Father's good great son. You have the appearance of a great emperor. Unable to resist letting out a sigh of relief, he dashed to Chonlu's side, his eyes probing and discovering that there was actually no trace of injury on his entire body. Even though the sharp claws of that Sun Haiming sparrow were incomparably sharp, they didn't harm him in the slightest, even if his skin was unharmed in the slightest. Are you okay, brother? Brother, I'll kick it for you. At this time, Baiji and Zissa, two people also ran over, concerned to pull the heavy floor of the small hand to ask, and then exasperated one person kicked that Sun Haiming sparrow a few feet. Sun Haiming sparrow body size is huge, wings spread out enough 3 feet, but by the three groups of such a fierce kick, the body is in pieces. bird hair scattered all over the place. Miserable. Ha ha ha, good for you. Worthy of being Lousy's waifu. With this kind of talent, Daddy will definitely be able to cultivate you guys to become world-defying powerhouses at the supreme level of the 10,000 realms someday. Long Che found a new continent and couldn't contain his surprise and laughed. Brother is so brave. Bai Ji wiped Chonlo's little face, rather like a big sister. He. Mother says a man can't be afraid. Daddy, let's keep playing hide and seek, shall we? The three donuts were so uninitiated that they didn't even realize how menacing what they had just encountered was, and were even thinking about playing. Longshare smiled. Well, good, but in order to avoid any demonic beasts from attacking us, Daddy has now come up with a more fun game. Do you guys want to play it? I want to. Daddy, tell me what the game is. Longshare laughed. Watch this. When he finished, he raised his head and chest, took a deep breath, and then shouted, 9 demon kings, all come out to the seat. The voice was like thunder, instantly stirring hundreds of miles. However, to the ears of the three clusters, it fell flat, only slightly louder. Father, will shouting like that bring the 9 demon kings here? I'm going to yell too. Siblings, let's shout together. 9 demon kings, all come out to the seat. 9 demon kings, show yourself quickly. The three children thought it was a shouting game. A shouting, tender voice echoed in the mountains. But soon they realized something was wrong. The originally breezy mountains were suddenly swarming with blistering winds, clouds covered with fog, and even resounded with a vague thunderous sound. Daddy, it's going to rain. Hurry home. Bai Ji pulled Long Che's lapel and urged. Longshare smiled and reached out to touch her little head. Daughter, it's not raining. This is our game. Let's call the 9 demon kings over. Ha? Really? Daddy, can we call out to the demon kings? Are they powerful? Will they hurt us? The three clusters asked worriedly. Longshare patted his chest. Definitely won't. There's Daddy here. You'll just see how Daddy teaches them a lesson later. But this matter is our secret. Don't ever tell your mother. Okay? Yes. It's our little secret with Daddy. Father, look at it. There's a big thing flying over there. Dad, why is the hill over there so much higher? Nope. It's a big mountain-like demon. Father, look at the abyss over there. How come a big wave has risen? Listening to the milky voices of the three children, Long Che said with a smile, the 9 demon kings are here. Children, let's conquer them. Shall we? Yes. Daddy, we're not afraid. Father, stand back with your siblings and let me deal with them. At this moment, the performance of the three groups of people made Longshare quite surprised. Truly a newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. When these 9 demon kings came over, the wind rose and the sky and the earth changed color. They were actually not in fear, and even scrambled to protect themselves. Mother, you've really cultivated 3 good babies for me. Surprised, Long Che couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for Mu Qianyu, in such a difficult environment, but still able to educate the 3 children to be fearless. I really do not know how in the end she did it. Boom boom boom. Thump. Woohoo. The 9 great demon kings gathered on the mountain, and this piece of barren mountain was instantly overwhelmed by wind and clouds, and the commotion was simply too great. So much so that the silver-scaled eagle that Mu Qianyu had released to protect Long Che in the abyss was trembling with fear at this point, prostrate on the ground, not daring to look up at all. Longshare was afraid of scaring the child, and his voice carried, all settle down. Whoever scares this seat's waifu, this seat will raise it. A sentence uttered. Suddenly the wind stopped and the thunder was hidden. The clouds disappeared and the rain cleared. The 9 oddly shaped little nubs in front of them looked at the 3 clusters with a puzzled look on their faces. Greetings, Master. What is the purpose of our masters summoning us here? The 9-headed great demons had all become small pocket-sized animals at this time, looking cute and cuddly, very much in line with the aesthetics and interests of children. They were all demonic beasts scattered by Long Che, maintaining the barren mountains for hundreds of miles around. You guys look over there first. Long Che made the 9-headed demon king look at the Sanghaiming sparrow that was kicked to death on the side and said, the sneak attack on this seat's waif was kicked to death. What? This, Master, you have a child? When did this happen? We haven't even had a cup of doll wine. They're so cute. Master, it's so easy to follow you. The ass-kissing words are endless. Longshare coughed twice. Cut the crap. Manage the affairs of your demonic beast circle. This situation, this seat will not allow it to happen again. Understood, Master. I'll go inform them now. Slow down, Master. What else do you command? Longshare smiled. How about arranging an errand for you to be the beast pets of my 3 wards? The 9 demon kings immediately kneeled down and kowtowed. Yes, Master. This is an honor for us. I wonder which young master would like to choose me. As this side was talking, Chonlu directly rode onto the back of a three-eyed blue-eyed beast with a milky voice. Hiya! Chapter 12, The Soul Lamp Goes Out. Although the 9 demon kings were not small in name, in their eyes, Long Che was a heavenly godlike existence that could pinch them to death at any time. Now that there was a chance to become the little master's beast pet, he naturally couldn't miss it. If you do a good job, you may be instructed by your master, and your cultivation will skyrocket in a single step. You guys are so cute. Daddy, they are willing to be our beast pet. I have a way. We choose 3 heads, okay? Longshare nodded and smiled. Father has a better way. You all choose 3 heads. They are exactly 3 water beasts, 3 flying birds, 3 land demons. When you choose all the water, land and air. Isn't it more fun? Yeah. Let your brother choose first. He's the youngest. We have to give in to him. Sister, you choose first. Mother said that a man has to give way to a girl. Long Che was listening to them talking from the sidelines. Well, the kids are very homeschooled, and the wife is doing a great job. The 3 of them discussed the situation, and then began to take turns choosing a beast pet. In the end, the 3 of them smiled and finished their choices, happily reporting back to Longshare. Father, I chose the great heavenly fire phoenix, the red purple sky lin, and the golden thunder dragon. Baiji rode on the back of the golden thunder dragon and waved her small hands and said, Father, the one I chose is even more powerful. It says it's a blood qilin. This one is called the cloud-treading beast, and this one is called the heaven-swallowing demon whale. Zissa said as she grabbed the blood qilin's ear. Chonlu was still riding on the back of the 3-eyed bijou beast. Mine is the 3-eyed bijou beast. What are these 2 called? I don't recognize them. Those 2 demon kings immediately bent their heads. Little master, I am the moon-eating flying wolf. You can just call me Little Wolf. Little master, I am the fatal poison anaconda. You can just call me Little Poison. Little Poison. Little Poison. Fly one for me? Heavy floor was so much fun to play with. Little Lord, I live in water. If you want to fly, let the moon-eating flying wolf take you flying. Okay? Yes. Dad, let's go. My son will take you flying. Heavy floor couldn't wait. Couldn't press on at all. Okay, let's fly one then. Long Che nodded to the 9-headed demon kings, signaling them to serve them well. And the 9-headed demon kings also nodded their heads. This kind of thing really shouldn't be too simple. Remember, this matter, which is a secret between me and my sons and daughters, must not be known to outsiders. Got it, Master. Demon King as a beast pet, and also to the 4-year-old little group as a beast pet. This, if seen by the high people, will certainly cause suspicion. He does not want to let his son or daughter prematurely exposed, although he has him to guard. But the tiger there is still snooze time it. He must be foolproof. Shoo. The next time, in the company of the Demon King, the 3 groups of children play a lot of fun. Swimming in the mountains, high-altitude flight. In the whims of the 3 siblings unlocked a variety of ways to play. Tossing the Demon King began to break down inside. I thought taking care of my kids was easy, but I realized it was so torturous in practice. But they must not back down. Never. When Long Che saw which Demon King was playing happily with the children, he rewarded them with some elixirs every now and then, which made the 9 Demon Kings much more excited and work harder and harder. Longshare watched the 3 children giggle and be satisfied. I just don't know. What is Mu Qianyu doing now? At this moment, Mu Qianyu was sitting on the Heavenly Demon Sect Patriarch's Hall, on the cultivation futon that belonged to him, frowning, with great puzzlement in her eyes. Just who was it that instantly killed the Green Demon and other rebellious people? Grand Elder, would you be able to draw out the portrait of that master? Patriarch, you know, I know nothing about painting. What about you guys? Patriarch, where can we paint? Mu Qianyu. When she returned to the Heavenly Demon Sect and learned about what happened during the night in the Heavenly Demon Sect, her entire body was a bit confused. She couldn't figure out who was posing as her Heavenly Demon Sect disciple and was secretly helping her. Lord Sovereign, since there is a high person in the dark to help you, you shouldn't be in a hurry to leave. After all, you've spent so much time in the heavenly prison of departing illusion. Your cultivation needs to recuperate. And besides, the Heavenly Demon Sect's hearts are unstable, and you need to revitalize them. On the side, an elder said, Lord Sovereign, this is the Heavenly Demon's secret key that I swore to guard. Now that the Patriarch has returned, these secret keys, let's give them to the Patriarch. It's time for the heavy treasures in the Heavenly Demon mysteries to come out. Grand Elder Guyen said, handing over several secret keys to Mu Qianyu. The Heavenly Demon secret key was the key to open the Heavenly Demon Sect's supreme secret realm, and the Heavenly Demon secret realm, only successive patriarchs were qualified to enter it. Legend has it that there is a heavenly devil heavy treasure in it that exists, which is left behind by the founding ancestor of the heavenly devil sect, which can be invited out when necessary, and is of great use in saving the day. As for what kind of heavy treasure it was, no one knew. At this moment, looking at the several secret keys, Mu Qianyu nodded to Gu Yan and the other elders, her eyes filled with gratitude. Elders, it was you who swore to guard the heavenly demon secret key before letting it fall into the hands of the wrongdoers. You guys are the merit of my heavenly demon sect. Thank you for your dedication. Mu Qianyu was naturally able to think of how outrageous things had happened within the heavenly demon sect during the time she had been away. Fortunately, there was a large group of people like Elder Gu Yan who still had their hearts set on the sect, and only then did they not let the heavenly demon heavy treasure fall into the hands of others. Patriarch, we swear to follow Patriarch to the death. Swear to defend the Sky Demon sect to the death. Mu Qianyu was quite touched inwardly. For some reason, probably because of such attachments as having a child, her mind had long since become much softer, and the matter of exterminating the 10 major demonic and evil sects in a single night was something that could not even be done by putting it aside right now. Presumably, soon. However, the soft color of her eyes became resolute once again. Elders, this seat will now enter the heavenly demon mysterious realm and strive to refine the heavy treasure and return as soon as possible. Greetings, Patriarch. Swish, Mu Qianyu walked out of the hall. Her body danced and turned into a red phantom, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Between the mountains and ravines, thick clouds covered the area. Only, the clouds took on a bizarre blood-red color, and in the deep mountains under the blood-colored clouds, a piece of tall and magnificent buildings were hidden under the color of blood, in which from time to time bursts of roars of demonic beasts resounded, and the occasional appearance of the figures of cultivators walking on their swords appearing indistinct and psychedelic. In a large hall, an old silhouette suddenly opened its eyes. Green Devil's soul lamp. Extinguished? Who killed my little apprentice? At this moment, the old man who opened his eyes and spoke was none other than the great old ancestor. In front of him, a row of soul lamps burned, the soul lamps of his disciples. However, the Green Devil's soul lamp suddenly went out. This caused his face to steeply become quite gloomy. Chapter 13, Treading the Iron Shoes. A murderous intent rose up from the entire body of the great old ancestor, and in the next second, his body rose up into the air and rushed into a huge cave 10,000 feet away like a big blood-colored eagle. Zhenbu, Zhanshan, Master, the two of you quickly head to the Sky Demon sect, 100,000 miles to the east, to investigate the matter of your senior sister. Qing Demon, Senior, what's wrong with her? Senior sister? Her soul light, extinguished. The two of them, Yuan Wu and Zhanshan, were the second but third disciples of Old Man Dean, while Qing Demon was his youngest disciple, and the place where they were was the Blood Moon Cave, one of the 36 caves under the evil god. However, the evil god was destroyed by the female devil of the heavenly devil sect long ago, and now the one who is in charge of the entire 36 evil caves is the son of the evil god, Lu Wu Xia. As for where Lu Wu Xia was, no one knew. Nowadays, the sons of the evil god send messages through a mysterious organization called Evil Crow. One of the most recent notices from the Evil Crow was for the Blood Moon Cave to search for the whereabouts of the heavenly demon sect leader, Mu Qianyu. Originally clueless, the great old ancestor suddenly learned of the news that the young disciple Qing Demon Soul Lamp, who had forced his way into the heavenly demon sect and become the sect leader, had gone out, and immediately arranged for his two disciples to go out and investigate. Senior, junior sister's cultivation is extremely high. How could she have fallen so easily? Other than that demoness, who else could have such tactics? Don't worry, Master. The two of us will definitely capture her and hand her over to Master for disposal. Go on. Old Man Dean nodded and watched as the two disciples dashed and flew out of the cave. He was extremely indignant inwardly about the Green Devil's fall, and the reason why he didn't go there himself was because his great disciple Qin Tiangang was in seclusion to impact his realm, and at this juncture, he would never allow any slip-ups to occur. Of course, most importantly, this young talent who was about to take over his position as cave master was his illegitimate son, 100 miles to the west of the heavenly devil sect. It was a distant mountain forest infested with demonic beasts. There were countless demonic beasts in the forest, and there was no lack of some great demons of extremely high grade, waiting for an opportunity to act during their hibernation, erupting into a chaotic and astonishing killing spree. Here is also the heavenly demon sect disciples of the trial field. Since the opening of the sect, here perished countless demonic beasts, and fell among the heavenly demon sect disciples, but also the same number of shocking, on weekdays, in addition to some of the heavenly demon sect disciples of the demon. Ordinary disciples do not dare to come over to practice. At this point, in a chaotic forest, a group of great demons gathered here. their eyes changing color, seemingly discussing something. This place was overgrown with weeds, and there were quite a few withered trunks of sky-high ancient trees scattered across the ground, showing that a vicious battle had once taken place here. Boss, this is the place where, back then, old ancestor Dain fought viciously with that female demon from the heavenly demon sect. A giant wolf spat out human words, secretly delighted that he had found clues about the great old man. Next to it was a golden rhinoceros with a strong body, but the color of suspicion surfaced in its pupils when it heard the words. Ever since receiving the news from the Eastern Wasteland Emperor Tiger Tianba, the entire eastern region's 4 directions of the Great Land, all the great demons who had some idea of what was going on were desperately searching for information about the whereabouts of the great old ancestor. If they could make even a single contribution to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, they firmly believed that they would soar to greatness in a matter of days. Old man Dain appeared here? What year was it? The place was overgrown with weeds, and a thick layer of moss had grown on the dead wood, so it had obviously been a long time since the vicious battle. About 3 years ago? The giant wolf didn't notice the discontent in the golden rhino's beast pupils in the slightest. I'll top you. The rhino horn's golden light flourished, directly toppling the giant wolf. 3 years? It's been 3 years. What kind of a clue is this? This was the place where Mu Qianyu had fought a vicious battle with the great ancestor 3 years ago. It was also after this vicious battle that Mu Qianyu was poisoned with obscene poison and had some mutual collision with Long Che. Gov. Although so much time has passed, I can clearly remember the aura of the great elder ancestor, that evil aura rolling around. Just like, the giant wolf's face was horrified, fearing that this strong golden rhinoceros king would give it another blow, and was explaining, when suddenly a pair of wolf eyes looked into midair and said in shock, "It's just like the breath of those two, exactly the same." As soon as the giant wolf said that, all the great demons on the scene raised their heads to look at the sky. Sure enough, he saw that 2 human powerhouses were speeding past, heading towards the sky demon sect. Demonic beast's sense of scent was quite powerful, and sure enough, they both sensed a strong aura of evil from the duo. Give chase, we mustn't miss a trace. The golden rhinoceros king gave an order, and all the demonic beasts all rushed up to the sky. To an imperial rank demonic beast, the ability to move through the air was really a trivial skill. Roar! Ow ow ow. This group of great demons were numerous, and after a roar, more great demons flew out from the forest, and the big and small ones added together soon had a scale of hundreds and thousands. Sinful animals, what are you doing? Senior brother, we're surrounded by demonic beasts. These 2 people who were rushing to the heavenly demon sect were none other than the disciples of the great ancestor, Zhang Yuanwu and Lu Zhanshan. The 2 of them were even more powerful than the Green Devil, and were also powerful existences that were only 1 step away from reaching the Xian Emperor realm. It was a pity that it was really difficult to break through the Emperor realm, and the duo had been lingering in this realm for many years and had not been able to break through. If he could break through, he wouldn't be afraid of this dense mass of great demons in front of him in the slightest. Although the most powerful of these great demons was the golden rhino at the peak of the 8th rank Xian Emperor, and its strength was far inferior to the duo's, it couldn't be helped that they were numerous, and that demonic beasts engaged in battle. Basically, as long as they didn't die, they would just keep on charging. Therefore, the 2 of them tensed up inwardly, even as their eyes kept squinting in all directions, to wait for an opportunity to escape. It was a pity that the sky and the ground were filled with demonic beasts, black and shocking to the eye. Where was there a way to escape? You too, do you recognize the great ancestor? The golden rhino king directly opened the door. The 2 of them were stunned. What is it? How did this group of people know that their master is the great old ancestor? It happened suddenly and rather strangely, but as a human, his mind is naturally much more meticulous than a demonic beast, and looking at their battle like this, he knew that this matter was extraordinary, so he began to play the language game. So what if you know? So what if you don't? Which thought that the golden rhinoceros king's temper was quite grumpy. Cut the crap. Recognize means recognize. Don't recognize means don't recognize. Give me a break. Ow ow ow. It even let out a roar up to the sky when it finished, its thick voice shaking the hearts of the people. After the rhinoceros king roared, a burst of wailing roar hissing broke out all over the sky. All the hissing of the demonic beasts connected together, shaking the clouds of the 9 heavens shattered, scaring the duo's hearts and guts. Crunch dash. Zhang Yuanwu gritted his teeth and chilled his face, not knowing exactly what to say. He admitted that he was a bit afraid of the hordes of great demons. Senior brother, why don't we just use the majesty of the master to deter this group of people? Lu Zhanshan said through clenched teeth. The 2 looked at each other and nodded. Old ancestor Dain is a Xian emperor powerhouse, and his old man is none other than our master. The 2 spoke in unison, their voices carrying a majestic shock. However, after the words fell, the imagined image of shocking the group of demons did not appear. Instead, after hearing these words, a group of demonic beasts had fiery eyes and were frantically restless. Take them! Hurry up and take them for me! Ah ha 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 ha! The fools themselves have crashed into the door after stepping through the iron shoes. Chapter 14, Heavenly Demon Secret Realm. This unexpected scene left the duo confused in place. Why was this group of great demons so irritable? And why were they targeting them? Why is it that mentioning their master's name, instead of being half-deterrent, makes them attack even more furiously? The two were extremely complicated inside, but they acted immediately. Boom! Between the vibration of Xian-Chi, the body protection defense of the two of them instantly opened up, and with a grip on their palms, the scarlet curved moon-long knife split out a Daojing Mang, and swept crazily towards the demonic beasts that surged in all directions. Almost instantly, the battle entered a white heat. The Golden Rhino King's huge body rushed at the forefront. The rhino horn erupted with a bright golden aura. Even with the majestic demonic chi rushing towards that sharp blade, the sonic boom of an Xian-Chi explosion suddenly erupted. It was a pity that even though it was not injured, it was also shaken back by the other party's strong strength, and there was a realm gap between them. A gap that, in the beginning, would not be particularly noticeable due to their large numbers. Switchbird, you quickly go and report the news. Hard. Please make sure Lord Earth Dragon comes as soon as possible. The windswept bird let out a sharp avian cry, and in the next second disappeared into the sky as a bolt of lightning. The battlefield is outmatched, so you have to engage in wheeling and dealing. In mid-air, there were constantly demonic beasts falling down, dead and injured. The chaotic battle was bloody, and the demonic beasts' corpses slowly piled up into mountains. And Yuan Wu and Zhanshan, two people in the body of Xianli intense consumption. Although the cultivation is strong, but also cannot hold the group of demonic beasts' endless crazy attacks, and even some demonic beasts killed Red Eye, even if the body blood flow more than, but also do not want to rush to life. The two had no choice but to fight back with the Jedi. The whole process had been going on for a whole incense stick of time. When the corpses of the demonic beasts below became a small blood-red mountain, suddenly a roar came from the distant sky. After this roar, all of the demonic beasts in the battle circle were instantly shocked and stopped attacking, then prostrated themselves on their knees and worshipped. It was a dragon's roar, and in the void in front of them, a huge earth-colored dragon, driving the wind and clouds. Its body was tens of feet long, and the dragon's eyes were full of supreme majesty. Looking at Yuan Wu Zhanshan and his duo in a cold sweat, the two of them were severely depleted in their battle power after round of wheeled battles, and even if this earth dragon didn't appear, they wouldn't be able to hold out until the end. Not to mention, the aura of this earth dragon was completely above the duo. Sifu, Senior, it's in Xian Emperor Realm Earth Dragon. Finished? No, our master. How on earth did we offend this Grandpa Dragon? The two of them were holding war soldiers in their hands, but they didn't dare to move. In the hands of this Earth Dragon, they were simply unbeatable. So, it's better to surrender obediently. Maybe there's still a way out. Flop flop. The two dropped their war soldiers and decisively fell to their knees. Looking at the Golden Rhinoceros King and other groups of demonic beasts, pupils were all indignant. Bullying goods. Just also don't want to kill a lot of their kind. Now see the Earth Dragon, big man. Directly kneel down and kowtow. Shame on you, Lord Earth Dragon. Have mercy. We're actually aren't disciples of the great Een ancestor. These words caused the group of demons to freeze. What? What are you talking about? The Golden Rhino King was confused. I feel like I've fought this battle for nothing? We mean, you guys are mistaken. We don't know any great Een elder ancestor at all. He's not our master at all. Yes. We don't know him. We haven't heard of him at all. The reason why we said that before was because we wanted to use his name to scare you guys. The duo's words caused the Rhino King to gnash his teeth. Now that even Lord Earth Dragon has been invited, you say you don't recognize Old Man Een? What about playing? The Earth Dragon spoke, and the words were shrewd. Don't know? Then how do you know that his name can scare us? That statement itself is flawed. In one sentence, the two were dumbfounded. When did demonic beasts become so smart? It was worthy of being a demonic beast that was related to dragons. Lord Earth Dragon. We really don't know him. Genbu Winston held on. Don't recognize? Fine. Die. The Earth Dragon's dragon claws plowed right through him. It's... Jimbo was so horrified that his heart almost popped out of his stomach and his pants were already soaked. I recognize. I know Old Man Een. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. He was so scared that he knew that he could never say that he didn't know his master, or else he would surely end up as miserable as Yuan Wu. Oh, recognize? Really? True. 1,000 times true. We are the disciples of great Een elder ancestor, and we are disciples of the Blood Moon Cave. I don't know what Lord Earth Dragon wants. Where I can be of use to me, I will definitely do my best to do so. I only beg your lordship to spare my life. Zhanshan scared the piss out of him and couldn't stop kowtowing. He would do anything he was told to do as long as he could live. Lead the way to the great Een ancestor. My lord. At the call of the Earth Dragon, a group of great demons flew towards the Blood Moon Cave in great numbers. Along the way, Lu Zhanshan's cold sweat was not dry. Heavenly Demon Mystery Realm. After Mu Qianyu used the Heavenly Demon secret key to open the door to the secret realm, she looked around in it. The founding ancestor of the Heavenly Devil sect had left behind a heavy treasure here that was rumored to be able to change the fate of the sect, only that no one had ever seen what that treasure was. Even Mu Qianyu has never seen it, and does not even know where it exists in the secret realm. Entering the secret territory was a small, pitch-black world. Into the eyes is too thick to melt the black, as if infiltrated in the ink in general. Mu Qianyu beautiful eyes look around, but pressure cannot see half a thing. All sorts of means were used. Even the Gentian Night Pearl could not shine through this darkness. What exactly is it that the old ancestor left behind? The secret of this secret realm. Successive generations of patriarchs have not been able to see it clearly. If the demon sect is in trouble today, this seat will definitely seek it out. She was determined in her heart, but after trying everything she could, she still came up empty-handed. There was no choice but to sit quietly in the darkness and feel everything here with his heart. Rustle, 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 rustle. I don't know how much time had passed, but a subtle rustling sound suddenly reached his ears. It was like from the deepest part of the darkness, something was coming. The movement gradually became bigger, the sound got closer and closer, and finally there was even a hurricane sweeping through, and even a creepy laughter came, like the devil was having a seizure. What the hell? Mu Qianyu's heart was hairy. That laughter was too frightening, and she couldn't see things in the darkness. The fear of the unknown gradually hit her, and she immediately caved in her body protection defense. Boo! The defense had just been opened when suddenly a black shadow crashed into it, and the heavy sound of the impact made Mu Qianyu's heart skip a beat. As a Xian Emperor-level powerhouse, her defense viewed itself as very powerful and sturdy, and no one under the Emperor level could break it. However, in this bizarre secret realm, the impact of just one black shadow had knocked dense spiderweb cracks out of her defense. Chapter 15, Luckily there's goat's milk. Mu Qianyu was taken aback, without even seeing the other party's face. Her defense cracked inch by inch, and in the end, it even directly crumbled away. She was a powerful existence in the realm of a second-stage Xian Emperor, yet here she was, directly falling into a disadvantage. Moreover, the rich and dangerous aura that permeated the surroundings became more and more intense, sweeping crazily, like a hurricane that covered the sky. Crunch! Mu Qianyu's heart was tense, but her gaze was incomparably firm, her silver teeth clenched. Xian Qi in her hands whistled out crazily, and she sent out a destructive and extremely strong thunder attack towards the place where the breath was the thickest. Rumble! Xuanqi transformed into thunder, rolling and roaring, shaking the surrounding dark space and trembling, as if the sky was collapsing. However, the bizarre thing was that after such a powerful attack was sent out, it didn't even attack the opponent. It was like rushing out into the endless void. And finally, at the end of his gaze, a bright light flickered out. What in the world is that thing with such swiftness? Mu Qianyu's mind was even more puzzled. Under this strike, it was obvious that he hadn't attacked the other party. However, she clearly sensed that under this strike, it was the center of the opponent's energy concentration. The fact that such an attack had failed to touch the other party could only mean that this being's strength was completely above her. And in the midst of doubt, that bright light at the end of the line of sight actually did not dissipate, but instead transformed into a point of light that was just suspended far away in the dark space. What's that? Mu Qianyu finally found the traces. Her beautiful eyes slightly knitted, and her body shape also began to sprint towards the direction where that light spot was located. And right at this moment, a shocking aura swept in once again, blocking her front, while a terrifying attack once again roared in. Mu Qianyu once again condensed her Xian Qi defense shield while continuously making counterattacks, and in the process, she gradually discovered the end. The point of light, as she counterattacked more and more, was actually expanding gradually, and even later, she saw the prototype of a sword. That's a sword? And the power that keeps attacking me is all erupting from this sword? At what level is this sword? I don't know how long has passed. Mu Qianyu's whole body is in a sorry state. Even her mouth is overflowing with blood, and her clothes are unkempt. But inside her heart, she is getting more and more determined. These attacks were too powerful, but she could feel that the other party did not use all their strength, and all the battle power was at the threshold of what she could withstand. Perhaps, this was exactly what the heavenly demon sect's ancestors had hammered into their descendants, and only those with strong wills who were able to pass this kind of hammering were qualified to obtain this heavy treasure. Attacks kept on coming, counterattacks kept on coming, and in the bottomless abyss-like dark space, a sharp sword piercing the sky gradually appeared. On the first night after Mu Qianyu entered the heavenly demon mysterious realm, Longshare had his first challenge. Although the three dumplings were very excited to play during the day, they couldn't help but look for their mother at night. Even when he continued to coax with more fun games, he failed to coax, especially the smallest heavy building. Even though they were triplets, Chonglu was the most spoiled one. Father, Chonglu wants to find mother. Chonglu doesn't want mother to go calling, oing oing. Long Che was rather helpless, holding his son as he skipped outside the cave. Bai Ji and Zissa too are very obedient. After eating dinner and taking a bath, they climbed into bed and fell asleep. Only Chongluo, who kept yelling for his mother. Son, Daddy thought of a fun one. Why don't we go milking? That old ewe's milk is a real treat. Daddy, does mother's milk taste the same as ewe's milk? This, father wouldn't know. But let's taste what the milk of that black-haired ewe's milk tastes like first, okay? Good. After some coaxing, Chonglu behaved himself and seemed to be interested in milking the goat. Long Che couldn't help but bellyache. Son of a, you can't have milk as a mother. But for the moment, we have to deal with it like this, and try to see if it works first. In the sheep pen, a very large giant spirit black sheep was sleeping soundly, with its milk exposed, and a few lambs sleeping next to it. This giant spirit sheep just gave birth the other day and is having milk. Milk, it's milk, yeah. Daddy, I want to milk it. Heavy House looked at the goat's milk and immediately got excited and couldn't wait. Young man, cannot be so greedy. This giant spirit sheep is not an ordinary sheep. Its milk must be boiled for a while. A little bit of peace and quiet, and first let Daddy squeeze a cup. Chonglu is probably hungry. Knowing that there is goat's milk to eat, long ago stopped crying. Even a pair of big eyes blinking and blinking looking at the scene of Long Che milking. The excitement increased. Directly squatting down the small body, with a hand pinched the goat's milk. Being pinched by him, that giant spirit black sheep immediately screamed in pain. But seeing that Long Che was stealing its milk, it didn't dare to squeak for a moment, allowing this godlike master to squeeze it hard. Longshare milked a cup of goat's milk, then returned to the cave and began to boil it, and soon the milk was fragrant. Heavy Floor burped after drinking a full cup, then lay down in Long Che's arms, going from sleepy eyes to complete sleep in only a quarter of an hour. He was relieved to see all three clusters asleep. It's a good thing there's goat's milk, otherwise I'm afraid I'll have no sleep tonight. Honey, when are you coming back? If Mu Qianyu had never returned, then the children's anticipation for her would not have been so strong. Just like a person who has been living in darkness, if he suddenly sees the light, a light of hope will rise in his heart, bent on escaping the darkness. Because, having once seen the light, one is never the same person again. Long Che kissed on the forehead of the three groups, and then set up several prohibitions on the entire cave inside and outside of the three layers, and then plastered the sound transmission notes all over it, before leaving with peace of mind. These transmitting notes not only can be sensed by him when there is movement in the outside world, the three groups of children can be the first to know even if they wake up at night and cry. With that guarantee, he was relieved to leave. Of course, with his cultivation, reaching the Sky Demon sect's main headquarters from here wouldn't even take half an incense stick of time. At this point, inside the Heavenly Demon sect, Elder Gu Yan and the other high-level officials all gathered in front of the seal at the entrance to the Heavenly Demon mysterious realm. I also wonder how the Sovereign Lord is doing in there? Successive patriarchs have tried to take the Heavenly Demon heavy treasure out of it, but no one has ever succeeded, and they don't even know what that heavy treasure actually is. Patriarch Mu is a proud daughter of her generation. Her strength is above all the patriarchs. Other than the founding ancestor, she is the #1 powerhouse in the history of my Heavenly Demon sect, and she is also the one who has the best hope of getting the heavy treasure into her hands. Let's hope she makes it. A group of people waited outside with anticipation in their eyes. Swish! Suddenly, a silhouette appeared out of thin air in front of the crowd, and even Gu Yan looked horrified, obviously frightened. To know, when Mu Qianyu entered the Heavenly Devil's secret realm, he arranged for the door congregation will be here heavily guarded. Even a fly can't fly in, lest it disturb the secret realm of Mu Qianyu. Chapter 16, Heavenly Demon Sword. But it's amazing that someone just popped up in front of us. Only, when he saw that the person coming was Long Che, the shock inside suddenly dissipated. A high-level person who could even kill the Green Devil in seconds, appearing here without a sound was undoubtedly a small sculpture to him. My lord, it's you? What brings you here? Elder Gu Yan was in awe of Long Che, using the word you in his speech, which was enough to show Long Che's position in his heart. I've come to see the patriarch. Long Che asked indifferently. Has the Sovereign Lord returned? Gu Yan, yes. Our Sovereign Lord has returned. It's just that, it's inconvenient for her right now. Although Gu Yan had great respect for Long Che, he still didn't say anything about Mu Qianyu. After all, although Long Che had been kind to the heavenly demon sect, his identity had always been a mystery. And this person's cultivation was so powerful that he had come over twice to look for their patriarch. So he didn't know what kind of fishy things were going on. And he knew that it was better to be careful. Inconvenient? Isn't it just that you have to get a sword when you enter the secret realm? I'll go take a look. When Long Che said this, all of the heavenly demon sect's executives present froze. A sword? The secret realm? They had completely blocked off the entrance to the secret realm, and had even utilized formations to hide the secret realm. But Long Che went so far as to directly say that this was a secret realm. Moreover, the heavy treasure therein was described by him as a sword. I don't know if the sword is real or fake, but it is too shocking to see that there is a secret realm here at a glance. Even an expert like Elder Guyen was unable to tell that a secret realm existed here. So this young-looking guy, what the hell is he? But what happened in the next second completely petrified everyone on the spot. Where is he? Elder Gu. He went in. He entered into the middle of the secret realm. This can't be right? Is it possible that I'm seeing things? Not a human being. He is simply not human. The secret realm is sealed. And with our blockade of the entrance, even an emperor-level powerhouse can't easily enter. How the hell did he do that? The crowd was dumbfounded for a moment. Their eyes widened in disbelief. And they all dropped petrified. Grand Elder, should we go in and take a look? Go in? At our level of cultivation, we'll die 9-1 after going in. What can be done about that? It can't be helped. We can only hope that this young man is not an enemy of my Sky Demon sect. A group of people had mixed feelings, but there was nothing they could do but wait. And at this moment, when Long Che entered the heavenly demon mysterious realm, he immediately rushed towards the piercing heavenly sword that was flashing with monstrous demonic aura in the center position. Then, a wave of Xian Qi wordlessly enveloped the rapier, purifying the terrifying battle intent within it. Outside of the secret realm, he had already seen the situation here using his Xian Immortal's eye, knowing full well that Mu Qianyu was surrounded by the heavenly demon sword's majestic battle intent. So without the slightest bit of procrastination, he rushed in directly. Of course, Mu Qianyu didn't notice his appearance. But, suddenly, a mouthful of blood sprayed out again from Mu Qianyu, and her entire breath withered to the extreme. And she was only a few steps away from the sword that had a dazzling light all over its body and the three words Heavenly Demon Sword engraved on its blade. However, these last few steps were quite arduous. She had already tried her best, but every time the amazing energy that erupted from the sword's body heavily bombarded her, and her entire body had become a bloody person. This seat will not admit defeat. For my Heavenly Demon clan, for my sons and daughters, and for that man who looks good, old ancestor, no matter how difficult it is to obtain the treasures you left behind, I won't back down. Demon Phoenix, amazing, neon dance, boom. When Mu Qianyu's last words were uttered, her entire aura climbed upward, and her previous atrophied state was rendered into a goddess by the sudden aura. Then, her whole body red neon dress fluttered, her skirt fluttered, her delicate ankles gently pointed, the dark space seemed to have water waves rippling. She was like a stunningly beautiful phoenix swimming in the invisible water current, dancing and fluttering. The Tao of amazing Xian Qi whistled and rushed towards the heavenly demon sword, and at this moment, Long Che was looking a bit mesmerized. It's so beautiful. This woman in his heart has long been the world's special thing, but now coupled with her stunning dance set off, so that her beauty out of the world, beautiful and unparalleled. Every dance action has stirred his heartstrings. This dance is not meant to be enjoyed. It is meant to be attacked. The roaring sound resounded unceasingly. When Mu Qianyu danced her body and erupted the most powerful and furious attack under her cultivation, suddenly the devil sword erupted an indescribable pillar of skyrocketing light, whistled and finally flew out from its original position. The vibration sound was like a devil dragon roaring. The space rippled with cascading ripples and then it even stabbed at Mu Qianyu. Is it the final blow? Come on! Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes were full of determination. But in the face of such a horrifying sword, she didn't even have the slightest intention of avoiding it. Instead, she directly rushed over. The red neon garments and ribbons all over his body transformed into swimming dragons and startling phoenixes as he crazily blasted towards the heavenly demon sword. However, what she didn't expect was that when her attack descended and touched the heavenly devil sword, the moment the entire sword body was touched, the layers of breath instantly dissolved into nothingness, and all the light strangely faded away. And even under her attack, the heavenly devil sword, which contained horrifying energies, was directly washed into the boundless darkness. Then, bam! It fell to the hard ground without making another sound. Is it done? She was inwardly stunned. clearly not expecting that the sword would actually lay down so quickly. After all, she had already prepared for the worst. Even if she was seriously injured, she would still take this sword down, but the last step was just a bit unexpected. The moment she flew over to the heavenly demon sword and picked this sword up, Mu Qianyu dripped blood to recognize her master. The moment her essence blood dripped down onto the heavenly demon sword, the heavenly demon sword trembled slightly, and then all of its aura disappeared once again. This is the heavenly demon sword? It's the heavy treasure left behind by the old ancestor? Her Xian force penetrated to a rather distant place and found that apart from this sword, the entire secret realm was surprisingly empty. Perhaps, everything within the entire bright mirror was swallowed by this sword. As she thought this, she finally took a long breath, then flew out of the secret realm. The moment she stepped out of the secret realm, the entire dark space of the secret realm collapsed, squeezed by the power of the surrounding space, and then disappeared, as if it had never appeared in this world. Outside, the moment they saw Mu Qianyu walk out of the secret realm, Gu Yan and the rest of the senior management, as well as some of the disciples who were here to watch over the area, all exclaimed in shock. "Sovereign, you did it!" The sovereign has an extra sword in his hand. The sword's shape is so strange and majestic. "Congratulations, Patriarch! Congratulations, Patriarch!" But, Sovereign, why did the secret realm collapse? There was a young man who went into the secret realm earlier to look for you. And why didn't he come out? Chapter 17, Long Cheer Who Sleeps Badly. Gu Yan and the others were overjoyed when they saw Mu Qianyu come out of the secret realm, clutching a battle weapon with a shocking aura. This was a success for her, and while surprised, he was quite amazed at where Longshare had gone. The secret realm collapsed, but Long Che didn't show up. The first feeling given to the crowd was that he had disappeared with the secret realm, and looking at the crowd's reaction, Mu Qianyu said with a light frown on her willow brows, "What are you talking about, guys?" She hadn't seen half a dozen people in the secret realm, so she was equally strange inside. "Patriarch, it's that lord, the one who helped my heavenly demon sect destroy the green demon and the others. And it seems like he already knew that the heavy treasure in the secret realm is a sword." Gu Yan was surprised. He could see that Mu Qianyu had not seen this person. "Ha, that benefactor has appeared again? But I didn't see him." Mu Qianyu was surprised, obviously not expecting that something like this would happen. "But we clearly saw him enter within the secret realm. Sovereign Lord, all of us saw him go in." The doubts in the hearts of the crowd grew more and more intense, and Mu Qianyu turned around to look at the secret realm that had long since disappeared, her beautiful eyes surfacing with a strong sense of consternation. What kind of person is he really? She hadn't met this legendary benefactor, but she could imagine that this person must be a person with unparalleled cultivation and heavenly means. Even if the secret realm disappears, he should be safe and sound. And in the middle of the crowd's astonishment, Long Che, at that moment, silently appeared beside Mu Qianyu. His means were heavenly, and he stealthily went away with a slight trick, so that even a Xian Emperor powerhouse like Mu Qianyu could not sense his presence. After dwelling on it for a while, the crowd didn't find Long Che's aura at all, so they all withdrew their minds and focused on the heavenly demon sword in Mu Qianyu's hand. Mu Qianyu also came out of her previous doubts before rising up in the air and descending in front of a huge sculpture at the central square of the heavenly demon sect. All the people behind her all came flying, following her with great vigor, quite imposing. And this statue was the statue of the heavenly demon sect's founding ancestor, late generation Mu Qianyu. "Today, I succeeded in obtaining the heavenly demon sword in the heavenly demon mysterious realm, and now I am leading a group of disciples from the heavenly demon sect to come and pay their respects to the Nose ancestor, and give thanks for old ancestors' favor," Mu Qianyu said, placing the heavenly demon sword in her hand before the statue of the founding ancestor. All the heavenly demon sect disciples knelt down in unison, each one looking pious. After worshipping the ancestors, Mu Qianyu put away the heavenly demon sword and dismissed the crowd before heading straight back to the Patriarch's hall. "Elder, please also show yourself to meet me." Entering into the magnificent hall, Mu Qianyu's face was indifferent as she said to the air in front of her, "Just now," although she did not detect the whereabouts of the benefactor, but in the square, a sudden touch on her face made her heart tighten. There was even a secret irritation, but it could only be suppressed. It couldn't be helped. Long Che stole a kiss on his maiden's cheek and was felt by her. It couldn't be hidden. Only, Mu Qianyu's inner tension was known only to her. A person who can achieve invisibility and disperse all the breath is definitely a supreme powerhouse. And the reason why she hurriedly and sharply dismissed the crowd back to her own palace is also for fear that this high person will be unfavorable to the door congregation. So, she was going to deal with this high-ranking person who seemed to have offended her on her own. Although, most likely just alone. At her comment, Long Share, however, laughed darkly. Of course, showing up is not allowed. Otherwise wouldn't it be revealing? but since the other party had sensed that he was following, he couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb, so pinched his throat. Go home. Your baby needs milk. Hearing this, Mu Qianyu's entire body froze on the spot. What is this talk? Such a high-ranking person, to say such words. Mu Qianyu was angry and ashamed, but she could only endure it. Senior, although you have been kind to my heavenly demon sect, if you continue to be so humiliated, this seat will not be polite. Seeing her move to anger, Longshare became completely silent. Mu Qianyu continues to insist that he show himself, but realizes that after he has been talking for a while, the other party is silent and has completely stopped moving. It took a good while for her to calm down, and then she pondered the meaning of that statement. How did he know that my baby needed milk? Who the hell is he? Her eyes suddenly tensed at the thought. Oops, the kids are definitely exposed. As soon as she thought that Long Che's trashy cultivation couldn't protect the child at all, she immediately flew up, on fire, and disappeared in place. Long Che followed all the way, just a little faster than her, entered the cave, dispersed the ban, then lay down beside the waifs and pretended to sleep. Mu Qianyu's hanging heart finally relaxes the moment she sees them sleeping, but even so, that shadowless and invisible person still made her heart worry, and she was not able to completely put her heart down. She suddenly felt that she should never leave if she could help it. Since the man in the dark knew that her baby needed to be fed, this place must have been exposed as well. I wonder if that person is a good guy or a bad guy. However, in recent years, other than in the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Prison, she hadn't seen anyone with such powerful means, and the people from the legendary Heavenly Prison were all super strong. If this person was also from the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Prison, that would be bad. Thinking about things on her mind, Mu Qianyu has no sleep, her eyes sweeping around the children, with unspeakable suffering in her heart, but nowhere to say it. Longshare lifted his eyelids to see her like this, regretting his behavior. If I had known, I shouldn't have let her find out. Now it's so bad that it's making it impossible for my mother to sleep. Just had to coax it. So pretend to talk in your sleep. Mother, where have you been? Ma'am, not only does the child miss you, I miss you too. Miss you. He said this in a way that was deeply surprising even to himself. The Supreme Divine Lord, in just 2 days, had become a man who was so concerned about his family and wanted a daughter-in-law? It seems that a life of peace and quiet, with a wife and children in a hot bed, is the truest life of all. And hearing him ravishly say this, Mu Qianyu was also stunned. She looked over at Longshare and was relieved to find that he was just talking in his sleep. Alas, you man, it's not bad. It's just that his cultivation is garbage. Saying that, she walked over and looked at the four-folded Longshare, helped him cover up, and then couldn't help but poof a smile when she saw the 3 children's sleeping positions. That's a daddy of a sleeper. But fortunately for the 3 children, their talents don't follow you. She thought Longcheer was asleep, but the words made Longcheer sound happy. Woo, I'll cultivate too. I'll protect my mother. Protect my child. Cultivate. I'll cultivate too. He's quite surprised by his acting talent. Never thought he'd pretend to sleepwalk so realistically that his arms flailed, scaring Mu Qianyu into holding it down for fear he'd accidentally hit the child. You people, why are you so dishonest? If I hadn't come back, I really don't know if you would have hit the baby. Longshare was held down, but didn't stop immediately and continued the show. Mu Qianyu was helpless and grabbed his hand, waiting for him to stop. But, it was meant to be on purpose. Where does it stop? And so, helplessly, Mu Qianyu bound him with a single Xin Qi. But after a while, it seemed to feel really inhumane to do that, so he relieved him again. As soon as the restraints were released, Longshare started again. So in the end, Mu Qianyu had to lie down beside him, her arms pressed against his arms and her legs pressed against his legs. Chapter 18 Groups of Demons Battle Blood Moon Cave. This kind of controlled sleeping position Longshare naturally did not want, so he pretended to sleepwalk and roll over. With Mu Qianyu unable to suppress her, he directly wrapped her in his arms, before huffing and puffing in satisfaction. Hey, you let go of me. She struggled in his arms, lowering her voice lest she wake the baby. Long Che just pretended not to know, and even the more she struggled, the tighter he wrapped his arms around her. Mu Qianyu struggled to no avail, huffing and puffing, her eyes wide open in his arms, and then not moving a muscle. Longshare was so secretly happy inside that he even pressed his face against hers. Crunch! He clearly heard Mu Qianyu gritting her teeth. So hurry up and loosen up. Some things are wisest when done in moderation. In order to retreat, the air was suddenly quiet. There was only the faint sound of the child's breathing. As well, the aroma of the pillow. Mu Qianyu was just wrapped in her arms, looking at the quiet sleeping man beside her. Her heart was indescribably complex. What did you do in your last life? Once again in this life, I slept with this man. How much better it would be if he wasn't a garbage handyman disciple. Forget it, the kids are so old. Besides, if it wasn't for him in the first place, he would probably have perished. Blood Moon Cave. When Lu Zhanshan arrived with hundreds of demonic beasts, old man De Yin, however, was not here. His illegitimate son, Qin Tiangang, was at the most critical stage of his cultivation, and he had to be on guard to make sure that nothing went wrong. But he never expected that just this night, the disciple he sent out would return so quickly. Of course, only one came back. Old ancestor, there is a large group of demonic beasts outside the mountain gate. Senior brother Lu Zhanshan is being escorted by them. I don't know what's going on. Please go ahead. Old ancestor. A disciple came to report with a nervous face. Old ancestor De Yin's face instantly grimaced at his words. I don't know that your eldest senior brother is out of the gate today. That disciple immediately fell to his knees trembling in fear. No, disciple knows. But old ancestor, the leader of that group of demonic beasts is an earth dragon. It's an earth dragon whose strength is at the Xian Emperor realm. The moment these words were uttered, old ancestor De Yin's face instantly became complicated. A Xian Emperor realm earth dragon? He didn't know what his two disciples had encountered, but a powerful demonic beast of this level was enough to draw his attention. So he flew up and came outside the mountain gate in the blink of an eye. At this moment there was a flash of fish belly white in the east. The hazy light shone down on this blackened horde of demonic beasts, and there was a breathlessness that filled the air. Let your great old ancestor roll out, or else I'll step on your blood moon cave right now. The golden rhinoceros king's roaring voice traveled out and was deafening. Anyway, with the Xian Emperor's realm earth dragon in attendance, all the demonic beasts had a majestic aura, scaring those sect members of the blood moon cave into trembling, hiding within the seal at the mountain gate, not daring to come out. Sinful animal, how dare you come to my blood moon cave to spread wildness? A poor growl came out, and immediately the blood moon cave disciples breathed a sigh of relief. The old ancestor is here. Old ancestor, this group of people captured our senior brother Zhanshan, and also killed senior brother Yuan Wu. When a group of disciples saw that the great old ancestor had appeared, they immediately brought with them killing intent and group indignation. What? Sinner! Yuan Wu is this seat's second disciple. How dare you kill him? The gaze of the great old ancestor instantly became hideous, and a surging killing intent spread out like a tidal wave, as thick as substance. He was also a powerful existence that had reached the Xian Emperor realm. So after this kind of aura filled out, that group of demonic beasts were indeed shocked. There were even some demonic beasts that couldn't help but start to retreat. Only some powerful demonic beasts followed the earth dragon and were not afraid of danger. This king doesn't just want to kill your disciple, he also wants to destroy you. The roar of the earth dragon was also like a thunderous explosion, and the color of the great old ancestor's eyes became quite unsightly. The strength of this giant dragon looked to be a step weaker than him, but the combat power of a demonic beast once it completely exploded that was quite terrifying. Not to mention it's a dragon. Want to kill this seat? I, Blood Moon Cave, have no grievances with you. Well, water does not offend river water. Now that you have killed one of my disciples and captured my third disciple, you simply don't know how to die. Quickly release our third senior brother. Otherwise, we'll let you and the others have no return. How dare a bunch of sinful animals come to my Blood Moon Cave and clamor? Behind the great elder ancestor, the Blood Moon Cave's crowd of strong men surged out, including some powerful elder-level figures, and as they went toe-to-toe, many killing intent-filled battle weapons had already appeared in their hands. A vicious battle is on the horizon. Release him? As long as your great elder ancestor goes with this king can spare your Blood Moon Cave. The Earth Dragon had no intention of letting go of the great old ancestor. This guy was the one that Tiger Skyblock, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, was looking for. If he handed this person over to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, his future cultivation path would soar. The great old ancestor was confused. Before the battle begins, I want you to make it clear what kind of misunderstanding there is between us. The opponent's aura was strong, and the great old ancestor said on the principle of not making a move if he could. Earth Dragon, blame it on the fact that you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Whether you cooperate obediently or fight to the death, choose for yourself. Boom. Big old ancestor heard this. The whole body murderous intent boiled up. Hand a bloodlight in an instant diffusion. Evil metaphysical energy burst out, actually condensed out a large size of the skull. Blood and bone explosion. With a hissing sound, the huge blood-colored skeleton charged directly into the group of demonic beasts. The eyes of the Earth Dragon and other demonic beasts changed, instantly scattering and fleeing away. But even though they fled extremely fast, many demonic beasts with low cultivation died in that booming explosion. It couldn't be helped. As a Xian Emperor powerhouse, old ancestor De Yin's cultivation was simply too strong, and the fact that he had unleashed such a furious attack right off the bat was clearly meant to give this group of demonic beasts a kick in the pants. The demonic beasts that were blown away were bleeding profusely. Under the summoning of the great old ancestor, the color of blood that filled the air unexpectedly converged towards him within his body. Then once again, it coalesced into an even more massive skeletal head. Click here. The giant blood was a skeleton with a mouth that kept opening and closing up and down, making creepy noises like it was gnawing on a bone. Destroy his mountain gate for this king. Seeing that the other party had first struck out to exterminate a number of demonic beasts, the earth dragon gave a command and the demonic beasts rushed out in unison. Kill all these people. The great old ancestor also gave orders to the gate congregation, his voice tearing at his heart, clearly already in a frenzy of rage. Pust. And at the very beginning of the melee, Lu Zhanshan, who was being escorted by the demonic beasts, was originally going to escape, but was directly pierced through the chest by a demonic beast with its horn. He looked at the horn of the beast that had come through his chest, and to his death his eyes were too thick with terror. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom. And this battle between the group of demons and the Blood Moon Cave instantly kicked off. Chapter 19, Evil Crow. Lu Zhanshan was also killed, which made the great old ancestor furious, and unable to endure. Although Blood Moon Cave had many disciples, there were only 4 of his sitting personal disciples. Nowadays, the Green Devil, Zhanshan, and Yuanwu were all destroyed, leaving only his own illegitimate son, Qin Tiangang. And Qin Tiangang at this moment is in the most critical juncture of closed-door cultivation, in case he is disturbed by this group of people. It is also fierce. One could imagine how strong the killing intent of the great old ancestor was at this moment. Rumbling sounds continued to resound, and this heaven and earth trembled violently. Although the number of demonic beasts was high, the number of all the disciples of Blood Moon Cave combined was equal. So this vicious battle became quite intense and protracted, and in a short period of time it was simply impossible to distinguish a winner from a loser. But the casualties continue. Even the bodies were piled up below. It's a lose-lose situation, and no one gains anything. Bang! The great old ancestor's entire body rolled with blood chi, and under the crazy strike with the earth dragon, both of them shot out in unison, and their breaths also sharply decreased in the ongoing battle. Asterisk. Old Ancestor Deyin watched as his disciples continued to be killed, their numbers plummeting, his eyes wide with rage. I, Blood Moon Cave, have no grudges against you, so why do I have to drive you to extinction? The Earth Dragon laughed. You're not qualified to know. Although the battle was still fierce, the Earth Dragon could already see that as time passed, those human cultivators were running out of backbone. They, the demonic beasts, however, became more and more courageous as they fought. It's only a matter of time before we win. Therefore, the Earth Dragon was simply unwilling to talk more nonsense with the great old ancestor. With a dragon whistle, the sky was filled with dragon shadows, and once again, they suppressed it in a desperate manner. Crunch! The great old ancestor burned with rage. Then let this cave master cut down all of you. Blood Moon Cave. Blood Mist Formation. Open. Although the battle had gone on for a long time, both sides still preserved the last of their strength. Seeing that the many disciples of the Blood Moon Cave were going to be unable to hold on, Old Ancestor Deyin finally used his killer weapon. With a buzzing sound resounding, inside the Blood Moon Cave's mountain gate, endless blood-colored fog suddenly surged out. As these blood-colored mists filled the air, the eyes of those disciples suddenly turned crimson as they swallowed those blood mists in large gulps, and their breath actually began to climb. Roar! Seeing this, the Earth Dragon let out a dragon roar, its violent sound wave attempting to shake that blood mist away. However, what it didn't expect was that the blood mist was so sticky that it couldn't be dissolved at all, but instead, it was getting thicker and thicker under the vibration of this sound wave, and it had already begun to envelop those demonic beasts. When the blood mist enveloped the group of demonic beasts, the group of demonic beasts became restless. The eyes also turned into crimson beast pupils, but they were different from the disciples of that Blood Moon Cave, because this group of demonic beasts are starting to fight amongst themselves. Damnable human! To actually have this kind of tactic, it's so despicable. The golden rhinoceros looked at the mist of blood that came in a daze and had no intention of engaging in a battle. It flew directly next to the Earth Dragon and joined in the battle circle between the Earth Dragon and the great old ancestor. Attempts to make quick work of the situation. Their purpose is the great ancestor. As for the lives of the other demonic beasts, it wasn't that important. Not to mention, all of them died fighting for the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, which was a supreme honor. If you want to deal with our old ancestor, you guys don't have the ability to do so. Shoo shoo shoo. Seeing that the golden rhinoceros as well as a group of other demonic beasts were converging towards the Earth Dragon, a group of disciple elders also flew in behind the great old ancestor. One by one, their breath surged and their killing intent grew more and more intense. even connecting with the breath of the great old ancestor to form a formation that was difficult to break through. Boom! The frantic attack once again resounded through the heavens and earth. However, after this attack erupted, the earth dragons realized that they had actually fallen into a disadvantage. Moreover, the scales of its entire body rose up, and an evil power churned within it, almost destroying its physical body. Humph! Having fallen victim to my evil poison, I'll let you die without a burial place, old ancestor Dayin said through gritted teeth, a touch of gloating surfacing in his eyes. Damnable human cultivators! You are too evil, too cunning. The earth dragon felt the breath in its body, eroded by a poisonous gas. Its entire body's demonic chi began to stagnate, and it became more and more difficult to operate. An intense fear surged out of its eyes. Escape! Suddenly, it rose into the air and was about to flee. Hugo! With a command, the great elder ancestor led the elder disciples to rush out at great speeds, chasing straight after them. They didn't even understand why this group of demonic beasts were attacking them. It would be really sad to just let the earth dragon go. No matter what, we must kill them all and avenge the disciples who were exterminated. That's his bottom line. Otherwise, if word gets out, they can't be a good person in the Blood Moon Cave in the future. And as they chased them out, a black raven quietly landed on an ancient tree in the sky outside the battle circle. Those little black eyes darted around a few times, emitting a cunning shine. At this point, the earth dragon that was being frantically chased in midair felt the poisonous breath in his body continuously eroding his flesh, and the trepidation within his heart grew stronger and stronger, and glimpsed that the golden rhinoceros next to him was also following his own speedy escape, and it grabbed it and shocked it in the air. Boom! With the explosion of the golden rhinoceros, a terrifying aura of demonic evil filled the heavens and earth. The Blood Moon Cave powerhouses that were chasing behind them were all enveloped, and there were even a few who were shaken to the point that they fell to the ground in a state of confusion, and by the time they landed on the ground, they had completely lost all their vitality. Damn! This asshole, he escaped. The great old ancestor ground his teeth fiercely as the earth dragon sacrificed a great demon, causing its demonic pills to explode, blocking their pursuit. Right now it was already impossible to catch up. Even if the other party had been poisoned and fled with all their might, they would not be able to catch up. Old ancestor, I can't believe I let his damnable earth dragon escape. Old man Dayin grimaced. Even if it escapes, it can't live long with the poison in its body. First, cut down all the other demonic beasts. Old ancestor. Gah! Suddenly, a crow's caw caused old man Dayin's face to suddenly change. Everyone's eyes all looked in the direction from which the shout came. It's Lord Evil Crow? We have met Lord Evil Crow. Upon seeing that one crow, old ancestor Dayin and the others immediately flew over, then respectfully knelt down with a rather sincere attitude, as if they were kneeling down to worship a great person who could not be offended. Great ancestor, you let that earth dragon go, but you don't know why they came. And the Blood Moon Cave has lost so many elder disciples. How are you going to explain this matter? The evil crow spat out human words, and even his voice seemed high and lofty, not to be blasphemed. At those words, old man Dayin's face became even more gloomy. How he hadn't thought about it. The evil crow would actually appear at a time like this. Chapter 20, The Little Master. Lord Evil Crow, I will definitely find out where they came from. I will definitely give your lordship a satisfactory explanation. Old ancestor Dayin's face was so gloomy that it could drip water. Check it out. Evil Crow said indifferently. Yes. With a pair of gloomy eyes, old ancestor Dayin looked towards the battle circle that was still fighting frantically. Now that the earth dragon had left, the remaining demonic beasts were beginning to retreat under the shroud of the blood-colored array. And so, he then charged straight into the middle of the battle circle and began to kill like crazy. Bang bang bang! The body of the demonic beast exploded in the air. The miserable cries came to an abrupt end. The scene became bloody for a time. Soon the battle was winding down. There was no way around it. Old man Dayin was too powerful, and those demonic beasts were simply no match for him. What's more, those disciples of the Blood Moon Cave had originally begun to gain the upper hand, and the group of demonic beasts was even more unbeatable. Soon the battle came to a close. In the end, there were only a dozen or so powerful demonic beast leaders left that hadn't been exterminated. All the other demonic beasts were killed cleanly. Speak! What exactly is your purpose? Old ancestor Dayin asked with gloomy eyes. Never mind. Bang! A demonic beast was just about to refuse to answer when he was directly kicked in the head. Don't even give a chance to deny yourself. The other 9 demonic beasts immediately went soft. It's the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. It's the Eastern Wasteland Emperor who wants you. Suddenly these words came out of the mouth of a demonic beast, startling everyone. This also included the evil raven standing in the treetops. Eastern Wasteland Emperor? The corners of the mouth of the great old ancestor shivered. Obviously not expecting that this most powerful human existence in the eastern domain of the Tianqian continent would actually want to find him? It must be a lie. This demonic beast was just trying to use the name of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor to scare him. To deter him. Think about it. Another thud. That demonic beast's head directly exploded. Daring to scare this seat with names such as the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. That's abominable. You're next. Speak. The great old ancestor didn't give these few demonic beasts much of a chance at all. And the ones that didn't answer right away were also kicked and exploded away. Raw to the point of outrageousness. Soon there was only the last demonic beast left. It has pissed itself. It was originally the Eastern Wasteland Emperor who was looking for him. But it turned out to be such a miserable death. It simply didn't know how to respond for a moment. It's the Eastern Wasteland Emperor looking for me? The great old ancestor's voice carried a strong threatening intent. And with a single look, the demonic beast directly prostrated itself on the ground, already paralyzed with fear, unable to stand up at all. Yes, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor is looking for you. That's what Lord Earth Dragon said. It had to say so. Old Ancestor De Yin's eyes trembled slightly. These few demonic beasts dared to say this before they died, so it was definitely not an empty claim. But that high and mighty Eastern Wasteland Emperor would actually look for an unheard of cave master like him? How did this happen? He simply couldn't figure it out for a while. Bang! Another flying kick in a heartbeat. The last living demonic beast also directly exploded. At this time, those elders beside him gathered around. Old Ancestor, these demonic beasts have been killed cleanly. How else can we find out their purpose? If we can't, we'll bring everyone with us and go after that Earth Dragon. It's possible that what they're saying is true, but why would the Eastern Wasteland Emperor want to find our old ancestor? And in such an extreme way? The crowd murmured, and for a while they were clueless. The eyes all looked towards the great old ancestor. Old Ancestor De Yin was also quite helpless. Although the Blood Moon Cave had lost quite a few disciples, it was finally saved. But if this matter was really related to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, then what should they do next? In the hands of a powerful existence like the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, he was no different from a fly. Gah! At that moment, the evil raven shot up from that branch and its voice came down. I'll report back. Wait for the will of the Son of God. Having said that, the black body directly transformed into a feather, floating down with the wind but did not fall to the ground, but scattered into a piece of nothingness, hidden between the void. Old Ancestor De Yin was so apprehensive that he didn't even know what he should do anymore. But, if this matter really involved the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, I'm afraid that even the Son of God would be unable to do anything about it, right? After wrestling with this for a while, his eyes grimly ground his teeth. Then he flew up and headed towards the place where Qin Tiangang was in seclusion. However, what he didn't expect was this. Qin Tiangong's cultivation chamber had blown up. Inside was a bloody figure, bloodied and long gone cold. The violent battle that had occurred outside earlier had affected his mind, and Qin Tiangang, who was unable to control his mind's demons, had just gotten himself killed. No! The great old ancestor let out a roar to the sky, his voice filled with endless grief and unwillingness. The 4 disciples he had personally trained were all dead. Even his own illegitimate son is completely finished. It's crumbling inside, sitting in place, as if petrified. For a long time, the Earth Dragon that fled out descended to the top of a huge iceberg at this moment. As it flew all the way, it suppressed the poison within its body at its tail end, and at this time, descending into the iceberg, it directly inserted the rear part of its body within the cold ice, attempting to utilize the extreme cold to freeze that running poison. This approach is still quite effective. That poison kept surging inside the body under the cold ice, but the amplitude was getting smaller and smaller in the end, and in the end it was fine and unnoticeable. Phew! The Earth Dragon sighed deeply, his dragon's eyes filled with afterthought. If it had run any slower, I'm afraid it would have died by now. While it was pondering how to escape from here, a voice suddenly came from beneath the cold ice. The scent of this poison is quite good. It's gluttonous. This voice came from underneath the 10,000-year-old cold ice. A flash of intense shock surfaced in the Earth Dragon's dragon eyes. It saw that under the 10,000 years of cold ice, another dragon shadow had actually appeared. The dragon's aura was so much stronger than his. When this aura emanated out, it couldn't help but want to worship down. Click 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 click. 10,000 years of cold ice, crumbling by inches. From it, an ice dragon drilled out. It flew in a circle around the Earth Dragon and then landed. Spit out human words. Want to die or want to live? The Earth Dragon's voice trembled as he heard the question. My lord. Want to live. Want to live. This ice dragon nodded. I'll go ask my little lord first. If he's willing to save you then I'll save you. If he's not then there's nothing I can do. After saying that, this ice dragon rose into the air and disappeared into the sky in the blink of an eye. The Earth Dragon's eyes were complicated. Such a powerful ice dragon actually has an owner? So how strong should its owner be? I'm in a state of disbelief. That ice dragon appeared in the sky again. On its back rode a little bitty one. It was a human child, like a little donut. Chapter 21. Seeing that this ice dragon was actually carrying a tiny dot on its back, the earth dragon was confused. And it was even more incomprehensible when it couldn't feel any breath fluctuation from this little human dot. And this ice dragon, in fact, was not an ice dragon, but a fury poison water python that was practicing the extreme cold and highly poisonous demonic technique. That is, heavy floors mount. Its entire body's highly poisonous aura dispersed, and it had transformed into the form of a large python. But that python was still like a giant dragon, oppressing the earth dragon and trembling. Little lord, it's this earth dragon. The baneful poison water python asked respectfully after bringing the heavy floor over. And Shonlu frowned when he saw the earth dragon. Say, why did you come to my place? Tell me the truth or I'll beat the out of you. The milky voice, however, frightened the earth dragon into giving an immediate explanation. No way. There's definitely someone behind this little guy. Otherwise, this baneful poison water python wouldn't have been so willing to be his mount. Back to the big, little, sir. I have no intention of intruding, but I am suffering from severe poison. Only the 10,000-year-old ice here can delay the onset of the poison. I hope that you will be merciful. If you can save my life, I will only look up to you in the future. Hearing the earth dragon's words, the fatal poison water python glanced at it. He's lying to the kids, isn't he? Seeing the noble status of the young master and directly wanting to defect to him, it's really a good calculation. However, the baneful poison water python would not say anything since the Lord God Master had explained that as long as the little lord was happy, everything would be according to his heart. Unexpectedly, Heavy Floor beamed at Earth Dragon's words. You're the horse. Your whole family is a horse. Earth Dragon, fatal poison anaconda, Heavy Floor ran over to the Earth Dragon and reached out with his small hand to touch its earth-colored scales, then began to pick at them. Click! With a crunch, he actually gouged off a dragon scale. The Earth Dragon was confused. What's the game here? It didn't feel any pain though. The lower half of its body had been frozen by the cold and lost its senses. But even so, you can't afford to be so stingy, can you? If you keep picking at it, you'll become a bald dragon. Heavy Floor didn't continue. He looked startled at the black liquid spilling from the wound. Hiss! What's this? Why is your blood so dark? It's scary. The Earth Dragon's eyes were innocent and full of supplication. My lord, I've been poisoned. This black blood is blood with a strong poison. Your lordship mustn't touch it. Heavy Floor was so scared that he directly threw away the dragon scale, then hid to the side and looked at the fury poison water python that was licking the corners of its mouth with a gluttonous look and said, Little poison, you eat poison, don't you? How about not helping it eat the poison? The fiendish poison water python was instantly excited. Just waiting for that. The Earth Dragon was also relieved. This little master is quite nice. What's the boa constrictor up to? It climbed down and bit down on its own body. A huge suction force is hissing wildly, sucking its own blood. Great rhythm of sucking it dry. Are you saving me or hurting me? While the Earth Dragon was crumbling inside, the fury poison water python had stopped. Why am I so dizzy? The Earth Dragon felt like he was going to pass out at any moment. It's just anemia. The poison is gone. Just eat a few more demonic beasts to make up for it. The baneful poison water python said lightly, but inwardly, he was quite surprised. It was because it realized that after sucking the poison from this Earth Dragon's body, it had refined its strength again. Thieves are cool. Thanks. The Earth Dragon was so grateful that he directly knelt down and kowtowed to Chonlu. Heavy Floor looked surprised. That's good? Little poison is so powerful. The fatal poison water python hemmed and hawed. Little master, we should go home for breakfast, or else the adults will scold me. It's definitely not appropriate to pack a heavy building here so early in the morning. Well then, my father is making delicious food again. You little dragon, do you want to go eat with me? Heavy Floor saw that this Earth Dragon's breath was wilting, and actually cared about it. The Earth Dragon was deeply moved, but his heart was a little worried. I wonder what kind of existence this little guy's family has. Will it be unpopular in the past with its kind of cultivation? After all, people's mounts were such a strong fury poison water python. But, right now is an opportunity to defect to a high person. If you hold on to this child's thigh, in the future, flying high, just around the corner. With his mind racing, the Earth Dragon summoned up the courage to speak. Thank you, little master. Then, I'll be respectful. Chonlu smiled. Let's go. Saying that, he jumped onto the back of the fatal poison water python, and behind him, the Earth Dragon rose up into the air and followed suit. Despite the anemia, you can still fly. Soon they reached the hill where Longshare lived. Just after the baneful poison water python descended down, it directly disappeared for fear of being seen by Mu Qianyu. It was requested by the master. It's a secret between them. But the earth dragon is different. It didn't even know about this kind of thing, so when that huge body descended down, Mu Qianyu, who had just walked out of the cave, was instantly startled. Heavy floor is right next to that huge earth dragon. Even she didn't have time to think of anything. She rushed over with an arrow step and instantly wrapped Chonlu in her arms, her beautiful eyes glaring at the earth dragon, her shocking stance startling even the earth dragon. I didn't mean to offend. It was the young master who brought me here, the earth dragon hurriedly explained. This explanation confused Mu Qianyu. Little master? You mean? She gazed at Chonlu, who was about to say something, but suddenly remembered the secret with father and laughed. Mother, I brought him here. He's injured and anemic. I brought him here to give him a tonic. Mother, get him something to eat, right? Mu Qianyu was even more confused. Son, you're not lying, are you? Did you bring it here? She really couldn't believe that this emperor-level demonic beast was actually brought over by her own son. Could things be that simple? The earth dragon also had some doubts. For example, why the fury poison python had suddenly disappeared, and why the kid had lied. There must be a secret. So, it didn't dare to speak either, lest it reveal itself. As long as you can hold on to the baby doll's thighs here and not let go, you should be able to have a seat at the table. Moreover, if you look at this mountain, there are countless spiritual medicines, and the layers of ceiling prohibitions show the aura of an immortal's holy land. This place is much better than the bare mound in its old home. Mother, I'm hungry. It smells so good. What did Daddy cook again? Heavy Floor said and ran straight away. It wasn't that he ran away to cover up anything. The key was that his stomach was really hungry, and the aroma of the rice was so fragrant that it had aroused the cravings in his stomach. Watching him run away, Mu Qianyu's eyes looked towards the earth dragon. What kind of demon are you? Report your name. The earth dragon had to answer honestly. I am from the flower fruit pool, the waterfall cave. Mu Qianyu frowned. How were you injured? Why did you come here with my son? The depths of Mu Qianyu's eyes were all alert. After all, the high-ranking person who had appeared at the Sky Demon Sect's headquarters had already known where her child was hiding. And this mountain that no one had come to all year round suddenly had an emperor-level earth dragon appear. There must be something fishy about this matter. She had to be on guard. Chapter 22, I beg you to stop talking. Ma'am, I was severely poisoned and was being chased, so I fled here and met the young master before arriving here. The earth dragon looked at Mu Qianyu's eyes full of alertness, so he answered honestly. After all, this woman's breath was above it. Mu Qianyu's eyes moved. The reason, which couldn't be said to be like the reason why he had come here in the first place, was practically the same, but she pressed on. So, what are you being chased by? The earth dragon originally wanted to hide it. After all, the other party was also a human, and the great old ancestor was also a human. The humans should help the humans themselves between them, right? But things have come to this point. It also had to talk to the plate. People under the roof had to bow down. Ma'am, it's Blood Moon Cave, Old Man De-een. Upon hearing these words, Mu Qianyu's eyes instantly chilled. It's this damnable old man De-een again. Why does he like to drive people to these barren hills? A taste of empathy with this earth dragon grew in her heart. The cold eyes were so soul-stirring that they startled the earth dragon. Ma'am, what's wrong? Mu Qianyu clenched her silver teeth, took a deep breath, and glanced at the earth dragon. Can't you take human form when you're an emperor-level demonic beast? Don't scare my child. She had wanted to immediately ask the earth dragon to take herself to the Blood Moon Cave and seek revenge on the great old ancestor. But the other party's origins were unknown, so she couldn't act recklessly. So she tried to suppress the anger in her heart towards Old Man De-een. The earth dragon sniffed and smiled. Ma'am, I can do it. I'll change now. Saying that, shaking his body, the huge-sized earth dragon directly disappeared in place. While in the grass not far away, the figure of a young man with a bloodless face appeared. Mu Qianyu said in a cold voice, "Don't hide. Come out." The earth dragon tangled. Ma'am, villain, I'm not wearing any clothes. Mu Qianyu wrinkled her eyebrows and immediately walked over when she saw Long Che walking out of the cave. Long Share, there's a man over there with no clothes. Lend him one of the clothes you're not wearing. Longshare had known about the earth dragon's sudden visit for a long time, but he still pretended to have a surprised look on his face. Ha? Who is he? Why is there suddenly an extra person? Could he be a bad guy? Why is he still naked, playing hooligan in broad daylight? Mother, if he dares to disrespect you, I'll beat him to death. Talk about getting emotional. It's your duty to protect your wife. He's not a bad guy. Go back and get him a shirt first. Longcheer nodded. Oh, everything is at your majesty's disposal. With that, he went into the cave to fetch a shirt. And the Earth Dragon, grateful for the clothes, put them on and stepped out of the bushes. It fits pretty well, but why did you run over here without any clothes on? Longshare pretended to be an ordinary person and asked questions. Just don't ask so many questions. Take care of the kids for dinner first. I'll go ask for specifics, Mu Qianyu said, walking towards the other side. Longshare nodded and went to serve the children their food. However, Mu Qianyu's conversation with the Earth Dragon was transmitted into his ears word for word. Then where is the Blood Moon Cave? Is the great old ancestor right now in the Blood Moon Cave? Mu Qianyu eagerly wanted to know the whereabouts of the Blood Moon Cave. The Blood Moon Cave belonged to one of the 36 holes under the evil god's sun, but the most elusive location was precisely this Blood Moon Cave. For so long, she had not been able to find where the Blood Moon Cave mountain gate was located. Once she found it, she would surely destroy the great old ancestor and trample his Blood Moon Cave to the ground. In the beginning, it was also because of the poison she was suffering from that she was pursued by the other party, and there were other experts, so she fled to this place in a hurry. Otherwise, with her strength, how could the great old ancestor be her opponent? She was even able to destroy the evil god who commanded the 36 caves, let alone a cave lord under him. The Blood Moon Cave is in the illusory Moon Mountain range, layered with huge mountains that can't be seen at a glance. The Earth Dragon intended to tell all he knew and give the other party favors and goodwill so that he could stay. Take this seat there. Ha, are you going to the Blood Moon Cave? The Earth Dragon was startled. It had just come back from the dead. Let's go. Cut the crap. However, Mu Qianyu no longer said anything. Her whole body's breath rolled and rose up into the air. Ma'am, it's just too weak. Although the poison in the Earth Dragon's body was gone, but escaped from death, and before that, experienced a vicious battle. The consumption was really too great. The words did not finish, but even fell headlong to the ground. Unconscious. Mu Qianyu was speechless when she saw this. However, she could also see that this guy wasn't pretending. It was just too weak, so she had to land and take out an elixir from her nascent sack and give it to him. Sighing, he couldn't go now. At least he had to wait until the Earth Dragon recovered. Otherwise it wouldn't be good in case he was quite before he could find the Blood Moon Cave. How did he die? Long Che came over and was surprised to see the Earth Dragon lying on the ground. He's fine. He'll be fine after a nap. Come on, let's go eat. Mu Qianyu didn't want Long Che to be too exposed to the Earth Dragon. After all, he was only a mortal. It was safer to keep his distance from such a powerful existence. Longshare could feel her concern for herself and smiled. Okay, mother, this morning I made buns. Coarse grainy mortal wheat flour. Bun filling meat with beef, pork, vegetarian filling with leeks and eggs, spicy tofu. The children are lovely to eat. Listening to Long Che's words, Mu Qianyu didn't know what mood she should use to listen. Pork, beef, leeks, eggs? You're talking like a human being. That pig is not a pig. That's the flying golden dolphin. A cow is even less of a cow. That's the heavenly desolate savage beast. Even the eggs weren't eggs. They were the eggs of colorful snowfinches. Every head was a super demon. I can't believe they're being used to make buns. A mortal who does what the gods do. This guy is a real oddball. Alternative. Of course, although Mu Qianyu was unwilling to believe it, it was just the way it was, so she had to attribute everything to the fact that Long Che was taking advantage of that immortal here, or else, he would not be able to do such unthinkable things in his entire life. Yummy. It's so delicious. Inwardly, I'm torn, but my appetite doesn't lie. After taking the bun, Mu Qianyu directly turned into a small greedy cat, with 3 groups of people to nibble on the bun, while eating and drinking that immortal grass-boiled porridge. Simply do not too fragrant. If it wasn't for that thing that she couldn't let go of, it wouldn't be a happy thing for her to stay hidden in the world and live her life peacefully with this man who can cook. Father, look at my mother. She's eaten 8 buns. Zissou has been helping Mu Qianyu count the number of buns she ate. When these words came out, Mu Qianyu directly stopped chewing. No way. Mother didn't eat that much. Mother wants to stay in shape. That's 8 mother. Father ate 4. You ate 8. I remember it all. How could Zissa know the inner embarrassment of her old lady? Eyes looking over with supplication. I'm begging you to stop, okay? Chapter 23, The Shocked Bun. Seeing Mu Qianyu's embarrassed face, Long Che helps out. Boys and girls, Daddy asked you a question. Okay? Good. What do you say? Is it better for your mother to eat white and fat, or to be withered and thin? Of course it's good to be white and fat. The more your mother eats means the better Daddy's cooking is, right? Yeah. And how many buns do you wish your mother to eat? 100. 1,000. 10,000 is better. But, Mu Qianyu managed to be amused by the words of the waifs. Beautiful eyes glanced at the man next to her. The heart is quite fine. Go for it, ma'am. Try to eat 10. 000 of them. Longshare snickered. Ugh, you can only eat 10,000 of them. Even if I could eat 10,000, you wouldn't be able to do it. As long as my lady can eat, I can pack out as much as I want. Just you can. I'm full. I'm going to go out and check on that guy. Why don't you get him 2 buns to eat? Feel free, ma'am. Mu Qianyu nodded, grabbed 2 buns and walked out. The Earth Dragon was so weak that 2 buns would completely replenish his physical energy. Boom! But the moment she had just stepped out of the cave, a majestic energy within his body exploded. The cultivation that had originally regressed because of being suppressed in the Lee Fantasy Heavenly Prison all these years had actually soared once again, and in the blink of an eye it was fixed at the 4th Order Xian Emperor realm, and there was no shock to the outside world. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes widened, filled with intense disbelief. There's something wrong with this bun. She could also guess that the reason for such a drastic change was entirely due to the problem of eating a few buns. There was a complementary energy between the meat filling of those powerful demonic beasts and the buns filled with immortal herbs, and eating such buns gave her the illusion of eating pills. She guessed right. These buns aren't just buns. Not only were the ingredients used very high, but the various ingredients in them were also in accordance with the ratios of the elixir, and it was precisely for this reason that she was able to instantly raise her cultivation level without having any half impact on the outside world. But what puzzled her was, why didn't the waifs have that reaction? Could it be that I've eaten too much? The mind is filled with doubt, but it was soon replaced by an inner ecstasy. Cultivation that hadn't been promoted for several years had finally risen again, so the chances of finding the divine artifact she had lost were even greater. Collecting her inner excitement, she took a step towards where the Earth Dragon was. At this moment, Tu Long has already woken up, and the elixir Mu Qianyu gave him has already taken effect. He's so hungry, but didn't dare to move at all. Everything around us is too sacred. The goat in the circle was a super demon, and a single yell made his heart gall. In the distant pond, from time to time, there were dragons and whales leaping, so scared that his mouth kept murmuring, "Can't see me, can't see me." At that moment the Earth Dragon was staring at a rat with salivating eyes. If possible, eating that rat would bring his strength back to its peak again. It's just a shame that he's afraid to go after even the rats. That rat was all on par with him. What the hell is this place? How could there be any mortals' residence on the eastern region of Tianxian continent? Inwardly, he was extremely shocked, and suddenly seeing Mu Qianyu walking over, he immediately stood in place and tried to make a respectful attitude. "You awake? Eat these 2 buns." The moment Mu Qianyu sent the buns out, an inexplicable feeling of reluctance arose. In her eyes, what was being given away was no longer a bun, but 2 super immortal pills. As soon as he saw the buns, the Earth Dragon's eyes immediately glowed. However, in the next second, his entire body trembled, and his eyes were filled with intense panic. The 2 buns in his hand rose in a great mist. He saw demonic beast silhouettes tossing and turning in it, and the scent of Lingji immortal herbs filled the sky and earth, and it was like he had entered a fantasy world in a trance. In this world, every breath he inhaled into his body turned into immortal chi, and the injuries in his body were repaired as good as new with a single breath. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and eat." Mu Qianyu's words woke him up from that illusion. He clutched the 2 spores in his hand and immediately fell to his knees. "Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. Thank you, your excellency. This life of mine will be your excellency's from now on. I'll be at your disposal." Wouldn't that be a bit of a drastic reaction? Mu Qianyu was a bit surprised, but once she thought that this bun could even raise her cultivation, she knew that it would not be surprising for him to have such a reaction. "Go eat over there and keep the commotion down." Mu Qianyu pointed to a corner not far away. My lord." The Earth Dragon was thrilled, then grabbed 2 buns and walked over to the corner and started eating them. With each bite, his face changed a color. His eyes shocked beyond description. When the 2 buns went down, suddenly a burst of sand flew and stones went away, and with him as the center, the large mountain began to tremble. As an Earth Dragon, he was born with a top-notch control Dao over the power of the earth, but after eating 2 buns, his Earth Dao actually showed some signs of going berserk. But just then, a sheep in the sheep pen next to him that had been startled softly called out, and his energy that had stormed out big was instantly confined, and all of his breath was all hidden in his body, forcibly suppressed by him, and with such a suppression, that energy directly drilled into the Dantian, creating a huge wave in the Dantian Qi and becoming the source of his own energy, and his breath, which was climbing upward, had actually risen another realm. The 2 buns made it a second-order Xian. Gulp! The Earth Dragon's eyes were full of shock, permeated with dreamlike unreality, and as Mu Qianyu at the entrance of the cave watched this scene, she was also quite curious inside. What the hell is going on here? Perhaps people with no cultivation will not react if they eat it? Otherwise, how could there be no reaction when all 3 dumplings were eaten? And Longchair ate them too? That must be it. This guy, it's a pity. If you had a slightly higher cultivation level and ate meals like this every day, you shouldn't be so weak, right? Mu Qianyu muttered to herself. The shadow of Long Che surfaced in her head. What is the lady talking about? Suddenly Long Che's voice came in her ears and Mu Qianyu blushed. I was just talking about you and here you are. Didn't say anything. Are you done eating? After we're done eating and the kids are full, I'm taking them fishing. Father is taking us fishing. We can eat fish again today. Does mother want to go? Ha? Why is there an extra uncle over there? Bai Ji and Zisu had never seen an earth dragon before and asked in confusion. Heavy Floor also looked puzzled. Ha? Why is that dragon gone? Did that person change into a dragon? Which dragon are you talking about, brother? That's the one. Little Yellow. Why is it gone? Hearing this, the earth dragon hurriedly walked over and fell to his knees. Thank you, little lord, for the name. I am Little Yellow. Chapter 24 Blood Moon Cave. A nest of enemies. You're yellow? Heavy Floor had an incredulous look on his face. I didn't realize that the casual remark was true. Yes, little master. I am the earth dragon. Xiao Huang's attitude couldn't be more pious. This family are all super invincible strong. Especially that man. When he appeared the moment, although he could not feel from his body half of the breath fluctuations, but in the heart was born a strong impulse to worship. So involuntarily in the name of give name, to him on his knees. The most important thing right now is to please, or step on the horse. Then you change into a dragon and I'll see? Bai Ji expressed her doubt at Chongluo's words. May I? Xiao Huan looked up at Long Che and Mu Qianyu. Change one. Long Share nodded. Yes, master. Long Che could see that this guy was bent on sticking it to his body and trying to climb the ladder, but he didn't say anything. After all, as long as the kids were happy, he could put up with it. If this were before, he wouldn't even look at this kind of trash. Boo! After Xiao Huang finished speaking, he rose up into the air, and in a burst of yellow mist rolling around, a huge dragon head poked its head out of the clouds, spitting out human words. Little master, I'm Little Yellow ah, ha. This giant dragon grinned, but unexpectedly, Zisu jumped directly, a leap, but also rose to midair, a kick in the face of the earth dragon. Don't you smile, it's so ugly to smile. This sudden scene confused the crowd, even Longshare was greatly surprised. This second daughter's flying skill is so powerful? Little lord spare me. I won't laugh. Yellow grimaced at the kick, clawing at his head and not daring to laugh again. Change back. Mu Qianyu smiled darkly and said, yes, master. Yellow transformed right back into his human form with a clear footprint on his face. That's a tough enough kick. Mu Qianyu said. Little Yellow, we are not your masters. If you want to join, how can you prove your sincerity? She was still wary of the sudden appearance of this earth dragon. After all, apart from her, the 3 of her own group and this man with little cultivation could not deal with a dragon. It's better to be careful. Little man, I can tell a secret of the Tianqian Eastern region's demon realm. I wonder if your excellency is aware of the order given by the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? Upon hearing this, Long Che would smile, but Mu Qianyu frowned. An order from the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? Could it be that lately there's going to be another big movement on the Eastern region? Say, yes, my lord. The Eastern Wasteland Emperor has sent orders throughout the Eastern region demon realm for us to find the great old ancestor within 3 days and then bring him to the imperial city. At those words, Mu Qianyu became even more puzzled. What kind of existence is the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? That was one of the most powerful Xian emperors in cultivation above the entire Eastern continent. Even though he was a bit famous, he couldn't even catch the eye of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. Could he? He mobilized the entire Eastern region demon realm to search for the great ancestor. This matter doesn't sound very believable. Is that true? True, Your Excellency. I have come back from the dead this time because of this matter. It's a pity that old man Dean was too insidious and poisoned me in the middle of the battle, so I couldn't defend myself against it, and I ended up here. Now I'm still alive, thanks to the righteousness of little Lord. Mu Qianyu's eyes couldn't help but look at Long Che, subconsciously wanting to ask for advice, but when he thought of what Long Che knew he withdrew his confused eyes and looked at Xiao Huang. Go, take this seat to the Blood Moon Cave. When he finished, he looked to the 3 groups. You stay at home with your father, and make sure you listen. And mother will be back soon. Mother, aren't you going fishing with us? Mama has something very important to do, so you guys go play and listen to daddy. Yo, said the man, looking to Long Share. Remember the transmission note I gave you? Once something happens, notify me immediately. Long Che smiled. Mother, do you just have to leave? Mu Qianyu nodded. Don't worry, I'll be back soon this time. After her cultivation was promoted to the 4th-rank Xian Emperor, she was quite confident that there were not many super powerhouses that had reached this level above the entire eastern domain today, and the strength of that great old ancestor was nothing in her eyes nowadays. Okay, go ahead and remember to take this with you. Long Che shrugged, knowing that she was still going to pry, and gave her a peace charm. Wear it for peace. With a smile, Mu Qianyu still took it and nodded without saying anything. Then he rose into the air, with little Yellow following behind him. Daddy, I know. Mommy wants to go back and fight the bad guys. Those bad guys are really bad. Too bad I can't beat them. Can Daddy beat them? The three groups asked one question after another, and Longshare quickly changed the subject to the happy business of fishing. Waifs, adult matters are not your concern. What we should be concerned about is how we can catch the big fish. I know. Daddy, you have to go to the big sea to catch big fish. There are no big fish in a small pond. Bai Shi's words made Long Che quite surprised. It sounds simple, but it's philosophical. It is important to realize that the reason many people go through life without success is not that they don't have the skills to make things happen, but that they don't have the eyesight to do so, and they make the wrong choices in the first place. Well then, let's go to the ocean today, to catch a big fish, Long Che said. Xianxi lifted the three groups up in the air, then came to land in the pond he dug. As he moved his mind, the tiny pond suddenly winded up with huge waves, turning into an endless ocean in the blink of an eye. Wow, is that the ocean over there? That's a lot of water. Enough to drink for a lifetime. Mother said the seawater is salty and you can't drink it. Why can fish drink and we can't? Odd questions, odd little expressions, and the more you look at them, the cuter they get. An island appeared in the sea, and Long Che descended down. He gave the three groups a fishing rod each, and accompanied himself on the side, mainlining as chaperone. With him at the helm, where would those great demons in the water dare to say anything? Some even offered their hospitality by hanging some small fish on the hook, and soon there was a big happy cackle from the three groups. Blood Moon Cave. When Xiao Huang brought Mu Qianyu here again, it was already dark. It couldn't be helped. He was fleeing so hard that he didn't even remember the route. When he first went there, it was also that disciple of the great old ancestor, Lu Zhanshan, who brought him there, and he didn't have the heart to memorize the route when he fled out. After searching all night, it was good that the next day he finally saw where the Blood Moon Cave mountain gate was. Just, pounce, the entire Blood Moon Cave, blood flowing into the river. Not a bit of life left. This place, was it wiped out? Mu Qianyu's eyes changed color, and she would never have thought that this would happen. The earth dragon on the side was also stunned, and in shock, he shivered and said, "It's Lord Black. It's Lord Black's scent." Chapter 25, Amulet. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes wrinkled at her words. Lord Black? Little Yellow's eyes held a look of awe. Right. It's that black bear demon from Phoenix Ridge Valley. It's at the late second stage Xian Emperor stage. Mu Qianyu glanced at him. Don't make such a fuss. You're also a second stage Xian Emperor now. There's no need to be afraid. Little Yellow drifted off. Beaming, Mu Qianyu narrowed her eyes. Less ass kissing. Find it for the seat. Make sure to find the great ancestor for the seat. Yes. Little Yellow didn't dare to be slow, and immediately searched for the scent of that black bear demon remaining here, but all the way back to a place far outside the Blood Moon Cave. All the scents disappeared. My lord, it's gone. Yellow looked helpless. It's gone. Mu Qianyu also felt that aura completely disappear from here. They probably flew away from here. What to do? My lord? Go back to the Blood Moon Cave. Mu Qianyu said as she rose up in the air and returned to the Blood Moon Cave again after a few breaths. Having not explored the area carefully before, he returned again to find it in pools of blood and water, with a large number of buildings having collapsed into ruins during the battle. My lord, that should be the treasure cave over there. Little Yellow's sense of smell seems to be very keen. Mu Qianyu frowned. You're a dragon. Why are you like a dog? Just because your name is like a dog you can't have the characteristics of a dog, can you? Ha. Your honor is flattered. This seat didn't praise you. Go over and take a look. Although the great old ancestor was no longer here, if he could find some treasures from the Blood Moon Cave treasure cave, it would not be a wasted trip. After the two of them searched around for a while, they really found that there were a large amount of treasures in the treasure cave. It can even be said that this place just looks broken and collapsed, but the treasures here are not missing at all. That Lord Black looks like he's also here for the great old ancestor. As long as the great old ancestor is handed over to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, then he will be rewarded with rare treasures, so he shouldn't be able to see the treasures here. Yellow said. These words evoked Mu Qianyu's doubts again. Why on earth would the Eastern Wasteland Emperor want to mobilize the demonic beasts of the entire eastern region to seek out the great ancestor? Yellow said with a frown. Rumor has it that there is a super powerful and strong person who is looking for the great old ancestor. But as for who that supreme being actually is, an S-generation like me is simply not qualified to know. Mu Qianyu frowned again. You know, a supreme being wants to find him. The great ancestor? What's the point? No reason. It wouldn't be involved with the sons of the evil god as well, would it? She couldn't really think of a reason. Finally, with a wave of his arm, all the treasures were put into the nascent sphere, and he was about to leave this place. She was worried about Longcha's safety as well as that of the three groups, so she didn't plan to linger. However, in the next second, the four directions of heaven and earth suddenly black clouds rolled, and in the wind there was a sound like the roar of a demon. Thrilling and earth-shattering. It's... Mu Qianyu's eyes were cold, looking toward the black wind that came from the distant pressure. Behind her, Xiao Huang was even more shocked by this sudden violent wind wave. With her mouth wide open and unable to speak. It's the Phantom Valley Beekeeper, Mu Qianyu said, a touch of scorn in her voice. It's him. It's that old undead beekeeper. The Phantom Evil Xian Emperor. He must have been attracted here by the rushing blood qi here. This Phantom Valley Beekeeper Phantom Evil Xian Emperor had a great reputation, and Little Yellow knew him quite well, and had even encountered him more than once, and each time, he had escaped from death. This you evil Xian Huang Milk Xian Huang Realm powerhouse. Rumor has it that he has been keeping bees in the rare valley all year round, but the bees he keeps are not ordinary bees, but bloodthirsty berserk bees. They have amazing insight into blood. Once where there is a vicious battle and blood flowing, beekeepers will catch wind of it and rush the bees, sucking blood and making honey, and wherever they pass, no matter living or dead, the bloodthirsty maniacal bees will devour the blood cleanly, leaving no one behind. The Sai Evil Shen Emperor alone with his swarm of bees could be worth a large-scale clan power above the eastern domain. His strength did not reach the Xian Emperor realm, or even only the 8th-stage Xian Emperor realm, but those poisonous bees were really terrifying in number, and even the Xian Emperor realm did not dare to fight with them easily, so for a long time, he had existed above this eastern region as an alternative. My lord, there are too many of those poisonous bees. It's all over the place in all directions. What should we do? Yellow is already backing off. Punch out. Looking at the Blood Moon Cave already surrounded by the bloodthirsty berserk bees that were pressing over so rapidly that it was almost watertight, Mu Qianyu also acted immediately, and the two of them rushed in one direction. An escape route had to be torn open to escape, and it was the wisest choice to never fight hard with this swarm of poisonous bees that covered the sky. Boom boom boom, rushing all the way over. The swarm of bees was immediately startled, and in just a split second, countless bloodthirsty rabid bees surged towards the wind where the two of them were, like a tidal wave swirling wildly in the sky, setting off a shocking hurricane. This terrifying sound made Xiao Huang exert all his strength to follow Mu Qianyu's figure. He didn't dare to think how he would face such a huge amount of bloodthirsty mad bees alone in case he lost them. And as the two of them rushed over, the eyes of a blood-clothed old man sitting cross-legged on top of the swarm of bees that covered the sky slowly opened. There are still people alive? And their cultivation is not low? This old man was none other than Sai Evil. When he saw the duo of Mu Qianyu, he was a bit surprised. After all, those who can survive such a bloody battlefield are by no means ordinary, and after noticing the cultivation of the two of them, instead of being half afraid, he became even more excited. A pair of shadowy and cold eyes staring at the two of them who rushed into the swarm of bees, letting out a gagging strange laugh. A fourth-rank Xian Emperor? Who is this woman? The cultivation level is really high. It's just the right time to use the Xian Emperor blood of the two of you to raise this Emperor's strength to the 9th-rank Xian Emperor realm. The evil spirit was about to impact the realm, and now that he saw the two of them, it was a rare opportunity, and he was definitely unwilling to let the two of them go. Thus, in the next second, as his breath trembled, the bloodthirsty poisonous bees that covered the sky emitted a huge buzz, and even coalesced into the image of a giant, and then blasted over with a fist in the direction of the two of them. Not good. It's that old undead, pixie evil, attacking us. Little Yellow's heart was pounding. It was not easy to rush out of this swarm alone, and now that he was being targeted by the Phantom Evil, a thick worry rose in his heart. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes were ruthless, just about to cast a killer weapon to meet this poisonous bee giant, but saw a massive light rushing out from the chest. Blinking, that poisonous bee giant directly exploded. Countless poisonous bees fluttering down to the ground, piled up a thick layer. This is amulet? Mu Qianyu was shocked. This was the amulet Longshare had given her when she was on her way here. Chapter 26, Blurred Eyes? Mu Qianyu was stunned, completely unable to imagine that the amulet that Long Che had casually given her had such a powerful destructive force. My lord, go quickly. The poisonous bees are coming up again. Big Yellow thought it was a path that Mu Qianyu had rushed out, and when he saw that the poisonous wasp swarm in front of him had been blasted open, he immediately rushed outward. Mu Qianyu also had no time to be shocked, and rushed straight out from the blasted poisonous bee giant, blinking out of the encirclement. Inside the encirclement, it was the land of the phantom evil, and once she rushed out, she would be able to take control of the situation in an instant. And at that moment, Pixie Evil was already dumbfounded. What a woman! He had just executed the most powerful martial art, the cultivating bee demon great art, but it was easily broken by the other party. So in an instant he fell into the swarm of bees and hid himself, lest Mu Qianyu chase after him. Damnable thing! If I don't teach you a lesson, you still think this emperor is a vegetarian. After rushing out of the swarm of bees, Mu Qianyu saw where Yui Xia was hiding. Her whole body's breath erupted, and she slapped her palm down on that direction. Boom! Under this palm, the strength of the fourth stage Xian Emperor realm erupted, and the originally shocked Psi Evil immediately summoned a swarm of bees to block the attack, while his figure fled in a hurry. If he had been inside the swarm, he would have taken the absolute initiative, but now that the other party had killed out, his battle power had been steeply reduced, and he was definitely not an opponent. But even though he reacted quite swiftly, he was not able to escape this huge Xianqi palm print attack from Mu Qianyu. On him, rumbling, a palm went down, and his entire body was directly slapped onto the ground, smashing out a deep pit. Seeing this, Big Yellow was shocked and surprised. However, when he raised his eyes, he saw the bloodthirsty berserk bees sweeping in all directions once again, and was immediately startled. My lord, the bloodthirsty frenzied bees are charging up again. It's better to leave. The sound of the wings of countless bloodthirsty mad bees was like muffled thunder as they rolled across the sky, and Mu Qianyu hummed indifferently. Phantom evil. Today, I'll spare you once. If there's a next time, this emperor will make you and your bees history. As the words fell, they turned into two streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Cough cough. It was only after a while that the phantom evil Shan Emperor climbed out of the large pit, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, and his entire body's highly poisonous armor dented and tattered. This palm went down and almost didn't kill him. His eyes looked towards the sky, his horrified expression filled with disbelief. Strange. What kind of magic treasure is she carrying? This emperor's killer mace has been tried and tested time and time again. How come it's been dissolved so easily on her? The shock brought to him by the amulet was far greater than the threat Mu Qianyu posed to him. However, this time, it was considered to be a surprise, and since the other person had already left, he also temporarily gave up the idea of promoting his cultivation, summoning a huge amount of poisonous bees to fall down the Blood Moon Cave, devouring the corpses all over the ground into dry corpses. At this time, Long Che, with 3 groups of people in the sea on the island to play a lot of fun. Dad, look, it's the fish I caught. What a big one. Bai Ji caught another fish and danced with excitement. Big sister, you haven't caught as much as I have. Look at my bucket. It's so full of fish. Zisu's mind, on the contrary, could be seen to be permeated with a calm and steady energy, and ever since she had caught a fish, she had been sitting motionless in the same place, and then pulling the fish up one by one. Of the 3 siblings, Shiso had caught the most, about a dozen or so already, and the bucket was filling up. On the other hand, the heavy building, but not qualitative. A moment to move a fishing rod, a moment to use the hand to pick the small hole on the bank. Crabs are caught a few, but the fish is not a catch. However, Long Che didn't demand anything from them. As long as they had fun, they could be made whole any way they wanted. But while he was having fun, Chonglu suddenly had a strange thought. Plop. He saw that he couldn't catch a fish, so he dove headfirst into the water. He's going to dive for fish. I'm dropping a good big boy. Seeing this, Long Che laughed bitterly, but with a jerk, he also plunged into the water. The little one can't even swim. It's too dangerous to go down there. Even though this ocean was conjured up by him, it was still dangerous. After all, Little Bit was only 4 years old, and such a majestic giant wave of Xianqi was a huge challenge for him as well. But Longshare didn't help him right away. Instead, he wanted to see his son's potential. Heavy Floor's performance of the jackhammer earlier had really surprised him, and now being in the water was a chance to hone his skills. That's why he, as a father, is starting to get unorthodox as well. Son, hold your breath. We won't go up until we catch a fish. His voice reached the ears of Chonglu, who heard this. Little arms and legs fluttered that fast, excitedly swimming towards a small fish. Unfortunately, his speed is really a little slow compared to the small fish. Chased for a while, did not catch up. Looked to hold. Suddenly appeared in front of the eyes of a large sea turtle. This sea turtle was floating gracefully. Chonglu swam over and held it, then floated upwards towards the surface of the water. Ha! Why is this turtle so honest? Emerging, Heavy Floor gasped for air, while doubt surfaced in his wide-eyed Mo. Daddy, is this a sea turtle? Why isn't it struggling? Why is it so honest? Longshare smiled. Maybe this is an old sea turtle? Hee hee, old turtles are turtles too. Sister, look. I caught a sea turtle. So big. After catching this turtle, Chonlu got excited. This turtle is bigger than his size. Heavier than the fish by Ji Zissou caught combined. He was so excited that he jumped straight up. Long Che was happy to see him happy, and at the same time was pleasantly surprised that heavy floor had held back for so long. The young man is not bad. He has dived under the water for half an incense stick of time. With this physique and talent, there are quite a few martial arts suitable for practice. After thinking about it for a while, he flipped out a martial art from his nascent sacred ring. The Tsunghai swimming dragon technique, suitable for the primary education of infants and children in martial arts. Well, you're it. After taking this martial art out, Long Che beckoned to Chonlu, who was riding on the back of the turtle. Son, you caught such a big sea turtle. Daddy has a reward, yo. As soon as he heard that there was a reward, Chonlu became excited. Daddy, what's the reward? Is it this book? Long Che smiled, nodded, and threw the martial arts books towards the air. Buzz. A golden light flashed, and that martial art directly transformed into a small golden dragon before drilling into the seawater. Son of a, do you like this little golden dragon? Daddy, it's so cute, but it ran away. You go after it, catch it, and you'll be its little master. Hee hee, Daddy, I'm going after it now. This little golden dragon was none other than the martial spirit of the Tsunghai dragon swimming art. Long Che chose to let his son practice this martial arts, but also because of its cultivation is simple and fun. Teaching and learning, in the chase to play can easily learn, but also well-intentioned, and most importantly, safe. This golden dragon would help Chonlu cultivate in a gradual manner, and there would be no physical discomfort. Seeing that Chonlu had a little golden dragon to play with and was having fun in the seawater with bursts of laughter, Bai Ji and Zissou also became envious. Daddy, I want to play that one too. I want it too. The two of them also stopped fishing and clung to Long Che for martial arts. Don't worry, Daddy's got it all for you. When Mu Qianyu came back and realized that there was no one inside the cave, and after searching all over the hillside and not seeing half a person, her heart suddenly tightened. Since the appearance of the high man, she knew that the child's hiding place had been exposed, and what she feared most had probably happened. But right at this moment, the big yellow with a keen sense of smell suddenly looked into the distance and said in shock, "My lord, look, the waves over there are heaving, and there seems to be the shadows of 3 children in them." Mu Qianyu was instantly stunned. Strange, there's no ocean here? Is it because I'm blind? But that's clearly my child. Shocked, her figure instantly rushed towards that land of shocking waves. Chapter 27, Mu Qianyu, who was afraid of dogs. Mu Qianyu was terrified. The person who was able to create that vast ocean illusion was definitely a supreme powerhouse, and her kids are already involved. She was almost desperate to get up there. Boo! But the next second, she seemed to have burst a bubble. After a soft sound, everything in front of him instantly disappeared. Where's the ocean's ripples? There was only a serene lake, sparkling with light, in which the occasional fish leaped out of the water in a ripple, and the 3 waifs were following their old man as he walked gracefully around the lake, one carrying a small bucket filled with small fish and shrimp. Mu Qianyu was stunned. What the hell is going on here? Between the shock, she finally let go of the idea that the baby was fine. Daddy, I haven't had enough fun yet. Daddy, that little golden dragon drilled into my body. Daddy, when are we going to play again? The 3 groups couldn't get enough, but Long Che doesn't want Mu Qianyu to see them so crazy. Children, your mother is back. Let's go show your mother today's harvest, shall we? Yeah, hee, I caught the most fish today. Second sister, I even caught a big sea turtle. Don't you forget to tell mother about it. Aha, we're the ones who put the big turtle home together. As the 3 donuts spoke, a silhouette appeared in front of them, and it was none other than Mu Qianyu. Mother, you're back? Look quickly, this is the fish I caught. I caught everything in this bucket. Mother, my brother even caught a big sea turtle, but we put it back. Aren't we so awesome? Mu Qianyu looked at the 3 dumplings and personally touched their little heads before she completely put her heart down. The scene she had just seen made her still worried inside, and she even suspected that the scene in front of her was also an illusion. Awesome, did you catch all these? It's great, mother's children are great. Mu Qianyu cheered up and complimented the child. Long Che looked at them and did not speak, while Mu Qianyu looked at him, frowned, and asked, Long Share, are you hiding something from me? The matter of the peace talisman was so unbelievable that she suspected that Long Che was an absolute master who couldn't see the bottom of the world, and was acting with her here. Of course, that's what happened, and Long Share admitted it. Ha, what is it? I'd like you to explain about the peace sign. A peace talisman. Ha. In fact, That piece talisman is a super magic treasure that I personally built. I am originally a gaijin. And the piece talisman that I built also possesses unimaginable superpowers. Well, that's it. That's not a bad thing to say at all. And you could even say he said it rather honestly. But looking at the way he spoke, how did he look like a gaijin? This is clearly a low cultivation mountain guarding handyman. Even the heavenly devil sect's outer disciples cannot be counted as mundane people bragging. Mu Qian, you didn't say anything. Rolled her eyes and turned to hug the heavy building. Let's go. Back to the fish stew. He didn't believe that the peace talisman was crafted by Long Che. At most it was left over from an immortal's cave and made him give it to himself. Long Che knew she didn't believe it, smiled and picked up the two daughters. Followed back. In front of the cave, Little Yellow was standing shivering at the entrance of the cave. 5 meters away from him, as in the mouth of the cave, lay another Little Yellow. This Little Yellow is a little pup. It was previously kept in the garden by Long Che, but I didn't expect it to burrow out again today. There is a gap in the animal garden. Only this little cub can drill out. But before Long Che did not take the 3 groups of children as well as Mu Qianyu has been to the animal garden, for fear that they see something. However, I did not expect that this doggy came to this side of the cave to lie down again at this time, and also scared Xiao Huang to the point of trembling, standing in place to be scared to pee. In his eyes, this wasn't a dog, but a divine beast with the purest bloodline. A poor man, seeing Long Che's family come back, he then walked over to them as if he had seen a savior, his legs going weak. My lord, the little one will just stay outside. He said this to Long Cher. Mu Qianyu's strength, after the encounter battle with the phantom evil, he has already understood, and the master who can keep the poor Qi, certainly will not be Mu Qianyu, must be Long Che undoubtedly. At this moment, he was certain that Long Che was a world-defying powerhouse, a hidden god. You, if there's nothing else, go back first. By the way, you can take these 2 fish back to eat. Long Che didn't want to raise a waste earth dragon. After all, even a dog pup lying on the ground's strength completely crushed him, so he gave him 2 fish and sent him away. Mu Qianyu did not say anything when she heard this, and hugged Hailu and went into the cave first. Just, the moment he stepped into the cave, a sensual coolness suddenly came from the soles of his feet for no reason. Her beautiful eyes glanced at the slumped puppy with horror, but she couldn't see much, so she just quickly walked into the cave, and the scene was just in time for Long Cher to see it, as he walked over and kicked the dog in the ass. You little brat, grow a pair. Squeak. The little doggy squeaked as he was kicked, like his tail was caught in a door, and then shrank into a corner to stay there. Looking at this scene, the earth dragon Little Yellow was completely confused. At the same time, he was convinced that Long Che was the hidden godman, otherwise how could he even dare to kick the poor god beast like that? He didn't freeze. After all, if the Jedi Master told him to go, he had to go, or I'm afraid he would die without knowing how. He even stumbled a little as he walked. Of course, at the sight of the 2 fish in his hand that Long Cher had rewarded him with, his staggering steps twisted even further and he could barely walk. Where are those 2 fish? Those are clearly 2 water demons. If the 2 water demons hadn't already hiccuped, he would have said anything to release them. Where else would you dare to eat them? Strongly suppressing the panicked uneasiness in his heart, he actually kneeled down and kowtowed his thanks to the cave, and then flew to a hidden barren mountain, his eyes looking at the 2 fish, his voice unable to hide his excitement. Since they're dead super water demons, I'll be able to enjoy them. After eating them, my cultivation will probably even increase. After all, the 2 buns were able to bring him directly to the 2nd stage Xian Emperor realm, and the energy contained within these 2 water demons was completely capable of transforming him. After walking into the cave, Mu Qianyu still had palpitations. The coolness that came for no reason made her feel uneasy. Even when Long Cher walked in, she couldn't help but move closer to him. Mother, what's wrong with you? Seeing her nervousness, Long Cher deliberately asked. No, nothing, I was probably scared by the dog at the door. I don't like dogs. But just at this time, Shonlu didn't know when he had already run to the door and carried in the little doggy that was cowering in the corner, and even walked specifically to Mu Qianyu's side, with small innocent eyes. Mother, look how cute this puppy is. Feel it, it's so soft. At this moment, Mu Qianyu only felt her whole body's sweaty hairs explode, and she even hid behind Long Che with a jolt, and even hugged his waist. Chapter 28, Hear Me Call My Husband. Feeling Mu Qianyu hugging herself tightly, Long Che knew that she was really afraid of the dog. Son, your mother is afraid of dogs. Let's not scare her, okay? Boys can't scare girls. Hearing this, Heavy Floor was a little confused, and his little hand stroked Little Yellow's little head, muttering to himself, obviously the puppy is so cute, why should mother be afraid? Then I'd better hold it and go out to play. With that, he carried the little doggy out, The two sisters, Bai Ji and Zissou, were now pulling out fish one by one from the small bucket, counting them as they did so. 1, 2, 3, 8, 5, 12. Long Che frowned as he listened to the figure, tilting his head to look at Mu Qianyu in the back. This math, did you teach it too? Mu Qianyu blankly glanced at him, but shyly lowered her head. Are you holding on so tight that you're not going to let go for the rest of your life? At those words, Mu Qianyu's hand suddenly shrunk back. But I'm planning on hugging for the rest of my life, Long Che said, turning around and holding Mu Qianyu in his arms. You, denizen. The words were full of petulant anger, but had no backbone. I've done that kind of crazy stuff before, and with 3 kids this old, there doesn't seem to be any reason to be angry about a hug, does there? For some reason, Mu Qianyu's heart gave birth to this doubt. Loosen me up, kid. After a moment of panic she finally found a reason. After all, at hundreds of years old, she could be Long Che's grandmother. Just what she didn't know was that in terms of seniority, Long Che was the grandfather. He achieved immortality hundreds of years ago, and Mu Qianyu was posing as an old man in front of him? No kidding. However, he didn't explain. What? Letting you old cow eat young grass and you still hate it? Mu Qianyu was speechless for a moment. At this moment, the 3 donuts looked at the duo in such an intimate manner, and actually curiously walked over to admire the scenery, even issuing questions. What are father and mother doing? Do grown-ups have to kiss and cuddle and lift high too? Why is mother's face red? Mu Qianyu was not good at having a fit in front of the children, and now listening to these questions, she felt that she had lost her old face. Long Che was moderate. This kind of thing must be done slowly, otherwise it would not be good to cause resentment. He let go of Mu Qianyu and then changed the topic. Mother, this trip out, how did things go? Do you still want to go out? Once this was asked, the blush on Mu Qianyu's face only slowly dispersed. Originally, she did not want to answer this kind of question to Long Che. After all, it was useless to talk to him, but somehow there was a desire to talk about it at this point. Things don't seem to be as simple as they seem. The person I'm looking for, I haven't been able to find. Long Che laughed. Who are you looking for? Do you need my help? How would you know if you've never even been out in the deserted mountains? Mu Qianyu sighed and then asked. I do wonder, though, where the hell did you get that peace sign? I made it, and I made a lot of it. Do you want more, ma'am? Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyu's brows furrowed. You made this? And did a lot of it? Long Che stepped straight aside and pulled out a wooden cabinet drawer. Look, this drawer is full of them, and if it's not enough, I'll make more, as many as I want, and that's how much favoritism I have to show to my own women. He was bound to spoil this woman into a little princess. He wanted to make up for the 5 years he hadn't been there for her, but at the moment, Mu Qianyu did not have any feeling of being a princess, but instead, she was shocked with her jaw dropping. Her beautiful eyes swept through this drawer of peace talismans, which were all made of super immortal wood. Each of them was genuine, and all of them had the powerful energy of swallowing wolves and driving away tigers. There are hundreds in a drawer. Is this still human? You, how did you do it? These peace charms, did you really make all of them? A big question mark rose inside her, her beautiful eyes staring into Long Che's eyes, wanting to see him through and through. Yeah, or what? Long Che shrugged with an air of relief, but Mu Qianyu still stared at his eyes to see if he was lying. Being looked at like that, Long Che smiled and explained. Actually this is quite simple. If you want to learn, I can teach you. There is a forest in the valley. All the trees there can be made into peace charms. At those words, Mu Qianyu's brows furrowed once again. There must be a mystery in it. It must be that this place was blessed with unique conditions that allowed Long Che to do such unthinkable things. The woods? Where's it at? I'd like to see it. She was eager to find out. Daddy, I'm hungry. I want to eat fish. At this time, Heavy Floor's voice came over, and Long Che immediately said, Fine, fine. Daddy will go make the fish now. Do you want it braised or steamed? Red hot. Daddy, I want to eat steamed. I want it all. Daddy will do it now. You guys play with mother first, Long Che said, looking towards Mu Qianyu. The waifs are hungry. I'll take you to the grove after we eat. With that, he went to make dinner. He originally liked to study food when he was bored, and now that he had 3 children, he was even more attentive, and his cooking skills were advancing by leaps and bounds, and soon the aroma came out, braising and steaming sweet and sour fish, and making 8 dishes in one breath. Ah, it's so delicious. I love sweet and sour fish. I can't get enough of Daddy's cooking for the rest of my life. Ha ha ha, at a young age. You know your whole life? Of course. Daddy. I want to stay with Daddy for the rest of my life. Well, and your mother. We'll be together as a family for the rest of our lives. Daddy. Some kids have grandparents. Where are my grandparents? Suddenly, Bai Ji asked this question, causing Long Che to freeze and think for a moment before saying, "Your grandparents will be coming over to visit us in a while, so it will be a very lively time for the grandchildren and grandparents to be together." Hearing him say that, the three groups of children danced happily, even after Bai Ji ate her meal and took the lead to go prepare gifts for her grandparents. "Your parents, are they really coming?" Mu Qianyu asked, a little embarrassed. "Yeah. Doesn't the Heavenly Demon sect have a rule that the parents of sect disciples are also allowed to come here to visit their relatives?" Mu Qianyu suddenly became a little nervous, although there was no marriage ceremony or anything, but the child is so old. Long Che's parents, that is the child's grandparents, that is, her in-laws. If this comes, she can't hide and not see it, can she? But, ask her, a 100-year-old woman, to meet her in-laws who are younger than her. She really had no idea how embarrassing it would be. "What? Is your wife afraid to meet her in-laws?" Longshare asked with a snicker. "People aren't afraid. Then would the lady like to practice first?" "Practice what? Like, practicing how to address me or something." "Huh? How do you practice?" "Let's hear it by calling out to the Sagittarius first." Chapter 29, The Great Demon Struggles for Merit. "Will you be decent?" Mu Qianyu blankly glanced at him with a hint of anger. "Huh? How is that immodest? Am I not your husband?" Long Che's rhetorical question leaves Mu Qianyu dumbfounded. "Yes, you're right about everything, but I still want to refute it. People don't recognize you as my husband. You're just a father at best." "There's a difference?" "Yes. Well, if the lady says so, but what are you going to call me?" "Long Share. Call it by name. It's quite good." "Well, it is quite good. Shen Yu." "Ha? You." A subtle feeling arose in Mu Qianyu's heart as she was suddenly called by her name. After all these years, she'd forgotten who the last person to call her name like that was. Perhaps it was her parents who had long since disappeared into the depths of her memory? "What? It's not okay to call you by your first name? Then I'd better call Nyangzi. I'm used to it." These words left Mu Qianyu speechless once again as she stomped her foot. "Whatever." After saying that, he walked away with a red face. Seeing that the three clusters were attentively preparing a gift for their grandparents, she folded back. "Long Share, take me to that forest. Call the Sagittarius." Swish! As soon as Long Che's words fell, Mu Qianyu disappeared in place, and in the next second her hand grabbed his ear. "Are you going? Go go go." "Ouch me. That's more like it." When she walked to the door, Mu Qianyu was a bit worried about the child, so she laid down a forbidding system and blocked the hole, which put her mind at ease. "Ma'am, that's a bit of an effort. Why don't you just lock the door?" Long Che walked over and gently pressed a tortoise stone on the stone wall. A slight sound rang out, and a stone door rolled out from within the stone wall, on which Xuanqi lingered, with a shocking wave of qi, like a sea of Xuanqi, so that Mu Qianyu couldn't help but take a few steps backward, with her eyes full of shock. "What's wrong again, ma'am?" Long Che asked lightly, not taking the shock in her beautiful eyes to heart in the slightest. "It's a shock that you have to get used to, otherwise how else can you marry a chicken and follow the dog?" Since she was the woman of the Supreme Divine Lord, she definitely had to adapt to this extraordinary life. Well, Long Che intends to turn on the shock mode a little bit. As the years go by, Mu Qianyu will surely adapt gradually. The mountain path from the cave to the grove was not far, but Long Che walked leisurely step by step, completely like an ordinary person. Even when Mu Qianyu wanted to pull him to fly, she was refused. Why be in such a hurry? A small life is meant to be enjoyed, not spent on fire. As Long Che, Mu Qianyu and his duo strolled along the rugged mountain path, viewing the scenery along the way, the Lord Black, as the Earth Dragon's mouth called him, was grabbing a silhouette and speeding across 10,000 miles of rivers and mountains, flying towards the Eastern Wasteland Emperor's imperial city in the center of the 10,000 miles of Earth in Tianxian's eastern domain. Along the way, a black light cut through, and the black adult with the strength of a late second-stage Xian Emperor really made a group of great demons chase after him for good, as he found the great Yin ancestor to offer to the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. Great demons from other realms also appeared, all vying for the credit. What kind of person is the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? The most powerful existence in the entire Tianxian East region. Stomping his feet and shaking the 10,000 mile territory. If he could help him make this happen, he would definitely receive great benefits. Therefore, at this moment, although Lord Black had captured the great Yin old ancestor, he was fleeing in haste. Along the way, those great demons in the mountains and forests appeared one after another, all wanting to stop it and rob the great Yin old ancestor of this piece of fat meat. "Stand still! Leave the old man!" Click, 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 click. Suddenly the sky in front of them was filled with lightning and thunder. Again? Looking for death. Black adult, a black bear face covered with killing intent. It is now covered with blood gas rolling, all the way to kill over. has long killed red eyes. Even if this great demon that appeared in front of it was strong and powerful, and it was even a six-maned thunder beast that could manipulate thunder and lightning, it was not afraid in the slightest. Boom! The bear warrior demon could not help but sweep out a claw to shatter the opponent's thunder blockade. Huge waves of demonic chi swept out in a moment, in which a huge demonic chi bear claw emerged, the claw thorns up to 100 feet long, and wherever it passed, the lightning blockade clicked and exploded into a mess. That six-mangled thunder beast was swept by this claw with a roar. Its huge body suddenly shook in the air like a huge gong, erupting with lightning and thunder. The dazzling light was like a brilliant sun, and wherever it passed by, the air emitted a scorched odor. Let me go! At this moment, the black bear demon did not have the intention to fear, but instead, the great old ancestor, who was imprisoned by it in the demonic chi light mass, was screaming in agony, his eyes filled with thick fear. Although his strength wasn't weak and had also reached the Xian Emperor realm, he had no battle power to speak of in front of these two great demons. Even if the black bear demon was in the middle of a fierce battle, the demonic aura blockade that imprisoned him, he couldn't break through. Even under this kind of fierce battle, his figure was like a leaf in a storm. At any time there was a danger of losing his life. Time always seems to slow down when it comes to danger. The six-maned thunder beast's attack was stronger than one strike. This was its characteristic. After the six powerful thunderons had erupted, it would lay down, and before these six attacks completely erupted, it had to strike down its opponent, or else, the one who would suffer would be itself. The black bear demon's skin was thick, and every time the thunder mane attacked it was able to rely on its strong demonic chi defense to carry it down. Even the big old ancestor is also in the center of the storm lightning strikes, but also protected by it, although terrified but not injured. This kind of battle performance made the great old ancestor feel slightly more at ease. After all, the black bear demon was able to protect him, and if he was snatched by other demonic beasts, he really didn't know what would happen to him. Of course, he was also in a deep state of confusion as to why these great demons were vying for him. The only explanation was that the famous Eastern Wasteland Emperor, who had shaken the Eastern Domain, was really looking for him. However, why on earth that supreme being had a fondness for himself? He couldn't figure it out even if he thought about it. Boom! The last thunderclap illuminated the day in a way that was frightening. The lightning energy ravaged the sky. The violent concussion force will be the black bear demon instantly knocked back 100 feet. The big old ancestor figure also followed the backward shooting out. Just like being thrown flying broken sack, landing all over the body is blood. The bones issued clicks severe pain. Apparently was shocked to break a lot of roots. Roar! At this moment, the black bear demon's rather lousy figure was standing firmly on the ground, and as it watched the six-maned thunder beast finally arrive at the tempering period, it immediately rushed up. The six-maned thunder beast's combat power during the tempering period was drastically reduced, and in the hands of the black bear demon who desperately wanted to destroy it, it only lasted for a few breaths before it burst into pieces, exploding into a sky full of lightning and disappearing in a flash. Hoo hoo hoo! The black bear demon gasped for air and let out a roar up to the sky, shocking the demonic beasts for hundreds of miles around to tremble. And those demonic beasts that were eyeing the tiger didn't dare to venture out in the end. But just as it picked up the great old ancestor and was about to leave, a black shadow that covered the sky descended from the heavens and slapped its huge body directly into mush. Chapter 30 Wastefulness. The mountains trembled and the beasts hibernated. A hurricane swirled wildly and a burst of sand flew away. It soon fell into dead silence. The only place where the great old ancestor was located was where the sound of light footsteps appeared. It was the figure of a woman in a bright red long dress, with a body that was nearly a perfect beauty, walking over step by step. The great old ancestor forgot the pain of his broken bones for a moment, and his pair of old eyes were complicated to the extreme. Behind this Yuji woman, walked Nine Tails, furry in the golden sunshine caged with a layer of dense demonic gas. Her pointed ears twitched and she suddenly looked behind old man Dean. Do you still want to rob this emperor's prey? Swish swish swish. Just after the questioning fell, the sound of a demonic beast fleeing in haste came, and it quickly quieted down once again. The woman walked over to the side of the great elder ancestor, a touch of doubt surfacing on her demonic face. Old man, you're so capable that you can actually make that Eastern Wasteland Emperor guy so attached to you. Tell me, what's so great about you? The great old ancestor felt the amazing demonic aura permeating out from the woman's body, and when he saw the nine tails behind her, he immediately knew that she was a manifestation of the nine-tailed demon fox, and was scared out of his wits. Plop! Old ancestor Dean knelt on the ground, trembling. My lord, spare the villain. I really don't know anything. I'm just the cave master of the tiny blood moon cave. I simply don't know where I've disturbed the Eastern Wasteland Emperor. His old man. He cried his heart out, falling into the hands of a group of demonic beasts. What good could he do? At that, The woman shook her head. Impossible. There must be a secret in you. You can keep it to yourself. But life and death are in your hands. As the words fell, the 9 tails behind the woman instantly transformed into 9 long swords, surrounding the great old ancestor from all sides, the biting sword blades almost piercing through him. In front of the woman, all the strength of the great old ancestor was tofu fragile, and she was so powerful that the great old ancestor couldn't even tell what realm her cultivation was at. My lord, I really don't know. Pust. A sharp blade pierced right through his thigh. Ah, my lord, I really don't know. I really don't know why the Eastern Wasteland Emperor is looking for me. Pust. The other thigh was also pierced. The great old ancestor wailed, his voice like a slaughtered pig. I really don't know. I really don't know. Pust, 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 pust. The woman didn't have the slightest intention of being soft. Several swords were inserted into the flesh and blood of the great old ancestor, and the tip of the last sword was poked directly at the knot of his throat. Last chance to live. Take it yourself. The voice was indifferent, and there was no trace of emotion. Color. My lord, you are killing the villain, and the villain doesn't know. Old man Dean wanted to cry before, but now he wanted to die. He was the Blood Moon Cave Master, one of the 36 cave masters under the sun of the evil god's seat, with an honorable status, and he had never been so ravaged in his life. The point was, he had no idea how he had offended this group of superb demons, but it was death, and he couldn't rest in peace. And in the next second, a plopping sound came. And old ancestor Dain saw that the long sword that pierced through his arm and thigh was suddenly withdrawn, and the woman seemed to have spared him. Forget it, I wanted to set you up with something, but it seems that you really don't know. Let's go. Follow this seat to Imperial City. With that, a demonic mist flashed out of thin air, directly enveloping the form of the great old ancestor, and the two of them disappeared in place. Fairywood Forest. When Long Che brings Mu Qianyu to the outskirts of the woods, she can't walk any further. A pair of beautiful eyes were full of disbelief, and there was even an unreal feeling of walking in a dream. I, the Heavenly Demon Sect, have opened a mountain and established a sect for thousands of years, but I have never realized that there would be such an immortal forest and divine tree between these barren mountains. What the hell is going on here? Am I dreaming? Long Share, pinch me. Hey, ma'am, you like being abused? Cut the crap. You're pinching me. Good. Harder. Ouch, pain, pain, pain. It's real. Everything is real. I'm not dreaming. Determining that she was not dreaming, Mu Qianyu was completely excited. Of course, in front of Long Che, she still had to act calmly, but deep inside she was surging with shocking waves, and was even already calculating how to rationally develop and utilize this piece of immortal wood in the future, and make the Heavenly Devil Sect the first-rate force in the entire Tianxian continent. Ma'am, it's hurting you. I'll be gentle. At those words, Mu Qianyu's eyes looked at Long Che. What this man said was so strange. Alright. No need for you to pinch. I'm just making sure I'm not dreaming. Dreaming? How can it be a dream? That's a strange thing to say. Ma'am. Mu Qianyu glanced at him and suddenly laughed. You're just a mere mortal who doesn't understand anything. What do I need to know? Ma'am? Why don't you teach me? Mu Qianyu would have had to say what it suddenly realized that although he could see that this piece of wood are immortal wood, but also simply do not know exactly what species, more called out the name, so she was suddenly humble. Actually, I don't understand it either. Like the names of the trees and what their uses are. I still need to figure that out too. Longshare laughed at that. So that's what you're talking about, ma'am? Then I understand. I'll teach you. Look at this tree. Does it look like a dragon? This tree is called Pan Longjiang. Next to this tree is awesome. About 300 years to grow an arm thick. This is the royal pear wood. Very expensive. Carved out objects are worth a lot of money. There's also this 9 secrets immortal peach, which can take root to the 9 secrets of the underworld. Peachwood is supposed to ward off evil spirits, and all the undead under the 9 secrets will have to retreat when they see it. And this one, Longshare introduced one tree at a time. Mu Qianyu, however, frowned. The clown was actually myself. It's so embarrassing. You're really making people's hearts flutter. Mu Qianyu didn't even listen to what Long Che was saying and was filled with a sense of guilt. Just thought he was a loser who didn't know anything. Now what? But the guilt was followed by a strong sense of doubt. Who the hell is this guy? How does he know so much? This emperor has traveled far and wide and has seen a lot, and he doesn't even know about these trees. Wait, it's not like he's just making it up, is it? Some men like to talk nonsense to coax girls. Could this Long Che be one of those guys? Doesn't look like it. Well, test him. Long Che, Didn't you say that you made all those peace charms? Why don't you make one for me? I want to learn. Fine. Then choose a tree. Ma'am. Whichever one you like. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyu was not polite and directly pointed at a branch of a gnarled dragonwood. Just it. Okay. Long Che said, directly pulling out an axe from the hole in the root of a nearby tree. He chopped down with one axe at the gnarled wood trunk. Seeing this, Mu Qianyu was stunned. This is fairy wood. People say they want that branch and that's enough. Are you cutting down the whole tree? Wastefulness. Chapter 31, Sinning. Long Share. You're going to cut down the whole tree? What else? My lady doesn't know. The essence of this gnarled dragonwood can be found in the trunk. After cutting down the whole tree, it only takes an hour for it to slowly wither, and all the essence will gather in the center position of the trunk, coalescing into the shape of a gnarled dragon. That's where it's really useful. Well, Mu Qianyu realized that she couldn't interject at all. It turns out she's the one who doesn't know anything. Longshare, how do you know so much? What is this? It's all just some common sense in life. You can always ask me if you don't understand. Ma'am. Mu Qianyu was speechless for a moment. Long Che said, chopping down a gnarled wood with an axe. This axe. Mu Qianyu's eyes fell on the axe in Long Che's hand again. This axe is also an extraordinary object. Its grade is especially above this seat's heavenly demon sword. Long Che, he's a mere mortal. How is he able to utilize such a peak battle weapon? Perhaps he has received guidance from an immortal? Otherwise, with his garbage cultivation, let alone utilizing a battle soldier, he wouldn't even be able to hold him. Mu Qianyu thought darkly inwardly. She couldn't think of any other explanation other than this cause in her own head. But it was good for her. If Long Che really had an immortal's inheritance, even if his talent was low, he would be able to become a powerful party after many years. Dangling. Just as she was secretly thinking, suddenly Long Che threw the axe in his hand and threw it into a messy rock pile a few dozen meters away. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes suddenly wrinkled as she looked at him with a complicated face. A super war weapon that could shock the world and cause a bloody storm was thrown away by him just like that? Long Share. You can't do this. This is too wasteful, isn't it? Throwing away such a good thing straight away. You're just going to piss me off. Before Mu Qianyu's words fell, the person walked towards the pile of messy rocks. This seed is going to get it back. You can't waste things like that in the future. Mother, you're too good at living, aren't you? It's just a broken axe with a curled blade. It's not like our family doesn't have it anymore. Long Che looked at Mu Qianyu searching through the cracks in the stone and shook his head. Mu Qianyu didn't even hear him and looked down to rummage. But when he lifted off a large stone, his entire body froze directly in place, and he drew in a breath of cool air. His body jolted. Hiss. When the boulder was lifted, what was exposed underneath nearly sent her flying in shock. This, Long Share. Did you lose everything here? Yeah, they were all left here temporarily. Didn't have time to get rid of them. Gulp. The sound of Mu Qianyu swallowing her saliva was clearly audible. I'm telling you Long Share. You listen to this seat. From this day forward, everything within all areas of your life, you are not to discard without authorization. It's so infuriating. No amount of family business can stand up to you building it like this. Look what he's lost. A slightly worn out and discarded drive whip. The purple sun alchemy furnace that is missing a corner but doesn't delay its use at all. A dragon scale kitchen knife that has never even been used. A brand new imperial level martial arts secret book. And an eminent god futon that is still emitting pure Xuanqi fluctuations. Something that emperor ranked experts all tend to be attracted to, is actually discarded by you? A mere mortal. In such a manner. Who to talk to? Mu Qianyu counted down Long Che while picking up those lost things again. Long Share didn't know what to say for a moment. It's good that you know how to live your life. My lady, you picked up the belt I used for 3 years and threw away. And I put up with it. I'll put up with it if you pick up all the martial arts secrets and broken kitchen knives. But the night pot I used, you insisted it was an alchemy stove. And held it in your arms as a treasure. I can't stand it. What? You're still not convinced after a few words? Disobey and endure. Long Share. Is this a matter of conviction? It's a matter of hygiene or not. What's wrong with being dirty? I'll just take it back and wash it. Mu Qianyu didn't let Long Che speak at all. Long Che held his forehead. Speechless. Mother, it's dirty. Put it there. I'll wash it. He really couldn't bear to watch a female emperor, this heavenly demon venerable Lord Sovereign who was admired by 10,000 people, brush the night pot for himself. I'd better do it. You go about your business. Mu Qianyu didn't give him a chance, and even left with an armful of garbage. Long Che scratched his head, then carried the gnarled dragonwood and also followed forward. Isn't there a creek over there? I hear the water running. After walking forward for a while, Mu Qianyu asked. Yes, there's a black dragon pool ahead. I heard there's a black dragon inside. Is Mama scared? Black dragon? Mu Qianyu was just about to question Long Che's words, but suddenly realized that this was the immortal's secret realm, and it made sense to have a black dragon. Perhaps it was that immortal's mount or beast pet, and so on. Black dragon? Immortal mounts? Brainstorming here, Mu Qianyu suddenly thought, is it possible to look for traces of the immortal through that black dragon? This may be a strange encounter. Wait here for a moment. I'll wash these, then we'll go to the black dragon pool. Mu Qianyu said and quickly ran to the side of the stream and began to clean it. Perhaps there is a kind of reverence for the immortal. She is here not airborne walking, all the way running, like a nimble deer. See, Long Che will smile. A little life like this, with a beautiful woman and children, can't be more pleasant. Speaking of this, he looked toward the 2 graves on the hillside that were hidden by the prohibition. In less than a month's time, the Nirvana golden body formation would stop functioning completely, and by then, the parents would be able to come back from the dead and the family would be able to share their family. It was just that. Ever since he had found his parents' 3 souls and 7 spirits, there had always been a doubt within him. Why was the last spirit of my parents found in the demon realm? Clueless. Well, I'm done washing. The stream here is so clear. I want to go down and wash it. Mu Qianyu was attracted by the clear water flow of the brook, as well as the charming scenery around her, and couldn't wait to dive in with a jolt and swim freely like a small fish in the water. So you go down and wash? I'm all about bathing here, Long Che said with a smile, then pointed in the direction of the black dragon pool. Mother, the black dragon pool, where you are going, is there. Mu Qianyu immediately frowned when she took a look at the direction of his finger. Ha, the black dragon pool is downstream? Yeah, that big puddle over there is. It's, Mu Qianyu instantly put away the idea of bathing here. Even a secret inner chant. Forgive me, Lord Black Dragon. Those who don't know don't sin. I really didn't mean to offend you. I didn't know you lived downstream. Otherwise how would I have dared to scrub here? What? Not washing? Wash your ass. Long Che was stunned. What's wrong with my wife? So he laughed awkwardly. My lady is right. I really should wash my hair, but turn around first. There are 3 things a man needs to do, so I'll take care of that first. When these words came out, Mu Qianyu skimmed her lips and turned her head. Then the sound of clattering water was heard. Long Che. Mu Qianyu suddenly let out a shout, scaring him. Ma'am, you can't be frightened when you pee. Ah, it will affect your function. Mu Qianyu was anxious and angry. You peed in the water? Yeah, or what? Sinning. Chapter 32. This black dragon is not mentally ill, is it? At this moment, Mu Qianyu did not know what to say. Seeing her anxious and on fire, but unable to vent, Long Che laughed. What's there to be angry about? It's not like it's happened twice. Mu Qianyu really wanted to give him a kick. She tried to calm down. Don't you ever do that again. There's the black dragon pool down there. If Lord Black Dragon finds out you're doing this, how will you live? Mu Qianyu sighed with some hatred. By the way, do you know what level of cultivation Lord Black Dragon is at? That little piece of trash. My lady doesn't care what his cultivation level is. If it doesn't listen, just kick it. This black dragon that lived in the black dragon pool was brought over by Long Che from the immortal world. In the beginning, it was bent on cultivation, but the result was that it went astray and practiced as a demon, and after being subdued by Long Che, he brought it by his side to cultivate his mind, and several hundred years have passed since then. It didn't take much to kick it in the first place. Forget it, you'd better not go over there. Wait for me here. Perhaps if I meet it as the heavenly demon sect patriarch, it will give this seat face. With that she took a step downstream. Mother, if it dares not give you face, see if it dies. Long Che watched Mu Qianyu walk respectfully towards the black dragon pool and smiled darkly. Suddenly at that moment, the transmission note flashed. It's Tiger Skyblock. With a wave of his palm, a ripple rose from the void in front of him, and a voice came out of thin air. My lord, the great old ancestor has found it. Long Che nodded and said to that ripple, very well done, Tiger. You personally escort him to the heavenly demon sect's mountain gate and wait for the seat there. After saying that, he waved his big sleeve, and the ripples in front of him completely dissipated. Great old ancestor, it's time for you to be on your way. His eyes chilled. All those who have bullied my wife and children, you can rest assured that none of them will escape. Boom! Wow! Suddenly, from within the black dragon pool came a roaring sound of water flow. Mu Qianyu came to the edge of the pool. A respectful burst of instructions. A huge black dragon from the deep pool within the air. The whole body of black scales in the sunlight shiny. That hideous phase shocking. Violent dragon pressure down. Let Mu Qianyu regret their stupid move to visit. She could clearly feel that this black dragon could slap itself to death with a single claw. As for the cultivation level of this black dragon, it's impossible to see or feel at all. It was much more powerful than she thought. My lord, I am the heavenly demon sect leader Mu Qianyu, and I have come to pay my respects to your excellency today. This is the boundary of the heavenly demon sect. As the sect leader, but I didn't know that Lord Black Dragon was here. It was really negligence on my part. Please forgive me for not knowing. Lord Black. Mu Qianyu didn't even dare to raise her head when she said this. Clasping her fists and saluting, she was close to kneeling down. And at that moment, the Black Dragon, just flying out of the water, saw Long Che not far away. At the same time, a voice exploded in his head like thunder. Blackie, let me introduce you. This is this seat's wife. Hearing these words, Black Dragon, his whole body twisted up directly in shock. Its massive body twisted back and forth in the air, barely able to tie itself into a dead knot. Ho 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 ho. So unexpected. 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 Ho 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 ho. It was as if it was more excited than Long Che about the fact that Long Che had a wife. Lord. What are you? Mu Qianyu didn't know what happened to this Black Dragon. Her heart was shocked and filled with doubt at the same time. This Black Dragon isn't mentally ill, is he? What if it's not right in the head? At this moment, looking at the Black Dragon that was twisting like mad, Mu Qianyu really wanted to escape. After contorting with excitement for a while, the Black Dragon seemed to react. Did Mu Qianyu just say she came to pay it a visit? That can't be allowed. Where did I get that big face? You'll be beaten to death by the master. Then the twisted Black Dragon suddenly descended, plopped down on the bank, and lowered that huge head, one claw outstretched forward, spreading its clawed heart in a submissive manner. Seeing this scene, Mu Qianyu was confused. Regardless of whether it was a demonic beast or a divine beast, if they made such an action, then there was only one reason. That's willing submission. As long as the other party reaches out and touches the heart of their paw, it is absolute submission. And in the future, no matter if they go up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire, even if they die, they will not betray their master. Mu Qianyu was confused, and even thought that she had gotten the wrong idea. This was a Black Dragon divine beast whose strength could not be seen. How could it suddenly submit to itself? Did it recognize the wrong person? Do I look more like its owner? Mu Qianyu's mind raced, finding so many reasons to convince herself, and yet none of them can convince themselves. So she asked tentatively, Lord Black Dragon, do you want to worship me as your lord? Is your lord mistaken? I can't be your master with my strength. The dragon wants it. This dragon wants it. Quickly take me in, or else I'll die. Joke. The master is watching from over there. One bad performance and you could be kicked to death. Mu Qianyu didn't know what to say for a moment. Finally summoning up great courage, he reached out his jade hand and touched the claws of that Black Dragon. Ho 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 ho. Invigorated beyond belief by the acceptance, the Black Dragon rose up into the air, then with a jolt plunged back under the deep pool, quickly rising to the surface again. Master, this is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it. Spread the dragon's claws. A dress rises slowly. The clothes were full of scales, reflecting the 7 colors of sunlight. On the surface there was nothing special, but if you probed carefully, you could find that each scale was like a small otherworldly space, and the sunlight that shone at the scales became distorted, as if it was swallowed up by that small space. This is the dragon scale battle clothes that I built with dragon blood. Please accept it, master. Mu Qianyu was completely at a loss for words. Should we make a mistake? She turned her head to Longshare, who was not far away. Longshare shouted when he saw her tangled look. Mother, this battle suit is a good thing. Don't take it for nothing. At those words, Mu Qianyu regretted even looking at him that one time. You don't want it for nothing? Why are you so generous? This is a dragon scale battle suit. Not to mention this small eastern region. How many people in the entire Tianxian continent could take out this kind of battlesuit? Instinctively she wanted to refuse, but looking at the Black Dragon's expectant eyes, she ended up decisively reaching out her hand and storing the battlesuit into her nascent sphere. Thank you, Lord Black Dragon. You're welcome, master. Just call me Little Black. Well, Blackie, could you answer me a question? Master, please. Why do you worship me as Lord? This, master doesn't need to dwell on it. Since I'm in the Heavenly Demon Sect's territory, then Junior must also take it as his duty to guard the Heavenly Demon Sect. You are the Heavenly Demon Sect's patriarch, so it is only natural for Junior to worship you as his master. The way Black Dragon said this, Long Che couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Mu Qianyu, however, did not believe this. That's a bit of a far-fetched reason. 2. Chapter 33, Kneel down for me. But looking at the serious attitude of the Black Dragon that did not look like a lie in the slightest, Mu Qianyu could only believe it for the time being. But, what the hell is going on here? She was still confused. If there is nothing else, master, I will leave. The Black Dragon just wanted to hurry up and stash it. I was afraid that I would be punched if I didn't say a good word. And, it's okay, just go. Mu Qianyu also just wanted it to hurry up and leave. The surprise was too big. She needed to calm herself and digest it first. Looking at the calmed down surface of the pool, and then looking at the Dragon Lin battlesuit in his hand, he had mixed feelings, but it was soon replaced by surprise. With this Dragon Lin battlesuit, under my 4th rank Xian Emperor's strength, I should be able to deal with 5th rank Xian Emperors without a problem, right? Ignore that much first. Finding the 7 orifices Linglong Tower is the most important thing. I also don't know where that black bear demon has taken the great Yin old ancestor. This seat must search for his whereabouts as soon as possible. After thinking darkly for a while, she finally calmed down, then walked over towards Long Che. Mother, you're back? This battlesuit is quite good. It should fit you well. Longshare laughed as he watched her walk over to him with her battle dress still in her hand. How can a mere mortal know that this is a battlesuit? Of course. I know a lot more, and after living with me for a long time, you'll realize that your husband is a superb man. Cut. Beautiful. Mu Qianyu said, putting her battle suit away, then looked at the gnarled dragonwood in Long Che's hand and asked in surprise, this gnarled dragonwood, how did it become so small? Before or a very thick tree trunk? This a moment's effort. Actually serious shrinkage. Wood chips fell all over the place. In Long Che's hand only clutched a slightly thicker stick. This is the gnarled dragonwood. Ah, in a little while it will turn into a gnarled dragon. At that time, I will carve an exquisite amulet for you. Hearing him say that, Mu Qianyu's willow brows furrowed. Spoken like the truth. I'll wait for your amulet then. Okay. Long Che promised very quickly, without blushing or jumping, without the slightest appearance of saying big words. Seeing him like this, Mu Qianyu's doubts intensified. However, she didn't bother to think about it much, and brought Long Che to hurry away from the black dragon pool. After returning to the cave, Mu Qianyu temporarily collected her mind and played with the donuts for a while, even feeding them another breastfeeding session under the cries of Chong Lu. As always, Longshare made food for his wife and kids, and it was a joyous and happy occasion. After eating, Mu Qianyu was surprised to see that the gnarled dragonwood that Long Che had brought back had indeed shed all the outside useless parts, leaving only a redwood that looked like a pocket gnarled dragon. Mother, just wait and see. First thing tomorrow morning, I'll have this amulet ready. Long Che took the gnarled wood essence and carved it with a small knife from the drawer. When she saw the carving knife, Mu Qianyu was once again stunned. There was not a single mortal object in this cave. The Valley of the Phantom Night. Blood-red flowers spread over the earth and mountains, as if they were watered by blood, growing luxuriantly and gulping down evil energy. A dead tree grows among the flowers, its dry branches pointing and poking at the sky, looking empty and forlorn. Suddenly one of the branches shifted, and the air surrounding it rippled in a circle. A raven emerged from the ripples before transforming into a sharp black blade and rushing into the depths of the 100 flowers. Deep in the sea of flowers, on a large empty land, moory white bones were lying on the ground, and flowers blossomed in the skeletons, emitting a fascinating aroma. On the white bones of the skeleton, a raven stood quietly, sniffing the scent of flowers and falling into a deep sleep. Perhaps, it's falling into a deep state of cultivation. At the very center of the group of crows was a large-sized black dodo. Beneath its claws were mountains of human skeletons. An eerie, ghastly scent permeated the flowers. King, number 8 has come to report. A raven appeared beneath the dodo's massive body, spreading its wings and nodding its head to the ground. Speak, King. Blood Moon Cave. It's been massacred. The Dodo King opened his bird's eyes and his voice was as cold as ice. Who did this? It's that black bear demon from Sky Ridge Mountain. Where's old man Dean? It was taken away by the black bear demon, but it was robbed by a woman who killed her on the way out. And the black bear demon was killed by that woman. A woman? Who is it? King, that woman is too strong. My subordinate, I lost her. At those words, that Dodo King's eyes went cold. 8. You do know the rules of the Evil Crow organization. These words were said indifferently, but when the 8th crow heard them, his body trembled violently. King, I know the rules. I didn't inquire about the information clearly, so I'll thank you with my death. Well, go ahead. Gah! With a screech, the raven suddenly rushed towards a skeleton underneath the Dodo King. With a bang and blood splattered on the spot, the Dodo King lifted his claws and threw the raven's corpse into the crows. And then there was a burst of raw tearing and eating. 9. You're up. The Dodo King looked to the other raven. The raven shuddered. By the king's command, go on. Find out the identity of that woman and find out the whereabouts of the great Yin ancestor. Yes. Swish. Raven number 9 disappeared in place. Watching the 9th raven disappear, the Dodo King muttered to himself. The divine sun is still in seclusion and cultivation in the blood realm, and the blood moon cave of the 36 caves has been exterminated. This is a challenge to the majesty of this king. Number 10. You unite with Purple Moon Cave and Phantom Moon Cave. Go to Heavenly Ridge Mountain and exterminate all of the Black Bear Demon's cronies, leaving no one behind. Yes. After explaining his mission, the Dodo King looked up at the blackened flock of birds. The hour has come. All of you go foraging for food. And bring more people back to this king. Be a human with cultivation. Don't bring powerless trash. It doesn't taste good. Crashing. Between the air vibrations, the pieces of crows quickly disappeared into the void, leaving behind only a miserable white skeleton on top of the earth, as well as a sea of flowers that were so red that it was shocking to the eyes. When darkness fell, the Sky Demon sect suddenly became tense. Under the leadership of Grand Elder Gu Yen, a large number of Heavenly Demon sect disciples gathered outside the mountain gate and confronted a burly tiger. That fierce tiger was none other than the Eastern Wasteland Emperor Tiger Tianba. After he received Long Che's transmission, he hurriedly brought the great old ancestor to the Heavenly Demon sect and waited for Long Che to appear. Long Che didn't come here, so he lay down at the Heavenly Demon sect's mountain gate and huffed and puffed, and beside him, there was a shivering old man. It was none other than Old Man Dean. Although Tiger Tianba was asleep, he pressed the courage to escape. He only had to accompany here, his head recalling all the images from the time the Black Bear Demon appeared to exterminate the Blood Moon Cave clan, and his heart had long since collapsed. However, the people of the Sky Demon sect were unaware of his collapse. Instead, the entire clan was all on edge. Grand Elder, that's the great old ancestor. He must have come to avenge his disciple. Green Devil, the great old ancestor is strong. I'm afraid that even if we turn on the clan protector formation, it will be difficult for us to defeat him. Besides, that giant tiger mount beside him seems to be stronger than him. Grand Elder, quickly notify Lord Patriarch. A group of executives were nervous and scared. Able to. Just as they were talking, the huffing and puffing tiger lifted an eyelid and glanced at the great old ancestor, who actually stood up and slapped his paw over. Get on your knees. Who told you to get up? Seeing this, the crowd was all confused. Chapter 34, is there such a thing? What the hell is going on here? Why did that fierce tiger mount make Old Man Dean kneel down? For a while, thick doubts surfaced in everyone's minds. It was we, looked away. Elder Gu Yan's eyes narrowed. That fierce tiger is the main character. Elder Greydeen is trembling in its hands. The Grand Elder is right. But, what exactly is this manticore up to? This seat has already notified Lord Sovereign. Don't act rashly. Everything will only be decided when Lord Sovereign arrives. Yes. For a while, everyone in the Sky Demon sect froze at the scene. Tiger Skyblock, on the other hand, was sleeping in a leisurely manner. He wasn't worried in the slightest that the great old ancestor would run. He had been coaxed and scrambled by a crowd of demonic beasts. He was heavily injured. His battle power had been sharply reduced, and he had long since lost the ability and courage to run away. At this moment, on an ancient tree 10,000 feet outside the Heavenly Demon sect's mountain gate, a fiery red woman's silhouette was watching this place. To make the great old ancestor kneel to this tiny mountain gate of the Heavenly Demon sect? What exactly is this big bug trying to do? This woman was none other than the nine-tailed fox, Lan Mayer, who had handed over the great elder ancestor to Tiger Tianba. The reason why she had appeared here was to find out why the titular Eastern Desolate Emperor, Tiger Skyblock, had made such a big deal out of mobilizing all the demon clans in the eastern region to search for an unheard of bad old man. Boo! Boo! A few slight chirps sounded inexplicably above the barren mountain. The air shook and rippled, but no matter what, it didn't ripple over in the direction of the cave where Long Che lived. When night falls down, Long Che will seal the entire barren mountain. For the sake of his wife and children to sleep safely and soundly and dream beautifully, he cuts off all the outside world's news. And that slight chirping was the energy of the transmitting note sent over by the Heavenly Demon sect. It's just a pity that Mu Qian you won't be able to receive it. However, Long Che knew the situation of the Sky Demon sect at the moment. He was carving a peace sign and he smiled bashfully. A giant tiger appeared at the mountain gate, as well as the great ancestor. Oh, the tiger's errand? It's not bad. With that said, he did not take this matter to heart, but looked at Mu Qianyu, who was sleeping with her arms around the child, and would smile, before lowering his head and continuing to polish the peace talisman. To him, creating a peace talisman was a simple matter, and it was quite fast, and he could create a super talisman that people in the world would covet in an incense burner's time. Only, the peace talisman given to Mu Qianyu naturally had to be different. At this moment, Mu Qianyu, although she is holding a child in her arms and lying on the bed, her mind is on Long Che. Listening to the slight movement and thinking about recent events made her feel quite a bit more magical. Ever since she met this man, her cultivation, the things she encountered, all seemed to have changed drastically. It would have been nice if the Seven Tricks Tower hadn't been lost. That way, after her revenge, she could live a carefree life with a man and 3 children in this barren mountain unknown to outsiders. Thinking about it, she actually fell asleep, quickly falling into sleep and having a very, very sweet dream. The sun rose the following day. When Mu Qianyu woke up, she realized that Long Che was no longer inside the cave, and from outside, there was a strong smell of rice. Hungry all night? Ask that kind of flavor. Really cannot strain the saliva straight up. She got out of bed before the three clusters woke up. As soon as he got out of bed, he saw a peace charm carved into a hairpin sitting on the table next to him. There was also a small line inscribed on it, "To my Long Che's maiden, Mu Qianyu." When Mu Qianyu took a look at these words, an inexplicable feeling rose in her heart. It was as if, by being called mama all the time by this man, one really felt a little bit like being his woman. What was going on? Quite attentive. The characters are pretty too. It's just that the runes, it's too complicated, isn't it? I'm afraid I won't be able to use it. She held the hairpin in her hand and scrutinized it. It had to be said that on this hairpin, the runes had beautiful lines, the handwriting was beautiful, and the shape was peculiar. It was actually carved from a gnarled dragon into a phoenix. However, in Mu Qianyu's eyes, this was at best an artifact. All of the above is nothing more than vanity and has no utility. Even, for a moment, she felt that it was a bit of a waste of resources for the good old gnarled wood to be carved into such a useless artifact. However, there was a pang of fondness inside her for no reason. "You're awake, ma'am? I'm making kanji." Long Che walked in and smiled when he saw Mu Qianyu up. "Long Share, this hairpin peace charm, I love it. Thanks." It was the first time Mu Qianyu spoke to Long Che so actively and enthusiastically, making Long Che a bit uncomfortable. "It's good that you like it, ma'am. This peace talisman will keep you safe and sound and smooth wherever you go. I'll help you put it on," Long Che said, walking over and putting the peace talisman on Mu Qianyu's hair. "Your mother is already beautiful, and this hairpin on your head is a perfect match," Long Share quipped with a smile. "Don't be poor. I'm not considered beautiful. Everyone calls me a demoness." After Mu Qianyu put on the hairpin, she looked at herself inside the bronze mirror. It's been a long time since I've been this happy, hasn't it? Mother, you're even more beautiful when you smile," Long Share said heartily. "It's only beautiful in your eyes, but I'm a demoness in other people's hearts." Mu Qianyu has always referred to herself as this seat. At this time, her heart is so happy that she has changed her personal name. Long Che discovered this detail, and her heart is secretly happy. Anyway, feelings are starting to heat up a little bit. "What kind of porridge did you cook? Why does it smell so good? I'll go out and take a look." Mu Qianyu can't stand being praised by Long Che so much. A handful of years old being praised by a brat so much. It's really shameful. Her face is red and hot, so he walked outside the cave. Seeing that the three groups were still awake, Longshare walked out as well. At this exact moment, suddenly several silhouettes swept past in a hurry at a height of 10,000 feet, flying in the direction of the heavenly demon Sect's mountain gate. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes frowned. "Those are the disciples from the Sky Demon Sect's exceptional exercise? Why are they rushing to the headquarters in such a hurry? Something must have happened." Sensing this keenly, Mu Qianyu suddenly rose up in the air. Almost in the blink of an eye, she caught up with one of the disciples. That disciple's face was shocked, and he bowed and saluted her in the air. "Disciples meet Lord Sovereign." Mu Qianyu nodded and opened the door. "What's the panic?" the disciple said. "Lord Sovereign doesn't know yet? My disciples received a transmission that a giant tiger has come to the Sky Demon Sect, and that old ancestor Dain is also there, and the great elder is gathering all the disciples to gather." Mu Qianyu's brows frowned tighter at her words. How could there be such a thing? Why didn't the grand elder inform this seat? And, great old ancestor? That old thing, he actually appeared at the heavenly demon Sect's mountain gate? As the words fell, Mu Qianyu's eyes instantly turned cold. Chapter 35, Please take care of my men and children. Go on, tell Elder Gu Yan that this seat is heading to the heavenly demon mountain sect immediately. "Aye, Sovereign." That disciple finished speaking and rose up into the air, quickly disappearing. "Old man Dain, this seat doesn't care what kind of purpose you've come with. Today, I'll definitely set your bones to ashes." Mu Qianyu's jade hand clenched tightly, remembering what had happened to her in the past few years. She couldn't wait to slap the great old ancestor to death. Swish! In the next second, her figure descended to the front of the cave, and seeing Long Che still preparing breakfast, she froze slightly, then walked over and said, "Long Che, I want to make a trip to the Sky Demon Sect." Longshare had known what she was going to do and laughed. "Mother, are you checking in with my husband?" Mu Qianyu's pretty face blushed and glanced at him, but she nodded. "The baby is all yours." After the previous experience, Mu Qianyu seems to be getting more and more at ease with Long Che. "Let's eat before we go. There's no rush for a while," Long Che said, already serving out hot buns. Mu Qianyu wanted to shake her head. But once she thought that the buns were stuffed with the 1,000-year-old immortal grass that Long Che had prepared last night, she couldn't help but grab 2 of them. My 2 will be fine. Then, I'll leave you to it. Mother, do you want us to go together? You know, as a handyman, I would love to go around the heavenly demon sex mountain gates. Can I dip a little light from you? The patriarch, for my husband? Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che's pitiful little eyes, and for a moment she actually felt some heartache, but still refused. I'm not traveling back this time. Next time I'll be sure to take you there. At those words, Long Che smiled. If this were to be put before Mu Qianyu would definitely not say such words. This woman seems to be getting cuter by the minute. Good. Ha ha ha. For my husband to wait. Having a sovereign's wife is just too good. Less stinky. The children are about to wake up. Remember to take care of them. I'm leaving first, Mu Qianyu said as she took off into the air. However, she soon descended to the Black Dragon pool and shouted into the deep pool with mixed emotions. Lord Black Dragon. Wow. Summoned so. The Black Dragon poked its huge head out from beneath the deep pool. Sleepy-eyed, Blackie has met Master. I don't know what Master has arranged for coming over so early, the Black Dragon asked with awe in his voice. Lord Black Dragon, I send you 2 buns, and I hope you can help look after my 3 children, and my man Long Che. The Black Dragon mixed his emotions for a moment as he heard this. These 2, they're quite good at it. That man needs this dragon to take care of him? And what's the meaning of this hostess giving herself 2 buns so early in the morning? Where did you learn the point about dragons eating buns? But in the next second, the 2 buns flew over, and the Black Dragon's eyes glared with panic. 1,000 years of immortal grass? The hot air rising from that bun illuminated the shadow of the 1,000-year-old immortal herb flesh Ganoderma lucidum. The Black Dragon was shocked at a glance, but he didn't make himself polite and swallowed it with one mouth. AI ant really smells good. Lord Black Dragon, please. Mu Qianyu begged it to do its job with a sincere attitude, and the 2 buns themselves didn't even bother to eat. Master, this is what I should do. I will guard the lives and properties of you and your family to the death. Thanks a lot. Mu Qianyu flew towards the Sky Demon sect after she finished speaking. After the Black Dragon digested the 2 buns, suddenly the entire deep pool shook. The pool water if boiling pot. Strong demonic gas stirred up waves. This dragon is getting promoted? This bun, strong enough. When Long Che made breakfast, the 3 little dumplings all woke up leisurely, rubbing their eyes and climbing down from the bed. Father, Mother, it smells so good. Daddy's making good food again. Brother, let's go wash our hands. Chonlu looked at the buns on the table and reached out to grab them, but was pulled by Bai Ji to wash her hands. Where are father and mother? Shiso's eyes widened in search. Long Che is out there right now. Seeing that the child was not up, he walked outside the cave and looked toward the Black Dragon pool. The Black Dragon's promotion of cultivation was not a small movement, although there was a seal blocking most of the Shinli fluctuations, but after all, it was a super divine beast, and the explosive ripples of energy at the time of promotion were almost uncontrollably going to go berserk. Luckily, the process ended very quickly, and as soon as it did, the Black Dragon flew directly to the front of the cave and knelt in front of Long Che. Mistress, thank you mistress for the 2 buns. It's made little strength increase again. Long Che frowned. Those 2 buns, you ate them? The Black Dragon nodded. Asterisk. My lady hasn't eaten. The Black Dragon was a bit confused. Mistress didn't eat? Mistress, don't kick me. I really don't know. Long Che waved his hand. None of your business. That what? This seat to go to the headquarters of the Heavenly Devil sect a trip. You look at the seat of the 3 children, not only to ensure their safety, but also to let them play happy. Turn back to the 3 children there is a say unsatisfied. This seat to get killed you. No not? No. He. Don't worry master. I promise to complete the task. Long Che nodded. Softly. Here, you've just promoted your cultivation, so this returning immortal pill is for you. Much, thank you, master. The Black Dragon was pleasantly surprised. This Guayuan immortal pill was a true immortal pill, which only existed in the immortal realm, and ever since it had been brought back to the Tianxian continent, a lower realm, by Long Che, it had never seen an immortal pill. Now that he had just promoted his cultivation and received this kind of reward, he was truly grateful. Daddy, why is there a big black dragon here? At this time, the 3 groups of people came out of the cave, saw the Black Dragon, and asked with a surprised face, because each of the 3 groups had 3 super mounts after seeing this behemoth again. There wasn't even the slightest bit of fear. The end of the story was that they had seen a lot of things and had a super high starting point. Wow, master, are these your 3 children? So cute. The Black Dragon's eyes widened and his voice carried excitement. I could tell that it was from the bottom of its heart that it found the 3 children adorable. Daddy, it's so big. It's bigger than my little poison. Not as big as my golden thunder dragon. Daddy, can we play with it? The three clusters stroked the black dragon's whiskers and broke its dragon's teeth, lovingly and curiously. Well, of course you can play with it. And when we've eaten, Daddy is going to find your mother. So let it play with you first, okay? Good. Daddy, where did Mother go again? Mother must have gone to fight the bad guys. Daddy, you go and help Mama. Or Mama can't beat them. Good. Let's eat first then. Wash your hands and face and brush your teeth and teeth. Ta-da. Daddy, so can we get all our little pets to come over and play with us? Yes. How lively. So do they fight? No, they won't. They'll be peaceful and friendly. Awesome. Leaving the three children in the care of a group of divine beasts, Long Che was quite relieved. After eating, he walked out of the cave and simply disappeared in place. Chapter 36, Killings burst out. On the huge square of the Heavenly Devil Sex Mountain Gate, the one-night standoff had been hard on the group of people led by Elder Guyen. This tiger doesn't do anything, he just huffs and puffs. But no one in the Heavenly Devil sect dared to sleep. The transmission note sent out to the Patriarch was also nowhere to be found. They didn't dare to do anything rash. It can only be so stagnant. The night passed and it was really torturous. Of course, the one who was more tormented was Old Man Dain. He was on his knees all night. Midway through trying to stand up and take a break was swept off an ear with a direct claw from Tiger Skyblock. Most of the night that's called a pick-me-up. After learning from that disciple in the morning that Sect Master Mu Qianyu was going back, the hearts of all the people were slightly put down, and there was something to look forward to. When Mu Qianyu finally appeared above the Sky Demon sect, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Sovereign has returned. Greetings, Sovereign. When Mu Qianyu descended down, everyone bowed respectfully, with admiration and awe for this sect leader in their eyes. Mu Qianyu was the only Xian Emperor powerhouse in the Sky Demon sect. The Grand Elder, Gu Yan, was only a 9th-ranked Xian Emperor. One can imagine that Mu Qianyu has a significant weight position in the hearts of everyone in the entire clan. Gentlemen, what happened? Mu Qianyu looked at the group of elders and asked. Patriarch, this fierce tiger has been sleeping. Gu Yan also couldn't say what was going on in this situation right now. Mu Qianyu turned her head. Her gaze swept over the giant tiger and quickly shifted to the great Old Ancestor. This instant, Old Ancestor De Yin's eyes trembled. From Mu Qianyu's eyes, he saw a dense and substantial killing intent. The biting hatred, the suppressed anger that had been hidden in his heart for a long time, was completely clear from a single look. With just this one glance, Old Ancestor De Yin's heart sank into an ice cave, and he knew that he, today, would not be able to escape, not to mention the fact that he was powerless to resist with the Eastern Wasteland Emperor in attendance. Mu Qianyu's strength was enough to kill him in seconds. Her cultivation, how did she become so powerful? Wasn't she imprisoned in the Li Illusion Heavenly Prison? How did she come out? Old Ancestor De Yin couldn't help but shiver, and his back heart had long been wet with cold sweat. Mu Qianyu ground her silver teeth, but she still held back for the time being. With this demonic aura shocking giant tiger around, she had to focus on the big picture. It was just that she was also curious as to why this giant tiger had made Old Ancestor De Yin kneel in the direction of the Heavenly Demon sect. Where did it come from? While Mu Qianyu was internally torn and in shock, a voice suddenly exploded in Tiger Tianba's head. Tiger, the Heavenly Demon sect Patriarch. Is this Seat's woman? Listen to her in everything. Ha! This. Tiger Tianba was shocked and almost confused. Your Excellency has a woman? And this woman is also the Heavenly Demon sect leader? Not bad. She's really good looking. Even I'm a demonic beast. I'm envious. Its tiger eyes looked around, but it did not see Long Che's shadow. But since Long Che had given the word, it had no choice but to do as it was told, and even acted quite respectfully and piously. Tiger pays his respects to the Patriarch. That huge body, which was originally lying on the ground in a sleeping position, suddenly stood up and then knelt down on its front legs, respectfully kneeling down to Mu Qianyu. Wow! For a while, there was an uproar. Tiger? This? Who's Tiger? Sovereign, you recognize it? So, this tiger knows the Sovereign, and it's such a powerful cultivation that it kneels down to the Sovereign. It must be a great demon that the Sovereign Lord has subdued. Great! A false alarm. A false alarm. Ha ha ha. Some people could not help but relax already, and inwardly all by themselves they brainstormed the cause. But Mu Qianyu was confused. She didn't even recognize the giant tiger alright. You are? Puzzled, she asked. Perhaps a tiger cub that had been inadvertently saved in the past had grown up? Lord Sovereign, this person, to you to dispose of, whatever you can, to kill or die depending on your mind. If you feel dirty, small for you to do it. Tiger Tianba's words were so sneaky that he didn't even look like a hand in the Tianxian East region. It couldn't be helped. That invincible being didn't know where to hide and watch himself. And hearing this, Mu Qianyu was even more confused. She could kind of see that this giant tiger was trying to help her. But she was inwardly horrified. But she quickly made up her mind. Let's not talk about anything else. First, destroy the great Yin ancestor. Her eyes deepened as she stared at the great Yin ancestor and took a step forward. On the way, a jade hand grasped. A shin-like sharp sword coalesced in the air, with a cold aura on it, killing opportunities bursting out. At this moment, Long Che, who landed on a tree and looked at Mu Qianyu, did not intend to show his face. Half a meter in front of him, Blue Meyer was talking to herself. Who the hell is this woman? How come even the Eastern Wasteland Emperor has to be respectful? I guess she must be someone with the backstage of Tianxian Central Divine Prefecture. Suddenly a voice came softly from beside him. Maybe someone else in the fairy world? Ha! You, who are you? Lon Mayer was startled, and the 9 tails dragging behind her all instantly shrunk together in a vigilant manner. It's too scary. She thought she was strong, although not as strong as Tiger Skybar, but also a generation of 9-tailed foxes past the delicate girl. But this person beside her can appear without a sound. His strength, fixed on top of their own. Lon Mayer instantly thought of this and secretly probed. Yet not a single trace of Shin Chi was felt from Long Che. But the more she did, the more shocked she became. This was definitely a gaijin. It was difficult for Tiger Tianba to hide his strength in front of her. But this human young man had done it. Out of this, under the electric thoughts, Blue Mayer directly convergence full of shock. Actually is to Long Che a salute. The voice is soft and sticky. My lord, may I ask where you are from? Long Che was asked this question, then looked at that pair of foxy soul-stealing and seductive eyes, and suddenly his whole body was jolted. Ahem, Long Che, you're already a man with a wife and child, and besides, she's a 9-tailed fox. So what? You're asking me? I have no clan or sect. I'm just an idler. This was heard in Lon Mayer's ears, which must have felt that the high-ranking person was unwilling to disclose it, so she did not pursue it. Longshare asked instead, why are you peeking in here? Lon Mayer panicked a bit and hurriedly explained. I came here with Lord East Wasteland Emperor, and I'm waiting here for it to finish its business and go back together. That look was a lie, and the tip of his pretty nose was sweating. Longshare, however, smiled. Oh, look at the fun. There's going to be a killing. It's scary. With that, he looked towards Mu Qianyu who was holding a long sword in her hand. He could see that Mu Qianyu hated the great old ancestor so much that she wasn't even willing to give him a hard time with a sword. Don't kill me. It's all because the son of the evil god told me to do this. It's all because of the son of the evil god. Old ancestor De Yin was almost paralyzed with fear, crawling around as he dodged Mu Qianyu's sword blade on the ground. Kill you before you kill the son of the evil god. Great Yin ancestor, be on your way. As Mu Qianyu's words fell, the long sword in her hand suddenly emitted a shocking demonic roar. And this sword was none other than the heavenly demon sword that she had obtained from the heavenly demon mysterious realm. Chapter 37, The Immortal Feather. The heavenly devil sword came out. Roaring devils in the sky. The heavenly demon sword. It was Lord Sovereign who obtained the heavenly demon sword from the heavenly demon mysterious realm. This dastardly great old ancestor is finally going to become a soul under the Lord Sovereign's sword. He has done many evil deeds. He had heavily attacked my heavenly demon sect, causing many disciples to die. What's more, he assassinated the Patriarch, causing Lord Patriarch's cultivation to plummet, and he even suffered unimaginable pain. My heavenly demon sect has an undying hatred with old man De Yin. Kill. Throw him to the ground. A large number of the heavenly devil sect's elder disciples all perked up at this moment, talking about it, all wanting to see what would happen to this great elder ancestor when he was destroyed. At this moment, the great old ancestor was almost scared to death. Heavenly demon sword? This is the heavenly demon sword that this seed has been longing for? How dare you get it and use it to kill me? Although the great old ancestor was terrified, he still held a sliver of hope within his heart at this time, and he planned to make a sneak attack in the dark. Swish! Before the heavenly demon sword could stab down, the great old ancestor was the first to attack. A crimson glow suddenly exploded from his palm. In the next second, a berserk poisonous aura filled the air, and a circle of hundreds of feet was directly enveloped. Even that poison was divided into two groups, one attacking Mu Qianyu and the other attacking Tiger Tianba. Nowadays, the only means he can use is to secretly poison and use deception. It's just a shame. Nowadays, Mu Qianyu's cultivation is completely above him. The fourth-ranked Xin Emperor's realm is not something he can get at all. The moment he struck, the crimson light in the sky was directly swallowed by the heavenly demon sword, and the black demonic shadow whistled along with the sword's chance, piercing into the mouth of the great old ancestor with intense poison before piercing through the back of his head. Under this impact, Old Ancestor De Yin's body was directly nailed to the giant pillar of the heavenly demon sect's mountain gate, his eyes terrified but gradually dimming. Miso. In the next second, the heavenly demon sword came out of Mu Qianyu's hand and pierced through his body once again, precisely penetrating into his heart. It only took an instant to destroy this Xian Emperor powerhouse. But that's not all. Heavenly Devil Sword Devil Shadow devouring Great Een Old Ancestor's poison at this time also broke out in his body. That nail to the giant column of flesh began to decay, turned into a puddle of black thick water dripping down the column, emitting a pungent fishy odor, in a moment with the wind to drift away. Seeing this scene, the crowd was excited, but they also felt hateful towards the insidiousness of the Great Een Old Ancestor. If this guy got his way, the consequences of being eroded by this poison would be truly miserable. Phew. After destroying the Great Een Old Ancestor, Mu Qianyu secretly let out a breath. This person coveted her heavenly devil sect's secret stash, assassinated her many times, colluded with the evil god's son to kill countless disciples of the heavenly devil sect, set up a dragnet to hunt her down, and imprisoned her and her 3 children in the illusory heavenly prison. Enduring inconceivable torment, he and the forces behind him were the culprits behind her suffering these past few years. Now she has finally taken the first step towards revenge. Slightly closing her eyes, Mu Qianyu turned her gaze to Tiger Tianba, who had remained motionless. It was really strange that this giant tiger, which he had never met before, was also so submissive to himself, and it was even with its help that he was able to restore his revenge so easily. How come it's just like that black dragon in the black dragon pool? With doubt in her heart, Mu Qianyu once again looked at Tiger. Thanks to Lord Tiger King's help, before helping me to exterminate this outlaw, Lord Tiger King, please also come to the Heavenly Demon Sect to have a catch-up. My Heavenly Demon Sect has slightly prepared a thin gift as a token of appreciation. Hearing these polite words from Mu Qianyu, Tiger Tianba immediately refused. Sovereign Lord, don't be polite. This is all what I should do. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Saying that, this behemoth even directly rose up in the air and quickly disappeared from the crowd sight, leaving a trail of confused people. That's it? Mu Qianyu was also confused, and really didn't know why such a thing would happen. But right at this moment, a group of elder disciples of the Heavenly Demon Sect all surrounded them, all with smiles on their faces. Lord Sovereign is mighty, finally taking revenge and destroying this old bastard. The Great Een Ancestor, that Tiger King is all under Lord Sovereign. Oh Sovereign, you are the goddess of our Heavenly Demon Sect. Welcome back Patriarch. Even the Great Een Old Ancestor has been eliminated, and with the Tiger King's assistance, my Heavenly Demon Sect will no longer have any worries, and will surely rise to become a first-class force in the eastern region. Mu Qianyu returned to the Heavenly Demon Great Hall amidst the lively cheers, and at that moment in that sky-high tree, Long Che issued a question. Girl, didn't you come with that big tiger? Why didn't you come when it left? Upon hearing this, Lan Mayer directly froze, her red face not knowing how to answer. Maybe, Lord Tiger King left in a hurry and forgot about me. I'll go after him now. With that, she was about to fly away. Slow down. When Long Che called out like this, where did Lan Mayer dare to fly? Immediately, she stopped her body. What are your orders, my lord? Long Che frowned. My lord? I'm no lord. I'm just a small handyman in this Heavenly Demon Sect. Lan Mayer's mind electrified, knowing that this person's identity was definitely not so simple, and was definitely hinting at something like herself. That tiger flies fast. You might be able to catch up if you take this with you, Long Che said, reaching out to give her a feather. The moment Lan Mayer's gaze landed on this snow-white feather, her entire body trembled. This. She was even too excited to speak. It's a fairy feather. She couldn't see exactly what kind of immortal bird's feather it was, but she was well aware of the preciousness of this kind of immortal bird's feather. Even she, the Fox Clan chief, had never seen this kind of immortal product. Big. Man, what can a little woman do? Come on, we really can't catch up with any more nonsense. Yes. Lan Mayer kept speculating on Long Che's meaning, and naturally she didn't dare to say more when she was so anxious to let herself go. As for having an extra immortal feather for no reason at all, it must be that this Supreme Master has taken a liking to the talent. Well, it must be. Moreover, he showed his relationship with the Heavenly Devil Sect, and in the future, the Heavenly Devil Sect will be the place that my Nine-Tailed Fox Clan will protect. So won't the Western Eight-Tailed Serpent Clan fight with the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan for the territory of the Heavenly Devil Mountain? You guys just go ahead and fight for it. We're not going to fight for it. We're going to in turn assist the Heavenly Demon Sect in destroying you. Yaki Great Elder Worm. This matter must be reported to the Patriarch. The Heavenly Demon Sect. There are invincible powerhouses in hiding. We must strive to climb, and must not be offended. Where Blue Mare was chasing Tiger Tianba, After her Xian force infused the immortal feather, she transformed into a bolt of lightning and quickly disappeared back to the nine-tailed fox clan. With the matter settled, Long Che concealed his figure and flashed inside the heavenly demon palace. Simu Qianyu was with a group of elders to discuss the next matters of the heavenly devil sect. Long Che also did not stay. The home is still 3 children. I do not know that the black dragon cannot serve them well. So they went back. When he went back and saw the scene on that empty hillside, the man almost didn't lose his head. Chapter 38, Hooking Up. A group of divine beasts were almost all sprawled on the ground. Sprawled in a miserable state. The heaven-swallowing demon whale lay on the ground breathing with its mouth open. Dying. The cloud-treading beast landed on the ground, losing the dominance of the airborne emperor. The golden thunder dragon became a small yellowish loach that was burrowing into the mud. The black dragon would have been in the mud long ago. At the scene, only the red pupil Tianlin and the three-eyed bijou beast were still in a fierce battle. On the other side of this miserable scene, the 3 groups were clapping their hands. Yeah, hit it hard. The champion is about to be born. There's a prize for the winner. And a kiss from my husband. I have the championship trophy. I'm in charge of presenting the award. In the distance, Longshare held his forehead. That's a lot of energy. The 3 clusters were playing a bunch of guardian beasts to death, but seeing how happy they were, he couldn't bear to interrupt. Anyway, this group of divine beasts had worked hard for most of the day, and they wanted to see who the champion was, so let's satisfy them. Soon, the red pupil Tianlin defeated the three-eyed Bishayi's beast. They are real fights. Although it didn't display the heaven-destroying skills of a divine beast, it was still quite destructive. At least the strength of the imperial rank was displayed. Otherwise the group of losers, the three-eyed bijou beasts, wouldn't be covered in blood. It's not easy. Longshare heartily lamented that it was not easy to bring up children. Yay! It's still big sister my red pupil Tianlin that's the best. Bai Ji happily walked over and kissed red pupil Tianlin's big face. At this moment, the red pupil Skylin was flattered. Of course, the key was that it already knew that Long Che had come back, and it was absolutely heavenly to be seen by its master that its little master was pampering himself so much. Big sister, I'll present the award. With that, Heavy Floor placed the trophy made of mud in his hand at the feet of Akatsuki Tenrin. Akatsuki Tenrin's eyes gleam with great joy, and he has to make an acceptance speech. Thank you, little master, for organizing this competition. And thank you, little master, for the rewards. Thank you master for giving birth to such adorable little masters as you. I will keep up the good work and achieve another success. The acceptance speech made Longshare blink at the sound of it. This one is a real ass kisser. Impression points plummeted. Gee, what a hoot. Long Che walked over and looked at the mess all over the place and said in surprise, Daddy, it's Daddy who's back. Father look, we've organized a Beast King competition. My red pupil Tianlin is the champion. Big sis, we'll have to race later. And I'll feed my coyote python tall and big. I'm going to raise my beasties stronger too. A milky voice but a firm one. But those words made the group of divine beasts' minds crumble. There's a next time, isn't there? However, despite the inner collapse, this group of divine beasts still immediately gathered around and prostrated themselves respectfully to Long Che. Even if they were lofty divine beasts, even if they were all carrier-like existences in the immortal divine realm, in front of Long Che, they thought they were all trash. No one knew just how terrifying this person's cultivation had become. Waifs, you're so creative, but you have to love your little pets too, right? Look at them all tired. Let them go back and rest, okay? Daddy is right. Daddy, I want some sugar snap peas for them. They are hungry. Daddy, we want it too. Longshare stroked the 3 clusters' little heads. Okay, Daddy's giving them sugar snap peas. With that, a handful of immortality pills were pulled out, and the 3 clusters grabbed them happily before giving them to their own pets. Many thanks master. Thank you little master. The moment they saw the immortal pills, the group of divine beasts immediately came into the spirit. What is the hard work of staying with your child for a result like getting an elixir? Little master, if there are any arrangements in the future, we'll be at your beck and call. Then we'll go back first. After taking the immortal pills, a group of divine beasts immediately flew away. Longshare asked with a smile, are you guys hungry too? Father is going to cook. Your mother doesn't know when she'll be back, so there's no need to wait for her. Good. Daddy, we'll help you cook. Good. My waifu just understands things. Ha ha. Over here, Long Che was cooking when a message transmitted by a sound transmission note came over. It was Tiger Tianba. Sir, is it done to your satisfaction? Long Che sent out a transmission note. If you don't get rid of the roots, the grass will grow again in the spring. Understand? In the imperial city, Tiger Tianba originally thought that Long Che would praise it, but the news on the transmission note made it frown. Chop off the roots? Damn great old ancestor. You still have a backstage, don't you? Come on people. Investigate for this seat. Mu Qianyu did not return to her cave that day. The Heavenly Demon sect had received a message that the Orochi Great Serpent clan was recently competing with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan for the vast mountain forest in the middle of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. The Yamanano Orochi clan was powerful, and there was even a super demon sitting in the middle of it, equally divided with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, both of which had the strength to annex the Heavenly Demon sect. Now that Mu Qianyu is back, she is going to settle this matter. On the following day, news came back from the sect that in the southern Skyridge Mountains, the Black Bear Demon Cave had been decimated overnight. The ones who struck out were also the 36 cave powerhouses under the evil god's sun. From the Purple Moon Cave, the Phantom Moon Cave. After hearing the news, various forces even poked around in order to get the latest information and make early preparations. In the great land of Tianxian's eastern region, there were many demon races, and the human cultivators were very weak, and one could even say that they were surviving in the cracks, such as the Heavenly Demon sect and other super sects. Also rely on the top strong people to support the spine of the sect. If there is no super strong means, it is also very difficult to gain a foothold. What's more, the human cultivation sects also colluded with each other. Northern part of the Heavenly Demon sect, Blood Sword sect, Sect Master. I've heard gossip that the Orochi Great Serpent clan is going to attack the Heavenly Demon sect in a matter of days. This matter has been pondered by this seat for a long time. Not only does the 8 Giant Serpent clan have actions, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is also going to act. At that time, the Heavenly Demon sect will definitely be hit hard, and I, the Blood Sword sect, must not let go of this great opportunity to profit from it. What the sect master said is true. If the Heavenly Demon sect is destroyed, my Blood Sword sect will also have to face infestation from demonic and evil sects, and by eating the Heavenly Demon sect's underpinnings, we'll have the strength to fight against it. Pay close attention to this matter. The day of the Sky Demon sect's destruction is not far off. However, as you all know, I, the Blood Sword sect, am not the only one eyeing the Heavenly Demon sect. Keep poking around for information on other sects, especially the Spring and Autumn sect and the Broken Sword Pavilion. Yes, Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Patriarch, what I said is true. You mustn't disbelieve it. When Lan Mayer told the Patriarch and the higher-ups of the clan about her encounter with Long Che, all of the clansmen, including the Patriarch, Chi Xin, did not believe it. Mayer, if this matter was not witnessed by this Patriarch, it would never be believed. Bare-heartedly cut off the irony. Lan Mayer's heart was really catching. She did not want to tell the clan about the immortal feather. After all, this is a super heavy treasure given to her by Long Che. A few breaths from the Heavenly Demon sect back to the clan. Not to mention the fight is good or not. Use it to escape. That is an absolute artifact. Right now, seeing that her clan members didn't believe in her, she had no choice but to take out her immortal feather to convince this group of people. Chapter 39, The Crow is Behind. When Lan Mayer took out the immortal feather, the entire hall was filled with the sound of pouring cool air. Everyone's eyes were in disbelief, filled with thick suspicion and shock. Although I don't know that this is an immortal feather, but the powerful and special energy that permeates out of it instantly shocked the people's hearts, and all the people present were plunged into an unprecedented shock. Mayer, what's this you're holding? What bird's feather? Akane's voice shook a little as she spoke. Even with his cultivation at the 6th Order Xian Emperor realm, he was unable to discern the level of this feather. The others, not to mention the others, just waited for Lan Mayer to explain. Patriarch, truth be told, this immortal feather, which is the plume of a divine bird from the immortal realm, was gifted to me by that high person. I didn't want to say it, but since you guys don't believe my words, I have no choice but to bring out this immortal feather. Blue Meyer shrugged helplessly and said, Really? Seriously, Patriarch, this matter is of great importance. Mayer, this child would never lie. In my opinion, we'd better make preparations early. I can't imagine that such a true dragon has come above the eastern region of the Tianxian continent. If that's true, then this high person must be related to the Heavenly Demon sect. And as we were about to compete with the Orochi Great Serpent clan for the Heavenly Demon Mountain domain this time, it seems that this matter will have to be reorganized now. If this matter is not false, then Mayer has saved my entire Nine-Tailed Fox clan. A group of people were really convinced after seeing Xianyu. After all, this kind of treasure, not to mention them, even the Eastern Wasteland Emperor could not take it out. Listen up everyone here. Suddenly, Akane squared her shoulders. The matter of this immortal feather must not be told. Otherwise, not only will this treasure be unprotected, I'm afraid that the entire eastern region, and even the Middle-earth continent of the Tianxian Divine Prefecture, may attract the covetousness of a high person. The matriarch is right. This matter is not trivial. It is a matter of life and death for my nine-tailed fox clan. We must not take it lightly. Mayor, why don't you hand this over to the clan leader for safekeeping? After all, you're weak and it's very unsafe to hold it on your body. Yes, Mayor, give it to the clan leader for safekeeping. You can't handle it. Lan Mayor couldn't help but roll her eyes as she listened to their words. What she was afraid of was that if she said it, such a divine object would be taken by someone else. I don't. She refused decisively. This immortal feather was gifted to me by an immortal. Why should I hand it over? I won't hand it over. Saying that, he put the immortal feather into his inner ring, and then hugged his bladder, with a look that no matter what you guys say, I just don't agree. Mayor, you're still young. You don't know the magnitude of it. It's better to leave it to the clan leader. There are many experts within the clan to protect it, so it's safe. Don't play childish. These words of advice, but how could they not move Lan Mayor? It was a fairy feather. She couldn't afford to part with it. And I'm afraid you're saying this because you want to keep it for yourselves. Certain individuals within the clan just like to use the name of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to gain favors for themselves. Don't think that, Auntie, I don't know. Lan Mayor secretly said inwardly that if this group of people really forced her to hand it over, she would dislike them directly without caring about her face. But that's when the patriarch spoke. In my opinion, Mayor doesn't need to hand over the immortal feather to the clan for safekeeping. After all, this immortal feather was gifted to Mayor by an immortal, and for her to be gifted by an immortal, it must be because the immortal has discovered a talent that no one else has, wanting to use it to boost Mayor. In that case, it seems that giving it to this patriarch for safekeeping will instead delay Mayor's cultivation. The matriarch is right. That immortal must have seen May's talent and wanted to instruct her. In that case, my Nine-Tailed Fox clan will have a supreme powerhouse in the near future. Ha ha ha, pass on this clan chief's order. From now on, all cultivation resources within the clan are tilted towards Mayor, and all secret realms Mayor you may enter and exit on your own. Mayor, you can't let us down. Hearing these words, Lan Mayor's mood cheered up and she smiled cheekily. Thank you, matriarch. Mayor will work hard. Akane nodded, then looked to the crowd. Now that a high person has appeared, we must not make a wrong choice. Regarding the matter of competing with the 8th Snake Clan for the domain of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, we still need to brainstorm, so everyone can speak freely if they have any ideas. A group of people began to seriously think and discuss how to do the next thing, all centered on that high person's pleasure. And outside the Fox Clan's main hall, on top of a blackened tree trunk rested a raven that almost blended in with the black trunk. Everything in the temple was heard by it, and those eyes dripped up, emitting a cunning shine. Immortal feather? If I can obtain this immortal feather, my strength will grow by leaps and bounds, and I will also be able to completely escape the Dodo King's control. Thinking of the many accomplices that had been exterminated by the Dodo before, this raven turned against the immortal feather's fatal attraction. When it saw Lan Mayor walk out of the Great Hall and head towards one of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan's secret cultivation areas, it rose up in the air and silently followed. Lan Mayor was completely surprised that this matter of her possessing immortal feathers would be known by a crow so quickly. And this crow was also a member of the Evil Crow organization, a scout under the seat of the son of the evil god, the king of the Dodo Crows. After all, other than the clan members, no one else was aware of it. So when she arrived at the secret realm of cultivation, she wasn't particularly vigilant, and after taking out her immortal feather and carefully observing it, she didn't notice in the slightest the appearance of a raven that melted into the dim surroundings. With an ear-piercing sonic boom ringing out, the finger immortal feather was instantly gripped up and instantly rushed into the clouds. My fairy feather! Lan Mayor didn't even react as the immortal feather in her hand flew away. When she saw that it was a raven, the whole thing dawned on her. It's the Evil Crow organization. The hateful evil crows. Give me back my fairy feather. She was in quite an anxious mood. If such a heavy treasure was lost, she would cry to death. Without half a moment's hesitation, the strength of the Fourth Order Xian Emperor realm instantly erupted and chased straight after him. Daddy, isn't Mother coming back today? As she was playing, Bai Ji suddenly asked. Longshare stroked her little head. Your mother is busy. Why don't I take you to her? Yeah. Daddy, where is Mother? Longshare laughed. It should be in the Heavenly Demon Sect. Your mother is the Heavenly Demon Sect's patriarch. She needs to manage a sect, so she's very busy. Daddy will take you to her. If she's busy, we'll secretly do something for her. Okay? Yeah, Daddy. We won't tell Mother. We'll give her a big surprise. Well, it's a deal, Long Che said, throwing his palm into the void. A white cloud flew down, soft as cotton candy. Chapter 40, Where is the higher power? The three groups were overjoyed to see the giant marshmallow. Daddy, can I eat this marshmallow? I want to eat it. It's so soft. It's a white cloud. You can't eat it. Brother, you're so greedy. Seeing their happy and dumbfounded looks, Long Che suddenly thought that he had a light returning stone in his hand. This time, the light stone possesses a strange ability to store something that happened in time into the stone's internal space, preserving good memories. Speaking of which, this light returning stone was still given to him by a stunningly beautiful fairy when he was in the immortal world. It's just that at that time, he didn't understand his feelings, and he only wanted to ascend to the peak of the martial arts path, and that fairy's piece of deep love went down the drain with time. Now that I think about it, it was also the fairy's good intention to give this back to the light stone to give to him so that he could record the good memories that happened between them. Now that he's a father, it's really sad that the years have gone by. Children, come up here, let's go to mother, Long Che said, using the echo stone to record the eyebrows, movements, and smiles of the three groups as they jumped onto the Xian cloud, all in the internal space of the stone, and then rode the cloud to the sky. Heavenly Devil Sect. Because of the threat of the Octopus Snake Clan and the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan, over the past few days, many disciples had been mobilized to fly patrols over the Sky Demon Sect's domains in a tightly guarded manner. It must be said that Mu Qianyu was quite a strong woman with some skill. Within 2 days of her return, the defensive alert of the Sky Demon Sect had surprised Long Che. He hadn't felt this way before when he came to the Heavenly Demon Sect, but now that he had come over, in order to do what he could to give Mu Qianyu a surprise, he even had to use his stealthy means on the outskirts of the mountain range. Inside the Heavenly Devil Palace, Mu Qianyu was sitting on the seat of the Hallmaster, and below him, there were elder disciples reporting back. Sovereign, the patriarchal Serpent Clan jumped into action, but the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan side suddenly caved in and withdrew their troops. Oh, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan suddenly withdrew their troops? Is the news reliable? The disciple saw it with his own eyes. Keep on tracking. Figure out the reason behind it. Yes, Patriarch, the Yaki Snake Clan side is pressing day after day, and the number of powerful snake demons that have been deployed is increasing day after day. The western defenses still need to be reinforced. Bring 3,000 more disciples there. My Heavenly Demon Sect's territory can't be allowed to the Snake Demon. Disciple Leader, Patriarch, there is a woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan seeking an audience. Suddenly an unexpected news came to Mu Qianyu. A woman from the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan? Why did she come? Patriarch, she said that she asked to see a high-ranking person from my clan, but she didn't say who this high-ranking person was. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes slightly knitted. Could it be that high-ranking person who has secretly protected my Heavenly Demon Sect? Let her in first. Yes, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan woman who appeared in the Sky Demon Sect was no other than Lan Mayer. After the fairy feather was snatched from her hand by the raven, she did everything she could but failed to recover it. In desperation, she didn't dare to tell her clan and ran straight here. As for who Longshare is, what's his name? How would she know? She only knew that there was a supreme master in the Heavenly Demon Sect who was not willing to show his face. But no matter what, she knew that he was in the Heavenly Demon Sect, and since he was there, she would definitely be able to find him. When Lan Mayer arrived at the Heavenly Devil Palace, Long Che had already silently slipped around the entrance of the palace a few times with the 3 donuts. This palace is huge and the square in front of the door is great for skating kids. In the stealth space, the 3 clusters were living and playing and running around, feverishly watching their mother taking care of things, and didn't dare to disturb them. As for what they can do for mother, then it's up to their daddy. And Lan Mayer's reappearance in the Sky Demon Sect also surprised Long Che. Why is this fox woman here again? He frowned and then heard Mu Qianyu ask, "You're from the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan? What is the reason for coming to my Heavenly Demon Sect?" Mu Qianyu's attitude was indifferent. After all, the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan was also coveting her huge amount of cultivation treasures within the Heavenly Demon Mountain, and it was considered a meeting of enemies between them. Sovereign Lord, I came over this time to look for a hidden master, and I don't have any malicious intent. Lan Mayer had a respectful attitude. If Lord Sovereign is willing to inform, then I can have the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan withdraw 100 miles of territory to the east and cede it to the Sky Demon Sect. These words surprised Mu Qianyu. It was clear that they wanted to encroach on the Sky Demon Sect's resources, but now they suddenly changed their intentions? There must be something fishy going on here. Mu Qianyu's face remained unchanged as she said in a cold voice, "This seat doesn't know any hidden masters, and what's more, since it's a hidden master, it's even more impossible for this seat to explicitly say so." At those words, Lan Mayer narrowed her eyes and said, "I know that this matter is more than offensive, but please rest assured, Patriarch, I guarantee that the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan will never take half a step into the Heavenly Demon Mountain since then, and if possible, if the Pataki Serpent Clan were to invade the Heavenly Demon Sect, my Nine-Tailed Fox Clan would be willing to send 8,000 of our clan members to help." Mu Qianyu's inner doubts intensified as she secretly pondered. What's her real agenda? She was looking for that hidden master, and it seemed that the matter must have something to do with that master. but I don't even know where that person is. It's tangled. However, looking at this fox girl's attitude, she could also guess that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan must have encountered a difficult situation, perhaps threatened by that high person, and only then did they compromise so much, and even had to assist the Heavenly Demon sect in attacking the Eight-Tailed Serpent clan. Mu Qianyu was getting tangled up, when suddenly, a voice rang in Lan Meier's head. Have your clan chief come in person and join the banner of the Sky Demon sect, or else, exterminate the clan. This voice was indifferent, but in Lan Meier's ears, it was like a thunderbolt, instantly setting off huge waves of shock in his mind. My lord, I will do as I am told. The sudden voice made Lan Meier a bit overwhelmed, but she still understood Long Che's words. It's a case of not being sincere enough. In her fear, she even knelt down. It seemed that the clan leader had to be told about the loss of the immortal feather. Paper can't hold fire. Even if she doesn't say anything, she will have to know by then, so she might as well take the initiative to admit her mistake. At this moment, Mu Qianyu and everyone within the Heavenly Demon Palace all frowned when they saw the unusual behavior of this Nine-Tailed Fox clan woman. This fox girl, she's not quite right in the head, is she? However, Mu Qianyu frowned. She knew that this fox girl was by no means mentally unbalanced, but should be, that the hidden master had appeared. Tall man? Mu Qianyu said softly, secretly exerting her means to detect the aura of the tall man. And nothing. Patriarch, I will come back to visit another day. When Mu Qianyu was puzzled, Lan Meier suddenly got up and actually disappeared in place. What's going on? Patriarch, this fox girl is so strange. Could she have seen that high-ranking person who has helped us? Where is the high man? Please also show yourself to meet him. Chapter 41, Incident of the Fox Clan. But Mu Qianyu realized that, just like before, the master disappeared again without a trace. Patriarch, it seems that this high person is not willing to appear. Could it be that our Heavenly Demon sect's old ancestor is secretly protecting us? Perhaps, when the time is right, the High One will show up to meet him. The Heavenly Demon sect is truly blessed to have such a high person guarding it. This elder suggests that the Heavenly Demon sect should make a statue of the high person in order to receive the admiration of everyone up and down my Heavenly Demon sect. That's a good idea, third elder. This elder seconds it. Mu Qianyu sniffed and nodded. This suggestion is good. We can arrange for manpower to start work immediately. Only, the high person has never appeared, and we are unable to know his exact appearance. Patriarch doesn't need to worry much. Leave this matter to this elder and it will definitely put your mind at ease. Looking at third elder's confident look, Mu Qianyu nodded her head. Then, I'll trouble the third elder with this matter. You're welcome, Patriarch. After discussing the matter of the statue, Mu Qianyu said, Grand Elder, the behavior of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan is truly strange. You continue to probe for information and make sure to figure out their true purpose. Yes, the Octopus Snake clan side is pressing every step of the way. This clan will bring the Sky Demon sect's elites to secretly go there this night to take the initiative and catch the other side off guard. Second Elder, you go and arrange for the manpower that will follow the sect. Sovereign, Elder Qin, take the seat to inspect the Heavenly Demon sect's protective formation. Yes, Mu Qianyu was not idle for a moment, and her busy figure was all watched by Long Che and the three donuts. Father, Mother is really busy. What can we do to help her? Boss Baiji asked knowingly. I know. Zis's childish little face was covered with seriousness as she said, Didn't Mother say she was going to go beat up people at night? Why don't we go beat up people now? And when Mother goes over to see that they've all been beaten down, then we can sleep well. I have to say, this is a particularly good suggestion from Shiso. Longshare couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Good, then let's go kick some ass now. Daddy, is Mother going to beat up that Orochi? Daddy doesn't know, but Daddy knows where they are, and we'll find out when we get there. Daddy, I'm going to call my little beast pets and beat them together. I'm going to call them too. Okay, let's move now. Yeah. Nine-Tailed Fox Clan. Inside Deputy Patriarch Nguyen Hun's cave. Patriarch Ruan, it's treasonous for you to do this. Quickly release the Red Heart Clan chief. You're killing him. A growl came out and the atmosphere instantly tightened. Inside the entire cave, dozens of people had already gathered, and all of these people were the Nine-Tailed Fox Clan's senior management, and the one who let out the roar was none other than Grand Elder Duanmu Yunlang. Grand Elder, I'm sure you know the purpose of the clan chief being locked up in the Fire Hellground cave by this clan chief, don't you? Ruan Xion, who was sitting at the top position, had a bland look on his face, not putting Duanmu Yunlang's anger in his eyes at all. Duanmu Yunlang gritted his teeth, and while the other executives beside him didn't dare to speak, he was righteous and unafraid. Ruan Xion, you're ambitious. You must be coveting the immortal feather in Mei's hands. For the sake of the immortal feather, you even want to put the matriarch to death. You wolf-hearted thing. If you don't release the matriarch, this elder will not let you go even if he dies. While listening to Duanmu Yunlong's rant, Ruan Xiong smiled blandly. Since you're refusing to drink until you're forced to do so, then this clan leader will settle this illiterate fellow of yours. As he said that, his morose eyes looked at the third elder and the fifth elder beside him. It's time for you to behave. Those two elders were originally torn, but at a time like this, they had to make a choice. Now the patriarch, Chi Xin, has been framed by Ruan Xiong and pushed into the fire cave, and will be completely reduced to ashes in less than a week. In order to plan for the future, they had to submit to Nguyen Hung, Great Elder. Why bother? The third elder couldn't bear to make a move and advised. That fifth elder usually did not get along with the grand elder, but at this time, he smiled morosely and said, Third elder, since the grand elder is obstinate, what's the point of wasting words? Get rid of him. Two people join hands. Duanmu Yunlang is naturally not an opponent, but looking at the fifth elder cannot help but a move with a strong killing intent of the attack swept over. He did not tie his hands, the whole body of the demonic chi filled, to make a berserk counterattack. It's just a shame. Now a few of the top brass who see the situation clearly have gone so far as to sneak in behind the scenes in order to show their support for Nguyen Hung. Duanmu Yunlang was quickly suppressed, heavily injured, and finally died under Ruan Xiong's move. His purpose was clear, to make an example of him, and with the grand elder having been killed, the other elders didn't dare to speak at all, shivering and trembling, no matter how much they were displeased in their hearts. At the moment, they could only protect themselves in a clear manner. Nowadays, in the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, Laozi is the clan leader. Is there anyone who is still not convinced? No one answered. Ruan Xiong sneered. Since there isn't, then this matriarch hopes that you will cooperate more in the future. My Nine-Tailed Fox clan will have to rely on all of you to develop and grow. However, as for who will be this vice clan chief, that will depend on the sincerity of all of you. Whoever can find Lan Mayer will be the vice clan chief of my Nine-Tailed Fox clan. What are you waiting for? Act now. Ruan Xiong didn't care about the position of patriarch and the coveted position of the heavenly demon sect for a long time. He was now bent on obtaining that immortal feather in Lan Mayer's hand. It's just a pity that Blue Meyer's immortal feather. She herself couldn't find it. Lan Mayer returned to the Nine-Tailed Fox clan in a hurry and was about to tell Long Che about his request when she realized that the clan chief had disappeared. So he came to where the deputy patriarch, Nguyen Hung, was, only to overhear their conversation. So she immediately hid it. Damnable Ruan Xiong. You actually imprisoned the clan chief in the fire hell cave for the sake of immortal feather. Even if there are other elders who are not convinced, they are helpless to his lustful authority. Now, one can only take the risk. Blue Mayer concealed herself, and after secretly pondering, she carefully scurried through the Fox clan's territory, all the way to the fire prison grotto. The searing heat kept churning up from underneath the underground cavern like a rolling spring, and Lan Mayer's heart skipped a beat. With the patriarch's strength, he can last here for a week at most, but with my strength, I can't even get down. What should we do? What should we do? What can I do to save the matriarch? She was about to cry. Just then, there was the sound of talking. I've long looked at that old thing Red Heart in a bad light. Patriarch Ruan Xiong is our benefactor. Brothers, I'll go fetch some good wine. You guys guard this place. Don't let that old man escape. Don't worry, Brother Ming. There are flame seals in this fire hell cave. He can't escape. That being said, but Akatsuki's strength is not bad. And there should be quite a few of Akatsuki's close friends within the clan, so you must not take this lightly. Okay, Brother Ming, go and come back quickly. Those who guarded this place were the top guards of the Fox clan. Even this man called Ming was not below Lan Mayer in strength, so she gathered her breath and hid again. I'm afraid I won't be able to save the matriarch on my own. What should I do? What should I do? Right, Old Man Firefox. Chapter 42, When a Divine Beast Roars, the Earth Shakes. While Lan Mayer was trying to find ways to rescue the Red Heart clan chief, Long Che had already brought the three Tuanzi, as well as their divine beast pets, to where the heavenly demon mountain crossed the border of the Western Eight Serpent clan. He didn't charge straight into the Yagyu Snake clan's main camp with his child. After all, the kids were young and didn't want them to see too much blood. Just exterminate those guys here who have invaded the Heavenly Devil sect for practice. The Orochi Snake clan vanguard camp, on the other hand, had no idea that they were about to face a brutal baptism. Vanguard General Rulong's tent. General, there are scouts reporting. Say, General. Scouts say that the Nine-Tailed Fox clan suddenly sounded a retreat, withdrawing far from the eastern front of the Heavenly Demon Mountain, completely lacking any intention of attacking the Heavenly Demon Mountain. What? Strong suspicion surfaced in Rulon's grim inverted triangular eyes. Did you find out what was going on? Reporting to the general. No. Check. This matter is really strange. If we don't find out what's going on, I can't take any chances with the 8 Chi army. Yes. Suddenly a scout reported again. Great General, there are Sky Demon sect disciples out on the front line. They're reinforcing the mountain pass seal. Should we attack? The mountain pass ahead is a strategic place. If we allow them to reinforce the blockade, it will be a great threat to our army at that time. Quickly make a move to exterminate this group of curmudgeons. My lord! Stop! Who are you people? It's a battlefield ahead. Leave quickly to save yourselves from a fish pond. When Long Che showed up above the mountain pass with the children, some heavenly demon sect disciples spotted them and immediately stopped them from proceeding. Long Che said blandly, "It's okay, I'll show the kids around." Stroll? The disciple was confused. "It's killing me. Do you realize what this place is? Not the street. These 3 children of yours are quite adorable, but please leave quickly. The battlefield between the heavenly demon sect and the octopus serpent clan is ahead of you. You must evacuate immediately." Right at this moment, a sudden burst of killing intent in front of them rushed into the sky. Not good. The Yaki serpent clan army is going to attack the mountain pass again. They're trying to stop us from reinforcing the seal. Quickly counterattack. A group of disciples flew about and got busy. One of the junior leaders discouraged Longshare one last time. "Leave in a hurry. Take your children and leave." Longshare laughed at that. "Don't be in a hurry, guys. I'm also a disciple of the heavenly demon sect. I'll make a contribution too." That disciple was once again confused, but he simply ignored him. The front was already fighting. The killing intent was sky high, and he had to join the fight right away as well. At this time, Heavy Floor patted his small chest and said, "Father, let me fight. I'm a man. I'll go first." Once Long Che heard this, and then looked at Chun Lu's serious face, he laughed. "Son of a, you're awesome, but you're a boy for now, not a man yet. So, Daddy, when can I become a man?" "When you can when you have a daughter-in-law. So I can't have a daughter-in-law now? You're still too young and immature." "Ahem. Son, since you want to get laid, you'll get laid first." "Yes, Daddy." After Long Che finished speaking, he said to Chonlo's mount, the moon-eating flying wolf, "Go on, make it quick." When the words fell, the moon-devouring flying wolf carrying Heavy Floor instantly flashed into the battle circle. Upon seeing the heavy building, those heavenly demon sect disciples were immediately stunned. "Kids, get back. Go back to your father. It's dangerous here. People will die." Heavy Floor, however, laughed. "Big brother, let me help you." As the words fell, the pocket-sized coyote underneath him erupted into a shocking wave of air. Its terrifying and divine aura covering the sky and directly obscuring the entire battlefield. "It's a wolf? It's a giant wolf. My God, how did such a giant wolf appear here? It must be 1,000 feet tall. What a horrible aura. So scary and awesome. That little friend is still sitting on the back of a giant wolf. What the hell is he?" The group was stunned. Those soldiers of the Yagyu Snake Clan were also stunned. Both sides didn't know where this giant wolf came from, and for a while the battle came to a standstill. The moon-eating flying wolf had led Long Che's order to come here, so naturally, he had to hurry to complete the mission and deliver the goods. Under the change, Heavy Floor was so excited that he shouted, "Little wolf, exterminate this group of snake demons." Ouch! The moon-devouring flying wolf let out a long whistle, and at that moment, the black shin-shi that covered the clouds over the entire battlefield coalesced, and then the black thunder clusters descended from the sky, transforming into countless black lightning thunderbolts that precisely and incomparably chopped on those Yaki Snake Clan soldiers in the battlefield. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom. The body rose in a gust of blood mist as the thundercloud exploded. The heavenly demon sect disciples held their heads and ran away, scared less. However, after chopping and chopping, I realized that all the dead were actually people of the Yaki Snake Clan. What the hell is going on here? It's the high man. It must be that high person who is secretly helping. I got it. I know. The young man we met is the Supreme Master who saved our heavenly demon sect before. Then these 3 children, and this divine beast, who is it again? It must have been conjured up by that high person using heavenly means. Tall man please accept my knee. Things are getting interesting on the battlefield. The soldiers of the Yagi Serpent Clan exploded one after another, and the disciples of the heavenly demon sect knelt down and kowtowed to the ground. At this point, inside the general's tent that was in the valley's hinterland, Ru Long, who had heard the sound of the divine wolf's whistling moon, as well as the other high-ranking officers rushed out one after another. Upon seeing that a prime giant wolf was frantically cleaving their soldiers to death, the person almost instantly collapsed. The oppression brought about by that divine wolf made it impossible for them to stand, and there were even junior soldiers who died on the spot from fear. It's horrible. It's brutal. Soon, in the midst of extreme inner torment, all was calm on the battlefield. There was not a single soldier left from the 8 gifted serpent clan's attack on the heavenly demon sect this time. All of them became a bloody mist, and there was no need to collect the corpses when they died. Not even crumbs were left. Then, that giant wolf disappeared in place and turned into a stream of light, coming to Long Che's front. Master, the mission is complete. Long Che nodded. Well done. There's a reward. Saying that, the immortal elixir grabbed out again, and Chonluo happily stuffed the immortal elixir into the moon-eater flying wolf's mouth. The scene just now made Heavy Floor excited. Daddy, we can be chivalrous. Wolfie, great. Long Che sniffed, secretly repeating the words chivalry and righteousness, and couldn't help but secretly nod his head. My son has a positive outlook on life. And at this moment, Bai Ji and Zissou, 2 small groups of people tugged on Long Che's lapel, their eyes filled with anticipation. Daddy, we're going to fight too. Daddy, it's my turn. Long Che nodded. Good. Father promises you. What Chonlu just destroyed was their vanguard. Look, over there is the general's tent of the Yaqi Snake Clan, and the other piece is their army compound. One of you go and attack their leader, and one of you go and attack their army encampment. Okay? Aha! Daddy, we promised to finish the job. He. Saying that, the 2 clusters, one riding the Golden Thunder Dragon and the other riding the Cloud-Treading Beast, rushed towards the Yaqi Serpent Clan's army garrison. All those who saw this scene were all confused in place. A small group of people had just struck out and destroyed their vanguard battle team. This time, 2 of them came out at once. This is to cut down the rhythm. Next to Long Che, there were Sky Demon sect disciples kneeling on the ground, their voices trembling. Tall man. Thank you, Mr. Gao. Higher power, please accept our obeisance. A group of disciples were kneeling and kowtowing to Long Che, their eyes filled with unspeakable excitement. Long Che, however, smiled blandly. Don't be like this. I'm also a disciple of the Heavenly Demon Sect. All of you get up. I'll just take the child for a stroll. As soon as the words fell on this side, the battlefield over there directly exploded. When a divine beast roars, the ground shakes. Chapter 43, I am your ancestor. Great General, it's not good. This is a super demon. It's the heavens trying to kill us. Run away. Facing such a strong enemy, we can only be slaughtered. Run for your life. Can't sit around and wait for death. The camp of the Yagyu Serpent Clan was in chaos, but even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. The breath of the 2 divine beasts erupted and had long since blocked off all the mountains. The airwaves were like ocean tides rippling and surging in all directions. Not even a fly could fly out. All that's left is to kill. No, impossible. Above the eastern region, there won't be such a strong and great demon. No, this is divine beast. This is a divine beast. The corners of Great General Lu Lang's mouth twitched and his whole body trembled more than once. Strong as he was, at this moment, his legs also sifted. Watching the bodies of 1 general explode in succession in his sight, the blood mist rising, never before seen fear surging to his heart, despairing inwardly, but unable to send out half a sound. Boo! Suddenly there was a devastating thunderclap, and he couldn't hear anything else. The divine power of the 2 divine beasts erupted, and in just a few breaths of time, the entire Octopus Serpent Clan was wiped out, leaving no one behind. Second sister, wrap it up. Bai Ji watched the battle circle calm down and shouted at Zissou. Yes, big sister. The duo was taciturn and rode their mounts right back to Long Che. Seeing their triumphant return, Long Che nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Your mother should be able to sleep soundly tonight. He. Daddy, aren't we great? Of course. It doesn't matter whose daughter it is. Daddy, I want to play again. You have also seen. They are all destroyed by you clean. Back to play. Father, to find you work. We specialize in destroying the evil demons and foreigners. For the sake of heaven. Yeah. At this point, when the battlefield quickly quieted down, the Heavenly Devil Sect disciple camp, all of them were petrified on the spot and were so excited that they wanted to cry. Who would have thought that in just a few breaths of time, their archenemy, this 100,000 strong army of the Octopus Serpent Clan that wanted to trample the Heavenly Demon Sect under their feet, would have completely perished, and it was only the pets of the 3 little clusters that took them out. The unimaginable impact shook the crowd to the core, and they were even more in awe of the means of this high person. Swoosh! A group of bold disciples swept in and fell to their knees, prostrating themselves in prostration and worship. Daddy, why are they kowtowing to us? It's so scary. Father, let's get out of here. Daddy, I'm hungry. Okay, let's go home and Daddy will make you some good food. As Long Che's words fell, a breeze whipped by and disappeared in place. When a group of disciples raised their heads and looked at the empty space in front of them, the people were long gone somewhere, excited and full of regret. Gao Ran Na, it's this supremely tall man again, saving us. It's just a pity that I let the tall man go. Otherwise I would have really wanted to hold on to the high man's thigh and not let go. Those divine beasts and the 3 little milky lumps must have been conjured up by someone high up in the grand scheme of things. That's right, that's a divine beast. How could a divine beast appear in the eastern region? That must be an illusion. My heavenly demon sect is guarded by a divine being. This is the great fortune of the clan. It's a supreme honor. Quickly report this matter to the patriarch. The group of disciples were so excited that they took action. Long Che returned to the cave with the waifs and went to cook. Nothing is more important than the children being fed. Nine-tailed Fox Clan Holy Land. Originally, the 5 great old ancestors retired here, but they also fell in the river of years with the passage of time. Nowadays, in the Holy Land, there was only one Firefox ancestor still alive. Just this old ancestor 100 years ago will not appear in the world, living in seclusion in the Holy Land to practice the way of longevity. I do not know the outside world year's geometry. When Lon Mayer arrived here, a blood formation suddenly rose up outside the unguarded desolate Holy Land. Sacred land is sealed and open only at the sight of blood. Thinking of the Fox Clan ancestors' rules, Lon Mayer didn't procrastinate, biting her finger and dropping a drop of pure fox blood on top of the forbidden system. Unfortunately, the drop of blood only caused a slight ripple on the forbidden system and disappeared. Too little? Blue Meyer continued to bleed. Only she really didn't expect that the old ancestor would be so cruel. Bloodletting to her almost fainted. And only then did the band start to loosen. As long as I can invite the old ancestor to come out and save the clan chief, I'm willing to die even if I have to. At the last moment when the blood array prohibition broke, she once again injected her own blood into it, lest she fail in her previous endeavor. The blood formation swirled with blood-colored ripples, like bizarre water waves, and began to flow into the void. Only, at this time, Lon Mayer lost too much blood and passed out. After an unknown amount of time had passed, a fiery red silhouette appeared in front of her. Junior. Over the years, not many Fox clansmen have opened the blood formation. And you are the youngest one. This is a woman's figure. The face is absolutely beautiful. Looks no more than 2 or 8 years old. Not at all like the Fox clan ancestor. Opening the blood formation with such determination. It seems to be something really important. Wake up. Wake up. The woman who was all flaming red was the Firefox elder ancestor of the Fox clan, with a flame attribute cultivation that crowned 10,000 miles in the circumference. It was a pity that the current her was not as good as back then, and most of her cultivation was used to resist the erosion of the years, and although her face was young, her cultivation was only maintained at the early stage of the 7th stage Xian Emperor realm. However, it was enough to crisscross the eastern region. Late Lon Mayer, greetings to the old ancestor. When the Firefox old ancestor placed an elixir into Lon Mayer's mouth, she soon woke up leisurely, and her miserably white face quickly regained its redness. Willing to fight to the death to enter the blood formation to find this ancestor. Say, what is it? The Firefox old ancestor opened the door and said, Old ancestor, my Fox clan is in trouble. Matriarch Redheart was framed by Vice Matriarch Ruan Xiong and fell into the fire hell cave. At those words, the Firefox old ancestor's eyes changed. Isn't Akatsuki doing a good job? And how come the Vice clan chief is bucking the trend? Blue Meyer said, Elder ancestor, it's like this. The late generation by chance in the heavenly demon sect was favored by a supreme master. That master gave the late generation an immortal feather. Ruan Xiong was precisely to get the immortal feather. So he wanted to deal with the Red Heart clan leader who protected me. Not only did he conspire to rebel against the clan leader and harmed him, but he's now pursuing the late generation's whereabouts in all directions. At those words, the Firefox old ancestor's eyes grew puzzled. Immortal feathers? The feathers of the birds of the immortal world? Exactly. I know that old ancestor doesn't believe me, but everything that Senior said is true. I am willing to guarantee it with my life. See Blue Mayer's so determined words. The Firefox old ancestor temporarily put away the inner doubts. After all, they do not come out for many years. What happened to the outside world is not to understand. Perhaps there really is the Geisher High Man driving to Tianxian East region may also be said. Since that's the case, then this ancestor will accompany you on a trip to the Fire Hell Grotto and rescue the Red Heart clan chief before saying anything else. Old ancestor, the Fire Grotto. Stand still. Who are you? Dare to trespass on my Fox clan's Fire Hell Ground Cave Forbidden Land? Blue Meyer? It's really no effort to find a place where you can step through iron shoes. Quickly go and report to the clan chief that Blue Meyer has indeed appeared in the Fire Hell Grotto to rescue Red Heart. When Ming and a few other Fox clan experts guarding the Fire Hell Ground Cave saw that it was Lon Mayer, they immediately sneered. Off. I'm your ancestor. The Firefox old ancestor said in a cold voice, his eyes transmitting killing intent. Chapter 44, The Miserable End. Asshole. I'm your ancestor. Ming said angrily, instructing a few people beside him to make a move. Great treason! How could my fox clan have you and others appear? The firefox old ancestor hated the iron and shook her head in disappointment. Then she waved her jade hand. Boo hoo hoo. A few soft thuds and a few people went up in smoke. Blue Mare was shocked in her surprise when she saw this. Worthy of being an old ancestor. His tactics are truly superior. Go. The firefox elder ancestor said softly. Yes. The two of them stepped into the boundary of the fire prison earth cave. And soon Lon Mayer was somewhat unable to withstand it. The surrounding high temperature was boiling hot. Her whole body's defense was constantly melting away. And her body's demonic xian-qi was also being violently consumed. Well, just wait for me here. Seeing that Lon Mayer was becoming more and more unable to withstand it, Old Man Firefox faintly said, Yes, old ancestor. After saying that, the crimson-like fire figure of the Firefox old ancestor drilled into the fire hell grotto and disappeared into the magma-like realm. Looking at Lon Mayer's heart pounding. What happened on this side of the fire hell cave was quickly known. Ming was a powerful cultivator and held a place in the Fox clan, with his soul lamp burning in the soul temple. Only, as he perished, his soul lamp suddenly went out, drawing the attention of the elders of the Soul Lamp Hall, who immediately reported it to the new patriarch, Ruan Xiong. What? Quickly follow this clan chief to the fire hell cave. When Ruan Xiong was informed of this, he was thunderstruck and immediately took a group of executives and sped towards the fire hell ground cave. Along the way, there were quite a few Nine-Tailed Fox clan executives who had expectations arising in their hearts. If someone from the clan stood up against Ruan Xiong, they might be able to hold together and save Qixin. After all, Ming was Ruan Xiong's right-hand man with extraordinary strength, and the person who could kill him was by no means a generalized person. Many of them didn't obey Ruan Xiong at all. They were just gunning for a fight, and no one wanted to die. But if there was a strong man to lead them, they were willing to see what they could do. After the crowd rushed to the fire hell grotto, they really found that Ming and the others had been reduced to broken bones. Give chase. With that, Ruan Xiong was the first to rush into the fire hell ground cave, and soon enough, Blue Meyer, who was waiting here, was seen. Humph, it's really you. Ruan Xiong sneered. Lon Mayer, you're going to defy this clan leader and save Red Heart? Humph, I'm only afraid you don't have that ability. When Lon Mayer saw Ruan Xiong and the others, in this fire-like grotto, her eyes also became as cold as frost. Ruan Xiong, you don't deserve to be the clan leader of my Nine-Tailed Fox clan, and these senior officers following you. Are you willingly following him? Which one of you didn't follow the Red Heart clan chief Dajiangshan to the death? Why would you succumb to a treacherous person? When these words were spoken, many people in the back showed a look of shame. At this point in time, they were even inferior to a junior woman of the Fox clan. Humph, Lon Mayer, since you're stubborn, then this matriarch won't be merciful either. So you'll go down and accompany that old codger Redheart. Ruan Xiong said, and even suddenly made a move on Lon Mayer. The aura of that killing machine rolling around really wanted to instantly decapitate Lon Mayer. Stop! And at that instant, an elder from the back suddenly rushed out, shattering Ruan Xiong's attack with a punch and protecting Lon Mayer behind him. Elder Yu Yang, are you going to rebel? Seeing Elder Yu Yang strike, Ruan Xiong coldly colored. Ogwin Hung, it's you who rebelled. Yu Yang clenched his teeth, his eyes were determined and his voice was sure. Apparently, he wasn't willing to hold back any longer. Elder Yu is right. The one who rebelled was you. Ruan Xiong, you deserve to die for framing the patriarch. You set me up to be unkind and unjust for your own self-interest. Ruan Xiong, with me here, you won't be able to succeed. Suddenly several elders came over and stood on Yu Yang's side, protecting Lon Mayer behind her with righteous indignation. Seeing this, Ruan Xiong's eyes became even more chilly, and before he could speak, a strong member of the Fox clan who followed him on one side stepped forward to rebuke him. Humph, you guys are really stubborn. What's wrong with following Patriarch Ruan Xiong? The king has become the loser. Since you guys want to die, then I'll make it happen for you. Patriarch Ruan, there's no need for you to take action. Our brothers can finish them off. As soon as Ruan Xiong heard this, he laughed morosely and coldly. Wei Li, exterminate them. Remember, no mercy. Matriarch. Wei Li narrowed his eyes and led some other strong men to directly surround Yu Yang and the others. For a while, both sides went toe-to-toe, and a vicious battle was about to begin. But at that moment, a woman's heavy sigh came out, shocking everyone at once. Lon Mayer was pleasantly surprised. This was the Firefox elder ancestor coming. Sure enough, when he turned to look, he saw the Firefox elder ancestor bringing the Red Heart clan chief from the fire prison cave. And although Red Heart was quite distressed, he was still hardened, and his eyes were full of determination. Ogwin Hung, Red Heart let out a loud cry, staring Ruan Xiong for no reason. But soon he sneered. Ha ha ha, Red Heart, you're actually still alive? That's quite a life. However, this clan leader doesn't mind sending you off one more time. He had already sensed that although Red Heart wasn't dead, his breath was weak, and the burning flames of the fire hellground cave had sharply reduced his strength, so naturally he didn't need to be afraid anymore. Only, upon seeing this woman next to Red Heart, Ruan Xion's eyes instantly lit up. You're the one who rescued him. Oh, the person is quite handsome. Promise to be my woman and this clan chief will spare you. This statement was made. Lan Mayer and Red Heart were both shocked. Ruan Xion, do you know who she is? Akane stormed out. Who? Oh, I don't care who she is. She'll soon be my woman. Ha ha ha, take them down for me. Saying that, the people following him immediately rushed up, but they were stopped by Yu Yang and the others, and a vicious battle was about to break out between the two sides immediately. Deceiving goods. Boo! But just for a moment, an explosion suddenly resounded, and in the shocked eyes of the crowd, for some reason, Ruan Xion, who had just been extremely arrogant, his legs had exploded into a mist of blood, his whole body was half shorter, half of his body was eroded by great pain, ghostly cries, and hearts trembled. Ha! It's Matriarch, what's going on here? What happened? Wei Li and the others were confused. Yu Yang and the others were similarly shocked. Why was Ruan Xiong, who was so cultivated and powerful, suddenly like this? Shocked, all eyes looked towards the Firefox old ancestor. No one else on the scene could have done it except for this strange woman. Didn't let you die right away because I wanted you to know who I am. Tell him, the Firefox old ancestor said indifferently, his voice tinged with helplessness. After all, these are her descendants, the children and grandchildren of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. Killing them is also truly intolerable. But now that there is such a scum in the clan, it is absolutely impossible not to kill them. Listen up. This is our old ancestor Firefox. Red Heart said word for word. Each word was like a thunderbolt, exploding in the ears of the crowd. Ha! Old man Firefox? The crowd was shocked to the core. That Ruan Xiong was even scared to pee. Blood and urine float under his body. Miserable. A group of people were kneeling and kowtowing. Oh old ancestor, spare us. It's all because Ruan Xiong ordered us to do it. Spare us. Leave us alive. Wei Li and the others cried in fear. Their foreheads knocked on the ground or bleeding, still knocking violently. The Firefox old ancestor said in a cold voice. Keeping you to plague my Nine-Tailed Fox clan? As the words fell, his fingers snapped, in which several bubbles rushed out, enveloping Ruan Xiong and the others in the blink of an eye. Boom! The rest of Nguyen Hung's upper body blew up. The others let out heart-rending screams, but in the end, they could not withstand the miserable end of being blown into a bloody mist. Chapter 45, the plot is a little familiar. The shocking scene made Yu Yang and the others' scalps numb and shiver. Even thought, for a moment, that he would die like this. Thankfully, they chose to defend the Fox clan at the last moment, standing up to Ruan Xiong and fighting to the death, hanging on for dear life. Kneel down and thank old ancestor for his great favor. Red Heart fell to his knees and led everyone present to kneel down and thank the Firefox elder ancestor. All rise, this ancestor is not an outsider. Old man Firefox sighed. To think that back then, when this ancestor and the other old things jointly created the Fox clan's base camp here, there were no you in this world yet. I don't want to see such a treacherous and unkind person appearing in my Nine-Tailed Fox clan after so many years. Shin, this matter has nothing to do with you. Akane bowed her head and admitted her mistake. The old ancestor's lesson is, but people's hearts are separated from their bellies, and the late generation didn't expect that they would do such a thing. But please rest assured, old ancestor, elders will definitely follow the teachings of the old ancestor in the future and be clear-eyed, and this kind of thing will never happen again. The Firefox old ancestor nodded and whirled around. Manage the Nine-Tailed Fox clan. You as the clan leader's task is significant. This is the insights of this ancestor's cultivation. Your control of the flame attribute metaphysical power is also very talented. In the future, you should practice well. Iron still needs to be hard. Whether the Nine-Tailed Fox clan can establish 1,000 years of success, it depends on you. After the Firefox elder ancestor finished speaking, he waved his palm, and a stream of flames carried a majestic message that rushed directly into the Red Heart's mind. Many thanks for the gift of the old ancestor. Akane knelt and worshipped again. For him, this time it was also a blessing in disguise. He looked up only to find that the old ancestor had disappeared. We send our respects to the old ancestor. A group of people were respectful, kneeling to the air. Mayor, thank you so much for this. You have saved the life of this clan chief. Say it, what do you want? What this clan chief can satisfy. All will satisfy you. Akane looked over at Blue Meyer. If it wasn't for her, she would have completely gone up in smoke within this fire hell cave. There's no need to be polite. Matriarch, this is all what Mayor should do. Yu Yang and the others knelt down again at this time, feeling guilty. Matriarch, it was us who were wrong. We shouldn't have aided and abetted. Patriarch, we are also helpless, strong as the eldest elder, were killed by Ruan Xiong. Wei, hearing this, Akane hurriedly walked over and pulled them all up. It's not your faults. You all put your lives on the line to stand up to Ruan Xiong at a critical time. You are all a credit to my nine-tailed fox clan. It's all the fault of this clan chief for misjudging the wrong person and letting such a treacherous and evil person be the vice clan chief for so long. Quite a few of my fox clan's cultivation resources have been taken away by him, yet he ended up in such a situation. It's all the fault of this clan chief, Akane continued. However, after this incident, after my nine-tailed fox clan clears out this kind of goods, I will definitely be united as one and develop and grow into a 10,000-year-old clan. The patriarch is right. May my nine-tailed fox clan be united as one, continue to develop and grow, and gain a long-lasting foothold in this cruel eastern domain Earth. After a rousing speech, Blueberry Child said what Longshare had confided in her. Because of Xian Yu's reason, the group of people did not have any suspicion, and soon returned to the Fox Clan Hall to discuss, and made enough preparations to rush to the Heavenly Demon Sex Mountain Gate early the next morning. And as for their intentions, Old Man Firefox listened to them all. She didn't go back, and she had an equally strong interest in the Supreme Master that Lon Mayer had mentioned. Moreover, she followed the group of juniors stealthily, so that if any situation arose, she would be able to come to their aid at any time. Inside the Heavenly Devil Sect, Mu Qianyu took 3,000 elite disciples and prepared to kill the Western Octopus Snake Clan camp while it was still night. But suddenly the information came in and made her freeze. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect was shocked. What? Lu Long is dead? All 100,000 generals of the Yachi Serpent clan have been destroyed? What kind of person could do such a shocking thing? It's rumored that it was the Supreme Master who struck. He manifested several divine beasts and had the three little clusters strike, easily destroying those enemies. It's unbelievable. Pie in the sky. Compared to the shock of the elder disciples, Mu Qianyu was even more shocked. Although this matter had nothing to do with Longshare, but 3 clumps, 1 man, this kind of camp. Still let her can't help her mind can't help but pop up before of their masters. This seat will personally go to the front line to check it out. This matter was so unbelievable that Mu Qianyu suspected that it was a rumor put out by the Yachi Snake Clan. She decided to leave for the front line immediately to find out what was going on. It was late in twilight. After Mu Qianyu looked at the messy battlefield in front of her, her heart received an unprecedented shock. Yatsuki Snake Clan 100,000 generals, really gone. She turned to look at the third elder behind her, her voice trembling a little. Elder, has the statue of that absolute master begun construction? Back to Patriarch. I have already invited the top carvers in the eastern region and am currently selecting the materials for the carving. Mu Qianyu frowned slightly, then flipped her palm. There's no need to choose the material. Use this to carve it. Looking at the pocket-sized mountain bubbling with a cloud of golden light in the palm of Mu Qianyu's hand, the third elder's eyes trembled. Patriarch, this is the Xianjin ancient stone that you fought for your life in the immortal heavenly abyss. Would it be a bit difficult to use this as a statue? Mu Qianyu shook her head and interrupted him. Using a precious material such as the Xianjin ancient stone is not enough to show my heavenly demon sex gratitude to that nobleman. Yes, I understand. I'll have the carver start work right away when we get back. Mu Qianyu nodded, and after instructing the disciples guarding the place to continue to tighten their defense, she also returned to the Sky Demon sect. Upon returning to the Great Hall, he contemplated his next step, but found his entire body relaxed. The threat of the Western Orochi has been lifted. The Eastern Nine-Tailed Fox clan was similarly supine. She was much more relaxed and in a good mood for a moment, so he turned around and went back to the cave. Back to the cave. The three little group of people have not slept yet, all lying on the bed couch, with big eyes flickering, listening to Longshare tell a bedtime story. The more you listen to the more spirit. In the end, after the 3 dolls killed all the group of big snakes, they went home to sleep beautifully. Well, today's story is finished, so sleep well, babies. Ah, no, Daddy, I want to hear more. Daddy, we're not sleepy. The 3 clusters didn't sleep at all. Listening to bedtime stories is fascinating. Longshare, however, did not speak further, because Mu Qianyu is back. Mu Qianyu had just entered the cave when she heard the story. 3 dolls fighting a big snake? Why is this plot familiar? Children, mother is home. Mu Qianyu walks over and gives one of the 3 groupies a kiss on their little faces. In a better mood. Mommy, we want a bedtime story. Didn't Daddy tell you guys about it? What Daddy told us wasn't exciting at all. And we can all do it. We want to hear something more exciting. Ha! Mu Qianyu was also a bit confused by the children's request. So what do you guys want to hear? We want to hear the story of the fox's surrender. Ha ha ha, where's the story of the fox surrendering? Mother, I want to hear the story of Little Red Riding Hood. This could put Mu Qianyu in a difficult position. Where has she heard the story of Little Red Riding Hood? Your grandma didn't tell me about it when I was a kid. Tonight, though, she was in a good mood and planned to fulfill all the waif's requests. Okay, Mother will make up something for you. On the side, Longshare froze. Mother, is that how you used to fool the children? Chapter 46. 3 years ago, did you fall in love with me? Mu Qianyu told the story for a long time. The three groups finally fell asleep. Long Che then asked, Mother, are you hungry? Why don't you have a late-night snack? Mu Qianyu thought for a moment and laughed. Yeah. Longshare could clearly tell she was happy. What's wrong with my lady today? Looking very happy. Mu Qianyu is indeed happy and has become much more familiar with Long Che in the past few days together. And without realizing it, they chat. How can I not be happy? Long Che, let me tell you, our heavenly demon sect is guarded by a mysterious master. Longshare feigns surprise. Mysterious Highlander? What does he look like? Mu Qianyu, of course the mysterious high man is very mysterious la. I have not even seen him, but he secretly made a move to save my heavenly demon sect several times. Long Che smiled. That's really a good thing. It's probably because you've done something heavenly good by a high person. Patriarch, but you have to remember that you're the one who has a man as well as a child, so you can't abandon your husband. Mu Qianyu reached out and twisted his arm. Let you talk nonsense. Longshare was flattered. And the flirting was fantastic. Ha ha, I'm just kidding. How could my mother be that kind of person? Mu Qianyu at this moment was like turning into a little woman, opening up her box of words, with an urge to chat with Long Che very much. Do you know, Long Che, that senior's methods are just too amazing. These days, our heavenly demon mountain was deeply infested by the Western 8 Snake Clan, as well as the Eastern 9-Tailed Fox Clan. But overnight, the threat of these two major groups was removed by that high person. All 100,000 generals of the 8-Tailed Serpent Clan were exterminated, while the 9-Tailed Fox Clan likewise sounded a retreat, retreating hundreds of miles beyond the heavenly demon mountain. This kind of thing, I always feel something fishy. It can't be another conspiracy, right? Mu Qianyu frowned and thought. Longshare laughed at her serious thinking. Mother, don't worry about anything, since that high person is willing to make a move. He will definitely protect the heavenly demon sect all the time. Just eat and sleep. Think about nothing and stay young and beautiful. Mu Qianyu shook her head. That's not good. The heavenly demon sect must rely on itself. After all, relying on others is not a permanent solution. As he spoke, Long Che brought up some food. Mother, eat and talk. With that, a chicken leg was stuffed into Mu Qianyu's mouth. Mu Qianyu was just about to reject it, but the next bite was really flavorful. Longshare, I'm telling you, we're building a statue for that supreme master. I just don't know. What will the third elder carve that statue into? After all, none of us have ever seen what the master himself looks like. Longshare smiled. If you really don't know, you can sculpt him to look like me. Mu Qianyu, beautiful you. The base camp of the Yamanano Serpent Clan. What? How is this possible? A vicious roar came out from the Snake Clan's cave. A voice full of disbelief and even more so with monstrous rage. Find out exactly who did this. I don't believe that there are such powerful people in the heavenly demon sect. Snake King. In addition, quickly turn on the patriarchal Serpent Clan's protective formation. Everyone stay alert for this king, and once there is any movement, report immediately. King. Although the Octopus Snake Clan Snake King was furious inside, he knew that he seemed to have encountered an expert who was difficult to deal with this time. Perhaps the reason why that 9-Tailed Fox Clan had retreated was precisely because of the appearance of such an alien. The panic within him forced him to turn on all the clan protection formations just in case. And when everyone had acted, he himself had come to the top of the highest Yachi Snake Mountain, vigilantly watching the movements all around, lest an inattention to the entire Yachi Snake Clan be exterminated. A supreme powerhouse who could exterminate an army of 100,000 with such ease was more than enough to exterminate his Yaki Snake Clan. 9-Tailed Fox Clan. Mayor was indeed right. The heavenly demon sect is guarded by a high-ranking person, and that Yachi Serpent Clan was even exterminated by an army of 100,000. It's fortunate that my Fox Clan withdrew their troops in time. Mayor is truly a great credit to my Fox Clan. It's too frightening. Just what kind of expert could have decimated all 100,000 generals of the Yaki Serpent Clan in a very short period of time? Tomorrow morning, we must arrive at the Heavenly Demon Sect at the first opportunity and join the Heavenly Demon Sect's banner for blessings. Remember, more generous gifts. Overnight, in a land tens of thousands of miles in a radius. The news transmitted by the sound transmission notes made many sects sit up and take notice, even those who watched the battle from behind the scenes, wanting to make some oil and water when the heavenly demon sect was exterminated by the two major groups of clans, also put away their minds, and turned to curry favor with the heavenly demon sect, with the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, as well as the preparation of a big gift to come to the heavenly demon sect to make friends with a number of people. There are also some sects that have had some problems with the heavenly devil sect. They have come to find out the news. Some sects are also preparing thick gifts, ready to apologize at the door, and to release the old enmity, and some sects are directly running away in the night, dismissing their disciples, and even don't want to be a sect. It is important to stay alive. Mu Qianyu chatted with Long Che until midnight, and the late-night snack refreshed her so much that her anxiety was gone. Of course, the night snack was also specially prepared by Long Che, and many of the ingredients helped with sleep and calmed the mind, so she slept soundly all night. When she woke up early the next morning, suddenly the message from the transmission note made her eyes change. The Nine-Tailed Fox clan came over to defect? Looking at Elder Guyan's message, Mu Qianyu's brows furrowed as she muttered to herself. The story of the fox surrendering has come true? She turned her head to look at the three still sleeping clumps and kissed them affectionately on the cheeks one more time before getting up and out of bed and making her way to the kitchen. Longshare had already gotten up early, preparing ingredients for breakfast early in the morning. He loves the feeling of cooking, especially being needed by his family, which makes him especially fulfilled. Of course, the other part of the reason was that the meals he cooked were super ingredients that would temper the waif's physiques and boost their strength just by eating. Mother, up, is it time to return to the heavenly demon sect again? Long Che had long anticipated that after yesterday's mass killing spree, those clans in the surrounding area of 100,000 miles in a radius would surely not be able to sit still. The heavenly devil sect will definitely be very lively today. Well, the clan has something to do. This seed still has to go back. Long Che, take care of the child. Long Che laughed. By the way, Mama, didn't you say last time that you wanted to take me and the kids on a trip to the clan? Why don't we go back together? At the words, Mu Qianyu froze. This is something she promised, but as today the demon sect is very complicated. She also does not know what purpose the Nine-Tailed Fox clan actually came. But since she had promised them, she had no choice but to nod her head in agreement. Okay, but at that time, this seat will be too busy. I will arrange for the clan's experts to protect you guys. You guys mustn't run around at that time. Long Che laughed. Everything is at your majesty's disposal. Mu Qianyu nodded, but she was not careless. Her fingers snapped and suddenly as she rushed into the distant abyss. Newbie. Soon the silver-scaled eagle rushed over and descended respectfully at Mu Qianyu's feet. You guys just ride this silver-scaled eagle over there. In case something happens, it can bring you back. Long Che took a look at this silver-scaled eagle and suddenly asked, My lady, this silver-scaled eagle was specially placed here by you to protect me, and I'm curious to know if you were already in love with me when you were 3 years ago? Chapter 47, You must be relatives of the Sovereign Lord. Mu Qianyu did not expect Long Che to suddenly ask this question. That's a tough question to answer. Even though she is the high and mighty heavenly devil sect patriarch, the female devil that countless people are afraid of. But in her heart, she has been longing for a love that is as plain as an ordinary person's, but that can be long-lasting, and lifting up her eyes. Since that misadventure, she had more or less internalized a different feeling than normal for the man she had had an intimate relationship with. After finding out she was pregnant, she too had thought of giving up, of aborting what wasn't love, what wasn't even born of any emotion, but she didn't do it. What's more, she realized after looking inside that there were actually 2 phoenixes and a dragon, so her feelings for the man subconsciously changed, even if this man he never knew her mind. Later, she let her beast pet, the silver-scaled eagle, live in the abyss of the barren mountains at the southern foot of this heavenly demon mountain, secretly protecting this ordinary man. How could she have imagined that after the misadventure, it was a scene of fate that brought her back again? Before Mu Qianyu could answer, Long Che gave a smile. Don't get hung up on it, ma'am. I'm just kidding. Ha ha, obviously, he was meant to be joking, and he already knew the answer before he asked the question. It was even a bit regrettable to ask. After all, at that time, she was the high and mighty patriarch, a female devil who had been poisoned, and had had fish and water sex with herself. That was also the result of the drug, and the so-called love could not be said to have little to do with the so-called love. It was not at all. Feelings can be cultivated. Mu Qianyu's mind is meticulous. See Long Che deliberately laugh it off. She even ghostly said this. Long Che hasn't said anything. She felt her cheeks rolling. Longshare was really happy to hear that. Ha ha ha, that is, it must be cultivated. Long Che grabbed Mu Qianyu's hands and held them in his palms. Don't worry, my lady, I will love you and the children with all my love. I will be a good father and a good husband. Mu Qianyu was overwhelmed by this sudden confession and her cheeks turned even redder. Go, let's go. I'm listening to the kids wake up. Mu Qianyu did not break free from Long Chei's hand. Within her, she had accepted the man's presence. There's nothing she can do. There are 3 children. What can she do? Make do. Oi! Long Chei saw that she didn't resist to break free, and inwardly, he was overjoyed. Regardless, the duo's relationship was advancing by leaps and bounds, and everything was moving in the direction he wanted it to go. When they entered the cave, the children had just woken up and were dressing themselves. Hands-on ability is very strong, all cultivated by Mu Qianyu before, but looking at such a small group of people so diligent, Long Chei rises inside an indescribable taste. How much grinding and suffering does one have to undergo to be able to do this? Babies, let's go on a trip with mommy today, okay? Yeah, yes. Daddy, I'm hungry. Let's go after breakfast. Yay! That's great. So can we take our little pet? Hush brother, this is our little secret with daddy. Can't let mother know. Huh? You guys still have little secrets with daddy? You don't even have secrets with mom. Mom is so sad. Mother isn't sad. I'll just kiss mother. Degree. In any case, watching Long Chei fight with the children, and with all of them having little secrets between them that even they don't know about, Mu Qianyu's worries about the relationship between their father-daughter father-son relationship are completely and utterly put to rest. Outside the Heavenly Devil Sex Mountain Gate, early in the morning, all the people of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, led by Clan Chief Qixin, came to this place, waiting for Mu Qianyu to return. I'll trouble the Grand Elder to ask again, when will Patriarch Mu arrive? Akane couldn't wait. Although Gu Yan and the others were torn inwardly at this time, they also knew that it was all due to the shocking effect of having that absolute protection that had destroyed the 100,000 strong army of the Eight-Tailed Serpent clan overnight, and it was only normal for the Nine-Tailed Fox clan to come in defect. Just the only thing that puzzled them was why the Nine-Tailed Fox clan had withdrawn their troops before the Yagyu Serpent clan's 100,000 strong army was destroyed. They seemed to know certain things ahead of the Orochi Serpent clan. As for what had actually happened in it, they were not sure. But before that, they absolutely couldn't be half negligent, and even thousands of disciples up and down the Heavenly Demon sect gathered and stood by in case of an emergency. Matriarch Redheart, I hope you will be at ease. We have already sent a transmission note to the Patriarch. I think she is on her way here. The Fox clan's group of people were a bit anxious. Originally they came before dawn, just to be the first to show their sincerity before the other forces arrived, but right now there were already other people from other forces arriving, and for a while, the whole outside of the mountain gate was buzzing with activity. Blue Meyer, who was following behind her, was even more anxious inwardly. The matter of the immortal feathers she still hid from the clan. She really hoped that she could meet a high person again, who could help her solve this matter. Matriarch, the Horse Clan and the Cow Clan, the Open Mountain Sect, the Black Winds Sect, and even the Corpse Evil Cave, one of the 36 caves under the seat of the evil god's son, have all come. It seems that the sects in the area of hundreds of thousands of miles in a radius have all been shocked by the Heavenly Demon sect's high-ranking person overnight, and all of them have come over to show their goodwill, and my Nine-Tailed Fox clan is just one of them. I wonder if I will be able to see the true face of the higher power today. Whether or not we can see a high-ranking person is secondary. The most important thing is whether or not the Heavenly Demon sect can accept our request. The crowd gathered here and talked. At this moment, 10,000 feet away, the Firefox old ancestor, who was hiding his breath, sat cross-legged on a huge rock, his eyes quite surprised by the fact that the Heavenly Demon sect's mountain gate was clustered with such a large number of powerful forces. What kind of pervert has come out of this Heavenly Demon sect to cause so many sects to get so worked up? She also became quite curious about the legendary Jedi Master. Of course, to have her Nine-Tailed Fox clan submit to the Heavenly Demon sect, she was absolutely unwilling in her heart. The Fox clan that she had built up back then, how could it be put into the hands of others? A tall person, let's hope you're somewhat capable. Otherwise, dying too easily would be too meaningless. The Firefox old ancestor sneered and closed his eyes. When Mu Qianyu brought Long Chei and the children to the Heavenly Demon sect, she didn't use the main entrance, but instead took a detour through the back door. This is naturally for the safety of the children. Long Chei, you take the kids and just play here. Don't run around. I'll call a few Heavenly Demon sect experts to protect you. Long Cher nodded. Go about your business. My lady, we'll be fine. Mu Qianyu nodded and left. Soon, several Heavenly Demon sect experts appeared beside Long Chei, looking at the father and daughter with puzzled faces. These 3 children look like Lord Sovereign. Listening to their doubts, Long Cher asked, "What? You guys don't know that the Patriarch has a child?" At those words the 5 young core disciples laughed out loud. "Big brother, You're really good at joking. Our sovereign lord has a child? Ha ha ha, I'm laughing so hard that my period is pouring out. That's right. Who could be worthy of our patriarch? Big brother. You're not saying that you're the sovereign lord's man, are you? But then again, the one who looks so much like the sovereign lord. And who can make the sovereign lord pay so much attention to us and have us few come over for protection? Must be a relative of the sovereign lord. Chapter 48. Take us in. Long Che almost didn't spurt blood when he heard this. Man, blind confidence is limiting your imagination. But he wasn't going to explain. Some things, just go with the flow. And that's when the attention of all five was on the three groups. One of the female disciples came over and pinched Chonglo's little cheeks and said with a smile, "Little donut, what's your name? Is it okay for my sister to hug you?" Heavy Floor didn't immediately agree and instead looked at Long Che. From his little eyes, Longshare actually saw a hint of fear. He didn't know what kind of environment he had once followed Mu Qianyu in, but this little look of fear of outsiders still made the tip of Long Che's heart ache. He nodded immediately. "Yes, you can, son." Only then did Heavy Floor give a cheeky smile and open her small hands for the female disciple to pick up. "Ouch. That's a nice milky smell. What's your name?" "My name is Heavy Floor. She's my big sister Baiji. She's my second sister Zissou. We're triplets." Chonglu pointed his little finger at Baiji Zissou and introduced them one by one. "Ha ha, the little group is so cute. Come to big brother for a hug." Several other disciples also picked up Baiji and Zissou. In the Heavenly Devil sect, their daily business, in addition to cultivation, is to go to complete the tasks explained by the sect. Where have they seen such a soft and cute little group? And Long Che looked at the few of them like this and nodded secretly. Disciples who had a loving heart and came out of the Heavenly Demon sect were surely kind people as well. "There seems to be something going on at the front mountain gate?" Longshare suddenly asked. "Not bad. Early this morning, before the Heavenly Demon sect's mountain gate came quite a number of high-ranking forces, all of which are said to have come over to defect to my Heavenly Demon sect, to befriend our sect. Wasn't it that big thing that happened yesterday that caused all the trouble? That's 100,000 generals of the Yaki Serpent clan. They were all wiped out just like that without a word. How can you believe that? I wonder who is the person who is secretly guarding our Heavenly Demon sect. If I'm lucky enough to meet him, I must ask for some advice on what's going on in my realm that I've been unable to break through for half a year. It is said that in that battle yesterday, that high person didn't even show his face, but used powerful means to conjure up 3 small children, riding divine beasts, and once they struck, they decimated the Snake Clan's 100,000 strong army in a matter of minutes. "Hey," a few people said, and suddenly their eyes went to the 3 clusters in their arms, and then looked at Longshare. A moment of contemplation. It can't be him, can it? "Ha, I have something on my face?" Longche looked at their surprised eyes and asked with a smile. No, big brother, you wouldn't be that tall man, would you?" the female disciple asked tentatively. Longshare waved his hand in a hurry. Cough cough, "You guys really think highly of me. I'm just a one-day demon sex mountain guarding servant disciple. If I were a supreme master, would I still be guarding the mountain? Fair enough. So what? Why don't we go along for the ride?" Longshare suddenly said, but he didn't expect that the disciples would immediately refuse. "Big brother, you'd better give up that idea. Even though our sovereign lord is a woman, she is true to her word. If we don't protect you properly here, we'll be in deep when the time comes. Brother, understand us." Hearing these words, Longshare frowned. "I feel that your sect leader is so strict. It's too hard to be a Heavenly Demon sect disciple. Not to mention you're all elite disciples." Longshare pretended to spit. Of course, he wasn't quite sure what kind of person Mu Qianyu was in the eyes of the Sky Demon sect's disciples. But as soon as he said this, the 5 retorted almost in unison. "Big brother can't say that. Our sovereign lord is not the kind of person you think he is. That is, if it wasn't for the patriarch's iron-fisted approach, where would our Heavenly Demon sect be as powerful as it is today? It's estimated that it would have fallen out of favor long ago. Patriarch isn't easy either. A woman hard to pull the Heavenly Demon sect to the Tianxian East region's second-rate power camp. How much suffering has she suffered behind the scenes is only known to her." Hearing such words, Longshare would smile. "This woman, on the contrary, makes the seat more and more admirable. Okay, let's play here then." Longche nodded his head and said, then casually pointed at one of the disciples whose face was full of defending Mu Qianyu's dignity. "So what? That cultivation of yours doesn't improve for half a year. Could it be that the Xian Qi is too congested? If so, the Xianxin turtle grass plus the star raindrop pill in a ratio of 3.1415926 to 1 should fix it." "Ha, that's okay? Those are all unimpressive herbs. If you don't believe me, try it. I also heard it from someone else. Take it 3 times a day with warm water." "Okay, I'll try." Long Che turned his head. In addition, that swimming snake Shinkuan step of yours, don't practice it. Recoil with the great python serpentine step. Practicing one is enough. Ha! Well, being suddenly pointed out by Long Che, the eyes of the 5 disciples changed slightly. It seemed to anticipate something, but it was hard to talk about it. Outside the heavenly devil sect's mountain gate, when Mu Qianyu appeared here, suddenly the crowd stirred. Its sect leader Mu Qianyu Mu. Patriarch Mu has finally arrived. Patriarch Mu, since you're here, let's get right to the point. I'm from the Sky Scorpion Cave. I want to join under the Sky Demon sect and become a subordinate force under your sect. This is the sincerity we bring. We're from the Firewolf gang, and that's what we intend to do. I'm a casual cultivator, and so am I. Take me to the great wave of the netherworld for one. Even the people of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan didn't expect that those other powerhouses would put their stance so lowly. They were enthusiastic, single-minded and to the point, coaxing to make their hearts clear. No matter what, they were a big power. They couldn't not give themselves any face at all, could they? But as he watched the other forces shout, Akane followed suit. So do I. Mu Qianyu looked at the scene in front of her and was really uncomfortable. However, she also understood that as the news that the demon sect had a supreme master guarding it had already spread out, the fact that the 100,000 strong army of the Yaki Serpent clan had gone up in smoke was even more of a fundamental reason for them to come here to join them. However, the Heavenly Demon sect has the rules of the Heavenly Demon sect, and such a huge number of powerful people from all sides swarming in will inevitably cause an impact on the original pattern of the Heavenly Demon sect. So she waved her hand and said, I am aware of your intentions. It's just that my Heavenly Demon sect has never thought of incorporating your forces. Before the words fell on this side, a group of people shouted again, if Patriarch Mu says that, he doesn't see us. We can all come with full sincerity. Patriarch Mu, please look this way. Cut. What kind of sincerity is that? Look at the sincerity we brought. All of them are king grade treasures. What's a kingpin? We're all kingpin high grade. We are more powerful. Patriarch Mu, take us. The scene was chaotic for a while. The hospitality was too much to resist, and Mu Qianyu was a bit lost for a moment. Patriarch, wait, what should we do? Chapter 49, Statue of God. Gu Yan looked sideways at Mu Qianyu, waiting for her to make up her mind. Mu Qianyu narrowed her eyes and said, Gentlemen, be at ease. Such a great event is really sudden. My Heavenly Demon sect will have to study it. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, someone threw up his arms. Regardless of what Patriarch Mu researches, my Firewolf gang will join your banner. Me too. Mu Qianyu. Nothing could stop the crowd. At this time, the third elder behind him said, Lord Sovereign, in my opinion, it's impossible for so many forces to join my Heavenly Demon sect, and it's not good to manage them as they're a mix of dragons and snakes, and it'll even cause an impact on the original pattern of the Heavenly Demon sect. So why don't we just let that Supreme Master decide for us? When these words came out, Mu Qianyu frowned. What does the third elder mean? Patriarch, the carvers have already finished the statue of the High Man overnight. Why don't we transport it over now? And if that high person agrees to their request, it will reveal the miracle itself. Elder Gu Yan immediately asked, then what if the High One doesn't come out of the miracle? The third elder smiled and said, that means they didn't look at them. After all, my Heavenly Demon sect isn't just any gang that is qualified to join. The group of executives behind them nodded their heads. That makes sense. Some people want to question whether this is too metaphysical, but this obviously cannot open the mouth. The High Man is real. It is not possible to say that is now somewhere watching the situation here. Alright, let's do as the third elder said. Mu Qianyu nodded, then shouted loudly to the group of sect experts. This seat knows that all of you are here because of my Heavenly Demon sect's high-ranking person. So since that's the case, whether or not you can join my Heavenly Demon sect, let the high-ranking person decide. Third elder, invite the idol. Yes. Upon hearing this, the group of people all froze. An idol? What does that mean? Could the idol be talking? The Heavenly Demon sect, this shouldn't be a way to reject us, right? Can't figure out what kind of drugs they've got in their gourds. A group of people were puzzled, but everyone stared within the sect, the curiosity in their hearts keeping them glued to their eyes. And soon, a group of Heavenly Demon sect powerhouses transported a statue of a god that was dozens of feet tall from within the sect's gates. Only, this idol was covered by a huge red cloth at this time, and a sacred and majestic aura instantly spread out. The scene was originally crowded with people, but suddenly it was quiet and you could hear a pin drop. Before such an imposing idol, everyone's heart was filled with anticipation and awe, wanting to catch a glimpse of the true appearance of the idol. Mu Qianyu walked over and 3 flames appeared out of thin air in her hands. The flames extinguished and became 3 high incense. After burning incense, Mu Qian, you brought everyone in the Sky Demon sect to kneel down and bow 3 times before putting away the red cloth. When the red cloth was put away, an imposing idol appeared in the sight of the crowd. He was made of precious Xianjin ancient stone, with dragons and phoenixes flying and coiling around him, holding an ice and fire sword in his hand. His eyes were like bright stars, his starry eyebrows and sword eyes, and he exuded a heavenly momentum all over his body. The only puzzling thing about the statue is that it is carved to look like it is wearing a veil, adding to the mystery. Third Elder, this veil, it's a good idea. When Mu Qian you saw the idol, she frowned and then rejoiced. Ha ha, Patriarch is too kind. It's just that I don't know if that high person will reject this practice. Mu Qian you said, if we treat each other with sincerity, the High One will understand. Sovereign said it. And at this moment, seeing all the people of the heavenly demon sect piously burning incense and kneeling down to worship this idol under the leadership of the Patriarch, the original doubts and astonishment in the hearts of the powerful people from all sides of the force gradually dispersed, and many of them immediately knelt down, manifesting their piety. We kowtow to the Highlander. I hope that the High One agrees to us joining the Sky Demon sect. I, the Tsunghai gang, bow down to the Godman with a devout heart. We are the Nine-Tailed Fox clan, willing to join the heavenly demon sect's banner. The Fire Fox old ancestor, who was sitting leisurely, also took in this scene, only that pair of eyes was filled with disdain and even some anger. After all, the Nine-Tailed Fox clan chief had gone to kneel at another sect's statue. What was going on? Ha! Making an invisible statue to fool people? This ancestor would like to see your guardian god, whether he will manifest miracles or not. In addition to the Fire Fox elder ancestor, in the corners of other shady places, some powerful people who didn't dare to show their faces easily were also waiting for the follow-up. Among them were the people of the Yagyu Serpent clan. Could the high person who had wiped out their entire 100,000 strong army really be descending? If they really descended, with his heavenly cultivation, would he be able to tell where they were at a glance and then decimate them as well? Many trembled, deep in great fear. At this time, Long Che also heard the lively sounds of pilgrimage at the mountain gate, and those 5 disciples also looked over there from time to time. Senior brother, the idol has been invited out. Third Elder's action is really fast, completing the sculpture of the High Man in 1 night. I would really like to go and find out what's going on. We're on a mission. We can't leave. I know, but let's go up there. We should be able to see it, right? Hey, right, let's go up there. We're not out of the seal. Big brother, is there any interest in joining together to see what the Gaijin guarding our heavenly demon sect looks like? Long Share smiled. Yes. Long Che was also curious as to what the Sky Demon sect would carve themselves into, so a few people took the 3 groups and climbed up to the roof of the Great Hall. The roof has an open view of everything at the mountain gate. Ha ha, saw it. I saw it. It's so big and tall. It must be dozens of feet. Ha, strange. That statue is wearing a veil? Third Elder is brilliant. After all, no one has ever seen what the higher power looks like, and wearing a veil makes sense, and even makes the higher power more mysterious. Those powerhouses are kneeling down. It seems like they really did join my heavenly demon sect with a devout heart. Cut. I don't believe it for a second. They're just afraid of becoming the second Yaki Snake clan. Well, senior sister has a point. As the 5 spoke, Long Che also shook his head and smiled. Carving him as a veiled idol was not really expected. However, that group of powerful people from various forces were waiting for him to show his miracles, so it wouldn't make sense for him not to give some reaction. But his eyes looked farther beyond the mountain gate. There were many hidden scents there, and all of them were not weak, and all of them were obviously observing in the dark and stupid. These were the people that the Sky Demon sect really had to be wary of, since they were going to wait for an opportunity to move. Long Che was in no hurry to show the miracle. It won't be too late for the seat to make a small show when you're all exposed. Chapter 50, The King of the Yamanano Serpent, Heavenly Demon Sect, outside the mountain gate, fell to their knees. The gigantic idol made of Xianjin ancient stone caused many powerful people from small sects to prostrate themselves on the ground and kneel in reverence. The piety within the hearts of some of the great sect powerhouses was there, but not much. Many are also just tentative about kneeling, and this kind of kneeling was enough to pass 1 incense stick time. When all 3 incense sticks lit by Mu Qian you were burned out, the idol did not move at all. Many people became skeptical inside. Mayor, haven't you seen a tall man? Does he look like this? Wearing a veil? Akane knelt on the ground and asked Blue Meyer behind her. Patriarch, I haven't seen it. What I've heard, it's all appeared out of thin air. Even that immortal feather appeared out of thin air. Akane suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Mayor, you might as well use that immortal feather to try to communicate with the higher power. There might be a reaction. Hearing this, Lon Mayer's eyes flustered. The fairy feather has long since been carried somewhere by that stinking crow. What's wrong? can't you? Akane asked as she watched Lon Mayer tense up. No, I'll try. After a while. May, can't you? Matriarch, no reaction. Swoosh. There was no reaction on this side, but the masters hidden in the dark reacted. After waiting for so long, the idol is still an idol. In their eyes, it's just a rock, so how can there be a miracle? As for the matter of the Pataki Serpent clan destroying an army of 100,000 in one night, most of them were just hearing about it. And as for whether or not there was a guardian god in the heavenly demon sect, it was hard to say. Ha ha ha, a bunch of ignorant rammers. How dare they kneel to a rock? A batch of big stupid batch. How could the eight-tailed serpent clan destroy all 100,000 troops overnight? People that are just like the nine-tailed fox clan, withdrawing their troops. On the eastern domain, the person who can lift his hand to exterminate 100,000 masters of the eight-gifted serpent clan has yet to be born. The heavenly demon sect is pretending to be gods and goddesses, and there really are stupid people who believe in them, so I'm really convinced. 3 burly men flew over from the distance, standing in the air, their entire bodies permeated with amazing energy fluctuations, and at the sight of the 3 of them, a number of people gasped out in shock. It's the 3 monsters of Corpse Lake. Heavens, they're all third-stage Xian Emperor realm powerhouses. The deaths at their hands have piled up. And I've heard that the Blackwater Lake where they cultivate has been changed into a corpse lake precisely because of their insane killings. The entire lake is the color of blood. Third stage Xian Emperor realm. Even Patriarch Mu is no match for them. No one knew about Mu Qianyu's promotion to the 4th stage Xian Emperor's realm by eating buns. All at this time, seeing the 3 of them appear, even the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Devil sect jumped up and down. Patriarch, it's the 3 monsters of Corpse Lake. They came out of nowhere. The sect protector formation should be activated immediately. Go all out against the enemy. But once such a mob is raised, won't the matter of my Sky Demon sect being guarded by a high-ranking person become a laughingstock? And I don't know when that tall man will show up. It's okay to beg the high and mighty to show up and show a little bit of miracle. While listening to these words from the clan's crowd, Mu Qianyu smiled faintly. There's no harm. This kind of goods can't make any big waves in my heavenly demon sect yet. When the words fell, Mu Qianyu rose up in the air, and one person fronted up against 3 strong enemies, not afraid of danger. My heavenly demon sect's important land. Is it not for you and other evil cultivators to just wade in? Get the hell out of here, or else I'll blame me for being merciless. Mu Qianyu's aura was awe-inspiring, and her chilling eyes made the 3 of them unable to resist a shiver in their hearts. However, they naturally do not know that today's Mu Qianyu has long been not the previous Mu Qianyu. The cultivation of the 4th stage of the Xian Emperor's realm. Extermination of the 3 of them without effort. Humph. Demonis, where did you get the courage? Daring to be so reckless in front of my Corpse Lake 3 monsters. You really don't know how to die. Ha ha ha. Brothers, let's take turns? One of them spoke with a lewd smile, exasperating Mu Qianyu and grinding her teeth. Shameless man, come to hell. As the words fell, her jade hand raised, and the heavenly demon sword instantly flew out, stirring up a sharp sword chant. Miso. 3 sounds of sharp instruments cutting through flesh and blood rang out. In the next second, the 3 heads flew out in unison, drawing 3 parabolas in the air and smashing heavily on the ground. At this instant, everyone was instantly petrified. My God, how is this possible? Seconds. The 3 monsters of Corpse Lake were actually seconded by Patriarch Mu? They're at the 3rd order Xian Emperor realm. The crowd was shocked, their eyes full of disbelief. But the 3 bodies were just lying there on the ground, not to be questioned. It's too raw, isn't it? Patriarch Mu is mighty. Patriarch is invincible. Lord Sovereign's cultivation level has risen again. It's no longer the strength it once was. On the side of the Heavenly Devil sect, all the people were revitalized after the shock. Excited beyond words, easily destroying the 3 monsters of Corpse Lake was quite a shock to the others. And many of the strongest people who were still waiting for the appearance of the Absolute Masters had their hearts firmly set on it at this time. Not to mention the Jedi Master. Even Mu Qianyu was worthy of their worship. What the hell happened to her? At this moment, many people in the shadows were once again shocked. One must know that Mu Qianyu has been rumored to be confined in a mysterious place by the son of the evil god for the past few years, and her cultivation must not have improved. Moreover, it was precisely because of this patriarch's imprisonment that the 8th Snake Clan as well as the 9-tailed Fox Clan were eager to divide the vast territory of the Heavenly Demon Mountain. But what happened at this moment was completely beyond everyone's expectations. Even the color of the Fire Fox old ancestors' eyes changed slightly. There are some skills, however. This level of cultivation is still not good enough. She didn't show her face right away, still watching, but as time passed by, the so-called idol still didn't have half a miracle appear. However, Quite a few people in the dark did not make any more rash moves, and instead chose to continue to wait and see. Just like the old Firefox ancestor, no one makes a fool of themselves when they are shot. I don't know how long it had passed, but suddenly, in the mountains to the west of the mountain gate, bursts of hissing and roaring erupted, and demonic chi streaked across the landscape, condensing into a gray cloud that pressed against the realm in a loud and powerful manner. Above that cloud, a huge snake head vaguely emerged, as well as a large snake body that appeared and disappeared, with scales shining brightly, which immediately made many people's hearts jump and cry out, "That's the king of the Yagyu snakes. Geez, what a sound! That killing intent is too strong. Is it coming to the Sky Demon sect for revenge? Hurry and hide." It's rumored that the cultivation level of the 8-gifted Snake King is at the peak of the 5th Order Xian Emperor. I'm afraid even Patriarch Mu Qianyu is no match. Seeing this heavenly-sounding octopus Snake King, the people who were originally kneeling on the ground bent on joining the Heavenly Demon Sect's banner had their resolve shaken. No one wants to wade in under great threat. And seeing this scene, Mu Qianyu's eyes suddenly turned cold. The Grand Elder at his side sounded eager. "Patriarch, the Patriarchal Serpent King has come for revenge. In my opinion, the only way to have a chance of winning is to open the Sect Protector formation and unite these powerful forces from all sides." The other elders took a stand. "I'm afraid that High Person won't show up. We can't catch a glimpse of his whereabouts. Patriarch, one mustn't pin all one's hopes on the ethereal High Person." "Humph, the big deal is that the fish is dead. All of my Heavenly Demon Sect's experts combined. It's not necessarily impossible to exterminate this great snake." The scene suddenly became chaotic due to the arrival of the Yagyu Snake King. Those powerhouses in the shadows, however, gloated and continued to hide to watch the fun. And right at this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted out abruptly, immediately attracting everyone's attention. "Everyone, look, the veil of the idol has fallen." Chapter 51. What reason is there not to kneel? These words were like thunder, shaking everyone to their core. Even the color of the Firefox old ancestor's eyes changed fiercely. "What? How is this possible?" Inwardly shocked, she exerted her keen probing technique to soundlessly grope toward the idol, attempting to find the reason why the idol's veil had fallen. And even more so, she wanted to verify whether this idol had any heavenly supernormal capabilities. It was a pity that her probing power was unable to touch the idol at all, and she couldn't even get any closer than half a step 10 feet in front of the idol. She was greatly shaken inwardly, and her previous suspicions and disdain were reduced to nothing. There were not a few people who were as shocked as Old Man Firefox. All the powerful people from all the forces hiding in the shadows, all of them were like this, and under this kind of shock, they converged their whole body's breath even more, fearing that they would be discovered by a High Person. The people in the dark were shocked beyond belief, and the crowd at the scene was even more shocked. "Miracles! This is the man of God revealing a miracle. We will quickly kneel down and worship the man of God. The Heavenly Demon Sect is indeed blessed by a god." This kind of thing has never been seen in this seat's life, and today is truly an eye-opener. The people of the Sky Demon Sect also knelt down. Mu Qianyu, on the other hand, was stunned by the face of the idol that had dropped its veil. Dragon chair? What's going on here?" Because she saw that the idol actually looked exactly like Long Che. Even she thought for a moment that it was Long Cher himself, because above this idol, it actually had the same aura as Long Che. What the hell is going on here? Is the child's father the Supreme Master hiding in the Sky Demon Sect? No way. Absolutely impossible. He was clearly a scum. He couldn't even enter the ranks of the Heavenly Demon Sect's outer disciples. How could he be a Supreme Master? Sovereign, the Godman has revealed a miracle. This is the appearance of the Godman himself. At this moment, the third elder and the other top echelons were all excited beyond words as well. As the elder overseeing the creation of the statue, even he didn't think that a miracle would really occur. And just as the crowd was shocked by the idol revealing its true appearance, that gigantic Serpent King also rode the demonic clouds and rolled over to the Heavenly Demon Sect's mountain gate, with the demonic winds rising in all directions, shocking the people. Mu Qianyu, this octopus Snake King tumbled and stormed through the demonic clouds, hissing from his gigantic snake mouth. "Your Heavenly Demon Sect's experts exterminated 100,000 of my king's tribal congregation. So today, this king will take your entire Heavenly Demon Sect to be martyred." With a bellowing cry, the people of the other forces once again moved away, fearing that they would encounter the calamity of a fish pond. The nine-tailed Fox Clan chief, Red Heart, and the others also retreated 1,000 feet away. Even though his cultivation was strong and he had the power to fight with the Octopus Snake King, he had no intention of interfering in the fight between the Heavenly Demon Sect and the Octopus Snake Clan. Swish! Mu Qianyu's eyes were cold, and her body flew to mid-air, confronting the gigantic Snake King head-on. "You and the 100," 000 generals of the 8 gifted serpent clan want to invade my heavenly demon mountain. Are you not going to allow my heavenly demon sect to fight back? 8 gifted serpent king, since you dare to come, then this seat will let you have no return, completely relieving the worries that your 8 gifted serpent clan brings to my heavenly demon sect. Mu Qianyu's whole body was filled with an imperative aura. The heavenly devil sword was grasped in her hand. Her skirt fluttered, like a heavenly devil neon dance. Amazing, amazing, amazing. 4th rank Shen Emperor Realm? Humph, is this your bottom line? But it's not enough. 8. Formation. Behind Mu Qianyu, with the Grand Elder's order, the entire Sky Devil clan. The protection of the clan formation opened in an instant. The earth-shaking roar suddenly resounded. The moment the huge array operation, it will be the entire Sky Devil clan shrouded in it, like an inverted over the huge 7-colored sea bowl. Shoo shoo shoo. After the formation was opened, Gu Yan and the other high-level officials simultaneously rushed up to the sky and came to Mu Qianyu's side, sharing the same enemy and boiling with wariness. None of you will live. Boom. 8 killing machine rolling, no longer say more. Huge body rolling between. Demon cloud within the giant snake rolling rushed out. Its body also directly rushed to Mu Qianyu. In an instant this thrilling battle kicked off. Aren't you all here to defect to the Sky Demon sect? It's time for you to show yourselves. And right at this moment, the mouth of the idol actually emitted a thunderous boom, actually trying to make all the powerful forces from all sides help the heavenly demon sect in the battle. However, looking at the berserk battle intent of the Pataki Serpent King and that terrifying cultivation, no one dared to step forward at all, especially on top of the battlefield. Several elders defending Mu Qianyu had already been repulsed as the Octopus Snake King made his move. Those powerful existences couldn't even resist the Octopus Snake King, so they could only send them to their deaths by going up. Right at this moment, the 8 gifted Serpent King blasted back several elders like nobody's business, and his huge snake head poked out, opened its bloody mouth, and then tore down at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu was not afraid of the danger. The heavenly demon sword shook up the rolling waves of sword chi and stabbed straight ahead, and just at the moment when the two were fighting, a blast of thunder resounded. The earth trembled, and the tens of feet high huge statue even rose up from the ground, directly rushing towards the 8 gigantic Serpent King. Ha! It's incredible! It's incredible! The Godman has struck! It's a Godman striking! Unimaginable! I can't be dreaming! The scene shocked everyone physically, and in the midst of the shock, the statue even appeared in front of Mu Qianyu like lightning, blocking her behind her, and then slammed straight into the Octopus Snake King. Boom! The dull and thick sound of the explosion crossed the long sky in the trembling of the crowd's scalp, and passed away in an instant. Under this ferocious and unrivaled impact, the 8 Snake King even directly smashed his head. Brain matter burst. Huge body from the midair fell to the ground, twisted for a while, then completely no movement. The idol stood in midair, and in the crook of her arm, Mu Qianyu stood peacefully. At this moment, it was as if heaven and earth had stood still. The crowd took a long time to come back to their senses. Phew! The idol descended down and landed gently. Mu Qianyu's head was confused and she flew down to the ground, but she felt a little unsteady. For just that moment, there was a strange familiarity to her being in the idol's arms, but when he raised his eyes again to look at the idol, he realized that the veil had actually shrouded his face once again. Godman, please accept our worship. Mu Qianyu was shocked and couldn't help but to take a full salute. The idol actually spoke again. The others pay their respects. Patriarch Mu doesn't need to be polite. Ha! These words made Mu Qianyu look stunned. The others were all confused too. It seems that this divine being has special care for Patriarch Mu. But looking at Patriarch Mu's equally dumbfounded look, it was obvious that even she herself did not know where this divine being actually came from. And what does this man of God mean by that? Other than Patriarch Mu, everyone else had to kneel. So everyone on the scene all knelt down. Their attitudes were incredibly pious. Far too much more pious than before. Even the powerhouses that hadn't shown up in the distance actually all rushed over at this moment and knelt down at the feet of the idol. Among them was the Firefox ancestor. Joke! That divine being didn't show up at all and only manipulated a stone sculpture to possess such heaven-defying battle power. What reason did she have to not kneel to a godly man who could even take a second to the Yagyu Serpent King? The 8-tailed Snake King was dead and the entire clan was finished. So what reason did she? The 9-tailed Fox clan. Half for not joining the Heavenly Demon sect. Chapter 52 The Wrath of the Gods. Old ancestor, you've come to pay your respects too? Seeing the Firefox old ancestor in the pile of people also came to kneel. Red Heart Blue Mayor and other 9-tailed Fox clan congregations were filled with surprise. Surprised and full of excitement. It seems to be a matter of supreme honor for them. The divine demon sect's godman was supreme, and they had to hold on to that thigh. Even the old ancestors came to kneel and worship. stirring up even more determination within the crowd. Kneel. Kneel properly for this ancestor. Be sure to join the Sky Demon sect. Where did the Firefox old ancestor care about her identity as the old ancestor of the Fox clan? That attitude was simply more pious than the others. In the dark, even those under the seat of the evil god's son, the senior management of certain caves, at this moment, they also kneeled down. Even if they were still unwilling to show their faces, they also knelt secretly in the corner. As long as they kneeled, even if they were discovered, the godman could forgive them the sin of peeping, right? Of course, Long Che didn't care about their inner thoughts. He was far away from the top of the palace at the moment, secretly manipulating the idol as he continued to speak. Get the hell out of here, all of you. When a sentence was uttered, everyone was shocked and trembled, even immediately began to reflect internally on what they were doing. Previously, the godman had asked them to deal with the octopus serpent king, and no one had stepped forward, which I'm afraid had made the godman angry. If they had known that, they should have charged forward with their lives. If you rush up there, you'll be blessed by the gods and have a bright future. Sure enough, the idol's voice was like thunder, and the words were devastating. Worshipping piously enough, but not doing anything. False goods. What use does lousy have for you? Get lost. In Long Che's eyes, these mixed forces, the Sky Demon sect didn't want them. With him at the helm, the Heavenly Kings would not dare to mess with the Heavenly Demon sect even if they came. And this group of people were all sniffing around and hugging their thighs for impure purposes. He didn't want to stick such a bunch of dog poisons. Upon hearing the words of the idol, the hearts of Mu Qianyu and the rest of the Heavenly Demon sect immediately obeyed the decision. Even the divine beings had refused. So naturally, their Heavenly Demon sect wouldn't agree either. All of you, since my Heavenly Demon deity does not agree, please disperse quickly. Do not provoke the wrath of my clan's gods, Mu Qianyu said. At the moment she became a devout believer of the gods and men, excited and thrilled. She just wanted the crowd to leave quickly. Their own people of the Heavenly Demon sect to the gods to perform the great rite of worship again. Being rejected by the gods and told to leave immediately. Many powerful forces immediately left, especially sects and lineages that were in competition with the Heavenly Demon sect, all of which chose to leave quickly. However, there were others who wanted to cling to the Heavenly Demon sect's thighs despite everything, kneeling down and praying with their mouths full. God man nah, we truly surrender, please. But before they could finish their words, golden light suddenly erupted above the statue of the god, and it even transformed into countless golden feet, stomping down on a group of people. I don't understand what I'm saying, do I? Genuine defection, huh? What the hell? Vain goods. Don't roll. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The golden Bigfoot stepped down step by step. The ground shook. The earth shook for 100 miles in a radius. And the horrifying image of a landslide made everyone scalp numb and flee. When a godman is angry, blood stains the mountains and rivers. Run for your lives. The gods are angry. Ah, don't. Go, go, go. Don't step on me. The scene was chaotic beyond recognition, and everyone in the Heavenly Demon sect looked on with their hearts pounding and eyes full of disbelief. This god's fire is too much, isn't it? Even their own people were trembling with fear. After all, they hadn't figured out the temperament of this god. In case they launched an attack on the Heavenly Demon sect, they would only suffer. Mu Qianyu was also completely confused at this time. The gods were furious, and she felt like anything she said was pale and powerless. So they had to watch the sky and the ground full of fleeing powerhouses from all sides, one by one rushing into the distance, fleeing in haste. Phew, scary. Mrs. Scary. A hill. The Firefox elder ancestor who had just escaped from life had a terrified look on her face. Luckily she ran fast and rushed to 100 miles away with a group of people from the Nine-Tailed Fox clan before she dared to stop. Old ancestor, the temper of this divine being is just too odd. We've done our best to be benevolent, but he doesn't appreciate it at all. What to do? We were just like the Eight-Tailed Serpent clan before. We were going to attack the Heavenly Demon Mountain. This deity shouldn't have to decimate my Nine-Tailed Fox clan, right? Not necessarily. After all, the gods told us to roll and didn't immediately exterminate us, so they shouldn't be that ferocious. Makes sense. A group of people were talking, but Old Man Firefox interrupted them. There's a load of sense. The gods are furious. It's clear that he wants to level the four directions. I'm afraid that occupying the entire Tianxian East region, or even the entire Tianxian continent, is his true goal. What does the old ancestor mean? Probably the gods didn't kill us on the spot because they didn't care to strike down a mole like me. Makes sense. Old ancestor, what should we do then? Quickly return to the clan. Shut down the Nine-Tailed Fox clan completely. Cultivate in seclusion. And within 10 years, never come out into the world. While the people on the Fox clan side made plans, the Fox girl, Lan Mayer, was even more entangled inside. The matter of the immortal feather hadn't been resolved yet, and the Fox clan was about to go into seclusion, and she wasn't willing to do that. So after the Foxes returned to their clan, she broke away from the group and, with great courage, returned again in an attempt to meet the godmen again. Even powerful existences such as the Firefox old ancestor were almost scared out of their wits, let alone other small sects. At this time, after those sect family experts had tried their best to escape, they finally caught their breath, but their mood was extremely heavy. However, since they were unable to hug the thigh, they could only choose the approach of protecting themselves, never doing anything half unfavorable to the heavenly demon sect in the future, and never stepping into the heavenly demon sect's mountain gate. In front of the heavenly devil sect's mountain gate, the outside of the mountain gate, which was trampled by the golden big feet, was in a mess. However, at this moment, the tens of thousands of disciples of the heavenly demon sect were all kneeling on the messy ground, their hearts filled with piety as they prostrated themselves and bowed to the idol. Of course, after having the special care from the gods, Mu Qianyu did not kneel down, which flattered her and made her feelings quite complicated. At this moment the idol is motionless, the god is possessed and the spirit has left, but the disciples were reluctant to leave for a long time and kept kneeling with devotion. Finally, I don't know how long has passed, Mu Qianyu see the idol is really not much reaction, so he personally placed this huge statue in the center of the huge square inside the mountain gate, became a signboard of the heavenly devil sect. At this time, Long Che, in the sight of the 5 disciples that were surprised, brought the 3 groups down to the roof. Senior brother, you all saw it, right? The appearance of the gods is practically identical to Big Brother Long Che. Big Brother Longshare, it's a great fate to look so much like a god. Big Brother wouldn't be a god, would he? Several people kept staring at Long Che's face. Even that female disciple was no exception, and it was embarrassing to see Long Che. Ahem, where am I a god? If I had that kind of ability, I would have gone to the immortal god realm a long time ago. Ha ha, that makes sense. Listening to a few people, the 3 groups covered their mouths and snickered. Heavy Floor leaned over and whispered in the female disciple's ear. Big sister, I'll tell you to keep my secret. My father is really a god. When these words were uttered, the female disciple trembled and looked at Long Che once again in an undeniable manner. Spinning around, he shook his head darkly. Well, this man is just an ordinary man, a baby daddy with 3 children, but he doesn't look like a god at all. Look guys, the sovereign lord has returned. As he was talking, Mu Qianyu, who had finished her busy schedule with the sex affairs, flew over. The first thing she did when she descended and came down was, she cupped Launcher's face and scrutinized it, itching to see him through. Patriarch, there's someone there. This isn't good, is it? Chapter 53, Mother, I want to catch a fish. Mu Qianyu didn't blush this time. Her inner doubts made her scrutinize Long Che's handsome face, not caring about the other disciples present. Mother, you're back? At this time, Bai Ji's 3 siblings ran over in a puff of smoke and rubbed themselves against Mu Qianyu's legs, but it didn't matter if they shouted like that. The 5 disciples were instantly confused. Mother, Sovereign Lord's cub? Ha, it's... The 5 people's faces were filled with disbelief. Mu Qianyu 5 years ago, after having a child will become a hands-off, the Sky Devil clan to Gu Yan elder to manage the entire sect. In addition to Gu Yan and other limited a few senior know this matter. Other people simply do not know that the sect leader has a child. So at this time the shock inside them was no less than an earthquake. This is confidential. Understand? Mu Qianyu looked at the 5 disciples. Her simple words were filled with unquestionable. Understand? Understand. Your Highness, we understand. Although he didn't understand at all, he could only nod his head vigorously. You guys go ahead and practice. Mu Qianyu nodded, and the 5 disciples then directly swept up and quickly disappeared within the Sky Demon sect. What's wrong, ma'am? Looking at me like that? It was at this point that Longshare changed his tone to call out to his mother, his eyes feigning a complicated look. Longshare, what are you hiding from me? This time, Mu Qianyu was speaking in a rather serious manner, and was taking the issue very seriously, but the more serious she was, the more spontaneous and uninhibited Longshare became. What could I possibly be hiding from my lady? That idol thing? You don't know? God statue? Oh, I know. I have seen it all. The 3rd elder is really made according to my likeness. I have told you before, really don't know what that godman looks like, just do it according to my appearance. I didn't expect. For husband man right. Ha ha ha. Seeing Long Che like this, Mu Qianyu was not in a position to ask more questions. This appearance is also really not like a god. Of course, she was also afraid that if she were to be heard by that godman with such doubts, wouldn't it be embarrassing? Suspecting a supreme being like him on a miscellaneous mountain guard disciple? That's not looking down on the man of God. Mother, Are things done? Can you take the child and me, and walk around here? Seeing that Mu Qianyu stopped pursuing, Long Che asked, Mother, we've always been here without leaving. We don't even know what the heavenly demon sect looks like. Mother, are you the owner of this place? They all call you sovereign. Mother, take us to play. The three groups have also said, from the roof of the great hall to look over the entire heavenly devil sect, a good big piece of construction in the rolling hills. The scenery is absolutely beautiful. More fun. The three groups cannot help it. Listening to their words, Mu Qianyu no longer suspected the relationship between the idol and Long Che, then squatted down and looked at the three children. Yes, Mother will show you around now. Mu Qianyu thought for a moment and then asked, let's go to the heavenly demon god pool, shall we? There are big brothers and sisters catching fish there. It's fun. Yeah, Mother, let's go now. Okay, let's go. Suddenly Zissou asked another question. Mother, are we not allowed to call Mother here? Zissou suddenly asked this question, and Mu Qianyu's eyes suddenly changed. The second maiden Zissou's mind was very sharp. Obviously when she had just explained about those 5 disciples herself, she knew the meaning of it. That's why she asked so. Mu Qianyu actually froze for a moment. She hadn't really thought about this. In the past, though, she had subconsciously thought it was better not to let too many people know about this. After all, when you have a child, you have to ask who the father is. She couldn't say that she was a patriarch and had a child with a mountain guard by mistake, could she? It was only because of his strong cultivation and practicing the great art of residing in the face that he maintained it in such a young state. But the real age is hundreds. If the tens of thousands of people in the entire heavenly devil sect knew that she was an old cow eating young grass, where would she put her face? Of course, that wasn't what she was most torn about, but for their safety. As today, although the demon sect has the blessing of a divine being, the son of that evil god, and the forces behind him are quite powerful, a Lee fantasy heavenly prison, she has put her life on the line in order to break free. So it can be imagined how horrifying the ferocious dangers she will have to face in the future are. She didn't want her family to be dragged down with her. And as for her inner tangle, Long Che knew it well, so he laughed. Waifs, you haven't forgotten your secret with Daddy, have you? At that question, the three groups nodded in unison. Didn't forget. It's good that you haven't forgotten. But Daddy's current identity is just a mountain guardian disciple, while your mother is the mountain king of the entire heavenly demon mountain. So what? In order for others not to say that Daddy wants to eat swan meat, we'd better keep it a secret, right? Right. So Daddy, what shall we call Mommy? How about Auntie? Okay, just Auntie Mama. Daddy, is Mother a great aunt or a little aunt? Well, depends on which one your mother is willing to do. This question, said Mu Qianyu, rolling her eyes. However, she made up her mind at the moment and said in a determined tone, no, Mama is Mama. How can it be Auntie? Just call it Mama. Whatever outsiders say. Longshare sniffed and asked, and how do people answer when they want to ask who the baby daddy is? You. Who else could it be? Mu Qianyu's decisive words warmed Long Che's heart. The meaning of this is very obvious. The heavenly devil sect patriarch, the existence of 10,000 people, just like recognizing his waist servant disciple, is her man. Looking at Long Che with a satisfied smile on his face, Mu Qianyu skimmed her lips again. Of course, those disciples shouldn't be so poor as to ask this and that. They have to use their brains when they talk before this seat. Longshare smiled. Then, since my lady has said so, let's call it what it is. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyu said, Long Che, in fact, the only thing I'm worried about right now is exposing you guys because of what happened to me. So, she was torn again. Long Che, however, smiled and reached out to lift her chin. It doesn't matter, even if I say I'm your man, they won't believe me. Let's go. Don't get entangled. Mu Qianyu frowned. Also soon under Mu Qianyu's leadership, several people arrived at the Heavenly Demon Divine Pool located on the side of the Heavenly Demon Sect's main peak. It was a clear pool of water that was 1,000 feet deep, in which large fish and water demons frequented all year round, and the entire Heavenly Demon God Tam was sealed in a forbidden system. However, that prohibition only works on the water demon water monster. On weekdays, many disciples come over to take the water demon to practice, while catching fish to enhance the combat strength, which is also regarded as a recreational activity in the bitter cultivation. And every day there are a lot of disciples gathered here. However, after such a big event happened outside the mountain gate today, there were not many disciples here. All of them came one after another after things were done. Seeing Mu Qianyu driving here a group of disciples all respectfully salute. Mu Qianyu bashfully returned the salute, only hard-headedly lead the children around here. Not a word. Boo! Suddenly, the water of the pool exploded, and a rather ugly-looking water monster lifted up a huge wave and rushed towards a disciple who was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the water. That disciple was originally waiting for the fish to take the bait, and when he saw the water monster, his body moved and rushed straight over. It was a pity that the water monster was extremely fast and disappeared into the deep pool in the blink of an eye. Mother, that big brother is so stupid. I want to go help him catch fish, Chonlu said, rubbing his fists and looking at Mu Qianyu with her willow eyebrows raised. She was surprised to find that at this moment, an airy arcane light was permeating Chonlu's body. Chapter 54, 7 Orifices Linglong Pagoda. Golden light surged out from within Chonlu's small body, watching Mu Qianyu's heart skip a beat. Heavy floor, your body, how is it glowing? Mu Qianyu asked in surprise. This was so unusual. She had never seen her son be like this, but Chonlu shook his head. This was a secret between him and Long Che, so he couldn't say it. And this golden light was precisely the arcane light that he had cultivated from practicing the Tsunghai dragon swimming art. Mother, it's okay D. I'll be right there. Chonlu was so playful that after he finished, he actually drilled into the pool of water like a small loach. Mu Qianyu is terrified and is about to jump in to fish for the baby. Mother, it's okay, it's not the first or second time my son has played like this. Long Che grabbed and stopped Mu Qianyu, who eagerly said, Long Che, could it be, is this how you teach your children to play when the seed is not at home? It was really hard for her to imagine leaving her 3 wards to be drummed into submission by Longshare. It's a life-threatening situation. However, he didn't expect that Longshare would nod his head with ease and comfort. It's okay, don't worry about it. Mu Qianyu is shocked. It's weird if I can rest assured. She had even become enraged, eagerly circling around Long Che, about to dive in with a vengeance, not even wanting the face of the patriarch. But just at this time, a clattering sound of water current rang out, and the heavy building that had just burrowed into the water suddenly came out, clutching a water monster in its hand. In this instant, not only was Mu Qianyu confused, all the disciples who saw this scene were all confused as well. My God, that little friend, he actually caught that water monster. Even senior brother Fei Wu didn't catch it, but he did? How is this possible? I can't be mistaken. Can I? Whose kid is that? How come he's so tough? A group of disciples were shocked beyond measure, and they gathered together and talked. Mu Qianyu looked at the whole body of the golden light dispersed. The body was not wet at all, heavy building, and then looked to his hand, grabbed a 2-meter-long 3-headed water demon. A moment actually do not know what to say. Good. I told you, heavy floor has it in him. Long Che laughed blandly, then pointed at the water demon in Chonlu's hand. Son, this thing doesn't have much meat on it. Let it go. Yes, daddy, Chonlu said and directly threw the water demon into the heavenly demon divine pool. That water demon was grateful. The dense eyes on the 3 heads were watery, spit out a few bubbles and dived into the water and swam away. That's a 3-headed octopus turtle. You just let them go? What a good one without much meat. Big brother, you're eating its meat? Shouldn't it be eating its water? Attribute demonic pills. Pity. The group of disciples once again murmured. Suddenly someone asked aloud. Little friend, you're awesome. Who are your parents? Hearing someone ask this, Mu Qianyu frowned. There really are disciples who like to talk too much. Chonlu looked to Long Che, then to Mu Qianyu, and said in a milky voice, Father, Mother. He spoke seriously, but when he heard this, the group of disciples suddenly laughed out loud. You're saying that Sovereign Lord is your mother? Ha ha ha, little friend. You're so cute that the Sovereign Lord probably won't even get angry. This little group is so small, they don't even know who their mother is. It's so funny. Senior sister, if it's fun, let's have one too. Piss off. Starting today, the man I'm going to chase after is that divine man who secretly blesses my heavenly demon sect. Not you, a trashy cultivator. Cut. With your looks, the gods won't even open their eyes to look at you. You. These words reached Mu Qianyu's ears, and for some reason, she couldn't help but glance at Long Che. It was probably because the idol was just too similar to Long Che. She couldn't help but substitute Long Che. At this time suddenly a disciple called out in shock again. My God. You guys look. How come this little group's daddy looks exactly like the face of that idol? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Don't tell me it looks like that. What do you mean like? That's just a face. Could it be that this big brother is a man of God? No way. He doesn't have much breath on his whole body. Is the aura of a godman something that we can spy on? Makes sense. A group of disciples made up their own minds, and Long Che hurriedly waved his hands. I'm not a godly person. I'm just an ordinary disciple of the heavenly demon sect. I've been guarding the mountain, so you haven't really seen me before. But as Longshare said that, he realized that he had overlooked a problem. What qualifications did a mere mountain guarding odd job disciple have to allow the Sovereign Lord to accompany him to the heavenly demon divine pool? where only disciples from the inner sect and above could come, and seeing that a group of disciples wanted to ask again, Mu Qianyu suddenly said, "Don't ask what you shouldn't, talk less and cultivate more." Upon hearing this, the disciples nodded their heads. "Yes, Sovereign Lord." Mu Qianyu also nodded, then took the 3 dumplings as well as Long Che, and headed towards another place with fewer people. And looking at the way they left, a group of disciples in the back looked at each other and made up their own minds. That said, those 3 clusters seem like they could really be the Sovereign Lord's pups. It's possible, very possible. How else could it be so powerful at such a young age? I couldn't even catch that water demon, but that big brother is wearing the clothes of a miscellaneous disciple? What the hell is going on here? What's with the blind guess? Didn't Sovereign Lord say so? Cultivate well and beep less when there's nothing to be done. Eldest brother. Mu Qianyu brought Long Che and the child finally to a place where no one was, the heavenly demon sect breeding beast garden. The sky was full of mysterious clouds, the birds were flying, and the demonic beasts in the breeding beast garden were even in a state of cultivation, which looked rather strange. For example, the gorilla that sits motionless, the rhinoceros with water ripples all over its body, the crocodile that walks upright. Looking at the 3 groups of people, a burst of whimsy hated to cook this group of demonic beasts and peeled open the meat to study what kind of internal organs they had. While Long Che was wandering around the sky demon sect, an explosive thunderous news spread out from the heavenly demon sect at a fiery speed. 400s of thousands of miles around, countless sound transmission notes transmitted a message. The heavenly devil sect is guarded by a divine being. Those powerful people from various forces who witnessed the miracle of the idol with their own eyes even spread the news, causing countless sects, families, and mansions too, of shock. At the same time, this news also reached the ears of the evil god's son. Divine Son, you've just left the gate, and the heavenly demon sect is sending out this news, so please make a decision. Divine Son. The towering son of the evil god looked down on the kneeling crowds of the evil god temple below, and his eyes were cold. Have you found the 7 orifices tower? Back to the Divine Son. We haven't found it yet. That woman escaped from the Li Illusion heavenly prison. Upon hearing this, the evil god's son's eyes turned cold as a bloody palm print landed on his head, directly slapping the person who spoke into mush. Go on, where did the woman escape to? Back to the Divine Son. She is the heavenly demon sect patriarch and must have escaped back to the heavenly demon sect. Within 3 days, bring him back to this seat, or else he will be your downfall. Yes, but Divine Son, now that a divine being has appeared in the heavenly demon sect, I'm afraid that boo. Before the man could finish, another bloody palm print came down and he too became a puddle of flesh. The crowd beside him trembled and swore. Don't worry, Divine Son. We'll take action immediately and ensure that the woman called Mu Qianyu is captured. Chapter 55, The Forbidden Land of the Gods. When the crowd dispersed, suddenly the air was dense before the great hall, and a black figure emerged. Precisely the evil Crow King who specialized in intelligence organizations. The Zero Dodo pays homage to the Son of God. The evil Crow King manifested his human form, clad in a black cloak, but he couldn't see his face, and his black hole face looked rather bizarre. Only, when facing the evil god's son, Lu Wuxia, he was respectful, putting down all his postures and being quite pious. Lu Wuxia was sitting on a high seat, playing with a skull in his hands, his eyes crimson and flashing with essence. Godson, the evil crow organization is in a never-before-seen situation. And evil crow number 9, who went on a mission to the heavenly demon sect, is nowhere to be found. Dead? The demon soul lamp is still on. This kind of thing still needs to be done by this divine son? Dissatisfaction surfaced in Lu Wuxia's eyes, and the Dodo King hurriedly explained. Divine Son, this matter is strange. The heavenly demon sect is rumored to be guarded by a high person, and many of the sect's people have witnessed miracles appearing with their own eyes. So my subordinate does not dare to act without authorization in this matter, and I request that the Divine Son make a decision. Only then did Lu Wuxia narrow her eyes and say, the heavenly demon sect, that woman Mu Qianyu has some ability. When this godson was in seclusion, she was able to escape from the illusory heavenly prison and make such a big commotion. 7 days later, this godson will personally head to the sky demon sect. During this time, you continue to do your work, and when you find any news related to the 7 orifices Linglong Tower, do it at all costs. Your obedience. After the evil Crow King flew away from the great hall, Lu Wuxia stuck out his tongue and licked the skull in his hand, his eyes cold. It is only after 7 days that the power of the blood realm will completely awaken within me, and at that time, this seat's cultivation can be directly comparable to that of the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, Tiger Tianba. After destroying him, I will be the king of this Tianxian Eastern domain. As the words fell, the person also turned into a bloody light and disappeared in place. Bai Jizi Suchong Lu followed Mu Qianyu to have fun within the Heavenly Devil sect, and only returned to the southern foothills cave of the deserted mountain when it was dark. Mother, it's getting dark. Why don't we not go back tonight? Heavy Floor asked. It was obvious what he meant. If he didn't return tonight, he could no doubt continue to play here tomorrow. Mu Qianyu thought for a moment and then said, we'll have to go home at night. This heavenly demon sect is not safe at night. Mother, is there a devil at night? Then won't we just fight the devil off? Aren't there many big brothers and sisters, and uncles and aunts and grandparents inside the heavenly demon sect? Isn't it safe here with all the people? The words of the three donuts were too much for Mu Qianyu to explain. Seeing that she didn't know how to answer, Longshare laughed. Everyone has a home, and when you sleep at night, you can only sleep soundly in your own home. Come on, your mother is going to cast a spell. Let's fly back. Mother, is this a magic carpet? Fly. It's so high. Mu Qianyu exerted her means. Her Xianqi transformed into a magic carpet and carried them up into the sky. A few of the troop shouted in excitement, not to mention how happy they were. Mu Qianyu flew very fast, and along the way, she was even more careful to check the movements, lest she be followed on her way home. Although Longche's cave was known by the Supreme Master, it was still the safest place in her opinion, which was also the reason why she insisted on leaving the Heavenly Devil sect. Now, the appearance of miracles in the Heavenly Devil sect has quickly spread to all directions and miles, and even though there is a divine person to deter them, they have undoubtedly become the center of the storm, and she is worried about the safety of her child. Although Mu Qianyu was careful, she didn't realize that in the dark corners, a silhouette dispersed its breath and was quietly lurking outside the Heavenly Devil sect's mountain gate. This person was none other than Lon Mayer. She broke away from the Fox clan and quietly returned here, wanting to have another strange encounter with a godman. Unfortunately, I waited until it was dark and still found nothing. Godman? As Longshare flew overhead, she suddenly saw his face. It was a face exactly like the idol's. It caught her attention momentarily, but didn't follow immediately. Only when Mu Qianyu disappeared into the sky at a rapid pace did she then exert her means to chase them all the way in the direction they had left. Quickly returning to the cave, Long Che immediately went about his business. After a symphony of pots and pans, a delicious dinner filled the table. Eating her meal, Mu Qianyu looked at Chan Lu's eyes and asked, Son, are you interested in telling mother how you suddenly became so powerful? Once he heard this, Long Che also looked at Chon Lu. He himself gave the three clusters martial arts, mounts, artifact spirits. The matter of waiting for something is a secret between them. I wonder if the heavy floor will be told. Mother, maybe it's because I'm so good at eating daddy's cooking? Unexpectedly, Chon Lu answered like this, and even Long Che was a bit surprised. Upon hearing this, Mu Qianyu frowned slightly, but nodded. Makes sense, obviously. She couldn't think of any other reason than that. After all, the meals made by Long Che were all made of super spiritual materials. Eating buns could promote their cultivation, not to mention the three dumplings being fed by Long Che in different ways every day. Surely it could stimulate the potential in their bodies. My son has grown up. When you grow up, you have to cultivate well and protect your father and mother, okay? As Mu Qianyu asked this, it was obvious that she had completely taken Long Che as her own family. Yes, mother, I'll protect father and mother too, and I'm going to beat up all those people who have bullied us. Bai Ji Zissou has taken a stand. Mother, we're all family now. Can you tell me about what happened to you before? Mu Qianyu took a deep breath and then said, Dinner. Well, when Long Che Mu Qianyu falls asleep taking care of the child, Mu Qianyu also sits on her knees and enters into a state of cultivation. Long Share, on the other hand, was lying on the bed, leisurely enjoying the cozy evening, and it was at this time, a silhouette suddenly broke into the barren mountain. Blue Mare traced the trail of what she thought was a man of God all the way here, but found that between the desolate mountains and forests here, there was an indescribable sense of mystery. Her cultivation level was not low, and she sensed that this place was not ordinary, so she descended down and used her means to start some mapping in this mountainous land. However, when her mind probed carefully, she realized that the power she had exerted seemed to be imprisoned by an invisible energy. This place, could this be the abode of the gods? I shouldn't have peeked into the godman's forbidden land. After probing for a while, Blue Mire was drenched in cold sweat. It was as if one had really intruded into a mysterious forbidden place, and a forbidden place that could make a Shin Emperor powerhouse like her break out in a cold sweat must have been created by divine means. Therefore, she was convinced that she must have come to the abode of the gods and men. But I don't know where exactly the godman is, if he has already found himself, if he is moving to anger. Grrrrrr. Suddenly, deep in the valley in the distance, a quacking sound came from the valley, attracting Lon Mayer's attention. The yelp made her eyes crinkle. This voice, why does it sound so familiar? Chapter 56, The Nine Ravens. Lon Mayer was suddenly in an agitated mood. Is that the crow? She wasn't sure. After all, there were so many crows. And how could it be so coincidental that it was the one that snatched her fairy feather? But she would never let go of any chance to get Xianyu back. The figure then instantly leapt up and made a mad dash towards the depths of the valley. However, soon she realized she was lost. After flying around and around in that dark valley, she couldn't even fly anymore. It was like experiencing a ghostly wall, drawing circles and always this space, flying for so long that she even developed a sense of familiarity. What the hell is going on here? Could it be that there is an invisible prohibition here? Inwardly shocked and puzzled, although she guessed that there might be a formation enchantment here, she didn't detect any energy fluctuation of the formation's prohibition at all. Time passes by. Blue Myers, however, kept spinning around. It was even most of the night, and she was still clueless, as if she had entered a maze, an empty labyrinth in which her movements kept looping without being able to find any exit. She was on the verge of tears, but the cawing of that pesky crow hooked her nerves every now and then, sending her tired body into a state of hysteria. Oh Godman, I'm Lon Mayer. I'm Lon Mayer of the Nine-Tailed Fox clan that you've gifted with immortal feathers before. Please be gracious. The latecomer didn't mean to trespass here. Blue Myers couldn't get out. By the latter part of the night, she was in a state of mind, kneeling and kowtowing to the darkened sky. He prayed to the gods to spare him, but the second half of the night Longshare was long asleep. As Mu Qianyu quietly meditates, he sleeps beside her, even arching his head over Mu Qianyu's thigh next to her from time to time. Mu Qianyu, who had fallen into a deep state of cultivation, was nevertheless arched by him. Lon Mayer had been tortured by the prohibition Long Che had put on the bottom of the barren mountain valley for the whole night. The morning light was bright and misty, and she steeled herself in an attempt to see what was messing with her here. But I can't see anything. When I got up and flew over again, everything was gone, like a whole night's torture was a dream. Strange, the formations here, could they not fade away on their own with the rising sun? And just as she was filled with doubt, the cawing of the raven came again. Damn blackbird, you've been raving all night. Lon Mayer ground her teeth and finally flew to the valley, where the cawing of the crow came from. Even if it wasn't the crow that had snatched the immortal feather, she would still have to catch it and teach it a good lesson. This night's torture, apart from the ban, was this unpleasant crunching sound. But when Lon Mayer finally arrived at the valley, the place where the shout came from, the whole person was suddenly stunned and petrified in place. The cawing of a crow suddenly came sharply. A black crow, which was actually fighting with a small pocket-sized beast at that moment. Or rather, not fighting, but being played by this little beast. It's like a cat playing with a rat. It doesn't eat, it just plays. The crow was so teased that it quacked and almost died from the play. It is precisely this crow. On it, there is even a feather stuck in it, and that is precisely my immortal feather. When Lon Mayer saw the feather sticking out of the crow, her whole mood suddenly became complicated. Only, she didn't rush up immediately, because upon seeing that little pocket-sized beast, that little beast actually made her whole body involuntarily tremble. The shock brought to her by that unnamed beast was far greater than the crow that had snatched the immortal feather. What kind of demonic beast is this? Its aura completely suppressed me. Otherwise, I would never have been so flustered. As a fox, Lon Mayer was too sensitive to this kind of sense of pressure between demonic beasts and divine beasts than humans. It was precisely for this reason that she was certain that this little beast must be extraordinary. What kind of beast is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Nine-Tailed Fox clan in the entire eastern continent are considered to be a large clan, and Blue Mayer as the Fox clan petite daughter, naturally, also see a lot of knowledge, but right now in this barren mountain to see a small beast, she actually do not know what it is. This, coupled with the prohibitions she encountered earlier, caused her to stumble inwardly, wondering what kind of a place she had actually come to. And at that moment, it was the crow that was the most broken inside. It was under the seat of the Dodo King, the Raven number 9. It had originally come to investigate Lon Mayer, only to intercept Lon Mayer's immortal feather halfway. Being an avian, it naturally couldn't endure the impact that the immortal feather brought to it, and after grabbing it, it sped all the way to this deserted mountain that was rarely visited by people, and was going to carry out the cultivation of the immortal feather energy. It saw with its own eyes that the Dodo King had annihilated his fellow officers and did not care about their little lives as errand boys, and it became even more determined to transform. Just before its immortal feathers were refined, it was held down by a great demon and rubbed on the ground. Even though it begged for mercy, it didn't escape the fate of being toyed with by this great demon. As for why this great demon was torturing itself so much, it really couldn't figure it out. At this point, The pocket-sized beast's eyes were filled with contempt as it looked at the half-dead crow. Finally, as the first rays of sunlight hit it, the sloth opened its mouth. Say, this with the immortal feather, where did it come from? Hearing the little beast finally speak, the crow immediately came to life. Yes, I'm the one who snatched it. All of them were about to be tortured to death, and the crows didn't dare to lie half-heartedly, telling the matter of the immortal feather that they had snatched from the nine-tailed fox clan woman. But this immortal feather, it clearly has the owner's aura. Hearing this, Lon Mayer's face changed greatly. Master? Could it be, this little beast was raised by a god? Definitely. Its aura is completely above me. Only a godman can raise such a great demon. Thinking of this, Lon Mayer suddenly walked out, and actually knelt down directly in front of that little beast. Senior Lon Mayer, a member of the nine-tailed fox clan, has come to pay her respects. This little beast was blood red all over, and it was none other than Zisu's mount, the blood Qilin. It blinked its eyelids when it heard Lon Mayer speak, apparently, having known of her arrival. You've been tossing and turning all night, aren't you tired? The blood Qilin suddenly asked. These words caused Lon Mayer to look shocked. The feeling was that people already knew that they had intruded into their territory. Elder. Senior didn't mean to offend. Senior really, those who don't know don't sin. Please forgive Senior. Blue Meyer was scared. The blood Qilin's aura completely suppressed her, especially as she approached. She realized that the blood in her body was almost stopping running. Grrrrrrr. And upon seeing Lon Mayer, that crow even cried out in panic. What are you yelling for? Noisy. The blood griffin slapped the raven a few times with a claw, and the raven hurriedly said, My lord, it was from her that I snatched the immortal feather. Chapter 57, Isn't he the idol's physical body? When the blood Qilin heard this, it looked towards Lon Mayer. Is it true what it says? True. Really, my lord. I'm so sick of this crow, such a precious treasure, which was given to me by Lord Divine, but it snatched it away. Do you know how I've been living after losing the immortal feather? Boing boing. Lon Mayer actually cried as she spoke. She was crying with feeling. After the loss of this feather, she was inwardly apprehensive and had kept it from the matriarch until now. Now that she had finally found it, she was moved from the bottom of her heart. Seeing her cry so hard, the blood Kirin's eyes looked to Raven. Bird, look what you've done. The blood Qilin's eyes carried a horrifying majesty. The crows were already half dead from the ravages, and now that they saw this kind of eyes again, they shivered in fear, and the bird's feathers exploded up like hedgehogs. My lord, spare me. I didn't do it on purpose. I have an unspeakable hardship too. The raven fell to the ground and bowed, praying for the blood griffin to give it a way out. What is your affliction? Tell me, and if it impresses me, I'll spare you. Raven's hope flared at that. My lord, to tell you the truth, I am under the seat of the son of the evil god, the henchman of the Dodo Crow King, the ninth evil crow, a secret organization that specializes in spying for the son of evil god. Although this secret organization is frightening, as a member of the organization, my little one knows the cruelty of it. Once we fail to complete our mission, the Dodo King will directly exterminate us, leaving no mercy at all. In order to control us, each member has been planted with a poisonous seed, and we need to swallow an elixir every year in order to survive. It's a lot to talk about. My lord, I've lived a life of too much suffering. That's why I moved to evil thoughts the moment I saw Immortal Feather. I really like to change my fate against the heavens. Please be at the mercy of the evil Crow King's destiny. The ninth crow said this with such affection that the blood Qilin couldn't help but sympathize with it a bit. In that case, you're a man. After the blood Qilin finished speaking, he looked at Lon Mayer. You say this fairy feather was given to you by the gods? How do you prove it? When asking this, the blood Qilin already knew that this immortal feather was exactly what Long Che had bestowed on this fox woman in front of him. This kind of thing, apart from Long Che, I'm afraid that on the entire Tianxian East region, no one could take it out. The reason it asked was to find out if Lon Mayer was lying. Proof? This, my lord. I've never seen a godman before. The blood griffin looked to her, his eyes stern. So, what brings you here? Blue Meyer said in a panic. My lord, it's like this. When I was in the heavenly demon sect, I saw the idol that manifested the miracle. The face of that idol was very similar to a young man I had seen before, so I chased after it, not realizing that I'd mistakenly entered your excellency's territory. Please forgive me, your excellency. Hearing this from Lon Mayer, the blood Qilin nodded. That's kind of what it says. Okay, you can take this immortal feather back. Many thanks, my lord. Thanks a lot. Blue Melody was thrilled that the night hadn't been in vain. Raven asked miserably, what about me, my lord? The blood griffin glanced at it. Your trash cultivation. It's a death to go back. Follow this seat in the future and collect intelligence for the seat. Feasible? Raven immediately agreed. Row, row, row. It's too good. But my lord, the poisonous seeds on my body. That's easy, just rip it out. The blood Shilin said. Its big claws picked up the crow's two small thin legs, and hung it upside down as a whole, and just swung it around. And the crow spat out a crimson poisonous mist from its mouth. Gah! I'm okay. I'm good. Ha! Gah gah! Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Thank you for taking me in. The crow was pleasantly surprised. This time, because of the misfortune, defected to a super demon. His really happiness came too suddenly. A head of pestle on the ground kowtowed. The blood Shilin looked towards Blue Mire. You're not leaving yet? Blue Melody froze and fell to her knees. My lord, do you want any more little followers? Oh, little fox, you want to follow this seat too? Lon Mayor immediately nodded her head. My lord, my little Lon Mayor, having been favored by your excellency, is willing to follow your excellency. Blue Mayor knows that this little beast is unfathomable. The poisonous seeds in the evil crow's body can be instantly ripped out. This means she has never seen. If she could climb up this big tree, then she, Lon Mayor, would have a backer in the future. The blood unicorn nodded. Good. In that case, then later on, you will follow this seat and go meet my little master. Little lord? Not bad. If the little master likes you and is willing to let you stay, you can stay. If not, then I can tell you in advance that when the time comes, run as fast as you can. Ha! That's scary? Oh, skulk off to the side. This seat has to squint a bit. Yes, master. Mu Qianyu went to the Sky Demons sect after getting up early in the morning. She's going to sit in personally. With the appearance of a divine being in the Heavenly Demons sect, a lot of situations were sure to arise in the recent period of time, and as the patriarch, she had the responsibility to do everything she should at this critical time. After the three children woke up, Longcheer made the meal and ate it with relish, and afterward he pestered his dad to start playing games. When Mu Qianyu is not at home, they can play with abandon. You can even summon divine beasts out and abuse them as much as you want. Of course, over time, all of these divine beasts had gotten used to the abuse of their little masters, even clamoring for abuse, because there are rewards. The rewards given to them by Long Che could make their cultivation soar. In this Tian Xian continent, the richness of Xianxi could not be compared to the immortal realm at all, and being able to have the immortal rewards given to them by Long Che was their greatest thirst every day. Ha! What's going on? Why did my blood griffin bring over a fox? And a crow? When the three little clumps summoned their divine beasts over, Zissou was surprised to find two more little creatures next to the blood Shilin. Second sister, your blood Shilin is so good, it even knows to expand its ranks on its own. Heavy Floor's large eyes directly showed a touch of envy. That fox has 9 tails. Bai Ji suddenly pointed at Lon Mayor's main body and said. At this time, Long Che came out from his cave and saw them as well. Is that the 9-tailed fox? He obviously didn't expect that Lon Mayor would actually appear at his place unexpectedly. Little blood, why have you brought a little fox and a little crow? Zissou walked over and hugged the blood Shilin's big head. The blood unicorn said, Little master, the two of them want to be my little followers. I wonder if little master agrees. Zissou's eyes widened in surprise. Then she looked at Bai Ji and Chonlu with a happy face. Big sister and little brother, did you see that my little pet has a little follower? Bai Ji and Chonlu both looked at each other before saying, Second sister, your little unicorn is amazing. I'll have my little pet take minions later. They're obviously a little curious about that sort of thing. And it was only at this moment that Lon Mayor saw Long Che. The moment she was so excited that she directly fell to her knees. Isn't this the fleshly body of the idol that showed the miracle? Chapter 58 Why Yu's lascivious power. There's no need to be so polite, is there? Long Che didn't understand the purpose of Lon Mayor's coming here, so he continued to pretend to be vulnerable. Daddy, look at a little crow and a 9-tailed fox. This fox actually kowtowed to Daddy? This is too polite, isn't it? What a cute little fox. Come over here for a big sister hug. All three of the little groups gathered around. They all loved the fluffy, little pink fox, and instead left the all-black raven out to dry. The pupils of the raven's eyes floated with a complex sheen. It seems that face value is justice. I must not be a pitch-black bird in my next life. Inside, Lon Mayor was even more stunned. These three little clumps turned out to be the masters of these all-super demonic beasts. And the young man in front of them who looked exactly like the face of that idol was their dad. But from him, he himself didn't feel half of his breath fluctuating. Did he completely hide his breath? Or maybe he was a super high-level person, and one's own cultivation level was simply not qualified to detect someone else's cultivation? Why do they live in this desolate southern foot of the heavenly devil mountain? Is it possible that the family is a high-ranking person who avoids the world? And so on. When they chased them over last night, they had followed the heavenly demon sect patriarch Mu Qianyu back together. What's their relationship? Blue Melody was internally torn. Even trembling with fear and trembling, he didn't dare to raise his head to look at Long Che again at all, lest the other party would see something. It would be wise to stabilize first, to be able to settle down in this mysterious place and then slowly inquire about the situation. Master, the two of them want to follow Little. I wonder if Master agrees, Blood Unicorn asked. The kids like it, so keep it, Longshare said, then gave another explanation. Take in some unfamiliar species, never half-ass it, got it? I understand, the Blood Unicorn said with assurance. Take them for a ride. Yes, sir. With the Golden Thunder Dragon and the Blood Qilin and their group of divine beasts, Long Che naturally did not have to worry about the safety of the three children. When they left, Long Che left the Blood Qilin alone and asked, both of them, how? Master, the nine-tailed fox had the immortal feather you gave him, and it was snatched away by that crow, who followed you all the way from the Sky Demon sect. The Blood Qilin repeated all of Lon Mayer's and Raven's words from before, and only then did Long Che nod. This seat knows, take care of the child. Yes, sir. Watching the three children play wildly under the leadership of a group of divine beasts, Long Che nodded and then flew to another mountainside. Father, mother, did you see that? That's your granddaughter's grandson. When the day comes when you are reborn, my child will bring them along to kowtow to you. After adding an energy to the Nirvana golden body formation, Long Che sat on the ground. This kind of companionship between life and death across time and space was too lonely. The good thing was that it wouldn't be long before both his parents would be back in the world. Now that he had both children and his wife was also the heavenly demon sex patriarch. She was kind and pretty, so his parents should like it. Ever since Long Che exerted his means and utilized the divine statue to shock back the four directions of powerhouses, the heavenly demon sect had quieted down. Yet people still come to find out. This also included those strong people from the 36 caves under the evil god Sun. They came on a mission, and you have to get the results in 3 days' time, or else it's a matter of life and death. That's why they came to the Sky Demon sect in a desperate attempt. It was just that, as today, the demon sect was heavily guarded, coupled with the fear they originally had in their hearts, caused all those who came here to fail to probe for any useful news. Instead, a group of people were captured by Mu Qianyu. Anyone who was sneaky was caught in the heavenly demon sect's dungeon, and it was better to catch 1,000 people by mistake than to let one person go. Then some more torture. Kill the kill. Release the release. Most of those killed were people from the 36 caves. For these people under the seat of the son of the evil god, Mu Qianyu will never be soft. And seeing that the heavenly demon sex side couldn't get their way, the 36 caves began to shift their direction from quite a few strong people. In the mountains 3,000 miles away from the heavenly demon sect, there was a mountain village, Anaconda Village. Legend has it that thousands of years ago there was once a python cultivated into a dragon here. So some monks considered this place to be a feng shui treasure, and lived there, gradually becoming a city of considerable size. But over the years, the place was gradually deserted into a small village. At this point, instead, a dozen cultivators clad in black robes appeared in this village. Find it for me. We can't let any traces go. Cave Master. A dozen people entered the village and quickly gathered the entire village. My lord, we really don't know. Let us go. Don't kill us. We're all innocent people. The one you're looking for, Mu Qianyu, came here 4 years ago. I know. Don't kill anyone from our village. I'll tell you everything I know. Spare us all. A killing forced. An old man walked out. His face was old and stooped, and he came out trembling on a crutch. Old man, speak up and tell me everything you know about that demoness. Otherwise, the Spectral Moon Cave, will let you see what despair means. These dozen or so people were precisely from the Yu Cave, one of the 36 caves. And the reason why they came to Python Village was because they found out that 4 or 5 years ago, Mu Qianyu had lived here for a while. As for where exactly the lost 7-trick pagoda was, they would never miss all the places where they could find clues. Finding the 7 celestial pagodas was the most important task given by the son of the evil god. There isn't one, even. The body had said that he was born for the purpose of finding the 7-trick pagoda. That old man was under such pressure, but he was in danger and made a request. If you want to know, let them go first. Hearing these words, the cave master of the Spectral Moon Cave, Hua Yu, snorted and laughed coldly. Old man, do you realize what you're saying? The moment Hua Yu's words fell, the long knife in his hand rose and fell, directly cutting off the head of a villager. In this instant, the whole village, young and old, was frightened to the point of trembling all over. You guys have gone too far. You'll get what's coming to you. But in the next second, Hua Yu once again raised her hand, and another life was wiped out on the spot. Old man, cut the crap. From this moment on, Every 10 breaths, I'll kill one person. How many or how few? It all depends on how fast you talk. 1. 2. Under this obscene power, a thick despair hung over the hearts of all the villagers in the entire village. That old man was Python village chief Li Wutian. In this situation, he immediately opened his mouth in order to save the people, even though his whole body was shivering. Please don't kill anyone. I know some of the secrets of that heavenly demon sect leader Mu Qianyu. I'll say. Chapter 59 Python Village Massacre. Under all despair, Li Wutian finally spoke. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, a group of villagers behind him were all outraged. The mayor can't tell. Village chief, Patriarch Mu has saved our Python village. We must not repay him with kindness. You guys go ahead and kill. Even if we kill all of Python village, we will never utter a single word. Looking at a group of angry and determined villagers, Li Wutian's heart was like a knife twisting, and he had tears in his old eyes. But, how can I watch the big guys all die? God has killed my Python village. Hua Yuyue didn't expect that a group of villagers with inferior cultivation would be so determined, preferring to die rather than talk about it. There must be something fishy about it. He saw it in the villagers' attitudes. So there was a big laugh. Ha ha ha, not saying anything? Fine. Then, let the killing continue. This seat would like to see if it's your mouths that are hard or your swords that are hard. Barely. The strongest man of the spectral moon cave behind him slashed down, splattering blood in all directions, while the brutal killing was going on here. In the mountain forest in the north of Python village, the Python village's second little cutie who was originally lying on the ground sunbathing, Wang Taidan. His eyes suddenly sprouted 2 clusters of golden light. In the next second, his entire body was like a ghost possessed by a god, and his body floated up, with a whirlwind blowing towards the Python village at the foot of the mountain. In the meantime, in the heavenly devil sect, Mu Qianyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a golden light. It's Anaconda Village's village guard? Her heart fluttered, and she immediately flew out of the great hall directly without any half-hearted procrastination. Grand Elder, arrange for 100 inner disciples to follow this seat. Yes, when Mu Qianyu was first pregnant, she traveled alone to a small mountain village, Python Village, 3,000 miles away, in order not to be discovered by outsiders. As the heavenly demon sect patriarch, if outsiders were to learn of her pregnancy, other forces would surely take advantage of the situation. So, she chose to hide and raise her child in secret, and when she left Python Village, she laid down a dark formation for the whole village. As long as there is a bloody breath triggering the formation, Wang Taidan, the guardian of the village who has a chi connection, will be the first to stimulate the potential in his body to guard the village. And under the same chi sensing, Mu Qianyu will also learn about this matter, and then travel to Python Village with the fastest speed. She did all this only to repay the kindness of the villagers of Python Village. The reason why the villagers of Python Village would rather die than give in is because Mu Qianyu had fought against the wave of demons invading Python Village with the strength of one person and saved the entire village. Still not talking? That's the 7th head already. Ha ha ha. On the small square in front of Python Village, the eyes of the strong man of the Phantom Moon Cave were shadowy, smiling lewdly, and at his feet lay 7 headless corpses, and all of those 7 heads had been kicked away as if they were balls. It's not just the killing, it's the endless humiliation. Still not talking, old man? Well, it's your turn. The large sword in Hua Yuyue's hand was aimed at Li Wutian's neck and was about to slash down. Ah, you! Phew! Suddenly a silhouette rushed in like wind and electricity, and with one punch, he actually shattered Hua Yuyue's great sword. Iron Egg? A group of villagers were shocked. The person who rushed over was none other than Python Village's big and small cutie, Wang Taidan. How did he suddenly become so powerful? Oh, that's kind of funny. Hua Yuyue looked at Wang Taidan, looking at him with his mouth full of saliva and dressed in dirty rags. He frowned. Take him. Shoo shoo. The 2 Phantom Moon Cave powerhouses directly rushed out to take Wang Taidan down. But at this time, Wang Taidan was like a savage beast, although the whole body did not have half of the xianqi bubbling out, but the body was hard, like a diamond, charging against the strong men of the Phantom Moon Cave. Bang bang bang. With a berserk impact, he actually shattered all of the other party's xianqi means, and even Hua Yuyu's eyes became quite surprised. Physical training? This big and small cutie, it's actually a body cultivator? Nope, he's being manipulated. All of you get out of the way and let this seat come. Seeing that her men were unable to fight back, and some of them had even been rushed into serious injuries, Hua Yuyue crossed her sword and directly blocked the direction that Wang Taidan was rushing towards. I'd like to see if it's your body that's hard, or this knife in my hand dash. Clang! Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Taidan blasted another fist onto his large sword, with a metallic roar. that large sword was actually directly shattered away. I'll go. Hua Yu's eyes were surprised, obviously not expecting that this little cutie was so tough. Completely unexpected. And Wang Taidan's performance similarly shocked the villagers of Python Village. What the hell is going on here? When did Iron Egg get so good? He's the village guardian. It's the village guardian of our Python Village. He must be possessed by a god. Nope. It's Patriarch Mu. Have you guys forgotten? Before Patriarch Mu left Python Village back then, he specially set up a formation for Iron Egg to stay inside for 7 days and 7 nights. It is Patriarch Mu who is saving us. We will forever be grateful for Patriarch Mu's great kindness. I hope Iron Egg can take them all out. In the shocked and excited gazes of a group of villagers, they suddenly saw Wang Taidan being blown back by the furious Hua Yue with a single punch, falling to the ground in a sorry state. As one of the 36 cave masters, Hua Yu's cultivation was at the 4th stage Xian Emperor realm, and Wang Taidan was able to shatter his greatsword, but was unable to fight against his main body. One could even say that there is a huge gap between them. One must know that when Mu Qianyu was here, her cultivation had not reached the 4th stage Xian Emperor realm, and the aptitude that she had left in Wang Taidan's body using the power of the formation was even less of a match for Hua Yue. Humph. Size cute. This seed is going to flay you and see what secrets are hidden inside you. As Hua Yu's words fell, she threw another punch. Wang Taidan raised his fists to beckon, but he directly shot backwards under some counter-bombardment, smashed heavily on the ground, but his eyes were glowing with golden light, and he rushed again. Don't want to die in general. Boo! Boom boom boom. A sound of tonal weight resounded, and under each blow, it was like a heavy hammer hitting the villagers' hearts. They were all people with the lowest cultivation level and had no combat power to speak of. The hope of the whole village, Wang Taidan, however, could only be slaughtered, and was soon dying, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his combat power was sharply reduced. Hope is slowly turning into despair. Stop! And just then, a bellowing cry came from the distant sky. The crowd raised their eyes. The camp of hundreds of people was like a black cloud descending down. The head of one person. It is the heavenly devil sect leader, Mu Qianyu. It's Patriarch Mu. Patriarch Mu has come to save us. Oh Patriarch Mu, you are our god. Great. Finally I don't have to die. How did Patriarch Mu know about the outlaws from the spectral moon cave coming over? We are saved. A group of villagers were so excited that they knelt down. When Hua Yue and the others saw that Mu Qianyu actually came so promptly, their eyes all changed. Chapter 60, Let the Yu Cave be buried with you. They had come to Python Village precisely because they didn't dare to travel to the Sky Demon sect. The Heavenly Demon sect had powerful existences sitting in the town, and now there were already quite a few strong people imprisoned in the 36 caves. In the eyes of Hua Yue and the others, today's Heavenly Demon sect could never be easily messed with, and what is happening right now is just as shocking. Although he was not in the Heavenly Demon sect, Mu Qianyu brought over hundreds of disciples with powerful breaths. Their aura was overwhelming, their Xian Qi surging, and they were completely appalling. Hua Yue. Mu Qianyu descended down in the moment she saw Hua Yue. She directly called out his name. Hua Yu's inner heart panicked a batch, secretly probing, but did not find a more powerful presence appearing. It suddenly emboldened him a bit. After all, in his eyes, Mu Qianyu's cultivation is not enough to fight against himself, and the dozen or so people in the Yue cave are all high level, and have the power to fight against these hundreds of disciples. So he sneered, Mu Qianyu, you've come just in time. Just in time. Tell this cave master the whereabouts of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda and this cave master can spare you. Hua Yue threatened. A long crimson blade inlaid with countless flowers had coalesced in her hand. Mu Qianyu scanned the circle with cold eyes, and when she saw that they had already killed several Python Village villagers, a surge of anger suddenly rose within her. You killed these innocent Python Village villagers. This seed wants your entire Phantom Moon Cave to accompany you. Mu Qianyu words fell. Jade hand wave. Hundreds of inner disciples out in unison. Directly will be a dozen strong Yue cave surrounded. A great battle suddenly erupted. Mu Qianyu did not hold back a bit. The first thing that came up was the Heavenly Demon Sword's berserk killing moves. Folks stand back quickly. Iron Egg, take them away. Mu Qianyu rushed out while confiding in Taidan. Yes, the golden light in Iron Egg's eyes dissolved. That was that power within him dissipating. However, even so, his battle power was much higher than that of an ordinary villager. And those villagers, after seeing Mu Qianyu leading people to surround Hua Yue and all of them, they all quickly retreated far away. The battle here, they don't even have the strength to watch the battle. Even an aftermath attack will have the danger of losing their lives. Mu Qianyu, with your strength, you also want to what? 4th rank Xian Emperor? Hua Yuyue did not know that Mu Qianyu's cultivation had already reached the realm of a 4th stage Xian Emperor, and his lightheartedness on the first go had caused him to instantly fall into a passive position. Empty. The heavenly demon sword exploded with killing opportunities, and the terrifying Xian Qi energy poured out. Mu Qianyu came up with killing moves, and didn't give the other party a chance to take a breather at all, and under such a compelling attack from her, Hua Yuyue directly fell into a disadvantage. The other disciples also began to strangle madly, and a dozen or so of them trembled inwardly, becoming more and more emboldened the more they fought. These disciples were all elites in the inner sect of the heavenly demon sect, and the most powerful among them had the realm of the 8th stage Xian Emperor, and as the attacks of hundreds of people erupted in succession, a dozen or so people quickly fell into the wind. Boo! The heavenly demon sword erupted with another move, and on the long sword of flowers in Hua Yuyue's hand, the flowers that were originally blooming with 7-colored light dimmed at a rapid pace, and his entire body retreated back and forth, his eyes filled with panic. Swish! After knocking back Hua Yuyu, Mu Qianyu showed no signs of stopping her attack. What she wanted was to completely exterminate the other party. Hua Yuyue, under such a furious attack, actually no longer in love with the battle, the long sword in his hand turned into a shower of flowers rushing towards Mu Qianyu, while his body rushed madly towards the weakest point surrounded by hundreds of disciples. He's going to run away, and just for a moment, the sky is dark. The originally bright daylight seemed to have been covered by something, and a terrifying aura filled the sky and earth, and for a moment, even those with cultivation as strong as the 4th stage Xian Emperor realm were unable to discern the direction. The whole world went dark. What's going on here? Why is it dark? The sun is covered by something. Oh my god. I can't see anything. Stop the fighting, lest you injure your own people by mistake. The group was all confused. This is a situation that has never been seen before. Even Mu Qianyu's eyes were filled with surprise, not knowing what was going on here. The vision of heaven and earth is mind-blowing. However, just as the crowd was panicking, suddenly a miserable shriek was emitted, falling from the air to the ground, and with a dull boom, all sound disappeared. The black shadow that covered the sky also disappeared. As daylight poured back into the earth, everyone saw an incredible sight. On the ground, a dozen puddles of blood-colored flesh and mud appeared, and the side that was in the middle of a fierce battle was suddenly gone. What the hell is going on here? Where are the people from the Phantom Moon Cave? It can't be. That's the puree, isn't it? My god. Hurry up and count the number of people. My heavenly demon sect disciples. Quickly count the number of people. One no less. Everyone's okay. Could it be? It's a godman who has struck? Godman. It was the godman who helped us kill all the people of the spectral moon cave. A group of people looked at each other in disbelief. Even if the puddle of flesh and mud in front of them was seen with their own eyes, they were filled with disbelief. Under the heavens, could there really exist that kind of supreme powerhouse with heavenly means? They felt a shock to all three senses. Even Mu Qianyu was confused, looking at the empty sky, trying to find something, but finding nothing. And at this moment, above the clouds in the endless heights, a huge Taotai beast was lying on its back in a leisurely manner, its body slowly starting to shrink, and finally became the appearance of a small pug. Alas, my master asked me to protect my mistress. This kind of battle, it's really not challenging. It's boring. Right. How about, help mistress destroy all of those 36 caves? Forget it, that would be kind of pointless. This little dog, a Taotai kept by Long Che, was arranged by him to protect Mu Qianyu's safety at all times. Lower Python Village. The villagers looked at this unbelievable scene, all shivering, shocked but also quite excited. Some even directly kneeled down to the void, praying for the blessing of the godman. After a long while, Mu Qianyu as well as hundreds of disciples came back to their senses. Patriarch Mu, you're back? That village chief Li Wutian came trembling over, and when he saw Mu Qianyu, he fell to the ground and worshipped. Village chief, I'm the one who dragged you all down. Hurry up. Mu Qianyu felt quite guilty inside. Li Wutian, however, said, Patriarch Mu must not be pleased to say that. If it wasn't for you holding back the demon tide for our Python village a few years ago, our Python village would have been long gone. Don't say that either, village chief. When I lived in Python village for a long time, this is my other home. It's just that, I really can't apologize to the folks here. Mu Qianyu looked at those killed villagers in Python village and felt a pang of sadness in her heart. Immediately, his eyes looked at the hundreds of disciples behind him with a cold color. All disciples obey. Disciple here. Follow this seat to the Phantom Moon Cave. I'll make the entire Phantom Moon Cave. Accompany the folks of Python village. At this moment, Mu Qianyu seemed to have returned to the age when she had once, in one night, exterminated the 10 evil sects and was crowned by the world as a female devil. Chapter 61, Roasted Whole Tiger. Going to exterminate the spectral moon cave? Not bad, not bad, hilarious. Hearing Mu Qianyu's words, the Taotai above the clouds also became interested. After living in the eastern region of Tianxian continent for so many years, it was too boring to even have a fight. Besides, the owners were strict and didn't let them fool around, so it got even more boring. So at this point, even if it was just to go and watch the fun, it was excited. Greetings to Patriarch Mu. Li Wutian and the others see that Mu Qianyu is leaving and all of them see her off. Mu Qianyu sighed and looked at Wang Taidan. Anaconda Village. It's all yours. Wang Taidan hemmed and hawed and giggled. Didn't say anything, and his harangue flowed straight. For a sudden moment, Mu Qianyu felt that this world was really unfair. Village watchman. Almost every village has one. Their 3 souls are incomplete. Looks silly, but the most simple and kind. Bear the responsibility of guarding the village. Usually bullied by others is also happy. Even if they are beaten up, turn around and forget, and even hoot and giggle at the person who beat him up. At first, Mu Qianyu also looked at Wang Taidan's kind-heartedness, and only then imparted a divine ability to him, only hoping that he would be able to guard his own safety and guard Python Village. Village Chief, if any outlaws come to Python Village in the future, use this transmission note. After Mu Qianyu handed Li Wutian a transmitting note, she rushed up to the sky with a team of hundreds of people and flew towards the direction of the Yuyue cave. After the crowd of Python Village below watched them leave, they turned all their attention back to Wang Taidan. The moment, light seemed to emerge from Wang Taidan's body. Iron Egg, you're our benefactor. From now on, whoever dares to bully Taidan, I, Li Wutian, will be the first to refuse. Village Chief, Iron Egg has saved our entire Python Village. Village Chief, why don't we build a house for Taidan? Build a house, that's fine. Build a temple and enshrine him. Phantom Moon Cave, Grand Elder. It's not good. The second elder has been killed. Third elder, open the door. The second elder has been killed. And the first elder is dead in his room. The third elder is dead too. All 8 elders are dead. All dead in their own rooms. What's going on? Lord Cavemaster has left. This is someone taking advantage of the situation. Even the 8 elders are no match. And we disciples are even less of a match. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run for your life. The entire Phantom Moon Cave was in chaos. Before Mu Qianyu and the others arrived, they themselves were in chaos, clamoring, like a bunch of flies flying around. What happened in the Phantom Moon Cave? When Mu Qianyu arrived here, she saw a chaotic scene below. The heart couldn't help but feel a strong sense of doubt come to the surface. Could it be that they were well informed? And that the matter of Hua Yuyue's murder had reached the cave of the spectral moon, which had caused them to disorganize themselves? Sovereign Lord, they're running away. Leave no one behind. And give the seed a clean sweep of this nest of scourges. With Mu Qianyu's order, hundreds of disciples swept down in unison, as if they were strange soldiers descending from the sky, and instantly began to kill like crazy. The 8 elders of the Cave of the Dark Moon were all killed, and the people were in a state of panic, and were in a state of great fear, when they suddenly encountered a powerful existence that descended from the sky, and fought to kill them, but to no avail. In the midst of being at a loss for what to do, before they came, the most powerful 8 elders had already been exterminated cleanly by Tao Tai, and in the face of these disciples with inferior cultivation, there was no suspense, and it only took half an incense stick of time to kill all the disciples in the upper and lower corners of the entire Phantom Moon Cave. It was like time stood still. There was only a strong smell of blood in the air. The 36 caves under the evil god Sun's command, the Blood Moon Cave and the Spectral Moon Cave, had completely disappeared from this great land. Dead folks of Python Village, accept this sacrifice. Hoo. The Phantom Moon Cave was filled with fire, and everything turned to ashes. As she left, Mu Qianyu looked up at the sky. For some reason, she always felt the presence of a powerful aura above her head, but was unable to probe. It's strange. The Phantom Moon Cave has many elders with strong cultivation in addition to the Cave Master, Flower Phantom Moon, and they seem to have gotten weaker? Mu Qianyu didn't put up a fight and didn't know much about what happened in the cave. But she was quite puzzled by the fact that all 8 elders were exterminated in such a short period of time. Hearing her voice a question, a disciple beside her said, "Report to the Sovereign Lord. While we were killing our way in, we found that the 8 elders were already dead." What? Dead? Yes, and they just died not long ago, as if someone had exterminated them before us. That's odd. At those words, Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes were even more puzzled. Looking up at the sky again, the sky was clear, blue sky. Nothing. The top of the barren mountain at the southern foot of the heavenly demon mountain, a small raven lay on the ground in front of Launcher's heel, its voice raspy. "My lord, I have said all that should be said, without reservation. After listening to this crow tell all about the evil crow organization and the son of the evil god behind it, Long Che nodded. It looks like this evil god's son is very arrogant. 36 caves, you don't exist in the world for long. Long Che's faint words made Raven's heart skip a beat. The person who could say that so easily was an absolute master. Of course, the little crow was not convinced that Long Che could easily exterminate everyone in the 36 caves under the seat of the son of the evil god. But after it was rewarded by Long Che because of this information, it was completely convinced. Because the handful of pills that were casually rewarded were actually absolute immortal pills that not even the Dodo King was qualified to possess. This is, immortal pill. The little crows were stammering. Eat it and you should have the strength to up the Dodo King. Know what I mean? Long Che looked at the little crow's pair of green bean eyes and asked. I understand. Raven understood Lungcher's meaning in seconds. The Dodo King. Long Che nodded. The reward is 100 times better than that if you do a good job. The little crow sucked in a breath. 100 times better? Wouldn't that be a great treasure that only a god would be worthy of? Go practice. And when you have a problem, ask that bird. Long Che casually pointed out a bird. And the little crow nearly burst his heart in excitement. The bird? My lord. That bird looks like a phoenix. The other side. Lan Meyer gallantly accompanied the three children, a group of divine beasts here to play for a day. She was confused. Thought I was in the middle of a dream for a long time and didn't wake up. Disperse all. Master, I'm hungry. I'm going back to eat. Big sister. What's dad doing over there? Burning and roasting? Never seen it before. But it really smells good. That's called barbecue. Daddy said we'd have a barbecue at night. The three clusters said, walking towards the entrance of the cave. Long Che was making barbecue. The rich fragrance wafted through the mountains, gluttonizing a group of divine beasts' harangues, but could only watch from afar. Let's go. What are you waiting for? How dare you salivate over the master's things? The golden thunder dragon finished speaking and disappeared in place. The other divine beasts also disappeared. Seeing this, Lan Meyer had no choice but to hurry and flash. Not long after the group of divine beasts dispersed, Mu Qianyu returned. Mother is back. Mother, come and eat barbecue. Barbecue? It's a whole roasted tiger? Chapter 62, Don't pretend to be an X in front of me. When Mu Qianyu saw the food grilled on the barbecue, her entire body was directly petrified in place. That was clearly a tiger demon. And it was also a purple blood spirit tiger with a very powerful bloodline. Gulp. Mu Qianyu was surprised. But she saw the three groups of people were looking at the baked tiger demon, gulping wildly and craving for more. Mother, you're back? Just in time. We'll have this for dinner. Mu Qianyu raised her eyes to Long Che. Does this man have any idea what he's doing? That's a tiger demon. A tiger demon whose strength had reached the Xian Emperor realm. Ah, where did you get that? Mu Qianyu couldn't help but ask. Trap caught. Ah. Ha ha, ma'am. This tastes pretty good, doesn't it? Long Che raised his hand in a dashing gesture, and the cumin powdered chili noodles drifted down like small snowflakes onto the golden-colored tiger meat, emitting a mouth-watering meaty aroma under the charcoal fire. And looking at how skillful Long Che's movements were, Mu Qianyu's heart became even more complicated. How many times do you have to bake it to develop such a skillful set of flowing movements? Alright, eat up. Come on. One thigh each. Chew it up. Mu Qianyu and that heart waves rolling between. Long Che has torn down 3 thighs, respectively, to the 3 milk group. Those thighs were just too big for them, taller than they were. But the 3 donuts were like little calves, picking up the tiger's leg and gnawing on it. Mother, the barbecue father made is so delicious. You eat too. It smells so good. Daddy, we'll have more tomorrow. Good. If you like it, Daddy will bake it for you every day. Mu Qianyu interjected. How many tiger demons would that take? Ha ha, this mama don't need to care. Quite a few wild beasts in this mountain forest. Turn around, I'll put down a few more sets. What kind of mountain chickens and wild rabbits? Catch some more back, and replenish the nutrition for the children. Mu Qianyu's heart became more complicated, and just then a clucking sound came out from the distant mountains. A group of mountain chickens suddenly flew up for some reason, making panicked noises as they flew towards the distant valley. It's like a great escape. Mother, this root is yours. Long Che tears off a leg and stuffs it into Mu Qianyu's hand. Who pushes back? You eat first. I'm not hungry. She said that she wasn't hungry, but looking at the yellow roasted meat in her hand, with its tantalizing smell, she couldn't wait to take a bite right away. I don't have to be polite with my husband. It's not more meat, Long Che said, tearing off a piece of tiger face meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Well, not bad. Waifs, over here are the dips. You'll have them according to your tastes. He, Daddy, I want it spicy. This one is over the top. He, sizzle. I like the original flavor. It's so yummy. Daddy's great. After a barbecue, the children ate and drank enough to go to bed. Mu Qianyu walked out of the cave, sitting on a rock, facing the direction of the demon sect, once again in a tangle. She really couldn't figure out how Long Che could capture the tiger demon. That's when a hand reached out and grabbed hers. Ma'am, the mountain wind is a bit strong, and your hands are a bit cold, Long Che said, taking off his own clothes and draping them over Mu Qianyu. No need to. Mu Qianyu tries to break her hand free, but Long Che grips it hard and even leans on Mu Qianyu's shoulder in the process. Just for a moment, the atmosphere came right up. What are you doing? In here? It's not good, is it? What are you talking about? I'm answering your question. You, bugger. Mu Qianyu suddenly understood what Long Che said, and immediately blushed, and her whole heart beat faster. How is it annoying? You're the one who said to. I didn't. Ma'am. You look so pretty when you smile. Long Che puts an arm around Mu Qianyu's shoulders. Mu Qianyu stiffens, not yet out of Long Che's joke, and comes back to her senses, but realizes that she can no longer break free from Long Che's embrace. You have this hillside to thank for such a beautiful maiden, Long Che suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, Mu Qianyu immediately stood up, detached herself from Long Che's big hand, and without saying a word, she fled into the cave with a huff. In a dark space, a heart-rending howl came out, like the howl of a demon in the underworld. The spectral moon cave was actually destroyed as well. Evil godson Lu Wuxia crushed the evil crow that had come to report the news under his feet, venting the anger in his heart. The Sky Demon sect is playing with fire. King Dodo, send orders to the Cave of Wonders. 7 days later, gather an army at Wolf God Mountain and end the Sky Demon sect. Yes. 3 days later, the little crow under the blood Chilan seed had followed the sky-destroying phoenix's cultivation for just 3 days, and his cultivation had broken through repeatedly, reaching the realm of the Demon Emperor in one fell swoop, and was in the same realm as the Fifth Order Demon Emperor's Dodo Crow King. Gah! I'm not dreaming, am I? This is too surreal. Little Crow couldn't believe that something so unbelievable could happen to him. Couldn't dream of such a dream. Go back to your prying, and serve your master well. The sky-destroying phoenix waved its claws and said, my lord. Shoo! The raven rushed up into the sky, blinking into a small black dot in the sky. When Little Crow returned to the Evil Crow organization, he immediately caught the attention of the Dodo King. Disappearing for so many days without any news is something that is never allowed in the organization. 9. Tell me, what's wrong with you? The Dodo King towered over him, his voice full of majesty and contempt. You hemp. Don't play dumb in front of me. What? The moment Little Crow's words came out, the entire Dodo Crow King's hall was filled with astonished voices. The other members of the Evil Crow organization were even confused. This is not wanting to live. Who would dare say such a thing to the Dodo King? It's a death wish. Through and through. What did you say? Say it again. Crunch. The Dodo King was so angry that he transformed into his human form, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with endless anger. No bird dared to speak to him like that. What's wrong with saying it again? Can you haul off the old man? Old me has had enough. I'm here to exterminate you pretentious bastard today. The Little Crow's words fell. The feathers on the whole bird flew up, and even transformed into countless feather-tailed swords in the air, brushing and stabbing at the king of Dodo Crows. I'll go. Such a bullseye. 9 is so awesome. It did what we wanted to do but were afraid to do. How did its strength suddenly become so strong? This aura. It vaguely overpowers the Dodo King. It must have had a strange encounter during the time it disappeared. Looking forward, a group of evil crows turned inside out, but their eyes were filled with a hopeful glow. They had endured the Dodo King for a long time, but they didn't dare to resist at all because of the disparity in strength. And as the 9 evil crows rebelled strongly against this, they secretly rejoiced. Boom boom boom. Violent booms resounded through the great hall, and the entire hall was instantly lifted off the ground. Chapter 63, Ice-Patterned Lion Immortal. The Dodo Crow King obviously did not expect that a tiny 9th evil crow would suddenly erupt with such amazing battle power. It hadn't taken it seriously yet, but people had already killed in front of it, and it was already too late to defend and counterattack. Boo! As a roar resounded, the great hall toppled over and the Dodo King's head fell off. Only the bird's head was still alive and screaming in terror. Little evil crow, how dare you kill the seat? The little raven walked over and plowed a claw into the Dodo King's head. In front of the members of the entire Evil Crow organization, the king of the Dodo Crow head directly exploded. Burst plasma collapse. Blood fog in the sky. 9 evil crows like a god bird. In the middle of the blood fog stood upright. The whole body breath radiation in all directions. Seems to have a deterrent heaven and earth of the majesty of the ceremony. After a long time, When the blood and dust in the air settled down completely, it was only then that the members of the Evil Crow organization finally came back to their senses from that shock. They are terrified, shocked, agitated, and extremely unstable. Suddenly an evil raven led the cawing. Crow King! 9 will be our Crow King from now on. Crow King! A new Crow King is born. Congratulations to the Crow King. Congratulations to the Crow King. Kneel for the Crow King. The scene suddenly came alive. All the members of the Evil Crows all knelt down in a pious and thrilling manner. There is no need for you to question the strength of this seat. The Evil Crow organization has a rule that whoever has the biggest fist is the boss. From now on, all of you will be this king's little brothers. From this moment, as long as you submit to this king will lead you and the others. Eating and drinking, never having to suffer the kind of pain and fear that the Evil Crow King has brought you. Little Crow is good at talking, inciting a kind of evil crow to high emotions, excitement, and even tears. The little raven's words changed. However, all actions are subject to this king's orders, but anyone found to be disobedient will be killed as usual. We are obedient to Lord Crow King. The little crow looked at this scene with quite a lot of emotions inside, and after being grateful to Long Che, he immediately acted. Now, they are no longer traitors to the sons of the evil god, but they have a new backer, and it is going to lead the entire Evil Crow organization to make something of itself, and be rewarded and cared for by its new backer. Crashing. The air was like a black wave, and the black tide finally dispersed like clouds of smoke, flying into the void of the 4 directions of heaven and earth. Mu Qianyu was quite happy these 2 days. Although, the most important matter deep inside her heart had yet to be resolved, she was able to quiet her mind and cultivate at ease in a feng shui treasure place that Long Che had mentioned. As a cultivator, she knew the importance of strength, and even as the empress of the heavenly demon sect, she never slacked off. Now that she had the holy land of cultivation left behind by the immortals, coupled with Long Che's indescribable cooking skills, she planned to devote herself to cultivation. If she had possessed the cultivation of a 4th-stage Xian emperor before, she wouldn't have to suffer so much and encounter such unbearable despair with her 3 children. The soothing mountain breeze whisked by, and while Mu Qianyu was practicing, Long Che took the 3 dumplings to play by the valley stream. Daddy, I want to eat mountain crabs. 1. Okay, let's grab it. Daddy, I want to eat loach. Let's grab it. Daddy, I want to eat mussels. Catch, is playing. Suddenly a gust of wind blew over and a figure flashed out from inside the wind. Greetings, master. This silhouette appeared in front of Long Che. Long Che's eyes frowned, then he hurriedly waved his hand. Go. You might as well not change your body. You're as dark as a ghost. If you scare my kids, I'll use your brain as a night pot. This person appeared in front of his eyes. His whole body was so black that it looked like coal. Only a grin could be seen with a mouth of white teeth. Not even white eyes, which could not be seen at all if he was walking in the darkness of the night. Gaga. As soon as Longche's words left his mouth, the little crow took on the appearance of a small raven. Master, the evil god's son is making a big move. Say, he's gathering everyone from the 30-odd caves and assembling at Wolf God Mountain, preparing to attack the Sky Demon sect. Long Share frowned. Intelligence accurate? I saw it with my own eyes. Well, go on. Find the Eastern Wasteland Emperor and tell it to destroy all of these what evil god's sons. It's, take this and go. And he will obey. Yes. The little raven's eyes were full of disbelief, having no idea if the broken rock gripped in his claws would work. Who is the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? In front of a small crow, people are like demon gods, but the master even told it to take a piece of broken stone and let someone else, the Eastern Wasteland Emperor, go and destroy the evil god's son, as well as more than 100,000 strong people from the 34 caves. Not real at all. Imperial City. When Hu Tianba saw the stone that little crow brought over, his entire body was confused. I deserve to die. It's all because of my poor guarding that I let this little caramel startle your lordship. Little will go in that evil god's son right now. The little crow would never have dreamed that an existence like a demon god in its eyes would be so excited and humble at the sight of that piece of broken stone that it would almost kowtow to it. Men, assemble quickly and march with this emperor. Right at this moment, an old man figure walked out from the side of the main hall. This old man had a head full of white hair. His long eyebrows were lowered. He was wearing a white robe with an immortal style, and the whole person seemed to be bathed in a layer of white light. Tiger Emperor, there is no need to rush this matter. There is still some discussion to be had. Upon hearing this, Tiger Heavenly Bastard's eyes changed. High Priestess of Spirit K. What? If there was no important reason, the Spirit K High Priestess would not come out easily. Does the Tiger Emperor know who this son of the evil god is? The Spirit K High Priestess asked, her eyes somewhat complicated. High Priestess, no matter who he is, having offended someone he shouldn't have offended. This emperor must destroy him, or else, this emperor will be lost. Hu Tianba's words were not to be questioned. Long Che, that was someone he would never dare to offend. That was a supreme powerhouse who had mixed in the immortal realm. And back in the Tianxian continent of the lower realms, that was a godlike existence, so how could he dare not obey? Instead, the Spirit K High Priestess gently spat out a name, the Iceline Lion Fairy. When the name was uttered, Tiger Tianba's eyes changed once again. Ice-striped lion immortal? Of the immortal realm? Obviously, Tiger Tianba knew this name. Not bad. As far as my old minister knows, that evil god's son is none other than the ice-striped lion immortal's righteous son. As soon as the sentence was uttered, the color of Tiger Tianba's eyes became complicated. What, then, in the opinion of the high priest, should be done? Long Che was down from the immortal world, and this ice-striped lion immortal was also from the immortal world. He didn't know what kind of status Long Che had in the immortal world, so in the face of this kind of rivalry, he still had to weigh the pros and cons, and categorically couldn't make a wrong choice. Otherwise, when an immortal is angry, mountains of corpses are piled up, and a sea of blood floats. Chapter 64. Tiger Emperor, in my opinion, this matter must not be raised, the Spirit K High Priest said in a low voice. Please also ask the evil crow messenger to wait a moment. The matter is of great importance. I will discuss it with the Tiger Emperor before doing so. The little crow nodded, and sensibly flew to the side of the great hall, transforming into human form, where it quietly enjoyed the tea made for it by the Tiger Emperor's subordinates. Over here, the Spirit K High Priest whispered, Tiger Emperor, this matter must be silent and sure. What does the High Priestess have to say? Lord Tiger Emperor personally made a move to exterminate the son of the evil god without God realizing it. As for the 36 caves behind it, it's not enough to worry about. Once the son of the evil god dies, they'll have many forces going to slaughter it. Tiger Emperor nodded. These 36 caves all rely on the majesty of the evil god's son to dare to wreak havoc in the eastern domain. Many forces have long wanted to finish them off. Since this is the case, this emperor will personally make a trip. The High Priestess of Spirit K, however, shook her head again. Tiger Emperor, we're facing someone who is connected to the immortal world. So, I have a better method. Say, kill with a borrowed knife. Be specific. Tiger Emperor, may I ask the old minister, who is the character that can give Tiger Emperor a headache today? Hu Tianba's eyes changed. You mean, let them both lose? That's exactly the intention. Just wait for the old minister to stir things up, and the Tiger Emperor will be able to reap the benefits. However, this matter still requires the Tiger Emperor's personal intervention. Good, as you, High Priest, say. After some discussion, the two of them came over to the little raven and smiled. Evil Crow Messenger, this matter is already known to this emperor. Please go back and report to His Excellency. I, Tiger Tianba, will definitely complete the mission. Well, in that case, then the king will leave. The little crow is not what it used to be, and speaks much harder. And today it is even in the eastern wasteland Emperor Tiger Tianba here to be respectfully entertained. And inwardly it is even more proud. Of course, he became even more curious about Long Che's identity. What kind of character was that? That even the eastern wasteland emperor, the hegemonic level figure of the Tianxian East region, was so in awe of him? When the evil crow returned to the cave to report this matter, Long Che only nodded slightly and didn't even speak. With such a light-hearted attitude, that's not taking this matter to heart at all. Thus, the evil Crow King nowadays was even more determined that Long Che was the thigh it must hug tightly in this life. Sword Mountain, the most powerful sword cultivation force on top of the eastern region's earth, had a renowned and talented sword immortal emerge from its sect. He's known as the first sword emperor of the eastern region. Although Tiger Tianba was sitting in the eastern domain and was the #1 overlord, the rise of the cultivators from the four directions nowadays made him feel quite pressurized. Especially this first sword emperor of the eastern region in the Sword Mountain sword sect. Young and promising, with extraordinary potential, but also with the momentum of replacing him, Tiger Tianba. Tiger Tianba has always wanted to get rid of the sword sect as a thorn in the side of the sword, but delayed due to the division. Now the son of the evil god has risen. The seat of the 36 holes is even more senior, such as to let them two tigers fight. Naturally, it would be better. Only, no one is a little cutie. Risking the sword sect to go to war with the sons of the evil god, he naturally wouldn't do it. Out of this, over the sword sect, as the Spirit K High Priestess performed her spell, the entire sky suddenly darkened, as if the night had suddenly fallen, and for a time, one could not see a finger. What's going on? Why is it dark? Is a great demon crossing the border? What great demon is so terrifying? This must be man-made. Who dares to move the earth on the head of a Teiyuyu? My sword sect isn't something that just anyone dares to provoke. The disciples of the sword sect were panicked, but they acted quite swiftly, and soon over the entire sword sect, the great array spread in the air, and the great array protecting the sect was layered, and the light shone in all directions. Only, nothing offensive happened in that dark sky. Instead a thunderous voice exploded from the black clouds. Sword sect grills, you are restricted to immediately submit to my 36 cave co-lords at Wolf God Mountain. Otherwise, the sword sect will be destroyed today. With the black clouds rolling across the sky, this voice was like thunder, and the disciples of the sword sect were all shaken to their core, and in this voice just fell, suddenly below the mountain gate, the earth a-trembling, and then as a group of disciples crying and wailing, helmets and armor and fled. Even the strong defense at the mountain gate was broken in a very short time, and a large number of disciples perished in this darkness. What kind of person dares to come to my sword sect to spread their wildness? A silhouette rushed up into the sky. This person was young but possessed supreme combat power. His body was filled with xian-qi bursting out, and under his feet, a golden sword swung with a burst of sword roar, like a dragon's whistling. Sovereign, someone from below is sneaking up on my sect disciples. The mountain gate formation has been broken. An elder came to report that he was extremely frightened inside. This elder was the one who had escaped from the battlefield at the mountain gate, his eyes horrified, deeply experiencing the power of the incoming enemy. Counterattack with this seat. Sword sect master Yang Qi. His eyes were cold and stern, and his body had already disappeared in place as soon as the words left his mouth. But as he disappeared, the disciples of the sword sect strangely realized that the battle at that mountain gate had also disappeared, and even that voice high in the sky was no longer moving. It was as if everything had disappeared into the night, and only the darkness that was so thick it couldn't be melted away still floated in this piece of space. Finally, one incense stick of time passed, the thick darkness that shrouded the sky above the sword sect then dispersed, and the sunlight shone in again. Although only a small area of fighting occurred at the mountain gate, but it caused many disciples to have a sense of life after the robbery. The black clouds dispersed. Only at the mountain gate there were disciples' corpses lying sideways. The number was quite large. There were 100 people dead. Sovereign, it was the evil god Sun's men who did this. A few days ago, there was news that the evil god Sun was gathering all the strongest men from the 36 caves at Wolf God Mountain. I don't know what's brewing behind the scenes, but it turns out that he's going to start a full-scale war with my sword sect. Sovereign Lord, there's no time to lose. We should quickly gather our troops and launch a full-scale counterattack. Wolf God Mountain is only 100 miles from my sword sect. Patriarch, this matter must not be delayed any longer. Yang Qi narrowed his eyes. At the age of less than 40 he had become the sword sect's lord. One could imagine how heaven-defying his strength was. And young and hot-blooded. The sky is not afraid of the earth. To see his own disciples die so tragically, his heart's anger gradually overshadowed his reason. And he gave an order. Gather all disciples from the outer sect and above and follow this seat to Wolf God Mountain. Yes, 10,000 feet in the air. When the two of them, Tiger Tianbai and Spirit K High Priest, saw the sword sect's actions, their hearts were also quite surprised. So easily fooled? Tiger Tianbai was still a bit unconvinced. The Spirit K High Priestess, however, laughed. Tiger Emperor, Yang Qi has a reckless character. This is his weakness, and when it's a weakness, it can be exploited. Hu Tianbai nodded his head. The High Priestess is old and wise, and it is better for you humans to know your own minds. Tiger Emperor, it's not too late. We'd better hurry up and hide. In case the ice-striped lion immortal discovers us, we'll lose all our efforts. Chapter 65, The Void Rift. The two of them worked together seamlessly during the trip to the sword sect. But what they were trying to hide from the world with this concealment was the ice-striped lion immortal. That was a powerful existence of the immortal realm, rumored to be a lion that ascended to immortality above the Tianqian continent more than 1,000 years ago, with astounding battle power. Under such strong pressure, they were never allowed to leave a trace. Even when Tiger Heavenly Bastard had struck before, he had used an evil art. The only way to get rid of his imperial city was to get rid of it with his imperial city and successfully frame the son of the evil god. After stirring things up over here, the duo didn't sit idle. Along the way, he passed by a few of the 36 caves of the evil god's sons and casually blasted them into ruins. Even Tiger Tianbai was so excited that he left a few big words in front of each destroyed cave. The first Sword Emperor is here. After doing so, they remained silent and anonymous, watching in the shadows. On the Wolf God Mountain, all the powerful people of the 34 caves gathered here, making a great noise, and the evil aura rushed to the sky and was as dense as clouds and fog. However, all the powerful people were all paying homage to one person, with fiery devotion and awe in their pupils. Willow Evil, the legendary son of the evil god. Tianqian East Domain above, once the first evil god Luolian's only son, has the supreme evil god bloodline. rumored to be the immortal world ice lion immortal recognized as godson. Such a talent, such a backer, caused dozens of forces to be summoned in unison with a wave of his hand, showing how terrifying his calling power was. Gentlemen, the female devil of the heavenly demon sect, Mu Qianyu, exterminated my spectral moon cave and blood moon cave. Today, tens of thousands of my strongest men are gathered here, vowing to follow Lord Evil Godson and destroy the heavenly demon sect in one fell swoop. On Lu Wuxie's side, a cultivator with a head full of green hair shouted in a shrill voice, his eyes filled with fawning over Lu Wuxie. Now, let Lord Evil Godson speak a few words. Lu Wuxie narrowed his narrow eyes and looked at the green head, his voice so cold that it was like ice water in winter. Green-haired monster, it's not your turn to talk if the seat wants to talk or not. My lord, I've remembered. A look passed the green-haired monster, shivering in fear. Lu Wuxie turned her head to look at the overwhelming crowd. Tread down the heavenly demon sect. Capture Mu Qianyu alive. Those who disobey the order, die. The voice was chillingly cold. The green-haired monster stepped forward and shouted, did you hear everything? Ha! Whoever dares to disobey the words of Lord Evil Godson will be killed on the spot. We hear you. Tread down the sky demon sect and capture Mu Qianyu alive. Capture Mu Qianyu alive. Capture her alive. Destroy the heavenly demon sect and avenge the shame. A group of people were emotionally charged and their voices shook the heavens. Because of the unification under the jurisdiction of the sons of the evil god, the martial arts practiced by almost all of them carried a hint of evil aura, and the spreading aura connected together, and the fury of the aura rushed to the heavens. This side is mobilizing it. Suddenly the rear several silhouettes hurriedly swept down, eyes terrified, descending down directly after kneeling at the feet of Lu Wuxie, voice anxious and trembling. Lord Evil Godchild, something big is wrong. Tens of thousands of disciples from the Sword Sect, led by Patriarch Yang Qi, are killing their way towards Wolf God Mountain. Lord Evil Divine Son, the disciple guarding the mountain has sent a message to report. Wow! When these words came out, the whole room was in an uproar. The camp of more than 100,000 people, at this moment was actually all alarmed. Some cultivators with weaker cultivation could not help but emerge a touch of fear in their eyes. Compared to the Sky Demon sect, this Sword Sect's strength was even stronger, especially the young patriarch of the Sword Sect, Yang Qi, a monstrous sword made out of the gods, and with the enhancement of his cultivation of the 7th stage Xian Emperor realm, he was even more extraordinary in battle, and in the entire Tian Xian East region, he was counted among the strongest existences. But what's going on now? Yang Qi suddenly brought tens of thousands of disciples from the Sword Sect to kill Wolf God Mountain? While the crowd was shocked, they were even more inwardly puzzled. 36 Caves and Sword Sect has always been a secret competition, because the strength difference is not big reason. The two did not have any too big conflict. Today the incident happened suddenly. Even Lu Wuxie's eyes color are surfaced surprise. Oh, what are Yang Qi and the others going to do? Lu Wuxie asked coldly. The reporting disciple's voice trembled. Killing over, Lord Evil Divine Son. They killed my 36 cave powerhouses when they saw them, and along the way our people were almost killed cleanly. What? Is the Sword Sect crazy? Daring to touch our people. Lord Evil Divine Son, a sword Shura was killed halfway. In my opinion, the matter of attacking the heavenly demon sect is temporarily put on hold. The Sword Sect is powerful and must be taken seriously. Dare to kill my people? Then, let the Sword Sect pay 10 times 100 times the price. Give this seat to kill. With the evil divine son's order, the killing sound of the camp of more than 100,000 strong people shook the heavens, and countless blades rushed into the void in front of them, rushing into that black, pressing pale cloud. Without further ado, a great battle was drawn out so swiftly. Kill all these bastards for this seat. Kill. I've long since looked at them with disdain. The Eastern Domain pattern will definitely change drastically due to today's battle. What the hell is going on? Aren't we going to the Heavenly Demon Sect? Why are you fighting with the Sword Sect's people? The Sword Sect must have come to fight over the Sky Demon Sect's territory as well. The scene was once very chaotic, but also the two sides of the deep-seated grudges, taking this opportunity to avenge the shame, killing the sky and the darkness. The battle circle below was chaotic, and 10,000 feet above the sky, two silhouettes quietly gazed at each other, almost motionless except for their robes fluttering. In the end, it was Lu Wuxie who spoke first. Patriarch Yang Qi, you want to protect the Heavenly Demon Sect so much. Are you trying to take the Heavenly Demon Sect for yourself? At those words, Yang Qi frowned slightly and sneered. Protecting the Heavenly Demon Sect? Ha. This seat doesn't have that kind of elegance. Lu Wuxie, my Sword Sect's disciples died by the hundreds. This account, how do we settle it? Lu Wuxie was a bit confused when she heard this. His eyes were cold and thoughtful as he asked rhetorically. Sovereign Yang. In this, is there some kind of misunderstanding? This seat didn't attack your sword sect. As for how those disciples of yours died, this seat doesn't know. Upon hearing this, Yang Qi sneered and threw his palm towards the void, which was actually hundreds of heads. Other than you, I'm afraid that I can't find a second person above the eastern region who can utilize such an evil aura to instantly kill them. As he watched the evil Qi rolling over the heads of hundreds of people, Lu Wuxia's eyes changed and he immediately laughed. I'm afraid Patriarch Yang has been taken advantage of and doesn't even know it yet. Yang Qi's eyes narrowed slightly as his heart moved. But now, the Great War has already kicked off, and there is no turning back from the bow. What's more, the son of the evil god had risen strongly and was a great threat to the sword sect, so if he could kill him today, he would surely have a lot of benefits. The evidence is overwhelming. Don't try to argue. Yang Qi no longer said more. The golden longsword under his feet emitted a sword chant and rose up to the sky. The terrifying Xian Qi swept out like a tide, instantly enveloping a 10,000 feet radius of emptiness. When the evil god's son saw this, his eyes also steeply surged with a morose killing intent. If you have to send yourself to death, this seat will fulfill you. Great evil gas from his body rolled out, the two in the void above each half wall. The next second, with a shocking explosion, the two figures instantly rushed together. The battle instantly into white heat. Fight. 100,000 feet away, Tiger Tianba and the Spirit K High Priestess had joyful expressions on their faces, and did not notice in the slightest that in the void above their heads, a crack gradually emerged. From that crack, a large hand as pale as the bark of a dead tree stretched out. Chapter 66, Going Up to the Immortal World. The huge palm probed out from the depths of the void rift. Its speed was swift and fierce, and it was only when it grasped 100 feet in front of Tiger Tianba and the Spirit K High Priestess that the roar of the void crumbling came out. Hands faster than the speed of sound. What's going on? Tiger Tianba's eyes shook. This sudden scene was too unexpected. One must know that as an 8th order Xian Emperor realm, he was a ceiling-level existence in the eastern region of this Tianxian continent. And ever since he was brutally beaten up by that invincible fellow Long Che a few hundred years ago, no one had ever dared to make a move against him. Or rather, those who made a move with him were all exterminated. So much so that over the years, he's had a somewhat lonely life, and it's been hard to find an opponent. But the Tianxian Divine State Middle Earth he did not have much interest in intruding. So he was in the eastern region, living a free life with a flock of tiger wives. Who would have thought that someone would dare to sneak up on him today? Join forces. Yes. As the Spirit K High Priest's voice fell, his entire person actually turned into a cloud of white smoke and disappeared in place. Hu Tianba's huge body instantly transformed into a prototype. A huge incomparable black tiger in 10,000 feet of emptiness with a tiger whistle. The horrible pressure spreads to the sky. All the breath all rushed to that one big hand. The moment Tiger Tianba rushed out, the white mist that the Spirit K High Priestess had transformed into also madly surged away, drowning the large hand like a tidal wave. It's just a shame. This terrifying counterattack made by the duo was blinked over by that large hand. In the next second, it was all swallowed up by the spatial rift. That's what? The crowd in the fierce battle below were all stunned by that instant just now. The fights all came to a standstill. A Jedi black tiger, and a white light, and a big hand. That big hand came through the void and grabbed all the black tiger and white mist. Breaking the void? This must be the handiwork of an immortal. How could that scene appear? Could it be that my eyes are blurred? Everyone on the battlefield was dumbstruck. Even the two of them, Lu Wuxia and Yang Qi, after hearing that tiger's roar, they also swept to the top of the two peaks respectively, their eyes changing color, full of shock. That's Godfather. Suddenly, Lu Wuxia's face was delighted. He finally detected a trace of the aura left behind by that big hand just now from high above the sky, and immediately knew that it was none other than his godfather who had crossed the immortal realm. The ice-striped lion immortal. What is Godfather doing? The one who was just taken. It seems to be the Eastern Wasteland Emperor? Lu Wuxia's eyes became even more puzzled, and for a moment, he was completely uncertain of the cause. The Ice Lion Fairy? At this moment, Yang Qi's eye color also changed, and his mood was that complicated. Other than that, if that big hand had just grabbed at himself, then even if there were 10 of him, he would have been exploded on the spot. The ice-striped lion immortal lord who had crossed the immortal world was simply not something that a cultivator like him from the Tianxian continent could compare to. However, while his heart was in a state of fear, he let go of his heart. The immortal realm and the lower Tianxian continent are separated by an impenetrable dimensional crystal wall system, protected by the power of dimensional laws, so that the spirits of the lower realms can recuperate. Ha ha ha. Yang Qi, the person who struck just now is this seat's godfather. Are you scared? Lu Wuxia laughed as he watched Yang Qi's face change color. Afraid? Oh, I'm sure your godfather didn't come over to help you. and with the laws of the realm constraining us, this seed won't be afraid. Humph. Goods who don't know the sky and the earth. Die and come. After some shouting from the two, they were once again in the middle of a fierce battle. The hundreds of thousands of people below also fought furiously once again. At the southern foot of the desolate heavenly Devil Mountain, Long Che, who was accompanying his son to pee, suddenly raised his eyes to the sky. He couldn't see anything, but everything was in his sights. Little fairy beast, you broke the rules. The movements of the ice-striped lion immortal naturally could not be hidden from Long Che's eyes, especially after seeing the two silhouettes that had been grabbed away from the depths of the void rift. Long Che's eyes suddenly turned a few points colder. Yikes! Mother, don't look! Suddenly, his peeing heavy floor put up his pants shyly ran away. Long Che turned around and saw Mu Qianyu finished cultivation came over, the hand left and right holding two daughters, smiling like a flower. Yo! My son actually knows how to be shy? Ha ha ha! Mu Qianyu laughed out loud, not realizing that Chon Lu had just followed Long Che for a few days and knew that men and women were different. My son is getting older. We'll have to pay attention to that in the future. Long Cher said, then looked to the distant mountains. Mistress, for my husband suddenly remembered that I made a few traps in that mountain forest, and I didn't go over there for a few days, so I'll go over there now and see if I caught any wild boars or something. Daddy, I want to go too. Bai Ji Zissa spoke in unison. It's dangerous over there. There are snakes and rats. Be good and follow your mother. And when father comes back he'll roast you suckling pigs, huh? Yeah, we're gonna have a roast pig. Daddy, come back soon. Mother just said your cooking is delicious. She's craving for it. At those words, Mu Qianyu blushed. That little girl is full of. Okay, when I get back. Long Che didn't care about that much. The reddened cheeks made him unable to resist walking over and giving a big kiss straight away. Mu Qianyu froze in place, at a loss for words. Yikes. No eyes. No eyes. Bai Ji was born that little bit earlier and seemed to know more. Mu Qianyu hurriedly changed the topic. Angelica, why don't you have eyes to see? This is your father's hobby. Love? What is love? Mother? Ahem. Just like, very much like that kind of. Then, mother, you must love daddy, too. Mu Qianyu froze again. I didn't expect to be confused by my own daughter. Long Cher helped her out. Daughter, love doesn't have to be shown, but it must be kept in the heart, okay? Aha! I know. Then daddy will go first, Long Che said, giving each of the three groups a kiss on the cheek before walking away. Walking out of sight, he shuddered and disappeared in place. The reason why he left in such a hurry was because he didn't know what that immortal realm immortal beast was going to do. I also don't know if Tiger Skyblock will be in a bad way if he is captured. He soared into the sky, and soon, a space that looked like chaos appeared before him. Here is where the dimensional crystal wall system is located, in which all sorts of Dao laws, dimensional laws into runes are hidden. When Long Che came here, a huge repulsive force oppressed, just like an elephant crushing an ant. However, this kind of space law prohibition was no different from tofu to Long Che. Even as he stepped into the dimensional law space, the runes all tumbled and surged backwards. The immortal world? This seed is back. Buzz. The words fell, and once again disappeared in place. Roar. A lion's roar shook Tiger Tianba and the Spirit K High Priest, and they couldn't help but prostrate themselves to the ground, kneeling meticulously. Are you two the ones stirring up trouble? The sound of a lion's roar passed, and a gray-robed old man appeared before him. Do you all know that Lu Wuxie is the godson of this immortal? Chapter 67. A slap like the sky collapsing. No. We know. Tiger Tianba trembled and said. At this moment, he couldn't wait to slap the Spirit K High Priest. What a bad idea. Do you know, then, who this seed is? I know. You are the legendary and invincible ice-striped lion immortal lord. The two kissed ass in unison. Not to mention, seeing the duo shoot so vigorously, the ice-striped lion immortal smiled coldly. Now that you know, do you now know what to do? They certainly know what to do, but there was a tremendous amount of scorn in his heart. They were afraid of this immortal beast. But what about Long Cher? That's also a master who can't be messed with. Anyone who offends is dead. My lord, it's really not that we wanted to do this. We were forced to do it. Under the great panic, that remaining shred of sanity allowed the Spirit K High Priest to voice the fear in his heart. There's no way around it. Since neither side can afford to be offended, it's better to say so and let them fight it out. Upon hearing this, the ice-striped lion immortal said in a cold voice, forced to do so? Little black tigress, with your cultivation, it's enough to crown the Tianxian East region, and there's still something you guys are afraid of? Hearing the ice-striped lion immortal ask, Tiger Heavenly Bastard felt that there was a chance. Immediately kowtowed. Your Excellency is unaware. A Supreme Master has also appeared above the Eastern region, and I am simply no match for him. What was that? The ice-striped lion immortal frowned. Back to my lord. He went down from the immortal realm, incognito, and I don't know where he is living in seclusion. Tiger Tianba froze for a moment when he said this. The fear that Long Che brought to him had not faded even after so many years. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't help it, he would never have sold Longshare. Then the one who asked you to deal with this seat's godson is the same person you are talking about? Yes, my lord. He is powerful. We really don't want to die. Tiger Tianba's face was filled with a look of fear. Whether it was feigned or not, all he could do now was to show weakness, was to flatter and curry favor, striving to be able to survive in the cracks. This seat would like to see who it is that dares to have crooked thoughts about innocent. You too, go down immediately. Find that person. This seat will kill him on the spot. Ice-striped lion immortal words fell. Steeply a fairy demon gas erupted. Directly rolled Tiger Tianba Spirit K High Priest duo to be sent back to Tianxian continent. And at this instant, suddenly another large hand appeared out of thin air, unexpectedly grabbing the two of them and sending them back. The aura that swirled around the two of them disappeared completely in an instant. Ha! What's going on? The eyes of the two of them, Tiger Tianba, changed drastically. This energy was so strong that it was beyond compare. They had never seen such a strong person before, and they were able to instantly dissolve the ice-patterned lion immortal's means. No need to look for it. This seed is here. Long Che's voice came out lightly, and in the next second, his figure flashed out of thin air in front of the three. The ice-striped lion immortal's eyes frowned, his eyes transmitting a bitterly cold aura. Who are you? Seemingly seeing Long Che's extraordinary means, the ice-patterned lion immortal gazed at him and asked, his voice sanguine. This seed is the one you're looking for. Little lion, do you owe a beating? Long Che said blandly, his eyes were ancient. Looking at the ice-striped lion immortal, his heart didn't even ripple. While at this moment, the duo of Tiger Tianba and Spirit K High Priest were dumbfounded. How could the duo not expect that Long Che would suddenly appear here? Since he's here, did he hear everything they said before? If Long Che knew that the two of them had betrayed him, would he simply destroy them? Both had their hearts in their throats. Little lion? Oh boy, you're so arrogant. Go to hell. Rumble. The ice-striped lion immortal's inner rage surged. Without the slightest meaning of nonsense, once he struck, the berserk immortal demon energy suddenly erupted, with the intention of killing Long Che in one blow. Buzz. The two of them, Tiger Tianba, only felt a ringing in their ears as their bodies rose up in the air, and were swept away 10,000 feet away in the blink of an eye under the terrifying aura of the ice-striped lion immortal. When he landed, his entire body's breath flowed backwards, and that Spirit K High Priest even sprayed out a mouthful of old blood. It's horrible. An immortal beast's divine ability could take their little lives in an instant. However, when the two of them came back to their senses and looked at the place where the ice-patterned lion immortal attacked, they were directly petrified on the spot, as if they had seen a scene as unreal as a heavenly nightmare. In the face of the ice lion fairy such a violent blow, Long Che moved not move. That shockwave actually all stagnant in front of him 10 feet distance, no longer able to inch forward. What? This? How is that possible? The ice-striped lion immortal's face was shocked. He's an immortal beast. It was an immortal beast that had been cultivated from the Tianxian continent and had been practicing in the immortal world for 1,000 years. With his Tao, he had no problem walking horizontally above the immortal realm he was in. But this rather young-looking man in front of him had lightly blocked such a terrifying attack of his own, which was really beyond his expectations. Surprised? Long Che watched his eyes change dramatically and smiled bashfully. If you kneel down and kowtow now, this seat can still spare your life. The ice-striped lion immortal's eyes changed. What a mouthful. Howl. In the next second, his pale body rose up into the air, then transformed into a huge Xian ice lion in the air. Click, click, click. In an instant, the air around him began to freeze, and that whole body's cold ice attribute demonic chi condensed into countless ice spikes, turning him into a huge fried hedgehog. My goodness, that's the ice-striped lion immortal's main body? It's huge. The immortal beast essence is a rare sight for us. It's just a pity that I don't know if we'll be able to go back alive this time. In the distance, while the eyes of the tiger heavenly bastard Spirit K High Priestess duo were amazed, they were deeply worried about whether they would be able to live afterward. Of course, they naturally didn't dare to escape. This was the immortal realm. They didn't even know how to escape if they wanted to. That's it. And looking at the ice-striped lion immortal who had already revealed his own body and had raised his aura to the peak to have a big battle, Long Che bashfully waved his hand. This seat doesn't have time to waste with your head. With that, his palm stretched out. He slapped it against the sky from afar. Boo! A shocking energy whistled down, and there seemed to be thunder exploding and rolling in the distant void, followed by an ear-shattering boom sweeping down, and a handprint that had been so big that it had no boundaries landed down. The ice-striped lion fairy was confused. The large handprint was simply too big, as if the sky had collapsed, enveloping his entire massive body, then crashing down when he didn't know how to counterattack. With a roar, the earth trembled, and the huge body of the ice-patterned lion immortal smashed out a hole in the ground. Dark and unknown how many feet deep it was. Gulp! It's unbelievable. It's incredible. The high priest of the tiger heavenly bastard spirit K was confused. His throat knots rolling as he gulped furiously. Chapter 68. Let you be the emperor of the land. In the midst of the shock, the duo of Tiger Tianbai and Spirit K high priest directly knelt on the ground, lying down and trembling. If they had known that Long Che was so invincible, they couldn't have said anything to sell him. I wonder if the devout kneeling at this point will bring back a life. Slapping the ice-striped lion immortal into the earth. Long Che's eyes were bland, not the slightest bit moved by this tactic. This kind of cargo was just too weak for him. He had even killed top immortal beasts, and the strength of this ice-striped lion immortal wasn't even worthy of being compared to the ones he had bred. Of course, the reason why he came in such a hurry was to see if this Hu Tianba fellow was dead or not. After all, there were places on the eastern domain that could use him. It's just a shame. This betrayal of him was heard. Forgiveness is impossible. He can't get any sand in his eyes. Still not crawling out? This seed didn't lay a deadly hand on you. Come out now. Long Che's eyes looked towards the deep pit smashed out by the ice-striped lion immortal and bristled. Rustle. Then a rustling sound was heard from inside the deep pit. The ice-striped lion immortal was climbing up a little bit. His speed was extremely slow. His whole body bones were about to break in general. If Long Che didn't summon him out, he definitely didn't dare to come out. My lord, have mercy. My lord. My little one is wrong. I have no eyes and have contradicted your honor. Please spare my little life. After the ice-striped lion immortal climbed out, he directly fell on the ground and kowtowed, his head bulging out in a big bag, blood staining the earth. Tell me, what's up with that godson? Immortals and immortal beasts recognizing their godchildren in the lower Tianxian continent. This kind of thing was not a few, and Long Che knew this only too well. Most of the people in the immortal realm who did this wanted to utilize the power of the strong people in the lower realms to accumulate the power of offerings and the power of faith for themselves. And the more believers they had, the smoother their cultivation in the immortal realm would be, and the faster their strength would increase. The ice-striped lion immortal's eyes shifted before he said, My lord, I've recognized quite a few human godchildren in the lower realms, just to collect a little bit of faith power. But before he could finish his words, Long Che interrupted directly. If you keep talking nonsense, then this seat will destroy you now. Long Che's words caused the ice-striped lion immortal to shiver. He had already learned about Long Che's power. This was a lord who could easily pinch himself to death. So at this moment he no longer dared to lie. My lord, I say, it is. I was instructed by old immortal Bloodshed to seek an advocate in the lower immortal realm to find a treasure for old immortal Bloodshed. Long Che frowned. What treasure? The treasures that the people of the immortal realm would be looking for in the lower realm would have to be extraordinary. It's 7 Orifices Linglong Pagoda. Hearing this name, Long Che's eyes changed abruptly. Isn't this exactly what Mu Qianyu is looking for? Your Excellency also knows 7 Orifices Linglong Pagoda? The ice-striped lion immortal could see the change in Long Che's eye color and asked suspiciously. So, have you found it? Long Che's voice was cold. Temporarily not yet, but the owner of the 7-trick pagoda has been found. A woman, but it seems to have been lost by that woman. At those words, Long Che became even more puzzled. Obviously the person they are looking for is Mu Qianyu. And how did Mu Qianyu lose the 7-trick pagoda? A treasure that even the people of the immortal world were searching for. She would never lose it so easily. What has happened to you in the last few years? Long Che secretly said that what Mu Qianyu had gone through looked much more difficult than he had thought. Who is the bloodshed old immortal? Long Che asked. This should be the mastermind behind it. Back to your lordship. I'm just an immortal beast raised by the old bloodshed immortal. Only, when the ice-striped lion immortal said this, his bottom line became quite humble, not the slightest bit of the arrogance and cockiness that he had before in front of Tiger Tianba. Moreover, the bloodshed old immortal is loose with the little one and does not have any means of connection. The little one's fate is completely manipulated by the bloodshed old immortal. Long Che smiled faintly. You mean that this seed is unable to find the bloodshed old immortal through you? Yes, my lord. I dare not cheat in any way. Long Che saw that he didn't dare to lie and nodded bashfully. Good then. From this moment onwards, you are this seat's bred beast. Go to the lower realm with this seat. Long Che wanted to take the ice-striped lion fairy away. Take him away and that old bloodshed immortal will naturally appear. The ice-striped lion immortal's eyes changed. But in the end, he agreed. I am willing to follow my master. On the mountain of daggers and in the sea of fire. He immediately took a stand. But this pious attitude made Long Che shake his head. It's not a good person who betrays his master so easily. Upon hearing this, the ice-striped lion immortal trembled inwardly. The meaning of this is obvious. Master. Little will definitely not betray master. If betrayed, Little is willing to endure the punishment of heavenly thunder. Long Che nodded his head, then looked at the two Tiger Tianba. Those two over there. They seem to have betrayed me just now under your lustful authority, right? Go and exterminate them. Master. Where would the ice-striped lion immortal dare to slack off? Now that Long Che had spared him, he naturally had to behave positively. This is the time to test him. Mercy. Tiger Tianba and the Spirit K High Priest kneeled on the ground and cried out, their voices tearing their hearts out, their insides completely collapsing. Don't beg. It's no use. Who made you betray your master? The ice-striped lion immortal couldn't help but plow through with a claw, and the two of them directly drank their hatred on the spot. For a mortal beast to die in the immortal realm, it's considered your good fortune, the ice-striped lion immortal said, turning and flying to kneel at Long Che's feet. Master, the little one has already exterminated them. Long Che nodded his head, then grabbed through the air, and in the next second, space changed, and he brought the ice-striped lion immortal back to Tianxian East Domain. And at this time, on Wolf God Mountain, the battle between the Sword Sect and the 36 Caves had continued. It was just that as time went on, more and more people were dying on the battlefield, and the scale of the battle was no longer as vast as it had been before. Above the void, the battle between Yang Qi and Lu Wuxia was still at white heat. The two of them were of equal strength, and each of their means were endless, and after a great battle, the entire Wolf God Mountain was cut down by dozens of feet, and the abyss was about to be filled up. Master, you brought me here. The ice-striped lion immortal looked at Lu Wuxia and the others who were still fighting and did not only mean that Long Che had brought him here. So he asked, don't let them fight. Take all of their camps under your command, and from now on, you'll be the king of the Eastern Domain, replacing Tiger Tianba's position. Thank you, Master, for the gift. The ice-striped lion immortal was excited inside. Instead of killing him, Long Che wanted him to be the king of the Eastern Domain here. It should be nice to be an Earth Emperor. Don't be too happy. This seat is just letting your men have more manpower, so that they can find the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda earlier. Master, are you also looking for the 7-trick pagoda? Good. Your mission is to find it, and if you can't finish it, you die. I will fulfill my mission. The ice-striped lion immortal ground his teeth and said, and as the words fell, he flew directly towards the Wolf God Mountain battlefield. Godfather? It's Godfather who's here. Yang Qi, you're dead. Seeing the ice-marked lion immortal, Lu Wuxia immediately became excited. Although his strength was equal to Yang Qi's, he was also heartbroken and thrilled after a sound battle, and he could get killed if he was not careful. And at this time, this godfather of his from the immortal world came. Then the Sword Sect must be finished today. Chapter 69, Audacity. With a whoosh, Lu Wuxia quickly swept to the ice-striped lion immortal and knelt down to pay his respects. Godfather. Seeing Lu Wuxia fawning so much, but Yang Qi could only endure it. Moreover, fear had begun to rise within him. Immortal beast ice-striped lion fairy. That was an existence he couldn't afford to offend. A peerless demon immortal that could directly second him. The moment the ice-patterned lion immortal descended down, Yang Qi almost guessed his end. Even at this moment, he couldn't help but begin to think internally about how he could commit himself. Even if he was told to kneel down, even if he worshipped this immortal beast as his grandfather, he would do it. And at this time, the ice-patterned lion immortal gave Yang Qi a cold-eyed look. Although there was no reproach, but there was clearly a wave of anger rising in the bottom of his eyes. But eventually it dissolved away. He must obey Launcher's arrangement. Get up. The ice-striped lion immortal looked down at Lu Wuxia who was kneeling at his feet. This righteous son had only been practicing in the blood realm recently. His cultivation had grown quite a bit, but the things that had been done for him were unsatisfactory. Of course, this so-called righteous son, but also a name, each other have a relationship of interest just. The key moment to say kill is also very normal. Godfather. This kid is the Sword Sect leader, and has killed quite a few of the strongest people in my 36 caves. So please Godfather, destroy him. Lu Wuxia looked at Yang Qi with gloating eyes, as if he had already seen Yang Qi's miserable end. But in the next second, the ice-patterned lion immortal's words caused all the people present to freeze. It seems a little hard to hear. All of you. Stop it. From this moment on, you are all my people, and all of you should be in harmony, and fighting is strictly forbidden. What? The crowd didn't understand, and Lu Wuxia's eyes were even more filled with consternation. Godfather, what's going on? The ice-lined lion immortal glanced at him. Just do as you're told and don't ask questions you shouldn't. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuxia could only force down the anger in his heart and nodded his head in agreement. Yang Qi froze on the spot, his eyes changing color. Why didn't the words of this supreme immortal beast lord sound like the truth? On the battlefield below, blood flowed. After a fierce battle earlier, this wolf god mountain was bloody, a mess, and chaotic. But at this moment, the entire battlefield was quieted down with the descent of the ice-patterned lion immortal. But his words dazzled the only 20,000 to 30,000 people left. What do you mean? They were just fighting to kill each other. But now they're just trying to make peace? Are you sure we can do it? Ice-striped lion immortal, however, did not nag. Long Che's side is still waiting to see his performance. He does not dare to be half slow. Yang Qi looked at the ice-striped lion immortal with a face full of confusion, still unwilling to believe what he said and unable to guess the reason why he did so. But since he had a chance to live, he naturally couldn't let it go. My boy pays his respects to Lord Ice-striped Lion Immortal. Greetings to Lord Lion Immortal. Yang Qi actually also directly swept over and directly kowtowed a head on the ground, looking humble and pious. This scene saw Lu Wuxia gnashing her teeth, but she could only endure it. When the ice-striped lion immortal saw this behavior of Yang Qi, he also looked contemptuous, but Long Che was watching from afar, and he could only stiffly assist this shameless fellow to his feet. And this meddling, all the powerhouses were even more confused when they saw the scene. What's happening? What is the ice lion fairy doing? Why did he help our sovereign lord up? Does he have a crush on our sovereign? It's estimated that the ice-marked lion immortal is going to recognize our patriarch as his godson. It's possible. What else could it be? It's hard to say, but it should be true that we don't have to die. It's good not to die, it's good not to die. The group of sword sect powerhouses looked shocked, but inside, they were all relieved. The descent of the ice-patterned lion immortal had made the crowd tremble with fear. The shadow of death was looming over their hearts, but now this had happened, when it would be a joke. Get up all of you. You don't need to kneel. From this moment onwards, you are all this seat's people. Now, all of you go with this seat to the imperial city where the Eastern Wasteland Emperor is located, and listen to this seat's dispatch, and discuss the great cause together. Having said that, he added, those who disobey will be killed without pardon. As soon as these words were uttered, the eyes of the 36 cave powerhouses became even more complicated. However, to the ears of the sword sect powerhouse, it was so pleasant. Either way, they don't have to die. And, not only does that mean you don't have to die, but you've got a big leg to hold. Godfather. This, Lu Wuxia's eyes were filled with disbelief, not knowing why this immortal beast-souled man would make such a decision. You're going to disobey this seat? The ice-striped lion immortal coldly scraped a glance at Lu Wuxia, who immediately shivered in fear and no longer dared to ask more questions. My lord, these corpses. Yang Qi took the initiative to ask, his voice carrying a tentative fawning meaning. He couldn't be sure even now if this immortal beast really intended to spare him and their sword sect. And if the fairy beast was willing to answer his question normally, then it should be real. And if it wasn't even willing to answer him, then it was probably faking it. This seat will bury it. The ice-striped lion immortal glanced at the mountain of corpses cascading over the battlefield, and the blood drifting over the earth, but he did not move half a bit as he grasped with both hands. Boom! At that instant, the two large mountains 10,000 feet away actually rose up into the air, and then flew into the air above the battlefield in front of everyone's shocking and overwhelming gazes. An earth-shattering crash erupted with a bang, and the two mountains exploded with a rumble, turning into rolling debris that poured over the entire land. Those strong people on the battlefield fled quickly, and soon, the mountain of corpses and sea of blood behind them was completely buried. This scene, shocking the heavens and shaking the earth, shook everyone's eyes with fear and trembling. Is this the divine power of an immortal beast? Such a powerful being is worthy of being an immortal. Long Che's eyes looked at this scene, ancient and unperturbed. Looking at the eyes projected by the ice-striped lion immortal, he nodded his head slightly and then disappeared in place. Gulp! Only after watching Long Che leave did the ice-striped lion immortal gulp and take a deep breath, finally relaxing. He didn't really know what Long Che was, but he was so strong that he faced him as if he were facing this group of mortals in front of him. It's the difference between a firefly and a moon. Right now, all he could do was to listen to Long Che's arrangement and take this group of people with him, heading to the imperial city controlled by the Eastern Wasteland Emperor Tiger Tianba to sit down, and after settling down, go and mobilize all the forces that could be mobilized to look for the whereabouts of the 7 trickling pagoda. Before Long Che went back to the cave, he stopped by the mountain and shot a few pheasants to bring back. Of course, the waifs wanted to eat roasted suckling pig, but also casually grabbed a few, tied with a stick all over the shoulder, and went back to the cave. But as soon as he arrives home, he hears the cries of his son, Chong Lu, as well as Mu Qianyu's voice lecturing her son. Will you dare to do it again? You don't know how much trouble you've caused. Mother doesn't want you to be so mischievous and naughty. even to the point of being bold. Chapter 70, Playing Black Dragon's Son to Death. What's the matter with this, ma'am? Longshare asked with a frown. Chonlu didn't shed any tears. Only his eyes were pitiful. Looking at Long Che, a burst of heartache. However, Mu Qianyu naturally wouldn't lecture the child for no reason. He wanted to hear the cause. Longshare, you don't even know what your son has done. It's almost like he's going to scare me to death. Mu Qianyu said and couldn't help but feel backlash. Longshare laughed bitterly. Ma'am, what's so serious? Longshare walked over and picked up the heavy building as soon as he could. Son, what have you done to make your mother so worried? Heavy floor was carried on Long Che's shoulder and immediately smiled with joy, then leaned over and whispered by Long Che's ear. Father, I beat up that dragon's son, but mother was so scared. She didn't even know why she was scared. He muttered in a low voice while Mu Qianyu heard him clearly. Listen to you. If you don't know the sky and the earth from a young age, what will you do when you grow up? Longshare knew what was wrong as soon as he heard it, but that was obviously expected. It's okay, it's just beating up a loach. It's not so much of a lesson, son. Long Che's words made Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes crinkle as she looked at him. Not knowing what to say, Long Che walked over and cupped Mu Qianyu's chin. Mother, honestly speaking, if you limit your son's guts and vigor from a young age, then he'll be a loser when he grows up. Do you think I'm right? Mu Qianyu broke away from his hand and touched her chin, looking at him with a speechless expression. Longshare, do you know how to be careful with your words? Do you know that there are others out there? I don't even know why that black dragon let us go after what happened today. I'm really afraid. As she was saying this, Longshare cupped her mouth again. Ma'am, no training before meals. Roast suckling pig. Want to eat? Mu Qianyu was speechless for a moment. You just spoil him. Okay, by default I'll do it. Son of a, go get your sister to come give daddy a hand. Yes, did daddy. Chonlu bumbled into the cave to call his sister. Soon Baiji and Zissou both ran out as well. As soon as they met, they brought a box to Longshare. Daddy, you're back? Look what your brother has done. What? Let's see. Long Che opened the box, and his brows also wrinkled directly. It's a small black dragon's corpse. Inside the box, a small black dragon lay limp and dead. Son of a, you did this? Long Che immediately understood that the reason why Mu Qianyu taught Chonlu a lesson was probably because he had killed this little black dragon. And this little black dragon, surely the child of the black dragon he had bred. He instantly understood Mu Qianyu's worry and anxious and angry feelings. I can't blame her. Seeing Long Che looking at Chonlu in confusion, Mu Qianyu turned to look at him. Long Che, this little dragon, is the child of that dragon in the black dragon pool. What can we do to make up for this transgression? It can't be made up. Mu Qianyu's voice was tinged with worry, even crumbling. However, she really couldn't figure out how that black dragon could tolerate it when her own son had gotten that black dragon's son killed. This is a monstrous feud. How come it doesn't take revenge? It's okay, this little dragon isn't dead. Just a couple sips of spring water. Longshare said calmly. Ha, it's not dead? There's not a single breath left in its body. This seed has already exerted means to cast a rescue before. It's simply powerless to return to the heavens. Longshare laughed. That's because you didn't get the hang of it. Ma'am, Long Che said as he scooped a scoop of mountain spring water from a nearby bucket and splashed it on the little black dragon. The next second, something magical happened, only to see the soft and lifeless little black dragon miraculously swim. After a few breaths, it actually opened its eyes. But as soon as he opened his eyes and saw the curious wide-eyed mole of Chonlu, he immediately shivered in fear and curled up into a twist, all knotted up. Ha ha ha, look how scared it is. Heavy Floor was the first to call out. But Baiji, Zissou as well as Mu Qianyu were still amazed at the shock of this little dragon really coming to life. Really? Come back to life? How? Daddy is so powerful. Little dragon is alive again. It's so good. The two daughters were so excited that even Mu Qianyu's eyes changed when she looked at Long Che. Who the hell is this man? Why can't you see through him anymore? She had doubts about Long Che's identity many times, but every time she thought about it, she couldn't figure it out. And every time Long Che's performance was so ordinary and unusual. That was clearly a mortal but he could even save the dragon. She couldn't do such a bizarre thing on her own. Plus, even the appearance of that god statue of the heavenly devil sect when it revealed its miracles was that of Long Che. Could there really be a secret in it that she couldn't guess? Alright, ma'am, you don't have to worry this time, do you? Why don't you take the children and send them back to the others? Long Che grabbed the little dragon and asked. Aha! Mu Qianyu nodded heavily. I have to make a proper apology to someone. I can't go empty-handed. Can I take some food for it? Mu Qianyu looked at the table with some food on it and asked. Mother, why are you asking me about this kind of thing? Doesn't it make us look distant? Not like two people? Long Che's words caused Mu Qianyu's pretty face to blush. Then I'll take it myself. She hurriedly grabbed 2 steamed buns from the table, then brought Hailu, holding the little dragon, and flew towards the black dragon pool. Today, while playing on this side of the black dragon pool, Chonglu somehow managed to mess up this little dragon. But when the black dragon pool, that overlord level of the big black dragon, appeared, although the eyes are full of complex color, Mu Qianyu did not feel half a bit of hatred from it. Even when the 3 groups brought back the little black dragon in a box, that black dragon didn't have half a problem with it. She couldn't really understand it. But now it's better. Maybe Long Che knows some prescription that she doesn't understand. In any case, this little dragon is alive again. She finally doesn't have to worry about this black dragon's revenge. Even if the black dragon recognized her as its master, she couldn't believe it wouldn't take revenge. After all, that's what killing your son is all about. Longshare was busy in the kitchen, and soon, Mu Qianyu returned. The mood is great. Longshare, thank you. When Mu Qianyu returns, she happily runs into the kitchen and actually thanks Long Che to his face. Ouch, your wife is in such a good mood. Looks like that black dragon didn't give you guys a hard time. Embarrassed? Not only did it not embarrass us, it was grateful to us, as if we were not the ones who had killed its child. Yeah, Dad, that big black dragon even knelt down for us. It also called Mother Master, but Mother herself doesn't know why the dragon called her master. Does she, Mother? Well, I've been wondering. Longshare, do you think, could it be that this black dragon really has some problems with its head? Mu Qianyu had already wondered more than once if this black dragon of the black dragon pool had a problem with its head. Chapter 71 Bloodshed Old Immortal, Great Heavenly Flame Phoenix. At those words, Long Che smiled faintly. Since the maiden said so, that dragon must not be very normal in the head. Mu Qianyu nodded her head. It must be, or there's really no way to explain it. Saying that, he looked down at the suckling pig that Long Che was roasting, and couldn't help but feel a rush inside his mouth. It smells so good. Fixing what's left out. The man's cooking is really top-notch. Perhaps that one virtue alone is enough? Thinking this way, Mu Qianyu silently peeped at this man who roasted the suckling pig from the side. He is already handsome. This some roasting line of action. Simply more silky than her neon war dance. Not love him, but at least not hate him. It smells so good. Daddy, can I have some first? Heavy floor can't wait. Brother, it's not cooked yet. Why don't we start with some chili noodles? This 13 spice is delicious. Sister, try it. The meat was still uncooked and the kids ate the condiments. What 3 little gluttons. Long Che experienced the happiness of the moment and was in a wonderful mood. By the way, Mama, that 7-knob tower of yours, have you found it yet? Longshare asked idly. No yet. Mu Qianyu didn't expect Long Che to suddenly ask this, but immediately her eyes became a few points darker. What exactly is this tower that's so important? It's not much, is it? In case an outlaw gets hold of it, I'm afraid that the entire Tianqian continent won't be able to have peace, Mu Qianyu said, and the color of her eyes became complex for a few moments. So powerful? Longshare was surprised. More than you think. Then I'll find it for you as soon as possible. You? When Mu Qianyu heard this, she was instantly happy. The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda couldn't even find her as its owner, and even a trace of qi sensing between them had disappeared. So how could he, Long Che, find it? Of course, believe it or not, I'll find it for you as a gift. Mu Qianyu snorted a laugh. If you can get it back, I'll grant you any one of your demands. Are you sure it's any of them, ma'am? Of course. Ha, what are you laughing at? Bugger. Mu Qianyu saw the deep meaning in Long Che's eyes, and was instantly annoyed. Her small fists gently hammered on his big chest. While Long Che's family was eating the sizzling roasted suckling pig, the imperial city that was originally ruled by Tiger Tianba had also become the territory of the ice-striped lion immortal overnight. However, he didn't go on a killing spree to shock the crowd. Finding the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda for Long Che needed a lot of manpower, and the more people there were, the greater the chance of finding it, so he didn't want to kill it. And in the Ice Lion Immortal, this immortal beast's strong strength under the shock. The Emperor City, in addition to a very small number of people who could not see the situation of the people who are confused to rebel, was killed. The other people all crouch on the ground submissive down, which still dare to have half a bit of disobedience of the heart. Only, when the ice-striped lion immortal became the overlord of the imperial city and assigned his generals to lead the crowd to go and look for the news of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, inside the imperial city's great imperial hall, he, who was sitting peacefully in a platter, had a voice suddenly ringing in his ears. Little lion. For good reason. How did your breath leave the immortal realm and run to the lower realms? This voice caused the ice-striped lion immortal's face to change drastically. For, the owner of the voice was the very same one who owned him. Bloodshed Old Immortal. In the immortal realms 100, 000 miles of hanging hollow mountain. The bloodshed old immortal had a famous name, being the Peach Blossom Valley Master of Hanging Hollow Mountain, and the ice-striped lion immortal was precisely an immortal beast that he had raised. Moreover, it was only one of the top 10 immortal beasts he had bred. The bloodshed old immortal was searching for news of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda in the 10 lower realms plane, and these 10 immortal beasts, too, had been arranged to help him scout for news in the 10 lower realms plane. Master, Little came down to see if there is any news about the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. At this moment, he did not tell what had happened to him. He didn't feel out Longchair's strength. If the bloodshed old immortal wanted to come to the lower realms, it would take a great deal of effort to break through the shackles of the laws of the dimensional crystal wall system. But Longchair brought him down with a light touch and little hindrance. Therefore, before figuring out Longchair's strength, he didn't intend to say anything about it. Once he said it, the initiative of his choice was gone, and what he had to face then was probably only death. You should also speed up. The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda has a total of 7 layers. This immortal has already found 5 layers, just 2 more to go, and this immortal will be done. Little lion, don't drag your feet. Yes, master, I will definitely find it as soon as possible. The sound disappeared, and the ice-striped lion immortal's entire body was already soaked. Lying to this peerless master of his own cultivation, he really didn't know when he had become so bold, and not long after the bloodshed old immortal's voice disappeared, a fiery red phoenix suddenly appeared in the middle of the imperial city, and the ice-patterned lion immortal was directly frightened into revealing his original form. Great Sky Fire Phoenix, my goodness, what in the world is going on here? How could a divine beast like the great heavenly flame phoenix appear in an earth-ranked realm like the Tianxian continent? The ice-striped lion immortal lay on the ground shivering, not daring to raise its head at all. He only hoped that this fire phoenix divine beast would hurry up and leave, but when he sensed that everything around him had come to a standstill, and after raising his eyes, he was surprised to see a small, fire-red bird resting inside the palace, just resting in mid-air, its wings not even flapping a bit. Gulp! The ice-striped lion immortal hurriedly lowered his head, gulping furiously, not daring to raise his head again at all. Even though he was an immortal beast, he couldn't be compared to a true divine beast, not to mention that he was just an earth lion cultivating flying immortal on the Tianxian continent. He didn't know why this phoenix had descended here, his heart jumping and shivering, his whole body once again dripping with cold sweat. Well, great attitude. Which was why the great heavenly flame phoenix suddenly spoke up. Sama. No, I don't know if His Excellency's great presence is. The ice-striped lion immortal stammered, but still didn't dare to raise his head up. Master told me to come over and take a look. Do a good job. That 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda will be found earlier so that you can save your little life, right? Lord? Gudu. The ice-line lion immortal gulped furiously. The owner of the great heavenly flame phoenix. That's definitely not the bloodshed old immortal. Then, Longchair is the owner of this divine beast. The ice-striped lion immortal's insides churned up shocking waves, feeling a sense of lightheadedness and confusion throughout his entire being. Those men of yours should have set out to find it, right? The great heavenly fire phoenix is exactly by Xi's mount. Was sent over by Longchair to see if this ice-striped lion immortal is honest. Which thought, just as soon as he came to the ice-striped lion immortal was scared half to death, and spoke the whole time stuttering. Dada-sama. All set out to find it. The great heavenly flame phoenix nodded, then said nothing as it turned into a ball of flame and flew away. Chapter 72. If you have a dream, defend it. The ice-striped lion immortal was scared silly. The great heavenly flame phoenixes were all owned by Longchair. It's really incredible. And while horrified, he was quite thankful. Luckily, he had just not told old immortal Bloodshed about Longchair. It seems that the strength of the bloodshed old immortal can't even compare to that of my new master, Longchair. I'll have to work hard in the future as well. Master Longchair is surrounded by divine beasts. I'm afraid that if goods like me don't work hard, I'm afraid that my existence will become lower and lower. But Master Dragon is such a powerful being. Wouldn't it be very simple to find the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda? Why did he have to exterminate Tiger Tianba and make me the king of this Tianxian East region? It must be the master trying to test me. That must be it. After pondering and brainstorming for quite a while, the ice-striped lion immortal suddenly let out a loud cry. Come on, man. I'm in. Quickly mobilize all the troops in the entire imperial city to find the whereabouts of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. Yes, for the past few days, Mu Qiangyu has been eating at home every day. In addition to going to the Heavenly Devil's sect for a stroll, Longchair's cooking really had an irresistible temptation, and she obviously felt that she had gained weight. Longchair, I've gained weight. What should I do? After tearing another roasted whole sheep with the 3 groups, Mu Qianyu touched her bulging stomach and was filled with devastation. It's good to be fat. It shows that you're happy with your husband. Long Che laughed, then patted heavy Floor's upturned little belly. Look at you. You're not as big as your son's belly. Can't call it fat. Still not fat. I'm getting to be a rice bucket. Mu Qianyu laughed at herself. My mother is not a rice bucket. Ugly-looking people are called rice buckets. And you're an eater at best. Eating? Aha. Well, you raised me to be a foodie. I should get you for that. Mu Qianyu snickered. Long Che, however, shook his head slightly and laughed meaningfully. Looking for my husband to settle the score is probably not possible temporarily. Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes raised. Why? Because, you're about to find out. Buzz. Before Long Che's words fell, Mu Qianyu suddenly felt a roar in her head, and the Xianqi energy in her body seemed to start storming out in an instant, shocking her whole heart. Man, am I getting promoted again? Mu Qianyu was panicked, but there was a flash of surprise welling up inside. In the past few days, she felt that her cultivation at the Fourth Order Xiandi realm had gradually stabilized at the peak of the Fourth Order. According to her own thoughts, if she wanted to break through to the fourth rank Xian Emperor, it would be at least a year and a half later. But it was not to be. Just by enjoying the food Longshare made every day for the past few days, he's going to be promoted again. Fifth rank Xian Emperor. That was one of the few super powerhouses above the entire Eastern Domain Earth. Once she reached it, then she was not far away from the Eastern Domain's most powerful Eastern Desolate Emperor, the Tiger Demon of the 8th Order Xian Emperor. Of course, Mu Qianyu didn't know that Tiger Tianba had already been destroyed, and that the strongest person in the Eastern Domain Imperial City had now become an immortal beast. Shoo! Feeling the stormy breath within her body, Mu Qianyu directly rose up in the air and rushed towards a formation within the foothills above the mountains. As she gradually familiarized herself with this place, that formation also became her place of cultivation. Moreover, the formation over there possessed a strong defensive power that was able to isolate all forces, so she didn't have to worry about the impact that the commotion she made when she was promoted would have on Long Che as well as the three children, who were weak in cultivation. Daddy, is mother becoming powerful again? As Bai Ji looked at Mu Qianyu's breath storming out, a touch of envy surfaced on her small face. Yeah, your mother is getting stronger and stronger. When you guys grow up, you'll definitely be even stronger than your mother. So are we as good as daddy? Zissou suddenly asked, a question that made Long Che freeze. The second maiden, Zissou, has a thoughtfulness that has been evident since she was a child. You are father's pups. There is a saying that the blue is better than the blue. You will one day surpass father and mother and become the pinnacle of this world. Yay! That's great. At that time, we'll be able to protect daddy and mommy. Long Che looked at the three groups so expectable to become strong, asked with a smile. Daddy asked you guys a question. Okay? Yeah, daddy ask. Father would like to know, when you guys become overwhelmingly strong, what kind of people are you going to be? Or rather, what kind of things are you going to do? He wanted to get a sense of his waifu's triad. Daddy, I'll go first. Heavy Floor smirked. I want to eat my way through the sky and the universe. Hearing Chonglu say that, the two sisters immediately laughed. All you know how to do is eat, brother? Chongluo, however, said, not at all. I'm going to take father and mother, and you too, to eat together. Longshare stroked the back of his head and laughed. Son of a, besides eating, what else? Heavy Floor thought for a moment. Mother said that a boy establishes between heaven and earth, to open up peace for the world. Father, I want to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, to protect the family and defend the country, and to do the right thing for heaven. As these words were spoken, Long Che's entire body was a bit confused. A 4-year-old baby to take the place of God? To make peace for the ages? That was pretty unexpected. Good. Worthy of being the son of the old man. Ambitious. As soon as Long Che took Chonglu in his arms, this little meatball really didn't let him down. What about you, big girl? Long Che looked at Bai Ji. Bai Ji thought for a moment and said, Daddy, I want to be like mother, killing bad people and protecting good people. Long Che pondered briefly, then looked at Bai Ji's eyes. Then you must cultivate well. Only if you are strong enough can you become the person you want to be. Daddy, I remember. Long Che's eyes looked at Zissou again. What about you, Irma? Zissou, however, raised her eyes to look into the distance, and a great blueprint seemed to be brewing in that young mind. Daddy, I want to build a nice place where all the good people live and all the bad people aren't allowed in, so we can live happily ever after. Good. It's all good. Good. Listening to the words of the three children, Long Che could not help but feel a surge of excitement inside. Although the child is small, but was taught so well by Mu Qianyu, he, as a father, cannot help but make a contribution. Children, your dreams can definitely be realized. And as long as you don't forget your original intention and keep working in that direction, sooner or later it will become a reality. However, before that, you need to do some training like your mother did, and with each metamorphosis, you are one step closer to your dream. Remember, if you have a dream, defend it. Father, we remember. Father, then we'll go cultivate too. Yeah, go ahead and be safe. Aha! The three clusters ran off after that, but after they ran to that open hillside, suddenly the three of them actually took up a dry stance. Big sister and second sister. I'll take it from here. Big sister and third brother. Take that. I'm not going to let you two get away with this just because I'm the big sister. Make your move. When the three of them spoke, Xianqi actually surged within their small bodies. Their aura was extraordinary. Long share. Chapter 73, If you cultivate, you need to make up for it. Long Che did not expect that the three groups would actually want to compete with each other, but he also wanted to see how strong the three siblings were today. Both palms closed and launched. A seal instantly coalesced and formed. The earth and void in 100 feet radius were all shrouded. Mu Qianyu is practicing and there are quite a lot of flowers and plants around, so she can't let the three kids ruin it. The three of them could play as much as they wanted in this enclosed environment of 100 feet. Hey, can't catch me. Chonglu tickled Bai Ji and pulled out his legs. I'm not going to catch you. Let my little vine catch you. Bai Ji stomped her foot while reaching out her hand and grabbing it forward violently. Sizzle. 10 little fingers within the spinning gas whistled out, blinking into green vines, chasing after the heavy building winding and go. Big sister. The Shin blade technique that father gave me just broke your vine grand technique. Miso. Zisu's fingers flicked continuously, and the moon-white Xianqi blades erupted continuously, each blade hitting Bai Ji's green vines with unparalleled precision, cutting them off flush. I've learned more than that. Bai Ji didn't look angry. After retrieving the green vine, she smiled cheekily. The greenish-green Xianqi in her palm erupted again. She crouched down fiercely, and the earth and wood attribute energies were superimposed together, which actually made the earth within the circle of a few zhang instantly sprout many spiky grass blades. Run! Second sister. Za feet. Heavy floor continued to run off into the distance. He practiced the Chi Dragon shadow art that Long Che had given him and ran and flew. The main fight is a fight or flight. I'm not running. Look at my adamantium iron shoes. Zisu's childish voice shouted, actually revealing a domineering spirit. A light golden Xianqi surged towards his feet and condensed into a pair of light golden shoes. Under the protection of these metallic shoes, the spikes of grass blades that emerged from the dirt under her feet couldn't even move her in the slightest. Big sister. What other tricks do you have? Just use them. Good. Let you taste big sister's power. The three waifs fought with fervor. Longshare looked quite satisfied as well. Bai Ji's earth and wood attribute techniques were well cultivated. Zisu's metallic Xianqi was also utilized flexibly and freely. And Chonglu's stance for escaping also surprised him quite a bit. The waifs are really worthy of this father's good intentions. He cooks every day in different ways using scarce ingredients in order to make the waifs' bodies thrive quickly and become masters without moving. The scene before him basically met his expectations. As for the cultivation levels of the three waifs, they had basically reached the Xianshi realm. The layers of the cultivation path: Xian apprentice, Xian Shi, Xian master, Xian Zun, Xian Huang, Xian emperor, Xian Shang, Xian Xian. The three donuts were able to reach the Xianshi realm at the age of 4, simply not letting anyone live. Immortal world, Peach Blossom Valley. The immortal mist here was misty, and cranes were flying in the air. Only that the color of the cranes was indeed a surprising blood red. Not just cranes, even the other grasses, trees, birds, and beasts that grew in this valley took on a bizarre blood red luster. And the closer he got to that peach blossom forest within the Peach Blossom Valley, the denser this blood-colored luster became. At this moment, there were two rather strange-looking immortal beasts in the Peach Blossom Forest, kneeling underneath an old man sitting on the trunk of a peach tree. That little lion is a bit abnormal. You two quickly go to the eastern region of Tianxian continent to find out what's going on. And if necessary, take all the measures you can. This immortal has only one purpose: to find the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. Yes, the two immortal beasts could only nod their heads despite the complexity in their hearts. This old man was none other than the bloodshed old immortal. Looking at the color in the eyes of these two immortal beasts, he let out a cold snort. Then 2 pills flew out of his hands. Here are 2 spirit-gathering pills that will allow you to break through the law constraints of the dimensional crystal wall system. Go. Yes. Only after taking these 2 pills did the worried look in the eyes of the 2 immortal beasts dissipate. To them, the biggest obstacle to trying to enter the lower realm plane was the laws of the realm. One bad move, and that's perishing. After the 2 immortal beasts disappeared, a look of worry appeared in the eyes of the bloodshed old immortal. The only reason the Iceland lion had the audacity to hide something from this immortal is that it has encountered a more powerful existence. If this immortal's plans are ruined because of you, you will end up in pieces. Cough cough cough. The bloodshed old immortal said, his eyes filled with coldness, but suddenly he burst into a violent coughing fit, and even a mouthful of old blood was sprayed out. Crunch! The coldness in his eyes increased, his teeth gritted and rattled as his palms spread out, and a 5-story incomplete Linglong pagoda emerged. Where the hell are those 2-tiered pagodas? Only by gathering all the 7 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong pagoda's pagoda body can I summon the power of chaos and make the 7 realms erupt with evil aura for my use, so that I can exterminate that bastard. Old immortal Yin Yang. Anger rose in his heart and he vomited more blood, had to hold back his anger, meditated in place, and soon fell into the state of old monk meditation. Practicing is not a one-day thing, but this seems to be getting less and less convincing to Mu Qianyu. Of course, she had done quite a bit of preparation before she managed to advance to the 5th rank Xian Emperor realm. For example, eating a lot of Launcher's cooking, eat a lot of candy from Launcher's drawer, drinking a lot of extraordinary mountain water. After juggling the objects in the cave that looked like war soldiers and kitchen knives and axes many times, buzz, when all the Xian Qi around her body was converged into her body, Mu Qianyu's eyes regained their clarity and her breath stabilized, but her heart was not calm anymore. Is this a done deal? This is too simple. From the time she closed the door and entered the state of promotion to becoming a 5th rank Xian Emperor, only one day had passed. When the morning of the second day began with the rising of the sun, her beautiful eyes opened and she stretched. It was a 5th rank Xian Emperor. Feeling the Xian Qi flowing like a stream in his body, that sense of unreality vanished. It seems that we still need to eat more. It doesn't matter if we get fat, as long as we are strong and become a ball. It's worth it. It smells so good, is what he said. Suddenly the nose opened and closed. A fragrance wafted over. The rich aroma is simply refreshing into the lungs, so that she cannot stop making good food again. This man has to raise this seed into a ball. The internal rejection was quickly beaten away by the rich aroma. With a swoosh, Mu Qianyu disappeared in place and blinked to the cave. Yeah, mother, you finished practicing? Hurry up and eat breakfast. Daddy made a lot today. There's cheese, egg cakes, steamed buns and dumplings, as well as donuts and millet porridge. This one is the best. I love this shumai. Brother, that's wheat roast. What's yakisoba? And what's yakitori? Mother is so stupid. She doesn't even know this. Let me teach you. Mother has finished practicing? It's been hard work. Let's eat. You need to eat more to replenish your nutrients if you're practicing. Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che, pretending to be calm before, but when she looked at Long Che, her eyes were covered with shock. Long Cher, can you tell me where you get all the ingredients for cooking? Omelets? Cheese, steamed buns and millet porridge? Kids, that's not it at all. That's a phoenix egg, milk of the heavenly savage cow, dragon saliva rice, heavenly demon sable meat. She hadn't even seen it before, and if she hadn't read many of the tomes left behind by the immortals, she wouldn't have recognized it at all. Chapter 74, Immortal Insects. Long Che could see Mu Qianyu's shock, but his attitude was so bland that he even laughed at himself a little. Mother, I can only get so many ingredients. I really can't get anything better. When these words left her mouth, Mu Qianyu was directly dumbfounded. That's what I mean. However, as the heavenly demon sect patriarch, you should be able to get something better, right? My lady, why don't you, when you go back, bring over some good ingredients for me to try and see if I can make something even better? Mu Qianyu bristled. Long Cher said helplessly, well, if you don't bring it, then you don't bring it. I know that you, as the patriarch, can't take the initiative to take the clan's things. In the future, I'll work harder for my husband, and try to grow more food and raise more small animals to keep for meat. Mu Qianyu didn't say anything. Ahem, I'm really hungry. Long Che, why don't you take me around the field after dinner? Good, the kids are on their way there too, so let's go there as a family of 5 after dinner. And step into the green. Treading green? What does that mean? It's just stomping all over the plants. You're talking nonsense again. Brother, the grass is green. You can't step on it. Let your brother go ride the waves. LOL. Then it fell in the water, yeah. Ha. Mu Qianyu was puzzled as she ate. The Xian Qi energy in his body became more and more majestic and violent as the food went down. What was eaten was not food at all. It was a super treasure that possessed more Xian Qi energy than Xiandan. With each bite, she felt a sense of guilt for wasting it. Perhaps, this was something that only immortals were qualified to eat, and although she was a Xian Di, she felt that she was far from qualified. But looking at the 3 children eating with relish, so fragrant, mouth full of oil, she could not care less. Anyway, as long as you follow Long Che, you'll be able to eat and drink in the future. And these days will be few and far between. And so on. Mu Qianyu forced her inner thoughts to pause. How did one get that idea? Is this a subconscious idea to spend time with Longshare? A mortal? How can you do this? You're the head of the Heavenly Devil sect. Besides, you have more important things to do. With that thought, she cut off her inner thoughts, and then thought back over what had happened to her over the years, and what she had to do next. The Seven-Vessel Tower. Leave the illusory heavenly prison. Tianxian Dynasty. She has to do many things, but you can't live your life following a man in the middle of nowhere. What's wrong? Is it not good? Seeing Mu Qianyu in deep thought, Long Che asked. No, it's delicious, really delicious. Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che's gesture of dumping the rice, and immediately started her chopsticks, picking the rice in the bowl clean. Not a single grain left. Hiccup. Father, mother, I'm full. I'm full too. So full. I feel like my stomach is going to explode. No. I need more kanji. After a meal, Long Che cleans up the dishes, and Mu Qianyu pretends to help with the scrubbing, but is directly pressed by Long Che on the stool and snaps. Ma'am, you don't look like a housekeeper and there's no need to learn. I'll do it. Mu Qianyu skimmed her lips, but she didn't know what to say. Do the dishes? Clear the table? I haven't done that in decades. Besides, with this seat's strength, how do you need to eat? But, looks like she's falling in love with eating all over again. Daddy, when are we going out to play? Let's go. Now. After a little bit of scrubbing, Long Che went out with the three dumplings and Mu Qianyu. This secret realm hidden deep within the barren mountains was where he planted his fields, and although Mu Qianyu and the children had been here for many days, they knew nothing more than 9 cows and 1 hare about the place. If all the secret realms were presented in full wholes, it wouldn't be too much of a stretch to call this place a small immortal realm. With Long Che's means, creating a small world was nothing. The secret world opens. Suddenly a gust of wind blew past, and then the screams of the three tits donut were unending. Whoa! A flying rabbit. It actually has wings. What kind of bug is that? Why does it squeal like a pig? Is this the field Daddy planted? These flowers smell so good. It's like milk. Daddy, I want that human-faced butterfly. Okay, Daddy will catch it for you. The three groups seemed to have entered a strange world. Never seen anything like this before. All running and jumping with excitement, smiling from ear to ear, and thoroughly having a good time. Only, Long Che did not see Mu Qianyu, who had been standing behind him. She stood at the head of the ground, looking at the plants as far as the eye could see, listening to the birds and animals roaring in the air, and smelling the flowers, clueless, thinking that she, the heavenly demon empress, had traveled for 100 years. She had never seen such a divine and holy realm. She felt that with every breath she took, the cells in her body were cheering. It was the fusion between the immortal qi and the ordinary xuanqi that was refining her flesh and blood, washing her internal organs and cleansing her soul. Just standing up here made her feel her soul clear. Not to mention that the plants therein, all of them were superb, and all of them were immortal objects. Even a butterfly flying among them was an immortal beast. Suddenly, Mu Qianyu raises her eyes to see Long Che grabbing a butterfly, only to exert too much force and pinch the butterfly directly out of the water. Oops, Daddy was careless. Let's throw this one away and we'll catch it again. Longshare throws the butterfly away and moves on to his next target. The three groups followed him, bouncing and laughing the whole way. Poor Mu Qianyu's shaken heart has no one to comfort her. She took a step over to the thrown butterfly fairy beast and lifted it up with both hands as if she were holding 1,000 pounds. I'll heal your wounds. You should be able to get better. After all, you're an immortal insect. Mu Qianyu exerted her means and injected a channel of Xian Qi into the butterfly's body, only to realize that this amount of Xian Qi in her body was simply not enough. That butterfly's tiny body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how much she poured into it, she just couldn't add up to that energy that had been depleted due to her injury. Could it be because the Xian Qi in my body is ordinary, while the immortal insects need immortal Qi? Thinking of this, Mu Qianyu sat down on her knees and began to meditate, running the circumference of the sky, and between one breath and another, the surrounding heaven and earth immortal Qi began to accumulate in her body. About half an incense stick of time passed before she slowly opened her eyes and then continued to save the butterflies. Saving fairy bugs was the first time she had ever done such a thing, and she was apprehensive inside, but luckily it did work out in the end. The injured butterfly used its immortal energy to recover from its injuries, then fluttered its wings and flew around her a few times before landing on her shoulder again. You're better. Great. Mu Qianyu was happy from the bottom of her heart, and that's when Longshare returned with the three children. Yikes, mother, you brought this little butterfly back to life. Seeing the small butterfly on Mu Qianyu's shoulder, Bai Ji called out in surprise. Yes, this is a fairy bug. It's a very precious life. We must take care of small animals. Remember? At these words, the three clusters hid the small cage they were holding, woven from twigs, behind their backs in unison. Mu Qianyu frowned. What are you holding? Mother? Nothing. Show it to mother. Oh. Chapter 75. Long Che was kicked away. Once she looked at what was in the basket of the three of them, Mu Qianyu was confused. She only felt that the blood in her whole body flowed backward, and her head was a bit unconscious. These are. Her voice actually shook a few times involuntarily. Did you catch all these? Nice guy. Inside this basket, it was densely filled with butterflies. Each one was the same as the one she had just cured. It was an immortal insect. Mother, we won't kill them. We'll keep them for fun. Is that okay? Seeing the unnatural color of Mu Qianyu's face, Zissou, who had the most thoughtful mind, asked in a small voice. Mu Qianyu didn't know how to answer, but looking at the expectant little eyes of the three children, she nodded. It's okay to keep them, but do you know what they eat? Those are fairy bugs, not for you to raise. I know. Eat flora. Mother, father says that butterflies eat pollen like this, Bai Shi said, casually picking a flower from the side. Hey! Mu Qianyu was just about to stop it when she realized it was too late. Oh, my god, that was a royal Xianyi herb, and it was spoiled by the daughter like that. As Bai Shi plucked off a small purple flower at the top of the Xianyi grass, that entire grass shriveled down and then turned into a piece of flying ash that drifted away with the wind. However, the flower in Bai Shi's hand did not disappear, glowing with a purple halo, and was casually stuffed into the basket by her. As soon as the basilica flowers were put in, a swarm of butterflies fluttered around the basket and landed on the flowers to feed on the pollen. Look, mother, they really do eat pollen, don't they? Daddy's right so we should be able to feed them. Mother, you don't know. Father is over there catching bulls. Come on, let's go over and take a look. Mu Qianyu's inner waves, the three dolls obviously cannot see. She tried her best to suppress the surging waves. Along with the children's footsteps also stepped towards the place where Long Che is walking. Along the way, all the things that caught her eye were immortal items that she had never seen before, and any of them, even a random weed, made her cautious lest she step on it. A single weed, taken outside, would trigger a bloody robbery? She felt like she was in a dream. Her head was heavy, and everything she saw was so unreal. Gotcha! How much food has spoiled me? Little one. Just as he walked over, he saw Longshare grabbing a vole out of a mouse hole. The vole was huge, squeaking and squealing, its little eyes full of fear. At this moment, besides the fear in the vole's eyes, Mu Qianyu's whole body was also in a state of shock. That were a vole. In her eyes, it was a behemoth, an eroding heavenly black dolphin with a glistening black body and a shocking demonic aura. Let you spoil my food. Snap. Long Che didn't care about that much. He released these things from the 10,000 Demon Tower originally to enrich his life, but they overshot his prescribed amount of food, so they deserved to be beaten. With a snap, the vole was directly knocked out, and with a wave of Launcher's hand, it drew a parabola in the air and fell into a pile of rocks. Out of sight. Gulp. Mu Qianyu gulped, unable to speak. There was no surprise within her at the discovery of a new continent. Nothing but shock is shocking. Like a person who has never seen the world, suddenly came to the top of the palace. Curiosity disappeared. Surprise disappeared. Into the eye. All visual and spiritual shock. Mother, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, Mu Qianyu's whole body was so soft that she was actually lightly about to fall down. Longshare was also quite surprised. It turns out that he wants to let Mu Qianyu adapt to this environment. After all, after this situation is more than enough. Early to adapt to early benefit. Where was the thought that she was going to faint? A hold Mu Qianyu's small savage waist. Long Che a breath with the palm of the hand to infuse her body. Mu Qianyu only feel the whole body warm, comfortable and almost God sound up. I'm fine. Mu Qianyu wanted to stand up, but realized that she was reclining in Long Che's arms, and suddenly her pretty face reddened to the roots of her ears. There's the baby. She had somehow managed to say that in her nervousness. Mother, let's go. In the end, Bai Ji is the eldest sister and understands things. I just don't know who she learned to know so much from. Siblings, come on, let's go play over there. Bai Ji took Zissa Chonlu and ran to a patch of grass to spread out, leaving Mu Qianyu red-faced and reclining in Long Che's arms. She did not break free for a while. How much longer do you want to hold it? Watching the children leave, Mu Qianyu was positive, with the demeanor of a high and mighty patriarch. Then I'll spread my hands. Longshare suddenly let go. Just as suddenly, Mu Qianyu's entire body fell downward, but subconsciously wrapped her hands directly around Long Che's neck. That straddle pulled Longshare down to the ground even as he rolled over and bullied his way up, only to suddenly roll and make himself a meat cushion. This sudden turn of events caused a scene to pop into both of their heads at the same time. 5 years ago, on a nearby hillside, the duo made the same move. Mother, are you bullying me again? Longchae looked at Mu Qianyu's stunningly beautiful face and smiled meaningfully. Who's bullying you? It's obviously you who bullied me. Mu Qianyu wanted to stand up, but Longchae pulled her back. You. Mu Qianyu was very shy, and when she was pulled so violently by Longchae, she subconsciously kicked out. There was a muffled thud. Longshare flew. The whole person took off from the ground, drew a graceful parabola in the air, and fell into the flowers a dozen meters away with a plop. Then there was no movement. Dragon. Longshare? Mu Qianyu panicked, then remembered that Longchae didn't have much cultivation. That kick will kill you. Are you okay? With a swoosh, Mu Qianyu descended to where Longchae was and squatted down in a panic, looking at the motionless Longchae and blaming herself extremely inwardly. Longshare, you wake up. I didn't mean to. Mu Qianyu was quite flustered. It is not easy to find this good father who can cook for the wee ones. What is it called being kicked to death by oneself? She grabbed Longchae's hand. Then a channel of Xianli invaded his body to heal him. But for some reason, she actually realized that Longchae wasn't injured, but he just closed his eyes and didn't move. You're supposed to do artificial respiration in this situation. Suddenly, a voice rang through his ears. Artificial respiration? Mu Qianyu suddenly froze, then raised her eyes to look for the person who spoke, but suddenly realized that the voice was not Longchae's. You wake up for the seat. Snap. She knew that Longshare was pretending, so he stood up and kicked him in the thigh again. Ouch. You're really hurting me. Ma'am. Longshare let out a scream, pretending it was so realistic. Mu Qianyu breathed a sigh of relief. It's good to be okay. If anything happened, she couldn't answer to the waifs. Chapter 76, The Demonic Chi in the Remnant Soul. You're so thick-skinned. I thought I'd kicked you to death. Mu Qianyu snickered, and even ranted quite a bit. Lord Sovereign, you can take it easy, or else you'll have to be widowed at such a young age. That's really too bitter. Who's a widow? Nonsense. Mu Qianyu pouted. At this moment, she appeared to have turned into a young girl, shy and reserved in front of Longchae, as if she was in the throes of love. Suddenly she asked, How old are you? Longshare? Longshare hemmed and hawed. How big a lady am I that you don't know? How would I know? You don't know? Then no one in the world knows. You, humph, bugger. She suddenly understood what Longchae meant, and couldn't help but blush, no longer paying attention to him, and ran over toward the three children. Night. While Mu Qianyu and the children were asleep, Longchae went to his parents' graves. In the middle of the seal, an intense golden aura filled the grave. The intensity of this golden aura was such that if it were not for the seal to add to it, all of the 100 miles in this radius could be illuminated to become a golden day. It's been the last half a month or so. Father, mother, my child will finally be reunited with you. Longchae's eyes surfaced with thick anticipation. Father, mother, surely you want to meet your grandchildren as well? They're adorable and highly talented. And under my child's education, they'll surely grow up to become a giant of a party. This is the last refill of Xianling immortal power. I hope everything goes well. Longshare was filled with anticipation. The soul-chasing lamp also emerged from his palm at this time, transforming into a flame that danced in the air. Little light, guard this place. But to Longchae's surprise, the moment the soul-pursuing lamp emerged from his palm, it seemed to look a little restless. He caught this keenly and frowned. Lights, what's wrong? The soul-chasing lamp emitted a buzzing sound, and suddenly a black aura permeated the graves illuminated by the light. This is demonic chi? Longshare was alarmed. He had done almost everything he could to resurrect both of his parents, but how could there be a demonic aura in the graves? It's that last spirit. It suddenly occurred to him that the last wisp of soul was what the soul-chasing lamp had found from the demon realm before bringing it back, and now that such a sudden change has occurred, it must be due to that one remnant soul. Could it be that the last souls of both parents have changed in the demon world? Longshare really didn't want to believe this, but this most unwanted thing is really happening in front of us. If the 3 souls and 7 spirits are mixed with a demonized residual soul, then the reborn parent is likely to fall into the demonic path. This was something Longshare did not want to see in any way. Purification immortal formation. Congeal. After discovering a demonic chi, Longchae did not procrastinate in the slightest. Once this kind of thing was discovered, it had to be dealt with at the first opportunity, or else it would become more and more difficult to exorcise the demonic aura as time went on. Buzz. Longchae's means of condensing formations was unreservedly exerted, and the purification immortal formation emitted a humming sound, shaking the entire sealed space like a tide constantly ebbing and flowing. Hiss. However, It seemed to feel a purifying power rising in the surrounding space, but the demonic energy in that grave suddenly burst out and hissed, the sound getting louder and louder, and in the end, it was like the devil's hiss. Gulp. Longshare couldn't help but gulp. If it was in ordinary time, he wouldn't even blink an eyebrow when he encountered a demon. Even if the other party was very powerful, he wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. But right now, that's the graves of both his parents. He had waited too long for this day. However, it was not expected that 100 mistakes had been made, or that the residual souls of both parents had been eroded by the demonic chi, allowing this demonic chi to soar in strength with the operation of the nirvana golden body formation, and even to condense a demonic spirit. The demonic spirit merged with the remnant soul, and Long Che just couldn't bear to think about what was going to happen next. Since the demonic spirit was fused with the residual soul, it was necessary to separate the two. Soul separation, the pain that tore through the heart and lungs, was not something that could be felt by the physical body at all. The soul is torn, cut, and the pain is unfathomable. Father, mother, you guys endure. Child will soon be able to purify the demonic aura. Long Che this clanking man, but suddenly the mist in his eyes rose. It was unfilial to make the two old men suffer the pain of having their souls severed before they could be brought back to life. But there was nothing he could do. As powerful as he was unable to drive away this soul-slicing pain. As the purification formation operated frantically, the trace of pain in Long Che's eyes gradually turned into determination. The demonic aura must be exorcised. Buzzing. The purification grand formation wildly extended and spread out, enveloping the entire seal of 1,000 feet in circumference. The purification power in the formation was like a tentacle, turning into a path of light and shadow, diffusing in all directions, and wherever it passed, all impurities, all the breath that was out of place with the surroundings, were all cleansed clean. That black demonic chi that emerged from the graves also continued to dissipate under this powerful purifying force. It was just that the black breath kept coming out. It seemed that the graves were all filled with demonic chi, which made Long Che's eyes become more and more astonished. That such a thing could happen on his watch made him want to smack himself twice. Well, as time passed, these demonic chi continued to disappear, and finally turned into a faint black mist, and the pain moans of the soul that tore at the heart and lungs in the void also finally stopped. That sound was the greatest torment in the world for Longshare. So close. It was a big mistake. Long Che was not half careless this time, exerting his keenest means to check out the entire sealed space, including the nirvana golden body formation in the grave, and the golden body within the coffin, before finally nodding with satisfaction. But what he didn't expect was that when the last black demonic chi disappeared before, a voice came out, but it was his father's old and unfamiliar yet seemingly so kind voice. Do you know why this remnant soul of ours has gone to the demon realm? Ha ha, ha ha ha. The moment this voice rang out, Long Che seemed to have suddenly returned to the middle of the halcyon days of several hundred years ago. At that time, he was a teenager, hot-blooded and spontaneous, living with his parents in a mountain village at the southern foot of this barren mountain. The momentary recollection made Long Che's eyes moist, but the sound of that harumph made his eyes crinkle again. Why? Why are you going to the demon world? After a person dies, the 3 souls and 7 spirits will enter the world of the Xian underworld and be reincarnated. But why did their spirits go to the demon world? This has always been a source of confusion for Longshare. It's just a pity that after that last black smoke disappeared, all the voices were gone as well. Chapter 77, A Sky Full of Stars to Testify. All is calm again. Longshare, however, was deep in thought. With his means, he thought he had gone as far as he could, but the scene that had just occurred had plunged him into self-doubt like he had never experienced before. There seemed to be a force beyond his control, manipulating something in the shadows that he couldn't detect. The good thing is, it all seems to have completely disappeared. My child prays that the 2 old men will be reborn successfully. Finally, he took a long breath, sat in front of the grave for a while, and stepped out of the seal. After walking out, he saw a hazy silhouette on the hillside walking forward step by step, seemingly searching for something. Mother, are you looking for me? Mu Qianyu froze and asked with a frown. Where were you in the middle of the night? Longshare hemmed and hawed. I was wandering around blindly. Why are you awake too? Mu Qianyu laughed. My son wet the bed. Longshare, bedwetting? Ha ha ha, kids, it's inevitable. Come on, let's go back. With that, he took Mu Qianyu's hand. Mu Qianyu's heart fluttered and she wanted to break free, but she didn't do that. Longshare, the 2 of us, count on what? This sudden question caused Longshare to freeze. Mu Qianyu's serious tone seemed to want him to give her a serious answer. We're sort of unmarried, though I was forced. But I admit it. You. Mu Qianyu took a deep breath and had an unspoken anger towards this outer disciple. Spread my hand. Bugger. Longshare, however, acted pathetically. Lord Sovereign, I don't have a say in our relationship, do I? After all, I'm just a small mountain guard servant. It's you who dominates our relationship. No matter how powerful he was, this woman in front of him was the mother of his child, and that could never change in this lifetime. Therefore, it made sense for him to give in, act cute, and do things that a supreme powerhouse would be completely incapable of doing. Hearing him say that, Mu Qianyu did nod slightly. That's true. After all, the gap between us is too great. Saying that, she smiled slightly and looked at Long Che's starry eyes glowing with shimmering light under the starlight and asked, "This seat would like you to grow up. How about, this seat personally teaches you to cultivate?" As soon as these words came out, Long Che immediately went mental. Hey, that's a good sentiment. With the heavenly demon sect patriarch personally instructing me, then my cultivation won't be a day's journey. Mu Qianyu rolled her eyes. Tell me about you. It's been so many years and you're still a mountain guard handyman. You should move to the outer disciples. Long Cher smiled. I'm not going. If I go, you won't be able to find me. Mu Qianyu said. Long Che, you are still like a child. This was said from the heart. After all, she was close to 100 years old, and in her eyes, Long Che was only in his 20s. Not even realizing that this person in front of him was several times his age. Children, perhaps, I've always acted too big and bold in front of my lady. If you prefer to be mature and steady, I can pretend. Nope, I could rather return to my original face. These words made Mu Qianyu poof a smile. Your original face? I'm afraid that no matter how much you recover, you'll still be a child before this seat. You can call her a grandma in your 20s, then I'll recover slightly. You might as well forget it. Wouldn't it be best to live according to your nature and style? Mistress is right. So, when does your ladyship plan to teach me to cultivate? I can't wait. You can't rush things like cultivation, right? Go to sleep first. Is it a double? Asterisk 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 Q. So I still can't sleep. What should I do? Then you stay awake. You're a tough one. Then, ma'am. The two of them walk hand in hand towards the cave, and Mu Qianyu tries to escape, but is firmly grabbed by Long Che. When he walked to the entrance of the cave, Long Che suddenly said, "Ma'am, I want to give you a serious answer to the question you just asked." "Yeah, go ahead." Long Che broke Mu Qianyu's body upright and faced her, then cupped her head. "I want to make a sea vow with you for all eternity." At those words, Mu Qianyu couldn't help but feel her heart racing. Long Che was so serious all of a sudden, she was actually a bit overwhelmed. "Well, I'll wait for your sea legs." "Wait? How long will you wait, my lady?" I'll promise you when your cultivation surpasses mine." Hey, that's what you said." "I said it, and the sky is full of stars to testify to it." Yes, Longshare was full of joy. Before entering the cave he turned his head to look in the direction of his parents' graves again. When the second elder is resurrected, he must let the second elder personally witness that he is happy with her. Eastern Region Imperial City. The two immortal beasts broke through the dimensional crystal wall system with great difficulty, searching all the way to this place, and a powerful aura permeated down, causing the hearts of everyone in the entire Imperial City to jump. The powerful demonic beasts of the immortal realm can trigger the heaven and earth's phenomena with a single breath, and if they are not restrained, the people below will be devastated. Ghost Wolf. The people here are too weak, aren't they? I've rushed a large number of people to death with one breath. Black Wind. Keep it in check. We're here on business. Don't make things worse. In this lower realm, what can I do even if I make a big mess? Do you want to take revenge even with these mole crickets? Jia. It's good to keep it in check, in case we can't complete the task entrusted by the old immortal. Even if you and I find the third floor of the Seven Orifices Linglong Tower for him, we won't be able to live. Seemingly thinking of the bloodshed old immortal's insidious tactics, Black Wind then reluctantly gathered his aura before the two of them flew inside the Imperial City, pushing straight into the great Emperor's palace. The ice-striped lion immortal was sitting on his knees, entering a meditative state. After coming to the eastern region of the Tianxian continent, he had been anxious. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he didn't complete Longcher's mission. Moreover, the bloodshed old immortal's suspicious character was something he knew quite well, and he definitely wouldn't listen to his own words so easily. Therefore, even when he entered his meditative state, he was still watching the movements outside, and sure enough, two familiar scents were detected by him early on. Black Wind, Ghost Wolf? That sinister old immortal really did send someone down to look for me. Noticing that they had arrived at the Imperial City Palace, the ice-striped lion immortal directly dispersed all of its aura and hid itself. Now that he had defected to Long Che, in case the other party learned about it, he would definitely not let himself go. If he fought alone, he could have a fierce battle with one of the two of them, but with the other two joining forces, He had no chance of winning, so it was hidden so as not to invite trouble. Outside the palace, a scuffle rang out. Ghost Wolf Black Wind transformed into human form and wanted to come in but was pulled back by the guards, and with their temperament, they destroyed a few guards on the spot, so all the guards of the Imperial City were immediately mobilized, and a fierce battle erupted steeply. Yet, it was a completely one-sided kill. Chapter 78, The Great Heavenly Flame Phoenix's Handiwork. Ghost Wolf Black Wind didn't bother with any effort and exterminated all the guards that rushed up from the Imperial City, leaving no dregs of them dead. Ghost Wolf. What about the promised? Where's the low profile? Oh, the low profile is to be low profile. The high profile also must not be soft. Who let the head of this place turtles up and dare not show their faces? Why don't we kill some more? Good. I've secretly learned a bit of the old immortals cultivation discipline. This is a great time to gather a killing aura. Go! Why don't we just exterminate all the people in this Imperial City? Yes, the two were like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Killing was not a big deal to them at all. What compassion for the living. In the hearts of the two people simply did not exist. What's more, they weren't originally human, but bloodthirsty great demons. Killing Chi treasure vase. Collect. Shoo shoo. In the hands of the two of them, a bottle appeared respectively. The black treasure bottle had a road of obscure runes on it. As the two of them killed up, an aura full of grievances and killing spread in the air, and was sucked in by the black chi that emanated from the treasure bottle. The two had a look of surprise in their eyes. They simply didn't dare to kill like this when they were in the immortal world, and there weren't so many weaklings for them to kill. When the hidden ice-marked lion immortal saw them do this, his eyes became quite gloomy. Damnable things, how dare you kill like crazy in the lower realms? If the boundary guardian immortals know about this, they will make you suffer from the pain of lightning fire. The ice-striped lion immortal, however, still didn't dare to go out, and the treasure bottles in the hands of the two of them were also given to them by the old immortal of the blood fiend. As the mount of the bloodshed old immortal, he deeply knew that the old immortal was looking for the purpose of the seven orifices Linglong Pagoda. He just wanted to make the seven lower realms chaotic and turbulent, killing without stopping. In this way, he could collect killing grievances and cultivate his evil immortal great art. At this moment, the entire Imperial City was in chaos. The shadows of two gigantic immortal beasts manifested above the sky, their paws trampling on the earth, and wherever they passed, demonic chi spread across the sky, rolling like wind and thunder, harvesting the lives of countless people. More and more killing resentment breaths were swallowed by the black treasure bottle. Even when Lu Wuxia and Yang Qi returned from outside of the Imperial City with a large army, they were easily crushed to death by the two of them. That kind of super expert who had a great reputation in the eastern region Earth had also completely lost his battle power at the feet of the immortal beast and could only be slaughtered. The entire time, the ice-striped lion immortal was watching. His godson, too, was exterminated. He still hasn't shown up. Hide in the shadows and shiver. Right now, we can only ask Lord Great Heavenly Flame Phoenix for help. The ice-striped lion immortal sent out a transmission note. When this transmission note was sent out, he then rushed out. After all, one couldn't be a shrinking violet in front of the Great Heavenly Flame Phoenix, or else one would be punished. It's you two assholes? To do so is to suffer the punishment of burning your body with heavenly fire. The ice lion immortal swept out, his entire body filled with demonic chi, a huge lion on top of his head with cold eyes, killing intent bursting out. Lion, you're even here? Black Wind said in a cold voice. But, from what you're saying, you're betraying the old fairy? Since you betrayed, die. The two of them received the order from the bloodshed old immortal that if the ice-striped lion immortal rebelled, they could be killed on the spot. Seeing his attitude at this point, the two were clearly unwilling to say much. Of course, another reason was that the ice-striped lion immortal had apparently seen them use the treasure vase to collect the killing breath. He must be killed to keep this in the dark. Join forces, and just him up to go back and deliver the goods. Ha ha, yes, the Black Wind Ghost Wolf teamed up, and the terrifying demonic chi wind and thunder whistled, and a huge black whirlwind drifted over the entire Imperial City, and the scene that looked like extinction scared and cried the countless people who fled in haste. But in the next second, all the breaths in the air all stopped functioning. It's like time stood still. What's wrong? How do I know? Harder. Unable to function. The demonic power in my body is also solidifying. What happened? The two were confused. Click, 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 click. Suddenly, the sky that had stood still and quieted down. The black vortex that had been running wildly actually began to crumble like ice, and then clattered and fell to the ground, falling into a piece of nothingness. When the people below saw this, they were all confused as well. What happened? How could such a weird celestial phenomenon happen? That's a supreme demon. The demonic aura is too dense. When did such a powerful demonic beast appear above the eastern region? The people on Earth are suffering. Doesn't the human race have any supremely powerful people to exterminate them? Run away, or else we'll all be ed to death. Hundreds of people have fled, and even some demonic beasts, wild beasts, also all towards the storm erupted outside the place to flee. The whole imperial city soon became an empty city. When all the demonic chi released by the ghost wolf Black Wind had all fallen into pieces and shattered into nothingness, their gazes were also completely dumbfounded, because they saw that a huge flaming phoenix was currently roaming above the void, a terrifying and divine aura permeating down, shocking the two of them. It's Lord Great Heavenly Fire Phoenix. The ice-striped lion immortal's eyes changed, and he immediately took action. You too, die with me. He flew directly over, and the moment he expelled his hands, two huge male lion silhouettes tore towards each of the two. In this instant, the ghost wolf Black Wind's panic was steeped in fear, and the aura of death loomed over them, but they were powerless to do anything about it. The two were in mid-air, as if they were frozen up, unable to even move their fingers, watching the ice-striped lion immortal's attack. Those eyes were practically bursting. Don't be in a hurry, little lion. A light word fell from overhead into a thunderbolt, and the two demonic chi lion head attacks of the ice-patterned lion immortal were instantly wiped out in the sound waves of these words. My lord. The ice-striped lion immortal didn't dare to say more and directly knelt down. The ghost wolf Black Wind, who was watching this scene, was even more confused. For a time, they suspected that they had not come to the lower realms, but to the god realm. Otherwise, how could such a terrifying divine beast appear? And what did the ice-striped lion immortal's pious kneeling attitude indicate? What's going on with you two? The voice of the great heavenly flame phoenix shook the heart. Each wave of sound was like the sharpest blade, cutting towards their hearts. My lord, we are the mounts under the seat of the bloodshed old immortal. It's all because old immortal bloodshed told us to do it. It's none of our business. If the two hadn't been confined, Sap would have long since fallen to his knees and kowtowed for mercy. Oh, none of your business? So many people died in Imperial City and you say it's none of your business? This level of opening one's eyes and telling lies is quite good. The great heavenly flame phoenix didn't want to say more, and the words fell to look at the ice-striped lion immortal. Little lion, don't act like that in the future. Don't think that this king can't see it. When these words came out, the ice-striped lion immortal immediately panicked and kowtowed. The things that were meticulously done before were not hidden from the eyes of the great heavenly flame phoenix. Chapter 79, Boundary Guardian Immortal. Little lion. This king rewards and punishes clearly. Because of your meticulousness you caused the matter of the living souls of the imperial city. Go back and you find a way to punish yourself. The great heavenly flame phoenix's voice was indifferent. The ice-striped lion immortal had been trembling in fear long ago, and when he heard this, he kowtowed repeatedly. Yes. I will definitely punish myself. Definitely. Great heavenly flame phoenix which is already open to grace. Otherwise a claw down to pinch himself to death. That also has no temper at all. Only then did the great heavenly flame phoenix's fiery eyes look at the Black Wind Ghost Wolf duo. Do you want to die or live? As these words were spoken, the duo immediately saw hope. To ask that is to have hope of staying alive. Want to live? My lord, we want to live. Beg for your lordship's mercy. We're all under orders. The great heavenly fire phoenix's eyes were bland. This king has said that I make a distinction between reward and punishment. You guys go and explain to your masters yourselves. And as a reminder, if you want to live, don't hide it. Understand? Understood. We understand. Thank you for your guidance, my lord. The two were grateful and kowtowed more than once after they were unbound. All right, let's go. After the great heavenly flame phoenix finished speaking, it directly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a ball of flame that danced in front of the duo, guiding the route of their flight. The two of them immediately followed, and finally arrived at a deserted mountain range after a fierce chase. The great heavenly flame phoenix was waiting for them here. Okay, wait here. Yes. Long Che was skulking around with his baby when the great skyfire phoenix flew over and became a cute and adorable pet. And after landing down, Bai Ji gave a cheeky smile. Little fire, why did you fly here? With that, she ran over and threw her arms around the great skyfire phoenix's neck. Young master, I have something to report. What is it? Bai Ji looked at her, a little puzzled. The great heavenly flame phoenix looked at Long Che and said, Master, there are two from the immortal realm over there, waiting for you to send them off. Long Che nodded. These two immortal beasts broke in from the Tianxian continent dimensional crystal wall system. He had known about it for a long time. That kind of commotion couldn't be hidden from him, and the great heavenly flame phoenix acted in a timely manner, which made him very satisfied. This, your reward. Stay here and play with the kids. I'm coming over. With that, he stuffed an elixir into the great heavenly flame phoenix's mouth. Thank you, master. Buzz. The elixir went into his stomach. The great heavenly fire phoenix felt a buzzing throughout his body. A powerful air current impacted his entire body like an electric current usually numb, turning his eyes directly to raise his breath to a brand new height. My cultivation, upgraded again? Thank you, Master. Don't worry, Master. I will watch over the little masters. Raising his eyes, Longshare had disappeared. Fire. Let's play together. Little fire, can you spit out a ball of fire? I want to eat barbecue. Why don't we roast the groundnuts over a small fire? Yeah, fire. Spray. Use spray. When Longche appeared on the mountain, the two immortal beasts, Black Wind Ghost Wolf, directly kneeled down and kowtowed. Anyway, no matter what, when they saw someone here they made up their minds that they had to behave themselves and kowtow and beg for forgiveness, or else they were likely to lose their little lives here. Tell me, who sent you? Longche didn't have a word of nonsense and asked right to the point. It's old immortal Bloodshed. He is our master. My lord, spare our lives. We can't help it. Hearing the name Bloodshed Old Immortal, Longche's eyes frowned. Is this old fellow still alive? A mere clown of the immortal realm. How dare he allow you to come to the lower realms to cause trouble? How bold! Longche said to himself, then his palm grabbed through the air, and the two vials flew to him. The two were startled. This is the killing resentment they collected in the Imperial City, indiscriminately killing innocent people. This break is the method of the side door to cultivate immortals. Can raise the cultivation to a very powerful point in a short period of time. That the Blood Fiend Old Immortal is precisely cultivating this kind of technique. Although they know a little bit about the skin, but they tasted the sweetness, so in the Imperial City they could not control the killing of a lot of people. What's going on with this? Longshare frowned. Apparently, he didn't know. The two also saw that Longche did not know what was going on, and were still hesitant in their minds to say anything. Speak, live or die, it's up to you. Longche's words were indifferent, but full of warning. My lord, we also didn't have control before we made our move. And those people from the Imperial City attacked us before we were all wiped out. Launcher's eyes jumped. All destroyed? Also, it wasn't wiped out clean either. There are still some that escaped. Where's the lion? He's fine. He's not dead. Lord Great Heavenly Flame Phoenix stopped us from doing it. And, you didn't come here to kill some innocent people, did you? Yes, my lord. We were assigned by the Bloodshed Old Immortal to come over here to look for the ice-marked lion, and also to look for an immortal artifact called the Seven Orifices Linglong Pagoda. Old Immortal Bloodshed's old injuries have returned, so he must find the Seven Orifices Linglong Pagoda, release the 7 deadly blood souls sealed within it, and enter the 7 realms plane to cause turmoil so that he can collect enough bloodshed-slaying chi to heal his injuries. Go on. Yes, my lord. The one who fought with the Bloodshed Old Immortal was the Red Pupil Immortal, and there is still a deep hatred between them. The two talked quite a bit. Longshare also knew a thing or two. Only, what he didn't expect was that Immortal Realm's Red Pupil Immortal dignitary was actually Mu Qian Yu's master. Of course, this was a bit of speculation on his part based on the duo's words. After all, there should be no one else other than Mu Qian Yu, the disciple that the Red Pupil Immortal Sovereign was looking for in Tianxian continent after hiding the 7 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. What Mu Qian Yu lost was also exactly the 7 Tricks Tower. Forgive me, my lord. We've told you everything we know. Please forgive us, my lord. We are willing to follow you and never serve that Bloodshed Old Immortal again. The two kneeled down and kowtowed more than once. Their heads could be knocked bloody, and the ground was a bloody watery mess. You guys have a good attitude, but unfortunately, you've killed too many people and your evil thoughts are very heavy. This seat can spare you. I'm just afraid that they won't be able to spare you. Longche raised his eyes and looked into the 10,000 miles of emptiness. There were 2 figures shrouded in divine light there, their eyes looking through 10,000 miles of emptiness to this place. It's Boundary Guardian Upper Immortal. My lord, please save our little lives. The two shivered all over. That was a Boundary Guardian Upper Immortal, an immortal realm law enforcement venerable. The immortal power was extremely powerful, and immortal beasts like them were no different from ants in their eyes. The matter of the law is out of this seat's hands. Look to fate. Longche finished speaking and disappeared in place. Seeing Longche disappear, the Black Wind Ghost Wolf was directly paralyzed with fear. Didn't even have the courage to run away. In the hands of the Boundary Guardian Immortal, there was no possibility for them to escape at all. And at this moment, 10,000 miles away, the 2 Boundary Guardian Upper Immortals saw Longche leaving before they instantly moved down, descending onto the mountain with mixed emotions. Chapter 80, Revenge. After the 2 Boundary Guardian Upper Immortals descended down, they didn't look at Ghost Wolf Black Wind at first. Instead, he looked in the direction Longche had left. It's too scary. Who the hell is that? His immortal power might not be visible to ordinary people, but but they could see with their eyesight that that young man's strength could go sideways even in the immortal realm. And although the two of them were the high and mighty boundary guardian upper immortals, they were only an officer's errand in the immortal realm, and compared to some of the great Luo golden immortals with profound and unfathomable cultivation, they were nothing at all. Therefore, in the eyes of the duo, it was highly likely that Long Che was a great Luo golden immortal level powerhouse. Because of this, the duo did not dare to descend down immediately, but respectfully waited until Long Che left before coming over to deal with the Ghost Wolf Black Wind duo. At this time, the two of them were already trembling. Their whole body was trembling like sifting chaff, so much so that they even shook out their original forms. Scared out of his wits. Let's go. It's stupid and gutless to come down here knowing you're so gutless. Swish. In the hands of the boundary guardian immortal, two chains directly bound the two immortal beasts, and with a ripple of immortal power, the figures disappeared in place. Longshare went back and fought darkly as he accompanied the children. The matter of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was related to the bloodshed old immortal of the immortal world, and there was also a red pupil immortal at the back, as if things were getting more and more interesting. But nowadays, he only wanted to resurrect his parents and then live a peaceful little life of wife and children, and had long been tired of fighting and killing. But the trees want to be quiet, but the wind will not stop. Not to mention that Mu Qianyu's heart can't settle down before finding the 7 orifices Linglong Tower, so he planned to wait until the 7-trick pagoda was found. Not to mention that the day of the resurrection of both parents was only half a month away. Until then, he would not allow any accidents to happen. At this time, Mu Qianyu was in the Heavenly Demon Sect, cultivating with full concentration in the cultivation sanctuary. The matters outside were left to Elder Guyen, and during this period of time, the Heavenly Demon Sect is also a lot more peaceful. Almost no party forces dare to come back to the Heavenly Demon Sect to make trouble, and some of the ones that have the guts to come, all of them are all currying favor and sending gifts. Knowing that this place was guarded by immortals, they didn't extinguish their last glimmer of hope even though they had been rejected before, and miserably so, especially after learning that even the Eastern Wasteland Great Emperor Tiger Tianba was now destroyed by the mysterious Highlander. The other powerhouses felt a sense of urgency. It was difficult for even those powerful people to defend themselves, not to mention these small sects of theirs. So, as soon as there is a light, they will rush up in a crowd. To be able to climb into a relationship with a clan guarded by immortals would have endless benefits. Other than that, it was life-saving at critical moments. However, the ancient Yen elders are all treated equally. No matter how generous gifts, no matter what the other side is what sect, he always followed the account of Mu Qianyu. All refused. 2 days later, in the Mu Qianyu cultivation sanctuary, a terrifying aura shot up into the sky. All the elder disciples all saw the surging airwave, transformed into a huge pillar of light rising 10,000 feet. At the top of that pillar of light, Mu Qianyu's figure was like a flying phoenix. The overriding aura of the heavens could not help but give birth to the impulse to bow down and pay homage. Its Sovereign Lord has been promoted again. The Patriarch was only promoted a few days ago, and now he's being promoted again. What the hell is going on here? Exactly. How did the speed suddenly accelerate so much? It must be that immortal's secret help. Yes. It must be the help of the immortals. I wish an immortal could give me some guidance. Daydreaming. In the shocked gazes of all the elder disciples, Mu Qianyu's aura climbed up and up, finally entering the 6th order Xian Emperor realm in one fell swoop. This kind of speed, even she herself could not believe it. Her beautiful eyes were surprised, but then a thick surprise emerged. This seat's cultivation isn't flimsy. It's solid. Long Che, who the hell are you? This is all thanks to you. Mu Qianyu's shadow of Long Che surfaced in her mind. This handsome mountain guard handyman. What the hell is wrong with him? After eating the meals he made, his cultivation can be raised every other day. It's unbelievable. But even though she was surprised, she made up her mind that she would not lose weight in the future. She would have to eat Long Che's cooking, and she would have to eat her fill and eat all the time. Congratulations to Patriarch on his promotion. Congratulations Patriarch. Congratulations Patriarch. When Mu Qianyu descended from the 10,000 feet of emptiness to collect her breath, everyone in the entire Heavenly Devil sect knelt in front of her in unison, congratulating her on her renewed increase in strength. 6th order Xian Di. There weren't many of these strengths in the entire Tian Xian East region. Moreover, that Eastern Wasteland Emperor, Tiger Tianba, is only an 8th order Xian Emperor. According to Mu Qianyu's cultivation speed nowadays, if she wants to surpass Tiger Tianba, it's just around the corner. At that time, the Heavenly Demon Sect would be the most powerful force above the entire Eastern region, and no force would dare to offend the Heavenly Demon Sect's brow anymore. Thinking of this, even the weakest disciples couldn't help but feel their blood boiling, feeling grateful that they could enter such a sect. Once Mu Qianyu left the crowd and returned to the middle of the hall again, an impressive image surfaced in her head. The leaving illusion heavenly prison? This seat will finally be able to kill my way back. Leave the illusory heavenly prison. That was the place where she had been taken by the mysterious master not long after she had left Python Village and then imprisoned her and her 3 children. It was a secret place, but it was also a great prison of violence and bloodshed. The children spent their darkest childhood there, and the most heartbreakingly painful days of her life, a source of unquenchable hatred within her. Now, having been promoted to the 6th rank Xian Emperor, she was going to kill her way back for revenge. She didn't act immediately, though. Instead, it was back home again before dark. Long Che's cave, the place that had always been regarded as a barren mountain, had now been made her home. Being there, having her own children, and her child's father, was a warmth within her. After 5 years of hurt, she finally found solace and a warm light in that secluded corner. And, of course, all the things left behind by the immortals there appealed strongly to her. If one day she could throw out all the regrets and hang-ups and hatred in her heart, and only follow Long Che also the children wholeheartedly to live in that paradise place, that would be such a wonderful thing. But before that, she had to get revenge. We must find the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, and do the great thing that the master has explained to us, which concerns the lives of the people. When Mu Qianyu returned to the cave, Long Che felt the change in her aura and laughed. Mother, you're in quite a mood today, aren't you? Mu Qianyu smiled and frowned. What? Don't I usually look like this? That's not true. Sagami noticed that you're even looking at me a little differently today. What's different? There was love in the way you looked at me today. Chapter 81, A Promise is a Promise. Don't flatter yourself. Hearing Long Che say this, Mu Qianyu didn't get angry. She could obviously feel that the rejection of this man within her heart was getting weaker and weaker. But that shouldn't speak to the so-called love. Should it? This seed is happy today. Why don't I teach you 2 moves first? Mu Qianyu suddenly became interested. Great. I can't wait for you. Mu Qianyu thought for a moment. Your current cultivation is too low, and you're only in the realm of a xianshi. So let's start with the most basic techniques. Saying that, he flipped his hand and took out a gong method from his nascent sacred ring. This is the entry-level xianqi body tempering technique. With your talent, under the guidance of this seat, a year's time to be able to master this martial art should be about right. Mu Qianyu didn't have much of a backbone to her words. Long Che had been guarding this mountain for a few years now, and his cultivation hadn't progressed much, so even with her, the sovereign, personally guiding him, she didn't dare to guarantee that Long Che would be able to finish cultivating this basic technique within a year. A year? Hearing this, Long Che couldn't help but frown. What? A year should be fast enough, right? This is looking down on my husband. It hurts my self-esteem too much. Besides, even if I don't have any talent, you shouldn't be presumptuous. I was instructed by you personally. If it really takes a year, that would be a slap in the face of you, the sovereign lord. So that's what Longshare meant. He's too long. And how soon would you say you've mastered it? Mu Qianyu asked. Longshare held out a finger. A month? Longshare shook his head. 1 day? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Longshare still shook his head. So what do you mean? Mu Qianyu subconsciously felt that this man was going to brag. Longshare laughed. All at once. Mu Qianyu laughed at once. She obviously thought Longshare was joking with her. I'm being serious with you. Don't be playful here. Cultivation is a serious matter. Mu Qianyu said with a straight face. I'm not kidding. I'm serious too. Don't believe me? Try? Yeah. You finish this kung fu first. Good. Long Che seriously flipped this kung fu from the beginning to the end, flipping through the book the entire time. Then look up. Well, ma'am, that's about it. Mu Qianyu frowned. You're swallowing it whole. No wonder you can't cultivate. You don't have the right attitude towards cultivation at all. What kind of attitude does it take to practice? Long Che said somewhat innocently. This kind of most basic gongfu was something he had practiced hundreds of years ago, and if he didn't want to make his wife happy, he wouldn't look at it again in his life. Mu Qianyu rolled her eyes and then said, when this technique is practiced, you should be able to manage to shatter that stone slab with a single slap. Mu Qianyu pointed to a stone slab in front of her and said with a smile. She obviously wouldn't have thought that Long Che already possessed this kind of strength. Alright, I'll follow the steps of the gongfu and rehearse them. Longshare stood up and gave a decent rehearsal. Mu Qianyu looked at his movements that flowed like they had been rehearsed countless times, and for a moment, she actually became a bit incredulous. Bang! When all the movements were rehearsed, Long Che added a stream of Xian Qi in his body on top of his palm, and then slapped his palm at the stone tablet. The slab shattered in response and became a piece of gravel. What? This can't be right? A palm slapping and shattering the stone slabs, although it was not considered much of a battle power at all for Mu Qianyu. It was already quite impressive for Long Che, the mountain guard handyman. The point was that he had only looked at this gung fu once and had completely mastered it? How could this kind of talent be a mountain guard handyman disciple? Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che with eyes full of disbelief, and even exerted a Xin Shi to probe the fluctuations within his body, but found nothing. Long Che can control his cultivation at any level by casually using some means, and if Mu Qianyu wants to probe, it's simply impossible. Strange, could it be that I've discovered a cultivation wizard? She stared at herself with a frown. Mother, how is it? This talent of my husband, is it okay? Mu Qianyu laughed. It seems that my heavenly demon sect has wasted a genius. How about you go to the outer sect to cultivate in the future, and this seat will arrange for you to be taught by an elder personally. What do you say? No good. Longshare decisively refused. With you personally teaching me? Ma'am, I'm not going to some outer gate. Besides, what will I do with my children if I go there? Mu Qianyu shook her head and laughed, joking with you. Long Che, since your comprehension is so strong and your talent is so high, then hurry up and cultivate. But don't continue to waste time. When you grow to be a person of some strength to protect your wife and children, isn't it? Long Che was surprised. Wife? What did you just say? Wife and child? You admit that you are my wife? Ha ha ha. Long Che could not help but pick up Mu Qianyu and spin her around 3 times. Mu Qianyu was very uncomfortable, but she didn't break free and allowed him to hug her. Ahem. Aren't you a bit overjoyed? This seat didn't say to be your wife right now, without reaching my standards. This matter is better not to think about it. It was softly spoken, not at all like a warning. Still, Longshare said, with my talent, it wouldn't be easy for me to catch up with Niangxi's cultivation. Go on, but it seems that this technique is already outdated. Long Che threw aside the book he had just cultivated. Why don't we just go straight to the powerful ones? I'll show you just how terrifyingly talented I am. Mu Qianyu skimmed her lips and said, Virtue. Saying you're fat and you're still panting. You can't have an arrogant mindset. These are all lower ranked techniques. You take them and study them first. When you cultivate all of these successfully, this seat will then give you higher ranked ones. Saying that, she took out a few more martial arts books from her nascent sphere, all of which she had accumulated over the years. The reason why she didn't throw away these trash martial arts books was because her nascent sphere was big enough, and she wasn't afraid to take up this much space at all. Of course, another reason was that she was a nostalgic person. These were her witnesses along the way, from a weakling to the heavenly demon sect patriarch, step by step. These once cultivated, stored martial arts books, even a sword, a long expired elixir, all of them could evoke her memories. Good, then I'll cultivate these books first, and I'll probably be able to master them all tomorrow. Long Che said confidently. Mu Qianyu, however, bared her teeth. Less bragging and more practicing. Speaking with results is what this seat is most willing to see. Smiling at the words, Long Che smiled and said mysteriously, Mother, I want to ask you something. Ask, are you embarrassed in your heart when you call yourself this seat in front of my husband? No embarrassment. This seat is this seat. You are the disciple of this seat. Call out to your husband? Humph. Not a chance. Then, if I can cultivate all these martial arts tomorrow, can I call out? Yes, as long as you can. This seat will consider it. It's a deal. Chapter 82 Bai Ji wants to be promoted. Long Che accompanied the children to play during the day and didn't bother to practice much, and the few martial arts that Mu Qianyu gave him he only roughly flipped through them and then completely left them behind. Mu Qianyu naturally did not expect him to be able to comprehend all of the several martial arts in one night, and only thought he was just joking. However, early the next morning, the 3 clusters hadn't even woken up yet, and Longshare couldn't wait to show them off. Mistress, we had a deal yesterday. Why don't you try the power I cultivated this night? Mu Qianyu stood in the midst of the morning halo of light, facing the sunrise to cultivate, and when she heard Long Che's words, she bared her teeth and laughed. Fine, then you can show it to this seat. Just the simplest one. Flick finger Xian Yang strength, 1 finger open tablet. There is no steel here, so you can use those rocks instead. Mu Qianyu pointed to a few mountain rocks not far away and looked at him with a faint smile. This one is too easy. I'll just challenge the hardest one. Xian Ice Thrust. After saying that he directly acted, Mu Qianyu originally shook her head and smiled, but in the next second, the smile completely froze on her face. What? How is this possible? This guy, he gave me a big shock yesterday, and then he did this kind of thing early this morning. In the line of sight, the moment Long Che cast Xian Ice Thorn, with him as the center, the void in a circle of dozens of feet suddenly ice hangs upside down. Layers and layers of ice waterfalls look quite spectacular, especially those huge ice thorns, each of which is 10 feet long, like the sharpest ice blades, exuding a cold and incomparable luster. As these ice spikes condensed out, Long Che slapped his palm out, Wow! A shockwave erupted, and all the ice blades all pierced into the stone wall of the cliff in front of them, and the sound of heavy clanking was unceasing. In Mu Qianyu's dumbfounded gaze, the ice blades melted and disappeared, and a dense patch of deep holes appeared in the cliff. Gulp! Mu Qianyu couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes full of disbelief. It really came true? How the hell did this guy do it? She really couldn't believe that a mountain guard handyman disciple could have such superhuman talent. If it wasn't for her discovery, Long Che was afraid that he would have to be a mountain guard handyman here for the rest of his life. That's burying the talent. One must know that back then, when she herself cultivated this martial art, she had practiced well and hard for 2.5 years. It only took him Long Share one night. Shocked, suspicion of Long Che rose within her once again. She had been shocked many times since meeting this guy, and yet, he just couldn't find out any clues about Long Che. He had always been in the posture of a lowly cultivated handyman. Can't see through it, can't figure it out. Is it okay, ma'am? It's awesome. Well, then, the lady should honor her promise, shouldn't she? What? Calling your husband? You forgot so soon? Didn't forget. But didn't I say yesterday that I'd consider calling? Well, I won't impose. After all, you're the patriarch and I'm just a handyman guarding the mountain. Long Che shrugged helplessly, and this attitude made Mu Qianyu suddenly feel as if this man was a bit pathetic. Whoa. I want to find mother. Where's my daddy? At this time, the cries of the three donuts came from inside the cave. Probably woke up from the commotion earlier. The waifs are awake. I'll go check. Long Share heard the cries of the three donuts and immediately walked back. Long Share. So what, Sajari? Let's go back together. Oh, ha, good mama. Long cheer on the child so attentive. Then their own care are good. Just now he was anxious to go back to the cave appearance. Let Mu Qianyu feel that this man is really good. The advantages can be point, and cultivation is probably because of doing mountain guards and chores are confined to the road of advancement. The future may be promising it. So she couldn't help but shout. Long Share was happy. This was the first time Mu Qianyu called him Sangong. There's a first time, then there's less of a next time, and another. Isn't that how beautiful relationships work? Children, father and mother are here. Are you awake? Long Share walked over and hugged the three clusters lovingly. Father, just what is the movement so big? I feel the mountain is going to collapse. Is it an earthquake? Or is someone fighting? I'm still dreaming. It's so scary, the three donuts said in a droll manner. But these words caused both Long Che and Mu Qianyu to be a bit surprised. After all, when Long Che performed that martial art, there was a seal around it. And although it wasn't completely isolated, the three sleeping little children certainly couldn't detect it. But the truth is surprising. Bai Ji, is there a lot of commotion? Mu Qianyu asked with a serious face. Bai Ji nodded. Mother, there's a lot of movement. Like icebergs crashing. One sentence made Mu Qianyu freeze. Wouldn't the sound of that ice blade exploding be the sound of an iceberg blowing up? It seems that the seal is old and due for repair. It's just, I don't really understand this. Long Che looked at Mu Qianyu. How about your mother teaching me some more means of creating array formations and forbidden systems? Mu Qianyu said. That can't be easy to learn. Formations need strong Xianli to support them, and even stronger spiritual power as the dominant force. I'm afraid your spiritual power, Mu Qianyu said and suddenly stopped. She remembered the excellent talent Long Che had shown earlier, then said, however, perhaps it's not certain that your spiritual power is strong as well. Try it. This seat's spiritual power isn't much stronger, but it's more than enough to teach you. Well, try. Long Share nodded, then said, I'll cook first. The porridge is almost ready. In a little while we'll eat. Mother, take the children to wash up first. Yeah. Mu Qianyu decisively agreed, and this attitude instantly made Long Che feel the warmth and happiness of life. Soon breakfast was ready, and this time for dinner. Suddenly there was a buzz within Bai Ji's body. This had happened before, but that was all when Mu Qianyu wasn't present. And today, the buzzing in her body was not only detected, but it was also quite loud, as if there was a mammoth force traveling through her body, frightening Zisichonlu into staring at her with wide eyes and not moving. Is it a promotion? Mu Qianyu also panicked for a moment, and when she quickly grabbed Bai Ji's hand, she immediately noticed the end. Promotion? Long Share pretended not to understand. Not bad. The eldest daughter is going to become a Xian master. This is too much of a surprise, isn't it? Mu Qianyu looked incredulous. How old is Angelica? You're at the Xianshi realm? How can people live with this spreading out? It's just, suddenly, Mu Qianyu tensed up. Bai Ji doesn't know anything. She knows even less about cultivation. Such a powerful force storming through her body will be dangerous. Mu Qianyu frowned and immediately meditated to help Bai Ji comb through that wandering power. But right at this moment, Bai Ji suddenly stood up, and then that tiny body took one step and flew 1,000 feet into the void. Mu Qianyu directly froze. Chapter 83 Mu Qianyu goes to the heavenly prison of leaving illusion. Mu Qianyu would never have dreamed that Bai Ji would suddenly have such a powerful strength that she would be able to charge into the sky in one step. Of course, the three clusters would have shocked her if the kids hadn't decided it was a secret with Longshare. Sister is so awesome. He. Big sister is flying. I want to fly too. Chonglu saw Bai Ji flying up in the sky in a fun way and wanted to fly too, but was pulled down by Zissou. Brother, sister is only flying when she is promoted. It's not yet time for us to be promoted, but I want to fly too. Strange. Why is my stomach gurgling? It's so hard. I'm going to explode. Suddenly a look of pain surfaced on Chonglu's little face, but Long Che took a look at him, but smiled and shook his head. Put. In the next second, Chonglu, who was covering his stomach, suddenly let out a fart, and a breath erupted from his body, actually collapsing him into the sky. Brother, be careful. Zissou looked at the unsteady shape of the heavy building, and jumped up to the sky, and all three groups of people went up to the sky. Mu Qianyu was completely confused. She forced herself to stabilize her mind, then watched the three wards carefully in their flying stance, but let her heart drop. It was sudden, but they seemed to have flown so well that they didn't need her help at all. The kids are awesome. Longshare applauded from the sidelines, his eyes filled with the relief of an old father. Mu Qianyu turned her head to look at him and asked with a raised eyebrow, "You're so calm?" Longche was confident. That's right. Isn't it normal for my children to be able to fly? Don't even look at what kind of characters their parents are. Mu Qianyu sniffed and snorted. Stinky you. It's like they inherited your genes. Longche nodded his head and said, of course it's Nyangzi's genes that are strong. If I inherited mine, it would be three little losers. Mu Qianyu was again amused. Beautiful eyes looked at the sky and the fly for a while and then even slowly sat down in the air. Children, suddenly more surprised. They were clearly practicing. How do they know the cultivation method? It seems like they are already familiar with the manipulation of those Xin Qi. While Mu Qianyu's surprise continued to flow, Long Che wrapped his arms around her shoulders, a happy smile spreading across his face. Calm down. I can't lighten up. Why don't you, ma'am, go and instruct the children? As if, like you don't need directions? Mu Qianyu frowned. The three groups of people seem to be extremely talented, and the cultivation techniques she has not seen, but everything hand-to-hand stance, so that she feels that even if she is attentive to point out, it is also superfluous. Clueless. This seat can't figure it out. Mu Qianyu in her waves of the waves. Their own children who spend time with each other actually do not understand. Coming down. Long Che suddenly pointed at Bai Ji who was flying down. At this moment, Bai Ji, her entire body shrouded in a layer of faint Xian light, descended to the duo like a little princess, her little face wearing a smile. Daddy and mommy. I feel so empowered right now. Looking at Bai Ji who clenched her fists, Long Che asked, my big girl, so how much power do you have now? Bai Ji thought for a moment and said, I feel like I could swallow a cow in one bite. Mu Qianyu bared her teeth. Mother sees that you are hungry. No. Mother, I said it wrong. I mean I can kill a cow with one punch. Mu Qianyu nodded. Mother believes in you. My daughter has grown up, and when she becomes an expert in the future, she will be able to protect mother and father. She lovingly stroked Bai Ji's little head. The pigtails on her head were cute and adorable, and Long Che even kissed her on her little cheeks with a bite. Buzz. And just then, two more buzzing sounds came from the sky. My God! Mu Qianyu was shocked, because at this moment, the two little groups of Zissou and Shonlu had the same powerful fluctuations as Bai Ji emerging from their bodies, with arcane light and a rather amazing aura. They're both getting promoted too? Mother, calm down. Long Che gently patted Mu Qianyu's hand. The bland look was incomprehensible to Mu Qianyu. He's either too out of touch or he's seen enough to be used to this. Obviously, he falls into the first category. Mu Qianyu was speechless for a while. She probed out Bai Ji's strength, a 4-year-old waif. In just a few days of coming here, she had turned from someone with little cultivation into a tiny powerhouse whose strength had stabilized at the realm of a 5th-order Xian master. It's unthinkable to say anything about it, and it's too much to dream about. And it's not just Bai Ji. Judging from the aura that erupted from Zissou Chonglu's body, the two of them were also sufficient to reach this level. Soon, the two groups in the body of the storm of Xianli also stabilized down, gently fall from the air, ran to the dragon Che Mu Qianyu in front of him, but like nothing, the play, so that Mu Qianyu do not know what to say. Big sister, let's compare. Chonglu struck a pose at Bai Ji. No fighting. I have a great idea. Bai Ji didn't want to fight, then looked at Long Che. Father, we're very strong now. why don't we go hunting in the forest this afternoon? Yeah, Daddy, I want to go too. I'd like to. I feel like I could catch a wolf. Long Che sniffed and laughed. Fine. From now on, you guys will follow father and hunt together. However, this matter should only go through your mother's consent first. A few people looked at Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu hadn't even recovered from the shock of the 3 donuts promoting their cultivation yet. That's, however, that the depths of the forest, do not go. There are powerful demonic beasts inside. Mother is afraid that you cannot beat. You will follow father in the periphery to fight some small animals. Okay? Yeah, Mother agrees. Mother, we'll come back from hunting and make soup with big bones. Eat your meat. Let's go. After dinner your mother still has to go to the Sky Demon sect. Long Che said, drilled into the kitchen, then brought out the meal, and the family began to eat painfully. After these days together, Mu Qianyu had completely taken this place as her home and was not even willing to return to the Heavenly Devil sect, and after knowing that the meals Long Che made these were top-notch ingredients, which were extremely beneficial to cultivation, she no longer paid attention to any body image issues, and as long as the meal was on, she ate until she was propped up, and even the eating stance was ignored. The image of a lady was gone in front of Long Che. Watching his wife and child devour the food, Long Che felt that this was what home was all about. After eating, Mu Qianyu left after explaining a few things. She did not travel to the Sky Demon sect. Instead, he went to the westernmost land of the western borderland in the eastern region of the Tianxian continent. This was the place where the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Prison where she was imprisoned was located. Setting foot on this piece of earth again, a fiery flame of vengeance surged out from the bottom of Mu Qianyu's eyes. Chapter 84, Under One Sword. Blood flows. Liyue Heavenly Prison. Deep within Liyue Heavenly Mountain, Mu Qianyu descended on a tall palace at the top of the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain, with murderous intent in her eyes. But just as if she didn't have the haste and helplessness of leaving this place, she herself did not expect that she would return here again in such a short period of time after escaping from this place. And, moreover, descended here with an overwhelmingly strong cultivation. Songhai Minghai, you categorically wouldn't have thought that this seat would come back so soon to seek revenge on you, right? Today, this seat will definitely turn your Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain upside down. Nowadays, Mu Qianyu was already at the 6th rank Xin Emperor realm, and with this kind of strength, there was absolutely no need to worry that there would be a strong person in the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain who could overpower her. Even Song Minghai, the Mountain King of the Li Heavenly Mountain, was only at the cultivation level of the 4th order Xin Emperor realm. When Mu Qianyu 2nd order Xin Di in front of him simply no combat power to speak of. The reason why did not kill her, but also because of the failure to find the 7 exquisite tower, lest in her body to break this clue. The crime that Mu Qianyu and her 3 children had suffered was also in the heavenly prison of Leaving Illusion. Today, she has returned in the guise of a vengeful Shura. Boom! Without procrastination, a crimson arcane light instantly rushed into the depths of the distant mountain, straight into the yellow dragon. In the direction of Mu Qianyu's bombardment, there was a tall building that was the most magnificent building in the entire legendary illusionary Heavenly Mountain. And this was where Songhai Minghai, the great king of the legendary illusionary Heavenly Mountain, was located. As Mu Qianyu's attack suddenly erupted, in an instant, the space shook with endless ripples. The energy light of the mountain guard formation swung open in an instant. Bright light rushed in all directions, and the roar like a flood bell was shaking everyone's eardrums. At this moment, all of the countless cultivators within the Li Illusion Heavenly Mountain were startled, leaping out one after another, taking to the air to watch, their eyes terrified. What's happening? What a terrifying energy impact. This is someone attacking our mountain guard formation. What kind of person is so bold as to come to my Li Illusion Heavenly Mountain to cause trouble? This is someone who doesn't want to live. Inform the king quickly. With such a great commotion, the great king would have heard it long ago. Look, you guys, the great king has appeared. As everyone was shocked, their gazes turned to a silhouette that leapt out from the back. The coming sea, the mountain king of the Li Heavenly Mountain, at the 4th rank Xin Emperor realm. The overlord within a 100,000 mile radius. At the same time he appeared, there were already tens of thousands more people on his side. This was a transcendent power, and its overall strength was much stronger than the Sky Demon sect. However, when everyone saw that the visitor was just a woman, a touch of doubt rose within them. It's actually a woman? Who is she, to single-handedly take on us from the illusory Heavenly Mountain with the strength of one man? What a joke! At this time, someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. It's that woman, the Heavenly Demon sect leader, Mu Qianyu. Didn't she run away? How come she's back? It's really that woman. What nerve, to come back after escaping. It looks like she's here for revenge. This isn't revenge. This is shooting yourself in the foot. The countless disciples' eyes turned strange the moment they saw Mu Qianyu. Mu Qianyu had once been imprisoned in the legendary Heavenly Prison, a matter known to half of the legendary Heavenly Mountain. But then the woman suddenly broke out of her bonds and escaped. During this period of time, Sanhai Minghai had also ordered that her whereabouts be tracked down everywhere, but she had not been found. When investigating the Heavenly Demon Sect, he suddenly heard that a mysterious immortal guardian had appeared in the Heavenly Demon Sect. For this matter, Sanhai Minghai was not in a hurry, but instead, he sent people to secretly probe the situation. In the middle of the journey, some things did happen, such as when they were poking around in the Sky Demon Sect, some demonic beasts with a rather strong aura appeared out of nowhere and wiped out their people directly. So much so that the matter is moving very slowly. But I didn't expect that this woman would kill her way into the leaving illusion Heavenly Mountain all by herself. Sanhai Minghai raised his eyes to look at Mu Qianyu, his voice icy cold. So it's you, come to die? Mu Qianyu's voice became even more morose. This seed is here to take revenge. Away from the illusory Heavenly Mountain today, not a single piece of armor will be left behind. The moment the words fell, Mu Qianyu waved her jade hand. Several strong Xian-Chi light pillars rushed directly to the front. The mountain guard formation rippled with huge waves under this attack, and seemed to be about to crumble away at any time. 8 elders, give it to me. At Sanhai Minghai's command, the 8 elders held various weapons and charged out directly from within the formation. Tens of thousands of disciples also came out along with the 8 elders, directly surrounding the entire battle circle airtight. They also felt the power of Mu Qianyu's aura, and even though she was the only one, none of them were taking it lightly. However, the next second something happened that no one expected. With a dull roar resounding, those 8 elders with strong cultivation, surprisingly all rushed in all directions, just like dead dogs, collapsing all their defensive aura in an instant, smashing heavily on the ground, having lost their lives. What? How is this possible? The 8 elders are all strong at the second order Xian Emperor realm. How could they be defeated so crisply? Isn't this woman at the same realm? How did she suddenly become so powerful? Charge! Together! Swish swish swish! The 8 elders were killed in an instant, and Mu Qianyu's entire body vibrated like a vengeful Shura, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Under this aura, even Sanhai Minghai's eye color became quite shocked. What a terrifying aura, almost above lousy. A flash of bad feeling had risen in his heart. Mu Qianyu, the female devil of the Heavenly Devil Sect, is not a reckless person, but is thoughtful and meticulous, or else she wouldn't have escaped from his Li Fantasy Heavenly Prison in the first place. Today, a person broke into the Li Fantasy Heavenly Mountain alone, so he must have come prepared as well. Rumble, and at that moment, the group attacks of tens of thousands of disciples also frantically erupted. A roaring sound shook the heavens and earth. The entire Li Fantasy Heavenly Mountain was in the midst of a tremor. The great mountains were erupting and roaring, and the echoes from the abyss were like demonic beasts roaring, rolling the pale clouds in the sky. However, under this kind of majestic battle, the large number of disciples from the illusory Heavenly Mountain did not get any advantage, and even their means could not get close to Mu Qianyu at all, and they were always in a passive state of being killed. Mu Qianyu once again transformed into a female devil. The Heavenly Devil's sword in her hand swung without stopping, and under one sword, blood flowed into a river. Crunch! After watching Mu Qianyu exterminate most of his disciples and still kill more and more bravely, Sanhai Minghai finally couldn't hold back. He gritted his teeth, his eyes were cold, his feet stepped on the earth, and smoke and dust rose up in all directions. When the mountain wind blew through and blew away the smoke, he was found to have disappeared. At the place where he was standing, there were 10 more corpse puppets with pale white bodies. Chapter 85, Black Hole Abyss Barrier. Ho ho ho! These corpse puppets were all powerful existences with strong cultivation in their lifetime, and were refined into puppets after their deaths, with strong combat power, and their flesh bodies were refined under extremely despicable means, turning them into fighting machines with strong resistance to blows, knowing no pain, having no feelings, and once they went to war, they would not stop until they were dead. Damn it! Seeing that these 10 corpse puppets appeared while Sanhai Minghai directly fled and his breath disappeared, Mu Qianyu's eyes became quite cold. She would never let this culprit go today. With a roar from the corpse puppet, 10 fighting machines swarmed in, instantly surrounding Mu Qianyu in the center. The other elder disciples were all waiting for their chance to move at this time, and although they were shocked by the ferocious battle power shown by Mu Qianyu before, they didn't run away like their great king Song Minghai did. Of course, the reason why they didn't flee, that was also because they were afraid that Sanhai Minghai would be watching from the shadows. If they became a deserter, that Sanhai Minghai would likewise not let them go. This seed would like to see if it's your heads that are hard, or this heavenly demon sword of mine. At this time Mu Qianyu, just like a Heavenly Devil Sect female devil, eyes red, the whole body surging a bloodlight. Wherever they passed, all the people were in the hands of the heavenly devil sword crazy beheading, without exception, and the 10 corpse puppets that rushed in were likewise chopped to pieces. A sword went down. A huge mouth appeared on the body of the corpse puppet. What flowed out was disgusting black blood. Even among them, there were a large number of black beetles gushing out. A burst of disgusting aura rose up to the sky. Mu Qianyu also couldn't help but backpedal out, only to be madly chased by a group of people behind him. Demon Dance Neon. Invincible Pie Chain. Although the sword caused the corpse puppets to be seriously injured, it didn't manage to cut them off, and as long as there was a trace of chi connected, those corpse puppets rushed over like monsters. In the face of such a difficult guy, Mu Qianyu had to use softness to overcome hardness. Between the body dance, Dao Xian Lai Pie Chain from the palm of the hand whistling out, seemingly soft and incomparable pie chain on top of the chain, but full of barbed spikes, wrapped around the body of those zombie puppets. Zombie puppets of the violent attacks directly be dissolved away. The attack force sharply reduced. It was like a stone thrown into a pile of cotton, having all its power removed. Go to hell! Mu Qianyu's hand rose and fell with his sword, and the heavenly demon sword directly cut off the heads of all the corpse puppets before these guys completely subsided. Gulp! Corpse puppets, it's all been taken out. This woman is too powerful. We're no match at all. Where did the great king go? He wouldn't have escaped, would he? Nonsense! How could the great king escape? All charge this elder. Kill her and there will be a heavy reward. Kill! Swoosh! The battle power of 10 corpse puppets was exceptionally terrifying even in the eyes of the elders, and the reason why Shanghai Minghai was able to reign supreme here was largely dependent on these 10 corpse puppets. And now, seeing that Mu Qianyu was able to take care of all the corpse puppets so quickly, with their heads all cut off, they were also confused. A cracking sound came from the air, but it is presenting two completely different states. A dense group of disciples flocked to Mu Qianyu, while those so-called elder executives flew in the complete opposite direction. Something's not right. The elders are fleeing. I'll go. Grandma Bottom. They've escaped, and they're asking us to work for them? Old man quit. Get down on your knees and beg for mercy. Spare me. Female Shura. Some of the disciples felt the furious killing intent that erupted from Mu Qianyu's body and were scared to the point of trembling. Seeing that none of the elders even fled without resistance, they directly knelt on the ground, begging for forgiveness. Don't you guys know what it means to not leave a single piece of armor behind? Mu Qianyu, however, did not have the slightest weakness. The heavenly demon sword manifested a path of swordlight, rushed and shot towards the crowd. No matter if they were fighting or begging for mercy, all of their bodies were directly pierced through, spilling blood into the sky. Run away! This is a demoness. She won't spare us. Run away! Split up and run! What's that up ahead? How did a black hole appear? On all sides. What's happening here? The heavens are going to kill me. Leaving illusory heavenly mountain. When thousands of people were killed by Mu Qianyu and scattered in all directions, suddenly the surrounding sky, the earth, and in all directions, a dark curtain of light suddenly flashed, shrouding the entire Li Fantasy heavenly mountain in its entirety. It's as if everywhere else but this space is nothingness, a black hole, an impenetrable abyss. And at this moment, a touch of shock surfaced in Mu Qianyu's eyes. Why is there a familiar smell? What the hell is going on here? She detected a hint of familiarity in the darkness around her, and for a moment it eluded her. And looking at these fleeing people of the leaving illusion heavenly mountain, she raised her hand to her sword and kept on killing without any half-heartedness. I have come today, vowing to destroy the entire Li Fantasy heavenly mountain. Don't kill me. I'm willing to be an ox for you. We're all willing. Have mercy. Mu Qianyu kills and keeps moving forward. The female Shura's aura shocks everyone. Killing until now, almost no one has resisted. All fleeing in all directions. The people who appeared in front of Mu Qianyu kept kowtowing and begging for forgiveness, but when Mu Qianyu saw their faces, the killing intent within her heart exploded exponentially. These people were the same people who had imprisoned her and the children in the Liyue heavenly prison. The guys who caused them so much pain and scare the kids into shivering every day and every night. That's who. Put, put, put. The heavenly devil sword issued a chant after drinking blood, and after the black breath rushed out of the sword body, it actually condensed a black dragon shadow. This seat has actually opened another layer of potential of the heavenly demon sword? Ha ha ha, in that case, let's continue. Mu Qianyu walked with her sword, and even after seeing the black abyssal barriers around her, she was not in a hurry inside. Those people, it seemed like they had never been able to escape. As for who actually made that black hole abyss-like barrier, she didn't care. At this moment, as long as she could exterminate the entire Li Fantasy heavenly mountain, it would be a great success, and with the binding of the black hole abyss, it was up to fate if she could get out. Until then, she wanted revenge. She wanted to make herself fulfill the oath she had made for herself, for her children, when she was in great pain. In the midst of the frantic killing, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of swords and the aura of death raging in this imprisoned space. Time is moving forward at a rapid pace. Soon, between heaven and earth, there was only the sound of blood flowing into a stream. As well, a scream from the sky. Ah! Mu Qianyu raised her eyes to the sky, but it was the Kang Hai Hai. He somehow fell down directly from above the void. His entire body no longer had a trace of Qianqi fluctuation, just like a waste who had never cultivated before. Kneeling on the ground, his entire body was covered in blood, twitching, when Mu Qianyu was wondering. The darkness in the surrounding space, which was so thick that it was like a black hole in the abyss, suddenly dispersed, and the sky cleared up in a flash. Chapter 86, The son takes up his father's work. Mu Qianyu failed to detect half a breath. Even that one familiar feeling disappeared without a trace. What the hell is going on here? Who is helping me? She had obviously seen that this was a peerless powerhouse secretly helping her. Could it be that the immortal who guarded my heavenly demon sect has appeared again? This guess made Mu Qianyu more convinced. After all, only that immortal would make her detect that hint of familiarity. Other than that, she couldn't think of anything else. And after being certain of this guess, she put her heart down and looked towards Songhai Minghai. At this moment, Songhai Minghai, a figure that was once considered to be at the level of a hegemon, was in a sorry state like a dead dog, his eyes filled with fear, horror, and his pupils shrouded by a layer of death shadow. Please, please, don't kill me. He didn't know what kind of means he had been destroyed into such a state, to the point that even his bones were shattered, and he couldn't even straighten his back, and could only lie on the ground. It was you who imprisoned this seat in the Liyue heavenly prison in the first place. Do you remember the abuse that this seat, and the 3 children, suffered in your place? When she said this again, Mu Qianyu still couldn't help but gnash her teeth and hate the sky. It's all my fault, and I'm willing to make it right, as long as they didn't kill him. Songhai Minghai was obviously willing to fulfill all of Mu Qianyu's conditions, but Mu Qianyu didn't intend to let him go at all. You look like a dog these days. As Mu Qianyu spoke, the Qianqi in her hand transformed into a huge cage, binding Songhai Minghai in it, and she said coldly under her breath, only your death can make up for the hatred in this seat's heart. However, this seat has vowed to make you taste all the pain before sending you to hell, and you are to blame for this fate. Boom! When Mu Qianyu's words fell, in the prison, thunder fire burst into flames, cold ice sealed. The extreme pain made Songhai Minghai's body twitch, but he gritted his teeth. Do you think, if you kill me, you'll live? Mu Qianyu, if you can't find the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, Lord Demon will make you live in peace for eternity. Boom! After Songhai Minghai finished speaking, he actually exploded himself. The breath in the dantian burst the body, but because the destruction suffered before was too severe, the lack of xianli, but also only the belly fried leakage, flowers lying on the ground, Mu Qianyu rose up in the air, but her heart was not as happy as it would have been if she had gotten her revenge. Lord Spirit? And what is that? Songhai Minghai obviously had something in his words, but she couldn't catch it anymore. Spirits, Prest had never heard of the name. But once she thought of the trouble that had been incurred by the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda again, she couldn't help but mutter to herself again, Master, the precious 7 tricks Linglong Pagoda that you left to my disciple in the beginning. Instead of being able to receive half a favor, my disciple suffered many misfortunes because of it. It's really, shaking her head and smiling bitterly, she didn't want to stay here any longer at this time, but instead flew towards the heavenly demon sect at high speed. Today, if that immortal hadn't blocked off the 4 directions of the void, it would have been impossible for her to behead all those disciples from the illusory heavenly mountain, and it would have been possible for Songhai Minghai to escape. When she returned to the heavenly demon sect, Mu Qianyu descended directly before the tall statue. Nothing was said. Incense was offered, kowtowed, and those disciples who passed behind her also acted. It is common knowledge that immortals need the power of offerings, and at this moment, Long Che, who was playing in the forest with his children, was also a bit confused by the sudden power of the offerings. Burning incense again? Looks like those little guys did me a favor. At first, after Long Che manipulated the statue to fight the enemy for the heavenly devil sect, Mu Qianyu brought people to offer incense, which is why she started again today. This power of offering seemed insignificant to Long Che, but it was still a piece of redemption. And when Mu Qianyu was dealing with the group of strong enemies from the illusory heavenly mountain, the one who made a move to blockade the 4 directions was also Chonlo's mount, the wolf. This kind of tactic was nothing to a divine beast. Ow ow ow. As I was thinking this, a sudden howl of a wolf came from that divine wolf had already returned from its mission and scurried into the forest in the form of a small pug, reporting up towards Long Che. Long Che stroked its head, then casually stuffed an elixir in its mouth. The coyote, invigorated beyond belief, burrowed into the mountains and disappeared before Heavy Lu could see him. It was anxious to practice. The elixir rewarded by Long Che had a miraculous effect, and after eating it, one would definitely be promoted, which was the conclusion summarized by the other divine beasts, and the fruits are not. After a while, a sound of spatial tremor came from the distant sky. Although there was a seal in place, the commotion of a divine beast's promotion was just too great, and the demonic beasts in a 100-mile radius were scared and trembling. Daddy, what's the commotion? It seems like a big demonic beast. Shall I ride my coyote to see what's going on? Father, I'll summon the coyote now. Heavy Floor said that he was about to summon it, but was held down by Longshare. If you summon it at this critical time, then it's probably going to die. No need to look. It's probably a demonic beast promoting its cultivation. Let's continue catching pheasants. Good da. Daddy, there's movement in our trap. Go check it out. Today in the forest, Long Che took the children to make all kinds of traps. There are pits dug in the ground. There are cages prepared by tree branches. And there are all kinds of snap mechanisms. Most of the day passed. The harvest is quite fruitful. 3 pheasants, a small wild boar, 2 bamboo rats and even a dry land crocodile. Dad, why don't we just not eat this crocodile? It shouldn't taste good. It looks hard. Okay, then we'll eat chicken today. And Dad will make you our old family's morning village spicy chicken. After returning to the cave, Long Che got busy. However, kill the chicken to remove the hair. This kind of thing is very simple. Carrying a chicken leg Xian Qi just so a vibration. All the chicken hair all fall clean. And with Long Che's means, even the internal organs and intestines and whatnot were shattered then forced out from the back. The speed of the 3 groups of people dumbfounded. Daddy, I want to learn to shake chicken feathers too. Chong Lu was very diligent, a down-to-earth and willing to follow in his father's footsteps. Good, come on, Daddy will teach you. Boys must learn to cook. Long Che had Chong Lu grab a chicken. Chong Lu's small hand grabbed the chicken leg. A violent force came out from his palm. Shocking that mountain chicken just left 2 chicken leg bones. Ha ha ha, brother, you're too funny. Are you plucking feathers? You're even going for the chicken. Ah ha 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 ha. Sister, when mother comes back, let's tell mother about brother's glorious deeds. Ha ha ha. The 2 sisters laughed their heads off, and Heavy Floor's face turned red as she pouted. Sister, don't laugh at me. This is my first time doing it. Father, one more. I'm sure I can do it. As these words were uttered, the frozen wild pheasant next to him suddenly had a jolt. Chapter 87 Imperial Garbage. You take it as a treasure. Seeing that Heavy Floor had probably inherited his own virtue of being addicted to cooking, Longshare simply just threw the rest of the ingredients directly to the 3 clusters to play with, and he started cooking alone. Cooking while watching a child perform metaphysical power to pluck hairs from ingredients is just plain fun. More interesting, however, was another feeling he had. As a super great immortal god, he could clearly feel the power of the world's offerings, and could even see all the offerings through the incense. At that moment, a scene surfaced within his mud palace, only at the feet of the high idol of the Heavenly Devil sect. When a group of Heavenly Devil sect disciples saw Mu Qianyu kneeling in reverence, more and more elder disciples came forward, each with pious eyes, and they all followed suit. The number of people grew, and even if this group of people didn't know why their patriarch had suddenly come to kneel, they didn't have to drag their feet and directly kowtowed. Even Elder Gu Yan and the other high-ranking officials were startled by this sudden ceremony and came one after another, then knelt on the ground, puzzled in their hearts, but didn't ask questions in front of the idol for fear of blaspheming the gods. It was only when this ceremony dispersed and they returned to the main hall that a group of executives inquired about the cause of Mu Qianyu, and when Mu Qianyu had told what she had encountered in the Li Fantasy Heavenly Mountain, the group of people were shocked and became even more worshipful and reverent towards the guardian deity. Lord Sovereign, now that there are gods guarding our heavenly demon sect, as I see it, it's time to expand our forces. At this time, Elder Gu Yan suddenly said, "What does Elder Gu mean?" Mu Qianyu asked with a frown. Truth be told, Patriarch, these days, many of the top echelons of the forces have almost stepped over the threshold of my heavenly demon sect, in order to join my heavenly demon sect and become disciples. As today, the affairs of the demon sect are almost all taken care of by Elder Gu Yan, so he understands quite a lot about some of the specific matters that happen in it, and today he is also taking the opportunity to discuss this matter with Mu Qianyu. Oh, still so many people want to join? Mu Qianyu's eyes changed. When the statue of God manifested miracles shocked countless people, those sects of people subsided for a period of time. I did not think that it is still not dead, a mind to join the Heavenly Devil sect. Of course, they wanted to join for the sole purpose of hugging their thighs, and everyone knew this only too well. However, Now that things have developed to such a point, the heavenly demon sect, which is guarded by immortals, is just as hot as it can be, and Mu Qianyu knows that. With her cultivation of the 6th order Xian realm, she also already has enough strength to develop and grow the heavenly demon sect. Compared to the cultivation level of the 2nd stage Xian Emperor realm back then, when she dared to become a notorious female devil, she now had even more of that backbone. Therefore, after hearing these words from Elder Guyan, it was obvious that she was also a little shaken inside. This matter will be discussed by all the elders together, Mu Qianyu said. As soon as her words came out, the executives present in the Great Hall looked at each other in disbelief, and then but laughed. Lord Sovereign, this matter, Elder Guyan has actually discussed with us long ago. It's just that at that time, we thought that the time wasn't too ripe, and as the divine guardian of today's demon sect and Lord Sovereign's strength is far too much stronger, the heavenly demon sect should already have enough strength to absorb those powerful existences. Yes, Sovereign, we have the final say on this matter. The heavenly demon sect only takes in those with strong cultivation, and we will also do a detailed investigation into what they have done. But anyone with an improper mind will be eliminated. In this way, we can ensure that the people who enter the heavenly demon sect are all elites, and the benefits to the development and growth of my heavenly demon sect are endless. Although doing so would still be a bit risky. We have you, Sovereign Lord, under your deterrence. I don't think there will be any worries, the crowd said. And Mu Qianyu nodded as she listened to these words from a group of executives. They've obviously all made up their minds, and right now they're just asking for their own opinions to finally make up their minds. Since everyone has already discussed the matter, let's leave this matter to you. This seat believes that you can do a good job in this matter. All of you. Good work, Mu Qianyu said politely. As the words fell, her jade hand waved, and suddenly a piece of seed that emitted a warm white light appeared in front of her. As soon as these seeds appeared, all the people present at that moment all drew in a breath of cold air. Sovereign, at this time, Emperor grade Xian grass seeds, right? Imperial products? And there are so many of them? This is simply unbelievable. Patriarch, did you get it from the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain? Above the entire eastern region. Perhaps only the depths of the Lee Fantasy Heavenly Mountain have this kind of treasure. Hair. The heavenly demon sect has so many seeds. In time, there will be more and more Emperor grade Xian materials. Ha ha ha. The elders laughed with exhilaration and bravado, but listening to their words and looking at their excited looks, Mu Qianyu held her forehead and shook her head. Ahem, actually, these aren't anything to be used for seeds, they are this seat's rewards for the elders to use for cultivation, Mu Qianyu said. Ha, this, Sovereign, do you mean that these are all rewards for us? That can't be allowed. Patriarch, it would be a waste if those of us cultivate with these Emperor variety seeds. A waste. It's better to plant it up. In time, we'll grow more and more. This is of incomparably great benefit to revitalizing the Sky Demon sect. A group of elders rejected it categorically, and as Mu Qianyu looked at their refusal, her heart was quite pleased. At least, none of these elders that she had personally promoted had evil thoughts or selfishness, and all the matters they did were for the sake of the sect. This was also the reason why she was usually relieved to leave the heavenly demon sect in their hands. Only, these Emperor grade Xian grass seeds, although in the eyes of this group of people, and even in their own eyes, they were quite rare treasures, and even taking them to the Tianxian divine continent was an absolute rarity. But in the place where Long Che lived, amongst the secret realms that were treated as wildernesses by the world, this kind of seed was simply garbage, and it was the lowest of the low. Looking at the group of people who were so reluctant to part with their lives, Mu Qianyu did not say anymore. Since everyone doesn't want to use them, let's give them to Elder Guyan for the time being and find a time to plant these seeds. Sovereign, with so many seeds, in the future, all of my heavenly demon sect disciples will be able to manage to have one imperial fruit in their hands. Cultivation will definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Patriarch, I would like to ask, where exactly did you find these precious seeds? If it was found from the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain, then since the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain has now been killed by the Sovereign Lord, why don't we immediately set off to the Leaving Illusion Heavenly Mountain and rummage through that place all over again? And maybe we'll be able to find even more treasures. That's right, Patriarch, let us act immediately. Chapter 88 News of the Seven Orifices Linglong Pagoda. After leaving the illusory heavenly prison to avenge her hatred, the most important thing for Mu Qianyu was to search for the Seven Orifices Linglong Tower. After such a long time had passed, she didn't have the slightest clue about the trace of the Seven Orifices Linglong Pagoda, and those heavenly demon sect disciples she had sent out to search for it had all returned empty-handed. She wasn't surprised that those disciples hadn't found the slightest semblance of news. Even she, the owner, couldn't sense it, let alone anyone else. In the next period of time, The things of the heavenly devil sect Mu Qianyu once again do not personally ask. Do a hands off, happy to get away with it. Every day, he followed Long Che to play with the children in that secluded place, entered the formation laid down by the immortals to practice martial arts, ate the meals Long Che made to replenish his energy, and went to the creek to catch fish in Long Che's style. The days seemed to go by much faster, and the duo's relationship is heating up. From the initial rejection of Long Che, the mountain-guarding handyman, to being attracted by his cooking skills, then impressed by his thorough love for the children, to now, she had almost considered herself as Long Che's woman, but has been facing Longshare as a big woman. After all, the age of hundreds of years, has always been her heart. It cannot pass the cut. At the beginning, if not the bigging old man's obscene poison, she would not be able to do that kind of ridiculous things. On this day, suddenly the blood Qilin flew to Long Che and reported the news to him. It was a message from the ice-striped lion immortal in the imperial city, and this news caused Long Che's eyes to change, obviously somewhat excited. It's so good. Finally, there's news of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. However, how come it's in the Tianxian Middle-earth Divine region? The blood Qilin said, Master, I'll go and take a look, and bring back the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda in the meantime. Longshare waved his hand. That's not necessary. This time, this seat will go in person. You give those guys the word to guard the house. The blood unicorn nodded, then flew away. Ha ha, there's news about the 7-trick pagoda. So that means yes, my wife's promise of any of my conditions is about to be honored. Long Che looked towards Mu Qianyu, who was playing with the children on the hillside not far away, with a little bit of excitement. The relationship between a man and a woman. He would like to develop it a little further, just that he was not willing to come hard. In that case it would affect the relationship between the two in the future. So before that, he needed to have enough patience. The 7 orifices Linglong Tower was undoubtedly one of the most important things to Mu Qianyu, so he would do this thing to her. The wind and sunshine at noon. Long Che set up a barbecue on the grass, put the captured game on the top of the barbecue. The aroma spreads out a long way. The surrounding mountains, those beasts of God, fairy beasts, gluttonous, squinting eyes open and close their noses again and again to smell. Ma'am, are you interested in taking a trip to Middle-earth? Longshare suddenly asked. That was obviously a bit of an abrupt statement. Middle-earth? You still know about Middle-earth? Ha! Mu Qianyu laughed, smiling and bending her eyes, looking cute and adorable, not at all like a high and mighty patriarch anymore. When she was with Longshare, she dropped all her postures, except, of course, for the occasional display of a big woman's posture towards Longshare. Of course, Tianxian continent Middle-earth. That's the place where countless cultivators want to go. Our piece of the eastern region, at best, is the countryside, not comparable to other people's places. I heard that there are a lot of Xian Emperor powerhouses. Once Mu Qianyu heard Long Che's words, she laughed even more happily. What? You've been there? You're talking like it's true. Besides, there are tons of Xian Emperor powerhouses in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. So what are you going to do there? After saying that, looking at Long Che did not look like he was joking. She asked again seriously, what are you going to do in the Middle Kingdom? Long Che, however, laughed. Of course it's traveling, taking you and the kids out to see the world. And there's no telling what you might find what you're looking for. Mu Qianyu frowned. The thing I'm looking for? Are you sure it'll be in the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom? Longshare, okay. His serious attitude and certainty almost made Mu Qianyu think it was true. It's better to forget about it. That place is filled with experts. Going there with my kind of cultivation would be for nothing. Long Che was reluctant upon hearing this. Nyangzi is a 6th-order Xian Emperor powerhouse. Although she's not considered top-notch, she's still considered super strong in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. So you can just take me and the kids for a spin. No go. Mu Qianyu directly refused. By the time she arrived in the Middle Kingdom, she still didn't have the power to defend herself, let alone having to take care of 3 children and a man with a trashy cultivation level. Long Che laughed and was in no hurry, then extended his palm and coalesced one of the breaths from the transmission note that the blood Qilin had brought over through his Xian force into a tiny point of light. Really not going? Mu Qianyu's eyes changed and she directly covered her mouth in the next second. What? This? How is it possible? This is the aura of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. How did you find it? Her eyes were full of disbelief, surprised to the core. This was the treasure that she had searched so hard for, and she didn't expect that it would be unreal that it was now found by Long Che, a mountain-guarding handyman with a trashy cultivation level. He, I naturally have a way. So, would the maiden be willing to take us for a bit of fun now? Hearing Long Che ask this, Mu Qianyu but once again stared. Long Che, it's not that I'm not willing to bring you guys over. It's really that side is incredibly dangerous. And even if you know the breadth of the 7 orifices Linglong Tower, I'm afraid that wanting to get it in your hands is also filled with great unknown dangers. I'm not willing to watch you take risks with the kids. Mu Qianyu tries her best to speak with sincerity as a way to dispel Long Che's unrealistic thoughts. Long Che was not flustered and nodded. Since my lady says so, then forget it. Seeing Long Che agree, Mu Qianyu smiles and nods, but once again pursues the question. Long Che, where exactly did you obtain this aura from? As a mountain guard handyman, not only knows the breath of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, but is also able to transmit this breath to this place through the means of transmitting a note. Although this means Mu Qianyu can do it, but she definitely will not believe that Long Che, such a handyman, can do it. Ha! What scent? Isn't that just a glowing rune? Longshare suddenly loaded up. After all, he couldn't answer Mu Qianyu's words, and it was the only way to muddle through. So you didn't know? Mu Qianyu frowned. She almost thought Longshare was a hidden master, and since Long Che didn't know, she could only attribute this matter to fate. There was a destiny in the underworld. Even if the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda had disappeared for such a long time, the connection with her still hadn't disappeared. Long Che, can you give me this light pattern? I want to try to scout out the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda's location in the Middle Kingdom from it. Longshare, however, smiled. Ha ha, my lady doesn't need to check. It's inside the Weiyang Palace in the Middle-Earth Divine Prefecture, being guarded by the 10 immortal beasts. Chapter 89 Ancient Martial Arts Books Cultivated by Immortal Gods. Long Che's words caused Mu Qianyu's eyes to change once again. She looked at the man with some disbelief. In great confusion. Long Che, how do you know? That Weiyang Palace, but it's a transcendent power created by the royalty of the Middle-Earth Divine Prefecture. You've never been out of this mountain range, right? So how would you know so much about it? And, the 7 Linglong Pagoda is really in Weiyang Palace? And, you also know about the 10 immortal beasts? Mu Qianyu said all the doubts in her mind in one breath. Long Che, however, smiled. Isn't that simple? Just read more books, right? This can be a really dumbfounding reason. And Mu Qianyu instantly lost the idea of continuing to pursue the matter. Okay, but I'd still like to know, what kind of books do you usually read? Longshare pointed with his hand. In that room, there's a bunch of books piled up. I usually don't read much of them. They're all dusty. Mu Qianyu frowned and looked in the direction of Long Che's finger. Over there was a rocky crevice that looked like a stone house built on the mountain. The door was old. It looked like a miscellaneous storage room, and normally Long Che would not go in at all. But at this moment, Mu Qianyu developed a strong urge to drill in and take a look. Just what kind of books did that immortal leave behind that could make this footloose mountain guard handyman even know about the unseen palace of the Middle-Earth Divine Prefecture? May I come in and look around? Mu Qianyu pointed at the stone house and looked at Long Che's eyes inquiringly. Ahem, ma'am, this is your house. Do you still need to ask for my husband's opinion to enter the room? I'll just go in and take a look then. Mu Qianyu's pretty face reddened and she hurriedly turned her face away before taking a step towards the stone house. The door to the room was closed but unlocked, and the boarded-up door even looked unusually worn under the wind and rain. But the moment Mu Qianyu pushed open the door, suddenly a bright light flashed out from inside the door and disappeared in a flash. What I just saw, was it an illusion? Mu Qianyu rubbed her eyes. The room was pitch black. There was no bright light at all. The room wasn't big. It was old and outdated, and there was a layer of dust laying on almost all of the objects in it. Mu Qianyu skimmed her mouth and was just about to spit out that this place was just a grocery store when her eyes suddenly changed. From inside a pile of dusty objects, she saw a book. It was a thread-bound ancient book, and the antiquity of it made Mu Qianyu's mind wonder. None of the ancient books of martial arts in the Heavenly Demon Sex Book Depository have ever given me this ancient and pale feeling. This book, mind puzzled, she picked up the ancient book and dusted it off. When the dust of the book's title page was shaken clean, a silver light suddenly flashed, and the sudden brightness actually made her eyes in the dimness a little uncomfortable. What? This is a book spirit? Seeing this silver shining book, Mu Qianyu instantly fell into a state of confusion. The moment that silver light flickered, a small silver man actually stood up from the books, his illusory little body jumping on top of the pages, and it was this small man that made Mu Qianyu confused. This is the book spirit. Super martial arts treasures after countless years of brewing, as well as a variety of chances to add. The books can also produce spiritual intelligence, and even slowly cultivate the human form. And this ancient book was just one that Mu Qianyu had picked up casually. Shocked, her eyes went to the corner of the room, where there was an old bookcase filled with books. Gulp. Mu Qianyu couldn't help but gulp down her saliva. At this moment her mood couldn't be calmed anymore. Her strong desire to snoop made her unable to resist walking towards that corner. This look doesn't matter. The books in the entire corner, when the dust was shaken off, burst out in unison with a brilliant colorful luster. and the image of an illusory villain jumped on top of the books, rehearsing over and over again in accordance with the martial arts moves recorded in the books. I can't be dreaming. Mu Qianyu was completely confused. She even forced herself to stabilize her mind and closed her eyes before opening them again, only to see that everything before her eyes was so realistically presented. The book spirits of each book were rehearsing profound and unfathomable feats, and the grade of each of these feats was above all of the heavenly demon sex collection of books in the book pavilion. Between the shock, Mu Qianyu didn't even know what to do. The whole person was in an unreal dreamy state. Ghostly, she found an ancient book from it and watched as the book spirit maneuvered on top of the leaves, and she followed suit. Soon, the whole person entered a more subtle state, completely detached from the world around him. His body and mind were in the world evolved by the book spirit, cultivating one by one with the movements of the book spirit, and every time she practiced, she could clearly perceive the changes in the way her Xian Qi operated within her body, and the pathways of Xian Qi energy driven by every action were in the midst of changing scenarios, allowing her to completely sink into them, unable to extricate herself. This state has lasted for an unknown period of time. Suddenly a light knocking sound came. Only then did Mu Qianyu come back from that state as if in a dream, realizing that he hadn't moved half a step. He just stood still holding the ancient book in his hand. Dragon, Long Share? Seeing Long Che come in, Mu Qianyu blinked her big eyes a few times, and actually felt a little panicked inside. Mother, why did you just freeze? Long Share asked with a smile. He naturally knew that the reason why Mu Qianyu was like this was naturally because she had entered into a state of subtle martial arts cultivation. It's just that this state, if not awakened by someone, is likely to remain in it and not come out. After all, the martial arts recorded in these ancient books were practiced by immortals and sacred ones, and with Mu Qianyu's current strength, she was not yet capable of stepping out of the illusion created by the immortal and divine book spirit. However, when practicing in this kind of immortal god book spirit illusion realm, as long as one follows the movements to practice, then one can quickly control the essence of the martial arts and exert the combat power of the martial arts to become one's true killer mace. And the only thing that is needed is a supreme master who can awaken the practitioner from the illusion. And for Mu Qianyu to have a high-ranking person like Long Che, that was already the greatest fortune in her life. Long Share, these books, you've read them all? Mu Qianyu had waves rolling inside her, and for a while, she didn't know how to speak. I've read them all. But I'm too weak to read them. I can't read them at all, Long Share said with embarrassment. But, Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che actually had a silly look on her face and bared her teeth. It would be strange if you could read it, but I read it, and, as Mu Qianyu's words fell, she subconsciously stretched out her jade hand, then fiercely clasped it. Chapter 90, The Middle Kingdom. As Mu Qianyu clenched her palm, a loud noise like a thunderstorm exploded in this stone room, startling her. Oops, Long Share, are you okay? I didn't mean to. While Mu Qianyu's face was greatly shocked, she looked towards Long Che and inquired with concern. Long Share pretended to be very decent and directly hugged her thighs and crouched down. The look felt quite funny and cozy. Hey, he'd never miss a chance to get close to his wife. So scary. What's wrong with you, ma'am? I've practiced a bit of what's in this martial art. This is truly a divine martial art. I've completely grasped the essence of this martial art after just reading it. It's simply unbelievable. Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che's shocked appearance and helped him up before explaining. Long Che has little resistance to such concerned words and gestures, and just hugs Mu Qianyu's arm, even tilting his head to put his head on her shoulder. That intimate look, however, did not make Mu Qianyu feel uncomfortable. Even she was blaming herself for scaring people. Is this martial art so powerful? If it's really that powerful, then this pile of books, my lady might as well take them all away and take them to the heavenly demon sect for those disciples to cultivate. Long Che's words caused Mu Qianyu's eyes to change. She didn't even dare to think about such things. Take it away? Sure, if you don't take it with you, I'll use it all for the fire. Burning fire? Long Che, how dare you think of it, using ancient books of martial arts to burn fire? Mu Qianyu was almost fainted with anger. Can't you? I've burned a lot of it before, and this pile, but it's no good. It's not as good as firewood. No way. Long Che, you must not use these ancient books of martial arts to burn the fire in the future. Do you hear me? I hear you, and I'll listen to anything your mother says. That's more like it. Mu Qianyu calmed the shock in her heart, then raised her eyes and looked around. There wasn't a lot of space in this stone house, except for a pile of books and a bunch of other miscellaneous things. Of course, these things have been placed here for years and years and have fallen into dust. If not for the dust cover, it is estimated that Mu Qianyu would not dare to come in, because this place was full of treasures that Long Che had once used. Only as his strength increased, these treasures were piled up here like garbage, and had no use to him other than for reminiscing. So, Is the lady going to take it away? Mu Qianyu thought about it for a while and finally decided not to bring it. Long Che, as a miscellaneous disciple, you may not know the preciousness of these ancient books of martial arts. I'll tell you right now, any one of these ancient books taken out, the entire Tianxian continent will be bloody. Long Cher frowned. So powerful? It's that powerful. It might even cause a havoc. Mu Qianyu's serious and earnest face made Long Che feel quite interesting. What can be done about that? He spread his hands, suddenly feeling that things were serious. This matter must not be known to a third person besides you and me. Not even our son or daughter. Remember? Remember, the reasoning of the piker. You should understand. These heavy treasures, don't put them here in the future. Not even a lock actually didn't let people snatch them away. It's really a bit unimaginable. Mu Qianyu looked at the worn-out door of the room and really couldn't believe that these treasures were piling up dust here without being discovered. Well, I'll go back and build a lock and lock it up properly. Don't let me build it. Mu Qianyu shook her head and said she couldn't really feel comfortable with the lock that Longshare had built. I'll build it out of Dragonfall Arcane Stone. It should be fine. When Long Che's words came out, Mu Qianyu was instantly speechless. Descending Dragon Arcane Stone. She had personally seen Long Che use the super hard spirit treasure to practice carving. And he carved flowers and gave them to her. And she couldn't even tear the petals off. That kind of hard stone can be used by Long Che to carve. In Mu Qianyu's opinion, there must be a peculiar power of the immortals added to Long Che while he himself knows nothing about it. That's fine. Then you get it out as soon as you can, Laia. Okay, I'll get right on it. Long Che was obedient and walked away. Casually was a stone on the hill to find a stone is the dragon descending Xianshi. Mu Qianyu stood in the room, but did not enter that state of cultivation again. It suddenly occurred to her why Long Che, a guy with inferior strength, could easily awaken him from that state of sedentary cultivation. Was this also because he had a special means left behind by the immortals that she didn't know about? After thinking for a moment and shaking her head, she walked out as well, turning her head again to look at this unassuming stone house. Mu Qianyu's eyes had already produced a huge change in color. With such a treasure trove, in the future, the disciples of the Heavenly Demon sect will not have to worry about the martial arts they cultivate. It's just that it's not the right time yet. Their strength can't withstand the impact of the immortal god martial arts. It's a shame to find a treasure and not be able to use it. However, Mu Qianyu was confident that as the years went by, she would be able to develop the Heavenly Demon sect and make the disciples in it strong enough to practice divine immortal martial arts. And at that time, the Heavenly Demon sect would definitely be a giant and invincible existence in the entire Tianxian continent. When Long Che started making the stone locks, Mu Qianyu watched the entire time, and the three little clumps occasionally ran over to see what their daddy was doing, but they quickly ran away to play on their own again. Only Mu Qianyu seemed to be uneasy as if she had been watching, until it was getting late. Long Che drummed the stone lock. The entire time, Mu Qianyu was in a state of surprise. Long Che's means, she was completely unable to do it. The use of a material like the Dragonfall Xianstone to create a precise stone lock, and even a precise coded space inside according to Long Che, made Mu Qianyu even more incredulous. In the end, they uniformly categorized this kind of means on Long Che's body that outsiders couldn't understand as given by the immortals. That night, Mu Qianyu took the brand new stone lock and locked the little stone house. It was the moment the door to her room was locked that she seemed to finally be completely at ease. How is this martial art? Teach me after you figure it out, my lady. In the evening, after dinner Mu Qianyu was lying on her bed, studying an ancient book she had taken from the stone house. The three little clumps had been playing all day during the day, and were all tired and went to bed early. When Long Cher, who was lying on the side of the bed, wheedled over. You can't cross that line. Mu Qianyu watched Long Che climb over and even took off his upper body pajamas. She immediately warned. It's just that Long Che directly transformed into a sticky guy and didn't come out of the chicken immediately after sticking over. But his attention was on the ancient book in Mu Qianyu's hand. Don't think too much, ma'am. I'll just rub it in. Take a look at the martial arts in your hand. I thought you couldn't read it. Oh, what are you doing? Want? Nasty. Get off. After a night of tossing and turning, instead of being half tired, Mu Qianyu was full of energy early the next morning, and even got up before dawn to practice. When Long Che made breakfast, Mu Qianyu grabbed it and gobbled it down. It seemed that this cultivation was too much for her and she couldn't wait to replenish her energy. When the physical energy was replenished, she suddenly said, Long Che, I'm going to make a trip to the Middle Kingdom. Don't worry, I'll return safely. After saying that, he rose up into the air and quickly disappeared into the sky. Long Cher frowned at the sight. Is it so sudden? Then shouted towards the cave. Wards, get up and eat. After you eat, Daddy will take you to the big city in the west to have some fun. Chapter 91, Xuanhei Dragon Turtle. Mu Qianyu doesn't let Long Che and the kids go to the Middle-earth Divine World because of safety issues, but Long Che is worried about her safety, so he plans to take the waifs with him. Of course, he wasn't going to show his face. He was going to secretly guard his big girl, because he secretly left a scent on Mu Qianyu's body. Long Che was not worried about not being able to find her. Of course, with his means, even without this scent to guide him, it would be easy for him to find Mu Qianyu. So although the three groups took quite a bit of time to eat, Long Che quickly led them to track down Mu Qianyu's scent on their way to Middle-earth Divine Kingdom. Between the eastern region of the Tianxian continent and the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture, there was an ocean separating them. The people of the eastern region called it the Western Sea, but the Middle Kingdom called it the Eastern Sea. This oceanic sea was so endless, with countless sea beasts in it, that usually the travel between the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture and the eastern region had to rely on huge ships in order to traverse it. And these ships, without exception, all need to be powerful cultivation of people sitting in the town. And in the hull of the ship above also sat a large number of demonic Dan spiritual treasure, as a deterrent to the sea of great demons, increase the operating efficiency of the ship. When she saw Mu Qianyu, she was taking a boat ride. Mother is on that boat. I see mother. Long Che rides on the back of the divine beast Blood Qilin with the three clusters, looking down, and the three clusters scream in excitement when they see Mu Qianyu. Daddy, why does mother want to ride on a boat? Can't mother ride on a divine beast? Bai Ji asked suspiciously. Your mother doesn't have the ability to ride a divine beast. Longshare was honest. In Mu Qianyu's eyes, even if that black dragon of the Black Dragon Pool had already submitted to her, she didn't have the mind to manipulate and harness the black dragon. That was just about impossible for her, and not nearly as comfortable as a boat ride. Of course, taking a boat from the eastern domain to the Middle-earth Divine region would also cost a large amount of Xiandan, and the entire voyage would take many days to arrive, and there was no telling what kind of perils would be encountered on the way, and it was not known how many sailing ships had already sunk in this great sea. Daddy, then shall we take the boat? I want to ride in a boat with mother. While listening to the small child's request, Longshare laughed. Children, let's not take the boat. Daddy will let you experience a more exciting one. Yeah, that's awesome. The three groups clapped their hands in anticipation of the excitement Longshare would bring them. After these days together, the three little bitty ones admired Long Che's tactics that, every time Longshare said something like that, he would never let them down. Whoosh! The Blood Qilin, mobilized by Long Che, rushed directly towards the sea below. Because of their speed, the large number of people on the beach didn't even see them. Just, Mu Qianyu, who had the highest cultivation level in the crowd, suddenly raised her eyes to the sky. But I don't see anything. Strange, how did that familiar feeling appear again? Could it be an illusion? It was a familiarity that had been present more than once. While wondering, she couldn't help but think of the immortal guarding the heavenly demon sect. It would be great if you came along with me. She raised her eyes to the sky, smiled faintly, and muttered to herself before boarding the large, tall ship inlaid with countless super demonic beast demon pills and entering the cabin. Long Che quickly descended onto a small island. This island is not far from the shore, but basically no one will come, because the area is too small, and the wind and waves all year round. There are ferocious sea beasts inhabiting this. The general public is even more afraid to go. And at this moment, when the Blood Qilin descended down, those sea beasts that were originally lying around the island all drilled into the seabed in a single bound, shivering and hibernating. The strong pressure of the divine beasts was a hurdle they couldn't get through. Why did all those little animals run away? They're not afraid of us, are they? They're not afraid of us. They don't want to play with us. Listening to the conversation between the three clusters, Long Che smiled faintly and called out gently, Turtle, come out. Hearing him call out like that, Bai Ji asked, Daddy, what's a little turtle? Is it a little turtle? Long Che touched her little head. It's a sea turtle, but it's not small yo. It's going to carry us on the sea and go to the Middle Kingdom. Huh? Really? Daddy, the sea is so big. Can a little turtle carry us across? It's too scary. Daddy, it's a good thing I don't have a phobia of the deep sea. I'm not afraid either. Sister, look, why is there a mountain rising from the sea over there? It's a big sea turtle. A big turtle, accompanied by the three donuts shrieks. A huge sea turtle that looked like a black mountain slowly surfaced on the sea level. That huge physique was truly like a huge mountain, with just the exposed shell of the turtle reaching hundreds of feet high. As the giant turtle floated up, the surrounding seawater poured down with a loud crash. Like a waterfall, the giant turtle swam quite swiftly in the sea, rushing all the way over as if it had split the sea all the way through an alleyway in the water. It dares not be unpleasant. It would be a problem if Ryuche got upset and just yanked off its turtle shell. and looking at the little turtle that rushed in rapidly, surging up 1,000 feet of huge waves, Long Che nodded. Just in time. And that's when a huge head appeared right in front of that huge turtle shell. It was actually a dragon head. My goodness. What is this? I know. It's a dragon head turtle. Why don't you call it a turtle-bodied dragon beast? Daddy, what's this called? Why is it so big? Daddy, is this the little turtle you were talking about? The three donuts were shocked for a while, but they weren't too shocked because they had a divine beast mount like the blood Qilin before. Looking at the three groups of people who all looked like they had seen the world, Long Che nodded and smiled. This is the dragon turtle. Its full name is the Xianmei dragon turtle. It has been growing in this great sea for 30,000 years. Long Che introduced the giant turtle to the waves, and the turtle's raised head looked up at the place before slowly slumping down again. Greetings, Master. As soon as this giant turtle opened its mouth, the seawater around its mouth immediately set off 1,000 waves. But the next second, lest it scare its master's child, its mouth sucked and all the waves were directly swallowed into its belly. Wow, it's so awesome. Daddy. Why does it call you master? Because daddy is its master. Just like those beast pets of yours, this little turtle is also a pet that daddy keeps. Long Che's words were bland. The Xianmei dragon turtle was a huge sea beast he saved here a few hundred years ago. At that time it was in a fierce battle with a sky-turning sea crocodile, dying, and was finally saved by Long Che, and then worshipped him as his master. As for that overturning sea crocodile, after being casually destroyed by Long Che, he gave its demonic dan to the Xianmei dragon turtle and swallowed it. And since then it had almost become the overlord in this sea area. Boys, go up. Let's ride the Xianmei dragon turtle and travel the Sunhai Sea. Chapter 92 Divine Beast Shock. Yikes. It's so exciting. After getting on the back of the Xianmei dragon turtle, the three groups of people were excited. It was like sitting on a big mountain and swimming in the sea. Ha ha ha. Exciting, isn't it? Is it fun to follow Daddy? It's addictive. It's great. Daddy, isn't the blood Qilin coming with us? Zissa looked at the blood Qilin hovering in midair and asked. Longshare looked at her little face. Do you want to take your little pets? Think. Daddy, I want to. The three clusters immediately took a stand. Well, then you will summon them. Seeing that Longshare agreed, the three of them waved their little hands in direct excitement. Daddy, then I'll take my little turkey with me. Little Yellow and Little Red will stay home and watch the house. Little Yellow was the golden thunder dragon, while Little Red was the red purple sky lin. Longshare nodded in agreement. As soon as she heard her big sister do that, Zissou also said, if big sister brings a little pet, then I'll bring one too. I'll bring little Tun Tun. Heavy Floor followed suit. Then I'll bring Three Eyes. The three clusters excitedly began to cast the summoning techniques that Longshare had taught them. In an instant, the winds rose and the clouds surged. Above this piece of originally magnificent sea, it was even more gigantic waves. Even if that sea overlord Xianmei dragon turtle, when he saw this kind of heaven and earth phenomenon, he also thumped inwardly. Master, this is... It couldn't help but ask Longshare. It's okay with you if my kids want to summon their pets to go with them, right? Nope. Of course not. Then, Master, when did you have a child? I have to drink a cup of wedding wine. Long Che smiled. This matter is a long story, but when the time comes to make up for it for sure, there is no shortage of your wedding wine to drink. Hearing Long Che's words, the Xianmei dragon turtle immediately let go of his heart. Ha ha, then the old slave will congratulate Master in advance. At this time, between that windy sky and sea, two giant divine beast figures appeared. Baiji's little turkey is none other than the great Skyfire Phoenix. The Phoenix, whose entire body looked like it was bathed in fire, appeared beyond the void with a majesty that shook the heavens and the earth, turning even the clouds in the sky into flaming clouds. The next second but turned into a stream of fire, directly disappeared into the sky, turned into a small turkey in front of Baiji. The other divine beast was Heavy Floor's three-eyed blue-eyed beast. That giant beast came riding on the waves. The huge waves that rose along the way were much stronger than the Xian underworld dragon turtle's formation, literally more than 100 times 1,000 times its size. The Xianxian dragon turtle was confused. It has survived in this sea for tens of thousands of years, but it simply didn't know that such a divine beast had appeared on this Tianxian continent. This made it confused for a moment, even suspecting that it wasn't in the status plains Tianxian continent right now, but had come to the divine realm of the immortals, where divine beasts and immortal beasts were rampant. The three-eyed blue-eyed beast came on the waves, also transformed into a pocket-sized beast in the blink of an eye, and after seeing Long Che, it fell down and worshipped, and then was directly held in the arms of Chonglu, lovingly caressing its little head. He, second sister, why hasn't your little Tuntun come yet? Heavy Floor asked as he held the three-eyed bijou beast. It's fast, it takes the water, it's normal for it to be slow. Zissou was not in a hurry, and her gaze went to the sea level. But you can't see anything but wind and waves on the sea. And right at that moment, the mountainous body of the Xianmei dragon turtle trembled violently. A touch of shock and fear even surfaced in its pupils. In the deep sea below its body, a terrifying aura was sweeping in at a rapid pace, and that aura alone could literally drag it up into the clouds. Feeling the panic of the Xianmei dragon turtle, Long Che gently touched its shell, and instantly the trembling body calmed down. Don't be afraid. They're all Ward's pets and won't hurt you. Good. Yes, master. I'm not afraid. The Xianmei dragon turtle didn't even know that there was such a strong divine beast, immortal beast by Long Che's side. And, actually, they were all his children's beast pets. It's unbelievable. It thought that it already knew quite a lot about Long Che as its master. After all, Long Che had once lived in the abyss of the deep sea for 5 years, and during those 5 years, it had been by his side. But it would never have occurred to him that, with the passage of time, even the divine beasts had become his children's pets. Thinking about this, it even felt too humble to be a sea overlord that had crisscrossed the 4 seas, ashamed of itself, feeling unworthy of being their mount. Little Tun. There you are. Zissou looked towards the spring water column that surged up hundreds of feet high, gradually calmed down, from which a small fish emerged. A hand grabbed that small fish over, and then took over the small bucket that Long Che had prepared for her long ago, and put the heaven-swallowing demon whale into the bucket. Daddy, our little pets are all here. Let's go. Okay, turtle, let's go. With Long Che's order, the Xianmei dragon turtle directly swam towards the depths of the sea. That huge body, in addition to the topmost turtle back, exposed outside, the rest of the place all hidden in the seawater. From afar, Long Che, father and son, a few people as if floating on the water surface, rush forward. Although the speed of the Xianmei dragon turtle was fast, it cast a water avoidance spell to protect all of the little groups, and there was not even a single mist of water on the several people. When they set out, the earth-shattering aura that was brought about when the 3 divine beasts appeared also gradually faded away. It was only after a long while that a murmur of sighs resounded from the huge ship that Mu Qianyu was on. It seems that the demonic creatures inside the Western Sea are getting stronger and stronger. The demonic pills on this ship must be replaced with a batch of minions. I've been running boats in the West Sea for decades, and I've never encountered such an astounding formation. You guys just saw it, right? When the deep sea beast appeared, even the clouds in the sky were burned red. In any case, caution is the key to success. And on this trip, I pray for a safe return. The sea beasts should have gone far away, so we can set off. After worshipping the god of the sea, sail the ship. Mu Qianyu was inside the cabin the entire time, but took in all the scenes outside. She was even a little worried on this trip. The sea was infested with great demons, and no one knew if the ship would encounter any danger. However, she was slightly relieved when her eyes swept over the 4 directions and realized that the cultivation of many people within this ship was not weak, and that the strength of those crew members was also quite strong. As the ship started and traveled forward on the wind and waves, Mu Qianyu's heart grew even more eager. Turtle, what's going on in the waters ahead? When the Xianmei dragon turtle swam to a certain area in the depths of the sea, Long Che suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the Xianhen dragon turtle said, Master, there is a sea beast within the underwater abyss over there. I once had an encounter with it and almost ate it to death, but in the end, it escaped, and for so many years, it has been lurking in the depths of the abyssal sea trench, hibernating not to come out. Its aura is getting more and more dangerous. Longshare asked, frowning. That's not a good vibe. Didn't you ever think to finish it off? The Zuanhenmai dragon turtle let out a bitter smile. Master, that place, I can't get down. Longshare frowned. Can't get down? Chapter 93, Between Shakes of the Head. Master, that's a Hun Tian mud jiao. The seabed silt are all made into a formation by it. Once a prey enters, those silt will wrap the prey in a dizzying search for the north. That's its turf. Even the old slaves don't dare to dabble in it easily. The Xianxian dragon turtle said with a somewhat bitter smile. One mountain cannot tolerate 2 tigers. In that case, this seat will help you collect it. Although Long Che was now in the eastern region of the Tianxian continent and did not ask about the world above this continent, there were not a few existences like the Xianyue dragon turtle that he had cultivated himself. These were members of his own forces, and he naturally couldn't let go of the threat of other forces appearing. Thank you, Master. The Xianhen dragon turtle immediately thanked him, rejoicing inwardly. Although it was already at the late stage of the 9th Order Xian Emperor realm, and that Hun Tian Mud Jia was only at the early stage, it could not be helped that the other party had been living in the silt at the bottom of the sea for a long time, waiting for an opportunity to move in the shadows, which could be considered to be incredibly dangerous, and quite a few of the sea's strongest existences had been eaten by it, and after years and years of devouring sea beasts, Its strength was also climbing, with a great tendency to catch up head-on. The Xianmei dragon turtle naturally also wants to get rid of it, but no matter, this big guy just refuses to come out and fight head-on. In its absolutely dominant field, the Xianmei dragon turtle is also quite a bit of hope for the meaning of the ocean, and if Long Che was willing to help out, that would be a heavenly good thing for it, and there shouldn't be many that could threaten it in this part of the sea in the future. Of course, the sea is vast, and there are many places it has not explored. Who knows how many monsters that have survived for millions of years are still hidden under that sea abyss. Lead the way. You should be familiar with the place where the muddy sky mud jiao lives. The Xianhen dragon turtle nodded its head. Yes, master. The Zuanhenmai dragon turtle cast a water-avoiding shield, then dived directly towards the bottom of the deep sea. It didn't cause much of a wave around it even though it was quite fast, obviously not wanting to spook the snake. However, the heart of the Xianmei dragon turtle did not have half a scruple, not to mention its master Long Che. It is that the three small groups of people holding in their hands and carrying the divine beasts in the bucket can also easily destroy that guy, and as the Xianmei dragon turtle flew down for a while, the seawater below suddenly became turbid. It was like a piece of mud, swirling under this deep sea, thick as if it could not be melted, in which there was a dangerous aura, spreading and spreading in all directions, and some of the sea creatures that swam around were caught unawares and directly swallowed up by this quagmire. Master, it's just below, the Xianhen dragon turtle said, a touch of complexity in the pupils of his eyes. It understood very well that Long Che could directly take down this Hun Tian Mud Jiao as long as he made a move, but after all, this big guy had been dealing with himself explicitly and implicitly for some years, and if he directly made a move to dry it up, would he feel lonely? How about taking it as your little brother? Longshare suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the Xianhen dragon turtle immediately said as if it had been read through his mind. Master is wise. Longshare nodded, and then pressed his palm down just so. Rumble. A terrifying energy directly swept downward into that quagmire below. At that moment, the entire undersea space seemed like a pot had opened up and emitted a gurgling rumble. However, there seemed to be a layer of invisible and colorless barrier underneath their feet, completely isolating that lower chaos from the seawater above. The space below was murky and muddy, while above it was crystal clear, like two completely different worlds. The Xianhen dragon turtle couldn't help but feel alarmed as it watched its master act with such fanfare. This was the grandeur and majesty of a gaijin powerhouse, and at that moment, a flash of surprise surfaced in the pupils of the eyes of the three little clusters. Daddy is so powerful. One wave of Daddy's hand and chaos ensues down there. Only Mother doesn't know that Daddy is awesome. Daddy, we're doing a good job of keeping secrets, aren't we? The kids did a beautiful job. Keep up the good work. Yes day. Daddy, look, a monster has appeared down there. Wow. This monster is huge. Why is it covered in black mud? This guy looks so dirty. The three groups even pinched their noses. The Hun Tian Mud Jiao had been living in the rotting mud at the bottom of the sea for a long time, and as soon as it appeared, it exuded a vomit-inducing scent, and Long Che immediately cast a defense to completely isolate this scent as well. Who dares to disturb this seat's purification? The Hun Tian Mud Jiao let out a rolling roar as soon as it appeared, and the sound waves created wild turbulence in the seawater surging in all directions. If it wasn't for the seal that Long Che had cast, this seawater they were in, I'm afraid that it would have boiled over long ago. This head from the depths of the seabed in the mud layer drilled out of the muddy sky mud auger, but just probe half body, has been quite huge. That kind of body type, although not Xianmei dragon turtle, look mighty and domineering, but also quite shocking eyeballs. Alone probed half body has hundreds of Zhanlong, really has a seabed hegemony of the lofty phase. The Zuanhenmai dragon turtle. It's you guys again to make trouble. The hunting heaven Mud Jiao saw the massive Xian underworld dragon turtle at first glance, and the two were already familiar with each other, and once they met, they shared the same eyes. Little Loach, don't come out to die yet. Do you know what kind of god you're facing? The words of the Xian Di dragon turtle were filled with a strong shock. Only then did the muddy sky Mud Jiao look at Long Che, who was small and delicate in size in comparison, and the three small, impossibly small clumps beside him. Did you make that commotion just now? The muddy sky Mud Jiao's heart was quite a bit shocked. According to its experience, it hadn't seen such a strong human cultivator since it came to the sea. That was why it was instantly certain that this person must be extraordinary, and he actually had the nerve to bring three little kids here. The face looks emboldened. All the more reason why he must have a couple of tricks up his sleeve. This seat doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you. Your cultivation is inferior to little turtle. Willingly follow it as a little brother. What do you think? Longshare opened the door. With your empty words, this king is going to be its little brother? Ridiculous human. You're out of your mind. As the words of the muddy sky Mud Jiao fell, his mouth sprayed forward. The light is a torrential water flow into a thick water column, crazy rotating and churning directly toward Long Che swept away. The terrifying power that erupted in this instant was enough to shock the four directions if it was placed on top of the continent. However, in the face of such a furious attack, Long Che only shook his head slightly. Just shake your head, and didn't make a move. Next, that huge column of water directly exploded and then rolled backwards. Boom! Before the muddy sky Mud Jiao could figure out what was going on, that huge body flew backwards, including the body that hadn't been pulled out of the mud. It all flew out in a flash. Gulp! The muddy sky Mud Jiao's heart trembled as it gulped furiously. The master is too powerful to be imagined. Chapter 94, The Great Evil Shura Gate. After the muddy sky Mud Jiao tumbled and flew out, suddenly this sea subsided. The muddy water was actually clearing up at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the muddy water surged in one direction and soon disappeared. It was like being swallowed by an eye of the sea below. And soon, the body of the Hun Tian Mud Jiao reappeared. And when it reappeared, its huge body shrunk hundreds of times, becoming a grayish-brown Jiao dragon that was no more than 5 or 6 feet long. This sudden transformation of it caused the Zuanhydra dragon turtle to have some difficulty believing it for a moment. In times past, this guy was against himself. And the strike is extremely insidious, and very spicy. Even though he has an extraordinary defense power on his own body, he has been sneak attacked by this guy and bruised. And as soon as Longshare struck, it knelt, and before kneeling down, it took the initiative to absorb all the turbid breath below. It seemed to demonstrate its sincerity, but that's normal. After all, the terrifying aura that erupted between Long Che's just one strike was really a bit unbelievable. Almost all of them took half the life of the muddy sky Mud Jiao. This head of Loach is not stupid. Just that moment, it immediately understood. Appeared here this young human cultivator. Means great cultivation is outstanding. Is it simply cannot fight against the existence of? If it didn't want to fight hard, there would definitely be only one consequence, that is, it would completely hang up. I pay my respects to your excellency. I have eyes to recognize and tai. Please forgive me, your excellency. Hun Tian Mud Jiao directly kneeled down and kowtowed. Or still cares about the issue of dignity. To be able to live is the most important thing. Little Loach, did you hear what this seat just said? The muddy sky Mud Jiao immediately nodded like garlic. My lord, I hear you. My little one has heard all of it. My little one is willing to be the little brother of Lord Dragon Turtle. And a little brother who will never change his heart. This attitude of the hunting heaven Mud Jiao changed that fast. And the Xianhen Dragon Turtle couldn't even help but grind its teeth. Obviously a little uneasy about this guy. It's getting so fast. Will it get so fast in the future? What if it goes rogue? However, what Long Che said made it feel like it had eaten a tranquilizer. Muddy sky Mud Jiao. Originally this seat can kill you, but seeing your cultivation to this realm is not easy. And first let you off. You will follow the Xianmei Dragon Turtle in the future to guard this piece of the ocean. Performance is good, this seat will be rewarded. Performance is not good. It is also difficult to escape from the fate of the extermination. That said like a rah-rah. The muddy sky Mud Jiao, however, was well aware of the importance of these words. Don't worry, my lord. From this moment on, I am the most loyal little brother of Lord Xianmei Dragon Turtle. Your most loyal slave. If I break my oath, the heavens will strike me with demonic thunder. This attitude of the muddy sky Mud Jiao was not bad, and it even took the initiative to initiate an oath. In that case, that's great. Thank you master for your help. The Xianxian Dragon Turtle said with some excitement. The muddy sky Mud Jiao had become his little brother, and in the future, he would be able to walk horizontally in this area of the sea completely. What's up with that poison breath on you? Long Che suddenly asked, and these words caused the Hun Tian Mud Jiao to be jolted. Godman, this is definitely a god. The poison that he himself had been infected with had been compressed to the end of his body after so many years of dissolution, and it was already so light that it was basically no longer threatening to it. Previously, it had lived here for so many years, stoically meeting up and not daring to go out, precisely because of the intense poison in its body. Now that the poison in its body had become quite weak, it dared to frantically hunt sea beasts for strength enhancement, even almost forgetting about the matter that he still had a mildly virulent poison in his body. But this young man in front of him, even directly said this sentence. He looks young, but his eyesight is so submissive. Back to master. The intense poison on my body is no longer a big problem. It didn't immediately say how it was hurt. This seat asks you where this poison came from? Longshare asked. Yes, master. The poison on my body comes from a sect in the Middle-earth Divine Prefecture. A transcendent power within the heavenly evil sacred land. The Great Evil Cultivator Sect. Great Evil Shura Sect? Never heard of it. It should be a new force, right? The Middle Kingdom was not an unfamiliar place to Long Che. He had survived and cultivated there for 100 years. so he hadn't traveled through the entire Middle-earth continent, but he did understand it to a T. Sure, what he knows remains before he returns to the fold. As for what had happened on this continent after so many years had passed, he naturally had no idea. Back to my lord. The sect master of the great evil cultivators sect, named Du Qian, is a powerful existence at the Xian Sage realm. Upon hearing this name, Long Che instantly frowned. Could it be that little guy? It seems that this trip is necessary to go over there and take a look. This little guy named Du Qian that surfaced in Long Che's mind was a lucky guy with a natural poisonous body that he had once encountered in the Middle-earth Divine Kingdom. Of course, meeting him was the biggest blessing of all. Before he met him, this guy was suppressed and abused by the whole clan, not even recognizing that this guy they were suppressing was the hope of the whole clan. The reason for the suppression, naturally, was that it didn't recognize the power of the innately poisonous body. Even Du Qian himself didn't know why he hadn't been able to improve his cultivation over the years. Even after his fellow hairdressers had all become Xianzhi masters, he was still a waste of space, marching in place, to the end. He was so oppressed that he actually chose to jump off a cliff. He happened to be saved by Long Che, who was passing by, and taught him the precious martial arts that his naturally poisonous body could cultivate. And had he really become a powerful existence in the Xian Sage realm now? If what the muddy sky Mud Jiao was talking about was this Du Qian, then he definitely had to go and meet his late friend. After so many years had passed, Long Che realized that he was suddenly a bit nostalgic. Alright, let's keep going. The matter on the side of the muddy sky Mud Jiao was taken care of in minutes, and Long Che did not want to stay too long, so he urged, "Where are you traveling to, my lord?" The muddy sky Mud Jiao asked. "Don't ask what you shouldn't. Just do your part." "Yes, my lord. I'll follow your lordship's teachings." The muddy sky Mud Jiao didn't dare to ask any more questions, and the Xianmei dragon turtle was contentedly carrying a few of them and soon left the waters. What in the world is this guy? His cultivation is so high that it's unimaginable. I'm glad to be his subordinate. All those who are enemies with this person, I'm afraid their end will be quite miserable. After Long Che left, the muddy sky Mud Jiao muttered to itself for a while, becoming quite complex inside. Before, he had been too reckless, directly launching an attack without figuring out the details of the incoming person, and almost took his own little life into it. Chapter 95, The Dragon Shark Pearl. The dragon turtle is not fast. It would take at least half a month for Mu Qianyu to arrive at the Middle-earth Divine Continent by boat, so he orders the Xianmei dragon turtle to just float on the sea, enjoying the scenery while letting the waves experience this rare day of drifting. Life is full of flavors, and it's only right to experience any kind of life that is good. While on that one huge sailing ship, Mu Qianyu was experiencing a fierce battle. Oh, woman! No one has ever been able to escape from the girl that this young man has his eye on. The hull of the ship was very large, with all kinds of supplies on it, and even because of the large amount of demon pills to add support, the whole large ship was moving forward in the waves, but it was like walking on the ground, and there was no difference between it and being on the ground. That's why some bullies continue to do what they do, especially repeat offenders. At this time Mu Qianyu is sitting at the table drinking tea, is enjoying the flavor of tea. Opposite the table of several people came around, that looked at Mu Qianyu's eyes are full of salivation, obviously attracted by her beauty. The heart of the mischief is up. The man who spoke, with a powerful cultivation, was the son of the ship's owner, and on this trip, the owner didn't come, so he was able to use his power to bully others and do things that he wouldn't dare to do on land. Moreover, the ship owner had arranged a number of experts to sit on the ship, and these experts on the ship also naturally had to obey the second son's orders, which emboldened him even more. "What are you?" When Mu Qianyu saw that someone was actually unwise enough to offend her, she said in a cold voice, and a killing chance had already surfaced in her eyes. The strength of these people were not weak, and the most powerful one had already reached the realm of a fourth-order Xian emperor, and with this kind of strength, it was obvious that they wouldn't be running the ship if there wasn't a huge benefit. Hearing her cold words, and even seeing the killing intent in her eyes, that fourth-order Xian emperor realm powerhouse immediately let out a cold snort and said, "Humph, woman, you're lucky to be seen by our young master. Be a good boy and go into the room and wash up and wait for our young master, or else, throw you down and feed you to the fishes." When Mu Qianyu heard this, her heart surged with anger, but she didn't immediately explode. She wanted to find out how many unseemly deeds this young master had done behind his back. "It looks like your young master has done a lot of this kind of bullying, doesn't it?" At those words, the rather ugly-looking young lord threw his head up and pinched his waist. "The women that this young master has played with, there are 205 if not 300. Little lady, do you know what happens to those women who disobey this young master? Ahahaha, all dead. All thrown into the sea to feed the fish. As for the women who have been played by this young man, guess what? Feed the fish too. Ha ha ha." This arrogant laughter made Mu Qianyu feel sick inside. When he said that, she already had him on her list of certain death. Didn't your father ever control you? Mu Qianyu asked blandly. My dad? Hey, my dad didn't come. Ha ha ha. Little lady, you look really watery. Look at my heart itchy. Hurry into the house. Take off clean. This young master. Slap. This young master did not avoid the presence of many guests from all walks of life. In public actually said such unpleasant words. Mu Qianyu directly a slap thrown over. That crisp sound caused the eyes of everyone present to change. Obviously, in the eyes of many people, this young master was really bullying people too much. If it wasn't for the fact that this ship was all owned by their family, with quite a number of powerful experts from their family sitting on it, there would definitely have already been some people striking out in a righteous manner. And once they struck out, what they were going to face, it would be a battle of life and death. This ship is like an island. If there's a war, it's either him or you. No one made a move, but after hearing the slap, some people secretly screamed in their hearts. At the same time, there were many people who were worried about Mu Qianyu's situation. In the past, many women on this ship also resisted like her, but the final outcome, but still very miserable, after being bullied and thrown into the sea, and from then on the fragrance of death. How dare you hit me? Get on! Hold him down! I'm going to her right here. This young master let out a growl of anger. Being slapped in front of so many people was too humiliating. He wanted to directly ravage Mu Qianyu in front of the people present to retrieve his face. Young Master Huang Biao, you must not be rude. And right at that moment, a stopping voice came over, and then an old man with white hair could be seen walking over with a thinly veiled expression of anger on his face. Grand Elder, stay out of this young master's business, or my father won't spare you. When Huang Biao saw this old man, his eyes changed, and there was clearly some scorn, and Mu Qianyu's eyes looked towards this old man. Only, when he felt this old man's aura, his eyes also became a bit surprised. 5th rank Xian Emperor? Not weak. It's just a pity that it's also a moralistic person. Mu Qianyu saw the old man's details at a glance. The aura of yin and yang dual cultivation coursing through his body was not visible to the general public, but with her strength at the 6th rank Xian D realm, his details were exposed. Then, this seat will first see what kind of drugs you have in your gourd. Young master, this girl is our honored guest and deserves to be treated generously by the old man. The old man said, flipped his hand and took out an elixir. But it was exactly what Mu Qianyu had surrendered as a deposit when she boarded the ship. The grade of this elixir was extremely high, but it was one of the lowest grades among the large handful of elixirs given to her by Long Che, and she originally didn't want to make a deposit, but it would be returned upon arrival. So it was temporarily deposited with the boatman for the time being. However, he did not expect that this old man would bring it over. A dragon shark pearl? This, and after seeing the elixir in the old man's hand, that Huang Biao's face changed abruptly. The crowd present also let out a gasp of surprise at the same time, obviously recognizing the preciousness of this kind of elixir. This is really a dragon shark pearl? It's too precious for this girl to be able to take out such a precious treasure. It seems that she must be a member of a large sex-great family. This dragon shark bead has reached the imperial grade? I've never seen a rare treasure of such a grade. Imperial rank? I'm afraid it's reached the imperial grade. Emperor's phenomenon? My goodness, this is something. The crowd murmured, their faces filled with shock, while some of them even had their eyes become fiery for a few moments. On this big ship, the guests were mixed, and there were all kinds of people, and when a treasure such as the dragon shark beads appeared, it would definitely cause some people to salivate. In this ocean, whoever has a big fist has the strength to sit on the treasure, and as long as they destroy all the others, the treasure is theirs. The change in the color of the eyes of the people around Mu Qianyu had already seen their stupidity. An undercurrent gradually began to brew after the appearance of the dragon shark beads. Chapter 96, Undercurrents on Board. Grand Elder, are you saying that this dragon shark pearl is hers? Huang Biao's face took on a scornful look. Not bad. It is precisely this girl's. Young master, your father asked me to watch over you because he's afraid you'll cause trouble and offend someone you shouldn't. The Grand Elder's voice said sternly, with an unquestionable attitude. Huang Biao's eyes changed as he sniffed and narrowed his eyes. Since the girl is an honored guest, then, this young master is out of line. Go! However, with a wave of his hand, Huang Biao unexpectedly left with a few experts behind him. The strength of the eldest elder is the most powerful on the whole ship. He wants to protect Mu Qianyu. His several simply even if together is not an opponent, and can take out the dragon shark beads of the people. The identity is certainly not ordinary. Huang Biao enters some scruples. Of course, what he was most afraid of was not Mu Qianyu, but whether there were still her people on this ship. So he left first at this time, not because of fear, but to investigate Mu Qianyu. Behind there are no other high people. If not, then, this woman he want. That dragon shark beads, he will also want. Huang Diao leaves, but Mu Qianyu doesn't stop him. This person was already a dead man in her eyes. It was just that, right now, she wanted to see what this Grand Elder's intentions were, and why he had stepped in to free himself. The girl is still with me. The Grand Elder didn't say anything to apologize to Mu Qianyu, but directly wanted to take Mu Qianyu to another room. Mu Qianyu didn't drag her feet, she directly got up and followed, and at this moment, when the crowd saw that Mu Qianyu had actually followed the Grand Elder over, their eyes became a little more complicated. There were some of the Grand Elder's close associates in the crowd, and when they saw that Mu Qianyu, who was so stunningly beautiful in appearance, had followed him to a room at the end of the passageway, they shook their heads slightly, and a look of regret appeared on their faces. A fifth-order Xian Emperor Realm Grand Elder was nothing in Mu Qianyu's eyes, and without half a bit of fear, she collected all her aura and followed. Boo! And the next second, when Mu Qianyu entered the room, the door behind her was suddenly closed heavily. A layer of seals lingered on the door, and even the roar that whistled like a demonic voice could be heard within the seals. What are you doing, old man? Mu Qianyu asked blandly, and the killing intent in the bottom of her eyes began to permeate. Jia, miss, I cultivate double cultivation art. Today I just want to spend a good night with the girl. If the girl from the old man, I can ensure that you safely arrived at the other side of the river. If the girl does not, then the consequences of the old man will not be able to say. When the Grand Elder said this, Mu Qianyu retched for a moment. This old man is still thinking about double cultivation even though he is an old white hair. It's really appetizing. Mu Qianyu smiled. Good. That depends on whether you have that ability. The Grand Elder's eyes changed. It seems that you're refusing to drink until you're punished? Kneel down for me. Boom. As the words fell, a ball of Xian power instantly erupted out of the Grand Elder's hand. The yin and yang colors of Xian Qi were quite strong, and they were directly going to suppress Mu Qianyu. But Mu Qianyu also did not spoil him in the slightest, and with a lift of her hand, she removed his Xian force and then said, Old thing, on this ship, none of your people, not one of them, will live. As the words fell, Mu Qianyu's eyes turned cold, and she instantly exerted the full strength of the sixth-order Xian Emperor realm. With a muffled bang, the Grand Elder's entire body was surrounded by Xian force, imprisoned in the center of the Xian force's crazy strangulation, unable to even move. His eyes were terrified. You are a sixth-rank Xian Emperor? He was completely in fear, in shock at this point. How could he not expect that on this ship? Such a powerful existence had come. She looked young, but she had a powerful strength that surpassed her own, and her heart had completely regretted it. There's no such thing as a wet shoe when you're always walking by the river. And today, he finally kicked the bucket. Those who are going to die have no need to know the strength of this seat. Mu Qianyu words fell. Directly a Xian force drilled into the imprisonment discount strength seal. Will gas life instantly obliterate. A fifth-rank Xian Emperor had no battle power to speak of in front of a sixth-rank Xian Emperor powerhouse. This great elder who didn't know how many women he had scourged was directly exterminated by Mu Qianyu at this time, and died without even frying. Asshole thing, she said in a cold voice, and then after taking that dragon shark bead over, she saw another one of the Grand Elder's nascent sacrifice rings on the ground, and collected it as well. As his divine sense probed into the nascent sense, a touch of shock also surfaced in his eyes. So many treasures, these are all from scavenging ship passengers. Right, many deeds will bring about your own death. You're doing this to yourself. Mu Qianyu walked out of the room after saying that. The seal on the door dissipated on its own after the Grand Elder was destroyed. And seeing Mu Qianyu walk out so quickly, and seemingly without anything going wrong, the faces of the cronies that followed the Grand Elder all surfaced with a flash of surprise. In their eyes, this Grand Elder was an absolutely ruthless character, and none of the women who entered that room could walk out alive. And Mu Qianyu was the first. Therefore, they seemed to have a premonition of something, and after Mu Qianyu came out, they secretly approached the room, only to find that there was nothing in the room. What's going on here? Where is the Great Elder going? I don't know. I saw him come in too. Report this matter to the young master. In case something goes wrong, it will be good to give an explanation to the family head at that time. What a joke. How could something happen to the eldest elder? He's the most powerful being on the entire ship. I guess this time, the eldest elder saw that woman was so handsome, and his heart went soft and didn't do it. Look again and report back if you can't find it. Yes, Mu Qianyu had already gone back to her room. Above these rooms, there are special seals that exist. Only the owner of the room can open and close. This is also considered a security measure. Mu Qianyu was very satisfied. However, after exterminating the Grand Elder, she sat peacefully in her room while her divine sense spread out in all directions. radiating towards the entire ship. At this moment, Huang Biao is in his room plotting with several subordinates to investigate Mu Qianyu. You too, go dress up and secretly investigate that woman. You guys go find the Grand Elder now. Don't let this old bastard get the jump on you. Young lord. The subordinates who followed Huang Biao were also the masters of bullying. Although they also knew that the Grand Elder's methods were powerful, they were emboldened to follow the young master. After all, the Grand Elder was an outsider, while the young master was the family head's own son. After being set up by Huang Biao, several people began to split up. Only, they didn't know that their every move was known by Mu Qianyu. What? The Grand Elder is missing? Suddenly, the subordinates investigating the situation saw the Great Elder's close friends looking for the Great Elder, and their eyes became quite complicated. How come it's gone? Look again. The entire ship has been searched. Just no sign of the Grand Elder. Could it be? Was it destroyed by that woman? How could it be? How could that woman be a match for the Grand Elder? Anyway, to her room. Chapter 97, Black Dragon Teasing. These people's every move was all watched by Mu Qianyu. Only, they couldn't even get into her room. The entire room was once again sealed by her. So much so that Mu Qianyu had been in a quiet environment and had not been disturbed by the chaos outside, and was still in the midst of probing the outside. She was going to take out all the miscreants on the entire ship in one fell swoop. So she held her ground for a while, letting the stupid ones all pop up on their own. Yet, there was one room that she couldn't explore in any way. Strange, that room was see-through before. How come it's suddenly like it's separated by an impenetrable abyss? It's a pretty scary feeling. She couldn't see through it, like that room was a bottomless abyss. She had clearly been able to detect it before, but now it suddenly appeared on the ship. What did that mean? It must be that there was a high person on board, or there was a high person on board who had a means or magic weapon that made her elusive. Strange. How come the seal in this room is so powerful? Captain, we'd better hurry and report to the young lord. This room is strange. It's that woman's room. The Great Elder is probably in there. Nothing will happen to the Grand Elder, right? Humph. It's only good if something happens. Who let him meddle? The woman that the young lord has his eyes on. He wants to get his hands on her. This is already treasonous. Hush. Keep your voice down. If the Great Elder hears you, you'll die without knowing how. Outside the door, the words of the underlings were transmitted word for word into Mu Qianyu's ears, but they soon left. The seal that he himself had laid was quite powerful, and these people were unable to break through the door even though their strength wasn't weak either. And when her divine sense followed a few people to the entrance of young Lord Huang Biao's room, she found that they unexpectedly couldn't enter either. At this very moment, Huang Biao's insides were literally crumbling. He was originally in his room, waiting for his subordinates to pry, but unexpectedly, suddenly the environment in the room all changed, as if he suddenly fell into another world. To his eyes, it was pitch black, and under that pitch black, he could instead see everything clearly in the midst of the darkness. However, compared to the doubts in his heart, the huge black dragon that appeared in front of him, with its hideous appearance, caused him to fall into great fear. That black dragon didn't open its mouth and didn't even raise its eyelids, but it made a deafening noise. Call all your men here. Your men, all of them, one by one, assembled together. After hearing this voice, Huang Biao trembled. He felt that the voice of this dragon could tear him apart. Great Lord, I'll go and call. He didn't even dare to inquire about the origin of this black dragon. The terrifying pressure almost crushed him. His Xian Emperor realm cultivation was like an ant in front of this black dragon. After saying that, he turned around in a panic and walked away, but he fell headfirst to the ground. And surprisingly, his legs were so scared that he couldn't even stand up, so he could only crawl on the ground. Suddenly, there was a bright light in front of his eyes, and somehow he had instantly returned to the real environment. His face was covered in beads of sweat, and he even wondered if he had just had a nightmare. What's going on? Where is that black dragon from? Inwardly shaken and terrified, he felt like the world had suddenly become unreal. If you don't go, I'll crush you. Suddenly that horrible voice came into his ears again. It sent a shiver down his spine. Then he fled the room in a huff, and at that moment, outside the room, the group of juniors all came over, and seeing the sweaty Huang Biao, they were all dumbfounded. This young master looked like he had encountered something fearful. His face was pale and without any semblance of blood. Young lord, what's wrong? A 3-star Xian emperor asked. Quickly gather everyone in the Huang family. Remember, it's everyone. All gather here. Go! Huang Biao almost roared out hysterically. He was scared out of his wits. He had never encountered something so mind-boggling. He had to do as he was told, or else that black dragon could send him to hell in an instant. Although, he didn't really know what the black dragon was looking for him for. He had to obey his orders completely. He knew that this was a god descending onto this ship, and he even held a trace of hope within him that if he took care of this black dragon, then their Huang family, would they not be hugging their thighs? At this moment, Mu Qianyu looked at all of this, and her heart was also filled with astonishment. How did this happen? What exactly did that Huang Diao encounter? She was quite puzzled inside, and at the same time, she was glad that she hadn't taken a chance before. It seemed that things on this ship were becoming more and more difficult to see. In that case, it is not too late to continue to be wise and meticulous, and when we see the truth, then we will strike again. Naturally, she wouldn't have thought that this black dragon that appeared here was none other than the one from the Black Dragon Pool, the one that was under her to do odd jobs. Of course, besides this black dragon, there were also 2 divine beasts protecting her in secret. This was all arranged by Longshare. The protection of his wife had to be done. Soon, Huang Biao had gathered all the people from all the clans on the entire ship together. Then he trembled as he walked to his room and looked at the empty room. It was his room and yet he had a strange and fearful feeling all over his body. People are all here. All here, he stammered, his eyes terrified, while everyone in the Huang clan's eyes became quite surprised when they saw this scene. What's wrong with the young master? There's no one in the room. It can't be an evil spirit, can it? His eyes look like he's seen something horrible. Young lord, what's wrong with you? A man walked over and held his hand in front of Huang Biao, only to be kicked out by Huang Biao. Get lost. Don't desecrate Lord Shenlong. The crowd was all shocked at his words. Lord Shenlong? Has a divine dragon appeared on this ship? So, where's Shenron? They can't see it. Lord Divine Dragon, please still show yourself to meet me. Huang Biao tried. He even got down on his knees and offered his knees with a shiver. But, there was no movement in the room. Huang Biao, however, had no intention of getting up and kept kneeling there, even making the group of people behind him all kneel down. The group had no choice. They had to listen to the words of this second son. Just, after kneeling for a while, there was still no movement in the room. Young lord, we'd better not kneel, right? Lord Divine Dragon may have left. Someone stood up and counseled. This behavior is so unbelievable that it is even embarrassing. Many of the guests at the back were watching this scene. It was a spectacle. Kneeling down to an empty room. Was this a unique way of worship for the Huang family? But who are they worshipping? The crowd was confused. While behind the scenes, the black dragon was huffing and puffing. Chapter 98, Infighting. It was in no hurry to exterminate the cargo. Who let them bully the mistress? It's only good to let their minds fall apart before getting them killed. The entire ship was quite full of guests, numbering in the thousands now, and at this moment, almost all of these thousands of people were gathered here, watching the young master of the Huang family lead their Huang family in kneeling down to worship an unwarranted divine dragon lord. Just kneel for 3 incense sticks. The Huang family could barely bear the psychological blow, and many of them got up, but one by one, Huang Biao kicked them to the ground and knelt down again. And there was a reason why Huang Biao was so pious and so vicious towards his own Huang family. After all, the black dragon's words only rang in his own head, and no one else could hear them. So a strong antagonism arose between this young master and the hundreds of people in the Huang family. Even later, the 7th elder amongst the Huang family members stood up, and no matter how furious their young lord was, he just wouldn't kneel, and even led dozens of strong men to revolt. Young lord, what you did today is really a complete disgrace to my Huang family. After I return, I will report this matter to the family head, who will definitely severely punish you as an unfilial son. Shame on you. The Huang family has been running boats for so long and is very prestigious in the eastern region. But today, you personally trampled the Huang family's reputation under your feet and are still so obsessed. Young lord, if you refuse to repent, then this elder will have no choice but to take you down before giving an explanation to the family head. There were quite a few supporters standing behind the 7th elder. They've all been on their knees for too long, even to the point of skepticism. Feeling teased by Huang Biao, he had to stand up and fight back. You guys, don't you guys even listen to this young lord's words. High treason. Simply high treason. Huang Biao even remained kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up when he let out such a rant. For the words of the black dragon came into his mind, the original words. Whoever gets up, you'll get them killed. These words filled Huang Biao with fear and anger. These people are just too much. Aren't they just kneeling for a while? What's wrong? Is this beast black dragon is not worth kneeling? So after some agonizing, Huang Biao was going to do it. 7th elder, you are obstinate and blasphemed against Lord Black Dragon. Today, this young lord will make an example of him. Zhang Wan, Li Dai, follow this young lord to destroy him. As the words fell, Huang Biao actually made a direct move on the 7th elder. He knew that he was no match for the 7th elder, and he even grabbed 2 of his men behind him and teamed up to destroy him. Seeing them make a move, The seventh elder was so angry that the corners of his mouth shivered and his entire body trembled, his eyes becoming incredibly cold. Young lord, since you're refusing to drink until you're punished, then I won't blame the old immortal for not showing any mercy. The seventh elder saw that his family's young master was actually going to kill himself. He also stopped procrastinating. His whole body violently trembled, and his entire body was enveloped by a terrifying xianqi in an instant. It was a gray mist, and he disappeared into it, while in the next second, a gray fist blasted at Huang Biao in front of him, as well as Zhang Guan and Li Dai. The seventh elder's cultivation was at the late fourth stage Xian Emperor realm, while Zhang Guan Li Dai's strength, however, was at the middle stage, and Huang Biao was at the third stage Xian Emperor realm. In a duel between such strengths, the seventh elder completely had the upper hand. Only, he took into account that this was on a ship and was surrounded by guests, so of course he didn't dare to fight with great fanfare for fear of destroying everything around him, which he couldn't afford to do. Although he was the seventh elder, in the eyes of the family head, he was just an errand boy, and since the family head was strong, he didn't dare to hurt the second son too much. Rumble, a loud sonic boom sounded, and in this instant, many guests also fled the place, their hearts pounding. Some people with low cultivation were even more scared. This was above the sea. If this ship was destroyed by them, then everyone would be buried in the sea. At this moment, the color of doubt in Mu Qianyu's beautiful eyes increased. She, like the other guests, had no idea what was going on. Why is there infighting in this good old Huang family? And it looks like the kind of heated battle that wants the other person's life, which is a bit unbelievable. Stop. Stop it all. Stop fighting. Can't be persuaded. That's the young lord and the seventh elder. Only the grand elder can persuade them. It's a pity that the grand elder is nowhere to be seen. Where on earth has the great elder gone? A group of Huang family members confused. Of course, in their confusion, they did not join them in battle. All on the same boat. If the boat is destroyed, they don't want to live either. Only, their dissuasion was to no avail. Seventh elder's strength is not weak, although collecting strength, but the other three people quickly beat down. Zhang Guanli Dai too strong strength. He was the first to solve. All over the body is injured, and finally lie down on the ground, completely lost the power to fight. Huang Biao let out a vicious roar, but the minions who followed him didn't dare to fight anymore. Zhang Guanli Dai was not even a match for the seventh elder, and their strength was even less. Moreover, looking at Huang Biao's perverse attitude, that hideous look in his eyes, it really looked like he was possessed. They didn't want to be the wrongdoer. Out of this, Huang Biao was soon suppressed by the seventh elder as well. Boom! With a loud bang, his entire body fell to the ground, his breath disorganized and his eyes filled with anger. But as he saw that none of the Huang family members stood up to deal with the seventh elder, and his own strength was not good enough, he was so desperate that he once again fell on his knees at the entrance of his room and cried out, "Lord Divine Dragon, I'm no match for the little one. Please, Lord Divine Dragon, help me destroy this cargo." The Black Dragon was watching the action, and seeing that the time was right, he said, "This seat grants you the power to destroy all those who do not obey your command." Hearing Black Dragon's words, Huang Biao's face was overjoyed. In the next second he felt a strong force rise within his body. It was a terrifying brute force that couldn't be made to last. Lifting him up and then facing the seventh elder, his eyes full of killing intent. Even, those kinds of eyes were equally murderous when they looked at the rest of the Huang clan. "Seventh elder, and all of you all disobeyed this worldly prince. So, today, this worldly prince will exterminate all of you. Kill cleanly. Go to hell." Rumble. When Huang Biao's words trailed off, his entire body vibrated with a ripple of xianqi, which actually instantly blocked all the Huang family members. Some people panicked and wanted to escape, but realized that this blockade laid down by their young master was surprisingly powerful. No matter what powerful means they used, they just couldn't break it. In an instant, everyone was shaken to the core, trembling, and their eyes became terrified as they looked at Huang Biao. What is he going to do? "Young lord, we are all members of the Huang family, our own people. Don't, young lord, I didn't." Boo! With a loud boom, one of Huang Biao's nearest Huang clan members had his head directly blown off by a punch. Chapter 99, Kneeling to Apologize. This does not matter. The entire ship, thousands of people all surprised to the skin. What is this young lord up to? He's going to kill all of his own family? The point is, how did he suddenly become so powerful? How strange. Could it be that he was really empowered by the Divine Dragon Lord? Where is Lord Shenlong? You're silly. Lord Divine Dragon definitely won't show up easily. There's a saying that the Divine Dragon can't be seen without a tail. It makes sense. Then we'll worship Lord Shenlong together later. The guests on the boat were all dumbfounded. And while dumbfounded, they were all observing secretly. and some even began to secretly probe the aura of the Divine Dragon Lord, but ultimately found nothing. Boom! The seventh elder's body slammed heavily on the deck. On this deck, there was the same demonic pills of powerful demonic beasts inlaid, otherwise it would not be possible to be so hard, but even so, it was also smashed out by the seventh elder into a human-shaped hole. The seventh elder who climbed out of the hole. His eyes were all horror. In this instant, he clearly felt the power of the aura that gushed out from Huang Biao's body. It's almost to the point of being unbelievable. Originally, the other party was not his opponent, but right after he knelt down and worshipped the divine dragon, he suddenly became too powerful. This unthinkable thing made him confused, and a fear finally rose up in his heart. Perhaps there really was a divine dragon descending, just that he couldn't see it. Death. All must die. Huang Biao has gone killing mad. A group of Huang family members fled around in the middle of the seal, but there was no way they could escape from him. It can't go on like this. We have to join forces. Join forces to exterminate the young lord. Otherwise there's no way to live. Someone suddenly came to their senses, snapping back from running around, and then called for everyone to join them in dealing with their young lord. But the next second, however, they clearly saw their young lord's shin blade directly pierce through the seventh elder's neck, and the blood flowed down shockingly, taking away all of his vitality. Gobble. All the people who saw the scene were so shocked that their hairs exploded. It's too scary. This young master has become powerful and cruel. What's wrong with him? Join hands. Join hands to destroy him. Act fast. He's coming. Buzz. A group of panicked Huang family members joined hands madly at this moment. Everyone's breath all coalesced together, intending to give Huang Biao an overwhelming attack. Even if it blew up the ship, they would not mind. However, what everyone didn't expect was that in the face of such a strong attack, Huang Biao didn't have the slightest bit of fear. With a grab of his big hand, a terrifying Xianxi came out of nowhere and directly wiped everyone out in one fell swoop. And the attacks that they jointly erupted out at the same time erupted out, but all of them were wreaking havoc within the seals, and wreaked a life-threatening havoc on their own. The attack that erupted out of himself eventually got himself killed. This is as unreal as it gets. All the guests on the boat were dumbfounded by this incredible scene. The entire Huang family on board the ship was left with only young Master Huang Biao. The guests shivered, fearing that this suddenly ferocious and tyrannical powerful being would attack them like a madman. Moreover, now that those Huang clan experts on the ship had been exterminated cleanly, if they encountered any dangerous situations during the voyage, then they, the guests, were also in danger. Of course, right now, the most dangerous person was Huang Biao, so much so, that many of the guests were already secretly ready to wait for an opportunity, and if Huang Biao dared to attack them, they wouldn't mind swarming up and exterminating this crazy guy. However, at this time, there were quite a few people who were secretly making other plans. After all, the reason why Huang Biao had suddenly become so powerful must have something to do with that invisible divine dragon lord, and although they could not see Lord Shenlong, they must show their devotion, so that they could save their lives when the unseen danger came. As the crowd tensed, a sudden sputtering sound was heard. Huang Biao spewed out a black mist from his mouth, and as the mist was released, his entire breath dwindled rapidly, from a killing god, directly into a dead dog-like, kneeling on the ground, hanging head, no longer have the previous kind of killing intent aura. What happened to him? How strange. He must have been struck by evil. Now that evil has passed, what kind of evil spirit could cause his combat power to suddenly soar to such a high level? All of the Huang clan's experts were killed cleanly. It's too brutal. Will he kill us? That's what I'm most worried about. There's an evil spirit on board? We'd better find a chance to escape. Can you escape? The evil spirits are in the shadows. If you want to live, you can only submit. The group of guests' eyes became quite cautious and nervous, and after the deflated Huang Biao, his head was confused. Even he himself did not know what happened. The combat power suddenly became so powerful, simply unimaginable. He never dared to imagine that this situation would happen to him in the past, and after killing clean those of the Huang family on this ship, he was even more unable to accept what he had done in his heart. Although many people did not treat him well because of his behavior, but killing his own people cleanly like this, he had no way to explain to his old man when he returned. Go to that room on your knees and apologize to the mistress of this seat, and perhaps this seat will spare you. And just then, the black dragon's voice in his head exploded again. Yes, 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 Divine Dragon Lord, I'll go now. After killing all his own family, he gradually broke down inside. He felt completely controlled by the black dragon. Even if the black dragon told him to die, he had the urge to do it without hesitation. Then in the dumbfounded sight of the thousands of guests, they saw this young master of the Huang family kneeling on the ground, moving forward and crawling all the way to the door of the room where Mu Qianyu was. Even It wasn't until he climbed up here that he noticed that this room wasn't exactly the room of the woman he had molested earlier. And at that moment, the Black Dragon's words just now resounded in his mind like an explosion of thunder. The mistress of this seat, Lord Black Dragon's master? Original. So it's all this woman's fault? You killed all the Huang family yourself because of this? It dawned on him, and great waves of regret rose within him, deeply blaming himself for what he had done before. If he hadn't been so bent on having his own way, how could all the Huang clan's experts have fallen here? And thinking so, he knelt more reverently. Hopefully the mistress will leave him alone. Hopefully, the care that the Grand Elder had given to that mistress before would have gotten him back. It was just that the Grand Elder was also a raccoon with him, and had been exterminated by Mu Qianyu long ago. I wondered what kind of expression he would have when he realized this fact. At this moment, those guests' eyes became even more astonished, and they exclaimed in astonishment, "Gosh, that room! Isn't it the room of the woman who was molested by Huang Biao before? He knelt for that woman? What's going on here? I told you before, someone who can take out a dragon shark pearl is definitely not immortal. Could it be that woman is behind all this?" Chapter 100 Drifting on the Sea. Eating barbecue on the dragon turtle's back. While the crowd was confused, Mu Qianyu was also confused. She had since suspected that Huang Biao was controlled by something, but she couldn't probe. It was like there was no way to detect the abyss-like aura in Huang Biao's room. Could it be, it's that immortal who is secretly helping me again? Why else would he kneel and come to the door of my room? The only reason Mu Qianyu could think of was this, but that ancestor doesn't seem to want to show his face. In that case, let's destroy this guy first. No one on her death list should be allowed to live no matter what. I beg for your pardon. My lord, it was my eyes that did not recognize him to Tai. You must forgive me. Huang Biao was on his knees outside, all but crying in pain. When has he ever seen anything like this? Even that black dragon had to call her mistress. This woman is horrible. It could kill him at the drop of a hat. After a while of just kneeling in front of the door and begging for mercy, the door opened. Mu Qianyu walked out and said in a cold voice, "Goods like you don't deserve to live in the world at all." When these words came out, Huang Biao was directly paralyzed with fear, kneeling on the ground and shivering all over. "Please, my lord, spare my life." Bang! A muffled sound erupted from within him before blowing his entire body into nothingness. The air seemed to freeze in the moment. All the guests watching this scene not far away also had their jaws dropped. It took a long time to seem to come back from that shock. So she's the real Shenlong-sama? Huang Biao unexpectedly blew up straight away. What kind of tactic is this? It's horrible. So, this woman is the most powerful person. A flash of fear surfaced in the hearts of these guests from various forces. Previously, after learning that Mu Qianyu possessed the dragon shark pearl, they all had the same attempts within them as that Huang Biao. Thankfully, they didn't strike immediately. Otherwise they'd be the ones dead in front of them right now. And after exterminating Huang Biao, Mu Qianyu's eyes looked in all directions, apparently searching for the so-called Divine Dragon Lord. But the Divine Dragon Lord in the mouth of the crowd seemed to have been a dragon, not willing to come out at all. So she could only give up in the end, lighting 3 cigarettes in the room as a thankful expression of gratitude to the Divine Dragon Lord. For the next while she was quiet in her room again. But those guests outside are not settling down. It took a long time, it seemed, before the men were fully prepared and then knocked gently on the door of her room. "My lord, we have prepared a little token of appreciation, and we hope that your excellency will smile." The crowd outside the door elected a representative whose cultivation was the most powerful, reaching the 4th stage Xian Emperor realm, holding pills that emanated astonishing fluctuations in his hands, wanting to come over to pay his respects. Mu Qianyu had long thought of this, but did not open the door, but said in a cold voice, "I am not acquainted with the surroundings. Take your things back and don't disturb this seat's purification." She tried to keep the crowd in the know with her indifference, but a group of people cannot let go of this opportunity to hug the thigh. Actually all kneeling in front of the door, hands all holding up their own prepared gifts. Mu Qianyu looked at the scene outside the door and shook her head and let out a long breath. "So be it, leave what you have in your hands, and you may go back. This ship is a tool for all of us to cross the sea, and this seat will protect it." Hearing Mu Qianyu say this, the group of people also know what to do and did as they were told. "Since your excellency is unwilling to open the door, we will leave our treasures here. And thank you for taking care of this ship. We will remember your excellency's kindness." After the group of people put down their treasures, they reluctantly left the place and returned to their cabin rooms. Their meaning Mu Qianyu naturally understood quite well. Now the Huang family's experts have all been destroyed. The entire ship, although there are still many experts, but the overall strength has fallen dramatically. If they encountered a powerful sea beasts, they may be the only thing they can rely on is the woman in front of them. So it's wise to offer your treasure at a time like this. The big ship broke the waves and moved forward. As for the matter of the Huang family being massacred, I'm afraid that it will disappear forever in this sea in the future. The guests on the ship would be scattered to the ends of the earth by then, and the Huang family would be at their wits' end if they wanted to find anyone. The big ship drifted on the sea. The Xianxian dragon turtle was also swimming forward in the ocean. The three little lumps jumped around on the back of the dragon turtle, their excitement never ending. Long Che couldn't help but feel that children's physical abilities were so good. After floating in the sea for a few days like this, the strength of the three little clusters, surprisingly, had risen by another notch. Long Che was quite well prepared, and even when he went out, he didn't forget to bring his set of eating tools with him. Even the various condiments are endless. What do you want to eat today, kids? Daddy, I want lobster. I want to eat shark. I want sea vegetables. Okay, let's start fishing now. Long Che gave the three small children a fishing rod in each hand, letting them go fishing himself, while setting up a barbecue on the back of the Xuanhe dragon turtle. On the back of a dragon turtle floating above the sea, setting up a barbecue grill ready to grill seafood. This little life is no one. Although the Xianmei dragon turtle's breath is powerful and the waves surge wherever it passes, some small fishes and shrimp still crashed over without a head, and were finally hoisted up by the three little dolls. Daddy, I caught a big moray eel. Bai Ji was the first to catch a fish and shouted excitedly. Good, let's roast it. Daddy, look, what kind of fish is this? It's so strange looking. It's a little green dress. What about this? It's squid. Seafood can be quite a lot. The three small groups did not use half an hour to catch a bucket. Long Che is still using his shock method to remove the scales and internal organs of these fish, and soon the fish will be processed cleanly, and then set up on the barbecue grill. Chonglu is on the side, grabbing the cumin chili powder to sprinkle on the top, and as the aroma rises, the three little groups of people are greedy for the halal flow. Looking at their gluttonous looks, Long Che asked jokingly, Father didn't treat you poorly at sea these past few days, did he? Why do you look like you've been starving for days? Daddy, eat, we just want to eat. Ha ha ha, good, eat while you bake. The scent on his back made the Genghis Khan dragon return to his cravings, but it didn't dare to have the slightest other thoughts. It could only swim steadily on the surface of the sea, afraid of knocking over the grill on its back. It's kind of unique to be floating on the ocean with smoke coming out of your back. In the next few days, Mu Qianyu's boat did not encounter any menacing sea beasts. With the Xianmei dragon turtle in front of them, those sea beasts didn't even dare to make a move easily. Of course, there were places where some dangerous auras existed, but they were all completely cleared by Long Che with the three groups. After a full half-month at sea, land was finally in sight. Middle Kingdom? This seed is back again. When Long Che saw this continent again, there was no excitement in his heart. Instead, he was filled with nostalgia. Probably just older? It's not so small. After all, it's been living for hundreds of years. Chapter 101, Li Chongsheng. The Tianxian East region was nothing but a small island compared to the Middle-earth divine realm. This continent can't be seen at a glance for hundreds of millions of miles. Countless sects, great families are as many as hair, which there are countless Xinshang realm of the strong, the means of the heavens, to reach the peak, enough to ascend to the immortal road, become the immortal world. In the entire eastern region, there were very few people who could ascend to the immortal realm, while in the Middle-earth continent there were too many to count. You go back. It's been a long trip. Long Che went up to the coast and turned his head to the Xianmei dragon turtle. In passing, a golden light drilled into the dragon turtle's gigantic head. The Zuanhenmai dragon turtle was stunned, and in the next second, it opened its mouth wide and laughed so hard that its entire massive body fluttered with flowers and twigs. Many thanks for the master's gift. Thank you very much, master. Then I'll go back first. It couldn't wait to practice this turtle pai qigong that Long Che had bestowed upon it. Daddy, is this the Middle Kingdom? It seems like the air concentration here is very high, Zissa said with a sudden sniffle. Ha ha, not bad. The air here contains much richer Xian Qi than in the eastern region, and where Xian Qi is abundant, people's cultivation is strong, so you guys have to be good and obedient, and follow daddy, but don't run around. Yes to daddy. Daddy, where is mother? I haven't had milk for days. What Heavy Floor said made Longshare a bit helpless. He squatted down, stroked Hailu's little face, and laughed. Son, are we little men? Aha! Father, Chonglu is a man. Chonglu clenched his fists and said with a word-for-word affirmation. So tell daddy, when a man is this old, does he still have milk? No. So what are you going to do about it? Chonglu wants to quit breastfeeding. Long Che also did not expect that his son would be so decisive, and even shouted out as if he was cheering for himself. Hooray, hooray! My brother is finally growing up. Bai Ji and Zissa both clapped their little hands, and there was actually a touch of relief in their eyes. Longshare was confused. Aren't the three clusters triplets? How come there's such a big difference between people? However, He was relieved to see Heavy Floor make such a statement. After all, they had sneaked out without Mu Qianyu's knowledge. So if he was bent on milk, then he would have to go find milk for the baby. Good son. Long Che picked up Chong Lu in a hug and gave him a hard kiss on his little cheeks. Come on, let's find a place to wait for your mother. Then where are we going? Daddy? We don't know our way around. We won't be tricked, will we? Heavy Floor inquired seriously with wide eyes. Ha ha, won't. With Daddy here, you don't need to be afraid. Daddy will take you to find a young lady now. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Longshare regretted it a little. Miss? Indeed, when he was hanging out here, he did know a young lady in this Red Flame Holy Land, but it was a young lady at that time. But now that several hundred years had passed, she was afraid that she had also become an old demoness, right? However, he believed in his own judgment. That little girl had shown amazing cultivation talent since she was a child, and after so many years, she should also be a big shot on one side, and if her cultivation was unparalleled, then she would certainly be just like Mu Qianyu, still a beautiful and touching woman. Anyway, find it first. This piece of coast belongs to the jurisdiction of the Red Flame Holy Land, and the little girl called Enchanting is living in this piece of holy land above the cultivator, and Long Che remembered very clearly, the Red Flame Holy Emperor by the sea in this part of the place. There is a very large city, called Yang City. There is a town under the town, the Qingfeng Town, that is, where Enchanting grew up, but also he was outside the training passed through this place here and he met her here when he passed through here on his travels. Daddy, do you know Missy here too? It's so far from home, it's an ocean away. Do you know people here too? Hearing Long Che say this, Zissou immediately asked, obviously feeling that what their dad said was a bit of bragging. Of course. It's not like I look at whose daddy I am. The ability is great. Not only do I know the people here, but I also know some horrible people from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Of course, they were the ones who took the initiative to befriend Daddy, and Daddy just couldn't say no. When you grow up, are you going to want to be like your father, crisscrossing the 9 heavens and 10 earths and becoming great men who have a wide range of friends? Aha! We're going to be as good as Daddy. But Mother had to say that Daddy was a loser and only knew how to cook. Daddy, why did you hide it from Mother? Longshare thought for a moment, then said, I'm not hiding anything from your mother. It's just that I can't help it if your mother doesn't believe what I say herself, right? Yeah, Daddy, that man over there is so strange. What's he writing? I want to write it too. When Long Che took the 3 donuts all the way from the beach into the street, they suddenly saw a horse with 12 legs, which immediately aroused the interest of the waifs. That's a 12-legged zebra. Cute looking, isn't it? 12 legs. 3 bodies, but only 1 head, doing the work of 3 horses, quite a tough species. Daddy, I want to ride them. Excitement surfaced in the eyes of the 3 donuts, their eyes practically glowing as they looked at the oddly shaped zebra. Longshare walked over to the man holding the horse. Brother, this horse of yours, is it for sale? The man had a long beard and walked down the street with his head hanging down in the dumps, obviously a horseman who hadn't gotten any work and was full of life not being as good as he wanted it to be. Sell? Little brother, this horse of mine is not for sale, although business is bad. Helping people to transport to supplies is my only means of earning a living. The man shook his head, full of helplessness. But my children want to ride. How about this? I'll give you some pills and you let my waifs experience the joy of riding a horse, okay? For the sake of the waifs' happiness. Where is the old father still like a supreme divine lord? Talking to a mortal with no cultivation is also peaceful, lest the other party is unwilling. I can't believe you have 3 children at such a young age. These 3 little dolls are so cute looking. How about this? You let them come up and I'll give them a free ride. The man took a liking to the sight of the 3 fleshy clusters and even gave the 3 little cheeks a gentle squeeze. And upon hearing his words, Longshare smiled. Good man. Then help him out. Well, thanks a lot, Longshare said politely. The man smiled nervously. It's also looking at the 3 little clusters of cuteness. And who wouldn't love a little cutie like that? Roughnecks love such fleshy little dolls too, said the man while by Ji siblings are carried on the back of the horse, and then lead the big horse to walk ahead of the big horse. The 3 groups of people are so excited, hands and feet, as if they have never seen the world. Long Che looked at the 3 donuts so happy, his heart was also quite grateful to this big brother. So he asked, Brother, thanks and may I ask your name? Exempt from your name, Li Changshen. Brotherly, my name is Long Che, get acquainted. Brother Dragon, I see you're not very old. Why don't you go and practice a little? The man sniffed and sighed rather helplessly. Actually, I wasn't originally from this world, and after coming here for so long, I don't have any golden fingers, so I'm helpless. Li Changqing looked up to the sky and sighed in a helpless manner, but his words caused Long Che's brows to furrow. Chapter 102, something else is going on. Not from this world? The words confused him. Li Changqing raised his eyes to look at him, then smiled. Dude, I'm just kidding. I mean, out of place in the world of those cultivators. I'm just a loser. At those words, Long Che's eye color also changed. For some reason, he felt an otherworldly aura from this guy with no cultivation in his entire body. But how could he not sense exactly why this aura was there? Perhaps this guy is also a profoundly talented person? However, no matter what, he had to show that people had helped him. Brother, this is a small token of my appreciation. So keep it. Saying that, Long Che took out a nano ring containing several martial arts and sent it to Li Changqing. Li Changqing's entire body froze. That kind of state is like a statue directly. Wide open mouth. Eyes are all complex colors are constantly changing. Brotherly? What are you? What's wrong? Longshare asked suspiciously. That's a reaction that does seem a bit extraordinary. And at that moment, a voice rang in Li Changqing's head. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the first imperial grade technique, lifting the 30-year waist physique. You will be stepping into the peak of the martial Tao. The voice in this head shook Li Changqing to the point where he was practically crying. It was only after a long time that he calmed down. Then he looked at Long Che with eyes full of gratitude. Brother, you are truly a blessing to me. I'll kowtow to you. Indeed, the bitterness in his heart cannot be shared by others. 30 years. You know how I've lived these 30 years. If not today did a good thing. Met this young man. Li Changqing life. I guess so finished. When Li Changqing completely calmed down, the luster of his eyes as he looked at Long Che became quite surprised. He couldn't tell before, but the voice in his head reminded him so much that he realized that the martial arts this young man casually brought to him was an imperial product. This was a superb treasure codex even in the Tianxian continent's Middle-earth divine state. And he went so far as to give away such treasures directly to make his child happy. A friend like that. Definitely make. In addition to gratitude, it's all about hugging. Although he had now opened the unspeakable secret, he was still a little karami at the moment, so he might be able to use it later if he hugged his thigh. And this guy is so deeply hidden that the average person who wants to hug his thigh doesn't stand a chance, so he got enthusiastic. Brother Long, what are these three little lumps called? Uncle, my name is Baiji. Uncle, my name is Zissou. Uncle, guess what my name is? Heavy Floor said mischievously. Ha, that's a guess? Li Changqing was a bit confused. This little guy could really joke around. However, in the next second, a name unexpectedly rang in his head. Heavy Building. I'm guessing your name is Chunky Lu. When Li Changqing said this, Chong Lu was confused. Bai Ji and Zissou were also confused, and Long Che looked at Li Changqing, becoming more curious about this person for a while. In him, there must be a secret, and it's not small. However, as the Supreme God Lord, he had seen a lot since. Under the heavens, there were many strange people. This young man looked bearded, but once dressed up, he was also a handsome young man, although he didn't know what had caused him to become in this disheveled state now, but perhaps he would be able to soar to the heavens someday. So, Longche's curiosity about him made him willing to talk to him more as well. Even after walking on this street for a while, Long Che even left him a transmission note. Of course, he could build a bunch of these things at random, and giving them away to random people was just a casual thing to do when the mood struck him. Brother Li, I want to ask you about someone. Brother Long, feel free to say anything. I know everything. In the place under the jurisdiction of the Red Flame Holy Land's young city, there was a place called Green Peak Town. Is there any more of it now? There is, and that town is pretty big. Then does Brother Li know that there is a woman named Enchanting? Enchanting? Li Changqing frowned. The name is quite enchanting, but I really don't know this person. However, I usually move around the area of Yang City, so if I have any news, I will inform Brother Long through the sound transmission. Good. Then thank you. Brother Li, did the three little darlings have fun? This horse is yours, okay? At the time of separation, Li Changqing asked. He himself would soon be a different person than he was in the past, and it was worth it to have a horse in exchange for a relationship with Longshare. What's more, the treasure that Long Che gave him that was worth a lot of money. Even for him it was impossible to measure it with money. It was a direct change of his destiny. So who cares about a horse? Uncle. Thank you, uncle. We can't take anything from you. However, he did not expect that Baiji would politely decline. Hey, what a good boy. But uncle really wanted to give it to you guys. Uncle, my mom said that you can't just take things from people. So thank you, uncle. We've ridden it too, and we're already happy. Uncle, we'll play next time. Bye. Zissa Chonglu also understood. This caused Li Changqing's eyes to become much warmer as he looked towards Long Che. Brother Long, I really envy you for having such a good child. Ha ha, everything will be there. Brotherly, the green mountains will not change. The green water will flow forever. I'll see you again. See you later. Long Che also didn't expect that a person he casually encountered would be deeply hidden. Someone that even he, a supreme-level powerhouse, was unable to see through. He would surely leap the Dragon Gate and become a giant in the future. After parting ways with Li Changsheng, Long Che took the three children to Qingfeng town and arrived at an inn. It was also late, and the children had to get a good night's sleep so they could grow properly. Of course, when you enter the inn, good food and drink will be arranged. Only, when it was time to pay the bill, Long Che realized that he hadn't left the house for a long time and didn't even have the most basic silver, so he had to use some of the goodies in his nascent sack to exchange them. Please take a seat. Sir, bring up some good tea. When the small child fell asleep, the shopkeeper invited Long Che out and then respectfully offered tea with a respectful and thoughtful attitude. Only, what the shopkeeper said was a bit surprising to Long Che. Little brother, I see that it's not easy for you to bring 3 small children with you, and it's fine if you don't have any silver. Such a valuable thing. The small store really can't accept it, the shopkeeper said, pushing the elixir that Long Che had previously acted as the delivery silver to him again, surprisingly unwilling to accept it. Another kind person, it seems, but I really don't have anything else to use as a fee, Long Che said with some embarrassment. I didn't realize that after years of not coming back, the customs here were good, and there aren't many kind people in this world. But the shopkeeper said, it's not that the small store is unwilling to accept it, it's really, I don't dare to accept it. A sentence was uttered, and Long Che's eyes frowned. It seems that the shopkeeper is having a hard time? Ugh, the shopkeeper let out a long sigh. Little brother doesn't know. If the people of the Blood Sword sect know that my little store has this kind of treasure, I'm afraid that the store will have a bloodbath. Long Che didn't realize that there was something else going on. Shopkeeper, could you be more specific? Chapter 103, The Wei Yang Palace. The shopkeeper, a little old man in his 50s, let out a long sigh. Alas, it doesn't hurt to say that it's all well known. In the mountains to the north of our Green Peak town, there is a Blood Dagger sect, and the entire Green Peak town is under the threat of the Blood Dagger sect. The Blood Sword sect will come to the town every now and then, saying it's collecting protection money, but in reality it's raiding for silver, and they have an elder who has a golden dog that can sniff out some special scents, and whoever has good treasures hidden inside their home can turn them out for you. If the people of the Bloody Knife sect found out that there was anyone who didn't take the initiative to turn in their best treasures, there would definitely be a price to pay. So many people have died so tragically under the bloody knives, and the people of the entire town dare not speak out in anger about it. The shopkeeper's words surprised Long Che quite a bit. I thought the world was at peace, but I didn't realize there was such a hidden agenda behind it. Blood Sword sect? Don't the administrators of Yang City even care? Long Che knew that this place was under the jurisdiction of Yang City, and that someone should be in charge of this kind of thing happening in this territory. But the shopkeeper's words made Long Che frown again. That Blood Sword sect master is none other than a distant cousin of the Yang City lord. With this relationship, wouldn't the Blood Sword sect walk sideways? I really didn't expect that this Qingfeng town would still have such a local snake. It seems that Yang City lord isn't a good thing either. Long Che let out a sigh of relief and whirled around. The shopkeeper doesn't have to worry, since the shopkeeper won't accept it. I'll take this thing back first, and give it back when I destroy the Blood Sword sect. Long Che's words made the shopkeeper shake his head and laugh bitterly. Young man, nah. Without enough strength is still good to protect oneself. That kind of power is not something that we little old people can fight against. If it can be easily exterminated, it would not be as bad as the old people of my Qingfeng town suffering until now. The shopkeeper's words made Long Che sigh, then laugh. Don't worry, shopkeeper. After meeting me, Qingfeng town is peaceful from now on. The shopkeeper tensed up. Little brother, you can't be reckless. You still have 3 wee ones to take care of. You can't be reckless. Long Che nodded. Good, thanks for this fine biloxia. He downed his tea in one gulp, then went upstairs to his room to snuggle the kids and rest. Alas, this young man, don't stir up trouble. The shopkeeper shook his head and let out a heavy sigh. When Long Che landed in Qingfeng town with his waifs, Mu Qianyu also arrived at the shore by boat. After about half a month of drifting on the sea, after the incident of the Huang family, she had already let go of those things, and turned her heart to the Middle Kingdom. Here, she had been here before, but that was decades ago, so stepping onto the Middle Kingdom again still felt rather strange. Swoosh dash. As soon as they landed on the shore, the entire ship with those powerful people from the 4 corners of the eastern domain flew out, as if they were running away from something. Of course, they were all witnesses to the total annihilation of the Huang family, and above the eastern region, the Huang family was also a superb family, and the cultivation level of the head of the Huang family was quite high, and many people were quite fearful in their hearts, and all of these people unconsciously wanted to flee faster, with the intention of getting rid of their involvement with this incident. Mu Qianyu didn't have any fear. In this half-month, although she was a little worried every day about what dangers she would encounter in the sea, but strangely enough, she didn't even encounter a slightly stronger sea demon halfway across the sea, and in this situation, she didn't stay idle, and utilized the guidance of the spirit of that martial arts book to learn several martial arts, and grasped them firmly to the extent that she felt that her battle power had almost reached the peak of the 6th order Xiandi realm. Of course, this was her own feeling, and as for what exactly she had reached, only after actual combat could she know. Rising up in the air from the seashore, Mu Qianyu flew directly on top of the building of the nearest city. Looking down at the bustling crowded streets below, feeling the rich fluctuation of Xianqi in the winds of the Middle Kingdom, she felt a lot of emotions in her heart. If one lived in the Middle Kingdom for 100 years, one's cultivation level should be higher, right? The people here were generally strong in their cultivation, and in this ordinary city, she found several Xian Huang realm powerhouses, whereas in the eastern region, in a city of this size, it would already be good if a Xian Huang powerhouse could appear in 10. However, Mu Qianyu didn't waste her time on this matter. She came here for one purpose, and that was to find the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. If placed in the past, she traveled all over the world, but now there is a worry in her heart. The 3 little groups of people she did not see for a day are missing, and now has been drifting in the sea for half a month. She misses day after day. Her head cannot help but to emerge the children's little figure. Of course, there is that man who can cook, and I do not know if he cannot take care of the children well. With her heart attached, she didn't think much about it. As long as she found the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, she immediately rushed back. Wei Yang Palace, that was built by the royal family of the Tianxian dynasty, a first-class imperial dynasty, above the Middle Kingdom of the Tianxian continent. I'm afraid it's not easy to enter it. I also don't know whether the 7 orifices Linglong Tower is there or not, and this Long Che is really strange. How on earth does he know that the 7 orifices Linglong Tower is inside the Wei Yang Palace? Puzzled, she took out the light pattern that Long Che had given her, and after examining it for a while, she suddenly realized that on top of this light pattern, a map had appeared. Strange, this map, it wasn't there before? Could it be that this is a kind of induction? She was even more puzzled in her mind, but she thought that it was also because her people had already arrived in the Middle Earth continent, so this light pattern could sense something. And that's why a map had appeared. It could only be explained that way. And when the map appeared, a golden light spot emerged above the light pattern. Could this be the location of the unseen palace? At a glance of that golden point of light, Mu Qianyu frowned in confusion for a moment before leaping down and entering the bustling crowd, quickly finding an inn on the side of the street. After half a month of wandering, she needed to take a break, get cleaned up, and ask around about the unseen palace. In an unfamiliar place, you have to find out before you act. And you must not look around like a headless fly. Luckily, although such things as maps were rare of the kind for the entire continent, there were still quite a few maps of the boundaries governed by the Tianxian imperial dynasty, and they were all sold in the stores. After Mu Qianyu bought the map and compared it, she really found that the location pointed to by the golden light spot on that light pattern was the location of the Wei Yang Palace. It amazed her and filled her with anticipation. The 7 tricks Linglong Pagoda. This heavy treasure left behind by his master. Would it really be inside the unseen palace? If it was really there, then with the heavy treasures in the Tianxian dynasty, could she bring them back with her? A woman of the 6th order Xian Emperor realm. Chapter 104 Bloodsword Sect. The 6th order Xian Emperor realm. Although it was already a very powerful cultivation above the eastern domain, but coming to the Tianxian imperial dynasty in the Middle Earth divine prefecture, she thought to herself that she would still have to take things in her stride. After some inquiries, Mu Qianyu learns that the Wei Yang Palace is the sphere of influence of the Tianxian imperial dynasty's 8th prince, Qin Xiaohu, who is in charge. Qin Xiaohu's cultivation is powerful. It is a powerful existence of the Xianshang realm, not to mention as a human being. On this one alone, Mu Qianyu also feels that her strength is too weak. It was conceivable how difficult it must be to retrieve the 7-trick pagoda single-handedly, but no matter how difficult it was, she never backed down. After a night's rest and recuperation, Mu Qianyu once again set out on the road to the Tianxian continent's imperial dynasty. Long Che, on the other hand, did not leave Qingfeng town after one night, but took the waifs to the mountains north of Qingfeng town, Clear Peak Mountain, the location of the Blood Sword Sect's mountain gate. It was a place where the people of several towns in a radius were scared of. Instead, Longshare traveled with the 3 little milky children. This caused the store owner who learned of the incident to panic and even had to send someone after him. Shopkeeper, it's impossible to catch up. I saw them walk past the hillock when I was getting my goods in early in the morning. Ha! This young man is really reckless. Even though I have the desire to save him, there's nothing I can do. Shopkeeper, after the hillock, the plain people won't be able to come back alive. So let's hope that he's a deep-seated master. But that's the blood sword sect. The shopkeeper shook his head and inwardly regretted even more for not stopping them earlier. At this time, Longchair has come to the Qingfeng mountain. The mountain air is fresh. Early in the morning after eating breakfast on the street, the three children are all over the body is not able to finish the energy. Although it is in the climbing, but faster than walking on the ground. Longchair was far behind. Children, wait for Pops. Longchair pretended to look tired and waited for the little dolls to care. Daddy can't walk. Daddy, wait for me to carry you. The oldest Baiji is quite filial, said folding her body and running towards the back. Big sister wait for me. You can't carry it. Let me do it. I'm a man. I can't let a girl do it. The three milk doughboys quickly came to Longchair's side and made a show of carrying him. Father's heart is comforted. Longchair felt happy, his heart full of fulfillment. Ha ha ha, with children like this, what more could a man ask for? He lamented, but realized that his body was lighter, and he was actually carried by heavy floor. Although that little body looked soft and tender, but the cultivation of the Xianshi realm, not to mention carrying him alone, even a 1,000-pound burden could be easily lifted. But Longchair wasn't shy about letting the kids carry it. Well, Daddy will be fine if he rests a bit, but I can't let you guys carry me. Daddy, you're tired. I'll carry you. It's okay. That won't work either. When will you guys carry it when old Dad can't walk on his old arms and legs? Yes, Dad. I'll be the first to carry you when the time comes. Chonglu was really a little man, even making a reservation for this. Daddy, then why do you need old arms and legs? Shiso issued a query. Daughter, everyone has to grow old that day. This is the law of nature. Just some people grow old fast. Some people grow old slowly. Daddy, what kind of person ages slowly? A person who cultivates. And the kind of person who possesses such a high level of cultivation that he can live with heaven and earth and live forever. Then we'll cultivate as well. Father and mother will cultivate as well. And we'll live forever together. Good. Then let's refuel and cultivate together. Shall we? Yeah. Daddy, look at me. Shoo, Baishi said, lifted her leg and took a step out. The swimming dragon footsteps have obviously been cultivated to a very high level, and even instantly went to 100 feet away. Not to be outdone, the other two began to compete right here on the rugged mountain road, and so all the way up the mountain. The three groups were naturally quickly discovered by the Blood Sword sect disciples. Strange. How dare someone bring a child to our Blood Sword sect's territory? When the guards saw the three donuts, their eyes fell on Long Che, and when they saw that he was not from the Blood Sword sect, their eyes became suspicious. Oh, so let them get in and out? Ha ha ha, that's natural. But how come those three little kids' stances look so powerful feeling? That's not a qualification for them to be arrogant enough to dare to ignore the majesty of my Blood Sword sect. Let's go over and see what's going on first. After all, in the surrounding area of 1,000 miles, there wouldn't be a few people who didn't know about the Blood Sword sect's methods. And in the face of the ferociously famous Blood Sword sect's mountain gate, there were still people who dared to come. If there wasn't something going on in it, then it must have been that person's eyes growing in the wrong place. A full dozen or so people came directly in large strides, blocking the path of Baiji's trio. Long Che had long seen them. The cultivation of these minions had also reached the Xianshi realm, obviously very not weak, but the specific cultivation was not as good as the three groups, so he did not put it on his mind. Walking past gracefully, he said nothing, just to see how his sons and daughters would deal with the situation. You have to work out at an early age to grow up to be good. All of you stand still. Do you three little know what this place is? That Blood Sword sect disciple stopped the three of them. His words were vulgar. Long Che's brow immediately frowned, and a killing intent surfaced. Originally, it was to exterminate this Blood Sword sect that was plaguing the world. Now it seemed that this temporary decision was right. Even the lowest level disciples were like this, so the top level must not be any better. ********, who are you cursing? Zissa looked up at the dozen or so big men without a hint of fear in her eyes. *******, scold you guys. The disciple spoke coldly and drank. ******, ha ha ha, that's right. Zisubaiji smiled cheekily, while a dozen or so people's faces instantly pulled down. Little, dare to humiliate old me. Let's see if I don't exterminate you. With that, a whip was cracked in the disciple's hand. Just you? Seeing this, Chonglu instantly stood in front of the two sisters, clasped his hands together, and a wave of Xianqi instantly erupted from his palms. directly blasting the man out. The action was clean. The man naturally could not imagine that such a small milk ball would suddenly erupt with such vigor. The whole person heavily hit the back boulder, and even cracked the boulder. Yeah, let's get you guys cursing. It's not right to curse. You guys are so annoying. The three clusters had a righteous look on their faces, and even turned their heads to make faces at Longshare behind them. And at that moment, the 10 or so guards froze, obviously not expecting such a small child to be able to blow their captain out with a single punch. This kind of tactic, even they can't do it. Mud, what are you waiting for? Why don't you give me a chance? Kill these three little bastards for me. Chapter 105 Provocations. The junior captain's eyes were cold, and his killing intent exploded. As Blood Sword sect disciples, they were the ones who bullied others, and they would not be bullied by others. Not to mention the three little kids. You have to take them down, or you won't have the face to go out in the future. Big sister, Daddy is watching us. Daddy is watching how we behave, Zissou said with a smile. Hearing her say that, Baiji nodded. Then we'll strike out on our own and not let father help. Chonglu still protected in front of the two sisters. I'll go first. Looking at the three siblings so united, Longche nodded reassuringly and continued to watch the battle. And at that moment, under the instruction of that small captain, a dozen people all gathered around, looking at them with unfriendly eyes, and one of them stepped out and coldly shouted, "Will you kneel down and beg for mercy yourselves, or shall I break your legs?" These threatening words, this arrogant attitude, did not place Longche in the back in the slightest. You're the lapdog. Heavy Lu took a step out and a fist flew out, directly smashing into the man's thigh. This time, the man didn't fly, but sat on his ass, his thigh broken as he let out a heartbreaking wail on the ground. What? The crowd was shocked. 2 punches from this little bitty guy crippled the captain and vice captain straight away. With that kind of strength, none of them could do it. So for a while, the courage that the crowd had just summoned up was also once again laid to rest. People were on edge, and even their feet began to retreat backward. Great job. Longshare walked over and clapped and applauded his waifu. Daddy, my brother is awesome. Oh my good brother. Next, let the sisters come. Baiji Zissa stepped forward and blocked the heavy building behind her, facing the more than 10 people, not afraid of the danger, and even acted quite calmly, with a posture of not being afraid of anything. And at this moment, the group's gaze shifted back to Longche. These are your children? What the hell are you? Longche said indifferently. The one who exterminated your Blood Sword sect. Turning his head and scanning the faces of these people, that one terrifying aura made a dozen or so people tremble, and some even went so far as to directly pee in fear. What kind of horrible aura is that? I've never seen it before in my life. The Blood Sword sect has caused a lot of harm to people, and the common people are suffering a lot, so there's nothing wrong with exterminating you guys to do justice to heaven, right? But I'm not a person who kills innocents indiscriminately, so you all disable your own cultivation and go down the mountain. While listening to his words, the group of people secretly ground their teeth. Self-canceling? That's absolutely impossible. That would be worse than death. However, Longche's next action made the group of people all confused, only to see that he stretched out his fingers and flicked them twice remotely at the captain and vice captain who were lying on the ground. Bang! Bang! 2 explosions rang out, and that duo's bodies exploded into a bloody mist on the spot, drifting away with the wind. Of course, before doing this, he had the 3 clusters shield their little eyes with their hands. The scene is too bloody for children. Poof, poof, poof. Next, a group of people all kneeled on the ground, and it was so dry. It's better to die than to live. My lord, spare us, have mercy. It's all because the sect master instructed us to do those killings. It's not our fault. We are also forced to do so. My lord, spare us. A group of people kowtowed and apologized, their heads bleeding. It looks like you all have killed innocent people? Then don't beg for mercy. Go down and ask the king of Hades if he will spare you. Boys, keep covering your eyes. Thump, 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 thump. A series of explosions passed, and when the 3 groups opened their eyes again, there was nothing in front of them. Daddy, where have all these people gone? Father sent them down to ask Hades if he would forgive their sins. So in the future, when we meet such bad guys, we have to send them there? Of course. Children, no matter what happens in the future, it's your duty to act on behalf of heaven. Remember? Daddy, we remember. Good boy. Come on, let's keep moving. The extermination of the dozen or so people at the mountain gate happened so quickly that the others didn't understand what was going on. And then they saw an unfamiliar figure bring 3 little bitty people inside the mountain gate. The gatekeeper didn't even ask, so the other disciples didn't take it seriously. It wasn't until a thunderous shout came from the sect master's hall that the many disciples realized that something was wrong. It's over at the sect master's hall. The sect master is in the secret room of the hall closing down to impact his realm. Who is so bold as to come and cause trouble? Wouldn't be the strange man with 3 babies? Quickly go over and take a look. A group of people moved in succession, all converging towards this side of the sect master's hall, and at this time, Long Che, holding the children's hands, stood in front of the main hall, crossing his sword in a provocative manner. Who is it that is clamoring in this sect master's important place? Report your name. Bloodsword Sect Grand Elder Huang Wan was the first to rush over. He was stout, about 50 years old. His strength was at the early stage of the 8th Order Xianzun realm, and between his openings, his berserk aura permeated the 4 directions, completely shocking the hearts of the people. May I ask if you're the gate master? Bai Ji opened her mouth and asked. See, with their own conversation is actually a porcelain doll like a little bit. Huang Lang eyes surprised. A time some do not know what to say good. Had to be tough and self-reported. This elder Huang Lang, Grand Elder of the Blood Sword Sect. So you're not the sect master? Get lost. What? At those words, everyone who had rushed here had their faces changed. This little biddy is really not afraid of death. That's their Grand Elder. A powerful existence of the 5th Order Xianzun realm. He kills like a man. More people than the sect master. But no matter if you are an infant or not, in his eyes, it's a good material for practicing the blood demon technique. Little, you told old me to roll? No matter who you are, you will die today. The Grand Elder simply couldn't endure it, and as soon as he opened his mouth, blood chi filled his mouth, and a blood-colored skull instantly coalesced, directly biting towards Bai Ji. Did I tell you to get lost? Bai Ji was a little impatient, and with a wave of her small hand, with a bang, the skeleton directly exploded in the air and became a blood mist, drifting away with the wind. What? Everyone was once again startled. So small an infant. She actually shattered the Great Elder's blood skeleton means with a wave of her hand? It wasn't even a boom. It was a flippant wave of the hand. The crowd's shock hadn't passed. And in the next second, Zissou repeated, did you hear me when I told you to get lost? Boom. Before Huang Lang, who was in a daze, could react, his entire body flew out, hitting the door of the Great Hall heavily with a roar. What's going on here? Am I blind? The problem is definitely with that man. That kid can't be that good. Just where does he come from? Even the Grand Elder was casually crushed. I'm afraid only the sect master can deal with it. The sect master is at a critical moment of seclusion. He absolutely cannot be disturbed, or he will be in danger. Just as the crowd was confused and panicked, a cloud of black smoke emerged from the sect master's hall that had been crashed open by the Grand Elder, and a miserable scream came out at the same time. Chapter 106 Blood Sword Sect Master. Everyone in the Blood Sword Sect was shocked. The sect master, who was in closed-door cultivation, was obviously affected, and what this black mist rolled out meant. The disciple who practiced the blood demon technique naturally knew it very well. It's a precursor to going off the deep end. Capture them quickly. Do not disturb the sect master's promotion. The Grand Elder gave an order. His eyes were cold and filled with thick killing intent. Only, after giving the order, he himself went to hide behind the crowd. Obviously the previous encounter made his heart palpitate and he didn't dare to continue to fight head-on, only watching the battle from the side, ready to wait for an opportunity. However, the next moment he waited for the crowd to swarm and finish off Long Che as well as the 3 little groups of people. This thought arose. An unbelievable scene appeared in front of his eyes, only to see that Long Che didn't even make a move, and those 3 clusters huffed and puffed as they fought, and in the 3 of them that crazy seemingly unruly means. A group of the first wave of disciples rushed up all like a dead dog flying out, fell to the ground wailing in pain, and even some people have been howling out of the way, directly blown out of the past. This can't be. The Great Elder's heart panicked. He then felt the aura on the 3 groups, not below himself. The 3 little bitty men were so powerful, so the man who hadn't made a move and was quite calm. Just how terrifying was his strength? Who the hell are they? Not only the Grand Elder, but the group of disciples in the back who didn't have time to make a move were also completely dumbfounded. This little nub was just too small, but they were just too powerful. Never seen such a powerful toddler before. While being shocked by the strength of the 3 groups, everyone was weighing something inside. None of them are little cuties. What does it mean that such a tiny little thing is so powerful that they, who have been practicing for years, are no match for it? This meant that they must have come from a super powerful sect or lineage, and it was the kind of superpower that they couldn't imagine. Only that kind of transcendent power could raise such a talented child. So, at this point, if they did not know how to continue to do battle, it was likely that they would offend the forces behind them. Thinking of this, for a time, the crowd looked at each other in dismay, and no one actually dared to continue to make a move. Up, go, extinguish them for this elder, destroy them. The Grand Elder, however, gritted his teeth and growled in the back. Even after seeing that the people in the back still had no intention of making a move, he casually blew up 2 disciples. This scared the group of disciples. Either way they would die, so they might as well fight with their backs to the wall. It's better than being directly killed by the Great Elder. Kill. Destroy them. Join hands and set up a formation. I still don't believe that a mere 3 brats can resist the siege of thousands of us. The roaring sound continued to resound, and while watching the 3 donuts being surrounded by the group, Long Che still showed no signs of making a move. Boys, today Pops is going to give you a good time. Good. Daddy, I'm going crazy. Sister, let me help you. Join forces. The 3 donuts were as graceful as dragons, and their fists were like mountains. And that tiny one, scurrying around in the pile of people, the other side couldn't attack them at all. The martial arts they practiced are all superior martial arts carefully selected by Long Che. This group of blood sword sect disciples have never seen. And in terms of strength, the 3 groups of people are also crushing each other all day long, a crowd of people and so on. Even if they are not afraid of a wheel battle, every day to eat the power of those super demon extremely high quality spiritual herbs and spiritual materials have been thoroughly integrated into their blood and bones. Fights do not know fatigue at all. Grand Elder, what should we do? They're too powerful. At the back, several elders had already scurried to Grand Elder Huang Lang's side, their eyes becoming more and more fearful. Things have come to a head. There's only desperate measures to be taken. Go! The Grand Elder's figure flickered and directly drilled into the rear hall, the forbidden place where the sect master cultivated. They had no choice but to break in this time. At this moment, only the sect master stepped in to save their blood sword sect, and seeing several of their high-level elders enter the main hall, Long Che smiled blandly and threw the bucket he was carrying in his hand towards the top of that main hall. The heaven-swallowing demon whale swimming among them directly manifested a black mist, and between tossing and turning, completely shrouded the entire hall. Woo-woo, a horrifying aura swept over. In the battle circle, a group of blood sword sect disciples trembled in fear and tried to escape, but they were entangled by the tumbling black airwaves of the heaven-swallowing demon whale, and all of those who wanted to escape were directly transformed into black smoke and disappeared into the air. This made the crowd even more fearful. Originally, when they were facing the 3 small clusters, they were already scared to death, and many of them even secretly adopted a roundabout tactic, fighting around them, and had no real intention of striking out. And now that they suddenly saw the black mist that covered the sky and shrouded the entire sect master's cultivation hall in a way that made one's heart tremble, they were already completely scared silly, and they simply didn't have the heart to fight, and only wanted to flee out. Only, as they scattered and fled, all of them turned into black smoke and disappeared. The camp of thousands of people on the scene was already few and far between, and those who remained were those who had been knocked down and lost their fighting ability by the 3 groups. The battle seemed to be over, but the black smoke stayed shrouded and didn't dissipate. Daddy, are we great? We ed them all up. They're the bad guys. The 3 doughboys hugged their bladders, looking satisfied after their chivalrous deeds. Stick, ha ha, these people from the blood sword sect bully the common people. They should be exterminated. But then, waifs, their senior leaders haven't come out yet, so let's wait a bit. Okay Daddy, when their leader comes out, we'll destroy them. Chonlu couldn't get enough of it, and this feeling of chivalry made him feel especially proud. At this time, in the temple, a burst of dull roaring sounds came out, appearing extremely chaotic. While the 3 donuts naturally didn't know what was going on inside, Long Che was clear about it. The aura of the heaven-swallowing devil whale had long since penetrated it, and that sect master Pang Lei, who was cultivating in seclusion, had already been disturbed. His mind was not strong, and his body was filled with evil chi, while his cultivation was at a critical moment of promotion. This kind of disturbance was simply fatal. When Huang Lang and a few other elders entered it, it was even worse. They forcibly broke the seal to invite the sect master out, but as soon as the seal was broken, the breath of the heaven-swallowing devil whale outside even surged in like a gale, directly rushing into his body, causing his entire body to be in a state of insanity, like a devil, with his bloodshot eyes glowing crimson. And upon seeing Huang Lang and the others, he even directly attacked them. Gate Master, it's us. I'm the Grand Elder. Huang Lang was suddenly attacked by Pang Lei, and he was even more trembling, and when he saw the killing intent in the other party's blood-colored eyes, he immediately broke free to escape. But Pang Lei's mind was in chaos, and the blood and bone evil skill that he practiced made him even more murderous, so he couldn't let go of these few people who trespassed on his forbidden cultivation land. Chapter 107, The Slaughter of the Sect. It was only under Pang Lei's frantic pursuit that chaotic rumbling sound was emitted from within the Great Hall, and only after Pang Lei had completely exterminated Huang Lang and a few other senior members and forcefully devoured their blood chi to stabilize his heart and mind, did that frenzied internal breath gradually calm down. Who dash. He let out a long breath. This sect master's path to promotion was almost hindered by you few sons of Es. Luckily, now this seed has successfully advanced to the 7th rank Xianzun realm. Ha ha ha. Although he had killed a few of the blood sword sect's top brass, he didn't care at all as long as his own strength had increased. 7th order Xianzun realm. That was 2 great realms more powerful than Grand Elder Huang Lang, which made him feel quite satisfied inside, and he even went so far as to be in the middle of such a surprise for a while, that he didn't even notice the aura that shrouded the great hall. Of course, the heaven-swallowing demon whales means which were all stowed away, otherwise it would have exploded the entire hall. And when Pang Lei finally came back to his senses, sensing the aura of the outside world as well as thinking that it was impossible for the Grand Elder to just barge into his cultivation sanctuary for no reason, so that's why he flew out of the Great Hall in confusion. And the moment he flew out of the Great Hall, it was the scene that happened in front of him that took him by surprise. Above the square in front of him, lying all over the place were his blood sword sect's disciples, and the air was even filled with a thick aura of blood. Obviously, many people had died without even a crumb left. Instead, the only ones still standing in front of them were a strange man, and 3 small groups of people. Who are you guys? Pang Lei gritted his teeth, although he was shocked at the scene in front of him, but he was now at the 7th rank Xianzun realm, so he was still quite calm inwardly. And looking at his attitude like this, Long Che smiled bashfully and nudged his mouth towards the top of the great hall, reminding him to take a look. This, this, he shouted twice in a row in shock, his face going from surprise to horrified before he turned around and fled. The fear brought to him by the heaven-swallowing demon whale was indescribable, so much so that all of the superiority within him due to his cultivation advancement directly vanished. It was a pity that around the hall that was blocked by the heaven-swallowing demon whale, not to mention his little first-rank Xianzun, even if a Xianxing came, he could only be like a fly in a jar without any way out. Daddy! He tried to escape but was stopped by my little Tun Tun. He. Little Tun Tun, you're so cute. Why don't we just let the little devourer swallow him? All of the 3 groups' words reached Pang Lei's ears. He listened to all of this incredulously, feeling the terrifying aura of the heaven-swallowing demon whale, and for a moment, he couldn't lift his legs in panic. Cousin, swish. He sent out several transmission notes in a row as he fled in panic inside the Great Hall. It was the same Feng Long who had passed it on to his cousin Feng Long, the Lord of Yang City. Although the Blood Sword sect wasn't weak, it was only a small sect in the Yang City Earth Order. However, his cousin Feng Long was the Yang City Lord, so the first time, he sent out the message, and for the matter of him wanting to move help, Long Che didn't stop him. It's better if he calls all the forces behind him over, that way he can get them all in one go. And at this moment, looking at the Bloodsword sect master who was cowering within the Grand Hall and not coming out, the heaven-swallowing demon whale didn't rub it in. It exerted a slight force, and at that moment, the entire hall began to collapse. Terrifying black power surged into the hall from all directions like a tidal wave, compressing everything inside the hall to begin with, and even a single brick and tile crumbled into powder. Wow! Little Tun Tun is so handsome. That's my cutie. The 3 donuts watched the scene and stood in front of Long Che, as if admiring the scenery. Mercy, my lord, don't kill me. I'll give you whatever you want. Feng Lei was simply scared silly by the heaven-swallowing demon whale. The heaven-swallowing demon whale glanced at Long Che, as if asking what to do about it. The dragon share nodded slightly and it spoke. Since you give everything, give me your little life. With a single opening of his mouth, Pang Lei's body rushed straight into the stomach of the heaven-swallowing demon whale with a crunching sound. To this point, the Blood Sword sect was completely terminated. Shoo! The heaven-swallowing demon whale turned around and transformed into a small fish and burrowed into the bucket of water. And Zissou happily stroked its back, lovingly. Daddy, shall we go? Bai Shi asked. Go see if they have anything good here. Ta-da! Long Che took the 3 groups of people and strolled around inside the Blood Sword sect. He naturally didn't have any interest in the treasures within the Blood Sword sect or anything like that, but since Pang Lei had sent out the sound transmission note, he was sure that someone would come over soon. And when he walked into the Blood Sword sect's treasure building, the treasures he saw instantly made his heart flutter. These things are so plebeian. It looks like all of them are scavenged from the surrounding commoners. This group of people can scavenge so many treasures. How many hurtful things must they have done? Because the Blood Sword sect was an overlord-like existence in this Green Wind Mountain, so even the treasures in the treasure building were not hidden. They were just piled up inside the treasure building, and the entire space inside the building was very huge, piled up with all kinds of treasures that had been looted, and the quantity was so huge that it surprised Long Che. So many treasures. Daddy, should we take them away? Brother, all of these must have been robbed. Why don't we Let's send all these treasures back, shall we? Yeah, but what if we don't have a car? Listening to the children's deliberations, Longshare nodded and smiled. Father has something good here for you. This is called a nascent ring. It has storage space inside. Come on. Father will put it on you. Longche gave the 3 nascent rings to the little group to wear, and then taught them how to use them. When the 3 groups knew that there was even such a good thing as a nascent ring, they were immediately excited, and immediately began to load things into it. And as he watched the children busy themselves, Longshare smiled and shook his head. Daddy, we're loaded. This nascent ring is too powerful, isn't it? The space inside is even bigger than this building. We've got everything in there. No one left behind. Dad, come on, let's go to those towns and return all this stuff. Yeah, but wait until Daddy has settled everything before you go, okay? Yes. The 3 children are discussing to bring these things back to return to the common people, and at a young age they have this kind of good deed, so that Longche suddenly remembered Mu Qianyu again. Thank you to this woman for raising her children so well. Pang Lei had sent out several transmission notes in a row, so Feng Long, the city lord of Yang City, immediately arranged for manpower to come. Half an incense stick of time passed, and several huge figures in the sky landed down sharply in the sky above the Blood Sword sect. On top of it, several strong men with rolling breaths had cold eyes, especially after seeing the miserable scene of the Blood Sword sect below. They were even more shocked inwardly. What? The Blood Sword sect is slaughtered? City Lord. I'm afraid Sect Master Pang has met an untimely end. Chapter 108 Lord of Yang City. Feng Long, the city lord of Yang City, the moment he descended down, he exerted his powerful probing power to radiate to the entire Blood Sword sect. However, no semblance of Pang Lei's breath was found. To the Hall of Soul Lanterns. In the next second, he thought of the Hall of Soul Lanterns. Here are the soul lamps of all the disciples. As long as the physical body doesn't die and the soul doesn't perish, the soul lamps will stay on. It was only a pity that when they rushed over, they found that the soul lamps of everyone in the entire Bloodsword sect were basically extinguished, and those that weren't extinguished were faint, almost running out of gas. These were those who hadn't died in the battle, but had been heavily injured, and their soul lamps could go out at any time. What in the world did this? Cousin, I will avenge your shame. Feng Long burst into a roar. His voice was full of violence, and if his eyes were capable of killing, I am afraid that everyone present would have been killed cleanly. City Lord, let's go over there. There are still some alive over there. Aha! Swoosh dash. In the next second, several people all flew up, then descended to the side of those disciples who were already devastated and sprawled on the ground. And seeing them descend and come, a group of people were originally shivering, but some of them recognized the visitors as the young city lord, as well as the cousin of sect leader Pang Lei. Feng Long had come to the Bloodsword sect many times, so it wasn't surprising that he was recognized. Who did this to you? Where is your sect master? Von Lam asked. It's Lord City Lord. Lord City Lord is here. Ha! City Lord our sect master. Whoa. The sect master has been destroyed by that person. It's too scary. It's really too horrible. Sect master, you have to avenge us. It's a strange man who brought 3 little dolls with him and a super large demon. The sect master was precisely eaten by the great demon. Hearing these words, Feng Long's face was even more filled with anger, practically ready to explode. What? My cousin was eaten by a demonic beast? Bastard! I'll make sure to whip you all into pieces. Feng Long roared again, his inner rage indescribable. Where are they? Lord City Lord. They went in the direction of the treasure house. Go! Quickly go to the treasure house. Shoo. The few people immediately disappeared in place again before appearing at the Bloodsword sect treasure building. As for Long Che at this moment, he had already been disturbed by Feng Long's several roaring angry voices, and he leisurely pulled the small hands of the 3 donuts and walked to the square above the front of the hidden treasure building. On the opposite side, Feng Long's few people descended down in a furious manner and saw them at once. It was you who slaughtered the Bloodsword sect and killed this seat's cousin, Pang Lei? The moment Feng Long saw Long Che, his eyes erupted with killing intent, almost immediately striking out to destroy Long Che, and a flash of surprise surfaced in the eyes of several others. The person those disciples spoke of before, could it be this guy in front of him? He was skulking around with the 3 donuts in a harmless manner. Where did he look like someone who had slaughtered the entire Bloodsword sect? Moreover, Pang Lei's cultivation was very powerful, plus the strength of a group of elder disciples was also quite remarkable, and there was also the Bloodsword sect's protector formation. Could it really be that these 3 groups in front of them and that young man had been destroyed? It's really a bit hard to believe. The Bloodsword sect is bullying people, and the people around them are complaining a lot, so isn't it justice to kill them? Long Che said blandly, then raised his eyes to Feng Long. Who was at the head of the group? If I guessed correctly, you should be that young city lord, right? Feng Long's eyes were cold. Knowing that it's this city lord, you still don't kneel down quickly to die in thanks. Long Che laughed. Thank you? You're the one who deserves to die, right? As the city lord, who governs the people of this area, Pang Lei's sins have nothing to do with you, so you'll give thanks to the oppressed commoners with your death. Long Che, this is still said blandly. There is no deterrent at all. Feng Long sniffed but became furious, and without saying anything more, he directly threw a punch at Long Che. Daddy, he's so mean. Seeing that Feng Long's attack was so strong and incomparable that the air was blown out with ripples visible to the naked eye under his punch, the three donuts' faces surfaced with a touch of surprise, but there was no sign of fear. They were now considered to be well informed and had seen many powerful existences, and they did not have the fearful mind that a child should have towards a strong person such as Feng Long. Even they took a step out and blocked Long Che behind them. This cozy scene caused warmth to well up in Long Che's eyes. Let Daddy do it. Long Che's words fell, but he only raised his hand. A curtain of 9 colored lights suddenly rose up, and then in the shocked gazes of the crowd, that curtain of light actually shrouded Feng Long and the few people he brought over all together. Between the 9 colors of light flow, actually like a hurricane, will Feng Long outbreak of attacks destroyed and blown away into nothing. What? How is this possible? It was only in this instant that Feng Long seemed to have snapped out of that rage a little. The person who could kill all of the blood sword sect must have 2 brushes. Moreover, the fact that the other party was able to do such a thing with 3 children in tow, it was obvious that he was far from being as simple as he seemed to be, and that it was he himself who had thought the other party to be simple. Point hard. Join forces. Between his surprise, he suddenly let out a loud shout, and then he united with the others and flew up to attack this light curtain in an attempt to break it open and escape from the shackles. But the energy of this 9-colored light curtain could easily block even Xian Saints, and a few of their Xianzun realm powerhouses in it were simply like small birds hitting a steel cage that showed no signs of breaking open at all. Be subdued, or whoever moves will die. Long Che's bland words were uttered, but Feng Long's several people did not listen at all. As strong people of Yang City, they were super powerful existences within a radius of thousands of miles. How could anyone dare to make a move against them? But today, they were actually imprisoned in the middle of the seal, and they really couldn't be quiet. Boom boom boom. Dao strong energy erupted. The joint attack of several people was also quite strong. The general Xuanzuan realm cannot really be able to fight against them. But unfortunately, today they encountered the supreme god Lord Long Che, with a dull roar ringing out. Suddenly one of them was actually directly exploding out of his body. Ha! City Lord, Second Elder, blew up. I'll go. How did this happen? I feel like my body is expanding as the attacks continue. Lord City Lord, you can't attack. It really needs to die down for that to happen. A few people's eyes became horrified. They personally felt the energy in their bodies accumulating, like a volcano continuing its power, and with the constant attacks, this power gradually reached the critical point of explosion. Gulp! And at this point, Feng Long finally stopped insisting. The fear within him made him stop his attacking movements as well. Then he turned his head. His eyes were horrified but still filled with anger as he looked at Long Che. Who are you? Why are you killing the Blood Sword sect? He then remembered that he didn't know Launcher's identity yet. Didn't I already say that? For the people? What else? Longchair asked rhetorically, but a touch of doubt surfaced in the bottom of his eyes. For some reason, he detected a hint of aura from Feng Long. Perhaps it was not his own scent, but one that emanated from some object on his person. So, that's why he didn't immediately destroy him. Chapter 109. With Long Che's perceptive power that was sharp to the extreme, even a hint of breath could not escape his eyes. So after sensing this aura, he grasped his palm. A series of booms rang out, and the bodies of the few experts who came with him all exploded, leaving Feng Long alone. The strong visual impact made Feng Long finally unable to bear it. The cultivation level of these young city experts who had followed him into death was not much lower than his own, but they had died so miserably, directly exploded into a blood mist, and every breath he took was the breath of these people, which made it really hard for him to endure. Under the great panic, he fell to his knees with a plop and begged for mercy without stopping. When he could not protect himself, what did he care if his cousin was a murderous enemy? Mercy, mercy, my lord. I was wrong. It was I who was lax in disciplining. I'll definitely change. Knock, knock. The ground was quickly knocked out of a crater by Feng Long, and looking at him in such a sorry state begging for mercy, Long Che sighed and said, since you've recognized the mistake, you should know what to do in the future. However, this seat can't spare you so easily. Take out the treasures you're carrying as your life-buying money. Where did Long Cheer want his nagging ring? He clearly wanted to see how this person would treat the item in the nascent ring. And the fruits are not Even though he was in the midst of great fear and threat, Feng Long still did something the moment he handed Long Che's nascent ring. He hid the object that he felt the scent of. Sure enough, this thing seems to be related to the 7 orifices Linglong Tower? Long Che thought inwardly, but he still planned to let this person go first. Perhaps, from him, we can find out about the 7 Tricks Tower. You go, and remember, be a good person from now on, or your life will still be in my hands sooner than later. Thank you, my lord, for sparing my life. Thank you, your honor. Feng Long didn't even know why the other party had spared himself. After he fearfully kowtowed to Long Che a few more times, he turned around and flew away, escaping as fast as he could. However, he naturally did not know that Long Che had already planted a tracking aura on him. After today's incident, any of his movements would not escape his eyes, and seeing Feng Long leave, the 3 Baiji siblings then asked, "Daddy, why did you let him go?" Brother, can't you see? Daddy put a breath on him. Baiji's words made even Long Che feel a little surprised. How could this little girl's senses be so sharp? Even Feng Long couldn't detect anything, but she did? Good. Ha. Long Che was surprised and stroked Baiji's little head. Worthy of being his own waif. Inherited his own insight. Good. Very good. Daddy, what's that scent you have on him? It's the scent that tracks his movements. And then if he dares to do something bad again, Daddy will be able to just find him and destroy him. Oh, so that's it. Daddy, let's go to town and return all these treasures. Okay, let's go. Saying that, Long Che Xianxi floated now under the soles of his feet, and actually turned into a cloud, lifting up the 3 dumplings, and then walked towards Qingfeng town. Being able to do a great job for the people made the 3 groups quite happy, and they couldn't stop smiling along the way. When Long Che returned to Qingfeng town and returned to that inn, that shopkeeper's face became quite shocked. He excitedly held Long Che's hand, the care in his eyes not hidden at all. Little brother, it's great that you've come back alive. It's great. The fellow next to him came over, also full of excitement. You do not know. My shopkeeper knows that you went to the Qingfeng mountain, has been fearful and worried about it. If not, we do not have much strength. Would have chased after you. Long Che looked at their caring attitude and also smiled, then said, "Thanks to the shopkeeper for remembering me. But not only did I come back alive on this trip, I also brought back all the things that the Bloodsword sect had raided from the townsfolk," said Baiji, walking over and laughing. "Look, Grandpa, the treasures are all in here. Oh, let's send them all back for the big guy." Saying that, with a stroke of her small hand, quite a few treasures came out from her nascent sacred ring. One of the store's fellows was quick-eyed and directly recognized one of the metaphysical compasses. Isn't this the treasure of our store? You guys really brought it back?" At this moment, the shopkeeper's eyes also became quite shocked, and the other customers also looked at this scene with complex faces. To go to the Blood Dagger sect and still come back alive and bring back folks' treasures. This is simply unbelievable. Awesome. Little brother, may I ask your name? A small matter. My name is Long Che. Not enough to worry about. Long Che waved his hand blandly, then told the fellow to go to the town and give a shout. Soon the place was packed with people, and when they saw the piles of objects that came out of the 3 groups' nascent sacred rings, everyone was thrilled beyond words. "Thank you. This is a treasure of our family. Something left by our ancestors. Kowtow to you all. This is my baby? Lost and found? Why, I can't believe it at all. Great. That's great. My pills are back and my wife's stiff upper lip is finally saved. Thank you, Lord Longshare. Thank you to the 3 cuties." A group of commoners were excited, but the shopkeeper was on the side and pulled Long Che's arm with a nervous face. "Long Che, tell me how you got these things back from the Blood Sword sect. Did you steal them? If it's stolen, that's a big deal. We don't dare to take it. You have to run away too." Hearing the shopkeeper's words, Long Che laughed. The shopkeeper doesn't have to worry. Nowadays, in this world, there is no more Blood Dagger sect. This statement was made. At that moment, everyone in the room all froze. Lord Longcheer, what did you say? The Blood Sword sect, it's gone? What's going on here? Could it be that Lord Longcheer has exterminated the Blood Sword sect? It can't be, can it? He's got 3 little kids with him. How could he do something like that? While listening to the puzzled voices of the crowd, Long Che nodded bashfully. How is this possible? Lord Long Che, did you really exterminate the Blood Sword sect? Great. If this is true, then we're safe. Thanks to Lord Longshare for getting rid of a bully force for us. No, that's not a good thing. You should all know that behind the Blood Dagger sect master stands the city lord of Yang City. Right. Lord Long Che, did you exterminate the Blood Sword sect or not? Where did their sect master go? The group tensed up again, Before Long Che could say anything, Bai Ji walked out, her childish voice full of determination. Don't worry folks, the Blood Sword sect has been destroyed, and the young city lords don't dare to come and cause trouble. They've all been defeated by my father. He. Chapter 110, Qiankuan Mirror. Girl doll, are you telling the truth? An old crone came forward trembling and asked. Granny, of course it's true. My daddy is awesome. Not only is our father powerful, there's still a part for us in destroying the Blood Sword sect. The three doughboys excitedly explained to the crowd, but the group was not happy. Little brother Long Che, that Blood Sword sect master is young city lord Feng Long's own cousin. If you really killed him, you'd better hurry up and leave Qingfeng town. Otherwise I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave if you're a little late. Yeah, little brother Long Che, we thank you for bringing back these treasures for us, but we can't keep you. You'd better hurry up and leave. The further away the better. Many people advised Longshare to hurry up and leave. There were even people who wanted Long Che to send these treasures back. Obviously, some people didn't believe that he had wiped out the Blood Sword sect, and these treasures must have been stolen back by him. Seeing this, Long Che was not in a good position to say anything else, and it was indeed unconvincing for him to take the three groups of people to exterminate the sect that they were most afraid of in their hearts. So he laughed blandly. Thanks for your concern. We'll leave now. Don't worry, no one will come back to disturb your normal life. After saying that, he left with the three clusters. Only, the manner of that departure was quite shocking. He rose up into the air, and even before the crowd could see what they were stepping on under their feet, he directly leapt out in a single bound, blinking to the sky above. My God, what kind of tactic is this? One step to heaven. Could it be, were we wrong? Little brother Long Che is estimated to be a supreme expert. The direction they're going, how come it's in the direction of Yang City? They're not going to Yang City, are they? This is a benefactor. A great benefactor. We've returned all our family's treasures. I'm so grateful to him. However, grateful as we are, it's better for us to protect ourselves these next few days, in case the Blood Sword sect or Yang City's people come over. I don't know what will happen. We should arrange for a few strong men to go to Qingfeng Mountain and see what the situation of the Blood Sword sect is now. It makes sense. Maybe the Blood Sword sect really doesn't exist anymore. The people talked and did not stay long. They carried their own treasures back to hide them, and some strong men spontaneously went to Qingfeng Mountain to spy on the situation. And the direction Long Che went with the three children was exactly Yang Chang. He hadn't completely figured out that aura on Feng Long's body, and had to make a trip to Yang Chang. And at this moment, in the middle of Yang Chang, after Feng Long escaped all the way back to Yang City in a mess, he directly transmitted a sound transmission note, precisely to the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty's 8th prince, Qin Xiaohu. Only, a person of Qin Xiaohu's status would naturally not appear in a small city like Yang City. As a result, two strong men with cultivation levels far higher than Feng Long's appeared in Yang City. In Yang City, Feng Long's cultivation level was only Shenzun, while the two powerhouses from the house of the 8th prince of the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty that sailed to the Yang City Lord's mansion were already powerhouses of the Xian Emperor realm. Of course, this kind of strength, in the 8th prince's residence is just a miscellaneous. Yangqing, this kind of small family, is not worth the 8th prince to use his elite. Two lords. Feng Long kneeled respectfully at the feet of the two powerhouses, speaking in a tone that still carried an undisguised shock. That person is just too powerful. He could destroy me with a raise of his hand, especially since he has a powerful demonic beast by his side, and I don't even know what that demonic beast actually is. Hearing his words, the two powerhouses glanced at each other, and one of them looked at him, narrowing his eyes as he asked, "Why didn't he kill you?" Feng Long also shook his head rather dubiously. "My lord, I really don't know." The two's eyes changed slightly and they whirled around. "City Lord Feng Long, get up. Since the 8th prince sent us here, we will resolve this matter ourselves." Feng Long kowtowed heavily. "Many thanks to the 8th prince and many thanks to the two lords. I am counting on you two lords for the revenge of my cousin's murder." The duo nodded, then pulled out a mirror from their nascent sack. "City Lord Feng, by injecting one of this person's breath into it, you will be able to detect this person's whereabouts. However, this Qiankuan mirror can only manifest for a few breaths of time, so you need to act fast." Feng Long's eyes changed and were filled with shock. The Qiankuan mirror? My goodness! The two adults are actually carrying such treasures as the Qiankuan mirror. That guy, he can't get away. Feng Long finished. The palm of his hand as Xian Qi will be released. In this breath, mixed with his previous encounter with Long Che, with a trace of the other side of the breath, but where there is so a trace, this Qiankuan mirror will be able to zoom in completely, and then according to the breath to lock the other side of the whereabouts. A treasure that possessed this kind of divine ability. That was something Feng Long could not even think of imagining. As Feng Long injected his breath into the Qianquan mirror, a strong energy whistled out from the Qianquan mirror, and in the blink of an eye, it printed into the sky, and above the Yang city, a huge mirror reflecting the entire Yang city's emptiness actually appeared. This mirror was immense, and the aura on it spread out, tracking in all directions. At this moment, Long Che, naturally, instantly detected this aura, and raising his eyes to the sky, he saw the void mirror image of the Qianquan mirror. I didn't expect the tiny Yang city to have such a treasure. It seems that this Feng Long fellow has invited help. Is this breath looking for me? While Long Che was muttering to himself, suddenly a breath flew over to his side. Of course, this breath was silent, with a silent quietness that ordinary people really couldn't discover. However, in Long Che's eyes, this kind of tactic was also really too trivial as he casually grabbed it. With a bang, the breath directly exploded. At the same time, Long Che also locked onto Feng Long's location through the aura he planted on him, and then took the children and leapt straight up, arriving at the city lord's mansion in almost the blink of an eye. As for the seal over the city lord's mansion, it wasn't half as difficult for him and he directly drilled into it, and when he descended into the city lord's mansion, in the sky above his head, that Qianquan mirror's void mirror surface actually exploded. There was no way, even if he gently grabbed it, the treasure that he would never possess in his life in Feng Long's eyes was directly destroyed. In the city lord's hall, Feng Long and the two eighth prince's mansion powerhouses looked horrified, not knowing what had happened, and their eyes became quite tense. What? The Qianquan mirror actually shattered? What's going on here? Could it be that some powerful person is secretly cheating? Spoiling old me's Qianquan mirror. No matter who he is, he will be broken into pieces today. Qianqi erupted from the bodies of the two powerhouses, and in the next second, they directly rushed out from the great hall, killing in every direction. Chapter 111, The Immortal's Means. Feng Long was shocked and flew out after him, and at this moment, the entire city lord's mansion was in chaos. That Qianquan mirror shadow explosion of energy vibration unceasingly, booming sound in the head like a thunderbolt rolled over. This kind of momentum is too shocking, so much so that those usually well-trained experts have become nervous. For a time they do not know what to do. After Long Che entered the city lord's mansion, no one even noticed. Even those passing by who were in a hurry saw him with 3 dumplings, but also did not put it in the heart at all. After all, the city lord's mansion was heavily guarded, and idle people simply couldn't enter. And with 3 little clumps of people, who would have thought that the battle at the head of that, and the person that their townspeople wanted on the other side, was him? Find it for me. We must find the person who was secretly cheating. Feng Long burst into a roar, ordering the city lord's mansion's escorts to move quickly, darting in all directions to find Long Che. It's just a shame that the people are right under their noses and the sky they just can't see. And after searching for a while to no avail, the eyes of the 2 experts from that 8th prince's mansion became even more somber. Brother Wu Chang, I guess the people have already left. Gone? Brother Zhang Quan, this Qianquan mirror was a heavy treasure that the 8th prince rewarded us for using on this trip. Now that it's been destroyed, it's a capital offense for us to go back. It's better for us to do it, counting on these wine bags. I'm afraid we won't be able to find the people. Swish swish dash. When the 2 of them spoke, their figures were like drilling into a hurricane, speedily swept towards the distance. While the experts of the city lord's mansion were dumbstruck when they saw this scene. That's the Xian Emperor realm. That aura is too powerful, worthy of being the 8th prince's men. Our lord city lord can only shrink in front of them. But their Qianquan mirror was actually destroyed. What kind of people are behind this? Why is that guy over there with 3 little kids? They're kind of strange. They couldn't be the ones who did it, could they? Cut. If they did it, I'll cut my head off and kick it in the piss for you. The people of the city lord's mansion had mixed feelings. However, the duo of Wu Chang and Zhang Quan had already struck out, and although they were also continuing their search, their actions were plainly much slower. If Zhang Quan, Wu Chang and the 2 of them couldn't find it, they would be even more unable to find it. Von Lam is starting to take a wait-and-see attitude as well. It was a pity that even though Wu Chang, Zhang Quan and the 2 of them were Xian Emperor powerhouses, they found nothing. How can this be? Zhang Quan's eyes shifted. There was really no way out, and he could even think of how severe a punishment he would encounter when he returned to the 8th prince's mansion afterward. Wu Chang's eyes, however, remained gloomy. How could such a disciple appear in the small young city? Feng Long, get your ass over here. Feng Long was terrified. The Qianquan mirror was the treasure that the 8th prince had gifted to them. It was what they used to come on this trip, and now that it was destroyed and they couldn't find the person behind it, the panic in their hearts was unimaginable to anyone else. Look no further, and at that moment, in front of the panicked Feng Long, a silhouette suddenly appeared. When he heard this and turned his head, he saw Long Che, as well as the 3 donuts, and his entire body was struck by lightning. "It's you!" He let out a yell, almost scared out of his wits. Who is Longshare? That's someone who could easily destroy him. However, with the presence of Zheng Quan and Wu Chang, his eyes suddenly turned cold and he gritted his teeth. "You bastard! I didn't expect you to dare come to the door. My lords, this guy is the one we're looking for." Seeing Long Che, as well as the 3 little milk balls he was holding, Wu Chang Zheng Quan's eyes wrinkled up, clearly skeptical of the scene. "You're the guy who exterminated his people?" Wu Chang said in a cold voice. "Then the person who destroyed my Qian Kuan mirror was also you?" What he was most concerned about right now was the person who destroyed the Qian Kuan mirror. This is the top priority that concerns whether they can go back to deliver and whether they will take their lives. "The Qian Kuan mirror? It's just a piece of trash, and you want to detect my traces?" Hearing this, the entire City Lord's Mansion crowd was all stunned to the point of shock. "Sure enough, it's you, kid. Do you know where this Qian Kuan mirror comes from? An object gifted by the 8th Prince of Tianxian Imperial City, and you dare to destroy it. Today, in heaven and on earth, there is no longer a way for you to live." Wu Chang Zheng Quan's eyes were cold. His body was filled with killing intent, and he looked like he was going to take Long Che down immediately. Long Che smiled bashfully and looked towards Wu Chang Zheng Quan. "Is the 8th Prince very powerful? If you are willing to lead the way, this seat might not kill you." With that, he turned his head to look at Feng Long. "You, the City Lord, are not honest. Since this is the case, then you don't need to live." As Long Che's words fell, suddenly a dull explosion swept in all directions, and in the incredulous eyes of the crowd, what they saw was their City Lord, his body directly exploding in place. The blood mist rose and filled the air. The bloody gas swirled, and even the blood was splattered on the nearest Zheng Quan Wu Chang, which made the 2 people's faces for a time did not know what expression should be good. You killed Feng Long?" Wu Chang was shivering a bit as he spoke. Even he was shocked by his own performance at the moment. As an expert of the 8th Prince's mansion, he was treating the people of these cities below him as if they were looking at ants. But today, on this man in front of him, he actually felt an unprecedented pressure. Not only him, but Zheng Quan was even more so. He was so nervous that he couldn't even speak. "Go on, lead the way." The reason why he directly destroyed Feng Long was because Long Che detected an even more intense layer of aura on this duo. And this aura, which he was finally certain of, was that of an enchantress. With these 2 in place, Feng Long no longer had any use for them, and with such a tyrannical person, he was not worthy of being a city lord, and by directly destroying them, he would be considered to be doing a good deed for the common people. "Go, Humph, after I cripple you, I'll take you to see the 8th Prince." Wu Chang Zheng Quan and his duo's killing intent exploded, and after a roar, the 2 of them actually made a move on Long Che at the same time. The person who could easily destroy the Qian Kuan mirror, he naturally had quite some strength, so the 2 of them didn't dare to be arrogant and directly join hands. It was a pity that no matter how cautious the duo was, it was futile in Long Che's hands. So the next second, as the crowd in the City Lord's mansion prepared to watch a fierce battle, the battle seemed to have ended. Wu Chang Zheng Quan's berserk attack that erupted from the 2 of them was like stagnant in midair for a split second. Even the Xian Qi ripples in the air were fixed, and the 2 of them were like sculptures in the air, not moving at all. "Coot, what's going on here? Why aren't they both moving? So strange. Could it be that it's been immobilized? What kind of divine tactic is this? They're Xian emperors. The Xian emperor powerhouses were all immobilized? Unbelievable." The crowd gasped in amazement. Instead, Longshare flicked a point at the duo. Put, 2 muffled sounds came from the lower abdomen, and the 2 of them had their dantian directly destroyed, losing their cultivation. Chapter 112, Xian Yin Earth Cave. In this instant, everyone within the City Lord's mansion was completely dumbfounded. No one had expected that the 2 Xian Huang level powerhouses from the 8th Prince's mansion would have their cultivation directly nullified. Everyone's gazes all looked at Long Che with disbelief, and some even pinched their thighs, suspecting that they were in a dream world. Shocked and quite horrified at the same time, the City Lord was already dead, and now the Xian Emperor powerhouses from the 8 Prince's mansion were all taken out by the other party. So who the hell was this guy him? What exactly is his purpose? Will he spare them, the uninformed? And at this time, the ones who were even more devastated were the duo of Wu Chang and Zhang Quan. They would never have dreamed that such a supreme master was hidden in this small Yang city. Without making a move, he destroyed Feng Long, and with a slight move, he wasted their cultivation. It's worse than death. I'm not really interested in your what's his name 8 princes. It's this aura you're carrying that I'm a bit interested in. Long Che's palm grabbed, and a breath emerged from within the 2 of them. And this aura contained a flame energy. The trace of aura that was detected from Feng Long before was also flame energy. only it was so weak that it was almost impossible to detect. As for this flame energy within Wu Chang Zhangquan's duo, although it was still quite weak, it was able to be probed, and was even clearly visible to all after he enlarged it with the addition of his means. What is it? Long Che's words were bland, but a woman's figure emerged in his head. The demon enchantress at that time was still just a small child. He was like a big brother, and got along for a while living in Qingfeng town. At this time, however, the enchanting one of the breath was detected on someone else, which made Long Che's eyes color with a complicated meaning. If anything happened to Enchantress, he would definitely not allow himself to let go of all the people associated with her. This is Lord Enchanting's aura. At this time, Wu Chang Zhangquan and the two of them had long since been stunned, and said almost in unison. The arrogant and domineering posture from before was completely gone. Although they could make such a gesture in Yang City, but usually in the Tianxian dynasty, they were just doing it with their tails between their legs. So after Long Che abolished the cultivation of the two of them, they wilted at once, and all their exaltation completely disappeared. There was only great fear and their whole body trembled. Enchanting? When he heard the word enchanting, Long Che's eyes suddenly changed. Sure enough, it's the enchanting scent. Where is Enchantress? Take me there. He didn't say too much. Not one more second of waiting. Swish! With a wave of his hand, the bodies of the two men landed and plopped down on their knees, unable to stop themselves from kowtowing. Live or die, the choice is yours. Although his cultivation was wasted, there was still hope that he could live that, so the duo immediately nodded their heads. Yes, 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 my lord, we'll lead the way. We'll take you to the Xianyin Earth Cave and find Lord Enchanting. Long Che nodded and smiled at the three wards, then willed to the direction that the duo had pointed to, and rushed straight up into the sky. As for Wu Chang Zhangquan's two figures, they were following below them, as if there was an invisible rope pulling them in flight. Inside the city lord's mansion, a group of people were confused. That's gone? It seems that this matter has nothing to do with us. We'd better hurry up and escape. The enchanting lord they are talking about. Is it the woman who was imprisoned 100 years ago? Could it be that this strong man is looking for her? Who knows? But I have a feeling it's going to change. The city lord is dead. If we leave again, I'm afraid Yang City will be in chaos. Messy is as messy as it gets. What does it have to do with me? I just want to live. Go go go. This Yang City, it's better not to come here in the future. Many of the masters of the city lord's mansion took action, taking away all the objects they had stored and fleeing in all directions. And at this moment, Long Che brought Wu Chang Zhangquan and the two of them all the way to fly through countless great mountains and rivers, and then came to the boundary where the imperial capital of Tianxian dynasty was located. And in the eyes of the two of them who were terrified and entangled, they landed in the Taishan mountain where the Xianyin ground cave was located. And along the way, Long Che also learned from the two of them about the things that had happened to Enchantress over the years. Enchanting was born with a blazing fire Dao body and was gifted with extraordinary talent. It was a pity that she was betrayed by Pang Lei, the master of the blood sword sect, before she could grow into a super powerhouse, and was then suppressed by Feng Long. And even after learning that she was this kind of physique, she was spotted by the 8th prince of the Tianxian imperial dynasty, and after that, she was secretly imprisoned in the Xianyin ground cave, and became the energy donor for the 8th prince's cultivation of the flame martial science. Energy donor, specializing in providing special Xuanqi energy for cultivators. This blazing fire Dao body contains innate Xuanqi. It is the best energy for him to cultivate. So many years, the 8th prince was able to leap from a person who did not have any talent to surpass other royal relatives and nobles, and become a famous war general, with the demonic enchantment has an inextricable reason. Of course, as the prince of the imperial dynasty, he didn't have more than just Enchantress as his provider. After hearing about this matter, the 8th prince of Tianxian dynasty, Qin Xiaohu, was also listed on Long Che's must-kill list. No matter how noble his status was, in Long Che's eyes, those who offended him would only have a dead end. The Taishan mountain in this place was also the place where Qin Xiaohu imprisoned the worshippers. When Long Che descended down, it quickly startled the strong men guarding this mountain. And when a group of strong men descended to this place and saw the duo of Wu Chang and Zhangquan, their eyes all changed color. It's the two of you? Your breath. The leader of the group was in a powerful cultivation, at the second Xian Emperor realm, even stronger than Wu Chang's duo, and in an instant, he noticed something wrong with the duo's aura, and frowned as he asked, "Your cultivation, gone?" Upon hearing this, Wu Chang Zhangquan's eyes also became quite ugly. Right now, their little lives are all in Long Che's hands. They don't dare to say anything at all. They can only look at Long Che, and Long Cher smiled bashfully. "If you don't want to die, take the seat inside the Xianyin Earth Cave. This seat wants to see Miss Enchantress." These words were rather bland, but listening to these words, the eyes of a group of guarding powerhouses even surfaced a complex color. It seems that it was you who wasted their cultivation? These guards could naturally see that the two Wu Changs were being controlled by Long Che at the moment, and it was obvious that both of them were looking at Long Che with eyes filled with trepidation. Cut the crap or I'll waste you all together. Long Che does not want to say more nonsense. Between words, fingertip a Xian Qi cohesion instantly released out. Like a hurricane whistling, the momentum forced a group of strong people back and forth. Enemy attack. Alert! Seeing that Long Che was about to make a move, a group of guards were not deterred by his aura. Instead, they were poor and vicious with a burst of roaring, and in an instant, silhouettes flew out from the great mountains in all directions, their breaths rolling out. Quite appalling. Chapter 113, Deterrence. Ugh. Seeing this, Long Che shook his head helplessly inside. I can tell you, my father is very powerful. If you do not listen to him, he beat you, we do not care. Baiji took a step forward and said it in a milky voice, making everyone frown. Humph, your father is powerful? Fine. I'd like to learn what your father is capable of. Boom. That guard's leader's eyes changed, and he actually blasted his fist at Long Che without a second thought. His punches were tricky and odd, carrying a heart-stopping aura, and many people's eyes behind him changed between his strikes, obviously shocked by the means that their leader had erupted as soon as he came up. Unfortunately, in the face of such an extremely lethal attack, Long Che didn't even move. His body exploded in the air. The air shook for a moment. A blood mist poured down, and then he disappeared. Hiss. The crowd couldn't help but draw in cool air, their eyes shocked as if they had seen the most horrifying scene. No, impossible. With the strength of our head, how can he be this miserable? Seeing is believing. What can we do? Quickly transmit the voice. Report to Lord Mountain Lord. Open the Mountain Protector formation. This person is powerful and must not be taken lightly. Swish swish swish. At this instant, a group of people actually did not retreat, and even directly opened the Mountain Protection formation. A terrifying pressure came from overhead, and the formation energy in all directions was like a black cloud pressing down on the realm, alarming quite a few experts on Taishan Mountain. These high people, all of them are in the Taishan Mountain, but the 8 princes of the people who work, are the 8 princes of the people? At this time to see the Mountain Protection Array are opened, since they know that there is a big event, so they have rushed up to the mid-air, watching this place. Who is arrogant here? A voice like thunder came, and the crowd was instantly delighted. It's Lord Mountain Lord coming, Lord Yamatake. It was him that destroyed our leader, and it was also him who abolished the cultivation of both Wu Chang and Zhangquan. It's still being held as a threat by him now. Listening to the words of those guards, the burly man who was called Lord Mountain Lord, his eyes looked towards Long Che, and he was also quite surprised. Who are you? Give your name, lest you die without knowing it. Lord Mountain Lord's eyes were cold as he looked at Long Che, and then looked at Wu Chang Zhangquan and the two of them. A quick probe revealed that the cultivation of these two had indeed been nullified. Still the same words, cut the crap and take this seat to see Misenchanting, or else you'll end up the same as the one before you. Long Che's words were still indifferent, but filled with unquestioning, and at that moment, a guarding powerhouse swept up next to that Mountain Lord and whispered, Lord Mountain Lord, this person is powerful. He didn't make half a move before the leader exploded. Don't take the enemy lightly. At those words, the Mountain Master's eyes also became a little complicated. Although he is quite self-cultivated about his own cultivation, which is the overlord-level character of this mountain forest land, and is directly under the orders of the 8 princes, but he acted meticulously, and didn't take it too seriously, and with a wave of his big hand, he droned, quickly set up a formation net and destroy the leader of my guards. You're dead, Buzz. As his words fell, everyone around him acted once again. The mountain protection formation had already been opened, and now with the addition of the hundreds of strong people rushing over the entire mountain to join the formation, the entire formation shook with rolling ripples, and the horrifying killing intent even shocked Wu Chang Zhangquan and his 2 jaws dropped. Nowadays, the 2 of them were already wasted, and even the slightest hint of an aftershock attack could easily take their little lives, and the result was just as they had been alarmed by. As a Xian Qi surged into the formation, the 2 of them directly sprayed blood from their mouths and collapsed to the ground. A flesh and blood body without any strength could not resist the erosion of the power of that terrifying formation, and as he watched the duo die, the color of that Mountain Lord's eyes became even more gloomy. Destroy him for me. Onum, rumbling, explosive thunderous roars erupted from within the formation, and a pillar of metaphysical color energy light directly rushed towards Long Che. This energy contained the berserk destructive aura of the formation, and with a single strike, the mountains shook and the ground shook. Father, let's join forces. Seeing the other party attacking so furiously, the 3 donuts surprisingly didn't have the slightest intention of cowering. Instead, they directly protected Long Che's side, wanting to resist together with him. Instead, Longshare waved his hand blandly. Waifs, it's better for daddy to do this kind of small thing. Before his words fell, the arm he had just swung out erupted with a stream of arcane light, and the moment that arcane light erupted, it was as if lightning had struck into the clouds, instantly exploding and opening. Formation appeared a huge opening, subjected to violent shock, and then saw all the experts in the formation in a mouthful of blood all sprayed out, shot out in unison. That energy horror of the big formation is actually directly fried, and then was a black energy instantly swallowed. The top of the mountain. Everything is instantly returned to calm. This scene happened too swiftly, so much so that before many people could figure out what was going on, they found themselves heavily injured, with chi and blood pouring out of their bodies and blood spurting from their mouths. In a sorry state. What? It's... The Mountain Lord's eyes changed dramatically. He had never seen anyone so powerful, even the 8th prince. I'm afraid that he would not be able to directly break through the mountain protection formation. The shock and suspicion in his heart caused him to freeze on the spot. The other people's eyes likewise trembled, and those who were injured were even more terrified. The immense pain made them worse than death. And at this moment, inside the Xianyin Earth Cave of Tai Xian Mountain, feeling the vibrations that suddenly erupted outside, the eyes of those imprisoned here also became quite surprised. It's not coming to save us, is it? I don't think so. We've been imprisoned here for so many years. I'm afraid the world has long forgotten us, and we're still expecting someone to come and save us? How ridiculous. To live in such a life that is worse than death and in darkness is truly a great joke. Ha ha ha. Inside the Xianyin Earth Cave, there were more than a dozen people with special physiques imprisoned, and in the middle of the Xianli cage where they were being held, there was even a skeleton that was shocking to the eyes, not knowing how long it had been dead. And the conversation between the 10 or so of them was even more filled with despair. Outside, Long Che's voice remained indifferent after he dry shattered the opponent's large formation. Now, do you want to lead the way? The Mountain Lord's eyes were horrified, and the transmission note was sent directly to the 8th prince. He had never encountered such a powerful person at all, and in his heart, the only one who could resist this person must be the 8th prince. And when the transmitting note was transmitted out, his eyes looked at Long Che again and had lost all arrogance and disdain. Lead the way. Let's lead the way. Before the 8th prince had arrived, he slowed down his troops and actually agreed to take Long Che to the Xianyin ground cave. It really is the enchanting aura. After so many years, this incandescent aura is still like yesterday. Long Che entered the Xianyin ground cave and felt an even denser and more enchanting aura. Looking at the sight of skeletons all around him, he had a complex mood that was hard to express. Chapter 114, Enchanting. Enchantress. I don't know how much suffering you've endured over the years, but there's hope if you can live. I've come to save you. Long Che secretly said inwardly that he would be able to see him soon, and his mood was quite complicated at this time. And as this mountain master of Tai Xian Mountain led them into the dark Xianyin ground cave, Long Che clearly felt a powerful yin qi raging inside this cave, and even under this aura, he had to make a defense to protect the three groups. The yin qi was too violent, even if this mountain lord was a strong person of the Xian Emperor realm. At this time, he directly opened his body defense Xian qi and protected himself. Seeing this, the chill in Long Che's eyes increased. Skeletons were everywhere in the passage below. Although all of these skeletons did not know how many years they had lost their vitality, Long Che still keenly captured the imperceptible aura that remained in them. Surprisingly, all of them are skeletons of people with special physique. The color of his eyes changed, and murderous intent filled his eyes as he looked at the Mountain Lord. And under this look in his eyes, the Mountain Lord's eyes were all terrified. He knew that he was not a match for this strange man in front of him, and at this moment, he could only let him do what he wanted, and perhaps if he obeyed him, he would still have a chance to live. And at this moment, in that heavenly Xian Imperial clan's 8th prince's mansion, a black-robed old man figure walked up to the middle-aged man sitting cross-legged in the center of the main hall, his voice respectful. 8th prince, something is happening over at the late Sun Mountain Lord's side. His transmission note, it's at the heavenly level. What? Celestial level? That middle-aged man was none other than the 8th prince of the present Xian dynasty, Qin Xiaohu. At those words, his eyes suddenly changed color. In the hands of his subordinates, there were various kinds of transmitting notes, heaven and earth and Xianuang, and the highest level of transmitting notes was the heavenly level, which would not be utilized at all if there was no major incident. The late Sun Mountain Lord's side, on the other hand, was the place where he imprisoned the worshippers for the sake of his own cultivation, and now that he had moved to use the heavenly grade transmission note, he naturally couldn't sit still. Elder Wood, go ahead and find out what's going on. This king is now entering the critical moment of fusing various powers and cannot be affected. Yes, don't worry, 8th prince, I'll go now. As the words fell, the The wooden old man's body shifted and actually turned into nothingness, disappearing in place. At this time Long Che, although not touching the heart, but that is entirely because he has seen a lot of knowledge, corpses and mountains of blood have experienced. But for ordinary people, everything inside the Xianyin earth cave was enough to shock them to the core. Skeletons were piled up at the surrounding mountain walls. I wonder how many people died here. Even Longshare didn't let the waifs look at it, casually waving his hand, enveloping all the piles of touching skeletons. All these people, they all died for that 8th prince? Long Che asked blandly. Then this shocking much more things. He also saw a lot. Right now, he is most concerned about the enchantment. I really don't know how she endured being held here. Yes, all died for the 8th prince. Chiri Mountain Lord eyes panic. Even say one more word do not dare, lest the master in front of him a displeasure to extinguish their own. Tell me, what's that 8 kings thing? Be specific. Long Che wanted to inquire about things from the mouth of the Chiri Mountain Lord, and Chiri did not dare to hide it at all. At the moment, he was in a critical situation. He could only tell it all, and saving his life was the first thing. The Xianyin earth cave was deep and gloomy, and after walking downward for a long period of time, he finally saw that within a space at the very bottom, a ghostly green halo of light was brightly lit up at the bottom, in which 10 silhouettes were reflected. These 10 people were all chained to their peepa bones with metaphysical iron chains, which were cold and huge, like life-saving weapons, holding them all captive and at the mercy of others. When Long Che saw one of the silhouettes, his eyes instantly turned morose and cold, while a wave surged within him. Enchanting? It was a woman with a head full of silver threads, her entire body devoid of chi and blood, her face pale, like a foreign beauty with a demonic beauty. It was a pity that at this time, the Long Che's eyes were only pained, and as Long Che gently called her name, the enchanting girl raised her eyes, and a touch of dumbness surfaced in her eyes that seemed to have endured the torture of endless fatigue. It seemed that the man in front of him was that strange, as if he had been isolated for several lifetimes and then suddenly reunited in such a place. A surprise in those eyes but turned into disbelief, followed by a bitter smile and a shake of the head, with a muttered whisper coming out of his mouth. Impossible, you can't be my Longcheer brother. You can't be him. Listening to these words, Long Che's heart turned even more inside out. The little sister who had once pestered him for cultivation in Green Peak Town had become like this when they met again, and he was dripping blood inside. At the same time, the killing intent in his eyes was as bitter as the cold wind, and the temperature of the entire grotto plummeted, as if it had entered the absolute freezing point. However, in the next second, all the aura disappeared. He walked over step by step, looking at the emaciated enchantress, lifting his hand to lift up her long white hair, looking at the heavy chain shackles on her body. His voice couldn't help but have a slight tremor. Enchanting, it's my brother who's late. I'm my brother. I'm your Longcheer brother. Ah. The words were uttered, and the color of Enchanting's eyes rose up in a flash of panic. She couldn't believe her ears, couldn't believe that this man in front of her, this man she used to miss day in and day out, had actually appeared here, in this almost isolated Xianyin ground cave. No, you won't be my Longcheer brother. You are Qin Xiaowu's spy. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly, Enchanting's eyes became quite frightened and vicious. Her original haggard appearance coupled with her current seemingly crazed look, as well as the hissing that tore her heart and lungs, made Long Che's inner heart even more painfully unbearable. Daddy, who is she? It's so scary, Daddy. At this moment, Bai Ji's trio had originally been quietly watching everything around them, when they suddenly heard this white-haired woman scream, and their eyes were suddenly startled. They hadn't ever panicked in the face of the enemy, but they were a little scared in the face of Daddy's acquaintance. This crazy-looking woman, she is your aunt, Aunt Enchantress. Children, call your aunt, Long Che said, pulling the 3 clusters in front of Enchantress and said softly, Enchanting, these are my brother's children. I'm your brother Longcheer and they are your nephews. Seeing the 3 small groups, Enchanting originally like crazy look suddenly stopped, eyes suspicious and uncertain looking at the 3 groups. Auntie, I'm the oldest. My name is Bai Ji. Auntie, I'm the second sister. My name is Zissou. Auntie, I'm my little brother, Chong Lu. Auntie, why do you have gray hair? Why is your body locked up? Let me help you take it off. Although the 3 donuts were scared, they knew that this was their aunt in front of them, but they were not so scared, and even immediately reached out their little hands to take the shackles off of the Enchantress. Enchantress froze as she looked at the 3 cute little clusters, and the urge inside her actually calmed down. Long Che secretly exerted his means on the side, and the chains that had blocked her body were gently taken off. As the chains were removed, Enchanting's body was unsteady and she fell headfirst into his arms. Chapter 115 Elder Mu. Enchanting. Feeling the withering of Enchanting's breath, Long Che immediately released a stream of Xianli into her body, and took out an immortal Dane from his nascent sac, feeding it to her, before her breath gradually improved. After a while, because of the effects of the immortal pill, the breath in Enchanting's body unexpectedly became full. This caused those on the side to look shocked, and the late Sun Mountain Lord even looked at this scene incredulously, clearly shocked by that elixir from Long Che. All the offerers imprisoned within this Xianin cave had been squeezed so hard that whenever they derived special Xian power within their bodies, it would be forcibly sucked out and offered to the 8th prince for cultivation purposes. Sometimes they would swallow some pills for these offerers in order to get a more powerful aura from them. It was just that the power of all their pills combined was not as powerful as the energy of this one of Long Che's pills. Almost half an incense stick of time passed. The power within the demon enchantress's body began to become surging. Her whole body was surging with energy, a far cry from her previous wretched appearance. Even her head full of silver strands began to turn into black hair. Even she herself was quite surprised. When the surge of breath in her body gradually smoothed out, the enchanting eyes became agitated. Her face had already regained its previous beauty. Although she had already lived for many years, it seemed that she had worked hard to change herself into the appearance she had when she was the youngest and prettiest, and she had originally had this kind of strength. And at this moment, the reason why she was doing this was for this Long Che brother in front of her. When Long Che saw the woman in front of him, transforming from a head full of silver hair to look exactly like that little sister he had seen so many years ago, the color of his eyes was still as warm as candlelight as it had been back then. "Brother Long Che, is it really you? Is it you who came to save Enchanting?" Looking deeply into Long Che's pair of bright eyes that had survived the vicissitudes of wind and rain but remained deep and clear, Enchanting slowly opened her mouth. Long Che smiled warmly and raised his hand to touch her head. "Who else could it be if not me?" In this moment, the bottom of the enchanting eyes surged with continuous eye color, complex like the state of mind at this time. She turned her head to the 3 little clusters standing next to her. "Brother Long Che, these 3 little dolls are all yours?" He sounded surprised and a little excited when he said this. The mind seemed to recall what it had once said to the big brother in front of it. At that time, she was like a little clingy girl, and before she was even old enough, she was yelling that she wanted to be Brother Long Che's daughter-in-law and give him a bunch of children. How many years have passed and those words have gone with the wind? It's just that even after all these years, when the two of them meet, they still love each other as much as ever. "Well, it's all mine." Long Che smiled and nodded. Enchantress took a long breath, then nodded. "Brother, when will you take me to meet your sister-in-law? She must be a wonderful woman, right?" "Ha ha, it's okay." Long Che changed the topic. "Let's go. Let's settle your business first before anything else." As he spoke, Long Che's eyes shifted up, and Enchantress understood his mind, but shook her head. "Brother, I'll do it on my own. The pain that 8th prince has inflicted on me, one day, I'll return it all to him with interest," Enchanting said, and the hatred in her eyes flowed out without any concealment. Being imprisoned here for so many years, no one could empathize with the pain she felt inside. Even Long Che couldn't imagine what had happened to her. As a provider, all of her energy would be plundered once it was derived, and this dark life experience would even be deeply imprinted throughout her life, never to be forgotten. And the reason why Enchanting said so is also because that the 8th prince is powerful. She does not know Long Che's cultivation, her own thing. She will not let another person to risk for her. Enchanting, it's brother who came late. So, this deep revenge. Brother help you. And, soon report. Long Che said this in a bland manner. And while Enchantress was about to say something else, Long Che looked at a few other people. They're all in the same situation as me, harboring all sorts of naturally powerful physiques. Yet all of them have been captured by the 8th prince to become his offerers. And I'm going to save them all. Long Che smiled. "I'll do it. Your body is too weak right now. Let's talk about the rest when you recover," Long Che said, waving his palm. Boom boom boom. As a roar resounded, Enchantress was stunned and dumbfounded. She saw those chains actually exploded in the air. All the chains on everyone's body all exploded into a piece of nothingness. At the same time, each mouth has more than one pill. After swallowing it, their breath even quickly skyrocketed up. The pale unmanlike face, haggard appearance, in a moment swept away. This must be an immortal pill. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Grace, Sister Enchanting. Is this your brother? The benefactor is our savior. Please accept our obeisance." Although these 10 or so people were miserably imprisoned in such a way, they knelt down to Long Che the first time after they were rescued, which made Long Che nod his head. Those who are grateful are the ones who deserve to be saved. Otherwise it's a waste of feelings. There's no need to be polite. All of you, get up. Long Che, hands gently raised, seems to have invisible arm, will be more than 10 people all help up. This means although nothing, but at this moment the Enchanting has been shocked, frozen on the spot. Looking at Long Che's eyes, they are greatly shocked. Of course, more is gratified. At least, this brother of his who could kill his way into the middle of the Xianin ground cave obviously also had 2 brushes, and to be able to make them, who were so devastated that their body's Xian energy was almost wiped out, recover to such a state in such a short period of time. That kind of strength was a bit unimaginable. However, right now, being in the Xianin earth cave, it was not the time to talk about these things, so Enchanting said, "Brother, let's go out. I haven't seen the sunlight in years." These words caused Long Che's eyes to change once again. His heart ached for this little sister, so much so that he just wanted to destroy that bastard, the 8th prince, immediately. "Come on, let's get out." Long Che led the way in front of him, and wherever he passed, he exerted his Xianli to remove all of that eerie aura in front of him, while in the depths of the underground cave in the back, layers burst and shattered, and the underground rock layers kept on booming down, emitting a deafening roar. A place like this should never have existed in the world in the first place. "Look, it's sunshine." When they were almost out of the grotto, the crowd saw a shimmering light in front of them and were overwhelmed with excitement. After walking out, the wind outside, the warm sun sprinkled on the body, shining so they could not open their eyes. After adapting, all lying comfortably on the ground, enjoying the beauty of this once thought never to see again. These people, all of them were people with special physique. After Long Che saved them, he didn't intend to part ways directly, and after walking out of the underground cave, he took out some martial arts from his nascent sacrifice, and gave it to them. "Benefactor, I have no way to repay your great kindness. I only ask that you give me a transmitting note, and when my cultivation improves greatly, I will seek out the footprints of you and work as an ox for you to repay this great favor. If I say, let us find a place to cultivate together, after the great success, then go to destroy Qin Xiaowu, that after revenge, if there is still life, in this life and in this life, we will be at the mercy of the benefactor. Saddle the horse, and pay back with our lives." While listening to their words, Long Che laughed. "There's no need to wait for your cultivation to improve for revenge. Let's go. Go to the imperial capital now and capture that 8th prince alive." Long Che's words were flat, as if he was talking about something unimportant. However, before that, the people of this Xianin earth cave will also have to be exterminated in their entirety. "So you guys can vent a bit first?" Looking at the late Sun Mountain Lord and the other 8 princes' subordinates, Long Che said blandly. He said this just to make Enchanting's heart feel better. After the Enchanting eyes looked at those people, those who had long been shaken by Long Che, all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. And just at this moment, suddenly a gray silhouette in the sky descended, and it was none other than that 8th prince's mansion's wooden old man. Seeing all of their people kneeling down and begging for mercy, the pair of shadowy eyes surged with coldness, and their gaze with killing intent fell on Long Che, as well as the confessors that he had saved. Chapter 116, A Punch Breaks a Leg. Seeing that Elder Wood had descended here, the faces of all those kneeling and begging for mercy in the Xianin earth cave were suddenly pleasantly surprised. This old man from the house of the 8th prince was a superb expert who had come here more than once to oversee as well as purify the energy provided by the offerers, and the most exciting thing was that his arrival would definitely save them, because this Elder Mu's cultivation realm was at the terrifying Xian Emperor realm. Of course, in a remote place like the Xianin earth cave, it was already quite good for a Xian Emperor to appear, and it was usually impossible to see a powerful existence at the Xian Emperor realm. Unfortunately, they did not know the strength of Long Che, so at this point in time, they acted quite calmly, all eyes full of gloating looking at Long Che and others, as if they were waiting for a good show to be staged. "It's him!" And at this moment, seeing Elder Wood descend, the eyes of Enchanting and the others couldn't help but become terrified, a fear that came from the bottom of their hearts, because, more than once, they had been ravaged by this old man in various cruel ways, making them spend countless days in the darkness that were worse than death. Long Che saw the fear in Enchanting's eyes and his killing intent surged steeply. Turning his face but looking at Enchanting, he asked in the gentlest of voices, "What is he?" Enchanting said, "The expert within the 8 princes' residence, the Xian Emperor's realm of the strongest person, the wooden old man, the matter of the 8 princes' imprisonment of us. It was him who organized this matter, brother Long Che. We today, I'm afraid that." Long Che felt Enchanting's fear and gently patted her shoulder. "It doesn't matter. Today, everyone who has hurt you will die." This bland words, this calm attitude, made the panic in Enchanting's heart somehow suddenly become thin. This brother in front of her seemed like a god who couldn't see his cultivation, defying everything. Even the Xian Emperor powerhouses didn't put it in their eyes. "Brother, you'd better run away. Here, we'll take the top," Enchanting said, taking a step out and protecting Long Che as well as the 3 donuts, and by its side, those other providers, too, took a step forward, their voices carrying determination. "Lord Longshare, Please take the children away quickly. Our revenge. Even if it is not avenged today, we must fight to the death. Old man, you've ravaged us for so many years, leaving us begging for our lives. Today, even if I die, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh. Their voices changed from determination to a state of destitution, while Long Che looked at them with a sigh. The first time they were rescued by themselves, they were kneeling down to themselves, thankful and grateful, so they were all good people at heart, and at this time, they turned into this kind of killing intent rolling around like gods and demons. It was really because they had endured hellish pain. However, although their strength has been restored, it has only been restored to the cultivation level at the very beginning when they weren't imprisoned. For so many years, even though they have a natural physique, they have been suppressed to the extent that they can't advance an inch at all. Even the strongest cultivation of the demon enchantress amongst them is now only an 8th order Xianshi realm, just a little bit higher than the 3 little groups of realms only. And under such a realm, to face the Xian Emperor's realm of the wooden old man, even letting the critical situation, letting himself take the children to go first, more than anything else, it showed that even though they had experienced thousands of pains and sufferings, they were still kind in their hearts. A good person should not have to suffer. This is Long Che's principle of being a human being. A bunch of mole crickets. Where do you want to escape to? Elder Wood's eyes looked at the group of people with contempt, and a humming laugh escaped from his nostrils. All behave yourself and go back. You, stay. He didn't even have the intention to make a move. Instead, he signaled for Enchanting and the others to return to the Xian'an Earth Cave, but pointed at Long Che, telling him to stay. Obviously in his eyes, Long Che was nothing more than a mole cricket, and if he dared to disobey, he would naturally not let go. You bad old man. I'm going to help my aunt beat you to death. At this time, Heavy Floor stepped out and waved his fist, actually charging at Mu Lao. In Mu Lao's eyes, the 3 small groups standing beside Long Che were even less in his eyes. But I didn't realize that the smallest little kid was going to do it to himself. This seat doesn't care if you're a child. Elder Wood's eyes changed, and a finger gently pressed down. As this finger was pressed down, a giant finger of Xianshi instantly coalesced and formed in the air, and then it crushed down on the heavy building. Heavy Floor. Enchanting hissed loudly in shock. Heavy Floor's speed was so fast that she didn't even have time to stop it, but just as she was about to rush out, she heard a clicking boom across the sky. The wooden old man's huge finger of Xianshi even directly exploded and opened. A deafening roar resounded across the mountain top. At the same time, a small figure printed a fist on top of the wooden old man's calf. On him, breaking or snapping, a sound of bones breaking rang out, and although the sound was not loud, it caused everyone to be shocked and directly petrified on the spot. That was a powerful existence at the Xian Emperor realm, yet his leg was blown off by a single punch from a milk ball? How is this possible? But that's the way it is. They saw it with their own eyes, and even if they don't believe it, it's a fact that can't be changed. What's more, after this punch went down, Elder Mu's entire body was similarly shocked, and the pain coming from his legs let him know that what was happening at this moment was real. This little kid that he hadn't given a damn about, he had blown his leg off. How is this possible? Enchanting and the others looked shocked, thinking for a moment that they were in a dream. As for those powerful people from the Xian'an Earth Cave, they were equally confused when they saw this. This was a supreme and powerful existence in their hearts. But what was this scene happening right now? Brother is awesome. Big sis, should daddy just moved his finger? Don't say it was me who said that. Oh. Zis's insight caused Long Che's eyes to frown. How could this kid realize he's doing it in the dark? This talent. It's beyond imagination. The blue is better than the blue. Humph. Old man. Are you convinced? Chon Lu saw the wooden old man's eyes were frightened. One leg was drooping, full of vegetables, holding the small bladder. His voice was childish, but full of the sense of majesty of a newborn calf. Little thing, I'll destroy you. Although Mu Lao's eyes were shocked, he simply didn't believe that this kind of small child could beat him. Moreover, between the strikes just now, he didn't notice anyone secretly assisting him, so he attributed his injuries to, well, carelessness. However, the truth was not what he thought it was. After he threw another punch, Heavy Floor actually threw another punch, this time, directly charging at the other leg. It was only in this instant that Elder Mu was truly terrified inside, because he realized that this little milk ball was simply too fast. Like a god, even though he was ready to protect his other leg, he once again heard the sound of his leg bone breaking. Chapter 117, The Great Evil Shura Gate. Du Qian. Boom sound. The wooden old man was caught off guard, actually fell to the ground in a mess. In this instant, everyone was dumbfounded. With 2 punches, a Xian Emperor realm powerhouse, this expert of the 8th prince's house, became disabled. My leg. Little bastard. You blasted off both of my seat's legs. This seat, I'll break you into pieces. The wooden old man had never encountered such a frightening thing. Although he was a Xian Emperor powerhouse, the trauma brought to him by these 2 punches of Changlo's going down was far more than just a broken leg. He was at this moment feeling the Xian energy in his body flowing against the flow, and his chi and blood colliding all over the place, and he couldn't help but spurt out blood from his mouth and nose. Go! Go! All of you! Kill them all! Leave no one behind! Although he didn't figure out the cultivation of Long Che as well as the 3 children, at this moment, Mu Lao had almost collapsed inside. However, in the face of Elder Mu's order, the group of people on the Xianyin Earth Cave side did not move at all, not daring to launch an attack at all. If he, as a Xian Emperor, couldn't do it, they could do it even less. Assholes! You guys charge! Destroy them for me, or I'll destroy you! Wood Old Man at this moment almost fell into a state of insanity. Looking at the crowd does not move, although is Xian Qi disorder, but a burst of chaotic kill. Xianyin Earth Cave many strong people directly by him on the spot to kill. Run away! Elder Wood has gone mad. He's going to kill us. Run for your lives. But how can we escape his grasp? Boom boom boom. Seeing the crowd fleeing in all directions, the wooden old man's heart was even more furious. An attack rushed in all directions, not treating this group of people as his own at all. A ball of light in his hands exploded, and all those people's bodies were actually bombed into a blood mist. This is the compulsion that Old Man Mu planted on them. Enchanting said in surprise as she looked at the shocking scene. If these people don't follow his orders, the compulsion in their bodies will be detonated. Lord Longshare, quickly protect the children. Cast body protection defense. Never let the parasites erode. Those offerers at his side seemed to know quite a bit about this tactic of Old Man Mu and immediately reminded. Long Che nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the surrounding air was directly blocked, and the group of them were in this small space, and they couldn't even feel a single fluctuation outside. Brother, your strength, so powerful now? Demon Enchantress was originally quite curious about Long Che's strength and had not been asking about it, but at this time, after seeing again that the blockade he casually laid possessed such a powerful defense, she could not help but ask. It's okay, more than enough to deal with this guy. Longshare spoke humbly. If Yao Yao were to know that nowadays, he was already a supreme god lord that even the immortal realm was afraid of. She was afraid that she wouldn't believe it. It's so good. He. Finally, Long Che saw Enchanting's first heartfelt smile since she came out of the Xianyin ground cave, and at this time outside, Elderwood was originally going to attack Long Che and the others while attacking the others as well, but when he saw that they were actually standing inside that small space, directly ignoring his attacks, the shock within him once again flipped up. This guy, who the hell is he? Who the hell is he? A huge doubt welled up within him. He secretly withdrew his means of attack, and in the next second, he directly rose up into the air, although his legs had been broken, but with the Xian Emperor realm's cultivation, this kind of injury wouldn't pose too much of a threat to him yet, and before he could figure out the other party's true origin and strength, he decided to save his life first, so he decisively chose to run away. It's just a shame. His figure had just flown into mid-air, when suddenly black clouds rolled in the space in front of him, and a terrifying evil aura suppressed down on his head, and in the black clouds, a group of people like gods and devils, even directly pressed the wooden old man smashed to the ground in a state of distress, mouth spraying blood, breath completely and utterly withered down. Who are those people? At this moment, Enchanting and the others' eyes were startled. They felt an unprecedented oppressive force from the crowd on the black cloud. These people were even stronger than Elder Mu. And since Elder Mu was already a powerful existence at the Xian Emperor realm, then all of these people were undoubtedly Xian Emperors. Such a large number of Xian Emperor powerhouses, 40 to 50 of them, was the first time they had seen them in their lives. And who the hell are they? Are they friend or foe? Why did they suddenly appear here in the Xianyin Earth Cave? Between the inner shock, a strong fear arose. These people, they were all existences they couldn't afford to mess with. At this moment, Long Che raised his eyes to look at the figure in the black clouds. Then he smiled slightly. This guy even came here? He had not expected at all that at such a moment, the great evil Shura sect master, the little boy he had helped, he would appear here. Not bad. That the first person is exactly what that Hun Tian Mud Jiao said before in the middle of the ocean. The great evil cultivator sect master. Du Qian. Arrest everyone. Du Qian gave the order before he even landed from mid-air. The words fell. Steeply a silhouette whistled down in all directions, capturing everyone in the Xianyin Earth Cave. All of them. Daddy, who are they? At this moment, not only were Enchanting and the others confused, the three little groups also looked at these suddenly descending powerhouses with puzzled faces. Ha ha, don't worry, they're one of their own. Long Che's bland words made the crowd even more confused. One of our own? Lord Longcheer, they don't look like good people with their evil auras rolling around their bodies. Doubts were raised among the worshippers. Longcheer, however, laughed. There are good people who practice evil. You can't generalize. The benefactor has a point. At this time, the person who was most shocked and frightened inside, besides the people of the Xianin Earth Cave, was the wooden old man. He was now unable to stand on his legs, and after being attacked again, the qi and blood surging within his body was even more uncontrollable. Even if he possessed the cultivation of the Xian Emperor realm, he completely dared not speak at this time. The cultivation of the visitor was above him. However, he still secretly released a sound transmission note out. 8th Prince, let's hope you're not in seclusion right now. The 8th Prince Qin Xiuhu had originally planned to close down before he came to this place, and if he had already closed down, then naturally, he would not be able to receive his transmission note, and without the 8th Prince's intervention, he was afraid that he would be in deep trouble today. Swish dash. When all the Xianin Earth Cave people on the scene were subdued and quieted down, that great evil cultivator sect master Du Qian, his gaze turned to Long Che, for eyes relative to each other. Long Che's eyes calm, but Du Qian suddenly hot tears. 8-foot man actually cried like a child. Big brother Longshare, he hurriedly originally, a hug Long Che, his body actually trembled a little. This, sure enough, it's one of our own, such a powerful guy, but he calls Lord Longshare big brother? You guys look, their robes are embroidered. Is it evil Shura? Chapter 118 I believe in my big brother. The crowd was shocked. How could they not expect that this group of people were actually people from the great evil cultivation sect? Even more so, he hadn't thought that this Shura sect master was actually the brother of Long Che, his benefactor. The nervousness inside was swept away, and then it all turned into excitement and exhilaration. At the very least, in the eyes of these attendants, they didn't have to fight for their lives today. Long Che looked at this little brother in front of him, his eyes similarly surging with a touch of excitement. Chien, it's been a long time. This little brother was trembling with tears and couldn't suppress the emotional outburst inside. Big brother Long Che, it's really you. My subordinates said that a powerful aura had entered this space. I really didn't expect that it was actually you. This is simply fantastic. We haven't seen each other for years. Du Qian raised his head, his eyes tearful. How could he still look like a sect master, growing capable, actually able to detect my aura? Du Qian said, isn't it because of a gong method given to me by my big brother back then? I practiced this gongfu and have been diligently practicing it, and finally practiced this gongfu into a keen capturing array, and it is with this array that I can detect your aura. The crowd then came to their senses. Long Che's breath has always been well controlled by him, and did not burst out too strong power fluctuations, each time he strikes just for a moment, and just a slight movement. This kind of small fluctuations can be sensed, enough to show the power of this gongfu Du Qian cultivated, and the crowd didn't expect that this technique was actually given to him by Long Che. The enchanting eyes became more agitated. This big brother of her own was not what he used to be, and she was naturally happy for him. Big brother, what to do with this guy? Du Qian asked. That wooden old man's whole body trembled like a sieve. His eyes were full of fear, but he still gritted his teeth and threatened. This seat is under the 8th prince. Do you want to rebel? He gritted his teeth. His hatred erupted, and he placed all his bets on the 8th prince being able to arrive in time on top of it. It's just a shame. The 8th prince did not arrive in time. I'll leave those of them to you. Long Che turned his head to look at Enchanting and the others at his side. He knew the hatred these people had inside them. Even if he wiped out all of this group of people, he still couldn't get rid of his heart's hatred. Many thanks, benefactor. A confessor directly stepped out, a strong killing intent emanating from his body. With a single blast of his fist, he directly exterminated a Xianin Earth Cave powerhouse, then walked toward another. When the others saw him in action, they also immediately stepped in, and soon killed the group of guys who had abused them for years. Throughout the entire process, Elder Wood was in extreme panic. He was now completely captured and unable to fight back. In front of Long Che as well as these experts from the great evil cultivation sect, he had to lower his head and collect all his pride. Yet he did not kneel down and beg for mercy. Demon Enchantress and the others put him last, letting him witness the miserable scene of those people in the Xianin Earth Cave being exterminated, to make his heart suffer a great shock before getting him killed. After so many years of hatred, I won't destroy you so easily. Can't let this old fellow die too painfully. We have to make him taste all the pain and make his life worse than death. Me first. Rumble. Enchanting's entire body breath rolled out, and a flame energy instantly erupted out, enveloping the wooden old man's body. The flames burned his body, and he couldn't withstand the power eroding him, soon erupting into a heartbreaking howl. Let you feel the fire and ice, and the intense poison that erupted from my naturally poisonous body. I'm in. Everyone. At one time, more than a dozen of the offerings with the special energy contained in their bodies, all greeted towards the wooden old man. This scene of revenge and hatred, Long Che did not let the three little groups of people see it with their own eyes, but instead led the three of them towards a small forest nearby. Although they lived in a cruel world, he didn't want his children to grow up seeing such human suffering. Elder Wood's wailing didn't last long. The special energies of those devotees were ravaging his body in the most deadly way, leaving his soul in a state of more than trembling, and in the end, his soul went out of his body, his flesh perished, and he was completely dried up by these people he had been oppressing for so many years. Phew, finally got this old bastard killed. The real mastermind behind this is the 8th prince. I don't know when we'll be able to exterminate him. Didn't Lord Longshare say for us to take revenge today? We can't entangle my big brother in this. The great prince is powerful and his 8th prince's mansion is filled with experts. We'll keep this revenge for now and wait until we're strong before we seek revenge on him. Hearing Enchanting say that, the others nodded their heads as well. Long Che was their benefactor. They couldn't be envious and drag Long Che into this storm. Looking at Long Che who walked out from the woods as well as the three little groups, the faces of the people were all grateful. Lord Longshare, thank you for giving us a chance for revenge. You not only saved our lives, but also gave us a chance to take revenge. We will never forget this great favor. And thanks to the adults of the great evil Shuragate. Thanks a lot. A group of people thanked them, their eyes shining with gratitude. To be able to escape from death in the Xianyin Earth Cave was already heaven's great fortune, but they did not expect to all of these guards to death right in front of the door of this Earth Cave, and the gratitude in everyone's hearts was from the bottom of their hearts. No need to say thank you. Let's go. The 8th prince is the one behind this. Let's go to the 8th prince's residence now. That was an understatement on his part, and it made the crowd freeze. Doesn't he know what he's talking about? That's the 8th prince's residence, a place guarded by countless experts in the imperial city. Just go? With their cultivation level at the Xian Master Realm, could they really take revenge? Even Enchanting's eyes became a bit incredulous. However, the great evil cultivator sect Master Du Qian, who was on the side, said with an atmospheric smile, since my big brother has said so, what are you guys still waiting for? Go! Saying that, he unexpectedly led a group of great evil cultivation sect powerhouses to follow Long Che's footsteps and leapt towards the sky. It's Enchantress. What do we do? All of the offerers looked at Enchantress. After all, Longcheer was her big brother, and when she said what to do, they followed. Enchanting eyes looked at the bland and self-contained Long Che. He felt that this big brother of his was not what it used to be, and had become an unreadable high person. I believe my brother. This was said rather firmly, and the complex color in his eyes became rock solid. Since Lord Longshare dares to go, why would we dare not? Go! Follow Lord Long Che to destroy the 8th prince today. The group of people no longer dwelled on it. A different emotion rose in their hearts, determined yet enraged, and they followed. Chapter 119. The reason why Long Che was so decisive in taking them to the Imperial City was because he had traced Mu Chen Yu sent to be in the Imperial City as well. That's exactly where he's going. He goes wherever his own woman goes. Although the distance was quite far, and with the cultivation level of Enchanting and the others, it was impossible to arrive in a short period of time. But under his means, a high mountain and river flew past the mountains, and when crossing over the countless cities and ponds, a huge and magnificent city appeared in front of his eyes. Tianxian Imperial City. The place Mu Qianyu had been looking for was the Weiyang Palace in the 8th Prince's mansion in the middle of this huge city. Only with her cultivation coming to this place where there were so many experts, her heart was quite scornful, and even though she had summoned up all her courage, she had not been able to enter the place that was 30 miles nearer to the Weiyang Palace. Inside a tall building, Mu Qianyu looked at the man in front of her and inquired with a frown. A spiritual treasure of this level can't even enter the Overlord's mansion with you? She had also expended effort in order to gain access to the enormous residence of the 8th Prince's mansion. This large hall that one is in today is precisely an auction house. The man in front of him was none other than the steward of the auction house. Just this elixir that Mu Qianyu took out. She thought that the grade was quite high and profound. After all, it was taken from inside Long Che's grocery store. It was something left behind by the immortals. However, I didn't expect that the steward of this auction house would ask for a lion's share of the money. Just a mere elixir and you want to enter the 8th Prince's mansion? I'll give you a number. The steward held out 3 fingers. Mu Qianyu's eyes changed. She couldn't even spare this one elixir. And the other party actually wanted 3. One must know that even she herself could not figure out the grade level of this elixir. This indicates an extremely high level of sophistication. But other than that, there was nothing else he could do for the time being. This auction house is an industry under the 8th Prince, and all the good things received will be handed over to the 8th Prince at the first time. It's a chance to get into the mansion. seeing Mu Qianyu's hesitation. This middle-aged steward feigned an expression of regret. Since the girl is unable to fulfill the conditions, then please also take this elixir back. Desire to escape. The grade of this elixir was naturally obvious to his eyes. It was higher than the level of all the pills he had ever seen. It shocked him as soon as he took it out. The reason for this is precisely insatiable greed. He also wanted to see clearly what the woman in front of him was all about. To be able to take out pills of that grade. 3 is 3. Mu Qianyu's silver teeth ground. If we could find the 7 celestial pagodas, then it would all be worth it. And for some reason, the words that Long Che had given him earlier popped into her head at this moment. We're a big family. We're not afraid to waste a little. It was because of those words that she was painfully determined. Otherwise she couldn't really afford to part with it. Seeing that she was actually able to take out 3 pills, the eye color of that person in charge also changed slightly. Being able to take out one had already caused his heart to turn over in shock. And he completely didn't expect her to actually be able to take out 3. He even regretted it a little, asking for less. However, since the other party had agreed, he had earned at least 3 super elixirs. Mu Qianyu took out 2 more pills from her nascent sac. The eyes of the steward became quite shocked. Looking at the glistening white light emanating from the pills, it brought a quite comfortable feeling, and the greed in the bottom of his eyes was also hooked up at this moment. Wait a moment, girl. I'll go and speak to the supervisor of our auction house. After he took away the 3 pills, he didn't look for anyone to discuss them, but put 2 of them into his pocket. The grade of this elixir was extremely high, something he had never seen in his life, and with his knowledgeable vision he could naturally see that if he possessed it alone, he thought that it wouldn't take long for his cultivation to advance even further, even if he broke away from the auction house and started his own sect. Of course, if he could get more benefits from this strange woman, he would naturally be happy to do so. So after hiding the 2 pills, he took one of them and walked into the supervisor's room. What? The auction house has come with such a large amount of money? When the supervisor saw the aura fluctuations emanating from this elixir, the entire person was in a rather shocked state. Not to mention that steward, even he, the supervisor, had never seen an elixir of such a high grade. The quality of immortal pills is no better, right? The supervisor shook up the streak. Instead, the steward's eyes suddenly changed and he attached himself to his ear and whispered, "This woman comes from an unusual place, but her cultivation isn't much higher. So, head, want to do a big shot?" At those words, that supervisor's face changed. The 4 eyes met, and directly from each other's eyes, they could see a touch of ferocity. For this person to be able to take out such a rare treasure, she must have an extraordinary origin. If we provoke the forces behind her, I'm afraid that we dash. The head doesn't need to worry. Behind us is the 8th prince. With his backing, we'll send him what we've gotten. Even if this woman is of extraordinary origin, so what? Good. Do it in the dark. Understood. The duo furtively conferred and then moved on. Of course, even if Mu Qianyu's cultivation was not as good as theirs, she had reached the Xian Emperor realm and possessed a strong fighting power, so they naturally did not allow a fierce battle to take place in this auction house. So drugging is the best option. When the subordinate came to the temple with tea, in a very hidden place in the corner by the window, a small loach was lying quietly in the air, and the air, like water, rolled up shallow ripples with its tiny breath. Damn you all for trying to harm my mistress. This little loach is also arranged by Long Che to come and protect Mu Qianyu. It doesn't matter if she makes this trip. Long Che has arranged for at least 5 divine beasts to follow. Please have tea. Girl, our supervisor will be here soon. The underling was unaware of it, and the little mud skipper let him go. But when Mu Qianyu was about to walk over and pick up the tea, a black smoke suddenly rose up in the tea. It's highly poisonous? Her beautiful eyes suddenly changed, and her mind became cautious. It looks like the people of this auction house have seen their fortune, but this means of poisoning is too low, isn't it? It was revealed so quickly. The mind panicked for a moment and quickly calmed down. Since the other party poisoned her, she would act as if she was poisoned. I have to say, Mu Qianyu is really too beautiful. Even if she is sitting on the chair pretending to be poisoned, she looks so elegant and dignified. Soon the steward and the auction house supervisor came over. Haha, it's really not that hard to come by. Girl, I'm sorry. Your nascent sacred ring belongs to me. Head, this woman isn't bad looking. The nag is yours. She's mine. Chapter 120, The Imperial City. The steward said that he was going to walk over to take down the nascent ring from Mu Qianyu's hand, but suddenly his movements slowed. Normal speed turned into slow motion. Very strange. And the supervisor behind him looked stunned. Duan Yi, what's wrong with you? I don't know either. What happened? Duan Yi's voice was also drawn out, and it was as if his entire body had entered a rather strange state where he was unable to control himself. Off. Supervisor Wang Tianhe slapped him in the face. Play any tricks on me. After he whips Duani out and rolls on the ground a few times, he turns his own face and is about to make a move on Mu Qianyu. The strange scene happened again. He found that his movements had also become very, very slow, stretching out his hand to a distance of but half a meter from Mu Qianyu, making him feel longer than 100 meters. What's going on here? He was confused. Duani in the back was also confused. He had already regained his movement by now, but just as he walked up to Wang Tianhe's side, he once again entered that slow-motion state. At this point, it wasn't just the two of them who were confused. Mu Qianyu was also confused. Her slightly narrowed beautiful eyes were filled with suspicion as she looked at the two men who were going to plot against her. Feeling rather incredulous. How did they get into this state? Shocked. But she didn't hold back a bit. Xian Qi infused into her palm. 2 palms went down and directly jerked the two to the ground. The powerful Xian Qi energy jerked the two almost not to death. Mu Qianyu really couldn't figure out what was going on with these two, and even thought that the two had been poisoned. What happened? We were actually beaten by her? When Mu Qianyu draws the duo out of the spatial range around Mu Qianyu, something strange happens again and their movements resume once again. I don't know. Duan Yi's eyes were alarmed. Wang Tianhe was even more confused, while when the two of them looked at Mu Qianyu again, their eyes quickly changed. Miss, we are really. Wang Tianhe wanted to explain something, but he wasn't sure if Mu Qianyu had already seen what they had poisoned, so he was quite hesitant to speak. But Mu Qianyu, facing such a treacherous person, her eyes have long been killing intent, coldly drinking. You two bastard things, how dare you plot against your aunt and poison me? The words came out of their mouths, and the duo outright panicked. No, miss, it's not us who poisoned her, it's all the underlings. The underling who served the tea he plotted against her, coveting her beauty. Saying that, Wang Tianhe couldn't even make it up himself. Buzz. Mu Qianyu couldn't help it. Her body Xian Qi erupted with a majestic aura that shook the air around her. As for the two people who had previously been bizarrely jerked over to the ground, they were also quite scornful inside at this time, and were hesitating to make a counterattack when their bodies couldn't control themselves and directly fell to their knees. I wasn't trying to kneel. What the hell is going on here? The moment they fell to their knees, the pair's eyes became even more terrified, and naturally, the doubts in his heart became completely clear at this moment. It was the woman in front of her, her own slow movements and now kneeling, which had only appeared because she had been controlled by this woman. Therefore, after learning of Mu Qianyu's methods, they finally lowered their heads. Spare your life, girl. It's our fault. We're willing to pay for it. Yeah. The pills you have are really of too high a grade. We can't help but see the wealth. It's only human nature. Please forgive me. Hearing the sophomoric words, Mu Qianyu was even less inclined to let them off the hook. You just had to insult this seat. If you are let off so easily, I'm afraid that more innocent people will have to meet your poisonous hands in the future. So, by sparing you, Auntie will apologize to the innocent people who may meet your poisonous hands in the future. Shoo! When Mu Qianyu's words fell, a Xian Qi rushed directly into the small abdomen of the two of them. With a plopping sound, the two of them had their dantian directly wasted, reduced from the Xian Emperor realm to a waste with no cultivation. My cultivation! It's so hateful, making our lives worse than death. I'll fight you. The two were unable to adapt after having their cultivation abolished for a while, and they actually tried to fight Mu Qianyu. Unfortunately, Mu Qianyu's slightly force, the two directly fell to the ground. Although not dead, can be after just 2 waste, can no longer do bad things? Mu Qianyu's eyes were indifferent. This kind of thing doesn't deserve to live, but heaven has the virtue of good life. After she abolished the cultivation of the two of them, she thought that they would not be able to live for long. In this world of the weak and the strong, without enough strength, they can't pretend to go on. After settling the two, Mu Qianyu's eyes looked outside the auction house. What happened here didn't attract other people's attention, but she didn't know something about this place, and if she wanted to enter the unseen palace, she still needed to utilize this relationship with the auction house. So she grabbed one of the guys from the auction house to make inquiries. This person is an underling of the auction house, called in by Mu Qianyu, and after seeing both of the stewards on the ground, he was directly scared silly and told everything he knew. After inquiring about exactly how she could blend into the 8th prince's residence, Mu Qianyu took action. This auction house was not small, and besides those two, there were several Xian Emperor realm powerhouses in attendance. This lineup really shocked Mu Qianyu. Above the eastern region, these were all great figures who had started their own sects. But here, the people who worked with the 8th prince were all at such a cultivation level, and they were only subordinates. This had to make her have a shock at how strong this 8th prince was while feeling emotional. At the same time, What was even more puzzling in her mind was how on earth did Long Che know that his 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was in the Weiyang Palace? There's really no way to explain it. The auction house would send some of the proceeds of the treasures to the 8th prince's mansion every other month's time. It so happened that in the evening, it was the time of the month to deliver the treasures, and Mu Qianyu followed the 3 Xian emperor experts, pretending to be the auction house's henchmen, and flew towards the 8th prince's mansion. Those 3 Xian emperor powerhouses naturally didn't recognize her, and the subordinate she threatened replaced herself in order to survive. Instead, it was Mu Qianyu herself who was nervous. She didn't know what kind of danger she was going to face next, nor did she know whether there was a 7-knuckle lingerie tower within the 8th prince mansion of the imperial city where the masters were as cloudy as they were. While her side was flying all the way to the 8th prince's mansion, Long Che also arrived at the imperial city without any panic, only, without a pass token. They were stopped in front of the tall and magnificent gates of the imperial city. From afar, the entire imperial city was shrouded within a huge seal that resembled an inverted giant sea bowl, emitting a brilliant luster under the sunlight. Worthy of being the imperial city of the Tianxian dynasty, this is quite a stroke. Behind Long Che, the eyes of Enchanting and the others were filled with shock. Such a magnificent imperial city was also the first time they had all seen it, and the momentum alone made them question this action. It wasn't so much a questioning of Long Che, but rather a lack of confidence in whether or not he would be able to avenge himself with this inferior cultivation. Seeing their state of mind at this moment, Long Che looked towards Enchantress and said with a smile, "Actually, this is nothing. Turn around and brother will take you to see a bigger world." Chapter 121, in front of the Weiyang Palace. Hearing Long Che say that, Enchanting nodded vigorously, then asked in a small voice, "Brother, what exactly is your cultivation level now? I'm a bit scared." It was not normal not to be afraid. After all, although she was born with a physique that others did not have, she had been imprisoned in the Xianyin Earth Cave, like a phoenix that had not yet had the chance to soar through the 9 heavens, and was quite unfamiliar with the imperial city, a place of splendor. Even if the strength that Long Che had shown before was shocking enough, her heart as well as the hearts of those other offerers would inevitably be nervous. While hearing Enchanting ask this, Long Che scratched his head and smiled. Brother's cultivation. Well, it's hard to say, but you can understand it this way. When you meet the strong, you are strong. I hope brother isn't kidding me. He. The enchantress smiled, but that smile did have that little bit of forced meaning. Auntie, my dad is great. Really. Chonglo's big eyes were full of determination, and he even clenched his small fists as he spoke. If you don't believe me, let my father catch that what's his name Wangbang for you. He. You're so cute, Chonglu, but that's not Master Wang Beiji, it's Master Beiji. Ha. The entirety of the imperial city is blocked off. How are we going to get in? Enchantress asked again. Long Che waved his hand. Let's go. Find a place where no one is around. If we're here, I'm afraid we'll scare them. He looked at the people coming and going on the avenue and laughed. Du Qian came over and said to Enchanting and the others, Big brother is right. If we perform any means, our people are just a bit too many, adding up to 40 to 50 people. Let's just listen to Big brother's arrangement. Good. We must listen to the words of our benefactor. Go, follow the benefactor. Saying that, the group of people dispersed in the crowd, then followed Long Che's footsteps towards a remote place on one side of the city wall. When the crowd all arrived, a white light appeared in front of them. Seeing this white light, there was a moment of consternation and exclamations of surprise from the crowd. Oh dear, if I'm not wrong, this must be teleportation formation. A teleportation array? This is the first time I've seen a teleportation array. It's amazing. Big brother, is this really a teleportation array? Looking at the crowd in doubt, Long Che nodded. It's just the simplest instantaneous transfer formation. Let's go. Saying that, he held the small hands of the 3 groups and stepped directly into that white light. The figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. This scene shocked everyone present. Sure enough, it's a teleportation array. My goodness, just what kind of person is Lord Longcheer? Sect Master Du Qian. Tell me, our benefactor, what exactly is his origin? Being able to meet Lord Longcheer is the luckiest thing in my life. The group of people were shocked by a magical thing like a teleportation array that only existed among the top forces of the Tianxian continent, while in Long Che's mouth, it was said that it was only the simplest of arrays. Obviously, he would perform an even more unthinkable grand formation. And when Du Qian heard someone asking, he also looked torn and shrugged his shoulders. In fact, to be honest, I don't know exactly what cultivation level Big Brother Long Che is at, and where he is settling down nowadays. Even a powerful existence like Sect Master Du Qian doesn't know? My goodness, it's hard to imagine. Our benefactor, a Gaijin. Let's go. Lord Longcheer has already entered the teleportation array. We should hurry up too. Aha! To be able to use a teleportation array handcrafted by Lord Longcheer for once, it's really the honor of 3 lifetimes. Go, 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 go. Buzz. A group of people have acted. At the moment of stepping into it, everyone felt the energy wrap from the formation with all their heart. It was a rather mysterious feeling. There was only white light in front of their eyes, and their ears were full of the sound of the wind, like a time and space tunnel. And there was a powerful force holding their bodies towards the other side of the formation to travel at a fast pace. And just as the crowd savored the subtleties of the teleportation array, suddenly the white light disappeared, and when it reappeared, they had already arrived within the Imperial City. That's it? The crowd all had an expression of intent. Just how long does it take to get from outside the wall to inside the wall? Longcheer asked with a smile. Are we going straight through the wall? So amazing. Simply awesome. Never seen it before. I'm fortunate enough to be able to take a trip in Lord Longcheer's teleportation array today. I have no regrets in death. Right. Die without regret. Hearing this from the crowd, Longcheer shook his head and smiled. It's just a teleportation array. What's the point? Do you guys feel it? The Xianqi in the entire Imperial City is so much denser than outside. Worthy of being the Imperial City, people of high status are treated differently. No wonder entering the Imperial City requires such strict screening. Ordinary people can't even get in. Let's go. Let's go to the 8th Prince's mansion. Will we be too conspicuous like this? After all, there are so many people. Why don't we split up? It's going to be dark soon. Why don't we find an inn and stay there first? Plan, and then move tomorrow? Boom! And just then, a sudden roar came from the front. Originally, within the walls of this Imperial City, a place where Tianxian's royal family was located, solemn and quiet, it was really a bit abnormal for such strong fluctuations to suddenly erupt. While the crowd was surprised at what was happening, suddenly on the avenue in front of them, crowds of people were flying, all running towards the front to see what was going on. It's over at the 8th Prince's mansion. What happened? There's been a fight. Go go go. Go check it out. Daring to make trouble here at the 8th Prince's mansion. I think someone doesn't want to live. It's rarely lively. Go go go. Looking at the darting stream of people on the avenue, Longcheer's group of people didn't hesitate. There were too many people, and a few dozen of them couldn't show it at all, so they followed and ran towards the front. Making noise so soon? Longcheer shook his head and laughed. He sensed that the aura of Mu Qianyu was in the direction of the 8th Prince's mansion, and this sudden outbreak of such a commotion should have been created by that little loach in order to protect Mu Qianyu. Sure enough, as his eyes looked ahead into the void, a giant dragon silhouette that only he himself could see was distantly kneeling down in the air in the direction he was in. He nodded, and the divine dragon went on about his business. Brother, there's so much commotion over there. Why don't you take your nephews and hide first? Enchantress followed behind Longcheer and said with some worry. Longcheer, however, laughed. Don't worry. If brother says it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry. This breezy attitude, this absolute confidence, made Enchantress shake her head and laugh bitterly, but still followed. Ahead was the residence of the 8th Prince Qin Xiaohu. Although it was only a mansion, it covered a rather huge area, and the Weiyang Palace that Mu Qianyu was going to was only one of the palaces in the mansion. At this moment, Mu Qianyu was looking at the scene in front of her with a heart full of shock. She managed to enter the 8th Prince's residence along with the auction house, only to be discovered when she was about to enter the Weiyang Palace. The entire Weiyang Palace is heavily fortified. Even if the senior members of the royal family want to go in, they need to go through the 8th Prince's consent. But just as those masters in the house went out to stop Mu Qianyu, all the people who blocked them were actually all attacked by an invisible force, and flew away directly. The loud noise just now was precisely the roar that erupted from this attack. Looking at this scene, Mu Qianyu didn't know for a moment whether to enter the Weiyang Palace or hurry to escape. And as the crowd arrived, the many experts within the mansion were also startled and swept to the front of the Weiyang Palace hall. Looking at so many experts coming, many of them with cultivations above her own, Mu Qianyu was at a loss for words like never before. Chapter 122, Control the Force. This is the Imperial City of Tianxian Dynasty, the 8th Prince's mansion. Although the Tianxian Imperial Dynasty was not considered a top imperial dynasty on the Tianxian continent, and was even much weaker than some of the powerful dynastic empires, it was a place where the strongest people were unrivaled in this red flame holy land. Even though there are many royal relatives and nobles in the Imperial City, the 8th Prince is also one of the quite famous ones, and the experts in his mansion are even more powerful and shocking. And at this moment, among the people gathered here, Experts in the realm of Xian Emperor keep appearing, and they even override the cultivation of Mu Qianyu's 6th order Xian Emperor. What shocked her the most was that a Xian sage had even appeared among them. Transcendence into sainthood. This was an invincible existence that even the Xian Emperor bowed to welcome. A powerful person that ordinary people could not even come into contact with in their entire lives. Faced with such a strong existence, Mu Qianyu simply didn't know what to do. Master, your old man doesn't know what I've encountered in this heavenly Xian continent's Middle-earth divine prefecture, right? If you were still around, how wonderful it would be, for the sake of a 7 orifices Linglong pagoda, and even just one layer of the pagoda body. Mu Qianyu feels like she's going to lay down her life today. Who are you? Dare to act recklessly in the 8th prince's residence. Report your name, and die as well. That Xian sage powerhouse didn't speak, and an 8th rank Xian emperor powerhouse next to him spoke. His breath suppresses everything, and Mu Qianyu feels a powerful air current radiating and suppressing in all directions as he speaks. The pressure was so great that she didn't know what to say even more. Turn in quickly. Seeing that Mu Qianyu didn't say anything, that 8th rank Xian emperor's eyes were cold, forcing her to look at her, with the intention of destroying her with a command. After all, the 8th prince Qin Shouhu had only just gone on a closed-door cultivation retreat, and could not afford to be half disturbed, and if they were really alarmed, all of them would be chastised. I've come to retrieve something that is rightfully mine. Mu Qianyu clenched her teeth. All her breath was converged into the dantian, not half a breath diffused out, and her forced composure was admired even by herself. The purpose of her doing so was to make the other side puzzled, so that the other side wouldn't dare to do it easily. This approach also did make the other side fearful. After all, the famous 8 princes of the house. That is not casually what people dare to break in, and a female generation dare to do so, and did not see her out of the hand before has defeated many experts. It seems that she certainly has 2 brushes. Therefore, after hearing Mu Qianyu's words, even that Xian Sage Realm powerhouse had some surprise in his eyes. Within my 8th prince's mansion, would there be anything for you, an outsider? That Xian Sage opened his mouth. This opening, the terrifying pressure made Mu Qianyu's heart jump. The other party was really too powerful. He did not have enough strength to resist. It was inevitable that his heart was weak. But before, she hadn't put up a fight, and those experts had been blown away, which had always made her think in her heart that the divine being guarding the heavenly demon sect must also be around, secretly protecting her. It was her greatest strength. Although I did not see it with my own eyes, there is inevitably some element of gambling in my heart. But since she had come, she couldn't return empty-handed. And today, no matter what, she had to take away the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda as much as possible. The thing I'm looking for is inside the unseen palace, and this scent is the scent of my treasure, so this seed is going to enter the unseen palace. And today, whoever dares to stand in the way will die. Boom! As Mu Qianyu's words fell, a strong aura exploded out from her body. At this moment, she firmly determined her mindset. No matter what, she had to break through. Rumble. And after her words fell, the Xian Sage powerhouse's eyes also became quite surprised. But at this time, he had already seen Long Che's cultivation level, the 6th rank Xian Emperor. Although it wasn't weak, in the Imperial City, this level of powerhouse was simply not enough to look at. So he instantly erupted an even stronger aura, enveloping Mu Qianyu as his raspy voice filled with threats. A mere 6th rank Xian Emperor. How dare you come to the 8th prince's residence to cause trouble? Capture her first so as not to disturb the 8th prince's cultivation. Go! As this Xian Sage powerhouse's words fell, all of the surrounding guards of the mansion immediately took action. Their cultivation levels were also quite powerful, and the head of the escort was even stronger than Mu Qianyu. At the 7th stage Xian Emperor realm, coupled with the fact that everyone else was also quite powerful and outnumbered, Mu Qianyu had no battle power to speak of in their eyes. Mu Qianyu, however, is not afraid of the danger and has a big battle. Shoo shoo shoo. Several guards flew directly in front of her, the hands of the spears sprinting stabbed. Mu Qianyu did not have the slightest procrastination. On the body of the Long Che gave her immortal clothes steeply by a force of Xian force. Xian light bright outbreaks. Actually will be the guards of the spears are all shattered and go. Simply by virtue of the defensive strength of the clothes, the extremely high-grade warrior spear was shattered. And this kind of strength did surprise the crowd. There's still 2 brushes. But that's no reason for you to come here and be arrogant. Continue to give me on. The Xian Sage powerhouse watched from the sidelines with his bladder clasped. Although Mu Qianyu's performance was surprising, in his eyes, it was just a child's ability to play house. However, after the next wave of a dozen or so guards all rushed past, Mu Qianyu tried to use her Xianli to urge the heavenly devil sword to fight against them. But she found that another force appeared out of thin air. And in the instant that the heavenly devil sword attacked, This force also rushed into this group of people at the same time, easily ripping apart their body defenses, and shattering their combat soldiers, and then with a dull roar, all the attacking guards all exploded into a mist of blood. The scene was unbelievable. Even the Xian powerhouse's eye color became quite shocked. What? It's... An old man looked at the Xian powerhouse, his eyes twitching. Lord Chu, this woman looks like she's hiding quite a few tricks. We must capture her quickly. We mustn't underestimate her. If she affects the 8th prince's cultivation, we can't afford it. That Xian Sage level Lord Chu glanced at him and blandly said, "It's not your turn to teach the seed how to do things." Yes. I know I'm wrong. Since you know you're wrong, then, you'll go up yourself. Yuan Chao is on now. This old man Yuan Chao, who called himself a villain, had a cultivation level at the 8th order Xian Emperor realm. This level of powerhouse was actually just an underling in the 8th prince's mansion, so it had to be said that this place was truly full of experts, something that could not be compared to the rest of the Tianqian dynasty. Dare to make trouble in my 8th prince's residence, you woman will surely die today. Eat my move. Swish. Yuan Chao's aura was majestic, while Mu Qianyu, who was in the midst of shock at the moment, couldn't care less. It must have been that divine being who secretly helped her. Just now she was able to continuously defeat those people with strong cultivation. Right now facing this kind of people whose cultivation was too much stronger than hers, she only hoped that that divine being would continue to help her. Boom! In the next second, the moment the two's attacks blasted together, a silhouette once again exploded on the spot, blood mist billowing out. And at this moment, Long Che, who was watching this scene, was rather speechless as he looked towards the divine dragon shadow. This guy's so mean. Can't you control the force? Chapter 123, Sister-in-law really is a beautiful woman. Of course, this divine dragon was innocent. It was so powerful that even if it was controlled a bit, it could easily exterminate an expert of the Xian Emperor's realm. Moreover, in this lower realm, it had been forbidden by Long Che to engage in all kinds of crazy behavior for a long time, and now that it had a rare chance to have a good time, it naturally wanted to enjoy itself to the fullest. However, it didn't matter if it gently struck out. Everyone present was dumbfounded. Inside the mansion, all the experts were completely petrified, their eyes full of disbelief. The people outside the wall who were attracted by the commotion here but were unable to enter the interior of the mansion. But at this time, they also saw the situation inside from mid-air, and each of them was shocked with their jaws dropping. I'm through. Absolutely. Who the hell is this woman? She dares to make trouble in the 8th prince's residence. Too strong. She said she's going to take what belongs to her. This is going to be a great show. The 8th prince happens to be in seclusion to impact the realm. I'm afraid she came prepared this time. A mere 6th rank Xian Emperor realm can directly blow up an 8th rank Xian Emperor powerhouse like Yuan Chao. Unbelievable. Simply unbelievable. A group of people were confused on the spot, and that Lord Chu's eyes finally lost the disdainful color they had before. However, the aura of the divine dragon striking out was something he couldn't detect at all. In his eyes, the reason why Mu Qianyu was able to burst out with such amazing battle power, it must be because of the unknown powerful magic treasure in her hand. That's the only explanation. Therefore, while being surprised, he suddenly developed a touch of covetousness towards Mu Qianyu. It would be nice to get some unexpected treasures from her. So, he's finally going to take the plunge. And just at this time, suddenly a figure walked out, even holding 3 little ones in his hands. It was Longshare. He suddenly walked right in front of Mu Qianyu, which surprised everyone. Enchanting Du Qian and his group of people's gazes were also filled with disbelief. I'm going. What is Big Brother up to? Is he going to help that woman? This is seeking death. There are many experts within the 8th prince's residence. I'm afraid that Big Brother's strength is unable to fight against them. A hero saves a beauty. Big Brother, the group said, and were even about to rush out when they heard the 3 little tits call out. Mother! Mother, we're coming to save you. Mother, it's too shameless for this group of bad guys to deal with you alone. Let's help you. Earlier, because the battle was too bloody, Long Che did not let the 3 clusters see the scene, and certainly not their mother. But he could not resist the small group of softly insisted on seeing the battle scene, so let them see their own mother. This see it does not matter. Originally also want to keep it secret, but after seeing these people bully their mother alone, cannot help it, yelling to go to help their mother to fight the bad guys. So Longshare walked out holding the children's little hands as well. Gulp! And seeing them appear, Mu Qianyu's eyes were shocked, and she swallowed her saliva in a deep voice. For a moment she didn't know what to say. This kind of dangerous place. This man really. How can he bring the waifs over to die? A fire rushed up to the sky, and she was angry to the point of speechlessness at Long Che's recklessness. You guys, what are you guys doing here? Mu Qianyu forced her heart to hold back her anger and squatted down to look at the three dumplings. The complexity of her heart was indescribable. We're coming to help Mother fight the bad guys. One. Mother, leave this place to us. We can do it. The three doughboys clenched their fists in a big way. And at this moment, seeing this scene, all those present in the 8th Prince's mansion were also a bit confused. At a time like this, you're dragging your family to their deaths? Oh, this is quite a hoot. What? Did your family all come to die? Lord Chu's voice was cold, and he didn't have the slightest intention of showing any mercy because they were small children. How did they get in? How could someone who was not from my 8th Prince's mansion break in? Go kill the guards at the entrance on the spot for this seat. Yes, Lord Chu. When Lord Chu's words fell, several guards flew out. Long Share, however, waved his hand. You're acting recklessly. We didn't just walk in through the door. Long Che shook his head, then looked at Mu Qianyu, his voice gentle. Mother, I haven't seen you for many days. I've missed you. Mu Qianyu was speechless. It's such a time. And you're still saying this? Long Che smiled. Alright, first settle them. This guy is a Xianseijia. Better leave it to me. Mu Qianyu, you hide far away. Take the kids and hide as far away as you can. The words came out almost through gritted teeth. If anything happened to the children, she would never forgive this brainless man in her life. However, the thoughtful woman also seemed to be quite puzzled as to how exactly Long Che appeared in the Middle Kingdom and how he entered the 8 Prince's mansion. And it was also him who told him that the 7-trick pagoda was inside the unseen palace. It seems like he's carrying more and more secrets. Mother, take a rest. Really? I'll do it. Trust your man. Long Che's words left the crowd rather speechless. Under this scene, he could still be so calm. Simply directly put Lord Chu, this Xian sage, did not put in his eyes it's so arrogant. But at this moment, when they heard his words, the eyes of enchanting Du Qian and the rest of their group all looked at Mu Qianyu. She's the sister-in-law? Sister-in-law is so beautiful. What a beauty. How did sister-in-law come here? And they're at each other's throats. What's going on here? Sister-in-law is really a beautiful face. Worthy of my brother. Enchantress muttered to herself. Compared to the others who were worried about the battle in front of them, it was a bit strange that her mind was actually focused on her sister-in-law's looks. What are you looking at me for? Looking at Du Qian, who was looking at herself and listening to her whisper. Enchantress raised her eyes and skimmed her lips. Du Qian smiled and didn't say anything, then looked at the group of great evil Shura sect disciples behind him. If my big brother fights in a while, we all go together. Even if we die, we must rush. Understand? Got it. Looking at the crowd without a single retreat, Du Qian nodded his head. Enchanting looked at this scene. Her beautiful eyes looked at Du Qian's handsome face, and she did not say anything, but secretly said inwardly, this guy's kind of handsome. But the moment the thought occurred to her, she frowned. Isn't it brother Longcheer she likes? How? It's no wonder that my brother's wife and kids are all warmed up. So if I pestered him again, I should be unintelligent, right? Enchantress pondered inwardly for a while before she was suddenly broken by a cold laugh. That Lord Chu laughed coldly. You are actually a family? Well, today, this seat will send your family down for a reunion. Boom! The aura of the Xian Sage realm instantly filled the entire mansion, and even as this power rushed out, it shrouded the unseen palace behind it in a seamless defense. Long Share, take the kid and go. Mu Qianyu gave the order. Instead, Long Share stretched out a finger to his mouth. Show my lady, listen. Chapter 124, Loud Guidelines for Heavenly Thunder. Looking at Long Che's appearance, Mu Qianyu was even more speechless. What time is it? This is the end of the line, and he's got the heart to make me listen. Listen to what? However, right at this moment, above the void, a rolling thunder suddenly resounded through the sky. A sudden burst of rolling thunder fell from the sky. Thundering and flashing like a torrential downpour was about to descend in an instant. What's going on? It's actually going to rain? That's right, it was just fine. Kaching dash. A thick lightning bolt descended from the sky, then impartially struck Lord Chu directly. As a wave of black smoke rose, the others were directly transformed into a piece of charcoal, collapsing to the ground and falling into a pile of ash. This scene happened too suddenly, so much so that the crowd at the scene didn't even react before this Lord Xian Sage hung up. Mu Qianyu's eyes blinked as she watched this scene. It was unbelievable. This most powerful person who has appeared in the 8th Prince's residence so far was actually killed by a lightning strike? Turning her face to see Long Che's calm and blandly handsome face, her eyes crinkled and her heart was 10,000 times more puzzled. Long Share, what's going on? Did you do this? Long Che waved his hand. That's not me. I'm not God. I don't have that ability. But since he's dead, it's a good thing for us. Let's go. Go over first and I'll introduce you to some friends. Long Che said. and even directly ignored the other experts in the 8th prince's mansion, pulled Mu Qianyu's hand, and led the 3 dumplings towards enchanting Du Qian and the others. The look is simply breathless. After all, although the other people in the mansion's cultivation is not as powerful as Lord Chu, but that is also a top expert. There are a few more powerful than the Mu Qianyu cultivation of the existence of 2 ninth order Xian Emperor. This is from the Xianshang is only half a step away. He even dared to ignore? But so what? The Xian sage has hung up. How dare they say anything? And to this day they don't know whether Lord Chu was killed by God or by that man. Probably the man's tactics, right? Why else would he let Mu Qianyu listen so calmly just now? It turned out that what he had made her listen to was that one thunderbolt. Thinking of this, all of them dared not make any movements, lest a heavenly thunderbolt landed on themselves. So, in this case, the atmosphere became quite interesting. A group of powerful men from the 8 Princes' mansion just watched Long Che take Mu Qianyu and introduce her to the people from the Great Evil Cultivation sect, introducing those feeders. What? The feeders? Those people from the Xianyin Earth Cave. They were all rescued as well? That man with the baby. What the hell is he? It's too dangerous. What will we do without Lord Chu? Now that the 8th prince is in seclusion to impact the 2nd great Xian saints, he categorically cannot be disturbed. I don't know if the thunder that just fell from the sky has disturbed the 8th prince. A group of experts were discussing over there, and over here, enchanting Du Qian and the others were even more so as their eyes became quite complex. Obviously, it's not appropriate to introduce acquaintances to each other under such occasions, but it couldn't hold Longcher's enthusiasm. This is your sister-in-law, my child's mother. Ha ha ha, he laughed painfully, as if it was quite a thrill to introduce such a beautiful woman to his friends, and Mu Qianyu could only accept it gladly at this point even if she had some inner resistance. Hello sister-in-law. He. Sister-in-law, you're so beautiful. Only a woman like sister-in-law, who is a woman of the world, can be worthy of a brother as good as me. Excellent. Mu Qianyu looked at Enchantress suspiciously. Enchanting, however, smiled cheekily. Isn't my brother very good? I can tell from my sister-in-law's eyes. It looks like my brother has been hiding it in front of you. Am I right, brother? The Enchantress turned into a little girl like she was years ago. Well, I'm a pretty good cook. Long Che laughed, then waved his hand at the crowd. Let's go, and help your sister-in-law to find that 7-vesseled Linglong Pagoda, which is within the great hall of the Weiyang Palace in front of her. His words were as certain as if he had personally put in that 7-vessel tower. Even Mu Qianyu doubted that he had actually been here. But looking at the fact that a group of them were actually all Long Che's people, the guarding experts in the mansion had to act. Even if the other side was scary, they had to stop them in their tracks. The 8th prince was practicing to impact his realm within the Weiyang Palace. If they were allowed to go in, they would be killed by the 8th prince even if they didn't die. Stand still. You can't enter. The leader of the group was a 9th stage Xian Emperor realm expert. His entire body was dressed in armor. He looked like a fierce general, and there was even a striking sword mark left behind from the battle on top of his armor. This is our Lord Bai of the 8th prince's mansion. If you have any requests, speak to our Lord Bai, but never enter the Weiyang Palace. On the side, another early stage 9th rank Xian Emperor powerhouse coldly shouted. Long Che raised his eyes and looked at him evilly, asking rhetorically, have you forgotten how your Lord Chu died? After saying that, he pointed to the sky. There were no clouds in the sky. Where was there any sign that it was going to rain? With such a question, the crowd was inwardly shocked, and a deep sense of fear arose. The meaning would be obvious, and they themselves could tell that the thunder that had just extinguished Lord Chu was man-made. Even if it wasn't this guy in front of him who made the move, then it must have been someone who secretly made a move to draw the lightning. Thinking about this, even Lord Bai's eyes changed color, and for a moment, he didn't know how to choose. Be honest if you don't want to die. Long Che's words were rather bland, but even so bland, they shocked the crowd into not daring to move. The main thing is that the heavenly thunder is too horrible, and the Xiansheng directly splits. How dare they seek death? No way. As long as I'm here, you will never be allowed to break in. Suddenly, one person in the crowd could not bear this intimidation. The 8th prince is his father. He is the son of Qin Xiaohu, Qin Shan. When his own old man was threatened, how could he, as a son, sit back and do nothing? He finally mustered up enough courage to stand out and straddle the front of the Weiyang Palace, to block the way of the crowd. Boo! Longshare snapped his fingers. With a soft thud fell another thunderclap. This thunder sent Qin Shan straight away as well, going more peacefully than Lord Chu. Gulp! The crowd of mansion experts all gulped furiously, their eyes so wide that they almost popped out of their sockets. A ringing finger to draw down a heavenly thunderbolt. At this moment, there was no one who didn't believe that Long Che was a supreme master. If the first time was a coincidence, what is this time? Who wants to stop the road again? Long Che raised his eyes and looked around, and wherever his eyes passed, everyone bowed their heads. That's right, we're just taking something. You don't have to put your lives on the line. It's not like we're indiscriminate killers. After Long Che finished speaking, he led a group of people whose cultivation was obviously weaker than the other party, and all of them entered the Weiyang Palace. Chapter 125, The Eight Princes. All the experts of the Eighth Prince's mansion looked at each other in disbelief, but none of them dared to move. Who dares to make a half-assed move here? That's a pure death wish. The entire huge mansion was filled with an unseen aura, and everyone's heart trembled with fear. As a member of the royal family that had always stood high above the others, how had they ever been so shocked? However, seeing that Long Che had brought everyone inside the Weiyang Palace, some of the Eighth Prince's cronies in the shadows finally waited for an opportunity to send a transmission note to the royal family. Nowadays, it was inevitable that the emperor of Tianxian dynasty would be alarmed by the matter. Entering inside the Weiyang Palace, Mu Qianyu immediately senses an increasingly intense aura emanating from above the light pattern given to her by Long Che. Sure enough, Mu Qianyu was secretly shocked inwardly, and her beautiful eyes couldn't help but look at this figure in front of her. This man, once again, he allowed himself to be plunged into that deep doubt. Of course, it's possible that this is also a coincidence, but why do coincidences keep happening to him? As soon as he appeared, a shock of thunder descended and struck Lord Chu, and as soon as he snapped his fingers, another shock of thunder struck the son of the Eighth Prince. All of the previous things, such as the heavenly demon sect statue being exactly like him and so on. Could it be that the divine being who guarded the heavenly demon sect has possessed him? Suddenly, this idea popped up in Mu Qianyu's head, and the idea popped up with quite a bit of excitement within her. It seemed that the cause and effect of things had really been found, and there was even an impulse to be convinced of this conjecture, and that conviction, in turn, stabilized her original nervousness and anxiety over entering the unseen palace. The gods and men protected her, so what did she have to fear? Enchanting and the others looked at the luxurious scene inside the Weiyang Palace with shocked eyes, and even characters at the level of the great evil cultivation sect's master such as Du Qian were shocked at the great formations that float here, and the bizarre and inexplicable talismanic runes. He, the great evil Shulamen, did not, worthy of being the place of the Tianxian dynasty's royal family. This Eighth Prince is also an arrogant and domineering person, and he has spared no effort in making his place of cultivation the best. If this can be moved into my great evil cultivation sect, don't dare to think, don't dare to think. On the side, Long Che heard Du Qian chanting so, and his eyes glanced at him. Want? That's not easy? Upon hearing this, Du Qian instantly became excited. There are doors. Big brother, please? You're welcome. Long Che smiled blandly, then waved his hand just like that. Crashing. Suddenly, the layers and layers of superb formations that enveloped the entire hall surged madly into his palm. With a buzzing sound, the great hall, which was originally isolated as if it had formed countless blockades, was actually emptied. What appeared in everyone's line of sight? In addition to the massive light condensed by the large formation in Long Che's palm, there was also a silhouette sitting in the center of the hall. His entire body was trembling because he was in the process of impacting the realm, and when he was suddenly exposed at this time, it became quite embarrassing. It's Lord Longshare. What kind of handiwork are you doing? The crowd was shocked and jaw-dropped. No one would have expected that he would have pumped such a high-grade super-large formation clean with his hands up. Long Che did not panic, and a small treasure bottle emerged from the light mass in his palm. With something like this, it's still more than enough to collect a formation. Seeing the treasure bottle, Mu Qianyu's astonished eyes calmed down. Just when she thought that Long Che had finally exposed his cultivation, she saw this precious bottle. In that cave at home, she had seen this kind of treasure bottle. She just didn't expect that Long Che could use it. Then he sighed, feeling that it was only through the power of the precious vase that he was able to do this. If he could really do this on his own without the help of any external power, how good would that be? Seeing the change in the color of Mu Qianyu's eyes, Long Che smiled bashfully before looking at Du Qian, whose mouth could be stuffed into a fist. Sent you, Du Qian hurriedly continued, stuttering with excitement as he spoke. Big brother, you are really my own big brother. Thank you, big brother, you're welcome. With that said, the gazes of the crowd all looked towards a silhouette seated in that central position. That man, is that the 8th Prince Qin Xiaohu? He was shaking like a sheep. This is the goods. He made us lose so many years of our precious youth and made us suffer so much. He is the one we must kill. After seeing Qin Xiaohu, the eyes of the group of providers changed and were filled with killing intent. If it wasn't for him, would they have been ravaged for so many years in that dark underground cave where they couldn't see the light of day? How could they have lived those miserable days where life was worse than death? How could they have been reduced to the present situation where their cultivation was so trashy with their naturally rare physique? He, Qin Xiaohu, is the culprit. Mu Qian you didn't know much about these worshippers, but she did know a little about them from Long Che's mouth, so after learning that they had a deep grudge against the 8th prince, she didn't rush up to them, but instead focused on the sensing of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. Mother, there's no need to look for it. The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda is on him. Long Che pointed at Qin Xiaohu and blandly said. Mu Qian you frowned, and sure enough, that aura was exactly what emanated from him. However, looking at Enchanting and the others with fierce eyes, more than 10 of them had the urge to swarm up and pounce on each other to tear each other apart, and she didn't say anything. Du Qian and the other group of great evil cultivation sect powerhouses didn't say anything either, but waited to see what Long Che was going to do. With the strength of Enchanting and the others, even though Qin Xiaohu was in a state of cultivation at this time, it was not something that they could deal with, so in the end, it was still necessary for Long Che to make a move, and at this moment, Qin Xiaohu, this 8th prince of the Tianxian imperial dynasty, after finally suppressing the anger within his heart, only then did he open a pair of eyes like those of a tiger and a leopard, and looked at the crowd. Who are you people? If you dare to disturb my king's cultivation, you will all die. As soon as it was uttered, it was ferocious and incomparable. Qin Xiaohu, do you know who we are? Enchantress let out a shout, her voice getting a little hysterical. Buzz. As she spoke, immediately above the bodies of the more than 10 offerers, a wave of energy emerged. These energies were the same special shanli that was usually offered to the 8th prince, to which Qin Xiaohu was not unfamiliar. Confessors? What are you guys doing out here? Qin Xiaohu instantly discerned their scent. The many scents he cultivated in his own body were provided by them, and as soon as they appeared, he sensed a familiar flavor, but he didn't expect it to be the confessors he imprisoned in the Xianin earth cave who had broken into his mansion. Purely with this group of worshippers, they were categorically incapable of breaking into this place. Moreover, the movement of the heavenly thunderbolt that had blasted down earlier had also startled him, and right now, the powerful means of instantly collecting all the formations within the unseen palace had appeared. All of these were not something that this group of worshippers were capable of doing. Therefore, Qin Xiaohu's eyes swept towards the others, and finally settled on Long Che, who had no breath fluctuation. Chapter 126, We're here to kill you. You did this? Qin Xiaohu was worthy of being a Xian sacred realm powerhouse and saw the substance at a glance. The others were far below him in cultivation and were unable to draw his attention. Only one person, Long Che, had no cultivation to speak of on his entire body. The more this happens, the more it shows that this person is profound. Hearing Qin Xiaohu questioning himself, Long Che shrugged blandly. Settle the hatred between yourselves. If my sister and these friends can't settle it, there's nothing wrong with me stepping in to help them, right? He said this rather blandly, not at all like he was facing an existence of honorable status such as the 8th prince of the Tianxian imperial dynasty. Qin Xiaohu laughed coldly. Humph, just with these dirtbags, how dare they be arrogant in front of this king? Where is Lord Chu? Boom. Qin Xiaohu was in a very unstable state at this time. In the critical moment of promotion so interrupted, the body of that overturning energy fluctuations, only he himself knows. Even if the group of people in front of him whose cultivation was far inferior to his, he was quite fearful in his heart. If this group of people swarmed over him, even if he could exterminate them all, the powerful backlash force due to the promotion of his cultivation would cause great damage to his foundation, and it would affect his cultivation for the rest of his life. So at this point, even if you pretend, you have to pretend to be powerful and imposing, and he must never fight by himself. Therefore, Lord Chu became the subordinate he wanted to see the most. It's just a pity that Lord Chu is no more. After this aura of his rushed through the Weiyang Palace, which had become vulnerable due to the loss of formation protection, the scene in front of him left him completely dumbfounded. The entire Weiyang Palace was rushed into ruins by this aura of his, and when he saw that outside of the palace, a group of experts from the mansion were all honestly standing in place, not stopping Long Che from going in at all. He was directly unable to comprehend it. Although he had heard the sound of thunder rolling down before, all of his thoughts were on cultivation, and he didn't even know what exactly was happening outside. And as he watched his subordinates each with scornful eyes, even filled with panic, he frowned. Where is Lord Chu? He once again exited to ask. The 8th prince, 8th king, Lord Chu, he's already been struck to death by lightning. The 8 kings, besides Lord Chu, there are. The subordinate shivered and couldn't speak fully for a while. Seeing the scornful look of his men, Qin Xiaohu knew that something very bad must have happened. And the fruits are not. The subordinate shivered. 8th prince, Prince Qin Shan, he was also killed by lightning. The second half of the sentence to the end, The voice is so low that only he can hear. But this kind of weak voice in the ears of Qin Xiaohu, but it is like a thunderbolt, directly into his head. Instantly his whole person confused, eyes full of rage. Even a hand grabbed the henchman, and even drink questions. Say it again for the king. Say it. Eighth king, Prince Qin Shan. He was also killed by lightning. This time, Qin Xiaohu heard it for real. He was instantly struck by lightning. His whole body trembled, and in the next second, he directly tore that subordinate apart. Who did it? Say, did you do it? The pain of losing his son made him not be able to care so much, and with Lord Chu gone, he was so enraged that he waved his arms frantically, instructing the other experts to attack Long Che and the others, visible before that ferocious invincible hand section of the many guard subordinates, but at this time trembling. Do not dare to move. They are not little cuties. If the 8th prince was not at a critical moment in his cultivation, he would definitely have superb battle power. But even if he was superb in battle and had successfully raised his cultivation level, it was only at the 2nd grade Xian Sage realm, that heavenly thunder before, but even Lord Chu had instantly destroyed it. Therefore, they didn't dare to move, and as long as the 8th prince didn't destroy them, they chose to keep their heads above water, and looking at these usually obeyed subordinates, at this time actually full of scorn and fear of standing in place, Qin Xiaohu once again dumbfounded. What's going on? Could it be that an invincible expert has really come to my mansion? He pondered inwardly, but this pondering mind instantly dissipated. Now that Qin Shan was dead, how could he, as the old man, not fight to avenge his son's death? Your son was killed by lightning. What do we care? And at this moment, Du Qian stood out, his eyes full of derision. From the moment Long Che easily pocketed all the formations of the Weiyang Palace, he was certain that Long Che was super powerful, and even this 8th prince was not his opponent. With this kind of conviction, he wasn't afraid of the 8th prince even though his cultivation was only a 9th order Xian Di. And who are you? Qin Xiaohu looked at Du Qian, his eyes as cold as ice. Great evil Shura sect master, Du Qian. Du Qian's voice was indifferent as he introduced himself. At those words, Qin Xiaohu's eyes changed slightly. Great evil cultivator sect? Humph, just a mere sect. How dare you come to my 8 king's residence to cause trouble? Du Qian, this king sees that you are tired of living. Someone come, take them all down for me. Instructing his subordinates had become a habit, and as soon as Qin Xiaohu opened his mouth, he realized that the crowd still hadn't moved. It was very embarrassing. 8th king, there is a reason for the injustice. We didn't come here this time to cause trouble for no reason. Long Che took a step forward. His voice blandly said, looking at Qin Xiaohu as if he was looking at a mole cricket. His words turned, we're here to kill you. When these words came out, everyone gasped backwards. These words were arrogant and domineering, and there was no one else in sight. This was not putting the 8 kings in his eyes at all. Asshole. With you? Qin Xiaohu was burning with rage, and without half a word of nonsense anymore, he directly blasted his fist at Long Che. When this punch went down, although it didn't have the aura of the Xian Sage realm, it was still enough to crush all Xian Emperor realms. Sunga, be careful. Seeing that a powerful being such as the 8th prince had attacked Long Che in such a murderous manner, Mu Qianyu was the first to rush out and directly stopped in front of Long Che. At this instant, Long Che's eyes changed. Sangho? This was the first time Mu Qianyu had ever called him her husband, and in front of so many people. It doesn't feel too good. Sagittarius, help you. Watching Mu Qianyu fly out to meet Qin Xiaohu, Long Che instantly rushes an immortal power into Mu Qianyu's body. Under this strange force, Mu Qianyu suddenly felt her body lighten up, and everything her eyes saw seemed to have become slowly flickering points of light, including Qin Xiaohu, a person who had become a bunch of points of light in her eyes, moving towards him in slow motion. What's going on? Mu Qianyu was shocked, but in the next second, the energy above those points of light rushed towards her, and in desperation, she stabbed out with her sword. The heavenly demon sword chanted like a dragon, cutting through the pile of light spots and piercing through the back. Pust! Everyone clearly saw that Mu Qianyu pierced the 8th prince's chest with her sword. When the Xian Qi dispersed, Mu Qianyu looked at the blood on the heavenly demon sword in her hand and was instantly petrified on the spot. Chapter 127. How could she not have imagined that her heavenly demon sword had pierced through the Xian Sage realm's 8th prince Qin Xiaohu? This is a Xian Sage, but that's the way it is, even if she can't believe it. It's a fact that can't be changed. What? This? How is this possible? Everyone was confused, and Qin Xiaohu's eyes were also filled with shock. A mere 6th rank Xian emperor. How dare you seriously injure this king? He fell to the ground. His aura shriveled, and he was able to stand even after being stabbed through the chest, relying solely on his powerful cultivation to support him. Still not dead? And looking at Qin Xiaohu still able to hold on, Long Che stopped Mu Qianyu and said, Mother, for the rest, leave it to enchanting and the others. Mu Qianyu froze and nodded, then froze again and looked at Long Che, always feeling that something was wrong. And at this moment, those subordinates in the mansion, one by one, were all dumbfounded. They completely did not expect that a woman in the realm of the 6th Order Xian Emperor would be able to instantly re-injure the 8th Prince. Even if his battle power was affected due to his cultivation, his strength was absolutely capable of crushing the Xian Emperor realm. But why was he not even able to defeat a 6th Order Xian Emperor? Had he really weakened to this point? And the truth is, Qin Xiuhu at this time not only suffered from the backlash of the obstacles encountered in promoting his cultivation, but also the anger that attacked his heart, resulting in a significant decline in his battle power. Now that he was stabbed through his chest by Mu Qianyu's sword, his battle power just took a sharp turn for the worse, and he wasn't even as good as Demon Enchantress and other donors anymore. Kill, Qin Xiaohu, the pain you inflicted on us, we'll return it to you altogether. Don't let him die a quick death. More than 10 confessors rushed out. The injuries in their bodies had long been healed by Long Che's elixir, and at this time, although their combat power was still not working, they desperately rushed up. It was a rare opportunity for revenge, and they had to take it. Rumble. The chaotic battle begins. The entire mansion, outside of which were the onlookers of the people, were looking inside from mid-air, and the more they looked, the more alarmed they became. Oh my god, you guys look! The 8th Prince is under siege. He's already injured. How is this possible? Who exactly are those people? It's unbelievable that they would dare to be so arrogant, even inside the 8th Prince's residence. I wonder what will happen when His Majesty finds out about this. It's strange that all those masters in the mansion didn't go to help and save their master. The crowd outside was talking. Inside the mansion, a group of mansion personnel were all trembling with fear, secretly watching the battle. They all have the same mindset, to live as long as they can. This time, they are dead if they make a move. And if they don't make a move, I'm afraid that in the end, they are also dead. Since we're all going to die, we might as well live a little longer. There were even people who had already begun to secretly escape from the 8th Prince's mansion, running for their lives. The rest is Long Che Mu Qianyu 3 small group, as well as the great evil Shura sect's crowd. They were all quite shocked in their hearts as well. Things were moving more and more in their favor. It was just that quite a few of the great evil cultivation sect's strongest eyes were somewhat vaguely worried. After all, even if the 8th Prince was exterminated today, the Tianxian Imperial clan would not be willing to stop, and the great evil cultivation sect, which was caught up in this stormy killing, would definitely be targeted at that time as well. With their strength, how could they fight against the Tianxian Imperial clan? In the line of sight, Qin Xiaohu was vividly invoking the attacks of more than 10 people, getting more and more chilled and terrified. Being able to hold on until now was entirely due to the Xian Sage realm's cultivation. Reaching the realm of transcendental sainthood was the only way to live on. Otherwise, being pierced through the chest, even if one was a Xian emperor, he would have finished long ago. Only, even so, he wasn't able to hold on for long. The energy of the backlash from his cultivation being cut off at the waist was getting stronger and stronger. The external and internal injuries had already caused him to become a powerhouse. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that the 10 or so confessors weren't in a hurry to exterminate him, he wouldn't have been able to support himself long ago. Boom! Qin Xiaohu's figure was suppressed by the crowd's joint efforts, and he fell heavily to the ground. Blood had already stained his robes red, and his entire person looked like a blood cultivator. A miserable sight to behold. I didn't expect it. This king didn't expect it. He smashed onto the ground in a sorry state, his eyes filled with horror, and an aura of death filled his heart and haunted him. He seemed to have seen the end of his life. Your Majesty, my revenge. Buzz. It was at this moment that he crushed a gold-colored transmission note. He's sending a message to the Emperor. Humph. The Emperor can't save him either. The night is long. So why don't you, kill it? It's too cheap to let him die just like that. But if we don't kill today, I'm afraid we won't have a chance if the Tianxian Imperial clan strikes. Kill it. The confessors ground their teeth, hatred in their eyes. Although they didn't want to just cheapen the 8th Prince, they could only settle him earlier to completely avenge their hatred, and first suck up the Xian power he got from us. Enchanting suggested. The crowd nodded, and instantly, more than 10 auras diffused out from their palms, rushing into Qin Xiaohu's body, pulling and devouring all the auras he had received from them over the years. At this moment, Qin Xiaohu's face showed great pain. He let out a hissing growl, but there was nothing he could do but eat his own. With the passage of time, the Xianqi energy in the body of the worshipper was maximized and filled, and the energy that Qin Xiaohu had absorbed from their bodies for so many years was also wiped out at this time, being sucked clean. When the many experts within the mansion saw Qin Xiaohu's final miserable appearance, it was even more shocking and chilling. Who could imagine that the 8th prince of the heavenly Xian imperial clan would end up being sucked into a human stem? There was no longer any semblance of breath in his entire body, and the fear in his eyes was chilling all over. Die! Boom! More than 10 people struck at the same time. A majestic Xianli directly blasted Qin Xiaohu's body into nothingness. Not even blood. All of his breath, essence and blood, all of them were devoured cleanly. Who dash? After all this last night, Enchantress let out a deep breath. Everyone else also had a complex look on their faces after their great revenge was avenged. There was no excitement, no surprise. There was all the pain and darkness of so many years swirling around in his mind, storming and whistling, and finally, as if blown away by a hurricane, becoming the darkest memory of that time. Father, are they done, Auntie? Listening to the silence around them, the 3 little clusters that were blocked from view by the seals asked out loud. All the bloody and lurid scenes. Long Che is not willing to let them see. After all, such a young age. Juvenile things or avoid contact with good. Well, your aunts are great and have gotten their revenge. Long Che waved his hand to disperse the blockade. The 3 groups of people widened their eyes, and Bai Ji asked suspiciously. Daddy, we watched a lonely Lonely? How can a child be lonely? I mean, look at the cockamamie. Chicken feathers? Po ha 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 ha. Long Che was joking with the children when suddenly his eyes changed. 100 miles away, a strong aura was frantically swept towards the 8th prince's mansion. The others didn't know, but he did. So he looked at Enchantress as well as Du Qian and the others. Come on, find a place to rest. A big hand. In an instant, the sky was dark. Chapter 128 Emperor Tian Xian. Darkness instantly enveloped everyone. No one knows what happened. But when the group of people looked at the world in front of them again, they realized that they had already arrived on top of a mountain. Soft winds, warm sunshine, the scent of green mountain grass, birds flying in the forest. This sudden change caught everyone off guard and froze them completely. Why are we here all of a sudden? Lord Longshare, is this your teleportation array? Someone from the disciples in the great evil Shura sect asked. Previously, when they entered the 8th prince's residence, it was also because of Long Che's teleportation array, so this time, they still thought of that reason. Only, this time, the teleportation array was just too unbelievable. Directly out of the 8th prince's residence, to the top of this unknown mountain. Long Che nodded. I didn't know that this formation could be so useful. It's not bad. That was an understatement, but it left the crowd in a daze. This kind of teleportation formation that no one else had ever seen was just okay in Long Che's eyes. However, this time Mu Qianyu was not so surprised. This must be the precious formation left by the immortal that Long Che brought over. However, with his cultivation to be able to catalyze this kind of big formation, it is really a bit of a level. Thinking of this, she was quite happy for Long Che. However, having escaped this time, she hadn't achieved her goal yet. Brother, we're here. What are we doing? Du Qian asked. Longshare smiled. Relax. Later we'll go hunting and get a barbecue to eat. Such a beautiful scenery. It's a pity not to have a picnic. Long Che looked at the surrounding scenery and lamented. And seeing Mu Qianyu's mind, Long Che laughed again. Of course, I'll have a surprise for my lady in a little while, and we'll all witness it together. Ha! These words caused Mu Qianyu to freeze. This guy, he just loves to make small talk. Sister-in-law is so happy. I'm so envious. Enchanting said, with an undisguised envy in her eyes. Don't listen to your big brother. What surprise can he have? Mu Qianyu laughed, then picked up her son and kissed him on the face. Big brother, what is this place? This mountain seems to be able to see the imperial city? Du Qian asked, and the gazes of the others all looked in the direction of the distant imperial city, their brows slowly furrowing. Ha! How strange. Isn't that the 8th prince's mansion over there? How come so many strong people have suddenly appeared? I'm afraid they're people sent by the emperor. It wasn't the emperor who sent the emperor. With a battle like that, it's the emperor himself. Although they were separated by a long distance, but from the top of the great mountain overlooking the 8th prince's mansion, all of them could see that Emperor Tian Xian had personally visited the 8th prince's mansion, and the fact that the emperor appeared right after they were teleported out made it even more unbelievable to the crowd. Eyes looked to Longshare in amazement. Big brother Long Che, are you aware that Emperor Tian Xian is coming? You have saved our lives once again. Those offerers have clasped their fists. Although the crowd of the great evil Shura sect didn't do anything drastic this time, but they also experienced different life encounters when they followed Long Che, and all of them were shocked by Long Che's tactics at this moment as well. He appeared to have known about Emperor Tian Xian's arrival in advance, and directly led them to instantly teleport out of the scene. Longshare, however, asked back as if he didn't know. That person is the emperor of the Tianxian dynasty? Saying that, he shook his head again and said, "It seems that it's not a good emperor either. The princes around him are like this and they don't care. It's really a scourge for the people." Sighing, he even suddenly asked rhetorically, "Why don't we switch him?" That got a bunch of people confused. "Big brother, this emperor, can it still be changed easily?" Du Qian also said jokingly, "If I could replace him, I would like to get an emperor. At least I can do something good for the people." But after the words of this joke were finished, he saw Long Che's eyes looking at him, presenting a look of questioning. "Xiao Qian, are you sure you can do it right? Big brother promised you this small request." "Ha, it's..." Du Qian froze. Although Long Che spoke as if he was also joking, the luster in the depths of those eyes was so undeniable. "Come on, let's go get some wild game to eat while we're at it." Long Che looked in the direction of the imperial city, and after finishing, he led a group of experts from the great evil cultivation sect into the mountain forest, and soon caught some mountain chickens and rabbits and whatnot, and there was even a small milquetoast tiger, ready to get a roasted milquetoast tiger. His cooking naturally captured everyone's stomach at once. When the aroma of barbecued food hit their noses, all of them were attracted to it and their haroms flowed. "Big brother, how did you do it with such fragrant ingredients? It's all in these condiments. Look at them. All this soy sauce, oil, salt, vinegar, whatever. You can't have one without the other. Big brother, can you teach me how to make barbecue? I want to learn too." "Okay, I'll watch. Put it on fire and in proportion." Over here, Longche's food had the crowd salivating. The 8th prince's mansion, with Emperor Tian Xian himself present, was still in chaos. What kind of person is so bold as to dare destroy the 8 kings within my imperial city? As the heavenly Xian emperor, his cultivation was world-defying, and compared to the 8 kings' first-grade Xian sage realm, his cultivation was even more powerful, having reached the unimaginable 3rd-grade Xian sage. This kind of strength crowned the entire Tian Xian dynasty, and even among the entire Red Flame Sacred Emperor's 33 great imperial dynasties, was a countable existence. However, at this moment, a strong doubt surfaced in the depths of this emperor's eyes. This was because even when he had opened his 3rd-grade Xian Sage realm's strength to probe, he still hadn't been able to find out the person who had annihilated Qin Xiaohu. This caused him to question the identity of the visitor immensely while his dragon's face was furious. "Your Majesty, the entire imperial city has been searched. Still no luck. Your Majesty, 100 miles beyond the imperial city. Still nothing. Keep looking. Dig 3 feet into the ground for me and find them." Qin Xiaoyang will never allow the occurrence of killing people under his nose and still be able to slip away. This is a provocation to the dragon's might. It was a pity that after Long Che had eaten up all the roasted milk tigers and the group had eaten their stomachs, Qin Xiaoyang still hadn't been able to discover any semblance of their scent. Even though the group of powerhouses in the 8th prince's mansion had all personally experienced this incident and knew the scent of Long Che and the others, they still found nothing. With no other choice, Qin Xiaoyang walked into the depths of the collapsed ruins of the Weiyan Palace. Only, when he came here, he found that the place where Qin Xiaohu had secretly transmitted his voice to him about where that heavy treasure was located had also collapsed, and that treasure had long since disappeared. What? The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. It's gone? Emperor Tian Xian's eyes were wide with anger. Even if the 8th prince had been killed, he had never been so enraged. Boom! Vast killing intent pervades his body. But he could not learn half of the breath of the other side. Under all the helplessness, he finally gently stroked the hand of the dragon ring. "Toad old immortal, I have no choice but to ask you to come on today." Chapter 129 Immortal Soul. Ka Chao. Suddenly, a shocking thunderous explosion came from beyond the 9th heaven. The entire imperial city in a radius of 1,000 miles heard the voice, thundering and roaring. The thunder continued for a while before it disappeared in the shocked eyes of countless people, and at this time on top of the mountain, Du Qian Enchanting and the others were in the middle of a subtle feeling. After finishing Long Che's barbecue, a very strange scene happened. Almost everyone's cultivation level had coincidentally advanced by 1 level, and some had even directly advanced by 2 segments. This was something that was completely unthinkable before. It was as if they had been accumulating this promotion for a long time, building up their strength, and once they were promoted, it only took a few breaths. Therefore, this kind of cultivation promotion is also completely different from Qin Xiaohu's kind of promotion. Even if the 9 heavenly thunders are roaring, they have not been able to cause any half effect on them. The crowd was invigorated, and after a burst of excited discussion, they again focused on the rolling thunder in the 9th sky, but they were unable to see a reason for it. Only Long Che gently touched the chick let in by Ji's coat pocket. In the next second, the great heavenly flame phoenix directly flew out and disappeared into the endless void. What the hell just happened? Why was that thunder so strange? Mu Qianyu at this time walked towards Long Che and asked. Long Che saw her ask herself this. Obviously, his own performance during this period of time has made Mu Qianyu develop an inexplicable dependence on him, such as eating, for example, and he knows to ask him when he encounters a problem. This is something that, in the past, would have been completely impossible. After all this time, he himself had only been the most trashy mountain guard handyman yet. Ha ha, it's fine. It's just thunder in the ninth heaven. Ma'am, I know there's a question in your mind right now, isn't there? Mu Qianyu was seen through as if, but also laughed. It doesn't matter. If that scent is gone, it's gone. I'll keep looking and never give up. Mu Qianyu knew what Long Che was talking about, but Long Che laughed. It won't go away. But in the presence of so many brothers and sisters, you have to honor your promise. Yo, Long Che suddenly said. These words caused Mu Qianyu to frown. What? Ha ha ha, you'll find out soon enough. What they said on their side was also heard by the crowd. After a group of people ate and drank, they were happy to know more about Long Che, and Enchanting even laughed. Brother, don't sell yourself short, right sister-in-law? Mu Qianyu and Enchantress looked at each other and smiled, and in their hearts, they seemed to have guessed something, and sure enough, Long Che directly pulled out a pagoda from his inner ring. Only, this pagoda's had a total of 7 layers. The other 6 layers were all shadows, and only the middle layer was solid. The moment the 7 orifices Linglong pagoda appeared in Long Che's hand, Mu Qianyu's eyes suddenly changed color. This is the 7 orifices Linglong pagoda? This is my little tower? She even spoke with a little tremor. For years she had searched for the tower but found nothing, and this action, not far away from thousands of miles across the ocean to the Middle Kingdom, through layers of hardship and obstacles, and finally just when she thought it was another failed action, this tower even appeared in front of this man's hands. Long Che, how did you get it? Mu Qianyu asked, filled with doubt. Long Che waved his hand and laughed. Inside the unseen palace, the formation was collected at the same time. Mu Qianyu's eyes welled up, and she even had a bit of an urge to cry. No one could understand her obsession with this task entrusted to her by her master. No one could understand the pain she had encountered over the years in order to guard the 7 orifices Linglong pagoda, as well as the torment she had endured from losing it. And it's all over because of the man in front of me. Mu Qianyu suddenly remembered Long Che's words. It was also the promise he had made to him in the first place. If Long Che could help him find the 7 tricks Linglong pagoda, then she would agree to any of his conditions. Long Che laughed and asked, this tower, is it the one that the lady is looking for? Mu Qianyu nodded her head, and her beautiful eyes looked at the 7 orifices Linglong tower. Then a stream of Xianli rushed into it, and only after feeling that the breath in it was still solid, did she let go of her heart. Long Che, thank you, I promise you any condition, on my word. Mu Qianyu's words were uttered and the crowd burst into an uproar. Ha ha ha, you two are still like that, ha? So envious of the phrase any condition. I advise you not to think much about it. You don't even have a wife. Ha ha ha, big brother, seize the opportunity. The group of people joked and laughed, but Long Che waved his hand and then said, actually, my condition is very simple. In this life, we must never leave each other. Is it feasible? One sentence uttered. Mu Qianyu's heart turned over and her nose soured. Even she didn't know why she was suddenly in this mood. Probably because for so many years, she had endured too many unknown sufferings by herself. Even as a big person like the Heavenly Devil Sect Patriarch, she also had a very soft place inside. And Long Che's appearance made the softness in her heart finally have a short on. Okay, I promise. For the first time, Mu Qianyu gazed deeply into those eyes of Long Che, then jumped into his arms like a little woman. At this moment, he was no longer the mountain guard handyman of the Heavenly Demon Sect, nor was he the strange man she had always been unable to see through, but he was her man, the father of her child. Yeah, hey. At this time, the 3 little groups of people who saw the scene also applauded along with them, and the whole mountain was immersed in this beauty, while Long Che took Mu Qianyu into his arms and exhaled deeply. This feeling, indeed, is not bad, and life would be too beautiful if it could be like this all the time. The crowd spent the rest of the day eating another barbecue on the hill. Even though he was enamored with Long Che's cooking, he had to leave, especially the feeders. Lord Long Che, we have the transmission note you gave us in our hands. We will surely be reunited one day, after not going back for so many years, and having been imprisoned in the Xianyin Earth Cave. I don't know what changes have happened at home after we went back this time, but we will definitely follow Lord Long Che's teachings, and will always practice hard and will never fail your expectations. Thanksgiving. I can't repay you for saving my life. Lord Long Che, take care. Aside from Enchanting, those other providers knelt down and kowtowed, then left. Long Che's eyes looked towards Enchanting. Brother, I'm going back too. Enchanting's words were rejected by Long Che with a shake of his head. The home in Qingfeng town. It's gone. I came over there. In the future, sister, if you don't mind. Live in the Imperial City. When he finished speaking, he raised his eyes to the ninth heaven. The commotion within the Imperial City had not stopped, and Emperor Tianxian had no intention of stopping. He even communicated with the lower immortal realm plane and even drew down an immortal soul. Since this was the case, then this Emperor Tianxian had no value of existence in Long Che's eyes. He looked to Du Sham. Let's go. Back to the Imperial City. Du Qian frowned and didn't say anything, but inwardly he turned over. Previously, Long Che had said that he would make him the Emperor of Tianxian. Could it be that this was not a joke? Chapter 130 Toad Demon Immortal. Mu Qianyu looked at the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda in her hand, then raised her eyes and asked Long Che, do we have to go back? She really didn't understand a little bit. It was so hard to get the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda in her hands. If she went back again, wouldn't she be in a dangerous situation again? Long Che, however, smiled faintly. Well, find my brother a place to stay, and then we'll go back to drumming up the 7-trick pagoda. When these words came out, Mu Qianyu once again stared. Although the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was unharmed under her probing, the power of that seal within it had already loosened. When Long Share said that, he seemed to see something. Du Qian said, Big brother, my great evil cultivation sect is also quite good. Why don't you go and sit down? That Thai place of yours? It's long overdue for a change. Let's go. As he said that, a halo of light flashed in his hand, which was actually a blanket that flew to the feet of the crowd and directly lifted them up. Ha! Is this a magic carpet? The little group got surprised and excited. It's so much fun. Daddy, how many more fun things do you have? Hey, Daddy's got a lot of fun stuff. You'll all find out later. A blanket that directly lifted dozens of people to fly towards the Imperial City again. On top of the flying carpet, all the eyes of the great evil cultivation sect changed. Their hearts were complicated. They really had too much disbelief towards Long Che. However, this time, although they did not contribute, they also raised their cultivation level with the help of Long Che. Some of them directly crossed 2 realms in a row. They had never dreamt of such a good thing. Although his heart was pounding to go face Emperor Tianxian, at this moment, no one had the intention of retreating. And Long Che once again led the crowd back within the Imperial City without anyone noticing. He had all of the people's auras, and even if Emperor Tianxian of the Xian Sage realm were to probe, he wouldn't be able to detect a single aura. They were safe as long as they didn't show their faces, as long as they weren't recognized by those experts from the 8 Princes Mansion. Of course, it was normal for a group of people to have this kind of worry. After all, they were facing the most powerful emperor of the entire Tianxian dynasty. Only, in this regard, Long Che was not at all concerned. The reason why he shrouded the crowd's aura was also because he wanted to make them less nervous. Long Share, what are we doing back here? Mu Qianyu inquired again. At this moment, after she obtained the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, she had no other thoughts, and her only thought was to protect her man and her child, even if she didn't know what exactly her man was trying to do with this approach. Descending to the heights of a building in the Imperial City, he looked inside the 8th Prince's mansion. At this moment, a large group of Imperial experts surrounded the Emperor. Everyone's aura was quite strong, and the cultivation level of each of those great inner experts was no less than the 9th rank Xian Emperor realm. There were even a number of Xian Sage realm powerhouses among them, and this strength was enough to sit on the entire Imperial dynasty. Buzz. A buzzing sound emanated from Qin Xiaoyang's body. This buzzing seemed to connect heaven and earth. Previously, the sound of shocking thunder outside the clouds of the 9th heaven was the commotion created by his secret technique. At this moment, the shocking thunder dispersed, but his whole body was still in a trembling state, looking rather strange. Even those surrounding great inner experts were quite surprised inwardly when they saw their emperor in this state. Lord He, His Majesty He. Beside him, a great inner expert inquired. And in addition to the emperor at the scene, the one with the highest official title was Lord He. His strength was in the middle of the first grade Xian Sage realm, and he had some understanding of the emperor's practices. Seeing that a group of subordinates had nervous eyes, but he did not explain. Do what you have to do. Yes. Almost no one knew what Qin Xiaoyang was doing at this moment, and with a frantic shuddering of his body, suddenly a cloud of smoke appeared in the air. In that smoke, a huge toad silhouette presented itself. Countless people in the surroundings looked over, all seeing the large toad, their jaws dropping in shock at the scene. Geez, what is that thing? Where did it come from? Toad? What's the emperor doing? The emperor is summoning a toad? What is this toad? Why is it covered in golden light? A golden toad? Countless people were shocked, and even the great inner experts looked at this scene with their jaws agape, wondering why their emperor would do such a thing. summoning a toad. And when this toad's silhouette was presented, the entire sky above the imperial city was filled with the aura of this toad silhouette, a terrifying hostile aura spreading out, suppressing countless people who could barely lift their heads, and the next moment made the scene even more unbelievable. Tianxian Emperor Qin Shaoyang, surprisingly, directly knelt down on the ground to prostrate himself to that toad silhouette. As the king of a country, he actually knelt down to worship a toad, and it was still just a toad vista. At this moment, countless people dropped their glasses, feeling a strong sense of incredulity while being shocked inwardly. The emperor actually kneeled? Kneeling to a toad? Is this still our emperor? How could he do such a thing? This toad is not simple. It should be a super demon. This aura is too powerful. Even just an aftershock can easily exterminate us. Run away. Run for your life before the scene gets messy. Some have even secretly started to stay away. However, most people wanted to see what their emperor was up to. Could it be that, by summoning a toad, he would be able to find the culprit who had destroyed the 8 princes? And at this moment, Long Che and the others' eyes all changed after seeing that toad. Big brother, what is the emperor doing? Du Qian's eyes were cold, but when he looked at the toad, he couldn't help but feel an urge to swallow it inside, summoning an immortal spirit to come up. Only, this toad's strength isn't very good. It can only make a remnant soul descend from the lower immortal realm. The main body can't even come. Long Cher said, even shaking his head. In his eyes, the toad's main body was trash, let alone a mere remnant soul. Supreme Immortal, please help me with this. Find the divine pagoda. Qin Shaoyang opened his mouth, and after kneeling down to worship the remnants of the golden toad's shadow, one of the toad's eyes opened, emitting a fierce light. The divine pagoda is gone? You're doing fine as an emperor. You can even lose it. The golden toad's voice was full of destitution and anger, as if it was quite displeased with the loss of that 7 orifices Linglong Tower. Immortal, help me. After Qin Shaoyang bowed again and knelt on the ground, the remnants of that golden giant toad silhouette directly drilled into his body and then disappeared. When Qin Shaoyang raised his head from the ground, that pair of eyes actually exuded golden eye light, sweeping the 4 directions. That golden light was actually like a metaphysical blade, sweeping some people with inferior cultivation directly into 2. Run! The emperor is possessed by a demon fairy. It's too brutal. The great inner experts were all swept to death by his gaze. Swish, swish, swish. The scene was instantly chaotic. Chapter 131, Fire Tactile Holy Lord. Qin Shaoyang had already been possessed by the toad demon immortal, and did not treat people as human beings at all. Even those members of the royal family were no longer recognizable, and wherever his golden eyes passed, they only looked for Long Che's whereabouts. It was a pity that all the people who were exterminated by golden eyes were innocents, and in the end, they did not find Long Che's scent. Big brother, what should we do? We'd better hurry and escape. Du Qian's eyes color is quite a bit of panic. This kind of demon fairy possession thing is too weird. At this moment the emperor of Tianxian is no longer the emperor, but a murderous demon. He was looking for me, Long Che said blandly, looking at a group of innocent people who had been exterminated. Let's go. We can't let him kill innocents indiscriminately. I'd like to see what other plots he has behind him. This Emperor Tianxian was actually able to summon a demon immortal to possess his body, and this toad demon immortal was quite angry about the loss of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, which inevitably caused Long Che to have a touch of doubt. There must be some secret hidden behind this. Of course, the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was only one layer, and what was sealed within it, the 7 deadly blood souls, had also been explored by Long Che. This could not help but remind him of where the other towers were located, as well as about the conspiracy behind the 7 orifices Linglong Tower. So, this matter must be resolved. Long Cher, I'll go. And seeing that Long Che was going to head to that chaotic 8th prince's mansion, Mu Qianyu stopped in front of him, her eyes full of concern. It doesn't matter. This kind of demon immortal can't do anything to me yet. Ma'am, you've forgotten that I have a lot of treasures on me, Long Che said confidently, without any hint of fear at all. Mu Qianyu saw this, but she didn't say anything. Wherever he went, she followed. Brother, I'll protect the children. Enchanting pulled the small hands of the 3 groups. Du Qian and the others' eyes were nervous, but they didn't flinch. Long Che nodded his head, and then he took a step out, and in the next second, he came to the scene and appeared in everyone's sight. I'll go. That guy, isn't that the guy? It's him. That's them. The 8th prince was screwed to death by them. Good guys. They actually dared to show up. It does have some guts too. There's a good show this time. Chaos, chaos, chaos. The imperial city is in chaos. When Long Che appeared, that stormy Qin Shaoyang finally stopped releasing light everywhere to kill people. That golden eyes looked at Long Che, but a touch of doubt surfaced. You're the one who destroyed the 8th prince? Qin Xiaoyan's voice was no longer his, but the voice of that toad demon immortal. The 7-trick pagoda. Where is it? What he was most concerned about was not Qin Xiaohu's death, but the whereabouts of the 7 orifices Linglong pagoda. Is that your stuff? Long Che stood blandly and asked rhetorically. Asshole. That's the seat's stuff. Hand it over quickly, or you will be left begging for your life. Qin Xiaoyang burst into a roar, his voice filled with supreme majesty and tyrannical intent. The sound waves spread in all directions, filled with destructive power. The entire 8th prince's mansion had been completely and utterly turned into a ruin. Rumble. With Qin Xiaoyang's roar, bursts of amazing energy rushed in all directions, and the energy of this demon immortal entered his body, causing his cultivation to climb upward, even reaching the strong cultivation of the 5th grade Xianshang realm in one fell swoop. This kind of cultivation, not to mention the emperor, even on the entire Red Flame Holy Land, it was a super strong existence. Everyone's jaws dropped, trembling in fear, in front of Qin Xiaoyang, who was now possessed by a demon immortal. They completely became ants, lying on the ground and trembling, not daring to move at all. Long Share, what do we do? Mu Qian Yu tensed up, inwardly feeling that this time was really too reckless. The other party wanted the 7-trick pagoda. They really shouldn't have come back. Don't worry, Sunga is here. Don't be afraid. Long Che gently shook Mu Qian Yu's hand, and a wave of Xian power drilled into her body. Actually, her tension involuntarily settled down. Is help coming? Long Che's eyes suddenly looked to the side of the void, where a burst of flames like a fire cloud rolled in, burning half of the sky red, so fast that so many people did not react. This sky above their heads became a sea of fire. Oh my god, what's going on here? How did the sky become a sea of fire? What a strong aura. Is this an expert descending again? Countless people were once again shocked. Everyone raised their eyes to the sky. Even Qin Xiaoyang's eyes were filled with surprise. Those golden eyes looked towards the sea of fire and actually appeared to be scornful. The sea of fire swept in with an overwhelming sound, and within it, figures descended down. A powerful aura spreading out from this group of people, shaking everyone. Who are they? Could it be? It's someone from the Red Flame Holy Land? The battle here has alarmed the Red Flame Holy Land? Too terrifying. The powerhouses of the Red Flame Holy Land. That's a supreme existence that commands the 33 imperial dynasties. How is it that these experts have appeared in the Tianqian imperial dynasty? The people murmured in secret, and all the body defenses on their bodies were turned on, fearing that if they didn't pay attention, a fire falling from the sky would extinguish them. And after Emperor Qin Xiaoyang of Tianqian saw this group of people among them, his 2 eyes turned 2 shades of color, while one eye was filled with scorn, the other remained a golden, violent color. He wanted to kneel down because he knew that the one who came was an invincible existence from the Red Flame Holy Land. The other force was the Toad Demon Immortal. As a demon immortal of the lower immortal realm plane, he could not kneel down to someone from the mortal realm. Of course, the power of the Toad Demon Immortal was simply not something that Qin Xiaoyang was able to resist. Immediately his eyes took on a golden color here as he looked towards the group of people descending down and coldly drank. Who are you people? Do you and the others want to meddle in the affairs of my Tianqian imperial city? And at this time, the group of people who descended down, led by one of the silhouettes wearing a fiery python robe, did not immediately focus their attention on the Toad Demon Immortal, but instead looked around. But after seeing that there was only Long Che's group at the scene, they shook their heads. How could that person with a child, a woman, and a group of people whose cultivation was not very strong be the one they came here to protect? Moreover, at this time, the great heavenly flame Phoenix Lord had already disappeared, and he wasn't able to tell where its breath was. Of course, after the great heavenly flame Phoenix brought them in, it directly became a little turkey burrowed into Bai Ji's pocket and went to sleep. After searching around in vain, he turned his gaze to Qin Xiaoyang. As the Emperor of Tianqian, you invoke the remnants of a demon immortal soul from the lower immortal realm to possess your body. Qin Xiaoyang, you're not putting my red flame sacred land in your eyes. When these words came out, all the people understood at once. Sure enough, it was someone from the Red Flame Holy Land. Moreover, looking at this person's dress, he must be a senior member of the Red Flame Holy Land. It was just that their guesses were good, but this senior was no one else but the current master of the Red Flame Holy Land, the Fire Tactile Holy Lord. Chapter 132, Brothers, Charge a Wave. Red Flame Holy Land? Oh, in this seat's eyes, so what if your lower realm is even a holy land? Could it resist this immortal? The Toad Demon Immortal's eyes were fierce and filled with a tyrannical aura. The only thing he was looking for was the 7 Tricks Tower. While hearing his threatening words, the Fire Tactile Sate Lord laughed blandly. You really don't know the heights of heaven. Now you're just a remnant soul as well, and you can't even descend to your main body. which means that your physical body isn't even strong enough to tear through the dimensional crystal wall system and withstand the dimensional laws. I guessed correctly, didn't I? A remnant soul under such a physical body. Even if it has some ability, how can you fight against this seat? The fire tactile Holy Lord was over to save the day. Although he didn't know where Long Che was, he knew that Long Che was definitely watching himself in the dark. If he didn't perform well, then I'm afraid that this life would be over. Upon hearing this, it seemed that the words of the fire tactile sacred lord had hit the mark. That toad demon immortal's eyes steeply chilled down, and without any further ado, an attack instantly erupted. He had yet to find the scent of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, and he was in a hurry at the moment, so he couldn't be hindered. He was going to remove the obstacles directly in front of him and go to what mattered most to him. Boom! As the toad demon immortal's attack erupted, a roaring sound steeply exploded. The surrounding air directly tumbled like a wave swept away in all directions. The terrifying energy in this instant impacted the entire imperial city was shaking, and in the face of such a strong attack, the fire tactile Saint Lord didn't half drag his feet. His strength wasn't weaker than Qin Xiaoyang, who was possessed by the toad old man and was climbing up the ranks. 7th grade Xian Sage realm. With this kind of strength, he suppressed the toad demon immortal's attack with a single strike. Although the toad demon immortal was only a remnant soul, but after all, there was also an immortal power present in the soul, and under this immortal power, the first attack that erupted between the two even fought an equal battle. Nothing more than that. Although they were equal, but being able to do so under an attack that possessed immortal power, the fire tactile Saint Lord was already satisfied. What's more, even if he lost, there was still a group of experts from the Red Flame Holy Land behind him. So today, the toad demon immortal would definitely lose. Crunch! With a single immortal power that failed to directly exterminate the other party, the toad demon immortal's eyes became even more shocked. In the one remnant of his soul that descended down this time, there was only the only immortal power, and now that it was unleashed, it didn't manage to directly destroy the other party and cause a dismount. So instantly he was unsure of himself and even tried to run away. He was going to make use of this opportunity, this chance to descend down by Qin Xiaoyang, the emperor, who had used his powerful thunder talisman summoning power, to search for the whereabouts of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, and then make his plans. Unfortunately, he wanted to escape, but the fire tactile Saint Lord had already locked all of his breath, and would never let him escape even if he had a soul. Shoo! Fruity! The remnant soul of the toad demon immortal directly rushed out of Qin Xiaoyang's body and was about to flee. Unfortunately, the next second, he was directly grabbed by the fire tactile Saint Lord and imprisoned in the Xian Force prison. The battle was over in a flash. When the remnant soul of the toad demon immortal was extracted, Qin Xiaoyang directly knelt on the spot and kowtowed to the flame tactile sacred lord. Where was the majesty of the heavenly Xian emperor still present? And at this time, the fire tactile Saint Lord had not yet seen Long Che's shadow, so he wasn't sure what to do with Qin Xiaoyang and the toad demon immortal. But instead, his eyes were looking in all directions, searching for Long Che's scent. It was a pity that Long Che's cultivation was too profound and unfathomable, and even if he was a Saint Lord, he was unable to probe the slightest bit. Looking at this scene, Long Che smiled at Mu Qianyu. It's over. Let's go. It's our turn, said, picked up by Ji Zisichonlu 3 groups of people to go forward. My god, that guy, what is he up to? Even report the kid? Isn't he afraid to die? Ku too. What are they doing? I don't know. It's too unbelievable. The opposite side is a supreme powerhouse from the Red Flame Holy Land. Watching Long Che walk over, countless people were shocked. They naturally didn't know Long Che's identity, not to mention they didn't understand why he dared to walk over towards the flame tactile sacred lord at this moment. And at this time, the fire tactile sacred lord's group of experts also saw Long Che, as well as Bai Ji, who he was carrying in his arms, and in her pocket, the great heavenly flame phoenix. Gulp! At this instant, his whole body was like electricity flowing through it, and in the next second, he directly knelt down to Long Che. My little man, fire tactics. Meet your honor. What? The crowd was all confused when the fire tactile Saint Lord suddenly knelt down. How did the hallowed fire tactile Saint Master of the Red Flame Holy Land suddenly kneel down to an unheard of kid? And just as everyone was dumbfounded, all of the Holy Land experts that the fire tactics Holy Lord had brought over also knelt down in unison. They believed in the Holy Lord's eyes and would never recognize the wrong person. But the others were completely confused, including Mu Qianyu. Even at this instant, she felt that her man was a super invincible existence, a supreme powerhouse that all the worlds and realms had to bow to. He, who has this aura about him, this confidence? But Longshare waved his hand and downplayed the situation. Get up, all of you. What grown-ups and little people? You've got the wrong person. These words caused the fire tactile Saint Lord's eyes to change. With his mind it was naturally instantly clear that this supreme being probably didn't want to reveal his identity. Otherwise with his ability, dealing with this kind of little caramels wouldn't take much effort at all. Hey, what should we do with them then? The fire tactile sacred lord rose directly from the ground. And although he was loaded up, he still didn't know what to do with Qin Shaoyang, this heavenly Xian emperor, as well as the remnants of this toad demon immortal that had come down from the immortal realm. Long Che made a wink and looked at Du Qian without saying anything. The fire tactile sacred lord instantly understood. Got it. With a swish, he flew and swept directly to Du Qian's side. And this horrible aura scared Du Qian to death. They're not even on the same level. The great evil cultivator sect in the red flame sacred land. It was just a second-rate force that couldn't even be ranked. But the fire tactile Saint Lord descended to his side. And even his expression was filled with an incredibly gentle sense of Du Qian. So what? Bro, want to get an emperor? This statement was made. Du Qian froze on the spot. Everyone else was blinded as well. Qin Shaoyang was even more desperate to cry. But kneeling on the ground, he could only allow himself to be sentenced, unable to say a single word. In the eyes of the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, the emperor of their 33 Empire dynasty had no status to speak of. It's... Du Qian couldn't speak anymore and looked at Long Che. Long Che, however, nodded his head bashfully. Such a good thing. Brother, why don't you charge a wave? It's good. Since my big brother has said so, I'll do it. Du Qian's last word fell, and suddenly a muffled sound resounded from Qin Shaoyang's side. His form disappeared and the ground he was kneeling on exploded into a deep crater. Chapter 133, right, Mr. Sang? Everyone's eyes shivered. The Emperor, dead? My goodness, that's the Emperor of the Tianxian dynasty, a powerhouse of the Xian sage realm. Killing him just like that? This is the majestic hegemony of the Holy Lord. It's so shocking. Long live the Holy Lord. But the sacred Lord even knelt down to that young man. What kind of person is he? I don't know, probably a fairy too? Countless people were shaken to the core by this scene. It was unbelievable that there was such a strong person in this world, raising his hand to destroy the emperor. It was even more inconceivable that this supreme holy lord, he also had someone to fear. As for the most mysterious young man, his whole body, actually did not have half a bit of breath coming out. Countless people were interested in Long Che's identity, but where did they dare to ask? At this moment, they were like mole crickets that had been lying on the ground, only waiting for these powerful and invincible existences to leave before they dared to stand up and be human. And at this time behind Long Che, Mu Qianyu Enchanting and the rest of them, were also confused. The group of disciples from the great evil Shura sect were even more incredulous as they looked at this scene, not knowing what would happen next. Right now, the development of things had completely exceeded their expectations. Their sect master, was he about to become the emperor of the Tianxian dynasty? It's so incredible, so unbelievable, it's almost as unreal as a dream. But a scene so surreal happened very quickly, only to see the Holy Lord Fire Tactics, directly pulling Du Qian's hand, flew into mid-air. His voice was like a wave, transmitting out from his mouth in waves, shocking the hearts of the people and notifying the world. A new emperor of the Tianxian dynasty is born. The people of the Zhangxing and the Dawn shall take the new emperor as their leader. All bow down. When these words came out, countless people prostrated themselves on the ground and shouted under their breath before they had time to be shocked. Long live the emperor! The sound was deafening and spread in all directions. Du Qian's eyes were complicated. His whole body trembled slightly, and he was even a little unsteady on his feet. He had mixed feelings in his heart, but it had come to this, so he pondered for a while and then asked, Sacred Lord, with this strength, I'm really not up to the task. Fire Tactics tapped him on the shoulder. Don't be afraid, I've got everything covered. With a single word, a never-before-seen courage rose within Du Qian. Isn't it the emperor? Never been an emperor and never seen an emperor pretending. All of you, level off, Du Qian shouted. The voice went out, and the people who were kneeling on the ground knelt down like a tide, and like the head of the tide, rolled over and stood up in layers. Spectacular. Big brother, I'm this. Du Qian looked at Long Che. It was all given to him by Long Share. Do a good job and bring the people to enjoy their happiness. But don't learn from those scum who only care about victimizing the people. I will. Long Che nodded his head and looked at Enchantress. My sister, Enchantress, is in your hands. Cultivate well in this palace in the future and protect her. Aha! Big brother, I will. Enchanting looked at Long Che and didn't know what to say for a while. It all happened so suddenly that there was no time to think about life. It was just set in motion. Brother, I'll be here. From now on? Not necessarily. It's not too late to go out when you've cultivated yourself. So you're not here? I'm going to take your sister-in-law and your nephews home. Here's the address. Here's something for you. Practice hard. Long Che said, handing Du Qian enchanting a nascent ring each. Among them, there were supreme immortal techniques, martial arts, and even battle weapons that he had accumulated from the immortal realm. And with these things, their cultivation would skyrocket, no matter what. As for those royal family members of the Tianxian imperial clan, with the fire tactics sacred lord, Long Che naturally didn't need to concern himself with this matter. He believed that fire tactics would be able to get this matter done properly. And behind them, a group of disciples of the great evil cultivator sect. At this moment, they even felt like they were in a dream. Although the great evil cultivator sect was also quite good, but compared to the Tianxian imperial clan, it was still more than a star and a half point worse. But now that the situation had changed drastically, they followed Long Che's footsteps and became a member of the imperial clan. It was quite overwhelming for a while. Mother, come on, let's go home. Long Che grabbed the remnant soul of the toad demon immortal from Fire Tactile's hand and put it into his nascent sacred ring. Then he was about to leave. It had been a long trip out, and now that things were settled, he didn't want to linger. Aha! Mu Qianyu nodded and pulled the children to go back. This time, her purpose was also achieved. The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was finally found. As for what would happen later, she could only take one step at a time. Even the demon immortals of the lower immortal realm had been startled, and with the remnants of her soul still present, she naturally knew that there were still a lot of things that needed to be explored and resolved. But right now, she most wanted to go home, back to the heavenly demon sect, back to that cave with Long Che, to accompany her children, and spend a few days in peace. Brother, I'll try my best to cultivate. Enchanting was very reluctant to Long Che, but when she sensed the treasure in the nascent sacrifice ring that Long Che had given her, her entire body shook. The thing in it, she didn't even know what it was, but she could clearly see that Long Che's intention. She was certain that as long as she followed these feats of cultivation, she would surely be 100 feet tall and become the person Long Che wanted her to be. The same goes for Du Sham. The items in the nascent ring were of such a strong grade that he was shocked. He understood that this was the bottom line given to him by Long Che. Then, he was also bound to do something great in this Tianxian dynasty. 7th grade Xian Sage, that's pretty good, and it's almost ready to ascend to the immortal realm, right? Long Che looked towards Fire Tactics. His flat voice but caused Fire Tactics to become quite agitated inside. He probably had a premonition of what was coming. And the fruits are not. Long Che threw an elixir directly at him and left. After Long Che sat on the flying carpet and flew away with Mu Qianyu and the children. Looking at the elixir in his hand, Fire Tactile's eyes suddenly changed and he suddenly knelt down to worship, his whole body trembling with excitement. This pill looks inconspicuous, but he recognized it at once. This is the Dan of the Tribulation. This is the Dan of the Tribulation that can make a person succeed in the Tribulation incarnation as a fairy to transform the bones of the Tribulation Dan. This is the Dan of the Tribulation that can increase the probability of ascension into a fairy to 100%. Long share. How many other things do you know that I don't? On the way back, looking at the ocean below, and then looking at the flying carpet underneath her that is floating gracefully, Mu Qianyu has a mixed feeling inside. At this moment, even if she decided that Long Che's cultivation was not good, she would never treat him as a powerless person again. After all, external objects were also strength, and the treasure he had acquired from the immortals, which he was able to use and no one else was able to use, was also called strength. It doesn't seem like it, does it? After all, my identity as the Supreme Divine Lord of the 10,000 Realms was told to my mother long ago. Long Che smiled blandly. The more he said, the more Mu Qianyu didn't believe him. Then there's nothing he can do about it. It doesn't make sense to explain it, so just don't explain it. Mu Qianyu rolled her eyes, but laughed. However, you have behaved quite unexpectedly, haven't you, Sagittarius? Chapter 134 Bloodshed Old Immortals Plot. Suddenly called Sangong by Mu Qianyu. Long Che froze and raised his eyes to look at her, his eyes full of excitement. Mistress, this is the first time you've taken such initiative and called me so seriously, but I didn't expect that Mu Qianyu would laugh. That's what we'll call it from now on. Is that okay with you? Long Che was surprised, obviously not expecting that Mu Qianyu would say that. That's fantastic. Beautiful you. As the two of them joked and laughed, Mu Qianyu was quite puzzled and suddenly asked, Son of A, why aren't you eating your milk? Ever since Chonglu followed Longcheer, he hadn't clamored for milk, which was quite surprising to her. Dad said, it's not right for a man to eat milk when he's so grown up. So powerful? Of course. I want to be a real man like Daddy. I want to be a man too. Just like Daddy. Bai Ji Zisayi yelled. Long Che hurriedly explained, the two of you wouldn't need to become men. You'd be fine if you became a heavenly maiden like your mother. Yes. I want to be the daughter of heaven. The family just crossed the ocean and flew towards the eastern region. Happy times are always fleeting, so much so that the time spent flying over the ocean seems short. After returning to the cave, Mu Qianyu wanted to go back to the heavenly devil sect to take a look, but she was also relieved that in Long Che's hands, the remnant of the toad demon immortal's soul. Sagittarius, what are you going to do with the toad demon immortal's soul? Mu Qianyu seeks Long Che's opinion. I intend to torture him severely and make him reveal his purpose for having such a covetous desire for the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. So, how do you plan to torture? Mu Qianyu was worried that Long Che may not end up letting the tiger return to the mountain again, so she asks Long Che if he has a specific way to do it. That's a good one. Just throw it in that kettle and boil it. Speaking to Long Che, Mu Qianyu is not skeptical. Even that kettle used to boil water every day was a super magic treasure, and the tea boiled by this kettle could be called a superior spirit liquid. The remnant soul of the toad demon immortal at this time, however, was completely confused. He didn't know exactly what he had come to this time, and what he saw after being brought in was so shocking and chilling that he even regretted venturing down this time. Although it was only a remnant soul, it was also a power in his 3 souls and 7 spirits. He naturally did not want to give it up. Besides, in Long Che's hands, he could not even do soul self-destruction. At this moment, when he heard Long Che say that he would cook him, he immediately went soft. My lord, forgive me, I'll tell you everything you want to know. Hearing the words begging for mercy, Long Che smiled faintly. Okay, then, tell me, what are you doing with this obsession to have the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda? Long Che picked up the kettle and put it on top of the charcoal fire. The charcoal fire was reddish, burning the kettle and making a squeaky sound. The boiling water made the toad demon immortal's heart jump, and the residual soul shadow appeared to be even more illusory. I'm taking the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda for myself. I'm drawing on its power to grow my cultivation. Long Che sat on the chair and said blandly, tell me the whole story, and what's with the scent of the bloodshed old immortal on you, as well as the scent of the other layer of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda? And listening to Long Che's words, the toad demon immortal was completely confused. He would never have dreamed that this lower realm mortal in front of him, he actually knew about the bloodshed old immortal. It was even more unexpected that even the bloodshed old immortal didn't know that on him. He possessed another layer of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. While he did, it's so scary. It seems like all your secrets are being seen through. Since this was the case, how could he dare to hide anything? Buzz. With a buzzing sound, the remnant soul of the toad demon immortal actually turned into a pale silhouette. Although illusory, it was clear to see. This guy had a human head, but still had the eyes of a toad, convex, and his mouth was so big that it grinned to the root of his ears. My lord, my little one is actually, it's old immortal Bloodshed's war beast. At those words, Long Che's eyes did not look much surprised. He had fought with the war beast sent over by the bloodshed old immortal before, so he was also somewhat familiar with this aura of the bloodshed old immortal. Although the toad demon immortal was a remnant soul, a trace of the bloodshed old immortal's aura still remained in its body, and even if there was only a trace of it, it could not escape Long Che's capture. Furthermore, this toad demon immortal was the bloodshed old immortal's war beast, which he had raised with his own hands, so naturally this aura was a bit more intense. Go on. Mu Qianyu's eyes also changed slightly at the side. Regarding the 7 orifices Linglong Tower, she didn't know much about it. Her master, the Red Pupil Immortal Emperor, didn't tell her everything about the 7 orifices Linglong Tower in the first place, and disappeared after that. Even after so many years had passed, she had always thought that after that great battle, her master, the Red Pupil Immortal Sovereign, had long since sailed away to the west. Yes, I am a warbeast of old immortal Bloodshed. I have always been by old immortal Bloodshed's side working for him as an ox, but I have not been reused. Other warbeasts are rewarded every time. Only I am from a lowly background, coming from the dark swamp, and I am not seen by the old immortal. Over time, the little one has a rebellious heart towards the old immortal. This 7 tricks Linglong Pagoda was originally something that the old immortal was looking for. Even he had already searched for the other 5 layers from other lower realms, in a vain attempt to release the 7 deadly blood souls in it into the lower realms, so that the lower realms would be in turmoil, and following that this 7 deadly blood souls would be able to collect countless killing grudges, in order to supply them to be used for the old immortal's cultivation, and in order to retaliate against the injustice done to me by the old immortal. I have also been searching for spokespersons in the lower realms of the realm, secretly searching for the other towers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. And now in the body of the little one has already been hidden, and the other is the one on the Tianxian continent, except that the little one's strength is not good enough, and my fleshly body is unable to come. So I can only descend to this place by descending a remnant of a soul and attaching myself to the body of the Tianxian emperor. Everything after that is already known to you, my lord. Long Che nodded, while at his side, Mu Qianyu frowned. What exactly is that bloodshed old immortal? How could he be so vicious as to accumulate and cultivate the fury chi for himself by confusing the living beings in the lower realms? She was somewhat unable to comprehend the harsh truth that one will make a difference. Although she had once experienced countless killings, this kind of killing battle was really not comparable to the super war of the entire realm. Moreover, shouldn't the people of the immortal world love the living and the people even more? Long Che looks at Mu Qianyu with such an agitated expression and smiles. Soothingly, mother need not be angry. In the immortal world, there are good people and bad people. The world of cultivation, wherever you go is the weak and the strong. A big fist is king. After saying that, he looked towards the toad demon immortal. I know you want to keep this remnant soul, but it depends on your performance. Aye, Junior understands. If your excellency has any orders, I will do my best. Chapter 135 Untouchable. Since the bloodshed old immortal has this kind of plot, then bring over the other layer of the 7-vessel Linglong Pagoda in your hands. Long Che said, I'll accompany you to the immortal realm. The toad demon immortal's physical body cultivation was not yet able to traverse the dimensional crystal wall system and resist the attack of the dimensional laws, which was why Long Che said so, but he was agreeing. But Mu Qianyu was nervous. Sunga, you can't go. That's the immortal realm. She knew that Long Che had sort of possessed some battle power with what the immortals had left behind, but once he reached the immortal realm, it was a completely different world, not something he could even imagine. It's okay, don't worry. Long Che's smile is like a warm candle, tenderly touching Mu Qianyu's cheek. The concern for himself in her eyes makes him feel that happy. But that's the immortal realm. How are you going to get there? And how do you get back? As I can go, so I can return. Long Che's eyes are firm, as always, making Mu Qianyu unable to refute. Well, she turned her head to the toad demon fairy. I hope you won't play any tricks. People go where they go and come back. I won't play tricks. Long Che laughed. You come in first and stay honestly, and wait for when I want to go. With that said, an arcane light filled the nascent sphere, directly enveloping the illusory figure of the toad demon immortal and instantly collecting it. Mu Qianyu looked at Long Che worriedly. My dear husband, you'd better not go, right? The 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda on this level has already been found. Even if one of them isn't found, that bloodshed old immortal won't be able to open the 7 deadly blood souls, so that all of those realms are still safe as well. And I don't want you to take the risk. It was in her heart. Once upon a time, she was only thinking about cultivation. Ascending to the peak of martial arts was her pursuit, but since she had 3 little dolls, everything she had was dedicated to her children. And now that she had managed to retrieve the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, and even more so, she had found Long Che, and was still in a place that no one knew about, with a home where she could spend her days in peace and quiet. She really didn't want to have any accidents. Longshare laughed at how worried she was. Well, if mother won't let me go, then I won't go. This kind of small matter. In fact, for Long Che, there is no need to personally run a trip. Let those divine beasts go. A trip can also be easily dealt with. It was just that he didn't know if the specifics could be investigated carefully or not. The secrets within the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda were by no means so simple. The strength of the bloodshed old immortal was nothing even in the lower immortal realm. But the fact that this kind of person wanted to use the 7 deadly blood souls in the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda to disrupt the 7 realms was enough to show that there was an even greater umbrella above him. If any immortal could disrupt the lower realms, then the existence of the laws of this realm would lose its meaning. But now that Mu Qianyu was so worried about herself, he naturally wouldn't let his woman get attached. Hearing him say this, Mu Qianyu then nodded before adding, and you can't sneak in while I'm asleep. Ha, okay, I promise. Long Che skimmed his mouth, then violently lowered his head and pressed his lips on Mu Qianyu's stunning face. After sealing the toad demon immortal away, Mu Qianyu was still a bit worried. I'm afraid the consequences will be quite severe if he runs out. So, the night passed, and she pretty much kept watch over Longcheer, not falling asleep. However, her fears were apparently redundant. Nowadays, the toad demon immortal couldn't wait to directly become Longche's battle beast. After he saw what was here, he was completely overwhelmed. Even if the immortal realm, all those places he had been to, whether it was the immortal ruins or the treasure cave, all the treasures put together were not as shocking as the treasures here in Longche. It was all things he had never seen or heard of. And from here he could also tell that Longche's strength was far above that of the bloodshed old immortal. It's just that for some reason, he's hidden away and practicing here, and when he bumps into it himself, it's point blank back to home. After returning to the cave, the days suddenly returned from that thrill to a quiet and peaceful state. Mu Qianyu returned to the Sky Demon sect on the second day. The time away wasn't that long, but the Heavenly Demon sect was her sect, and as the sect leader, she had her heart set on everything in the sect. However, this time when she went back, Long Che and the three donuts also accompanied her. She accepted them gladly. Everything was still quite peaceful. The disciples besides cultivation was cultivation. Even after such a short period of time had passed, the cultivation of those disciples had unexpectedly progressed quite rapidly, especially some of the disciples who had been baptized by the martial arts that she had taken from the cave. They were even more 100-footers. Their strength soared, and the more they cultivated the more rapid they became. And the overall strength was raised to a brand new level. The next time, as usual, he still brought the three dumplings to hang out in the middle of the Sky Demon sect's huge mountain gate, even under Mu Qianyu's leadership. Passing by all the disciples and elders who encountered them, they all knew that Long Che as well as the three donuts were her man and son and daughter. Mu Qianyu no longer avoids talking about her family. Long Che's looks, on the other hand, had always puzzled those disciples. It's too similar to the statue of that godly lord of the Heavenly Demon sect, isn't it? There was even a suspicion that this lord was the man of their sect master. Otherwise, a mere mountain guard servant disciple. Would she, as the Heavenly Demon sect patriarch, even look at him? And for these guesses, Mu Qianyu is also too lazy to explain. They are willing to guess how they want. Whatever. Within a few days, the three groups became somewhat familiar with the Heavenly Devil sect, clamoring for Mu Qianyu to lead them around the place every day, with Long Che following along the entire time. After all, apart from this matter, the most important thing he had to do was to resurrect both of his parents, and the final days of resurrecting them were not far away. This day, Heavenly Demon Zong suddenly a silhouette descended down. Like a shocking thunder present, that blood-colored silhouette descended into the Heavenly Demon Zone. Actually did not stop for half a second. Direct action. Berserk Xianli is like a hurricane, directly sweeping across the Heavenly Demon Zone. The horrible hurricane attacked. The Xianli hurricane outside the Heavenly Demon sect whistled, and all the disciples outside the Heavenly Demon sect's protective array became meat and mud in an instant, disappearing between heaven and earth. While within the large formation, it was calm and quiet. Not even realizing that there were terrorists in the outside world. This is, what big formation? So sturdy? The bloodshed old immortal descended on the Heavenly Demon sect. The war beasts that he had arranged to come down to help him before had all failed, and he had actually coalesced a doppelganger to come down to settle the Heavenly Demon sect in person this time. Previously, when he was in the Heavenly Demon sect, it was here that his palm was crushed, and now that he had returned strongly, even though he was only a bilocation, he had the same battle power as his own main body. In a matter of hands and feet, exterminating the small Sky Demon sect is no big deal. It's just a shame. He was able to sweep everything outside of the Heavenly Demon sect's protector formation, even crushing everything in the outside world into pieces, but he was unable to shake a single bit of what was inside the protector formation. It instantly made his jaw drop. Chapter 136 Robbing the Tower. A small mortal world has such a powerful defense? This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He even rubbed his eyes, thinking he was seeing things. Never had anything like it. And the commotion over here quickly attracted Longche's attention. He had previously enchanted a formation for the entire Heavenly Demon sect, and originally thought that he wouldn't be able to use it, but he didn't expect that it would be used so soon. Moreover, this visitor, who was no stranger to him, had sort of dealt with him before. Old Immortal Bloodshed? This seat was looking for you, but you came by yourself? It's rather a waste of time. Long Che instantly appeared in front of the bloodshed old immortal, while Mu Qianyu was at the moment catching crickets with her children over at the cave, and didn't even know that there was an immortal descending here. Long Che also didn't intend to let her know. This kind of small matter. He didn't intend to affect his wife and child's mood. Who are you? The bloodshed old immortal wasn't able to feel out Long Che's aura, much less know who he was. And someone who could instantly appear in front of him was certainly not a mere mortal. He even suspected that this person, was the one who had previously crushed his void-breaking great handprint. It was just that he couldn't feel half of the familiar fluctuations from Long Che, which was also really a bit strange. What's the point of your split body coming down? What this seed wants to destroy is your main body. Go up. The main body comes down to die. Long Che stood with his hands behind his back. His words were bland, but the words he uttered caused the bloodshed old immortal's eyes to be filled with murderous intent, and a morose voice came out. Kid, a person from the lower realms of the district. Do you know who this seed is? Oh bloodshed old immortal, you've said it all and you're still asking? Brain problem? What? You? Damn it! Bloodshed old immortal was so angry by Long Che's words that his body trembled. He didn't even know why he just asked that kind of question. He wanted to use his name to press people, but he didn't expect that the other party didn't give face at all, and didn't have the slightest fear, and he himself had never been so flustered for no reason. Since you know this seat's name, how dare you talk like that? Suffer death. Rumbling. The blood fiend old immortal's blood-colored large handprint directly covered down, and a roaring sound came from all directions like a thunderstorm, shocking everyone in the heavenly demon sect. However, between the mountain gate and the cave where he was located at the southern foot of the barren mountain, there were quite a few seals present. Long Che did not want Mu Qianyu to worry, and casually laid down these seals, so much so that Mu Qianyu could not even hear the sound of this shocking explosion of thunder. Che, that's it? Long Che shook his head and laughed, then swung his hand. A stream of Xian power directly transformed into the shape of a pocket and packed the bloodshed old immortal's attack inside. Even his whole person fit into it. In a matter of moments, this bloodshed old immortal's doppelganger, an immortal realm powerhouse that possessed the same formidable battle power, was in Long Che's pocket. In the next second, he disappeared in place. It even blocked all of the aura of the entire bilocation, so that even if the immortal realm's true body proper wanted to probe, it would know nothing. At this very moment, in the lower immortal realm, the bloodshed old immortal, who was sitting cross-legged in the bloodshed cave, suddenly had a change of color in his eyes, filled with disbelief. This seat's bilocation, how come the chi sensing is gone? What the hell is going on? The color of his eyes actually surfaced with panic. Previously, during the attack on the heavenly demon sect, his arm shattered the void and went away, only to be blasted back, which had already made him fearful. And now that such a strange thing had appeared, he couldn't even sit still for a bit. Nowadays, he had not yet healed from his old injuries, and even the split, which he had used powerful means and spent 9 oxen and 2 tigers to build, was only to find the whereabouts of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, and how could he imagine that he had now suddenly lost track of it? As for his main body, if he went down to the Tianqian continent, it would definitely cause even more serious injuries, and the power of dimensional laws was something that his main body could not resist. Only by returning to the peak could he resist the laws of the realm, and right now, he could only enter the lower realms by utilizing a detachment, or even a large hand of immortal power. But with such a weird thing happening right now, he didn't dare to act rashly. The battle power of the bilocation is not bad or already in this situation. His main body went, it is also useless, but without a divine artifact like the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda to help him devour and condense the power of evil, with the evil immortal technique he cultivated, how could he recover his peak in the fastest time possible? After thinking about it, he decided to cut off his detachment for the time being and secretly investigate who exactly was sitting on the Tianqian continent. It was just that the final result of this thought of his was destined to be nothing. When his doppelganger disappeared 3 days later, a woman whose entire body was bathed in fire appeared in front of the bloodshed old immortal. This woman's entire body was covered in flames, as if she had surging magma inside her that had been releasing a large amount of high temperature. And the terrifying aura of destruction almost caused the bloodshed old immortal's cave to melt. The bloodshed old immortal's eyes were filled with horror, his heart scorned beyond measure. What kind of immortal are you? This is the bloodshed cave. The great heavenly flame phoenix smiled blandly, its smile pouring out of the country. She took the form of a human, and was actually a stunningly beautiful woman who looked to have a rather bewitching beauty. I've come to get something, the 5 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. Bring them all over. If you cooperate, you can save your life. As he spoke, in the hands of the great heavenly flame phoenix, another layer of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda tower actually appeared. It was the same layer that he had gotten from the toad demon immortal before coming here. This is the 6th level of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda? Seeing this layer of the tower, the color of the bloodshed old immortal's eyes suddenly changed. Greedy, salivating, itching to just strike out and grab it. Now, he had already found the 6 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, the 6th in the eastern domain of Tianqian continent, and the last layer, which he had been searching for but had no movement. He did not expect that today he would be sent to his door, and the cultivation of the woman in front of him was too powerful, and he himself was seriously injured, so he mustn't make a sudden move. But since the thing he had been searching for had appeared, he must not let this woman escape. Yes. Senior Immortal, please also collect your breath and come to my bloodshed cave to take a seat. The bloodshed old immortal's eyes darted around, collecting his breath and becoming respectful in his attitude. Only, at the same time, several transmission notes were secretly sent out. The great heavenly flame phoenix's eyes were bland. This old thing was not honest. However, she acted rather blandly, and she couldn't even bring herself to tease him in the face of this kind of cargo. Playing with the tower in his hand, he squinted at the bloodshed old immortal. This seat won't sit down. Bring out the 5-tiered tower body. Otherwise, you're afraid that you'll immediately disappear into this lower immortal realm. The bloodshed old immortal's eyes shrunk. Although he was unable to probe the other party's cultivation, his greed for the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was too strong, and now that his own seat's warbeasts had rushed here with all their might, coupled with his bloodshed cave's Taishian blood dipper formation, it was not without a chance of victory to capture him. When he heard the sound of breaking wind rising outside, the bloodshed old immortal's eyes instantly turned morose. Humph, woman, wanting this seat's 7-trick pagoda? That depends on whether you have the life to take it. Chapter 137 Bloodshed Old Immortal. Stupid! The bloodshed old immortal instantly screamed. Regarding his attitude, the great Skyflame Phoenix was not surprised. This old man would definitely be desperate for the 7-trick pagoda, and since he hadn't been showing his true aura, he naturally wouldn't let himself leave without figuring out his bottom line. Of course she had no intention of just leaving. After receiving Long Che's order, she came to this lower immortal realm plane, with the purpose of gathering all the 7 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda and handing them over to the mistress. It's trivial, not half as difficult. It's just that the master has explained that God has goodness in store for us. It's just that the other side doesn't behave very well. Brush up. A full 38 huge bodies descended to this place, each one of them stout and hideous, all of them possessing super powerful battle beasts. The great heavenly flame phoenix couldn't help but let out a snort in the face of these war beasts whose bloodlines were much lower than hers. Old immortal bloodshed. I know that you want the 7 tricks Linglong Pagoda, but you just summoned these trashy contraptions? This is too much of a look down on me, isn't it? The great heavenly flame phoenix's words were as bland as clear water, while the bloodshed old immortal's eyes turned hard and his palms suddenly shot out in all directions. The surrounding densely packed array energy cascading whistled out, shrouding this space with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and even a mosquito couldn't fly out. Escape from my formation first. The bloodshed old immortal gritted his teeth and said, with a great sense of breaking the boat. The great heavenly flame phoenix looked towards the 38 shadows of the war beasts and slightly raised its hand. Do you really want to make enemies of this seat? She said this rather blandly, but as she waved her palm, a huge flaming phoenix manifested in the air. The terrifying energy, the oppressive space emitted an explosive sound, shocking those 38 war beasts into trembling, their eyes filled with disbelief, and in the end, they actually all kneeled down to the great heavenly flame phoenix, not even daring to raise their heads. The aura of a divine beast was too terrifying. This suppression of the bloodline made the soul tremble and made the blood flow backwards. What? How is this possible? You, all of you get up for this seat. Destroy her and snatch the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda from her hands. The bloodshed old immortal who saw this scene had eyes full of disbelief. It has never been the case. He flailed his arms and roared hysterically. This group of war beasts that originally belonged to him alone. But at this time, they were completely deaf to his orders in general. Still shivering and kneeling on the ground, without any head, dare to blaspheme the majesty of the great heavenly fire phoenix. Oh, not a bad performance. In that case, I'll spare you. A flame at the tip of the great heavenly flame phoenix's finger slowly dispersed, and when the flame dispersed, the massive silhouette floating in the void also immediately dispersed into nothingness. She didn't let the bloodshed old immortal see this shadowy figure, a strange mass of energy that could only be seen by beasts. It was precisely for this reason that the bloodshed old immortal displayed that hysterical attitude. If he had also seen this divine beast silhouette, he would probably have knelt down long ago as well. They don't listen to you. The great heavenly flame phoenix looked at the gritted teeth of the bloodshed old immortal and laughed. Impossible. What kind of demonic magic did you use? How could you make them all tremble and kneel before you? The corners of old immortal bloodshed's mouth shivered in anger, and he didn't even know what had just happened. And at the same time, a horrible feeling struck his entire body. Without the help of these war beasts, there was really no way for him to fight against the great heavenly flame phoenix with his strength alone. He had this hunch. Are you going to take a beating and then hand it over? Or will you hand it over now? I don't have time to play with you. The great heavenly flame phoenix wanted to resolve this matter immediately. After all, it still had to deliver. Bloodbane formation. Blood sword 10,000 ways. Attack. The bloodshed old immortal directly mobilized the formation and instantly launched an attack. No matter what, he would never allow the great heavenly flame phoenix to take the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda away. However, the next moment, the great heavenly flame phoenix also merely moved its fingers, and the 10,000 sword lights that emerged from the layers and layers of formations burst apart in an instant, transforming into a violent turbulence of immortal energy, and then enveloped the bloodshed old immortal in a brain. The bloodshed old immortal let out a burst of hissing in the midst of the chaotic immortal energy aura, his voice hysterical and filled with endless fear. At this moment, those kneeling war beasts, listening to this miserable howling voice of their masters. Each and every one of them had their hearts in their mouths, trembling as if they were sifting chaff. They were all about as strong as a toad demon immortal. However, at this moment, under the shock of this terrifying aura of the great heavenly flame phoenix, they simply did not dare to have the slightest thought of resistance. The bloodshed old immortal's miserable voice came to an abrupt end. When the chaotic aura dispersed, the entirety of the bloodshed old immortal had gone numb as if he was numb. His eyes were lifeless and cloaked, and his eyeballs moved a little bit in between rounds, which still showed that he was still alive. Shoo! The great heavenly flame phoenix hooked its finger, and the turquoise trigger finger in the bloodshed old immortal's hand flew over. After removing the mark on it, it was discovered that the internal space of the trigger finger really did have 5 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. Each layer of this 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda's body was transformed into its own body under the effect of immortal power, reaching a height of 10,000 feet, grand and magnificent, with an astonishing aura. Wouldn't it have been better to give it to this seat? You have to let this seat make you into a little cutie. Really uneducated. She shook her head inside before a pair of beautiful eyes looked towards those other war beasts. Your masters have been stupid. You're free. Don't do anything bad or you'll all turn into cuties too. Yes. We will never do anything bad. Never. No bad behavior. No changing cuties. They panicked. Their master's heart-rending screams still seemed to echo in his ears. And this master of theirs before them, this arrogant and domineering master, had indeed become a cutie. And the cultivation has been nullified. Without cultivation in the middle of this immortal realm, one wouldn't be able to live for a few days at all. And when the group of war beasts raised their eyes again, they realized that the terrifying woman had already disappeared. The great heavenly flame phoenix quickly returned to the eastern domain of the Tianxian continent through the teleportation array. Boom! After she gave all 6 layers of the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda to Long Che directly released all 6 layers of this tower at the southern foot of this barren mountain. Terrifying energy poured out in all directions. And if it wasn't for the fact that there were powerful seals on all these mountains, it was feared that even the mountains could be shaken down. And Mu Qianyu, who heard the commotion over here, immediately flew over. When she saw a divine tower rising up from the ground, those beautiful eyes were filled with intense disbelief. What? This is the 7 delicate pagoda? The entire tower has a total of 7 floors, and I still have one in my hand, but who the hell made this tower? Shocked, she remembered that this 6-story tower that possessed the same aura as the one in her hand must have been the handiwork of an immortal before she got it here. Chapter 138, 7 Deadly Blood Souls. But why did the immortals bring this tower here? Mu Qianyu's heart was filled with strong doubts between the shock. With a layer of pagodas in her hands, she had already induced a bloody storm. The other 6 layers actually all appeared here. Something that was simply unimaginable. Did that immortal make another big move? Mu Qianyu really couldn't figure it out. But when she looked up, she saw a silhouette walking towards her with a smile. It was Long Che. The 10,000-foot tower behind him set him off as rather small, but an indescribable aura surfaced on him, and even though this tower was 10,000 feet tall, with a majestic aura and a supreme majesty that overpowered the heavens and the earth, it seemed to be unable to have the slightest effect on this man. Mu Qianyu blinked her eyes, thinking she was having an illusion. Mistress, the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda has a total of 7 layers. I got the other 6 layers back for you as well. Surprised? Long Che blandly spoke as if he was chatting about family matters, not noticing Mu Qianyu's shock as if she was shocked in the slightest. Long Che, you. She didn't know what to say for a moment. There's nothing to wonder about. These things were sent over by my friends. I didn't put in much effort. Long Che shrugged his shoulders blandly, as if that were really the case. Your friend? That good? Who cares if he's powerful or not? Let's put up this 7-tiered pagoda first. What Long Che said was all light-hearted, as if assembling a divine tower like the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda was a handy thing to do. Group, assembly? Mu Qianyu couldn't understand this man more and more. Even she didn't know how to assemble it. She was the one who had been carrying a layer of the 7 tricks tower for many years. However, even after spending so many years with the 7 orifices Linglong Tower, she was unable to explore everything about the inner body of the tower. It was only known that the 7 deadly blood souls were sealed in it. Only following his master's orders, he mistakenly allowed it to fall into the hands of a traitor. As for the rest, she never gave it much thought. What happened today was a complete reversal of perspective. It shouldn't be too difficult. Ma'am, you watch from the side. I'll do it. Long Che's attitude as if he was doing farm work kept Mu Qianyu in deep consternation. However, since this place was the seat of the immortals, and since she was able to get even that kind of spiritual herbs and pills used by the immortals, she felt that it wasn't impossible for Long Che to. During this period of contact, Long Che brought her too many surprises, and after all the shock, The only reason she could find was that although Long Che did not have a powerful cultivation, he had just like inherited the mantle of an immortal. There is no other explanation than this. Here you go. After Mu Qianyu thought so, she took off the layer of 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda in the nascent ring in her hand. This layer of the divine tower was still in a state of being sealed off from the small space. Yet the next second, with a tremor in the surrounding void, this layer of the divine tower directly transformed into its true form, and the space shook, emitting a roaring sound. It was a good thing that the surrounding area had long since been laid down with powerful prohibitions, or else this piece of heaven and earth would have collapsed down. I'm afraid. Mu Qianyu stared dumbfounded at this scene. Looking at the man's skillful movements in front of her, it was even harder to understand. Even that? What the hell is he? Within the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda, the 7 deadly blood souls are sealed. Those are souls that can induce chaos in the lower realms dimensions. Would it be dangerous for him to do so? What's going on? Is the shaking over? Mu Qianyu was torn for a while, but she saw that above that huge divine tower, the original crazy surging state was actually quieted down very quickly. The 10,000-foot divine tower turned into a pavilion standing in the open space in front of him. The 7-story tower, which at this point was only a few dozen meters high, was like an ordinary building on the hillside, and apart from the somewhat peculiar shape, it was impossible to see any other features. Well, it's pretty honest, Long Che said indifferently, clapping his hands and turning his head towards Mu Qianyu, who had been in a state of dumbfoundedness. Who is still honest? Mu Qianyu opened her mouth to inquire in doubt, chanting on the inside, "Ma'am, any interest in going in for a tour?" Mu Qianyu's willow brows were locked. It's suppressing the 7 deadly blood souls inside. Long Che, you're not kidding me, are you? Of course, how dare I joke in front of my lady? Go. Go inside and take a look. Maybe your cultivation can rise again after devouring their power. Long Che's words made Mu Qianyu's heart flutter. It's like the guy doesn't make jokes about himself either. And every time he says something it ends up being true. So with her heart torn inside, she followed Long Che and stepped inside the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda. At this point, the 7 deadly blood souls sealed within this 7-tiered tower have a mindset that is more than just quite honest. The berserk demonic souls of the 7 great devils were all trembling at this moment, shivering with chaff and shrinking in the corner, not daring to utter a single breath. Just now, between that burst of vibrations, they felt an unprecedented fear. That kind of fear came from the wariness deep in their souls. The man who posed as not having any cultivation at all, just by gently moving his finger, their souls would be scattered. No one has no fear of total extinction, and it was this fear that made Long Che their master straight away. Did the master just say that he wanted his wife to swallow them? You can imagine how panicked they really were at this point. One must kneel well and perhaps save one's life. Yikes, the scent here is so weird. Entering the tower, Mu Qianyu felt the breath in it and couldn't help but feel a little hairy. Mother needn't worry. These are the purest blood fury energy. Others who want it don't have it yet. I'll help you purify it. You use this energy to cultivate. You should be able to break through some realms. Some? When Mu Qianyu heard Long Che's words, that was really a bit unbelievable. Yet the next second, when a round bracelet emerged in Long Che's hand, releasing a colorful light in the void in front of him, those bloodbaths that filled the 7 orifices Linglong Pagoda seemed to be empowered by a force, and all of them surged from one side of the bracelet to the other side. All of the blood-bane energy that surged over instantly became pure, and Mu Qianyu directly froze. She looked at the jade bracelet floating in midair, her eyes filled with disbelief. What kind of treasure is this bracelet that it can possess such a powerful purifying power? And all this energy was instantly purified. So pure. So pure. I feel like these are immortal energies. Mu Qianyu was shocked and even excited, and even had the illusion that she was now in the middle of the immortal world. And just then, a wailing voice came from the side. Lord, can you show a little mercy? At those words, Mu Qianyu was startled. Turning his head, he saw a cloud of blood floating towards him.